Beep, beep, beep. A military pager clattered to the ground as Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., stared in shock at his own body rapidly turning to ash. He barely had time to mutter, "What the hell?" before he vanished with the wind, right there on the streets of New York. Finally, the pager screen lit up with a symbol resembling that of Captain Marvel. This is the post-credit scene of the movie Avengers: Infinity War. In the projection booth, the staff credits began to scroll upwards, signaling the film's conclusion. That's it? But Thanos hasn't even been defeated yet. The audience, still hungry for more, buzzed with discussion as they gathered their belongings and slowly filed out of the theater. Sitting in the best seat of the house, high school student Lu Ming remained motionless, hugging a giant tub of popcorn, wholly immersed in the Marvel story he'd just witnessed. No wonder they needed a dozen standalone movies to set this up. Only then could it hit this hard. Doctor Strange foresaw countless futures, but in the end, Star-Lord still messed it up. Captain America and Iron Man were both phenomenal, fighting in different corners of the universe. Thanos really is the ultimate villain of Marvel's third phase. One snap, and half the life in the universe is gone. Spider-Man just returned, and Black Panther was at the height of his popularity. Now over half the heroes are dead, just like that. Can they really come back? Too bad we have to wait till next year for Avengers 4. Lu Ming shook his head, regret written all over his face. As a die-hard Marvel fan, the thought of waiting an entire year felt unbearable. Pure torture. Might as well watch it again. Lu Ming was just about to stand up when, right then, the end credits finished rolling and a line of text suddenly leapt onto the screen from below. Do you want to enter the world of Marvel movies? Yes/no. Staring at the unexpected message, Lu Ming froze. He wondered if it was an illusion caused by the 3D effects. The words seemed to truly float before him, separate from the screen itself. What is this? Could this be a second post-credit scene? Lu Ming looked around in confusion, only to find the audience had all left, leaving him alone in the vast theater. He turned back to the screen and saw the message still centered on the display, its color gradually shifting from black to white, as if about to vanish. A prank? Did they really think this would scare me? Lu Ming let out a cold laugh and reached out to select an option. But just as he lifted his finger, a jolt like an electric shock shot from his fingertip through his entire body. What? It's actually forcing me? Lu Ming didn't even have time to speak before everything went dark, and he lost consciousness. He had no idea how much time had passed when, dizzy and disoriented, he slowly began to wake. He sat up, half reclining on the narrow bed, and looked around in confusion. He found himself in a somewhat cramped wooden room. The furnishings were unmistakably Western, clean, practical, and simple. Lined up beside him were several more military cots, all of the same style. Where am I? Lu Ming murmured, his face clouded with confusion. Suspecting he was seeing things, he rubbed his eyes and quickly surveyed the room again. There was no mistake. He was indeed lying in a military barracks. More precisely, it was an old-fashioned Western-style barracks, and he was on a single cot. No way. Did I really travel to another world? And is this the Marvel movie universe? Lu Ming's thoughts were in a jumble. Waking up in a strange foreign barracks, and remembering those bizarre choices he'd seen before losing consciousness, he felt an urgent need to confirm his suspicions. He immediately unzipped his pants and glanced down, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. At least, his body hadn't changed. So, it's not a complete transmigration. My soul has entered someone else's body. Lu Ming's emotions were complicated. He couldn't see his own face, but judging by the color of his arms and the subtle changes in his physique, he determined that he was now inhabiting the body of a foreign youth around his former age. Lu Ming sat on the bed for a long while, slowly coming to terms with his new reality. In his previous life, he'd been an orphan fostered by relatives, and living in a world saturated with information from the 21st century had, unexpectedly, made it easier for him to accept this strange turn of events. Since it had already happened, there was no point in running away. The only option was to adapt. More importantly, if he had become a transmigrator, especially in a world that seemed to be from a Marvel movie where ordinary people could die at any moment, there was a good chance he'd have some kind of special cheat or power. With that thought, Lu Ming was about to check if he had any kind of system or unique ability. Just then, the door swung open and a thin, blonde, blue-eyed young man hurried in. Seeing Lu Ming awake, the blonde youth paused for a moment, then strode overexcitedly. Lu Ming reacted quickly, guessing that this person was probably a friend of the body's original owner. If he could play along, there might be a chance to learn about his new identity, his surroundings, and more about this world from the other man. Adapting to a new identity and blending in. This was the first step for any soul that crossed over. Lu Ming's lips curled in a slight smile as he tried to look friendly. But the moment the other man spoke, his smile froze on his face. "Kyle, are you all right?" the blonde youth asked in fluent English. It was pure, unmistakable English. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth twitched involuntarily. He stared at the young man in front of him, who looked at him with genuine concern. The smile on Lu Ming's face had vanished without a trace, leaving only tightly pressed lips, his heart filled with suppressed frustration. What kind of joke is this? Wasn't everyone in the universe supposed to speak Chinese? Novels and comics really do lie. In his previous life, he'd only been an average high school student, and even with decent grades in English, he was nowhere near fluent enough to converse easily with foreigners. Now, if he tried to speak broken English, he'd probably expose his identity. Worse still, he couldn't understand a single word the other person was saying. Seeing Lu Ming's face gradually turn pale, the young man grew even more anxious, firing off several questions in rapid English. Lu Ming forced a stiff smile, his palms slick with cold sweat. He'd never imagined that a language barrier could put him in such an embarrassing predicament. Just as he was about to throw caution to the wind and respond with whatever came to mind, he suddenly noticed several translucent white cards floating behind the young man's head, circling slowly around him. Yet the young man seemed completely oblivious to the cards drifting at his side, still brimming with worry as he continued to ask questions. For white cards, it was as if he'd spotted a lifeline. Lu Ming's attention was instantly drawn to the cards. U.S. Soldier Training Uniform Set. Bicycle Riding. Street Fighting Techniques. English, Fundamental Mastery. Except for the first card, which was labeled as an item card and not available for selection, the other three were ability cards, all currently selectable. Without hesitation, Lu Ming focused his attention on the last card. English, Fundamental Mastery. English, Fundamental Mastery. Grants command of common English conversation and writing skills. White ability card. Current status. Available for extraction. Would you like to extract it? Ability cards can be extracted? Is this the cheat he gets after transmigrating? Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He immediately chose to extract the English, Fundamental Mastery, card from the young man. In fact, all he did was silently recite his wish in his mind. 3 seconds later, the young man's words became instantly clear and easy to understand. Are you sure you're okay? You look pale. Do you want to see the medic again? I'm fine. I just wasn't fully awake earlier, Lu Ming replied, the English spilling from his lips as smoothly as his native tongue, even carrying a local accent. That's a relief, the young man said, visibly relaxing. He handed over a cup of water and some medicine, smiling as he added, "Take your medicine first." Lu Ming nodded, swallowed the pill, and took a few more sips of water. At last, he let out a breath of relief. Phew, I finally feel much better. By the way, my head's still a bit dizzy. Could you tell me where I am? Seeing Lu Ming's earnest expression, the young man was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly broke into a playful grin. Kyle, did you hit your head so hard you forgot everything? This is a U.S. military training base, you know. Kyle, a military training base? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he realized that the original owner's name was Kyle. Quietly accepting this new identity, he began to think of himself as the new Kyle. From this moment on, Lu Ming was gone. In his place stood a brand new Kyle. No matter how harsh reality might be, life still had to go on. The young man continued. That's right, this is a training base. We're both new recruits and only arrived yesterday. Maybe it's the heat. You fainted from heat stroke during some intense running drills. Heat stroke? Looks like this body isn't exactly in top shape. Kyle couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he grabbed the young man's thin shoulders and asked urgently, "One more question. Have you ever heard of the Avengers? This is important, please tell me." His top priority now was to confirm whether he was actually in the Marvel Universe. "Kyle, take it easy. You're shaking me to pieces," the young man protested, rolling his eyes as his slender frame was nearly rattled apart. Once Kyle stopped, the young man finally caught his breath and replied, "That group you mentioned? Never heard of them. What is it?" "You've never heard of them," Kyle frowned, but then another thought struck him. Eyes wide, he asked, "Wait, what's the date today? I mean the exact year, month, and day." "Kyle, did you really hit your head that hard?" the young man asked, a little surprised. "Please, just tell me." "It's September 1943. 1943, that's during World War II. Kyle fell silent. Even if this was the Marvel Universe, the Avengers didn't exist during the war. But there was still one iconic figure. One last question. Kyle drew a deep breath, anxiety and hope mingling in his voice. "Is there someone named Steve in this training camp?" "Steve?" The young man's expression grew a bit strange. "Yes, Steve Rogers," Kyle pressed. He knew that in Marvel's World War II era, the first hero to emerge was Captain America. Captain America, the very first superhero in the Marvel Universe. "Kyle, what are you talking about? Don't you know that person?" The young man blinked and, seeing the confusion in Kyle's eyes, pointed at his own nose with a smile. "That's me. I'm Steve Rogers." Kyle was stunned by those words. His eyes widened in shock as he looked the young man up and down once again. Compared with the average youth, the young man appeared frail and slight, with a simple head of blonde hair and a gentle face tinged with a hint of resolve. There was something oddly familiar about this look to Kyle. It was exactly what Captain America had looked like before receiving the super soldier serum. If this person was here, then he truly was in the Marvel Universe. At that moment, Kyle had no time to dwell on meeting his idol in person. His heart was a tumult of excitement and anxiety. On one hand, the idea of coming face-to-face with superheroes and cutting-edge technology from the movies filled him with boundless enthusiasm. On the other, the thought of all the formidable villains lurking in this world gave him a headache. Still, since this was the Marvel Universe during the Second World War, he couldn't even be sure he'd live to see the 21st century. Worrying about the arrival of Thanos was a bit premature. Besides, with Captain America himself right beside him, that was a reassurance in itself, no matter what happened. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Kyle's gaze towards Steve subtly changed, enough for Steve to sense a hint of unease. Instinctively, Steve took half a step back. "Oh, right." As if suddenly remembering something, Steve spoke up with a trace of concern in his voice. "Officer Brandt asked me to let you know that. Once you're awake, you should go see him. The officer in charge of training the new recruits, right?" Kyle nodded. After all, he'd watched Captain America, the first Avenger, and still had some impression of the training officer. He recalled how, before becoming Captain America, Steve had often been picked on by officers and fellow recruits alike, all because of his frail frame. Maybe the original Kyle had gotten into trouble for the same reason. As a new recruit, fainting from heat stroke on the very first day of training had probably left the officer with a poor impression of him. Kyle pondered for a moment, then said calmly, "I can't quite remember the way to the officer's office. Could you show me?" "No problem. Follow me," Steve replied with a nod. And so, Steve led Kyle out of the barracks, the two of them walking side by side along the base's internal roads. The sunlight outside was especially harsh. On the vast training ground, squads of young soldiers in white t-shirts, their muscular arms exposed, were running in step with shouted cadences. "Hey look, isn't that Kyle and Steve? Passed out from heat stroke on the very first day, what a weakling. One's just a pretty boy, the other a scrawny kid. They actually make quite the pair." A squad of new recruits jogged past them, whistling as they went. It was clear they were Kyle and Steve's bunkmates. "Kyle, just ignore them," Steve said, looking back to offer reassurance, only to find that there wasn't a hint of discontent on Kyle's face, just a faint, serene smile. Of course, Kyle paid no heed to the opinions of these new recruits. To someone like him, who possessed a card drawing system, only the man by his side, Steve, who was destined to become Captain America, was worthy of being called a true companion. On the way to the commanding officer's office, Kyle kept experimenting with his card drawing abilities. Soon, he came to a few initial realizations. First, as long as someone came within 3 meters of him, Kyle could see that person's card information. Currently, these cards fell into 2 categories: item cards and ability cards. Item cards could not be extracted, while ability cards could be freely copied or drawn. Ability cards represented skills an individual had mastered. For example, basic skills like conversational English or driving a car appeared. As white cards, more advanced professional-level skills, like fluent English or expert marksmanship, were represented by green cards. Green ability cards can also be drawn, but they take longer than white cards. Kyle was pondering over his abilities when Steve suddenly patted him on the shoulder and led him toward a room. "Reporting, sir. Private Steve has brought Kyle as ordered." Private Kyle, reporting for duty." Kyle and Steve stood side by side at the office doorway, offering a crisp military salute. "Come in," a commanding voice rang out. The two of them stepped into the office shoulder to shoulder. The room was sparsely furnished, exuding a military simplicity, with a desk positioned in the center. Seated behind the desk was a middle-aged man in an officer's uniform, undoubtedly Commander Bryant. Beside the desk stood a female agent in uniform, holding a file in her arms. "Soldier, how's your recovery?" Commander Bryant regarded Kyle with an even gaze. Kyle answered immediately, "Sir, I made a full recovery and am ready to resume training at any time." "Oh." Commander Bryant raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone indifferent. "There's no need for further training. Go pack your things. Someone will escort you home first thing tomorrow morning." Steve's expression changed at once. That statement made it clear that Kyle's military career was over. The female agent said nothing, merely jotting down notes in her file. Kyle, however, remained calm, as if none of this concerned him. He responded steadily, "Sir, I request permission to stay and continue my training." Commander Bryant gave a cold snort. "Training? You collapsed from heat stroke on your very first day. Your willpower is sorely lacking. You've brought shame to the entire military. And tell me, What makes you think you have what it takes to be a soldier defending this country? As he spoke, his gaze swept over Steve as well, clearly reprimanding him too. Facing the skepticism around him, Kyle took a deep breath, stepped forward, and answered with confidence. Please give me a chance. I will prove my abilities and qualifications to you, sir. With that single step, Kyle entered the 3-meter radius around Officer Bryant. He focused his attention, and immediately, over 30 white and green cards floated into view before his eyes. As expected of the officer in charge of training new recruits, there were 9 green cards alone. Pistol Mastery, Rifle Mastery, Military Support Equipment Mastery, Military Boxing and Combat Mastery, Drill Instructor Expertise. You do talk a big game. Tell me, how exactly do you plan to demonstrate your abilities? Officer Bryant let out a dismissive snort. If someone truly had the skills to back up their words, such confidence was understandable. But without real ability, it was nothing more than arrogance. Who would have thought that this recruit, the very one who had collapsed from heatstroke during the very first day's run, would still dare to speak of talent? Seated by the desk, the female agent shook her head inwardly, her impression of Kyle dropping even further. Despite his striking looks, enough to rank him in the top 3 of the entire training camp, his willpower and self-awareness fell short even of Steve's. If you don't believe me, sir, why not have a contest with me? After scanning Officer Bryant's cards, Kyle felt more secure and spoke steadily. If I win, let me stay in the camp. If I lose, you won't have to bother dismissing me. I'll pack up and go myself. A contest? You? Don't tell me you want to play cards or flip coins with me. Officer Bryant gave him a look of utter disdain. Of course not. I'd like to compete with you to see who better possesses a soldier's abilities. Kyle drew another deep breath, his tone unwavering. That's enough. Soldier, don't push your luck. Officer Bryant slammed his hand down on the desk and stood up, his voice tinged with anger. What gives you the right to challenge me? This is an insult to your superior. I could have you court-martialed for this. Kyle knew there was no turning back now. He could only hold his ground. I mean, no disrespect, sir. I'm completely serious. I just want a chance to prove myself as a soldier. You, Officer Bryant, was about to speak when the female agent suddenly interjected. Soldier, what do you want to challenge Officer Bryant in? Marksmanship. Any firearm will do, Kyle replied without hesitation. The female agent fixed her gaze on Kyle, as if searching his face for some hidden answer. At last, she said, I think he deserves a chance. With that, she fell silent again. To challenge me in marksmanship? I can't tell if you're just that confident, or if this is your last desperate struggle. Officer Bryant sneered, sinking back into his chair. Fine then. 5 o'clock this afternoon. We'll meet at the shooting range. Rifle contest, 50-meter targets. All right, Kyle replied, quietly letting out a breath of relief. Everything was going exactly as he had anticipated. He shifted his attention to the female agent. Anyone who could interrupt an officer's words so boldly clearly wasn't an ordinary agent. Perhaps her skill cards would be useful to him in the future. Wasting no time, Kyle focused his mind on the female agent. The next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Over 70 skill cards shimmered around her, far more than Officer Bryant's 30 or so. These white and green cards overlapped and intertwined, nearly hiding her tall, poised figure. Mastery in psychology, mastery in medical aid, mastery in Morse code, mastery in assassination, mastery in rifle marksmanship, mastery in etiquette. There were over 20 green skill cards alone. Among them, one card stood out. Its green was deeper and more radiant than the others, making it especially eye-catching. Since we're making this a wager, could we have this agent as our witness? Preferably with written documentation, Kyle suggested with a smile. This time, he wasn't flirting. His reason was simple. Drawing a green skill card required 3 minutes, and it only worked within a 1-meter range. Yet Kyle's air of complete confidence left everyone in the office, Steve included, momentarily speechless. A rookie, on his very first day at the camp, challenging the officer's marksmanship. News of the wager exploded across the training base like a bomb dropped into a quiet lake, sending ripples of excitement everywhere. Even more astonishing, the challenger had just fainted from heat stroke, while the officer he was up against was a captain and a professional military instructor. The contrast fueled endless gossip among the ranks. Whether soldier or officer, everyone who heard about the contest was first stunned, then couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for the rookie. Of all the people to offend, why pick Officer Bryant? I heard he used to place in the top 3 at military shooting competitions. Is that rookie out of his mind? He must have given up hope. He's about to make a spectacle of himself. Despite the doubts, the contest became the hottest topic on base. Long before 5 o'clock, nearly everyone had flocked to the shooting range, eager to see Kyle's humiliation firsthand. Kyle, you're being reckless, Steve sighed repeatedly. You barely ever touch a rifle. How could you possibly outshoot a career officer? If you go back and apologize now, maybe there's still a chance. Don't worry, Kyle replied, calm and collected, not a hint of anxiety in his demeanor. After this contest, no one here will ever look down on us again. Because he had already drawn an ability card in advance, one that would guarantee his victory in this competition. Training base, open field shooting range. The spectator stands along the range were already packed with soldiers in olive green uniforms, steel helmets gleaming under the sun. Many officers, dressed in their formal attire, had also gathered to witness this contest. Officer Bryant was the first to step up to the firing line, beginning to test the firearms. Meanwhile, the female agent remained absorbed in reviewing the dossier in her hands. When Steve entered with Kyle, Officer Bryant beckoned them over, then gestured grandly to the table where a variety of military rifles were displayed. Here you'll find every rifle currently in service with the U.S. Army, he said. Feel free to choose whichever you like. Kyle nodded in reply, but didn't head straight for the table. Instead, he turned and walked over to the female agent, offering her a warm smile. Agent Carter, may I borrow your gun? I'd like to give it a try. Agent Carter looked up at him. In the bright sunlight, her features appeared strikingly sculpted, her red lips and fair skin lending her an exceptional presence. Only now did Kyle learn her name was Carter, a detail he'd picked up from Steve after leaving the officer's office. In person, she was even more beautiful and captivating than she was in the movies. Of course, but are you sure you want to use my gun for the competition? Agent Carter's tone was calm as she handed him her sidearm. It was a black, elegantly crafted custom pistol, sleek and compact, clearly designed for a woman's use. Are you joking? Competing with a pistol against my rifle? Officer Bryant frowned, clearly displeased. After all, even at a distance of just 50 meters, a pistol's accuracy could hardly compare to that of a rifle. Please allow me to borrow it, Kyle confirmed, taking the custom pistol from Carter's hand. The craftsmanship was superb. It fit perfectly in his grasp and felt far superior to the standard-issue rifles on the table. The sunlight played across its surface, reflecting a cold, metallic gleam. This was undoubtedly a weapon with real stopping power. Excellent firearm, Kyle remarked, admiringly, as he tested the grip and balance. Best out of 3 shots. No need to waste too many Army rounds on you, Officer Bryant said, disengaging the rifle's safety as he strode toward the firing platform. 3 shots it is, then. Please, you go first, sir, Kyle replied with a polite smile, even making a courteous gesture to invite Bryant ahead. Let me show you what real marksmanship looks like, Officer Bryant declared. With practiced skill, he raised the rifle, took aim in a matter of seconds, and fired 3 quick shots at the target 50 meters away. When he finished, he straightened up with self-assurance. 50-meter rifle shooting was a basic drill, and with over 20 years of military experience behind him, this was nothing he couldn't handle. Soon, the instructor announced the results. Officer Bryant, 50-meter target, 2 shots hit the bullseye, 1 landed in the inner ring, 29 points in total. 29 points, almost a perfect score. The soldiers watching let out cries of amazement. Although Officer Bryant was clearly pleased, he kept a stern expression and even shook his head as he said, just an average performance today. Otherwise, getting a perfect score would have been easy. A true rifle expert, no doubt. Kyle shrugged and walked straight to the firing line. In his previous life, Kyle had lived in peaceful times. He had never practiced with a pistol. He hadn't even truly held a gun before. Yet now, with a card granting him expert pistol skills, the pistol felt surprisingly natural and familiar in his grip, filling him with an unprecedented confidence. Kyle looked toward the distant target. Though his movements weren't exactly practiced, he calmly raised his arm and, in less than half a second, aimed and fired 3 quick shots in succession. What a show-off, Officer Bryant couldn't help but mutter, shaking his head. For pistols, 50 meters was already considered a long distance in hitting. The target at that range was far more difficult than with a rifle. To win, all 3 shots needed to hit the bullseye, a near-impossible feat for a rookie. Sure enough, the instructor spent a long time carefully inspecting the 50-meter target before finally calling out loudly, "Soldier Kyle, 50-meter target." All 3 shots missed. 0 points. The shooting range fell silent for a moment. Then laughter rippled through the spectators' stands. Even Officer Bryant looked surprised. He had expected that, given Kyle's confidence, the young man would at least hit the target, even if he couldn't match him. But he never imagined Kyle would miss all 3 shots completely. What a farce. "Kyle, pack your things and get out," Officer Bryant said with a cold laugh, shaking his head. Just then, Kyle, still standing at the firing line, suddenly spoke up in a clear voice. "Instructor, could you check the 100-meter target?" "The 100-meter target? Are you trying to make an even bigger fool of yourself?" Officer Bryant finally lost patience. He strode forward, angry enough that his face was flushed, his rifle almost pointing at Kyle's head. You really want me to shoot you right here? Kyle replied calmly. Before you do anything, could you wait for the instructor to check the score at the 100-meter target? Are you insane? Do you actually want me to pull the trigger? Officer Bryant snapped. Just then, the instructor at the 100-meter line called out in a rush. Report. Soldier Kyle, 100-meter target. All 3 shots hit the bullseye. 30 points. All 3 shots, dead center, at 100 meters. The shooting range, which had been filled with laughter, now fell into stunned silence. Every soldier and officer on the field stared in disbelief. Officer Bryant was in utter shock. After double and triple checking the results with the instructor, he could only lower his rifle, dumbfounded. It seems, then, that I've won this contest. Sir, I'll remain at the base for further training. Kyle finally let out a sigh of relief. Having a gun pointed at him moments ago was not an experience he wished to repeat. Still, the outcome was in his favor. The danger had passed, and that was enough for him. Without waiting for Director Bryant's response, Kyle stepped off the shooting platform and walked over to Agent Carter, returning the custom handgun to her. Carter looked at him in astonishment, exclaiming, I never expected you could achieve something like this with a pistol. With the range of this custom piece, you could do it too, couldn't you? Kyle replied with a gentle smile. How did you know? Carter couldn't help but ask. Just a guess. But for today, you were my lady luck. Next time I get the chance, I'll be sure to thank you properly. With that, Kyle turned and left the shooting range, leaving Carter standing there perplexed, while Director Bryant also seemed lost in thought. Outside the range, Steve spotted Kyle and hurried over, throwing his arms around him in a tight hug. Kyle, you scare the life out of me back there. Come on, don't get so affectionate. I'm straight, you know. Kyle joked, but after the embrace, he still gave Steve's narrow shoulders a friendly pat. I had no idea you were such a sharpshooter. You have to teach me sometime, Steve said with delight. Of course. We're friends for. Let's go grab some food. The two of them walked shoulder to shoulder toward the mess hall. As they left, someone in the stands started clapping, and in the next moment, thunderous applause erupted across the entire range. Even the new recruits from their barracks, who had mocked them earlier, now hung their heads in shame. To challenge a rifle at 50 meters with a pistol at 100 and win decisively, Kyle's marksmanship had earned the respect and admiration of everyone in the camp. The meals here are nutritious enough, but they could use some work in the flavor department, Kyle remarked after eating, as he returned to the dormitory for some rest. After his stunning performance in the contest, the attitudes of his fellow recruits had changed entirely. Just as Steve had predicted, those who once ignored them now went out of their way to make friends. Those who had bullied them had become noticeably cautious. That's the power that comes with real skill. Having tasted the benefits of drawing ability cards, Kyle only enjoyed the process of self-improvement even more. There were about 20 people in the dorm, and Kyle was like a parched sponge, endlessly absorbing the abilities from the cards of those around him, never passing up a single chance. Most of the new recruits, however, were still just green soldiers. Even if they had cards, they were usually white tier cards, with green ones being rare. And among the green cards, truly useful ones were even scarcer. Agent Carter's cards were still the most anticipated ones. There were over 20 green cards, and who knew when he'd be lucky enough to collect them all. With his card collection complete for now, Kyle leaned back on his bed, deep in thought. Steve suddenly leaned over, curiosity lighting up his face. Kyle, what's on your mind? Still lost in his thoughts, Kyle answered without thinking. I was thinking about Agent Carter. Ah, Agent Carter. As soon as Steve heard that name, his expression froze. You like her, don't you? Kyle couldn't help but chuckle, trying to reassure him. Relax. I wouldn't dream of competing with you for her affection. You're a good man, Kyle. Gratitude flickered across Steve's face, but it was quickly replaced by a touch of dejection. But honestly, I don't think I stand a chance. A woman like her, I'm just not good enough. Don't sell yourself short, Steve. You have to believe in your own potential. Believe in your future. Kyle gave Steve's shoulder a firm pat, his voice steady, with encouragement. If you really like her, then stick to your feelings. Push yourself to grow. I want to see you by my side on the battlefield one day. After all, you're Captain America. In this Marvel-era World War II, you are without a doubt the leading hero. Thank you, Kyle. Steve nodded vigorously, finally finding the resolve to get up from his bed. Go get stronger. Even though I have the power to draw ability cards, and will always be a step ahead, I want to see what you can achieve. Watching Steve leave, Kyle's thoughts turned once more to the ability cards he had collected. Setting aside the 100 or so white cards of various abilities, there were only 5 green cards currently in his possession. Rifle Mastery, English Proficiency, Military Boxing Mastery, Psychology Mastery, True Handgun Mastery. Among them, True Handgun Mastery clearly stood out from the other 4 green cards. True Handgun Mastery possessed near-perfect handgun skills. Rare green ability card. This was, without doubt, the most valuable card Kyle had drawn from Carter. Thanks to this rare card, He had been able to easily outclass that officer who was also a rifle expert. Without it, his chances in that contest would have been a coin toss. A rare green card is greater than an ordinary green card, which in turn is greater than a white card. Green ability cards are much harder to obtain than white ones. The distance and timing requirements are stricter. I haven't seen real combat yet, so the other green cards aren't of much use for now. What I need most at this stage is a green ability card that can boost my physical strength. Kyle reflected inwardly. His original physical condition had been poor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have collapsed from heat stroke on the first day. If he wanted to survive the demanding training of army life, he would have to transform his body. Directly extracting others' physical abilities, such as the green card for military boxing mastery or the white card for running specialist and swimming specialist, could, in a roundabout way, enhance his own physique. Unfortunately, the enhancement from white ability cards was limited. Only the green ability cards brought a truly noticeable improvement. Tomorrow, I'll keep searching for ability cards, focusing especially on green ones related to physical prowess. A glimmer of longing flashed in Kyle's eyes. Every talented person in the entire military training base was now his target. The next morning, after breakfast and a weighted morning run, the new recruits assembled neatly in the square, all dressed in crisp uniforms. Today's training wasn't led by the usual officer brand, but by a different instructor, a tall, powerfully built middle-aged officer. His skin, bronzed from countless hours outdoors, accentuated the chiseled lines of his muscles, and his presence radiated authority. Officer Brandt is off today. I'll be leading your combat training. My name is Joseph Kingsley, but you can call me Instructor Joseph. The substitute instructor introduced himself in a booming voice. Understood, the recruits replied in unison. Instructor Joseph continued. By the way, the recruit who stood out yesterday is in your squad, isn't he? There was a hint of interest in his tone. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Kyle in the second row, while Steve watched his friend with nervous anticipation. Kyle, step forward. At Instructor Joseph's command, Kyle marched out of the ranks with textbook military precision. Not bad. Your pistol shooting yesterday was impressive, worthy of being called a sharpshooter. Joseph began with praise, but quickly shifted his tone. But marksmanship alone isn't enough. To become a truly outstanding American soldier, you'll need much more. If an enemy gets close, you might not even last a single round. Kyle silently scoffed to himself, recognizing this as an attempt to put him in his place. Outwardly, he maintained humility and asked, Instructor, would you be willing to give me a first-hand demonstration of close-quarters combat? The recruits immediately felt the tension rise at this challenge-laced question. Joseph was momentarily interrupted, a flicker of annoyance crossing his mind. No wonder Officer Brand had been so exasperated he needed a day off. This recruit was certainly a handful. Still, Joseph showed no sign of anger. Instead, he smiled and said, Very well. Let me show you what real close-quarters combat looks like. Kyle pressed further. What if I accidentally injure you, sir? There was a note of concern in his voice. I give you full permission to fight back however you wish. That's an order, Instructor Joseph declared, sweeping his arm to signal that Kyle could make the first move. Then I won't hold back. As soon as Kyle finished speaking, he dashed forward, closing the distance in just a few quick strides. His fists clenched tightly. He decisively unleashed his military boxing skills. Military boxing mastery, proficient in practical military boxing, focused on close-quarters combat. Green ability card. The difference between amateurs and experts is clear the moment they make a move. Instructor Joseph hadn't expected Kyle to have mastered military boxing so thoroughly, forcing him onto the defensive and quickly putting him at a disadvantage. Kyle paid no heed to his opponent's rank, nor did he try any tricks. He attacked relentlessly with smooth, precise military boxing moves, treating Instructor Joseph like a live training dummy for real combat practice. This is humiliating. Joseph's expression darkened. He could sense the recruits around the arena now looked at him differently. Although he was just as skilled in military boxing as Kyle and managed to block most of Kyle's attacks, the fight's appearance made it seem as though Kyle held the upper hand. Had enough yet? Knowing military boxing alone isn't enough to spar with me. Joseph changed his tactics, using both fists and feet as his full fighting abilities came into play, gradually turning the tables and pressing Kyle back. You really are strong, Kyle panted, struggling to defend against the fierce assault while keeping his focus fixed on the array of ability cards shimmering around Instructor Joseph. Military boxing mastery, endurance combat mastery, counterattack combat mastery, true physical fitness. Just counting the green cards related to physical training, Joseph possessed four, one of which was a rare green card. No wonder he was able to recover so quickly after falling behind. Kyle's eyes gleamed, and he began to quietly attempt to extract one of the instructor's cards. To extract a green ability card, he needed to be within 1 meter of the target and maintain contact for 3 minutes. This was Kyle's real motive for choosing such close-quarters combat with the instructor. Sparring was simply the most natural way to stay close. Though Kyle was gradually being forced back, he continued to resist tenaciously. Joseph found it difficult to knock him down, and just as he considered calling a brief pause, Kyle pressed in again, resuming his relentless military boxing assault. "Soldier, do you really want to force me to get serious?" Joseph gritted his teeth, but Kyle seemed only to grow more energized the harder they fought, clinging to him with relentless determination. 3 minutes later, the counterattack Combat Mastery card was successfully extracted. Kyle felt a warm surge of power course through his body. His stamina was noticeably boosted, and the techniques of counterattack fighting became as familiar to him as if he'd trained for years. "Go down!" Joseph put even more force behind his next punch, intent on knocking Kyle to the ground. But just then, Kyle suddenly locked both arms around Joseph's, using the momentum to launch a fierce counterattack. Hand-to-hand combat, military boxing, and close-quarters fighting. With his new abilities, Kyle quickly closed the gap between himself and the instructor. What was supposed to be a short, decisive bout now became a deadlock, the fight dragging on much longer than anyone expected. Joseph and Kyle clashed fiercely, dust swirling around them, neither able to gain a clear upper hand. It was a duel between masters. The new recruits nearby stared in astonishment. The prolonged and intense melee soon caught the attention of other units on the training ground, and before long, a thick crowd had gathered, encircling the two fighters several rows deep. "What's going on over there?" Agent Carter, passing by, noticed the commotion and curiously questioned a nearby officer rushing toward the scene. The officer could only shrug helplessly. A new recruit is sparring in close combat with instructor Joseph. "Joseph?" Carter's sensuous lips parted slightly in surprise. "Yes, Joseph, the instructor who specializes in combat training," the officer replied with a wry smile. "I have no idea how that recruit is managing it, but he's lasted almost 10 minutes against Joseph." "What's the recruit's name?" Carter opened her folder, ready to make a note. "Kyle. Private Kyle. Card draw successful. True physical vitality. Grants you a robust and healthy physique, making you healthier than ordinary people and increasing your stamina and endurance. A rare green ability card." It worked. Kyle gasped for breath, sweat already soaking through his uniform. At last, he had obtained the final ability card for physical enhancement. Although he could feel the surge of power within his body, fatigue and soreness were still etched deep into his muscles. With a sudden push, he sprang backward, putting distance between himself and his opponent as if breaking from the fight. Joseph made to pursue, but Kyle raised his hands. "All right, I'm really spent. I surrender." Joseph, also breathing heavily, halted his fist just short of Kyle's nose, bristling beard quivering. "What can't keep going? You really are incredible, instructor. Your strength, speed, and fighting skill are all leagues above mine. I admit defeat. If you hadn't been holding back, I probably would have been injured long ago." As Kyle slumped to the ground, he still managed to praise his opponent. "You rascal." Joseph let out a curse and, ignoring the gathering crowd, sat right down on the ground himself, exhausted. "To be honest, I did go easy on you at first. But after that, I gave it everything I had. Soldier, I have to say, your talent for combat is the best I've seen in my 20 years of service. You're a real monster." During those 10 or so minutes of sparring, Instructor Joseph was astonished to sense that Kyle seemed to be imitating him, learning constantly, and advancing at a remarkable pace in close-quarters combat. The speed of Kyle's improvement took him completely by surprise. "That was a great fight. We'll have to spar again when we get the chance," Instructor Joseph said with a broad grin. He had a genuine appreciation for soldiers who picked up combat skills as quickly as Kyle did. "No problem," Kyle replied without hesitation. Besides the 3 physical attribute cards he'd just drawn from Instructor Joseph, there were still several other green ability cards on him. Kyle certainly had no reason to refuse another match. "You soldiers," Instructor Joseph raised his eyebrows and swept his gaze around the room before suddenly bellowing. "What are you all staring at? Don't you have training to do? Or do you all want to take me on one-on-one? We're definitely not monsters like Kyle." None of the watching recruits dared answer. They scattered at once, like a beehive that had just been struck. Training base, underground office, the office of the highest-ranking official. Kyle does personal file. Gender, male. Age, 22. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Born in 1921, Kyle's family home is 199 Highland Street, Brooklyn, New York, USA. Current family status, single. Both parents were U.S. military personnel who died heroically in a secret war in 1935 and were posthumously honored as martyrs. This year, Kyle passed the physical exam at the world's fair recruitment center and became one of the newest recruits for the Super Soldier Project, entering the base to begin training. On the first day of training, he competed in a shooting contest with Officer Bryant, securing a decisive victory thanks to his superb marksmanship. On the second day, he engaged in close combat with Officer Joseph. Though he lost the first match due to exhaustion, 3 days later, they faced off again. This time, Kyle demonstrated tremendous progress and ultimately won. Day 3 of training. Agent Carter has recommended listing Kyle as the top candidate for the Super Soldier program. Officer Bryant has also recommended him as the top choice. Officer Joseph submitted the same endorsement. At the bottom of Kyle's file were the handwritten signatures of the 3 officials responsible for the Super Soldier selection process. I never expected that, for a review and selection process originally planned to last a whole week, by just the 6th day, 3 supervisors would all recommend the same soldier, said a tall, imposing middle-aged man as he set down the file. Wearing a general's uniform adorned with 4 stars on his shoulder, his distinguished rank and authority were unmistakable. To be honest, I'm not exactly fond of that Kyle fellow, Officer Bryant remarked with a disgruntled twist of his mouth, letting out a sigh. But I have to admit, he truly has every gift and quality that makes an outstanding soldier. Officer Joseph nodded in agreement, sighing with emotion. Yes, in just 5 or 6 days of training, he's already shown qualities on par with the very best special forces. General Chester, if you hadn't reminded me that the Super Soldier Serum hasn't completed its final round of testing, I might have believed Kyle was the result of some secret experiment. Agent Carter maintained her calm expression as she gave her assessment. If the Super Soldier Serum proves successful with him, he could become the most well-rounded, ideal soldier in American history. Let me correct you, not just American history, but the whole world, Officer Joseph added firmly. After their discussion, General Chester turned his gaze to an elderly doctor wearing glasses and asked, Dr. Abraham Erskine, what do you think? After all, you're the creator of the Super Soldier Serum, and your opinion carries weight in selecting its first test subject. Dr. Abraham answered slowly, Kyle's physical abilities and willpower are indeed exceptional. He paused briefly, then revealed his true thoughts. However, I believe Private Steve might be even more suitable. His strength of will and sense of justice are qualities essential to creating the perfect soldier. In Dr. Erskine's mind, Steve had always been the ideal candidate for the Super Soldier, but there was no denying that Kyle's arrival had eclipsed nearly every other recruit at the training camp. So it's 3-1, is that it? General Chester tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze shifting to the last man in the office. Howard Stark, as the chief scientist on the Super Soldier Project, do you have any thoughts? Dressed sharply in a suit and exuding an air of sophistication, Howard shrugged and smiled. I'm only responsible for the science and technology. The selection of soldiers is your domain. Whoever you choose is fine by me. General Chester considered for a moment, then said, Here's what we'll do. Send someone to approach Kyle, let him learn about the Super Soldier program, and see what he thinks and whether he's willing. I'll go. Carter, who was usually silent, spoke up suddenly. Very well, you'll take charge. General Chester nodded, his tone grave. Tomorrow, make preparations for the final experiment with the Super Soldier. Inside the barracks, Kyle had just finished his shower. Beads of water still clung to his golden hair, and he stood shirtless in front of the mirror, wearing only a pair of shorts. His features were striking, handsome, and full of vitality, but what drew the eye most was his strong, upright physique. His abdominal muscles looked as if they'd been sculpted from steel. So this is what it looks like stacking more than a dozen physique and skill cards. Kyle admired his reflection with satisfaction. Now, in strength, speed, and overall physical condition, he'd already surpassed veteran Special Forces soldiers. Over the past few days, he hadn't slacked off for a moment. In addition to collecting cards that improved his physique, he continued to acquire both white and green ability cards of other types. By now, he possessed 36 green ability cards, each representing expertise in a different field, and the number of white cards in his collection had exceeded 400, a truly astonishing feat. What most people called genius or being multi-talented seemed rather ordinary to him. It's been almost a week since my rebirth, Kyle reflected, following the plot of Captain America, the first Avenger, the Super Soldier. Experiment should be starting soon. As he pondered this, a sudden sharp sound echoed. Someone pushed open the door to his dormitory. Steve, Kyle called out, stepping from the bathroom, but his eyes widened in surprise when he saw a woman standing in the doorway. Agent Carter, are you sure you're in the right place? This is the recruit's barracks. Indeed, it was Agent Carter. Dressed in her usual tailored military uniform, she cut a figure of composed elegance, her posture crisp and professional as she carried a folder in one hand and strode decisively into the common area. I'm not lost. I'm here to see you specifically, Carter answered with a slight frown, her tone cool. It's supposed to be group training for recruits right now. Why are you in the dorm, taking a shower? Kyle grinned, not rushing to get dressed. Draping a towel over his shoulders to cover himself, he replied, well, breaking the solo training record at the base earned me a small privilege. That's all. He gestured around the plane room. It's pretty basic here, so I'm afraid there's not much in the way of hospitality. Please, Agent Carter, make yourself comfortable. Carter calmly surveyed the room. Finding there were no chairs, she finally settled herself at the edge of one of the beds. So, what brings you here to see a new recruit like me? Kyle asked, unabashed, toweling off his damp hair as he moved closer and took a seat on the other side of the bed. With the narrow width of the single cot, less than a meter separated them. Why are you sitting so close? Carter shot him a frosty glance. Kyle shrugged. Well, this is my bed, after all. It only makes sense for me to sit here, doesn't it? Carter hesitated, surprised to realize she'd chosen Kyle's bed at random. Kyle's smile lingered. There was more to his proximity than met the eye. Carter carried nearly 10 green ability cards he didn't yet have, and being near her offered him a chance to acquire them. Chatting at close quarters with a beautiful woman while drawing new cards. This was far more enjoyable than the rigorous drills of recent days. Then let me get straight to the point, Carter said, her legs together and her posture attentive. How much do you know about the Super Soldier project? Super Soldier? Kyle affected a look of mild surprise. All I know is that our batch of recruits was originally selected for that project, but beyond that, I don't have many details. Let me give you a brief introduction. The Super Soldier project is the brainchild of Dr. Abraham. By injecting a special serum, it stimulates the vitality of human cells, comprehensively enhancing the body from the inside out. In theory, this experiment can amplify a person's physical abilities by more than threefold, creating combat power far beyond that of ordinary soldiers. Carter explained patiently, your training officer should have informed you that within this week, the first participant from among the recruits will be chosen for the Super Soldier experiment. I know, Kyle replied with a slight nod, though there was a hint of distraction in his voice. He smiled and said, so are you planning to pick me? We haven't made a final decision yet. We just wanted to hear what you think, Carter answered, her gaze lingering for a moment on Kyle's well-defined abs before she quickly looked away. The Super Soldier experiment? Huh? Kyle muttered to himself, propping his chin in his hand as he fell into deep thought. Scenes from the movie flashed through his mind. Steve had volunteered to be the first subject of the Super Soldier experiment, ultimately gaining the peak of human physical perfection and becoming Captain America. But the moment Steve successfully received the serum, a Hydra spy stole it. In the ensuing chaos, the serum was destroyed and the doctor was killed. From that point on, the Super Soldier could never be replicated. Now, thanks to his outstanding performance during training, Kyle was being given the chance to take Steve's place, to become the first participant in the Super Soldier experiment. Kyle narrowed his eyes slightly, looking over at Agent Carter not far away. With a resolute smile, he said, I'm sorry, but I've decided to decline the opportunity to be the first subject in the Super Soldier program. You're turning it down? Carter was momentarily stunned by Kyle's decisive answer. Surprise and confusion flickered across her usually composed face. Why? This is an opportunity every recruit dreams of. Kyle gave a gentle smile, raising a finger as he spoke in a relaxed tone. First of all, this is still an experiment, and there's always a risk of failure. No matter how small, I have to consider that. I believe in myself. Even without the Super Soldier serum, I can become the best soldier. He raised a second finger, his tone taking on a deeper meaning. Secondly, and this is the most important reason. What is it? For the first time, Carter's curiosity got the better of her. Though I'm giving up the chance to be the first test subject, I want to recommend someone, Steve. He has no less potential than I do. I hope you'll seriously consider him. That was what Kyle said. Even after leaving the barracks, Carter was still somewhat in a daze. She felt that Kyle had willingly passed on the chance to become a super soldier to Steve. She couldn't decide whether he was being foolish or simply loyal and true-hearted. With that, the candidates for tomorrow's Super Soldier experiment are basically settled. Carter sighed softly. With Kyle's voluntary withdrawal, Steve naturally became the top choice. Inside the military barracks, Kyle was inspecting the green ability card he had obtained from Carter. Just then, the door swung open and a slender figure dashed inside. Steve, what's got you in such a hurry? Kyle didn't even need to look up to know who had returned. Kyle, what? Steve hurried over to the bedside, his face full of confusion. Why did you give up your spot for the Super Soldier experiment to me? Oh, you found out so soon? Dr. Abraham told me himself. So tomorrow you'll be leaving the dormitory for the secret lab, right? Kyle spoke as if he'd already anticipated this, smiling gently. Isn't this great? For you, it's a chance to change your destiny. If you truly become a super soldier, your life will never be the same. For me, of course, this is a dream come true. But you need this opportunity too, Steve replied in a low voice, his tone laden with conflicting emotions. If you insist on knowing the reason, all I can say is, this chance matters more to you. Kyle answered quietly. He hadn't made this decision lightly. It was the result of careful consideration. As long as he possessed the power to draw ability cards, he could safely and quickly acquire others' abilities, without having to risk himself in the super soldier experiment. In the Captain America film, though Steve, as the protagonist, ultimately succeeded, that didn't mean the super soldier serum was completely safe. Even if the experiment succeeded, there was still a risk of mutation, like what happened to Red Skull. Moreover, without Captain America, the main storyline of the Marvel Universe could easily be thrown into chaos, something Kyle definitely didn't want to see. If you really want to thank me, then do your best in the super soldier experiment. Don't let me down. Kyle smiled, giving Steve a sincere pat on the shoulder. Brother, all you need to do is give it your all, become stronger, and come back so I could draw your abilities. For me, this is a sure-win investment with almost no risk at all. Kyle, you're so good to me. Steve, unaware of the truth, was moved to the point of tears. Watching him, Kyle felt completely awkward. He almost kicked Steve off the bed. The next morning, Steve quietly packed his belongings and left the training camp. None of the other recruits knew where he was headed. Only Kyle understood that the Super Soldier Project had officially begun in a secret underground facility. Another day passed. Commander Brandt gathered all the recruits and officially announced that the Super Soldier Project had been terminated. This news left the recruits utterly stunned. Kyle knew that everything was unfolding according to the original trajectory of the Marvel Universe. The first superhuman hero in Marvel's history, Captain America, had quietly been born. Inside the commanding officer's office. It's unfortunate. The doctor has passed away, and the super soldier serum can no longer be produced. Kyle, you've lost your only chance to become a super soldier. Officer Joseph spoke to Kyle with real regret in his voice. He truly felt sorry for him. This must be fate, Kyle replied with a sigh on the surface. Though deep down he felt nothing at all. With the power to draw cards, he could grow stronger even without the super soldier serum. Kyle made a request. Officer Joseph, I heard that Steve succeeded. May I go see him? I'm afraid not. Officer Joseph shook his head and explained, right now, Steve is undergoing physical adaptation training at a secret base. General Chester has ordered that no one is to disturb him. When will his training be finished? Kyle pressed further. It may take a few more months, Officer Joseph answered honestly. A few months. Kyle frowned. This was very similar to the plot in the Captain America movie, but he hadn't expected the training to be so completely cut off from the outside world. If he couldn't get close to Steve, he wouldn't be able to obtain the ability card from him. A few months will pass quickly. Besides, General Chester has assigned you a new task, Officer Joseph said with a grave expression. Soldier Kyle, in light of your outstanding performance during training, you are to be deployed as an exceptional new recruit to the front lines, joining the 102nd Regiment for a mission. The front lines? Kyle was stunned. This sudden news was far beyond anything he'd anticipated. Kyle, you're about to face real war. Whatever you do, don't let yourself fall easily at the hands of Nazi soldiers. With these words, Officer Joseph placed a uniform, a rifle, ammunition, and mission documents for the front lines on his desk. Yes, sir. Kyle accepted the items, but a sense of unease crept into his heart. He hadn't expected to be sent to the front lines so soon, to become a real participant in World War II. Originally, his plan was to obtain Captain America's ability card from Steve first, and only face the battlefield once he had that extra layer of security. He hadn't anticipated things would escalate so suddenly. Perhaps this was the price of his recent exceptional training results, ending his training early and being sent straight to the most dangerous place. Officer Joseph waved him off in farewell. A transport plane will be here for you this afternoon. You'd better go and get ready. Understood. Kyle nodded, took his things, and left the office. Make sure you come back alive, kid. Watching Kyle leave, Officer Joseph let out a quiet sigh. In this world war, no matter how outstanding a soldier was, the chances of survival were slim. Kyle pushed open the door, and the warm sunlight spilled over him, sweeping away the gloom that had weighed on his heart. He loosened his grip on his uniform and allowed himself a small smile. Having made it this far, he was now a match for any Special Forces operative, both in skill and in stamina. With the help of the card drawing system, there was no reason he should fall in this war. If he was destined to die, it would be in some distant future, certainly not now. Encouraging himself, Kyle adjusted his mindset and strode forward with renewed confidence. It was 1943, in the midst of World War II. Led by Adolf Hitler, the Nazi regime was launching a massive invasion across Europe. As a new recruit, Kyle was sent straight to the front lines, assigned to the 102nd Regiment of the 6th Marine Division. That afternoon, a military transport plane arrived at the training base to collect personnel. Kyle reached the front at around 9 o'clock that night. The moment the transport plane flew over the temporary camp of the combat unit, he understood why he had been dispatched here so urgently. From the plane, he looked down on the camp. A jumble of tents and stacked military supplies scattered haphazardly under the glow of a dozen yellowish, warm spotlights. Officers and soldiers rushed back and forth between them, the whole place churning like a cauldron of frantic ants. The Nazis are still pushing hard. We need more ammo now. Over here, get that stretcher. Where's everyone? Hasn't the rear sent any support yet? All units, move to the front immediately. We cannot allow the enemy another inch of European soil. The commanding officer's voice, hoarse through the loudspeaker, rang out across the camp. Medics carried in wounded men with missing limbs on stretchers, while blood-soaked. Soldiers hauled freshly delivered ammunition and equipment onto mud-splattered trucks, leaping aboard without hesitation to speed off toward the darkness of the front lines. The U.S. military, usually renowned for its strict discipline, had been thrown into near chaos. "Soldier, are you the new reinforcement?" A bearded officer, sweating and breathless, hurried over and grabbed Kyle the moment he stepped off the helicopter. "Yes, sir. Private Kyle, reporting for duty," Kyle replied quickly. "You're the only new recruit? Forget the formalities. We're short on men. Grab your weapon and head to the front. We'll deal with paperwork later." The officer barked his orders, tossing Kyle's backpack carelessly beside a tent, making it clear that he barely registered his presence. In truth, for a rookie with no combat experience, being sent straight into a battle of this scale was almost certain death. Understood. Kyle took a deep breath, already fully equipped in his combat gear and steel helmet. With an American rifle in hand, he leapt onto a military truck that was just about to depart. The four-wheel-drive military vehicles moved tirelessly back and forth to the front line, transporting supplies. Twin beams of bright headlights pierced straight into the darkness ahead. Kyle gripped his rifle tightly, the booming explosions from the front lines ringing in his ears. As the distance to the battlefield shrank, his heartbeat and adrenaline surged ever higher. "I don't think I'm scared. In fact, I feel a little excited," Kyle muttered under his breath. After all, he'd drawn far too many ability cards, just the cards that enhanced his willpower numbered over a dozen. Forget it, better to distract myself. Kyle shifted his gaze to the supplies in the truck bed. With a thought, rows of dense item card information surfaced on the boxes before him. Stretcher, first aid kit, military rations, American hand grenade, American rifle, U.S. standard issue, medium caliber rifle ammo box. These were all common white-grade item cards, interspersed with a few green-grade items, such as high-explosive grenade, high-powered sniper rifle, and short-range rocket launcher. Unlike before, these item cards were now all available for extraction. So that's how it is. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Kyle's eyes as he murmured, "As long as an item is in someone else's possession, I can't extract it. But since these supplies are ownerless at the moment, I can freely extract them and convert them to item cards to carry with me. In that case, there's no reason to hold back." Kyle immediately started extracting supplies from the truck, converting some into item cards, and stowing them away. After all, these were destined for the front lines in a hurry. If a few went missing, it was unlikely anyone would notice. He had assumed that green item cards, like green ability cards, would require at least 3 minutes to extract. To his surprise, if the items were ownerless, extraction took only 3 seconds, regardless of grade. 5 rockets, taking 2 should be enough. As he extracted the last few items, Kyle hesitated briefly. At that moment, a sudden burst of intense gunfire erupted outside. The military driver let out a blood-curdling scream, and the vehicle lurched violently before crashing into an obstacle and coming to a halt. An ambush. Kyle reacted instantly, his body tensing like a drawn bow. He crouched quietly with his rifle, pressing himself against the rear wall of the truck and straining to catch every sound outside. Footsteps, quick, urgent, closed in. Kyle quickly realized that the enemy wasn't planning to destroy the supply truck outright. Instead, they were after the goods inside. They couldn't bear to destroy the supplies on the truck, which worked out perfectly for me. Kyle was eerily calm. At this moment, the advantage of his hundreds of combat skills and ability cards came into full play. Every ounce of experience turned into instinct. He gripped his gun in his right hand, while his left quietly opened in the air. In an instant, a green item card shifted from ethereal to solid, pinched deftly between his fingers. Unlike the ability cards, which could only be manifested through one's own skill, item cards were physical objects that could transition between virtual and tangible form, or revert to their original state for direct use. Be careful. Go check it out. Don't let your guard down. Two enemy soldiers whispered in German as they hurried toward the military truck, its back covered with a green tarp. Just as they readied bayonet rifles to lift the canvas, a black, round metal object flew out from within the truck. Grenade! Take cover! The warning barely left their lips before the foremost two German soldiers were blown apart by the grenade, shrapnel and flesh scattering into the night. In that chaos, a shadow darted out from behind the truck. Enemy spotted. The three remaining Germans shouted, wildly firing behind the truck. Bullets tore up the ground and struck the bodies of their fallen comrades. But the real target was nowhere to be seen. Kyle moved with blinding speed. Shrouded by darkness and the chaos of the explosion, he slipped through the shadows, invisible to his foes. By the time they realized and tried to search for his position, he had already begun his swift counterattack. A single sharp crack split the night. The shot rang out, and the German soldier in front dropped instantly, a bullet piercing his brow, blood and brain, matter splattering the others. Before the remaining two could even determine the direction of fire, two more gunshots echoed in quick succession. 3 shots in total, each one dead on target. The reports of the guns signaled judgment and death. Soon, all 3 Germans collapsed, lifeless bodies cooling on the ground. Not bad at all. Stepping out from behind a tree, Kyle calmly surveyed the corpses soaking in pools of blood. In that split second after leaping from the truck bed, he'd used his peripheral vision to pinpoint every enemy. Dodging the first hail of bullets, he fired back without hesitation, taking them down one after another. It was his first real battle, a flawless victory, 5 enemies down, not a scratch on him. My first kill. Kyle glanced at a German soldier's corpse, the man's eyes still wide open in death, unwilling to close. His face betrayed no emotion, neither joy nor fear, cold and indifferent as death itself. Kyle had expected that his first kill, combined with the blood and carnage before him, would at least make him feel sick or want to vomit. Yet inside, he felt an uncanny calm. He knew with absolute clarity, if he didn't kill these enemies, he would be the one lying dead on the ground. I'm not fighting for some lofty ideal, nor am I here to defend my country, Kyle said coldly, staring at the corpses at his feet. I'm just trying to survive, to carve out a place for myself in this world and accomplish something. If you cross paths with me, you just had bad luck. With the brief skirmish now over, Kyle began to collect spoils from the battlefield. Once the German soldiers fell, everything they carried became loot for the taking. HM? What's this? Kyle searched one of the German soldiers and found 2 parchment scrolls. As he focused his thoughts, detailed information about the items appeared in his mind. Encrypted Map I contains detailed topography of the local war zone as surveyed by the Germans, including the positions of their temporary bases. Encrypted Map II contains intelligence gathered by a German elite squad on the distribution of American forces, combat camps, and supply routes. No wonder they dared to venture so deep behind enemy lines. It turns out this was a German elite unit, Kyle mused, carefully tucking the 2 encrypted maps away. These maps were essentially comprehensive guides, revealing the dispositions of both armies and the intricate details of the terrain. It was no wonder the Germans had managed to put such pressure on the Americans. Kyle quickly finished gathering all the equipment from the German soldiers, then turned his attention to the supplies loaded on his own military truck. For Kyle, there was no such thing as too much ammunition. Without hesitation, he claimed every single military supply that should have fallen into enemy hands, feeling not the slightest twinge of guilt. At last, he glanced around at the now empty military truck, paused for a moment's thought, then cleared away the bodies of the 2 American soldiers from the driver's seat. Even though the truck's cab was slightly damaged, he still stored the vehicle away in card form. With all this done, Kyle could confidently say he was now carrying a full truckload of military gear, fully armed and ready to set out. Standing atop a small embankment, battle-ready, Kyle gazed toward the front line, not far away, and muttered to himself, "It's time to join the fight at the front." Having endured his very first real combat, Kyle now had a deeper understanding of his own strength. With his ability cards and item cards, he believed he could hold his own, even in the chaos of large-scale war. Since this was a trial he was destined to face after his rebirth, he might as well make the war even fiercer. The front line. Boom. Rat-a-tat. A relentless barrage of gunfire and explosions merged into a symphony of thunder and rain. Muzzle flashes lit up the darkness with streaks of blue and red, while shells and grenades burst in dazzling flashes. American and German soldiers clashed fiercely across the battlefield. The American forces primarily adopted a defensive stance, constructing bunkers from dirt and stones that stretched along the front line, doing their utmost to hold back the relentless German advance. Though bullets and shells continued to mow down the charging German soldiers, the Germans pressed on with grim determination, using the bodies of their fallen comrades as cover. The distance between the two armies drew ever closer. These Nazi soldiers act like they've been brainwashed. They don't care about their lives at all. A black sergeant in the American ranks clenched his teeth, glancing around at the bloodied, exhausted men fighting by his side. Balling his fists, he spoke urgently into the radio in a low voice. "We're running out of ammunition here. Where's the backup and supplies from the rear? At this rate, our center line can't hold for more than 10 minutes. Before the sergeant could finish, a heavy blast suddenly sounded. A shell, shrieking through the air, landed just a few yards in front of his foxhole, and the explosion instantly obliterated a nearby soldier. What was that? The sergeant was thrown to the ground by the shockwave. Ignoring the ringing in his ears and the pain racking his body, he struggled to his feet. Peering through the ruined barricade, he saw a massive steel machine lumbering forward like a monster, crushing the bodies of countless German soldiers beneath its treads. Those Nazi bastards. Now they bring in tanks? I was wrong. It's not 10 minutes. It's 10 seconds before our line gets torn apart. Despair was etched across the sergeant's face. The German tank pressed on, adjusting its turret to take aim. Just as it prepared to fire a second shell, a deep, thunderous roar erupted from behind the sergeant. A rocket soared with a piercing blast, trailing thick smoke as it arced through the air and, with uncanny accuracy, struck the German tank's barrel from 40 meters away. The tank was just about to unleash its second round when a violent explosion instantly turned the steel beast into a heap of scrap metal. Nearby German soldiers, ready to advance, were decimated by the blast. Beautiful, the American soldiers erupted in cheers at the sight. Even the black sergeant's eyes went wide. What had seemed a hopeless situation was suddenly reversed by that single rocket. He couldn't help but turn to look behind him. There, just a dozen meters behind the defensive line, stood a tall, strikingly handsome young man, holding a rocket launcher effortlessly in one hand. It was Kyle, who had just arrived. Noticing all eyes turning to him, Kyle offered a slight, confident smile and announced, "Private Kyle, reporting for support." The brutal and drawn-out battle for the defense raged on until dawn. From nightfall to the pale light of dawn, it wasn't until the first rays of sunlight touched the front lines that the Germans finally gave up their assault, withdrawing like a receding tide. In this battle, although the American forces achieved a brief victory, it was a victory paid for in blood. The defensive line had become the border between life and death. Countless bodies of German and American soldiers lay scattered across the desolate wilderness. For several kilometers, the land was reduced to scorched earth, stained deep red with blood. Many of the surviving American soldiers were too exhausted to even cheer. After enduring a night of fierce combat, both body and spirit were utterly drained. Some collapsed where they stood, still clutching their rifles with white-knuckled hands even as they fell. Kyle, too, sat wearily in a dirt trench, his face streaked with fatigue, his uniform caked with blood and mud. This night had been an experience unlike any he had ever known. Even with the skills of sharpshooter, where every bullet found its mark, the brutality of the battlefield and the unending waves of enemy assaults weighed heavily on him, pressing him with the constant threat of death. It was like a relentless tug-of-war with the Grim Reaper. Every moment demanded absolute vigilance. The slightest lapse could mean a bullet finding its mark anywhere on his body. This was the true face of war. It wasn't until the enemy finally retreated that Kyle tossed his rifle, its barrel now scorching hot, onto the ground. The rifle still smoked, hissing as it cooled, clearly no longer fit for use. "Soldier, your name's Kyle, right?" A black sergeant struggled over to him. One of his eyes was clouded and blind, and his arm hung limp from a gunshot wound, yet he still managed to smile, his teeth gleaming in the sunlight. "You look so young. This must be your first time on the battlefield?" "That's right," Kyle replied, gasping for air as he nodded. "Hard to believe your first battle would be one of this scale. You fought exceptionally well, nothing like a rookie. I'll make sure to recommend you for a commendation to the colonel." The sergeant praised him sincerely. "Do as you wish. After surviving something like this, just being alive feels like the greatest fortune," Kyle said, his voice filled with emotion. "Yeah, just making it out alive is something to be grateful for," the sergeant replied with a wry smile. "Let's wait a bit longer. Reinforcement from the rear should be arriving soon. Then we can finally rest for a while." "Rest? I'm afraid I can't." Kyle shook his head, patting the pocket of his uniform. "I have something extremely important. I need to deliver it to the colonel right away." At the temporary frontline camp, inside the command tent, last night's battle went on until dawn. We lost 987 men. German casualties are even higher. Current reports say nearly 2,000. A soldier reported to the colonel. Colonel Marcus listened, his brow deeply furrowed. Nearly 3,000 dead, and even more wounded and unable to fight on. Numbers that spoke volumes of just how brutal last night's battle had been. The Germans fought so desperately to seize this area last night. They must have intended to establish a strategic foothold here, for which they could directly threaten the heart of Europe. Although they just retreated, they won't give up so easily. Once they regroup, they'll be back before long. Signalman, how many troops do we have in reserve to reinforce this position? Colonel Marcos asked. The signalman replied, the other fronts are in urgent need of men and supplies as well. We can only send 3 units to support you. Here, about 300 soldiers in total. One of these units is made up entirely of new recruits, fresh out of training camp. New recruits. Colonel Marcos couldn't contain his frustration when he heard this and burst out. What good are new recruits? This is the front line, not a training ground. At that moment, a soldier's voice came from outside the tent, announcing, Sir, a soldier named Kyle requests to see you. He says he has something important to report. Kyle. Colonel Marcos was taken aback for a second, trying to recall if such a person was in the camp. Though he couldn't remember right away, he told the guards to let Kyle in. As Kyle entered the tent, Colonel Marcos looked him over and was momentarily surprised. He blurted out, You're the new recruit who reported for duty last night? Yes, Colonel Marcos. Kyle nodded, recognizing the officer before him as the very man who had received him the previous evening and immediately sent him to the front. What brings you here? Colonel Marcos asked coolly. Kyle hadn't had time to clean up. His uniform was still stained with blood and grime. Last night, I acquired some extremely important intelligence from a German elite squad. I believe this information will be of great value to the campaign, so I came straight here after the fighting ended. Kyle explained as he reached into his pocket and produced 2 parchment scrolls. A German elite squad? Intelligence. Colonel Marcos was visibly astonished. He took the scrolls at once, pressing further. How did you manage to get these? I got them after I defeated the squad and searched their bodies. Kyle replied with a shrug, then briefly recounted how he had encountered the German elite unit on his way to the combat zone. You mean you wiped out an entire German elite squad that was operating behind our main forces? Colonel Marcos could hardly believe it, shock and awe flashing across his face. He unrolled the parchments and saw that they contained maps, along with a wealth of German codes and intelligence notes. These are indeed German cipher codes. Colonel Marcos's eyes widened, unable to hide his excitement. All the key information they've gathered here must be on these scrolls. Signalman, go to the rear at once and bring in the experts who can crack German codes. That won't be necessary, Kyle interjected softly, waving his hand. Not necessary? Both Colonel Marcos and the signalman turned to Kyle, puzzled. A faint smile appeared on Kyle's weary face. Back at the training base, I happened to learn the German army's secret codes. 3 days later. It had been 3 days since Kyle was sent to the front lines. At that moment, in the underground laboratory, thud, 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 on the training ground, heavy sandbags swayed violently with each powerful blow. A tall, muscular young man with blonde hair stood firmly before the sandbag, his vest soaked through with sweat. Each punch he threw landed with astonishing force, causing the sandbag to swing wildly. Nearby, Carter watched with concern in her eyes. Unable to hold back, she called out, Steve, take a break. You've been at this for an hour now. Thud. Steve seemed not to hear her, only striking the sandbag harder, sweat dripping steadily onto the floor. Steve. Carter raised her voice, calm but resolute. At last, Steve heard her, stopping his assault and letting the sandbag come to rest. Steve gave a wry smile. What am I now? A super soldier? Or just an experiment locked away in a basement? I don't want to become that kind of person. Steve, your fight hasn't started yet, Carter offered, trying to comfort him. And when will it start? How much longer do I have to wait? Steve's face was full of pain and helplessness. In a low voice, he said, My brother. Kyle has already gone to the front. And me, Steve Rogers. He had such high hopes for me. Yet I'm stuck here, living a peaceful life far from the war. At the mention of Kyle, Carter also fell silent for a moment. I feel like I could do so much more, instead of just wasting away here, Steve said. Of course you can. Steve, you absolutely have the ability to do more. Just then a new voice broke in, clear, strong, and full of energy. Steve and Carter turned to see a middle-aged man in a suit and tie appear before them. I'm a senator, the man said with a warm smile. I have plenty of resources and opportunities in my hands, enough to let you show what you can do and let the entire nation see it. It would be a great help to the war effort. As he spoke, he pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Steve. I call it the Captain America Publicity Program. Captain America? Steve was taken aback. He hesitated for a moment, but accepted the senator's business card. Meanwhile, at the frontline camp, Kyle, the colonel wants you at headquarters. Headquarters. Just back from the battlefield, Kyle was a little surprised. He handed his rifle to the messenger, then headed straight for the white tent that served as headquarters. Private Kyle, reporting for duty. Come in. Kyle stepped into the tent, only to find more than a dozen officers in military uniforms standing inside. Colonel Marcus, the highest-ranking officer in the command post, was seated in a chair. Upon seeing Kyle, he raised his voice to introduce him. To the others, "Gentlemen, this is the soldier who, 3 days ago, brought back 2 intelligence maps and successfully deciphered them, Kyle." Immediately, the gazes of all the officers turned to Kyle. When they saw how young and handsome he was, surprise flickered across their faces. "Kyle, you've done a tremendous service for us." "That's right. I heard one of those maps contained crucial information about our own camp. If the enemy had gotten their hands on it, we might have already been wiped out by bombers." "You make it sound easy, but the second map was even more critical, wasn't it?" "They were both important. To bring back the maps and decipher them. Rookies these days are truly impressive. A rare talent. Our army needs fresh blood like this more than ever." Praise for Kyle flowed from all corners of the tent until Colonel Marcus gave a discreet cough, bringing the room gradually to silence. "Kyle, you have made a significant contribution to our forces," Colonel Marcus said solemnly. "Once this operation is over, I will personally report your achievements to our superiors." Kyle's eyes widened in surprise. "This operation? Do you mean?" "That's right." Colonel Marcus nodded, then spread the decoded information from the second parchment out on the table, speaking with firm resolve. "Thanks to you, we now know the locations of several German camps outside the battle zone. With this information, the general has issued new orders. Tonight, we will launch our first large-scale counterattack. The goal of this counteroffensive is to concentrate our forces and annihilate 5 German camps in one decisive strike. According to the coded notes on the map, one of them is a major operational base, 3 are medium-sized camps, and the last is a smaller transit outpost." Colonel Marcus began to lay out the details, and every officer in the command tent listened intently, their focus betraying how long they had waited for such an opportunity. Until now, they had always been on the defensive under the German boot. It was only a matter of time before the front lines collapsed. But if this counterattack succeeded, it would deal a heavy blow to German morale. "The German major base will be assaulted by me, together with 2 lieutenant colonels and at least 5 units. The 3 medium camps will be attacked by 3 officers of captain rank or higher, each leading 3 units. As Colonel Marcus explained, he marked the positions on a large 3-dimensional military map. Each of the 5 German camps beyond the defensive line was clearly indicated. It seems we're really gearing up for a major operation this time. With the commander personally leading the team, accurate intelligence, ample troop deployment, and a night assault, there's hardly any reason for this battle to fail." Kyle pondered to himself. He had personally deciphered all the coded messages, and the intelligence marked on the map was already etched into his mind. Hearing the colonel lay out the troop allocations only strengthened his conviction that this counterattack was as close to a guaranteed victory as possible. This is the true value of intelligence in war. Victory always favors those who seize the initiative first. In the following moments, Colonel Marcus meticulously assigned each officer to their respective units and specified the objectives for the upcoming raid. Once the officers understood their orders for the night, they left the tent one after another, each carrying a concise battle plan and moving quickly to prepare for the operation. Soon, only Kyle remained in the command tent. Did the commander forget about me? Kyle mused wryly, his gaze settling on Colonel Marcus, who had retaken his seat. Still, he wasted no time. During the strategy meeting, he had managed to discreetly acquire a few valuable green skill cards from the officers nearby. Although, once you've collected enough green cards, gaining additional cards of the same type doesn't really bring much of a boost to your physical abilities or skills anymore. Colonel Marcus took a sip of water before finally turning his attention to Kyle. His expression softened, and with a smile he said, "Private Kyle, tonight's raid is absolutely critical. Though you just returned from the front lines this morning and had some time to rest this afternoon, you'll still be taking part in our operation tonight. Of course, being part of the first counterattack against the WWII is an honor for me as an American soldier. I'll give it everything I have," Kyle answered with firm resolve. "I've heard plenty from the sergeants these past few days about your performance and determination on the battlefield." Colonel Marcus nodded approvingly. He held this new recruit in high regard, finding himself more impressed with each passing day. For someone fresh to the front lines, even managing 70% of their training level would be commendable. Yet Kyle had handled himself like a seasoned veteran, moving through the chaos of battle with remarkable poise. In fact, along with devising the counterattack plan over the past few days, Colonel Marcus had taken the extra step of repeatedly checking with the rear base to confirm Kyle's identity, wary that he might be a German spy. Colonel Marcus cleared his throat, his tone taking on a note of significance. But tonight, I need more from you than just joining the raid as a regular soldier. Not as a soldier? Then, Kyle was caught off guard, but then, as if a realization dawned on him, his expression grew complicated. Colonel, are you asking me to lead the assault on the 5th German supply outpost? That's right. Colonel Marcos nodded, his expression serious. He reached into his drawer, took out a rank insignia, and placed it on the desk. He added, of course, this time you won't be leading the team as an ordinary soldier, but as a corporal. Me, a corporal? Kyle pointed to himself in shock. Although the rank of corporal wasn't particularly high, it still meant becoming a non-commissioned officer, a real step up in the military hierarchy. 3 days of combat, and he had skipped straight past private first class, and lance corporal directly to corporal? When did corporal become such an easy promotion? What is it? Are you doubting your own abilities? Colonel Marcos asked with a smile. Of course I believe in my abilities. It's just that being promoted straight to corporal did catch me off guard. Kyle shrugged, quickly collecting himself. In peacetime, there's simply no way for a new recruit to become a corporal in 3 days, not even with a general backing you. Colonel Marcos said solemnly, but this is a world war. Kyle, in just these last few days, the number of enemy soldiers you've taken down yourself is probably several times more than what some veterans manage in years of service during peace. You've shown outstanding combat skills and a unique talent for intelligence analysis. For someone with your abilities to remain just an ordinary soldier would be a waste. Since you have the skills, the Army desperately needs talent, and you've already earned enough merit. So why not promote you directly to corporal? I understand. Kyle nodded in acknowledgement. Troubled times forge heroes. It was precisely because they were living through the chaos of World War II that those with ability could rise quickly, unburdened by seniority or background. This was exactly the kind of era he thrived in. A faint smile played on Kyle's lips, and his blue eyes sparkled with confidence. For the first time, he felt genuinely lucky to have been reborn into Marvel's World War II. Colonel Marcos continued, don't worry. After all, this is your first time leading a unit, and the mission is extremely important. I won't have you commanding the entire operation on your own. Good. I was honestly worried I'd mess things up by myself. Kyle let out a breath of relief. Now he understood. While the colonel was launching a counterattack, he was also deliberately giving Kyle a chance to prove himself. Colonel Marcos called out toward the tent entrance. Orderly, bring Sergeant Fury in here. Sergeant Fury? Kyle touched his chin, the name stirring a vague sense of familiarity. Before long, a black officer stepped into the tent. His left eye was bandaged, and he wore a neatly pressed combat uniform, ready for battle at a moment's notice. So it's you, Sergeant, Kyle said in surprise. The newcomer was none other than the black sergeant he'd met during his very first time on the battlefield. Private Kale? No, I should call you Corporal Kale now. Sergeant Fury greeted him with a friendly nod before saluting the colonel. Sir, Sergeant Fury, reporting in. I've recovered and am ready for any assignment. Excellent, Colonel Marcos nodded, then turned to Kale for an introduction. This is your team leader for tonight's operation, Nick Fury. He's been a sergeant for some time and has plenty of frontline command experience. Kale blinked in surprise. When he heard the name of this black officer, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Nick Fury? Isn't that the man who, in a few years, would become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I look forward to working with you tonight, Sergeant Fury said with a smile, giving Kale a courteous nod. At this moment, he still looked quite young, about 25 or so, without any trace of the steely authority he'd be known for in the future. It's an honor, Kale replied, making an effort to compose himself. After all, this was still the era of World War II. Not only was Fury not yet the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., S.H.I.E.L.D. itself didn't even exist yet. Still, the thought of fighting side by side with the man who would one day lead S.H.I.E.L.D. was, he had to admit, rather intriguing. Colonel Marcos looked at Kyle and Fury and said, since you two already know each other, I won't waste any more words. Tonight is squad. Leaders, you'll each command a fully armed unit of 100 soldiers to launch a raid on the 5th post, the small German transfer station. Remember, this operation involves coordinated counterattacks from 5 separate forces. Once you reach your objective, you must complete your assault within the designated time. As Colonel Marcos spoke, his eyes grew as sharp as a hawk's. You must succeed. Failure is not an option. Understood. We guarantee to accomplish the mission. Fury and Kyle saluted with solemn precision, clearly demonstrating their full acceptance of the mission orders. Kyle, you can head back and get some rest for now. As for you, Sergeant Fury, start organizing the assembly of your unit immediately. When the time comes tonight, the two of you will lead your troops out right on schedule. Once Colonel Marcos handed them the mission briefing and a small operations map, he finally dismissed Kyle and Fury. Kyle, I'll see you tonight then. Fury, having just left the command tent, turned back to bid Kyle farewell. Despite the bandage still covering his left eye, Fury was clearly determined to see the raid through. After saying goodbye, he broke into a jog, heading straight for the supply section of the temporary camp. Kyle, on the other hand, made his way straight back to his own tent. After all, no man is made of iron. Though he was among the fittest of soldiers, even he was feeling the toll of back-to-back battles. He lay down on his not-quite comfortable cot, closed his eyes, and tried to rest. But his mind drifted into a vast, boundless space. The card space. It was like slipping into a dream. Inside an endless white cube, hundreds, thousands, of cards he'd drawn over time spun around him in a swirling cyclone. Tonight's raid may be a sure thing, but I can't afford to get careless. I need to find a way to boost my own strength even further. Kyle's consciousness stood at the very heart of the card storm, watching as card after card flash past his eyes at lightning speed. In these past 3 days, his card-drawing ability had clearly advanced to a new level. First, he now possessed the power to enter the card space with his mind, freely browsing through the cards he'd collected and simulating their use. And then, he'd acquired a new ability called Sacrifice Draw. As the name suggested, Sacrifice Draw allowed him to choose any 10 item cards of the same color grade from his deck, offer them up in sacrifice. And in return, he'd have a high chance of drawing another card of the same color, plus a small chance to draw a card of a higher grade. A higher grade meant a leap, from white to green, for example. So far, Kyle had yet to obtain any cards above the green tier, whether ability cards or item cards. What would a card beyond green be like? Kyle was filled with curiosity. From what he'd seen so far, a rare green card, if it was an ability card, would already represent the pinnacle of professional skill. And if it was an item card, it would certainly be a valuable and precious object. But cards that surpass green, those in the next tier, if they were ability cards, they would surely count as supernatural powers. And as for item cards, they would be nothing less than cutting-edge, black-tech artifacts. No matter which kind, any of them would be a tremendous help to me in my current situation, Kyle murmured to himself. With a sweep of his hands, he separated the ability cards and item cards within his card space. The next step was straightforward. Kyle kept a few items that had combat value, and gathered up most of the item cards he could afford to sacrifice. He tallied up the results. Green item cards, 66. White item cards, 389. It still doesn't feel like enough draws, Kyle sighed, a hint of reluctance in his voice. But this is all I've managed to gather in 3 days, sneaking around the battlefield to draw cards in secret. Time for the sacrifice and draw. You have sacrificed American rifle, steel helmet, box of rifle ammunition, communicator. 10 selected white item cards vanished from his card space, and in their place, a brand new white card materialized before him. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Life Extension. Life Extension card? Kyle's heart gave a jolt. He quickly snatched up the new white card to examine it. Life Extension. Increases the user's natural lifespan by 3 months. White rare ability card. Current status. Can be used on others. Increases natural lifespan? Well, if someone gets killed, I guess it won't make a difference, Kyle muttered, unable to hide his disappointment. The Life Extension card wasn't quite what he had imagined. But then again, it was only a white rare ability card. How could it possibly have a godlike effect, such as resurrection? Still, the fact that this card can actually be used on someone else isn't bad at all. Maybe a higher tier Life Extension card could really bring someone back from the dead, he thought optimistically, and hurried to continue the sacrifice and draw. I've even been reincarnated as an American. Can't I get a bit of that legendary good luck now? Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained gentleman's suit. A suit? Congratulations, my foot. Kyle was bleeding inside, but he kept going, undeterred. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained stainless steel water cup. This is useless. Keep drawing. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained basic Japanese mastery. What the heck? Draw again. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Sengoku era saddle. A total loss. An absolute loss. 10 white item cards, and all I got was this lousy thing. Kyle's manifested consciousness stared at the cards, bloodshot eyes fixed on them with the intensity of a desperate gambler. He finally understood. The sacrifice and draw ability could grant him any card at all. That word, any, covered an impossibly vast range, so what he received varied wildly in usefulness. Still, some item cards served no practical purpose just lying around. It was better to sacrifice them for a chance, however slim, at something worthwhile. Draw successful. Congratulations, you've obtained bat. A bat? Animals are included too? Kyle was momentarily taken aback, his gaze snapping to the newly appeared card. Bat. Summon a regular bat to fight for you. White creature card. Current status. Usable, summon now. A creature card? The realization dawned on Kyle. Up to now, every card he'd drawn from nearby resources had been either an ability or an item. This was the first time he'd seen a third category. If I could get a decent number of creature cards, wouldn't I be able to call myself a summoner? Kyle chuckled, placing the bat card among his combat resources. He continued sacrificing and drawing, burning through over 300 idle, white item cards. Of practical value, apart from a heap of basic 4 language skills and 3 rare white, life boost cards, only 2 creature cards stood out, Bat and Shiba Inu. After sacrificing more than 30 white cards, not a single green quality card turned up. The odds of pulling an upgraded card were, it seemed, truly minuscule. With a resigned sigh, Kyle turned his attention to the 60 or so green item cards. Most of these had been scavenged from the fallen on the battlefield, a hard-won collection. Only 6 more chances to sacrifice and draw remained. If you die, then you really lose everything, Kyle muttered, biting his lip. With determination, he sacrificed all 60 green item cards in one go. Sacrifice. Draw. Draw successful. Congratulations, you've obtained Life Boost, Elegant Evening Gown, Venomous Wasp Nest, Nepalese Army Knife, Street Parkour, Stealth. What's this? Kyle's eyes widened. Among the new cards, a blue card shone forth. Its dazzling brilliance outshone the hundreds of white and green cards crowding the card space, leaving them in the shadows. The sun slipped below the horizon. After the brilliant reds of sunset faded from sky, night arrived right on schedule. As darkness settled, the German forces of the front lines retreated as calmly as they had on previous nights. Meanwhile, inside the makeshift American camp, a quiet bustle began to stir. Hundreds of young American soldiers, clad in combat uniforms, shouldered green military backpacks loaded with ammunition and supplies, gripped their rifles, and stood at attention in orderly ranks. Because the 5 German camps they planned to raid were scattered in different directions, each squad assembled at a different time. Otherwise, if thousands of troops were mustered at once, they would have filled every inch of open space in the temporary camp. Fury had already assembled the 100-man unit under his command, carefully explaining the details they needed to keep in mind for tonight's raid. I know some of you are fresh recruits, just transferred from the training base, so listen up and remember every word I just said. Don't drag us down tonight. On the battlefield, if anyone hesitates or disobeys orders, I won't bother with a court-martial. I'll put a bullet straight through their head, plain and simple. Standing alone at the front of the unit, Fury's demeanor was a stark contrast to his usual gentleness in the command center. Now, his dark face was cold and severe, and the single eye he had left glinted with the ferocity of a wolf. The 100 soldiers stood frozen in silence. Toward the rear of the formation, a young man kept his posture rigid, but his gaze flickered anxiously from side to side, as if searching for someone. Noticing this, a fellow recruit next to him whispered, "George, this isn't boot camp. Don't let your mind wander." "I know," George replied in a hushed voice. "Have you seen Kale? He got sent to the front a few days ago, so he might be somewhere in this temporary camp." The recruit muttered, "Kale? He might have been killed already, who knows? No matter how good he was at the base, the battlefield is a whole different world. I just hope he's tough enough to survive and witness for himself. This is where I can finally prove what I'm really capable of." George clenched his fists. Though he was among the best of the new recruits, Kale had always outshone him back at the training base. "Who's there?" Fury's sudden shout startled George, snapping him back to attention. Only then did he realize the sergeant wasn't talking to him. "It's me." From beyond the reach of the floodlights, illuminating the assembly ground, a tall and agile figure emerged from the darkness, heading toward the group. As the young man's handsome face appeared in the light, several recruits gasped in surprise, some barely managing to keep their composure. "Kyle." George's eyes widened in disbelief. With his fierce pride, he could never forget the young man now standing before everyone. In just a single week, Kale had left seasoned instructors in awe, shattered every individual combat record at the training base, and set new high scores for the pistol, rifle, sniper rifle, and even the rocket launcher. Even though Kale had been sent to the front ahead of the others, stories about him were still spreading through the base, growing ever more legendary. Even the strictest instructors often use Kale as an example when scolding the new recruits. "Silence." Fury raised his voice, his sharp, one-eyed gaze sweeping over the 100-man unit, instantly quelling the scattered murmurs and whispers. Kyle chose not to burden himself with a military backpack. Instead, he slung his rifle over his shoulder, a Nepalese kukri in a leather. Sheath secured at his waist, and a compact pistol holstered on each thigh. Among all the troops present, he was by far the lightest equipped. He walked directly at Fury's side, meeting the stares of the gathered soldiers with a cold, unflinching gaze. As the new recruits puzzled over this unusual arrangement, Fury introduced him with a stern expression. This is Corporal Kyle, and he is one of your commanding officers for tonight's operation. For this raid, you are to follow our orders to the letter. Is that clear? Understood, the soldiers responded in unison. Even if they'd had 100 times their current courage, none would dare utter a word of dissent. Corporal Kyle. George had been dumbfounded ever since he caught sight of Kyle. Hearing his rank now, George could only bow his head in shame, hoping Kyle wouldn't recognize him. The recruit who had just been chatting with George felt as if he'd just been thoroughly put in his place. He muttered to himself, I was wrong. No matter where he goes, he's always a monster among men. It's about time to move out, isn't it? Kyle asked Fury. He'd spent quite a bit of effort mastering the new card he'd drawn, arriving precisely at the scheduled time. Yes, it's time. Fury glanced at his device to check the time, then waved to the 100-man unit. All soldiers, listen up. Follow the military trucks, double time, to the mission site. No sooner had Fury finished speaking than he and Kyle hopped into an idling military vehicle. The off-road truck, built for rugged terrain, accelerated sharply, leading the way as they sped out of the encampment and into the wilderness. This raid wasn't a straightforward assault across heavily guarded lines. Rather, they would skirt enemy patrols and swing wide through the wilds, heading toward the forests and mountains beside the enemy's position. Once they reached the designated location, Fury and Kyle abandoned their vehicle and led the 100-man squad on foot, climbing in darkness through dense undergrowth. If they hadn't known the exact location of the German encampment, such a flanking maneuver would have been a fool's errand. But with solid intelligence, they could infiltrate deep into enemy territory. Once we're over this ridge, we'll be close to the small transfer station mentioned in our intel. Pass the order back. Everyone stay alert. If you see enemy troops, do not engage or give away our position. Keep quiet and wait for orders. From the very front of the column, Kyle's cold voice cut through the night. Though it was his first time commanding troops, he exuded a confidence and authority that was hard to ignore. Beside him, Fury suddenly frowned. Kyle, something doesn't feel right. Kyle glanced at him in surprise. Fury shone the faint beam of his small flashlight over the mission map, his voice grave. Look at the map. Once we cross this mountain, the combat zone isn't that far away. But the German rear headquarters is much farther. This spot just doesn't make sense as a transfer station for supplies. You think the intel we got is fake? Kyle furrowed his brow as well. It's hard to say. Let's go a bit further and see. Even if it's false, this location still gives us an easy retreat if needed. With his analysis finished, Fury and Kyle led their men up and over the mountain peak. They pressed on, traversing rugged slopes and winding ridges. At the head of the column, Kyle and Fury parted a tangle of brush blocking their view, and instantly froze at the sight revealed below. Beneath them, the hillside dropped into a bare expanse, encircled by a heavy iron fence that spanned 100 meters of open wilderness. Every 10 meters, a gun. Turrets stood guard on the perimeter. Inside the fence, lights glimmered, and the shadows of countless German soldiers could be seen patrolling back and forth. My God, Fury murmured, mouth agape, struck speechless by the scene. Is this the so-called small transfer station camp our intel described? Looks like the location is right, but the target camp, it's nothing like we imagined. Kyle's voice remained steady, but inwardly, he felt the urge to curse. This was no mere camp. It was a full-scale enemy base, bristling with defenses. I think I'm starting to understand what happened here. Gazing down at the enemy stronghold, Kyle reasoned, the intel we got from the sheepskin map, the locations of these German camps, is accurate. But the codebreakers on the German side pulled a trick with the ciphers. Fury nodded thoughtfully. I see. They swapped the details about the size of the camps in their messages. Exactly, Kyle affirmed with a nod. There were 5 German camps in total, 1 major base, 3 mid-sized camps, and 1 small transfer station. The Germans had switched the coded descriptions for the main base and the minor transfer station, a shrewd deception. Fury let out a bitter laugh. So what we're facing now is the enemy base that the colonel was supposed to assault with at least 5 companies. Meanwhile, the colonel is heading toward the target that our group was meant to take out, a small camp. There's no point complaining now, Kyle said coldly. Fury, you have more field experience than I do. Given this situation, what do you think we should do? Fury's brow was tightly knit, his one eye fixed on the distant enemy base. After a moment's thought, he replied reluctantly, It's clear we have no choice but to abandon the assault. With just 100 men, even if we have the element of surprise, it would be a suicide mission. Kyle continued to ask, Can't we use the radio we brought to contact the colonel's side? No. Fury shook his head without a moment's hesitation and replied decisively, We're too close to the enemy base. At this distance, even if we use the radio, the signal could easily be intercepted. Never. Mind that. And besides, there's not much time left before the rest of our forces begin their assault. Once our troops attack the other 4 enemy camps, this main base will catch wind of it. Kyle, his face expressionless, said, "So, using standard tactical reasoning, the only option is to abandon the assault, isn't it? Fury, have you forgotten? We promised the commander we'd see this raid through to the end." But Fury's face showed his hesitation. "No buts." Kyle cut him off, pressing on. "If we give up this chance to strike the main base, once the enemy is alerted, it'll be nearly impossible to get another opportunity like this." Fury stared at Kyle, surprised, his face stern. "Stop being mysterious. Are you saying you've got an idea? You always see right through me. But it's not just an idea. This is an operation plan." Kyle gave a faint smile, then leaned in and whispered a few words in Fury's ear. As he listened, Fury stared at Kyle as if he'd lost his mind, his voice trembling. "You want to go into the base alone? Are you insane? Or just desperate to get yourself killed?" Kyle shrugged, replying seriously, "I'm not crazy. At this point, if we want to complete the raid, this is the only way left. We have to take the risk. If I can sneak inside the enemy base and sabotage their defenses from within, and then our company launches an assault from the outside, there's still a decent chance we'll succeed. Getting into a base this size on your own is nowhere near as easy as it sounds," Fury said, shaking his head. "That's my problem to solve. I just need your approval and support," Kyle said coldly. Fury fell silent. His single eye locked onto Kyle for a long moment before he finally spoke, slowly and firmly. "To be honest, I have no reason to stop you. Nobody wants to give up before the mission even starts. So go ahead and try. But let me be clear. If you fail, I'll pull the troops back immediately. Don't worry. I've never gambled my life on someone else's luck." With that, Kyle hurled these words over his shoulder and dashed forward, picking up speed as he raced down the slope, his figure swallowed up by the darkness at the foot of the mountain. "What a madman," Fury sighed. A lone soldier heading straight for a heavily fortified base. It was nothing short of suicide. Yet, for reasons he couldn't explain, Kyle inspired a strange sense of confidence in him. Perhaps it was that uncanny feeling that led Fury to consent to such a wildly dangerous plan. After leaving the team, Kyle was the first to strip off his American combat uniform in the jungle at the foot of the mountain. From his card storage, he selected a suitable set of German soldier gear and changed into it. His decision to infiltrate the enemy base alone was certainly not a death wish. Kyle was confident in his ability to protect himself. This confidence stemmed from the blue card he had drawn as a sacrifice earlier that day. Stealth. Transform into a nocturnal prowler lurking in the shadows, erasing your presence and lowering your detectability. While in stealth, enemies cannot see you beyond a certain distance, 10 meters. Within 10 meters, only a faint, translucent figure is visible, and only within 5 meters does your form appear fully clear. At night, you gain night vision within 100 meters, your concealment effect is doubled, and your movement speed is increased. Note, once the Night Stalker initiates an attack, stealth is broken and cannot be re-entered for 10 seconds. The Night Stalker can also instantly teleport up to 1 kilometer for escape. This ability recharges every 24 hours. This is a blue ability card. This is the nature of a blue quality ability card. Just as Kyle had surmised, it far surpassed the level of human expertise or mastery and belonged in the realm of superhuman powers. Now that he possessed the stealth card, the combat capabilities Kyle could unleash as a one-man unit could no longer be defined by human standards. Begin stealth, Kyle intoned silently in his mind. His eyes shifted to a dark crimson hue, and suddenly, the world within 100 meters at night became crystal clear. At the same time, his body seemed to be wrapped in a shroud of mist, flickering in and out of sight beneath the cover of darkness. In his Night Stalker state, Kyle gripped his Nepalese kukri and jogged toward the enemy base half a mile away. As he entered stealth, even the sound of his boots touching the ground became utterly silent. He approached the perimeter of the enemy base without a hitch. Suddenly, Kyle halted, observing from a distance of 50 meters. Rows of bright lights hung high atop the iron wire fence, their beams sharp and clear. If a silhouette were exposed in that glare, his stealth would be seriously compromised. Kyle was still pondering how to infiltrate the base when, from 100 meters behind him, 2 beams of light sliced through the wild night. A German military truck was rolling slowly towards the main gate. A supply vehicle? The thought flashed through Kyle's mind as he maintained his stealth and crept toward the direction of the truck. Soft, rapid footsteps whispered across the deserted plains. Kyle moved into position at the front side of the truck, just as the vehicle's nose seemed ready to plow straight into him. He surged forward, revealing himself a split second before the collision. Wah! The German soldier at the wheel had been dozing off, but when a figure suddenly darted out in front of the previously empty road, his hair stood on end and he instinctively slammed on the brakes. He opened his mouth wide, but before he had a chance to speak, a sudden flash of steel from outside the car window silenced him forever, snuffing out both his words and his life in an instant. The act of sneaking in, assassinating, and disposing of the body was executed with effortless precision, as if it had been rehearsed countless times before. The military vehicle came to a dead halt as the engine was switched off. With chilling indifference, Kyle dragged the German soldier, his throat freshly cut, out of the driver's seat and tossed him aside. The scene was strangely reminiscent of looting gear from defeated enemies in an online game. As the corpse hit the ground, several item cards materialized above it, ready to be collected. German soldiers' identification, German soldiers' combat gear, German pistol. A moment later, the military vehicle roared back to life and set off again, heading straight for the main gate of the German base. It was a large German base. A 3-meter-high iron fence encircled the base like a sturdy bucket, leaving no gaps, except for the imposing main gate. Even here, the entrance was fortified with bunkers and cannons, and nearly 30 well-armed German soldiers stood guard. It was late into the night. Several sentries stifled yawns, their vigilance dulled by fatigue. Just then, the rumble of an engine broke the quiet, and a German military vehicle approached the main gate from the distance. "Stop right there." Even though it was clearly one of their own vehicles, the gate sentries lowered the barrier, forcing the car to a halt. "What's going on?" The guard captain, a burly man with a thick beard, led a squad of armed soldiers forward. He rapped on the car window, demanding an explanation. The window rolled down swiftly, and the driver inside, a man wearing a flat cap, handed over the soldier's identification through the opening, responding in a weary, hoarse German, military supplies. Routine inspection. The guard captain waved his hand, signaling 3 or 4 soldiers to quickly move in and check the cargo at the back of the vehicle. In less than a minute, the soldiers returned to the captain, looking slightly flustered. They leaned in close and whispered a few words in his ear. Sensing the captain's gaze return to him, Kyle, disguised as the driver, arched an eyebrow, instinctively pulling the brim of his cap lower to let its shadow conceal most of his youthful face. "Have been found out?" His face remained expressionless, but his body tensed, ready to unleash the forced instant movement skill from his stealth abilities and escape at the first sign of trouble. The guard captain waved the inspecting soldiers away, then stepped forward alone, approaching the driver's window. Just as Kyle braced himself for confrontation, the captain's stern face broke into a grin. Chuckling, he fished a rolled cigarette from his pocket and handed it through the window. "Brother, it's tough running errands for the officers at this hour. You've really earned this." Kyle accepted the cigarette smoothly and replied coolly, "No need for thanks. It's just part of my duty." "All right, let them through, quickly," the head gate guard shouted, and the barrier at the main entrance swung open at once. Kyle wasted no time. He slammed his right foot down on the gas, and the military vehicle roared as it surged into the base. A large base was nothing like a temporary combat outpost, especially not a German base, infamous for its strict military discipline. Here, broad roads wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass ran between rows of wooden huts and tented barracks, all meticulously organized. Even inside the base, there were pools of light at regular intervals, and squads of 6 German soldiers patrolled steadily through the shadows. Kyle kept a watchful eye on the patrols as he drove deeper into the base, steering toward the supply depot where countless vehicles were parked. The motor pool was eerily quiet, not a soul in sight. Kyle seized the chance to kill the engine and bring the truck to a silent stop. He didn't rush to sneak away, but instead headed straight for the rear compartment of the truck. "I was careless just now. I never even checked what this military truck was hauling. For the head gate guard to flatter me, a mere driver, just for this cargo?" Kyle muttered to himself, his Nepalese knife already materialized in his right hand, the other hand reaching for the latch on the metal cargo door. Creak! The iron door swung open, and at that very moment, a faint whimper drifted out from within. "What's this?" Kyle frowned, springing nimbly into the dark compartment. As his eyes adjusted, he saw the so-called supplies. A girl. Yes, a girl, a white teenager, perhaps 16 years old. Her golden curls, now damp with sweat, shone even in the gloom, unable to hide the delicate, doll-like beauty of her face. She wore only a thin white dress, her youthful figure just beginning to show its grace. Her limbs were tightly bound with military rope, and a strip of tape was plastered over her mouth. She lay curled up inside a large wooden crate. On the crate, a white paper label was affixed, the German words scrawled across it, "Confiscated European goods for Commander Leo." Those bastards. Seeing this, Kyle clenched his teeth, fury welling up inside him like a fire he could barely contain. He had no particular hatred for war itself, but acts like these, invading homes, stealing away girls as if they were mere cargo, he could never stomach. Inside the crate, the blonde girl's blue eyes brimmed with tears and terror. With her mouth sealed, all she could do was struggle and let out muffled cries. "Don't be afraid," Kyle said, moving closer. But the girl only shrank back, even more fearful and agitated. "Wait." Kyle suddenly realized the problem and managed a wry smile. Switching to perfect English, he reassured her, "It's all right. I'm an American soldier. I won't hurt you." Still worried that it wasn't enough, Kyle took off his hat, revealing his young and handsome European features. At last, the girl seemed to calm down, her tension slowly melting away. As expected, no matter the era, appearances always make a difference. "Don't make a sound. I'll get you out of here," Kyle whispered, raising his Gurkha knife and slicing through the ropes that bound the girl. When he finally peeled away the tape from her mouth, the blonde girl couldn't hold back any longer. She threw her arms weakly around his waist and broke down in tears. "You're safe now," Kyle said with a gentle smile, soothingly stroking her beautiful golden hair. Suddenly, a sharp question rang out in German from outside the truck. "Who's in there?" The girl in Kyle's arms instantly froze, her sobs catching in her throat as she began to tremble all over. "Stay quiet. I'll handle them," Kyle murmured, his voice low and steady. As he looked up, the warmth in his expression vanished, replaced by a cold detachment. A steely glint flickered in his eyes. Answering in rough German, he called out, "It's Byrne. I have supplies on board for Officer Leo. Could you come help unload them?" "Understood," replied the patrol squad leader outside, raising no suspicion. He and 5 soldiers approached the back of the military truck. The squad leader and 2 soldiers climbed it first. As the beams of their flashlights swept through the cargo bay, they found only the blonde girl curled up and trembling inside a crate. "Huh!" The squad leader's puzzled exclamation was cut short as a shadow suddenly dropped from the ceiling of the truck. A swift, muffled thud followed. In the darkness, the Gurkha knife sliced through the air, fast, precise, and merciless. The blade flashed across the throats of the 3 men, and warm, crimson blood sprayed in their wake. In a heartbeat, Kyle had dispatched all 3 soldiers inside the truck without even pausing for breath. Like a predator born for the hunt, he sprang out toward the remaining 3 soldiers outside. 4 or 5 meters was nothing. For someone with peak human strength, the distance dissolved in less than half a second. With a single motion, Kyle's knife struck again, sending the 4th German soldier's head flying high. The blade, powered by his immense strength, severed the neck and spine with terrifying ease. The last 2 German soldiers stared in horror, frozen by a fear so intense that their bodies refused to respond. They tried to raise their weapons, to shout for help, to turn and run, but that's all they managed, just a thought. Their actions were cut short in the blink of an eye. Kyle drove his knife straight into one soldier's heart. With his other arm, he locked the last man's neck in a crushing grip and slammed him hard against the ground. The 2 soldiers barely managed to struggle before Kyle finished them off with ruthless efficiency, their bodies quickly going limp and lifeless. A single drop of blood hit the ground. Thick, fresh blood dripped from the gently curved blade of the Nepalese kukri, pooling onto the ground. The 6 bodies of the German soldiers, from the back compartment of the truck to the outside, collapsed in succession, lifeless, and sprawled on the earth. Phew! Kyle exhaled deeply, his heart still pounding with adrenaline surging through his veins. Sweat streamed from his brow as the rush of excitement lingered in his body. He had made sure not to let a single German soldier raise an alarm that could alert the enemy forces inside the base. Within those 5 seconds of deadly action, Kyle had pushed his robust physique and every lethal combat technique card he possessed to their very limits. He dared not let his guard down, quickly scanning his surroundings to ensure no other German soldiers had been disturbed. He wiped the kukri clean on the uniform of one of the fallen men, removing the blood before sliding the blade back into the leather sheath at his waist. Without hesitation, Kyle began hauling the 3 bodies lying outside the truck back into the rear compartment. As he worked, the girl he had rescued peeked her head out from behind a wooden crate. The blonde girl stared at the 6 corpses now piled before her. The terror she'd felt moments ago had vanished, replaced by shock as her wide eyes turned to Kyle, who stood unscathed amidst the carnage. German soldiers, brave, battle-hardened, and impeccably equipped, their strict discipline making each one seem a killing machine in the eyes of civilians. Yet 6 of these formidable men had fallen at the young man's blade in mere moments, without even a chance to cry out. Had she not witnessed it herself, who could believe such a feat? The girl mustered her courage and spoke softly to Kyle, "Thank you." Kyle shrugged, still catching his breath. "A little early for thanks, don't you think? We're still deep inside a major German base." She looked at him in surprise, clearly still confused about their current predicament. "There's no time to explain. Stay hidden here, keep quiet, and I promise I'll come back to get you out. With that, Kyle quickly slipped out of the rear compartment, pulling the iron door shut behind him. Leaving a delicate girl locked in with 6 corpses was far from ideal, but there was no time to worry about that now. He had already spent precious minutes sneaking into the base. Now, only about 20 minutes remained before the assault was scheduled to begin. When the time came, whether his own unit acted or not, the other 4 teams would launch attacks on 4 enemy camps. The entire base would be thrown into chaos, and the element of surprise would be lost. Stealth mode engaged. Gripping his kukri, Kyle entered Night Stalker mode and headed straight for the buildings deeper within the base, moving with silent determination. Footsteps echoed softly in the darkness, fading into the night. He slipped quietly along a shadowy path, just 5 meters away from a patrolling squad, and not a single soldier noticed his presence. Throughout the base, lamps and patrols were stationed at regular intervals. But as long as the place wasn't brightly lit and swarming with guards, as long as the night left pockets of darkness, Kyle could move freely and silently within the compound. In the dark, by carefully gauging his surroundings, stealth could achieve results far beyond mere invisibility. Kyle moved swiftly through the shadows, soon coming to a stop at the corner in front of a wooden building. What set this building apart from the others was obvious. The number of patrols in the surrounding area was more than double, and a guard was stationed right at the entrance. Is this the officers' quarters? The command center? Kyle wondered, a bit surprised. The door wasn't locked, just slightly ajar. If he could take out the commanding officer first, then his solo infiltration plan would already be halfway to success. The question was how to get inside the building ahead. Kyle frowned, then suddenly remembered something. A sly smile crept onto his lips. In front of the large building, the sentry stood tall and rigid like a poplar tree, gripping his rifle and keeping a sharp, unwavering watch on his surroundings. Even here, deep in their own base, there were no exceptions. After all, what was stored inside was something the officers insisted could not be allowed the slightest negligence. 1 more hour, and I'll be relieved, the guard was thinking, when suddenly a dark blur dropped from above, fluttering its wings as it crashed into his face. A bat. The guard was startled and reached up to grab it, but the bat was fiercely aggressive, sinking its teeth into the corner of his eye and refusing to let go. Get off. The guard winced in pain, squeezed his eyes shut, and stumbled backward into the door, both hands clawing furiously at the bat. In that brief gap, a shadowy figure darted past him, slipping through the open doorway. What happened? A patrol squad rushed over, demanding answers, only to see the guard angrily fling the dead bat to the ground and spit in disgust. Bah, nothing, just a bat. The patrolmen exchanged bewildered glances at the ridiculous scene. Meanwhile, as the guard closed the door, the darkness inside slowly revealed the outline of a person. Kyle, still shrouded in stealth. Biocards are even more useful than I imagined, Kyle muttered to himself. Just a simple white biocard, yet in this situation, it had worked wonders. Of course, it owed much to the card's innate trait, obedience. Creatures summoned from biological cards obey their master's commands without question, which eliminates many unexpected incidents and turns them into true living weapons. All right, let me see what this place is for, Kyle said as his gaze swept across the hall inside the house. The moment he stepped in, he knew this wasn't a command center or a resting area. The layout resembled more of a storage warehouse. The spacious room was filled with tightly packed rows of shelves, stacked high with boxes of various sizes and types. There was no need to open the boxes to check inside. As Kyle focused his attention, streams of item card information floated up from each box. German rifles, rifle ammunition, anti-personnel mines, detonator grenades. An armory? Kyle's eyes lit up. This was even more valuable than the command center. After all, finding the command center might only threaten the life of the commander, but finding this meant seizing control of the very lifeblood of the entire base. Kyle walked further into the house, drawing military supplies into cards at a steady rhythm, 1 every 3 seconds. He continued all the way to the very back of the building, where he suddenly stopped, crouched down, and tapped the floor with his fingers. A hollow thumping echoed back. Well, is there a hidden basement beneath this armory? A smile played on Kyle's lips. Such tricks were hardly going to fool him. It didn't take long before he found the hatch to the basement and made his way down the stairs. Surprisingly, instead of total darkness, the basement was suffused with a mysterious blue glow. Once fully inside, the first thing that caught Kyle's eye was an entire crate of cube-shaped blue energy cells. Exposed to the air, they radiated an immense energy that was impossible to ignore. Residual cube energy. A newly developed energy source derived from the cosmic cube, capable of powering tanks and firearms with astonishing destructive force, a limitless energy source existing only in concept. Blue item card. Would you like to extract it? This was the information displayed by the card for the blue energy cubes. My God, Kyle's face filled with astonishment. Even his usually steady composure wavered. He hadn't expected to come across a god-tier artifact from the Marvel Universe so soon. The Cosmic Cube, truly a legendary artifact. Originally the container for the Space Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, and a cosmic-level relic. It makes sense. Back in World War II, Hydra found the Cosmic Cube and used it to develop endless energy for the war effort. Staring at the energy cubes before him, Kyle felt a chill run down his spine, for himself and the American forces in the temporary combat zone. To this day, this new energy source has yet to be deployed on the front lines. Clearly, the Germans have only just succeeded in its development, and it hasn't been officially put to use yet. If this news hadn't come to light, and the German forces had suddenly gained the advantage of this new energy, the European front could very well have suffered a catastrophic defeat. But now all of this just happens to be falling into my lap. Kyle, barely able to contain his excitement, picked up one of the energy cubes. A single cube could serve as a blue item card. With their high quality, these were simply the best materials for a sacrificial draw. There must be at least 20 of them in this box, he murmured to himself. Kyle was just about to begin drawing cards when a faint sound suddenly echoed behind him. His expression changed instantly, but before he could react, something cold and metallic pressed against the back of his head. Don't move. Make a single move, and I'll blow your brains out. The man behind him spoke in German, and as the mechanical click of the gun sounded, Kyle realized the safety had been switched off. He'd been careless. Kyle tensed his body, a sigh escaping him inwardly. He hadn't expected to let his guard down while drawing cards, and even less so that someone would already be in this hidden basement. Put what's in your hand back where you found it, and raise your hands, the man continued, his tone sharp and commanding. Don't shoot, Kyle replied, placing the energy cube back into the box as he slowly raised his hands above his head. Caught in this life-or-death crisis, Kyle found himself growing calm, his mind racing for a way out. The simplest option was to use forced stealth transfer and escape the enemy base, but that was a last resort if things got truly desperate. Good. I'm surprised you speak German. No wonder you managed to sneak into my base, you American rat. The man's voice was icy, but he didn't pull the trigger immediately, making Kyle think twice about using his escapability. What are you doing here? The man continued, questioning him further. This time, Kyle remained silent. I'll find a way to make you talk. The man snorted, his pistol still pressed to Kyle's head as he reached for his radio with his free hand. Hello, this is Commander Leo. Get some soldiers down to the basement of Warehouse 2. There's a little American rat down here. So this was Leo, the very commander notorious for procuring girls and supplies. He was also likely the highest-ranking officer in this massive base. Kyle stood motionless, hands raised, but at some point, a card had silently materialized in his fingers, ready to be used. Commander Leo, he said coldly, cutting off the man's radio transmission. Before the man could finish speaking, Kyle continued, Do you know there's a saying where I come from? Commander Leo was momentarily taken aback, hung up the radio, and asked in a frosty voice, and what would that be? His pistol pressed even harder against the back of Kyle's head, ready to fire at the slightest movement. Kyle replied softly, That saying goes, villains talk too much, and that's how they die. Villains? Commander Leo frowned, not grasping the meaning of Kyle's words. Suddenly, out of the nearby darkness lunged a vicious dog, its menacing fangs glinting coldly as it sank its jaws deep into Leo's gun-wielding wrist. Vicious dog, summon a savage, rabid dog to fight at your command. Green creature card. AR. Commander Leo screamed, clutching his wounded arm as he collapsed to the ground. The dog, a massive Tibetan Mastiff with glowing green eyes, tore through flesh with a terrifying bite, exposing gleaming white bone beneath. Tonight, I'm the leading role. So naturally, that makes you the villain, Kyle said, a sly curve appearing at the corner of his lips as he stroked the dog's plush fur. Please, don't kill me. Even if you do, you won't make it out of here alive. Driven by a desperate will to survive, the once iron-willed Commander Leo found himself begging for mercy. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you, Kyle replied with a gentle smile. But before relief could register on Leo's face, Kyle's next words drained all color from his cheeks. What I hate most is someone pointing a gun at my head. So, you can feed it to the dog. No sooner had he finished speaking than the dog, as if understanding Kyle's command, leapt with a ferocious snarl and clamped its jaws around Leo's throat. Paying no mind to the man's agonized screams or the hellish carnage unfolding at his feet, Kyle turned his attention to extracting the energy cubes from the basement. After all, even at a rate of 1 every 3 seconds, it would take over a minute to collect more than 20 energy cubes. And now that The commander's radio had broadcast a call for reinforcements. German soldiers in the base would soon be converging on his location. In 1 minute, I'll have to disable the base's defenses and break out toward the enemy's perimeter. The clock is ticking. Kyle arched an eyebrow, but didn't pause his work extracting the energy item cards. Instead, he pulled another creature card from his card space. Venomous Wasp Nest summons a nest teeming with hundreds of wasps, each carrying deadly venom capable of killing within half an hour. Rare green item card. Current status. Single-use summon. Lasts for 30 minutes. Use now? This is when you'll be most useful, Kyle murmured, his words heavy with meaning. Meanwhile, in the woods beside the sprawling base, over 100 American soldiers crouched in tense silence, faces grim. At the front, Sergeant Fury clenched his fists, struggling to contain his anxiety as he waited. Sergeant Fury, the scheduled time for the assault is almost up. What should we do? George couldn't help but ask. Wait a little longer, Fury replied in a low voice, though even he wasn't sure what he was waiting for. For all he knew, Kyle might never have made it inside the base. He could already be dead. Even if Kyle managed to sneak into the base by sheer luck, how could a single man possibly sabotage a defensive system made up of thousands of soldiers and top-tier equipment? We'll wait 5 more minutes. If there's still no movement from the enemy base by then, abort the assault and return at once. Fury took a deep breath. Just then, startled cries erupted from the soldiers nearby. Commander Fury, it looks like there's some activity at the enemy's main base. At the entrance of Warehouse Number 2 in the German base, nearly 100 German soldiers, armed with fine, locally made rifles and grim expressions, crowded into the clearing before the warehouse doors. The commotion attracted even more patrolling soldiers, gathering swiftly to the scene. We can't reach Commander Leo. I repeat, we can't get through to Commander Leo on the radio. Sir, should we force our way into the warehouse and conduct a search? Of course. The intruder is likely just one man. On our turf, there's no reason to fear him. But be careful. The warehouse is packed with flammable and hazardous ammunition. Don't let your weapons discharge by accident. If you see the enemy, suppress him with bayonets first. Having given his orders, the officer in charge of base security waved his hand, signaling for 2 soldiers pressed against the warehouse doors to open them. The doors creaked open under the soldiers' hands, revealing utter darkness within. Several patrol squads swept in with rifles at the ready, helmet lamps cutting sharp beams through the gloom, scouring every corner. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed above. Kyle knew the enemy soldiers had breached the armory. Just as well, for he was drawing the last energy cube from the crate and converting it into a card. All 25 energy cubes, 25 blue item cards, were now in his possession. Well, time to break out. Unhurried, Kyle cast a quick glance at the pile of mangled flesh that had once been the enemy commander. He then turned to the panting attack dog beside him and converted it back into a card. This next stage wasn't the place for it. Most biological cards could be reused, except for special ones like the Venomous Wasp Nest, which greatly increased their value. I wonder what green quality or higher biological cards look like. Could I even draw creatures from other worlds? King Kong? Or perhaps Godzilla? The absurd notion flickered through Kyle's mind and was gone. He quickly left the basement, ready to fight his way out, unaware that such thoughts might become reality sooner than he expected. Meanwhile, large numbers of German soldiers had already cleared the upper level of Warehouse Number 2 and now focused on the last remaining passage to the basement. Toss in a smoke grenade. One soldier readied the smoke bomb in his hand, while another reached for the hidden door leading to the basement. Just as they opened the basement door, preparing to throw in a smoke grenade, a billowing mass of black mist surged out from below, beating them to it and causing the triggered smoke grenade to fall uselessly outside the basement. Cough, cough, what on earth is that thing? One of the German soldiers, coughing, swung his flashlight toward the swirling darkness. When the patrol finally saw what was before them, a chill ran down their spines, and they drew sharp breaths, their faces draining to a ghastly white. It was clearly not just black mist, but hundreds of dark brown hornets, each one nearly half again as large as a marble, clustering together in a dense, writhing mass. Hornets! There are venomous wasps inside. My God! Run! Get out of here! Panic-stricken, the German soldiers inside the warehouse bolted for the exit, desperately hoping they hadn't yet roused the swarm. But as soon as the venomous hornets burst from the basement, they moved with a chilling sense of purpose, swarming toward the soldiers, aiming their stingers at any unprotected face they could find. In a matter of seconds, dozens of soldiers broke ranks and fled in terror from the warehouse. Those unlucky enough to be stung collapsed to the ground, writhing and clutching their faces in agony, their cries echoing through the chaos. Trailing behind the swarm, Kyle emerged from the basement. Surveying the scene, He couldn't help but mutter in surprise. So it's just a green rare creature card, and yet it's this powerful. But the window for this surprise attack is closing. I don't have time to play around. I need to get out of here fast. Ignoring the German soldiers, Kyle gripped his cookery knife and melted into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Stealth mode engaged. With the chaos both inside and outside the warehouse, Kyle, cloaked in the Night Stalker state, moved deftly between hornets and soldiers, weaving his way toward the area where the military truck had been parked earlier. The commotion in warehouse number 2, right at the heart of the base, had inadvertently cleared the way. Hardly any patrols were left in the parking area on the outskirts. Unimpeded, Kyle sprinted through the shadows, making his way swiftly back to the military truck he'd seized from the enemy. He swung open the iron door of the truck's cargo hold, and, seeing only 6 corpses inside, quickly jumped in. It was only when he found the girl, sleeping in a wooden crate, that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Wake up. Come on, it's time to go. I'm getting you out of here." Kyle stepped forward and gave her a gentle shake, but the girl didn't stir. Instead, her frail body crumpled, slumping limply to the floor. Dead? Kyle pressed his fingers beneath her nose and felt the faintest breath, proof that she was still alive, just unconscious from exhaustion. But bringing along an unconscious, wounded person in this situation would make things that much more dangerous. Kyle hesitated only for a moment before gritting his teeth. "Well, you're in luck to have run into me. Since I said I'd get you out of here then." He swiftly hoisted the girl onto his back, grabbing some rope from nearby to secure her firmly in place. The girl's body was so soft, it felt like carrying a premium, fluffy comforter. "This is lighter than carrying a parcel," Kyle muttered as he carried the girl, turning to leave the blood-soaked cargo hold at the back of the truck. But just as his foot reached the edge of the cargo area, he quickly darted back inside, slamming the iron door shut behind him. A sudden, deafening barrage of gunfire tore into the truck's rear door, riddling the metal with bullet holes. Pressed tightly against the cold steel wall, Kyle's brow furrowed. There were 3 or 4 patrol squads outside. The combat discipline of the German troops was certainly no joke. "I can't let myself get trapped in here," Kyle thought. He swiftly hauled up a corpse from inside the truck and kicked the door halfway open. With a burst of strength, he hurled the body outside. Instantly, the German soldiers mistook the corpse for an escaping enemy and unleashed another furious hail of bullets, shredding the body midair. And that was just the beginning. Kyle tossed out a second corpse, drawing another wave of concentrated fire from the Germans. Not giving the soldiers a chance to reload, he immediately followed with a third body. This time, the barrage of bullets was noticeably weaker, and just as the corpse was about to hit the ground, a shadow darted out from behind it, sprinting away in the opposite direction. It was Kyle. He had cleverly depleted the enemy's ammunition with the first 2 corpses and used the third as a shield, seizing the perfect moment, right as the Germans needed to reload, to make his escape. With a powerful push, Kyle sprinted at full speed, weaving through the maze of parked military vehicles, heading straight for the iron fencing at the edge of the base. After him. Don't let him get away. Behind him, over 20 German soldiers gave chase, their bullets clattering harmlessly against the metal of the abandoned vehicles. Kyle's body, already tall and sturdy from the collection of physique-enhancing ability cards, hardly noticed the extra weight. The girl slung across his back was so small it looked as if he were carrying a child's backpack. She barely slowed him down at all. Just as he ducked behind an off-road vehicle to avoid another hail of bullets, the girl on his back gave a small, startled sound. She was regaining consciousness. What on earth is happening? The girl's eyes flew open in confusion. She quickly realized she was bound by ropes, just as before. But this time, she was strapped to the back of a broad-shouldered man, like a little octopus clinging to him. "You're awake," Kyle responded, breathing heavily. His whole body was slick with sweat from the relentless high-intensity fighting, and his combat suit was already soaked through, so much so that they could feel each other's body heat completely. "What are we doing right now?" The girl, recognizing Kyle, blushed deeply at the ears and asked in a timid voice. "We're running for our lives." As he spoke, Kyle felt a sharp pain and reached for his left shoulder. Warm, sticky blood was seeping through his combat suit, staining his whole palm red. "You're hurt," the girl exclaimed in shock. "It's just a scratch," Kyle replied quietly. The wound must have happened when they crashed out of the back of the truck just moments ago, but he hadn't noticed in the adrenaline-fueled tension. "What are we going to do?" The girl's voice trembled on the verge of tears. All she could do was press her hand to Kyle's wounded shoulder, trying to slow the bleeding. "Don't worry, I'm not that easy to take down." Before Kyle could finish, he suddenly became alert and dove toward the empty ground behind them. In the next instant, a grenade exploded where they had just been, leaving a charred crater and blowing off half the rear of the off-road truck. "Looks like they're getting desperate," willing to destroy their own base's vehicles and supplies just to kill us. Kyle kept his cool. The injury hadn't slowed him down at all. He darted and leapt with agile precision, using the military vehicles as cover to dodge another hail of bullets and push further toward escape. What should we do? The girl's face had gone pale. Only now did she realize how dire their situation was. Don't worry. I promise to get you out, and I don't break my word. Kyle glanced back, gauging the distance to warehouse number 2 as bullets whistled over his head and struck the vehicles nearby, sending sparks flying. Suddenly, Kyle laughed. We're far enough from the center of the base now. How can you laugh at a time like this? The girl bit her lip in distress, her delicate hand still pressed hard against Kyle's wounded shoulder. But even so, blood kept oozing out between her fingers. Have you ever seen fireworks? Kyle asked out of the blue. The girl's face was full of confusion. She watched as Kyle fumbled in his pocket and pulled out something that looked like a remote control. This is the grandest fireworks show in the midst of war. With that, Kyle pressed the button on the remote. Meanwhile, outside the doors of warehouse number 2 at the German base, a large number of German soldiers had gathered there. Scattered all around were the bodies of wasps and soldiers, smoke grenades, rifles, helmets. The place was a wreck. Many of the soldiers who had narrowly escaped death sat on the ground, utterly despondent. They had dared to charge at the well-equipped American troops, yet now found themselves helpless against these deadly wasps that had appeared from who knew where. Flamethrowers would have been effective, but unfortunately, this was a munitions warehouse, making their use impossible. All they could do was try to drive the wasps away with smoke grenades, but even then, the wasps seemed determined to sting, trading their lives for a chance to attack. We have discovered Commander Leo's body in the warehouse basement. No sign of the intruder. Several soldiers emerging from warehouse number 2 reported in, while a few officers exchanged uneasy glances. The base had suffered a mysterious and devastating intrusion, leaving them no time to react. Damn it! Increase our forces and sweep the entire base. I want a full-scale search, the deputy commander barked in fury. At that very moment, a panicked soldier burst out of warehouse number 2, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Run! Get out now!" "What is it this time?" the officers demanded in unison. "They've planted a timed expel." The soldier barely got out the words before. Nothing more followed. The remote detonated explosives would activate the instant the controller was triggered. Kyle had planted those charges as soon as he infiltrated the warehouse. Not especially powerful bombs, but just enough to engulf the entire building. And that building? It was the munitions warehouse, packed with ammunition and supplies. A thunderous explosion shattered the air, the sound so fierce it seemed to tear the night apart. In rapid succession, more blasts overlapped, each one amplifying the destructive force. From Kyle's vantage point on the edge of the sprawling base, he watched as a searing burst of light instantly swallowed the central area. Billowing clouds of dust and debris surged outward, spreading fast enough to be seen with the naked eye. Kyle, carrying the girl on his back, dug beneath a wrecked vehicle just in time. The shockwave hit with a bone-rattling howl, making his eardrums ache, while flying debris smashed the car's windows to bits. When the dust finally settled, Kyle crawled out from under the ruined car with the girl, and together they looked back. The heart of the base had been reduced to rubble, fire raging through the ruins and turning the night sky an ominous, blazing red. A magnificent display of wartime fireworks. No exaggeration. The 20-odd German soldiers who had been pursuing them stopped in their tracks, staring back in shock and disbelief. Some dropped to their knees on the spot, letting out anguished wails. "Now's our chance. We need to go," Kyle gasped, taking deep breaths as he carried the girl away. But after just a few steps, his strength suddenly gave out, and he nearly collapsed. His energy was rapidly draining away, his body weakening, and his vision growing dim. "What's wrong?" the girl asked anxiously. To her, it was nothing short of a miracle that Kyle had lasted this long, given how much blood he'd lost from his gunshot wounds. "I'm fine." Kyle bit his tongue, the sharp pain shocking his nerves awake, and forced himself to slowly move toward the wire fence 10 meters away. "Damn it, they're over there. Avenge our brothers. Don't let them get away." Not far behind them, the surviving German soldiers cursed and shouted as they continued their pursuit of Kyle and his companion. "If this keeps up, they'll catch us. Untie the rope and put me down. I'll hold them off," the girl said, her voice resolute. "Don't talk nonsense. With your small frame, you couldn't even buy us half a second," Kyle replied with a wry smile, though inwardly he weighed his options. If it truly came to a matter of life and death, he knew he'd have to abandon the girl and use his forced stealth teleportation to escape. But was this really the edge of life and death yet? Kyle sighed. His condition was still deteriorating, and without urgent care, his life would be in real danger. Well then, Kyle was just about to say something when suddenly a large group of familiar figures appeared ahead, making his eyes widen in disbelief. What's this? In behind the first two, fire at the rest. Leave no one alive, barked the black squad leader, his voice icy. A hail of gunfire erupted, but every bullet whistled past Kyle, striking the German soldiers giving chase behind him. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, the 20-odd German soldiers were swiftly eliminated on the spot. You finally made it, Fury. Kyle broke into a relieved smile. The moment he saw Fury appear, he knew the mortal danger had passed. From here on out, leave the rest to us. Fury stepped forward, supporting Kyle, his dark face splitting into a broad white grin. At the tail end of the raid, Kyle's body, ravaged by blood loss and prolonged, intense combat, had long since surpassed its limits. As soon as he let down his guard, unconsciousness claimed him. Fury ordered several soldiers to carry Kyle and the rescued girl back to the temporary camp for emergency treatment, while he led the remaining 90-plus troops to press on with the assault. Because of the massive explosions Kyle had caused, the base's defenses and command systems were riddled with holes. Hundreds of surviving German soldiers, having lost their officers in command, had been trying to rescue their wounded from the blast zone. But now, faced with a fully armed, fresh American unit launching an assault, they collapsed at the first blow. The battle raged from midnight until 5 in the morning. Not until the sky paled with the coming dawn did Fury and his troops finish sweeping the base. Even though it had been a one-sided rout, they had still lost 27 men. But the results of the battle were nothing short of miraculous. Counting Kyle's individual achievements, their unit's surprise attack wiped out approximately 1,200 German soldiers stationed there and completely captured the enemy's massive military base. This was the most spectacular and resounding victory the American forces had achieved since the beginning of the war. Of course, Kyle knew none of this. After falling unconscious, he remained in a deep sleep for an entire week. When he finally awoke, it was already the morning of the 8th day. Kyle opened his eyes and found himself lying on a large white hospital bed. His left shoulder was wrapped in bandages all the way down to his waist, and 4 was attached to his wrist, and a variety of medical sensors were affixed to his bare chest. All this fuss just for a single bullet wound? Wasn't that a bit much? Kyle gave a wry smile, realizing just how long he'd been out. After all, during his loss of consciousness, his thoughts had been trapped within the card space. But now, he felt remarkably refreshed. His body seemed nearly fully recovered. He pulled off the 4 and the sensors, then pressed his hand to his left shoulder. He could still feel a faint trace of pain, but he leaned back against the headboard with a sigh of relief. Both bedside tables were piled high with fresh flowers and fruit. A gentle breeze fluttered the gauzy curtains, and through the window he could see blue skies and a landscape of forest and meadow. Everything outside was quiet and peaceful. Where have I been taken? Kyle wondered, bewildered. This was clearly not a frontline combat zone or a training base. But it didn't really matter. Wherever he was, the important thing was that he was alive and well. With his remarkable ability to adapt, Kyle quickly noticed he was feeling hungry. He grabbed an apple from the table and bit into it, the crisp flesh satisfying his hunger as he ate. Just as Kyle reached for a third apple, the door to the hospital room suddenly swung open. With an apple in his hand and a bite still in his mouth, he instinctively looked up, and what he saw took his breath away. Standing before him was a girl with a face as delicate as an angel's. Her large blue eyes clear as the sky, lips soft and rosy, and golden hair tumbling in gentle waves over her shoulders. She wore a sky-blue dress that fell to her knees, her slender, graceful arms bare to the air, her youthful figure hinting at the beauty to come. This was the second time since his rebirth that Kyle had encountered such a strikingly beautiful Western girl. The first had been Carter, at the training base, who exuded a more mature and alluring charm. The girl before him, however, radiated a youthful, captivating beauty. Upon seeing Kyle with an apple in his mouth, the girl froze for a moment, then burst into excited motion like a startled rabbit, calling out toward the door, "Doctor! Doctor! Kyle's awake!" So it's her, Kyle thought in surprise. It was only after hearing her familiar voice that he recognized her as the very girl he had rescued from the German base. It was really too dark that night to see clearly. On top of that, the girl's face had been pale and drained of blood from weakness, her body bound so cruelly that she hardly resembled the person before him now. Hey, you can't eat an apple like that. You have to peel it first." After informing the doctor, the girl quickly hurried back to the hospital room and snatched the half-eaten apple from Kyle's hand. "How are you?" Kyle began, then realized it was the wrong question. He quickly corrected himself. Where am I?" "We're in the #1 military hospital in the United States. Right here in New York," the girl replied. "They stabilized you at a field base on the front lines, and once your condition was under control, you were flown here by transport aircraft for recovery." "I see," Kyle nodded thoughtfully. You have no idea. That bullet didn't just hit your left shoulder. It was only a few centimeters from your heart. I was so scared during the operation. The girl said, moving closer to Kyle and reaching for the white bandages on his body. Thank goodness you're in such strong, incredible shape. What are you doing? Kyle looked at her in surprise. At this close distance, he could faintly catch the sweet scent of her golden hair. I'm changing your bandages, she replied. Both my parents are doctors and nurses, so I'm pretty good at this sort of thing. As she spoke, a shadow of sadness crossed her delicate features. Kyle understood at once. Since she had been taken prisoner, her family and friends back home had probably also fallen victim to the invading German forces. Sensing the sudden heaviness in the air, Kyle forced himself to find something to say. I didn't expect you'd be so good at taking care of people. Of course. You have to understand, you didn't risk your life to rescue just a bundle of supplies from the enemy base, the girl said, sticking out her rosy tongue. Playfully, perhaps recalling the night she'd been tied to Kyle's back, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. And I do have a name, Lucy Jane. Just call me Lucy. Got it, Kyle said with a smile, letting Lucy gently and skillfully change his bandages. Soon, the doctor, who also happened to be the deputy director, hurried into the room to check on Kyle's wounds. Doctor, how is he? Lucy asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. He's fine, the doctor replied with a reassuring smile, adjusting his glasses as he addressed Kyle. Honestly, I didn't expect this. Most people would be bettered in for a month with injuries like yours, but you're already well on your way to recovery after just 1 week. If things keep progressing, you should be able to leave the hospital in about 3 more days. 3 more days, huh? Kyle shrugged helplessly. What others saw as a top-tier constitution, he still found disappointingly weak. After confirming that there was no serious injury, the attending doctor left the ward, but not before saying, by the way, an officer asked me to notify him once you woke up. I just gave him a call, so he should be here soon to check on you. An officer coming to visit? Kyle scratched his head. Honestly, it wasn't hard to guess. He knew fewer than 10 officers, and only 1 or 2 of them were close to him. A short while later, when the officer knocked and entered the ward, Kyle's face lit up with a look that said, I knew it. Still, he feigned surprise and asked, Officer Joseph, what brings you here? That's right. The visitor was none other than Joseph, the hand-to-hand combat instructor at the training base, the very one from whom Kyle had drawn several green physical fitness cards. You little rascal, why wouldn't I come? Officer Joseph laughed, his tone warm and familiar. But when he noticed Lucy in the room, he cleared his throat, straightened up, and put on a more official demeanor. Oh, so there's family present? Lucy, who was peeling an apple, blushed and lowered her head, not saying a word in protest. Enough nonsense. So what brings you here, sir? With these injuries, I can't spar with you. Kyle joked, his tone relaxed and teasing, as he always was with Joseph. You brat, you really are remarkable. You've brought honor to our training base. Joseph's words started out in his usual mock scolding style, but halfway through, his tone shifted to genuine praise. I've heard all about what happened. You were sent to the front, promoted to corporal in just 3 days, gathered crucial enemy intelligence, led a 100-man unit, and single-handedly infiltrated and wiped out an entire enemy base against overwhelming odds. As Joseph spoke, he gave a heartfelt thumbs up. You're something else, really. Do you realize how important this counteroffensive was for our military? Destroying a major enemy base, 3 medium-sized encampments, and a key transit station. The tide of battle at the front has shifted thanks to you. News of this flawless counterattack has spread through every military district, even across the entire country. As the greatest hero of this operation, you're now a national figure, an idol for all the soldiers. Because of you, there's even been a surge in young people enlisting over the past few days. Compared to the 3-day rapid promotion to corporal, this was Kyle's true moment of fame. A single battle had made his name. Don't praise me so much, or it'll go to my head, Kyle replied with a wry grin, his young and handsome face shining with confidence. After all, even Captain America, with just the super soldier serum, became a legend in World War II. And Kyle had something even greater, a versatile and powerful card drawing system. Becoming a hero in America was hardly a challenge for him. Still, the dramatic boost in his reputation within the military from this single campaign had surpassed even Kyle's own expectations. Kyle blinked and looked at Joseph with a hint of anticipation. By the way, after achieving such a great victory, did the commanding general mention anything about promoting my rank? You kid, you're already a corporal and still so fixated on rank. Joseph grumbled, puffing out his bushy beard and putting on a stern face. Military merit needs to be earned step by step. What truly matters is driving back the German Nazis and defending our country. That said, you did make significant contributions in this counterattack, So your rank has been bumped up a little. Kyle caught on to the key point and pressed further. A little? How much is that exactly? See for yourself, Joseph muttered, clearly not wanting to elaborate. He pulled a soldier's ID out of his uniform pocket and tossed it over. Kyle hurried to catch it and flipped it open. Sure enough, it was a freshly issued personal military ID, complete with the black and white headshot he had taken when he enlisted. Kyle Doff, male, 22 years old, ensign, United States Navy. An ensign? Wait a second, Kyle was stunned. This was more than just a small promotion. It was a giant leap up the ranks. From corporal to ensign, there were 2 whole ranks in between. In other words, he just jumped 3 levels in one go. Kyle's initial promotion from private to corporal was already a 3-step leap, but that was still among the lowest non-commissioned officer ranks. Now, he had actually been promoted straight to an officer's commission. Commander Joseph, aren't you also an ensign? Kyle looked at Joseph with a strange expression, suddenly understanding the source of Joseph's irritation. Well, you must be happy now. You won't have to call me commander anymore. Joseph gritted his teeth. Just 2 weeks ago, this kid was one of the rookies he was training, and now, in the blink of an eye, they held the same rank. Can you imagine that? Joseph grumbled like a disgruntled old maid. It took me 10 slow years to crawl my way up to ensign, and you managed it in less than 10 days. You really put me to shame. Something doesn't add up. No matter how much merit I've earned, a single battle isn't enough to get me promoted straight to ensign, is it? Kyle asked doubtfully, his mind churning with conspiracy theories. That's exactly it. You just happened to stumble into a once-in-a-century opportunity. Joseph sighed and explained, right now, it's the chaos of World War II. The country desperately needs role models to inspire young people to enlist and boost the Army's morale. And you, by volunteering, became their perfect example. So giving you the ensign commission was only natural. Joseph paused, then finally let out a smile. You're nothing like Captain America, with his fancy titles earned through propaganda films and song and dance routines. You've earned your hero's halo through real skill and genuine achievement. Captain America. Kyle's heart skipped a beat, and he asked urgently, do you mean Steve? Exactly, Joseph grumbled, pulling a clipped article from the New York Daily out of his pocket. After that kid succeeded in the super soldier experiment, his physique changed in an unbelievable way. But instead of heading to the front lines, he spends every day making Army propaganda films with politicians, singing, dancing, raising money for war bonds, and building himself up as this righteous figure, Captain America. Kyle quickly took the newspaper from Joseph, and Lucy helped him unfold it so they could both take a look. On the front page, a large black and white photograph dominated the space. In it stood a young man, tall and powerfully built, dressed in a blue and white striped suit. His face radiated integrity and handsomeness. If you buy one more E-Series war bond, that's one more bullet for a soldier on the front lines. Who is strong and brave, saving America from peril. Answer Captain America's call and join our fight. These kinds of bold, bannered slogans in English were printed above the headline and subheadings. It really is Steve, Kyle said with a smile, catching a faint glimpse of the frail youth Steve once was in the sturdy figure on the page. Captain America, the first artificial hero of Marvel, had finally made his debut, though at first it was in such a comically exaggerated political campaign. Joseph, I don't have any assignments at the moment, do I? It's been 2 weeks since I last saw Steve. I want to check on him. Can you help me? Kyle looked at Joseph urgently, forcing down the anticipation in his heart. He needed that super soldier ability card, and he needed it soon. He'd had enough of being limited to the peak of human ability. I see. Joseph frowned, clearly not a fan of Steve himself. But since it was Kyle who asked, he had no reason to refuse. With a nod, Joseph agreed. All right. Steve isn't in New York these days. He's touring the country for publicity. But in 2 days, he'll be giving a speech at the training base in Europe. I'll be heading back there myself, so I'll come get you ahead of time. Good. I can manage to wait 2 days, Kyle replied, nodding as his hands quietly clenched into fists. Getting that super soldier ability card would be his first real step to rising in this Marvel world. U.S. military's premier hospital, midday. Because of the war, the hospital was filled with wounded soldiers and officers, as well as their visiting families. Yet, as a military hospital, everyone kept their voices down, careful not to disturb others. Dressed in standard patient attire, Kyle walked through the hospital's main corridor. His youthful, handsome face immediately drew the attention of more than a few women. Thanks to the fact that information doesn't spread as wildly as it would in the 21st century, few people recognize that Kyle is the true hero behind the recent counteroffensive. In reality, Kyle, the youngest second lieutenant in all of America, is still less famous than Steve, who has been promoted everywhere as Captain America. Faced with the admiring glances of the nurses, Kyle simply smiles in response, then strides out of the hospital and into the nearby green park. The sun is shining, the trees and grass are lush and vibrant, and the fountain in the pond sparkles with crystal-clear light, a scene that's peaceful and perfect for recovery. Of course, Kyle is not the sort to sit still and rest. He takes in several deep breaths of the fresh air, then begins to loosen up with a set of military calisthenics. After finishing the routine, his joints crack with satisfying pops, his blood surges through his body, and his face looks much healthier and more energetic. Now that feels good, Kyle exhales, letting out a warm breath. Though his injured left shoulder protests with a jolt of pain, he actually feels much better than he would lying weak and bedridden, a state he's never enjoyed, given his years of combat. Tomorrow he'll be heading to the training base with Joseph, and he has no intention of showing up looking tired or sluggish. Since he's promised himself to always stay ahead of Steve, everything must be done to perfection. Somewhere along the way, Kyle has developed his own pride and principles. Right, I almost forgot about the spoils from the counteroffensive. Sweaty from his workout, Kyle sits on a park bench, closes his eyes as if to rest, and lets his mind slip quietly into the card space. Unlike after his previous battles, the vast white expanse isn't cluttered with piles of green and white common item cards. But this time, his haul far surpasses anything he's ever gained before. There are only 25 blue item cards, unclassified and stored for now, floating conspicuously at the center of the swirling card vortex. Each one is an infinite energy block, a power source capable of turning modified weaponry into engines of destruction. But Kyle already knows exactly how he wants to use these blue-tier infinite energy blocks. Instead of burning them up in weapons, he'd rather keep them as offerings, sacrifices to draw even more powerful cards. 2 blue card sacrifices. Worst case, I'll still get 2 blue cards, and best case, I could pull something even more extraordinary. Either way, my own strength will leap forward, Kyle thinks, full of anticipation, as he floats the 25 blue item cards before his mental avatar. The gap between the lowest and highest possible draws is enormous. You could end up with a complete loss, or you might get an unexpected windfall. The Stealth Blue ability card was, in fact, one of those rare treasures won through such a sacrifice. Without the ability to move stealthily, Kyle wouldn't even get close to the enemy base's main gate, let alone infiltrate alone. Goddess of Victory in New York, bless me with a bit of luck, let me hit the jackpot this time. Kyle felt as if he were back in the lottery drawing part of some game from his previous life, his heart pounding with excitement and nerves. His hands trembled as he offered up 10 blue item cards as a sacrifice. Sacrifice draw. You have sacrificed gem residue times 10. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Blue Eagle. A blue card, clearly of the biological category, floated into view before Kyle's eyes. The card itself shimmered with a dazzling blue light, unmistakably marking it as something special and rare. First try and I actually got a rare blue card. Kyle hadn't dared hope for such outrageous luck. Scoring a blue rare card was already like winning the lottery. He hurried to examine his new prize. Blue Eagle, a strange avian creature that dwells atop cliffs 10,000 meters high. Rare blue card. Its size is 3 times that of a normal hawk, with wings spanning up to 10 meters. Covered in deep blue feathers, it boasts remarkable vitality and defensive power, able to withstand attacks from conventional firearms. It can spot prey from 10 kilometers away and unleash sonic screeches as an attack. Its top flight speed reaches Mach 4, though this halves when carrying a passenger. A rare, flying mount. Kyle was left speechless. In any online game, this would be a luxury mount reserved for the elite. In the Marvel Universe, this Blue Eagle could easily be classified as an alien-level beast. A top speed of Mach 4. That's faster than a fighter jet. Kyle mused, and truth be told, he liked the Blue Eagle very much. Yet its extraordinary nature meant he couldn't use it openly. Just imagine, if he flew the Blue Eagle around in the real world, or summoned it to battle, he'd likely be shot down by his own country's jets, or else besieged by a swarm of biologists desperate to capture and dissect it. In terms of practicality, the rare Blue Eagle might actually be less useful than the rare green, venomous wasp hive. I'll keep it for now. There will be situations where it comes in handy. After all, this is the first rare blue card of my life. Kyle comforted himself, placing Blue Eagle in his emergency use space, ready to be deployed if needed. Next came the second round of sacrifice drawing. After this, the remaining 5 gem residue wouldn't be enough for another pull. Please, let me get a card with some real practical value. Kyle whispered a prayer. Now he understood. The most important thing about a card is its usefulness. The best card is the one that suits your current needs. You have sacrificed gem residue times 10. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Vibranium Bracer. Vibranium. Now that's something special. The moment Kyle heard the name of the new card, excitement lit up his previously tense face. After all, anything with the prefix Vibranium could never be second-rate. Vibranium, the finest material in the Marvel Universe, originates solely from Black Panther's hidden nation of Wakanda. As of now, the only item made of vibranium out in the world is the shield that Captain America will one day wield. With trembling hands, Kyle eagerly grabbed hold of the new item card, examining its attributes in detail. Vibranium Bracer, a right-arm bracer forged entirely from pure vibranium. Blue item card, perfectly fits and protects the wearer's right arm, easily absorbing all sorts of physical damage and impact from modern weaponry. This is pretty much the right arm piece from Black Panther's suit, just without the claws, Kyle thought, thoroughly satisfied. Though it wasn't an ability card, it was still the kind of advanced tech gear he desperately needed right now. With the soon-to-be-acquired super soldier physique, the vibranium bracer, and his stealth skills stacked together, Kyle would truly become an unstoppable force on the battlefield. The next morning, after an early breakfast at the hospital, Kyle changed into a brand-new officer's uniform sent over by Joseph's people, complete with a gleaming second lieutenant's insignia on his chest. Lucy took even more care with Kyle's appearance than he did himself, fussing over the collar and sleeves of his uniform and smoothing out every tiny crease with gentle, meticulous hands. "I'm not exactly heading to some high society gala, you know. Isn't this a bit much?" Kyle teased. Lucy, however, looked preoccupied, silent, lost in thought. "What's wrong? Did someone upset you?" Kyle pressed gently. Lucy seemed to steel herself, nervously shooting back. "Kyle, are you really going back to the front lines with that bearded officer?" "It's not the battlefield just yet. The orders haven't come down. I'm only heading to the new recruit base where I used to train," Kyle replied with a reassuring smile. "What's the matter? Even as an officer, it's normal to be deployed." "Then can I come with you?" Lucy lowered her head, her small hands twisting together anxiously. Kyle's face grew stern. "Lucy, do you think the battlefield is some kind of playground? Have you forgotten what you went through to escape? But my family was killed in the war. I have no home left. If you leave too, then Lucy's beautiful eyes shimmered with tears as she spoke. "That is a real problem." Kyle stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, "I know. My family home is right here in New York. My parents died in a previous war, so the place is empty now. If you don't mind, you could stay there for the time being." He had once looked over his own file at the training base and knew that before enlisting, he was an orphan, living in an old-fashioned villa left behind by his late parents. The house keys were all deposited at a storage facility in New York, and with the right identification slip, he could retrieve them at any time. "So, I'll be living at your place?" Lucy's eyes widened, a rosy blush creeping over her fair, lovely face. To her ears, Kyle's words hinted at something more. "Isn't this basically living together ahead of time? Even if you wouldn't be home much." "You can stay as long as you want," Kyle replied with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling Lucy's golden hair. For now, he had no other thoughts about Lucy. He simply regarded her with the closeness of a younger sister. "Kyle, you're always so good to me." Lucy's eyes sparkled with delight. She quickly rose up on tiptoe, planted a swift kiss on his cheek, and then, cheeks flushed red with embarrassment, darted out of the room like a startled rabbit. Well, that was... A subtle feeling welled up inside Kyle as he touched the spot where she'd kissed him, but he quickly pushed the thought aside. Now was not the time for the comfort of romance. He had to keep getting stronger, strong enough to face whatever unexpected crises this world might throw his way. He needed to accumulate military merits, rise in rank, earn a measure of reputation and authority, even wealth. There was so much left for Kyle to strive for. To be reborn in the Marvel Universe and settle for an ordinary life would be to squander the gift of his card-drawing ability. Kyle had his own blueprint for life, waiting for him to color it in, stroke by vibrant stroke. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Joseph personally drove a Jeep to pick up Kyle and take him to the military airfield. Kyle and Lucy said their goodbyes in New York. Then, together with Joseph, Kyle boarded the transport plane and returned to the original training base. Meanwhile, back at the training base, the military had set up a stage on the open square for a speech. Steve, in his role as Captain America, was to deliver an address, one with clear political overtones. The commanding officer had issued strict orders. Every soldier from the training camps was required to be present at the square for the speech or face immediate discharge. Curiously, apart from the soldiers, not a single officer attended. For in truth, not only the soldiers, but all the officers looked down on Steve, who claimed the title of Captain America without ever having set foot on the battlefield. It was inevitable then that when Steve walked on stage in his star-spangled costume, he would be met with intense resistance from the assembled soldiers. And, as expected, that's exactly what happened. Are you all ready to help me give Hitler a good thrashing? Standing at the podium, Steve faced a sea of silent faces. Trying to lighten the mood, he called out to the hundreds of soldiers below. All right then. Any volunteers? Nonsense. Why else would we be here if not to volunteer? An impatient soldier shouted from the crowd, and instantly, all the soldiers sitting on the square burst out laughing. We're here to watch the girls dance. Faced with the soldiers' rowdiness, Steve responded awkwardly. I think they'll only be singing one song later, so I'm trying to figure out what to do with the rest of the time. Get off with you. Hey, sweetheart, you should be dancing in boots. The soldiers showed him no respect at all. The noise grew even louder, and some began hurling fruit or water bottles up onto the stage. Backstage, Carter clenched her fist, wanting to help Steve out of his predicament, but she was at a loss for what to do. Come on, don't do this. I trained here just like you. Steve pleaded helplessly, using a prop as a makeshift shield to block the barrage of objects flying from the crowd. What do you think you're doing? A cool, commanding voice suddenly rang out from the back of the square. Instantly, every soldier turned in surprise to look behind them. A young man in an officer's uniform had appeared behind the crowd, though no one had noticed when he arrived. He carried an air of quiet authority, his sharp gaze meeting the soldier's eyes with chilling composure. It's the lieutenant, sir. The soldier who had been about to retort caught sight of the insignia on the young man's chest and swallowed his words in disbelief. A lieutenant this young? How come I've never heard of him? He can't be any older than us, can he? As anxious whispers rippled through the ranks, a few soldiers seemed to recognize him. Their expressions grew complicated, and one called out loudly, It's Kyle, Lieutenant Kyle. Lieutenant Kyle? The new recruits blinked in surprise. When they looked at the officer again, their eyes were burning with excitement. Wait, is it really him? Of course. Who else could it be? There's only one lieutenant that young, Kyle. Oh my God, an American hero. He's my idol. Same here. I joined the army because of his story. The soldiers were so thrilled they could barely speak. Suddenly, someone shouted, Stand up and salute. At once, hundreds of soldiers leaped to their feet, spun around, and saluted the young officer in unison. Good day, sir. Thank you for your service, sir. Confronted by their admiration, Kyle remained aloof. You can skip the salute. Just 2 weeks ago, I was one of you. But is this how you treat my comrade? Is this all the discipline you have as soldiers? The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. Finally, with grim determination, they all turned back toward the stage and bowed to Steve in apology. We're sorry. Steve said nothing, looking at the stern young man standing behind the soldiers. His heart welled with both excitement and embarrassment. All of a sudden, he found himself recalling that sunset at the training base, right after Kyle had won the marksmanship contest. Back then, Kyle had turned to him and said, Steve, from now on, nobody will ever dare look down on us again. Kyle's arrival instantly made him the center of attention at the training base. The youngest lieutenant, an American hero. Those titles alone were enough to make every rookie talk about him with admiration, turning his stories into the hottest topic of idle conversation. And now, the legendary man himself had come to this place, proving far more captivating than any idol or showgirl could ever hope to be. Steve seized the opportunity to slip away, retreating backstage just as a troupe of dancers in short skirts took the stage to keep the crowd entertained. Yet the soldiers gathered in the square were still riding a wave of excitement, their eyes scanning every corner, eager to catch another glimpse of Kyle, who had already disappeared from view. At that very moment, behind the stage, Steve, Kyle, the two handsome young men paid no mind to the curious looks from the backstage crew. With laughter booming between them, they pulled each other into a bear hug, a gesture of warmth and camaraderie that belonged to them alone. Kyle managed just to smile, while Steve's face was radiant, barely able to contain his joy, his happiness as unguarded as a child's. Hey, not so rough. My left shoulder's still healing from that gunshot wound, Kyle chided with a laugh. He glanced up at Steve, now towering over him, and punched his chest in mock astonishment. I can't believe it. You've gotten so much bigger than before. You're even taller than me now. Kyle stood at only 180 centimeters, while Steve had shot up to 188, a full head taller. That's the super soldier serum at work. I'm actually a lot stronger than I look, Steve said with complete candor. But then a shadow passed over his earnest face, and he added regretfully, It's a shame the professor was shot and killed by a Hydra spy. The only sample of the serum was stolen and destroyed. Otherwise, it's all right, Kyle said, shrugging as if it hardly mattered. Even without the super soldier serum, it doesn't bother me. After all, he still had the card-drawing ability up his sleeve. Kyle thought this to himself with a secret satisfaction. All right, Kyle, what happened to your right hand? Steve asked, noticing the way Kyle's right hand and palm were tightly wrapped in white bandages, even though his officer's uniform had long sleeves. Kyle raised his arm, the vibranium bracer hidden beneath the wrappings, and casually offered an excuse. Oh, this? Just a little scrape from the last mission. The raid. Steve's eyes lit up, unable to hide his excitement. I've heard all about what you did. You have to tell me the whole story, every detail. For Steve, a passionate patriot and zealous believer in justice, the fact that he had yet to set foot on a real battlefield was almost unbearable. This suited Kyle perfectly, so he readily agreed. No problem. Let's find a place to have lunch. As he spoke, Kyle's gaze shifted to Carter, who was standing behind Steve. She maintained her usual cool and elegant composure, a mature woman with an air as unapproachable as a rose with thorns. Kyle teased, Agent Carter, you're here too? That's great. Why don't you join us for lunch? I've been meaning to repay you for quite some time. Carter had intended to decline coldly, but for some reason, she hesitated and finally said, well, all right then. Did she just agree? I thought this was just a catch-up between brothers, but you're really coming along? Kyle was momentarily taken aback. He'd expected someone as aloof as Carter to refuse outright. But since things had turned out this way, he decided to just go with the flow. 10 minutes later, in the mess hall of the training base. At a table in the center, Kyle sat on one side, while Steve and Carter sat side by side on the other. The atmosphere around this three-person meal was undeniably awkward. Kyle, are we really eating here? Steve hesitated as he looked at the mishmash on his plate. He wasn't complaining for his own sake, but out of concern for the person beside him. Inviting Carter to have lunch in the soldier's mess. Probably only Kyle would dare to do such a thing. You know, this training base is right on the front lines bordering Italian territory. If we want to go to a restaurant, we need a plane, just make it in time for dinner, Kyle said with a smile. Besides, didn't we eat here all the time before? I don't mind, but Steve cast a subtle glance at Carter, who sat silently beside him. Oh, right. Chef, give our lovely Carter an extra chicken leg. Kyle called out loudly to the cook in the mess hall. Steve fell silent. Carter, too, was quiet for a long moment before she finally picked up her spoon and began to eat the stew on her plate. Steve had only taken a few bites before he couldn't help but say, Kyle, can you tell me in detail about the counterattack? I heard that because of faulty intelligence, you and 100 men faced off against a major German base. That's right. At the time, I was a newly promoted sergeant, and along with another sergeant, we led a 100-man team on a surprise mission. Kyle began to recount the events of the battle, but his mind had secretly locked onto Steve sitting directly across from him. In that instant, visible only to Kyle, hundreds of cards, each a different color, sprang from the back of Steve's head and began to hover and spin in the air beside him. Mastery of automobile driving, mastery of English, mastery of military boxing and combat, handgun mastery, sniper rifle mastery, true shield strike mastery. A dense array of white and green cards appeared before Kyle's eyes. Compared to 2 weeks ago, when he only possessed the 4 initial white ability cards, Steve had also undergone a complete transformation. Of course, the number of cards itself was not the point. Kyle could have as many white and green ability cards as he wished. Kyle's gaze quickly landed on the top of Steve's head, where an incomparable deep blue ability card hovered, its radiant glow easily outshining the hundreds of other cards. Super Soldier attained the perfect physique achievable by humans. A rare blue ability card. A qualitative leap triggered at the genetic level. Physical abilities are raised to the theoretical limits of human perfection, dramatically slowing the rate of aging and enhancing the immune system, basic regeneration, and resistance to trauma. Possess a body of ideal proportions, perfect according to the golden ratio, along with extraordinary physical prowess, speed, reflexes, and intelligence far beyond normal human capacity. Current status, available for extraction. Would you like to extract? So this is a rare blue physical ability card. An irrepressible excitement surged in Kyle's heart. Compared to skill-based, potential ability cards, the difference in quality was stark and unmistakable. Without a moment's hesitation, Kyle chose to extract it. But in the next instant, unprecedented warnings echoed sharply in his mind. Warning: extracting this card will require a continuous half-hour. Warning: rare blue-quality ability cards can only be extracted once. Warning: once extracted, the card will permanently transform the user's physique and cannot be replaced. Kyle's expression changed. These 3 extraction warnings cut deep into his memory, as if carved by a knife. Kyle, what's wrong? Steve asked, concerned as he saw Kyle suddenly stop. Carter also stared at Kyle in surprise, waiting for his response. It's nothing. Just suddenly recalled the difficult moments of that campaign. Kyle shook his head, smoothly continuing the unfinished description of the battle. He didn't dwell too long. His mind quickly made a decision. Proceed with the extraction. The super soldier ability was indispensable. No matter how great the restrictions, there was no reason for Kyle to give up. Besides, the limitations only applied to rare blue-quality ability cards. Blue cards without the rare attribute were still up for grabs. But at this point in the Marvel timeline, there simply weren't that many people possessing super green or higher-level ability cards for him to extract from anyway. It was only the half-hour extraction process that posed a challenge. Kyle had to put in considerable effort, talking at length and spinning detailed accounts of the previous counteroffensive just to buy himself the time needed in front of Steve and Carter. Of course, things like the stealth ability card, the Hellhound creature card, and gem residual energy I'll just skip over for now. So, that's how I slipped into the armory of that large base. Who would have thought I'd run into the enemy commander right in the basement of the warehouse? After taking him out, I planted timed explosives throughout the storage area. After that, things got a lot simpler. All I had to do was evade the German soldiers, get clear of the warehouse, and detonate the bombs. With the base's internal defenses crippled, there was little chance they could hold off our 100-strong unit's assault. Kyle drew out the tail, stalling for time, delivering it as if spinning a yarn. His throat was a bit dry, so he took a sip of water, only then realizing that Steve and Carter were still lingering in the vivid retelling of the battle. A solo infiltration, single-handedly crippling the enemy base's defenses. Now that's spectacular, Steve praised, his eyes glinting with a trace of envy. This was exactly the kind of experience he'd always dreamed of. Going into the base alone? You've got guts, but don't you care about your own life? Carter summed up coolly. I wonder if either of you have heard this saying. If you lose your passion, your whole life turns dull and dim, Kyle replied with a confident smile, meeting their eyes. Even if I had another chance, I'd still bet my life on the path full of risks and rewards. Rather than be a background star to the moon, I'd rather blaze across the cosmic sky, burning bright and challenging the sun itself. I don't care what kind of main character you are, nor how invincible your villainy. If you stand in my way, I'll take you down all the same. As long as I'm here, Marvel has no lead character but me. That was Kyle's creed in this world. Unyielding and unbreakable, no one could make him bow. Looking at the man before her, radiating such powerful conviction and presence, even Carter's beautiful eyes couldn't help but show a ripple of emotion. Kyle, you're right. Life should be lived with passion and excitement, Steve murmured, clenching his fists as if electrified, eager to rush to the front lines and take on a base himself. Don't worry. Gold always shines through, Steve. Your strength is the real deal, and you absolutely have what it takes to fight by my side. I'm certain of it, Kyle said with a grin. After all, as one of Marvel's leading heroes, Steve with his shield could go toe-to-toe with just about anyone. Oh, by the way, Carter, you stick so close to Steve. Are you too? Kyle teased, winking playfully. Carter shot him a frosty glance. It's just work. I'm here to collect data on the Super Soldier Project, nothing more. Exactly, Kyle. Don't get the wrong idea, Steve quickly added, waving his hands in protest. You two really are a good match. Have you truly never considered it? Kyle continued. Clang. A spoon clattered onto the metal tray. Carter, unable to hold back, stood up abruptly, tossed out a curt, I'm done eating, and strode straight for the cafeteria doors. Steve let out a sigh and grumbled, Kyle, you're a bit too blunt, you know. I'm just helping you out here, Kyle replied, giving Steve a friendly pat on the shoulder and nodding toward the door. You sure you're not going after her? Got it. I'll catch up with you this afternoon. Having undergone the super soldier serum, Steve's mind was now sharper and quicker than ever. He nodded briskly and set off in Carter's direction. Once the two were gone, Kyle finally exhaled, pressing a trembling hand to his chest as sweat streamed down his forehead. Super Soldier, extraction complete. This rare blue ability card, newly stored in the card deck, immediately seized the dominant position at the very top of the pack. At the same time, a searing pain from deep within made Kyle feel as if he were being forged again and again over a blazing grill. He knew the Super Soldier card, a body-type ability, had begun its complete transformation of his genes and physique. I need to find somewhere to finish this genetic metamorphosis, Kyle muttered to himself. In a flash, a safe and reliable place came to mind. The training base, public showers. Because the performance on stage hadn't finished yet, the shower area was completely deserted at this hour. Kyle slipped into a private stall, stripped off his clothes and gear, and turned on the shower so icy water could pour over his battle-scarred, muscular body. Yet even so, the burning, stabbing pain only intensified. He could feel it all the way to his bones, which seemed to creak and groan under the strain. Something inside him was breaking, shattering, only to be forcibly rebuilt anew. Gritting his teeth, Kyle's eyes bloodshot, he summoned his carded Nepalese army knife into a physical form and bit down hard on it, using it to stifle any cries that might escape from the agony. Had anyone been there to witness it, they would have seen Kyle's bare physique swelling, then contracting, as if being molded into its most perfect form. Veins stood out in sharp relief, muscles tightening and becoming ever more defined as the transformation cycled through. 3 agonizing minutes ticked by. At last, Kyle exhaled. The knife dropped from his mouth and clattered to the floor, its steel blade now clearly marked with a row of deep bite marks. His chest still heaved, but he was beginning to steady. Steam rose from his skin, and the scars that had marred his body moments before seemed to have been washed away, leaving no trace of their past. The transformation was complete. Kyle was acutely aware of this, for he could feel his body overflowing with a power far beyond anything he'd ever possessed. Even though a super soldier represents the peak of human physique, I'm probably no longer human myself, Kyle muttered to himself. Now, whether it was his age, vitality, the natural aging of his cells, his physical strength, or even his learning, memory, and speed of thought, none of these fit within the limits that defined a first-rate human. Calling himself a humanoid monster wouldn't be an exaggeration. At last, I have a trump card that'll let me stand firm in this world. Kyle breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a heavy burden finally lift from his shoulders. Before, even with the ability to draw cards, he was still only human. A single bullet could easily have ended his life. But now, even if he were shot, he'd suffer no more than a minor wound, no longer in mortal danger. That's why the super soldier ability marked a major leap in his strength, an essential step forward. After showering, Kyle put on his officer's uniform and only then noticed he'd grown taller. He was now almost 185 centimeters. His build and abs were now far more solid and powerful, stretching the fabric of his clothes and giving him a commanding presence. No wonder people say the poor rely on mutation. Kyle sighed to himself, striding out of the shower room with an air of ease. Stepping outside, he realized the weather had changed. The sky was heavy with dark clouds, and a gentle rain was falling, drenching the training base's pathways and filling every dip and hollow with water. This scene, paired with the current moment in time, felt oddly familiar. As Kyle sheltered from the rain, lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a woman hurrying toward him through the curtain of rain, holding an umbrella and glancing anxiously around as if searching for someone. When he saw her striking, coldly beautiful face, he couldn't help but call out in surprise, "Carter!" Kyle! Carter spotted him standing under the eaves by the shower room and, ignoring the puddles, rushed over in a few quick strides. "Why aren't you with Steve? What are you doing over at the men's showers?" Kyle asked in surprise. Then, as if something dawned on him, teased, "Don't tell me you really enjoy admiring the perfect male physique." After all, last time when he was a soldier in training, Carter had barged into the dormitory once, just as Kyle was coming out of the shower. But this time, Carter didn't even bother with a retort. She spoke urgently. "Kyle, I came to find you on purpose. Please go talk to Steve, right now. Only you can persuade him." "Huh? What are you talking about?" Kyle scratched his head in confusion. "I'll tell you on the way. If we don't go now, it'll be too late." Decisive as ever, Carter grabbed Kyle's hand and pulled him out into the rainy night. They hurried toward the cluster of military tents. "So you're saying, on the Austrian front lines, the soldiers of the 107th Regiment were ambushed by the Germans, and only a few managed to escape back here. Among those missing, there's a sergeant named Bucky Barnes." After hearing Carter's brief message, Kyle immediately understood why she was so anxious. Bucky Barnes, Steve's closest friend before he joined the army, and a man destined to become the Winter Soldier under Hydra's control. For his sake, Steve would later go so far as to turn against Iron Man, leading to a fierce confrontation. Now that he knew Bucky was in trouble, and not far from here, there was no doubt Steve would risk everything to save him. "So, Carter, are you hoping I'll stop Steve and keep him from going?" Kyle asked. Carter answered without hesitation. "Of course. Even setting aside whether any of the ambushed soldiers are still alive, we simply don't have enough troops here to mount a rescue. To have him cross the most dangerous war zone in Europe alone and infiltrate an enemy factory behind their lines. That's just too dangerous." "I understand," Kyle replied with a faint smile, saying no more. Carter frowned slightly, a foreboding feeling rising in her chest. But right now, if anyone could stop Steve's stubborn charge, it would be Kyle. The two of them made their way to the camp's quarters reserved for publicity officers. Steve was still wearing his blue and white, star-spangled uniform, hastily throwing a rainproof jacket over his shoulders as he loaded a spare tire onto a military jeep. He looked every bit the man about to set off on a solo mission. Seeing Carter return, Steve hurriedly began to speak, but when he noticed Kyle behind her, his expression shifted awkwardly. "Kyle, are you here to talk me out of this too? I know it's dangerous, but if I have the ability to help and choose not to, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Come on, I haven't even said anything yet." What makes you so sure I'm here to stop you? Kyle replied with a shake of his shoulders, helping Steve toss the second spare tire into the back of the Jeep. Steve clapped Kyle on the shoulder, surprise flickering in his eyes. The two exchanged a knowing smile. No further words were needed between them. One gesture said it all. Kyle, you... Carter looked at him in disbelief. Wasn't he just making things worse? I'll go with him. That should settle it. Two people are a lot safer than one, Kyle said confidently. Carter glanced from Steve to Kyle, her tone tinged with bitterness. Don't you get it? This isn't something one or even two people can handle. What happens when a hot-headed fool with a single-minded goal meets a madman who eggs him on? In less than half a minute, Carter's attempt to stop them had crumbled completely. For their sake, she now had no choice but to secretly mobilize every resource at her disposal. 10 minutes later, a plane took off into the thunderstorm, braving the darkness and rain as it headed deep into the war-torn territories of Europe. Inside the aircraft cabin, Steve and Kyle sat on one side, while Carter sat across from them, briefing them on the mission. Hydra's military camp is in Klausberg, nestled between two mountain ranges, almost like a factory. I'll have the plane get as close to the main entrance as possible. Stark is the best pilot I've ever seen. He's probably the only one bold enough to take off in weather like this. As Carter spoke, a man dressed like a gentleman, around 30 years old, gave a casual wave from the cockpit up front. Howard Stark? The founder of Stark Industries and the father of Iron Man. Kyle's eyes lit up with interest. He'd long wanted to meet this legendary figure from the Marvel world. He called out, "Are you Howard from Strategic Scientific Reserve? I saw some of your inventions at the museum exhibit. Absolute works of genius." "Lieutenant Kyle," Howard replied politely, "I've heard plenty about you as well, turning down the Super Soldier Project, a one-man army on the battlefield. And now, an American hero. If we get the chance back home, let me buy you some cheese fondue. And of course, Agent Carter should join us too." "It's a deal," Kyle replied with a smile, utterly unfazed by the looming danger, as if he were certain he'd make it home safely. With the cards he had up his sleeve, he was genuinely interested in building a rapport with Howard. "Attention, we're entering enemy-occupied airspace." Howard's tone turned serious as he skillfully maneuvered the controls to dodge enemy fire. The plane shuddered and lurched violently in response. Through the window, lightning flashed across the sky above, while below in the dark wilderness, enemy gunfire blazed, the bursts of man-made light competing with the storm's fury, both wreaking havoc on their flight path. "This is too dangerous. Steve and I will go from here. You should turn back at once," Kyle decided, throwing open the cabin door. The wind at 100 meters altitude whipped inside, sending his trench coat billowing. "We're already close to the enemy factory," Steve agreed, rising to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kyle at the hatch. "Steve," Carter called out to him, her voice steady but solemn. "Please, make sure you come back alive." "Don't worry," Steve reassured her, then leapt into the night. "With me around, nothing will happen to Steve. When we're back, I'll treat you to a real feast," Kyle said, giving a wave before following Steve out into the darkness below. In just a few seconds, the two figures vanished into the rainy night, plummeting swiftly toward the ground. "Not just Steve. Please you come back too, Kyle." Watching the two figures depart, Carter, still aboard the plane, murmured softly to himself, lost in thought. Over the desolate wilderness cloaked in night, a fierce storm raged. Wind howled, rain lashed, thunder roared, and lightning split the sky, while bullets zipped through the darkness. Face down, Kyle plummeted ever faster in free fall, the night air whipping his trench coat so it snapped and billowed behind him. This time, he had chosen to join Steve in the rescue mission, partly to test his newly transformed abilities in real combat. And of course, there was the promise of glory, countless battles to be won, spoils to be claimed. How could he resist such an opportunity? Not far below, Steve deployed his parachute, and Kyle, judging the timing, opened his own chute, the two of them drifting down toward the wild terrain. Suddenly, the staccato of gunfire rang out. They had only dropped to about 20 meters above the ground when enemy soldiers below spotted them, unleashing a barrage of bullets skyward. "I'll draw their fire," Steve shouted, fearing that Kyle might be hit. He immediately steered his parachute downward, making himself the target. "Do I really need you to shield me from bullets?" Kyle shook his head with a wry smile, drew his Nepalese combat knife from his belt, and with a swift motion, severed the parachute cords at his back. He was still at least a dozen meters above the ground, but now, deprived of the parachute's lift, he plunged rapidly toward the earth again. This daring move stunned not only Steve, but also several German soldiers below. "Is he trying to kill himself?" One of them blurted out, bewildered. But before the thought even finished forming, they saw Kyle drop from the height, roll deftly as he hit the muddy ground, and rise lightly to his feet. "My legs are a bit numb, but as I expected, I really can do things ordinary people can't," Kyle remarked, a faint smile breaking the cold set of his face. He hadn't tested himself this way before, but instinct told him he could survive the fall, and he had been right to trust it. Now, with a body exceeding human limits and armed with 100 combat skill cards, he felt like a treasure chest opened by the perfect key or a sports car unleashed on an open highway, his powers and skills combining in ways that defied imagination. What are you waiting for? Fire! The German squad leader snapped, snapping his men out of their stupor. They scrambled to raise their rifles and take aim. But Kyle was faster. Rather than retreat, he surged forward, left hand gripping his combat knife, charging straight at the muzzles of their guns. With a sudden step to the left, bullets tore past his right shoulder, thudding harmlessly into the mud. As the startled soldiers swung their weapons to follow, he darted to the right, always a step ahead. His footwork was meant to dodge the hail of bullets, but it was his extraordinary speed that truly set him apart. A sprinter can cover 100 meters in about 10 seconds, but for Kyle, a 100-meter dash takes only 3 or 4 seconds. Converted, the mere 20 or 30 meters separating them from the enemy is closed in the span of a single breath. Before the second volley of bullets can even be fired, Kyle is already upon the enemy soldiers. With a flash of his blade, a bright arc slices through the air. The leader's eyes are still wide with terror as the broken barrel of his rifle clatters to the ground. Almost instantly, a clean line of crimson appears at his neck, and his head tumbles free from his shoulders. Monster! A soldier behind the leader cries out in terror, turning to flee. But Kyle steps forward, seizing him by the back of the neck with one hand, and lifts the man clean off the ground. Let him go! Another soldier shouts in panic, aiming his rifle at Kyle. But before he can pull the trigger, a shadow drops from above, pinning him to the earth. You certainly took your time, Kyle says with a light laugh, swinging the soldier he holds in a full circle before slamming his face down into the muddy ground. Kyle, your speed and strength. How is any of this possible? Steve stands with his foot on the struggling German soldier, staring at him in shock. Kyle remains calm. He never intended to hide his super soldier abilities from Steve. After all, if he ever wanted to use such strength, he would have to explain himself to the army sooner or later. I didn't tell you because I've only just gained this power myself. Kyle sighs, explaining earnestly. Do you remember the counterattack 10 days ago? In the warehouse at that large enemy base, I found a vial on the commander. I meant to bring it back for the scientists to study, but during our escape, the vial broke and the liquid seeped into my wounds. Steve doesn't doubt Kyle for a moment and asks urgently, was that liquid pale blue? Kyle nods, confirming, yes. The liquid fused with my blood, and I passed out from the pain. When I woke up in the hospital, my body had undergone a transformation like nothing I'd ever known. My strength and speed were far beyond ordinary. Kyle, congratulations. It seems you've gained the prototype super soldier serum and managed to integrate it with your body, Steve says, elated. Super soldier serum? Kyle repeats, feigning confusion. Yes, the doctor was originally working with the German science division. He later escaped from the institute. I heard that some high-ranking officers in the German army also used the prototype of the super soldier serum. I never thought there would be a vial left, and you were lucky enough to get it. Steve spoke with genuine emotion, truly happy for Kyle. After all, it was Kyle who had given up his chance for the super soldier experiment, and Steve had always felt a lingering sense of guilt about it. Kyle knew in his heart that the story he had woven about his abilities was a bit rough around the edges, but with Steve's unwavering trust in him, it was an easy lie to keep up. Once Steve believed him, he could pass the word on to the military, and Kyle's status as a super soldier would be as good as settled. I was worried about you before, but now you're a super soldier too, and you've got even more combat experience than I do. Our chances of infiltrating the enemy factory and rescuing the soldiers have just shot way up, Steve said, his excitement barely contained. In that case, let me take command of the infiltration. Kyle nodded confidently, giving Steve a meaningful look. First, let me give you a quick lesson straight from the battlefield. Before he finished speaking, Kyle lifted his left foot, stepped forward, and pressed the head of the struggling enemy soldier deep into the mud with a heavy stomp. The soldier thrashed and flailed even more desperately, dirt flying in all directions, but under the weight of overwhelming strength, he quickly suffocated and died in the earth. On the battlefield, never show mercy to the enemy. Always aim to kill with a single blow. Killing isn't always justice, but slaying the enemy is the army's justice. Kyle's voice was cold, his presence chilling the air around them. I understand. Steve nodded, hesitating for a moment. No matter how strong his body was, he was still a rookie who had never seen battle. He would need some serious, well, not just training but real-life teaching. Stick close to me. We'll head straight for the factory's main entrance. If we can avoid enemy patrols, we do. If not, don't give them a chance to raise the alarm. get in close, and take them down. With that, Kyle set off first toward the direction of the factory, just as they had seen from the plane, with Steve following closely behind. The two of them disappeared swiftly into the rainy night once again, outside the main gate of a German fortress that looked like a factory. Under the curtain of rain, a convoy of 6 large German supply trucks crawled through the mud, clearly headed for the soldiers stationed at the fortress. 2 figures darted quickly from the cover of the nearby forest, using the darkness to their advantage as they crept up to the rear compartment of the last supply truck. Kyle was the first to slip into the back of the truck, which was covered only by a canvas flap. Upon seeing 2 fully armed German soldiers inside, he whispered, "One for each of us." In a flash, he lunged at one of the soldiers, clamping his right hand over the man's mouth while his left drove half the length of a Nepalese kukri straight into the soldier's heart. A comrade was gunned down right before his eyes, and only then did the other soldier realize they were under attack. He fumbled to draw his weapon, but at that moment, a young man behind Kyle leapt forward. The steel shield, adorned with the stars and stripes of Captain America, struck the soldier squarely on the forehead before he could react. Steve followed up with a swift, cutting blow, the edge of his hand colliding with the soldier's neck, snapping his spine and ending the fight before the man even hit the ground. "Not bad," Kyle commented, sitting nearby and watching the scene unfold with a slight nod, his tone deliberate and measured. "But you're still a bit slow." "You're just too fast," Steve replied with a rueful smile, dragging the soldier's lifeless body aside. "If you want to fight alongside me, you'll need to keep up," Kyle said matter-of-factly, giving a shrug as he tossed the body of the soldier he'd dispatched out of the truck. Steve followed suit without hesitation, killing and disposing of bodies, their usual blunt approach to infiltration. The German factory was deep behind the front lines, and with the endless flow of supply trucks passing through every day, the guards at the main gate weren't bothering to inspect each vehicle's cargo hold. No one in the convoy suspected that 2 enemy super soldiers were stowed away in the back of one of their own trucks. Just like that, Kyle and Steve slipped inside the fortress. Once the trucks had finally come to a halt and their engines went quiet, Kyle and Steve emerged from the cargo compartment, slipping into the cover, offered by nearby crates and barricades. This infiltration had been laughably easy, far simpler than the last time they'd stormed a sprawling enemy base. By now, the drizzle had stopped completely. In the dim glow of night, a massive factory building loomed within the fortress walls, soldiers hauling crates of supplies through its doors in a steady stream. Armed patrols wandered the grounds, their rifles glowing with an eerie blue light. Tanks and other heavy weaponry ringed the perimeter, all focused on guarding the factory itself. "This doesn't look like a typical military camp," Kyle murmured to himself, peeking out to survey the scene. The factory towered nearly 20 meters high, and from within, he could hear the muffled thrum of machinery at work. They've been building day and night, non-stop. What exactly are they trying to make here? Steve wondered aloud, frowning thoughtfully. Make what exactly? A spark of realization flashed in Kyle's mind. He glanced at Steve beside him, his tone growing serious as he spoke with conviction. "Steve, we should split up." Steve looked at Kyle in surprise. "Split up? Wouldn't it be safer to stick together in here?" "Safety isn't the priority. We need to find where they're holding the hostages fast. If we're discovered, the 2 of us can fight our way out, no problem. But if the hostages are caught in the crossfire, it's anyone's guess what will happen to them." Kyle explained, "This place is enormous. We'll cover more ground on our own. Whoever finds the prisoners first moves to get them out. No hesitation." "You're right. Be careful out there," Steve replied, nodding in agreement before slipping away, eager to avoid the patrolling guards and make his way to the factory. As Steve's figure disappeared into the shadows, a sly, victorious smile crept onto Kyle's face. "Sorry, brother, but I need you to draw the enemy's attention over at the factory first. Think of it as a bit of weight training from your big bro. After all, nothing beats learning through real combat experience." The manufacturing plant. At this point in time, what could the Germans possibly value more than surplus gemstone energy? Kyle licked his lips, his figure fading into the darkness, and in moments, he had completely vanished from sight. Stealth mode activated, Night Stalker engaged. Up close, Kyle was like a wisp of mist that didn't belong to this world, silently tailing Steve's every move. Inside the factory fortress, the machinery was even more advanced than outside, and German workers moved among the humming instruments, constantly at work. Steve crept forward with utmost caution. Without Kyle by his side to guide him, he moved with more freedom, his actions more daring. With a sharp thud, he slammed a door onto the head of a patrolling soldier, dispatching him instantly and slipping deeper into the heart of the factory. 10 meters behind, a shroud of mist kept its distance, floating quietly in pursuit. "Not bad at all," Though that shield of his is hard to miss, Kyle muttered under his breath, unable to help himself. It was one thing for Steve to sneak around, but he still insisted on carrying that steel shield, its surface painted with American stripes and stars. As if he was afraid no one would realize he was an American soldier. So, the legendary Captain America, born to be the shield-bearer. Kyle shook his head and continued to follow. Steve climbed to the third floor of the factory where iron walkways hung above metal pipes, and rows of shelves glowed blue in the dim corridor. "Energy clips?" he whispered, surprised as he picked up a blue-lit magazine from a crate. With no time for further questions, he pressed on, searching for where the hostages might be held. No sooner had Steve left than Kyle, still cloaked in stealth, stopped by the supply racks. The shelves were stacked high with blue glowing magazines, and he couldn't suppress a surge of excitement. Surplus gemstone energy. Just how much was here? How many draws could I get out of this? Kyle was delighted, but as he focused on the supplies, his excitement faded from his face in an instant. New energy magazine. A new energy magazine made from extracted gemstone energy, capable of firing devastating laser beams. Rare green item card. Would you like to extract it? Extract my foot. Kyle was exasperated. He'd expected these energy magazines to be of blue quality, but they turned out to be merely rare green. Rare green item cards, offered up as sacrifice material for draws, still only count as green cards. That was why Kyle's enthusiasm had fizzled. Extracting these magazines would be useful only in a real fight. As for using them as sacrifice material for draws, he'd be better off swapping them for ordinary green supplies from the battlefield. Forget it. I'd better go help Steve rescue the others. Kyle sighed in resignation, but just as he stood up and took a step, he suddenly seemed to remember something and stopped in his tracks. Wait a second. For such a massive new energy manufacturing plant, what is its main resource? Of course, I've only been focusing on all this scrap material, but this place actually holds one of the most precious items on Earth, or even in the universe. Kyle's heart leapt as he clenched his fists in excitement. The Cosmic Cube. This place has the Cosmic Cube, the vessel of the Space Stone. With barely a sound, Kyle slipped into stealth mode again, not caring if he risked exposure, and darted at top speed toward the factory's central control hub. Meanwhile, inside the fortress-like factory, warning, warning, prisoners held in the underground facility have escaped. All soldiers proceed immediately to suppress the breakout. Red warning lights flashed on the walls, and the harsh, urgent voice of the broadcast blared throughout the plant. Guards inside and outside the factory snapped into action. So, Steve's already set the prisoners free. Moving stealthily down a hallway, Kyle heard the warning and instantly understood Steve had succeeded. Even faster than expected. No time to hesitate. Up ahead, a squad of German soldiers appeared in the corridor. Kyle immediately dropped his stealth, bracing himself and accelerating forward with explosive force. He gripped his combat knife in his left hand, and his right hand clenched into a fist as he charged at them with lightning speed. Enemy attack. The lead German soldier shouted in panic, pulling the trigger. In an instant, a dazzling blue-white beam shot from his gun. The corridor was narrow and straight, so accuracy wasn't an issue, plus the speed of the laser was many times faster than a bullet. Dodging was impossible, even for a super soldier. Kyle's pupils contracted as the laser beam loomed larger in his vision, every nerve on high alert. He didn't try to dodge or block. Instead, he surged forward in a headlong rush, and just as the laser was about to hit his chest, he swung his right arm forward with blinding speed. With a crackling surge, the deadly energy beam, capable of vaporizing a human, bounced right off Kyle's arm, ricocheting back down the corridor. The frontmost German soldier didn't even have time to react. The laser from his own weapon rebounded and struck him squarely, and in the blink of an eye, he and his combat gear were vaporized into mist. He just deflected a laser with his bare hand. What kind of monster is this? The German soldiers stared in horror, as if seeing a ghost. Since their introduction, these new energy weapons had always meant instant death with a single hit. This was the first time they'd seen one not only fail, but get sent right back by a human hand. Anyone in my way, prepare to die. Kyle cared nothing for whether the enemy had lost their will to fight. To him now, it made no difference if the enemy tried to strike back, attempted to flee, or simply stood frozen in place as they were now. It changed nothing. It was as if a cheetah had leapt into a warren of rabbits. Charging into the midst of the enemy ranks, Kyle began to reap lives. The small, Nepalese military knife in his hand seemed to transform into the scythe of death herself. Every swing, every thrust claimed another soldier's life. With strength far beyond that of any ordinary man, and the razor-sharp blade in his grip, enemy uniforms and flesh alike were as fragile as paper. Crimson blood sprayed forth, painting the corridor a vivid red. Out of my way! Kyle muttered coldly. With a ruthless elbow, he sent the last soldier flying. His right hand, scorched by the recent blast of laser fire, was now bared. The bandages and sleeve completely vaporized, revealing the cold, metallic sheen of his vibranium bracer. Vibranium, also known as sound-absorbing steel, was not only one of the hardest substances in the Marvel Universe, but also capable of absorbing heat, energy, and kinetic force. Relying on the vibranium bracer, the laser's impact on Kyle's right hand lost all lethality, and its force was then deflected away with a sweep of his arm. Having swiftly and decisively eliminated a squad of German soldiers, Kyle wasted no time. He sprinted onward, heading straight for the factory's central control room. He did not notice that the scene of him cutting down the enemy squad had been captured in full, transmitted clearly from a security camera nestled in the corner of the ceiling to a monitor elsewhere. At that moment, in the factory's central control room, Red Skull, appearing as a middle-aged officer, stared at the bank of surveillance screens before him. Even his artificial skin mask could not conceal the trace of fear that flickered across his face. "Two super soldiers have invaded the factory," he muttered, the disbelief evident in his tone. His words were prompted by what he saw on one of the monitors. Steve, clad in a blue and white striped combat suit, was swiftly taking down two soldiers in the subterranean level of the plant. On another screen, Kyle was caught on camera just as he charged into a squad of German troops, leaving 7 brutalized bodies in his wake as he continued moving closer. It was one thing to deal with the first, but the second, how could he be so powerful? Red Skull could hardly believe his eyes. He knew even he could not treat a squad of German soldiers, armed with advanced energy weapons, as if they were nothing at all. A superhuman physique pushed to its limits, peerless close-quarters combat skills, and a ruthless decisiveness in battle. This was a true engine of war. They were both super soldiers, yet the difference in power was staggering. He consoled himself with the thought that his own super soldier serum had been only a primitive, unfinished prototype, one that left him disfigured with a ghastly red skull. But even so, the gap in strength seemed unfathomable. Red Skull didn't linger on the thought. Regaining his composure, he calmly flipped every self-destruct switch in the factory. The elderly scientist behind him turned pale with shock and cried out, "What are you doing?" Red Skull pointed indifferently at one of the surveillance screens, where Kyle's figure flashed swiftly past the camera. "He can't be stopped. Not just the soldiers here. Even I might not be able to hold him back." "Evacuate immediately," Red Skull commanded, striding quickly to the wall of the control room. He opened a hidden compartment, revealing a perfectly square object gleaming with a blue light. The cosmic cube. Not just this factory. 10 factories would pale in comparison to the value of this object. "We should be almost there." Kyle picked up speed, rounding the corner. Before him stretched a straight corridor, at the center of which was the control room. Just at that moment, a German officer carrying a bag, accompanied by an elderly doctor, stepped out of the control room's door. The two of them were preparing to leave. "Trying to run? Leave the cosmic cube behind." Kyle snorted coldly, surging forward with lightning speed. "Stop him." Red Skull had no intention of facing Kyle head-on. He shot the old doctor a vicious glare, then clutched the bag and retreated toward the end of the corridor. "Damn it." The old doctor's face turned ghostly pale with fear. Realizing he'd been abandoned, his legs gave out, and he collapsed at the doorway. "I told you, don't even think of running." Kyle pursued relentlessly, certain that whatever was inside the officer's bag, it was almost certainly the cosmic cube. "Useless fool." Red Skull cast a disdainful glance back at the old doctor, though he'd never intended to rely on an old man to stall a ruthless super soldier. "Let's see how you handle this." Without anyone noticing, Red Skull already had a new energy cube in his hand. With a forceful motion, he hurled it straight at Kyle. Residual gem energy? Kyle stared in surprise at the incoming energy cube. This was the raw material used to craft energy clips, the same blue-grade item he'd drawn from the large base not long ago. Could this thing really be stable enough to serve as a weapon? Kyle's question was answered in the next instant. Red Skull drew a pistol, took aim at the still airborne energy cube, and pulled the trigger. "This maniac is completely insane." Kyle roared in fury, surging forward in a burst of speed. He grabbed the old doctor from the floor and hoisted him up, using him as a human shield. At that very moment, the bullet struck the energy cube. The air itself seemed to freeze. A thunderous explosion shook the corridor. The energy cube detonated in a surging tidal wave, its destructive force crashing outward in every direction, annihilating everything it touched. A blinding blue tide of energy swept across the corridor. Wherever it reached, walls, floors, even steel doors, nothing could withstand its obliterating force. Everything was reduced to nothingness. The old doctor's screams, muffled behind his glasses, seemed pitifully insignificant as his body was gradually consumed and vaporized into oblivion. The corridor walls shattered and collapsed, sending a shockwave of dust that hurled Kyle violently through the air. Several seconds passed before everything finally began to settle down. At the end of the corridor, Red Skull tore off the false mask covering his face, revealing a ghastly, crimson skull. He gazed indifferently at the ruined corridor before him, the devastation still fresh, and tossed out a cold farewell. Until we meet again, super soldier. Without another glance, he turned and strode away. After a while, from beneath a heap of rubble in the corridor, a battered figure managed to pull himself up. It was Kyle, who had narrowly escaped disaster. He coughed, dusting himself off, and stared at the torn human skin mask lying on the floor at the corridor's end. His voice was icy cold. Red Skull, next time, I promise you, if we meet again, you won't get away so easily. This grudge, he will be sure to remember. Fortunately, the shield-bearer had taken the brunt of the energy blast, and with the help of his vibranium bracers, Kyle had escaped with little more than his sleeves burned away and a few ragged patches on his clothes. Still, I've lost the best chance to seize the cosmic cube, Kyle muttered in frustration. This time, he had truly underestimated Red Skull's cunning. After all, as the founder of Hydra, Red Skull's strength might fall short of Steve's or his own, but his devious tactics were as dangerous as ever. Just then, an alarm suddenly blared from what remained of the Nexus control room, only half its space intact. Kyle snapped back to attention and rushed inside. He found a control console smoking and the main screen flashing red German text. Factory self-destruct countdown. 61 seconds. The numbers were ticking down fast. Directly across from the control panel, a shirtless young man was unconscious, bound to an experimental table. On the adjacent wall hung a large map, with 6 scattered flags pinned across it. Kyle's sharp eyes locked on the map, and immediately, a card-drawing prompt appeared in his mind. German Military Factory Distribution Map. This map marks the locations of 6 German weapons factories and bases. White item card. Draw the card. Another map. So this is a key to unlock new missions, Kyle murmured, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Red Skull, run if you must. I'll destroy your strongholds, one by one. As soon as Kyle drew the map into a card, a tall figure burst into the room. The two locked eyes, both momentarily stunned. Kyle. Steve. After all the chaos, Kyle and Steve had found each other again in this factory control room. What happened here? Steve asked, scanning the wreckage of the battered control center, suspicion and concern in his voice. It's simple. The commander of this factory got desperate and threw an energy bomb to stop me. Kyle shrugged, his chin tipping toward the young man lying inside the room. That's the one you came here to save, isn't it? That's Bucky. Steve's face lit up with joy when he saw the young man. He rushed over in long strides, eager to wake him. Just carry him on your shoulder. This place is about to blow. Kyle pointed to the main screen, where the countdown now showed only 30 seconds left. Steve nodded and did as told, hoisting his unconscious friend onto his shoulder. Kyle was about to lead the way out when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted something on the console table. Car key. The exclusive key to Red Skull's personal car. A 4-wheel drive vehicle crafted with top-tier German engineering and boasting remarkable horsepower. A white item card. Perfect. Follow me. Kyle grabbed the car key and headed with Steve toward the factory's garage. The 30-second countdown ticked down to 0. Explosions erupted throughout the factory, setting off a chain reaction among the new energy supplies. Flames lit up the wilderness, turning night into day. Outside the factory, a wave of liberated American POWs had already overwhelmed the remaining German troops after seizing the factory's advanced weapons and tanks. As the self-destruction began, all the American soldiers scrambled for safety, flooding away from the factory. Just then, against a backdrop of fiery blasts and roaring engines, a stylish, beautifully crafted luxury car shot out of the chaos like a work of art come to life. Follow my lead. Break through toward our base. Kyle shouted from the driver's seat, stomping the accelerator flat to the floor. The car barreled forward, smashing through the factory's iron fence like a tank. Red Skull's prized vehicle pressed into service for a daring escape. Go! Everyone go! The American soldiers, recognizing Steve and Bucky by their distinctive uniforms, erupted in cheers. They surged after the car, pouring into the vast darkness of the wilds beyond. Night passed. At dawn, as the first pale light crept across the sky, Carter couldn't stand waiting any longer. She hurried to the communications center at the training base, desperate for news. Lieutenant Kyle and Steve Rogers vanished last night in the aftermath of battle, near Sector 3. The factory there shows no signs of life. The search teams have returned, and we're preparing to officially list them as killed in action. Commander Bryant, personally receiving the telegram, turned to Carter with a cold glare. Because of you, we've lost not only a brilliant officer and a propaganda leader, but over 100 soldiers' lives. If that's the outcome, I'll take full responsibility. Carter replied calmly. She refused to believe that those two men could have been so easily lost to the battlefield. No matter what you say now, Bryant had only gotten halfway through his sentence when he suddenly paused, turning his gaze to his rear side. It was the sound of a car approaching, faintly drifting in from the desolate outskirts of the base. Look, what's that? Oh my God. The soldiers who had gathered inside the base for training rushed to the back gate in surprise, quickly parting to clear space. A battered luxury car appeared at the front, leading the way. Kyle was in the driver's seat, steering slowly, with Steve and a newly awakened Bucky sitting in the back, arms draped companionably over each other's shoulders. Behind the luxury car marched over 100 American soldiers, each armed with cutting-edge energy weapons. Though their faces were etched with exhaustion from the night's fierce battles and breakout, every step they took was marked by unshakable resolve. They were back. That kid, Commander Bryant fell silent as he spotted the enemy tank being driven in at the rear of the returning column. He was at a loss for words. Did they just loot the enemy's factory? Please, give me a chance to prove my worth as a soldier. The young man's resolute words still echoed faintly in his ears. Somehow, the rookie who had only just joined the base had already become a hero, repeatedly pulling off the impossible. Amazing. Truly remarkable. Bryant picked up where he'd left off, leading the applause. The soldiers on the training grounds joined in, their thunderous clapping reverberating across the base, refusing to die down. The mission to rescue the captives, led by Kyle and Steve, was a complete and resounding success. That very day, Kyle submitted the battle report and intelligence maps to Commander Bryant for official filing. Without even waiting to confirm his military citation, he and Steve quickly cleaned up and changed into crisp formal shirts, then made their way to meet with Howard, Carter, and the others. After all, before the rescue mission, Howard had promised to treat them to a cheese fondue, and Kyle had no intention of letting him weasel out of it. Howard was a wealthy tycoon, after all. There was no need to stand on ceremony with him. So, at Kyle's enthusiastic urging, the group boarded Stark's plane that very day, heading to the nearest city for a banquet and dinner. Howard wasn't just rich. He was the very picture of a refined gentleman. The place he chose for their meal was, naturally, no ordinary restaurant. At the hotel entrance, golden lights dazzled the eye while spotless red carpets blanketed the floor. The security guards were impeccably dressed in suits, and the reception staff were all stunning women in chic skirts. Howard, you really know how to live, Kyle remarked. Howard merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying, as he led the three of them deeper into the hotel. Clearly a regular here, Howard barely needed to show his ID. The receptionists recognized him instantly, fluttering over with flirtatious glances and offering every imaginable VIP service. The main dining hall on the first floor was far more understated and elegant than the lavish exterior. Beneath the gentle glow of classical chandeliers, musicians played violins softly, while guests dined with refined grace to the music. Most of the people here were either wealthy or noble. None seemed at all troubled by the wars raging outside. Just as Howard was about to ask the receptionist for a table for four, Kyle spoke up first and requested 2 tables for 2 instead. The moment Howard heard this, his face brightened with a grin. A table for 2? Lieutenant Kyle, you really know what I'm thinking. Looks like I'll get to have dinner alone with the lovely Miss Carter tonight. You're overthinking it, Kyle replied, rolling his eyes. He glanced at Carter, who stood beside Steve. Tonight, for once, she had abandoned her perennial military uniform. Carter wore an elegant strapless gown perfectly suited to the occasion. Her already striking beauty was enhanced by a touch of makeup, making her look even more radiant. The well-fitted red dress complemented her figure, accentuating the curves she usually kept hidden beneath her uniform. As promised, I brought Steve back safe and sound. I keep my word, Kyle said to Carter, and before she could respond, he patted Steve's shoulder. You go ahead and take Carter to dinner. Ah, Steve exclaimed in surprise, then hurriedly nodded. Oh, understood. I'm giving you a chance here, buddy. Make the most of it. Kyle smiled inwardly. He never had any romantic interest in Carter, so letting Steve take the lead didn't bother him in the least. More importantly, tonight's purpose was about far more than simply enjoying a lavish meal. Please, this way, the receptionist said warmly, bowing and gesturing toward the dining area, then led Steve and Carter to their table. So, Carter just left like that. Howard looked crestfallen. He glanced at Kyle and hesitated. Are you saying the two of us, 2 grown men, are having dinner together? A table for 2. Have dinner or not, it's up to you. To be honest, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you tonight. Kyle replied with a shrug. Something else. Howard looked at him, puzzled. Kyle gave him a meaningful look. Let's find a place to sit down first. I'll explain everything. Down in the basement level of the hotel. Here, the atmosphere was completely different from the main hall upstairs. Under dim lights, gentlemen and ladies of all sorts lost themselves in the music, dancing with abandon. The servers, drinks in hand, were even more provocatively dressed, wearing scanty bunny-made outfits that showed off plenty of skin and long, alluring legs. Howard led Kyle to the bar, and on their way, he brazenly pinched the bottoms of a few passing bunny girls, rakish, yet somehow still managing to look gentlemanly. The Stark family, it seemed, truly had a penchant for playboys. Kyle muttered to himself, then ordered a vodka from the bartender. Howard, on the other hand, asked for a cocktail. Well then, let's have a toast first to World War II. Howard raised his glass with elegance, uttering a rather unexpected remark. Kyle looked at him in surprise and asked, "A war breaks out, and that's something to celebrate?" Of course. For someone like me, who studies scientific strategy, weaponry, and advanced technology, without war, I'd barely have any work to do. Howard maintained, his smile as he looked at Kyle. And you're no different. Without war, you couldn't have gone from a new recruit to a second lieutenant in just a few weeks. I have to say, you certainly have a strong sense of self-interest. Kyle chuckled helplessly, raising his own glass to clink with Howard's. War is both a blessing and a curse. For those with real abilities, it's an unprecedented opportunity. For those without, it's a disaster to be loathed. Howard took a sip of his drink, then said, "Enough with the small talk. If there's something you want to discuss, just say it outright. Otherwise, I might have to go chat up some beautiful ladies." Kyle nodded, cutting straight to the point. "All right then, I'll say it. I want shares in Stark Industries. You want to be my business partner?" Howard was a little surprised, tapping his fingers on the table. "Can you tell me why?" As he drank, Kyle answered with certainty, "It's simple. I believe in Stark Industries' potential. In the future, it's destined to become the world's leading player in strategy and technological manufacturing. Most importantly, I believe in you. You're a true genius, through and through. I have to admit, you have quite the eye." Howard was pleased with the answer. As a genius himself, he had every reason to be confident. "Because of the war, my current focus is still on national technological strategy. Stark Industries is just getting started, but we've already made progress on the anti-gravity project. In the future, we'll branch into even more scientific fields. Once the war ends, Stark Industries is going to develop at lightning speed." As he finished, Howard looked at Kyle seriously and said, "Don't take this the wrong way, but I've seen your file. You don't own many assets. And even if you're a field officer, a military salary doesn't go that far. So how exactly do you plan to invest in Stark Industries?" Even for a friend, Howard wasn't about to hand out shares in Stark Industries with his eyes closed. Kyle understood this perfectly well. The fact that he dared to bring up shares with someone as proud as Howard Stark meant he was holding a strong hand. "I'm not investing money. I'm investing in the future." As he spoke, he pulled out a slim, rectangular device he prepared in advance and placed it on the bar. The front of the device was almost an unbroken sheet of tempered glass, embedded with a tiny camera. The back was a smooth metal casing, featuring a prominent, bitten apple emblem right in the center. That's right, it was a phone. An iPhone. "What kind of device is this? The craftsmanship looks truly exceptional," someone remarked. After all, Howard was a master among scientists, a craftsman at the very pinnacle of his field. The moment he saw the iPhone's refined metallic body, he sensed at once that this was no ordinary object. He picked it up, weighed it in his hand, and began to fiddle with it curiously, turning it this way and that. "I call it a mobile phone," Kyle replied, a faint smile playing at his lips, as if launching into a salesperson's pitch. "Don't be fooled by its compact size. In reality, it's a device that brings together 100 different functions. It has fingerprint and facial recognition, simple voice controls, photography and video recording, storage and file management, messaging, alarms, calculators, audio recording, games, music playback, phone calls, search engines, just to name a few. This tiny gadget has all those advanced and practical functions." Howard exclaimed, astonished. He immediately began to examine it with the utmost care. Kyle struggled to suppress a chuckle, amused to see Earth's brightest manufacturing genius marveling at a mere phone, nearly laughing out loud at Howard's awestruck reaction. Yet, this phone was nothing more than a green quality item card, one of the most common draws he'd received from his earlier sacrifices. Kyle had originally thought that, given this was the World War II era, with telephone towers and the internet still rare, the phone would be of little use. But after his recent encounter with Howard on the plane, a new idea had flashed through his mind. The phone might be useless to him now, but in the hands of a genius inventor like Howard, it could be a whole different story. After all, while a smartphone might be as common as dirt in the 21st century, here now, in 1943, it was a technological marvel straight out of the future, decades ahead of its time. Howard explored the phone's features, his eyes growing brighter as the screen lit up, fingers flying as he tried out one function after another. Kyle watched in amazement. He hadn't even explained the basics of the phone's operation, but Howard's keen intuition for technology helped him get the hang of it almost instantly, as if he'd handled such things all his life. No wonder he was destined to father the man who would one day invent artificial intelligence and the Iron Man suit. He truly deserved his passive tech adaptation card. Kyle let Howard test the phone as much as he liked. Most of the apps had already been deleted and the time records altered. But even if Howard discovered any secrets, Kyle wasn't the least bit concerned. The trial went on for a full 10 minutes. It wasn't until Kyle poured a fourth glass of wine that Howard finally pressed the button to turn off the phone screen. He fell into deep thought, stroking his chin, then looked at Kyle with grave seriousness. A color display with high resolution, precise touchscreen controls, and all sorts of practical features. They're simply beyond our current capabilities. This device, which you call a phone, must have come from a planet with technology far ahead of ours. Or perhaps from the future itself. As for its origin, forgive me, but I can't reveal too much. However, there are a few things I can promise you. Faced with Howard's doubts, Kyle smiled and raised 3 fingers. First, its origin is absolutely safe. Second, there isn't another phone like this in the world right now. Third, it will bring you nothing but benefits. As long as you fully grasp the advanced technology in this device, Stark Industries will have the foundation and capital to step into the world of top-tier technological manufacturing, even earlier than anyone else, once the war is over. I understand. Howard lapsed back into thought. Kyle was in no hurry. He watched as gentlemen and ladies danced with abandon, savoring the unique vintage flavor of his drink. Sir, may I have the honor of this dance with you? During this time, several young ladies and society women approached Kyle to strike up a conversation. After all, he looked young and handsome, his perfectly fit physique set off by his tailored formal shirt, making him exceptionally attractive. I'm sorry, I'm here on business with a friend, Kyle replied with gentle courtesy, causing many of the young women to walk away disappointed. Still, a few gathered their courage and left their calling cards. After a long pause, Howard tried to sound him out. If I invest in this phone, how much of Stark Industries are you asking for? That was as good as saying he was willing to keep negotiating. Kyle quietly let out a sigh of relief, clearly not as calm as he appeared on the surface. He was confident in the phone, of course, but this was the Marvel Universe, after all. Already, there were new energy weapons, anti-gravity devices, laser tanks, even self-piloting fighter jets. The list of black technologies was endless. He was far from certain he could win Howard over. I want 40%, Kyle said. 40? Howard had just raised his glass to finish his first drink, but nearly choked at the number, coughing as he sputtered, That's daylight robbery. If we're partners, I'm not just bringing in this one phone, Kyle replied coolly, revealing a second card he'd kept up his sleeve. The phone I brought tonight is just my opening bid in this collaboration. I have something else, every bit as valuable. Can you at least give me an idea of what this other item does? Howard's curiosity was piqued again. Kyle had already given him enough surprises for one night. I can only say that thing is just an introduction to the field of artificial intelligence. No sooner had Kyle finished speaking than Howard trembled all over, his hand fumbling the glass, which toppled onto the bar, spilling liquor across the counter. In an era when even computers were still in the developmental stage and systems existed only as vague prototypes, what did artificial intelligence represent? It stood for the future. If what you're saying is true, then what you've invested in is nothing less than the future itself. Howard was so excited his whole body shook. Kyle smiled and countered, given that, do you still think 40% of Stark Industries is too high a price? Not at all. Absolutely not. If you wanted 50%, I'd give it to you. All of Howard's earlier hesitation vanished. He had not a single reason to refuse. Money, fame, power, beautiful women. Howard enjoyed them all. But when it came to invention, everything else faded into insignificance. 40% is enough. It's better for you to remain the founder and majority shareholder, Kyle said with a smile. Stark Industries would only evolve into a leading industrial powerhouse if it stayed firmly in Howard's hands, following the natural course of history. His investment was certain to yield extraordinary returns. Like raising a goose that laid golden eggs, he would never have to worry about money again. It's settled then. You'll invest with the phone and another item, and in exchange, you get 40% of Stark Industries. Howard laughed heartily, signaling the bartender for another round. He raised his glass high. To a fruitful partnership. To a fruitful partnership, Kyle echoed, lifting his own glass. They clinked glasses once more, then tipped back their drinks, draining them in one go. No one knew that at the bar of this underground ballroom, the largest share transaction in the history of Stark Industries, a company destined to become a titan of the future, had just been agreed upon. Kyle guessed that Carter and the others were nearly done with dinner, so he and Howard left the bar on the lower level of the club. Kyle, after striking such a big deal tonight, I'd say it's on you to pick up the tab, Howard teased, his tone lighter now that their partnership had begun to take shape and a sense of camaraderie had grown between them. Of course, Kyle replied with a grin, giving a playful wink. But you know I'm still broke. My officer's salary hasn't even come through yet. Any chance the big boss could advance me a bit from next month's Stark Industries dividend? You really are something else. Howard shook his head in disbelief, feeling as if he'd dug himself into a hole. Yet, he still reached into his wallet, pulling out an elegant gold card and a check with a stamped certificate. This card is a permanent VIP card for this charming hotel, and there's a $20,000 deposit on it. Use it as you need. Also, here's a check for $100,000. You can cash it at any major city's central bank, but it's best to make an appointment first, otherwise they may not have that much cash on hand. Keep in mind, the average salary for a regular American soldier right now is only about $60 a month. To casually toss out $120,000 like this, that's an astronomical sum by any standard. Kyle accepted it without any pretense, and couldn't help but tease, I never expected the monthly bonus would be this generous. Thanks, boss. Howard urged him on. Forget about thanks. Just get that second investment item over to me as soon as you can. I'll have my lawyer draw up the transfer agreement for the shares. Once you sign, you'll officially be a partner in Stark Industries. No problem, Kyle nodded. As for the second investment item, he actually carried it with him, carted away for safekeeping. It just wasn't convenient to produce it in public. So, what was that second investment item? In fact, it was the system program chip for a supercomputer. To Kyle, it was an even less useful green item card than a mobile phone, just a scattered single unit, a random component. But for anyone looking to step into the field of artificial intelligence, it was the perfect key to open that door. Kyle and Howard had just returned to the hotel's main lobby when they saw Carter hurrying toward them. Done with dinner? Where's Steve? Kyle asked, surprised. Carter shot him a look and retorted. Where did you two disappear to? I sent Steve to look for you, but he couldn't find either of you. Well, Kyle hadn't answered yet when Howard laughed it off. Don't ask. Men have their own places to relax and unwind. That kind of answer really leaves a lot to the imagination. Kyle grumbled inwardly, but Carter didn't dwell on it. She simply said, in a serious tone, General Chester just sent a message for you all. I'm here to pass it along. We need to head back to the training base. We barely had a chance to relax, and it's back to work already. Howard sighed, slapping his forehead. It's about that intel map, isn't it? Kyle mused, a thoughtful look on his face. He'd already expected that once the map was reported, there'd be instructions from above. He just hadn't thought they'd act so quickly. Kyle, Steve's voice called from behind, just as he returned. Everyone's here. Time to settle up and head out, Kyle said with a smile, casually handing the VIP card from his pocket to one of the hotel staff. Put tonight's bill for the four of us on this. With money in hand, he felt a surge of confidence coursing through him. Kyle, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. Steve sounded surprised. Even without looking, it was clear that the expenses at this hotel were far beyond what most people could afford. What surprised Carter even more was that she had also read Kyle's personal file. Where did this hotel VIP card come from then? What exactly had these two been up to just now? Carter eyed Kyle and Howard with suspicion, unable to make sense of it all. That day, they flew out to a big city for dinner and returned to the training base the same day. On the plane, Carter carefully relayed General Chester's mission orders to the three of them. Kyle and Steve, you two will serve as team leaders. At the training base, select soldiers to form an armed unit and systematically attack the 6 German factory bases in the battle zone. Once the supply factories fall, Germany will no longer pose a threat to Europe. Steve, from now on you hold the rank of sergeant, Carter continued, her gaze shifting to Kyle. As for you, your battle achievements will continue to accumulate, but there won't be any further promotions this time. No problem, Kyle replied with a nod. He hadn't even had time to get used to his lieutenant's credentials. He was used to this rhythm of stacking up merits and then being rapidly promoted. It was a pace he both enjoyed and thrived on. Carter went on, her tone stern. Stark, you're to provide scientific strategy and armament for our 2 super soldiers. Sure, Howard answered distractedly as he piloted the plane. But a moment later, as if something had just dawned on him, he whipped his head around in shock. 2 super soldiers. That's right. Kyle's a super soldier now, too, Steve replied. It was a piece of information he had made a point to report after the battle. Carter fixed her gaze on Kyle, speaking earnestly. From here on, I'm also responsible for supervising and documenting you, in order to collect data on super soldiers. All right, Kyle muttered, sounding less than enthusiastic. He grumbled under his breath. At the very least, I'm a lieutenant. Yet I have to be supervised by a woman? Doesn't that hurt my pride? Why not just use Steve as your guinea pig? Carter acted as though she hadn't heard a thing, maintaining her icy poise and elegance. Steve immediately suggested, if we need to assemble a combat team, why not gather the soldiers we rescued last night? They're seasoned frontline fighters, and they already have experience using the new energy weapons against the Germans. No problem. I'm sure those men are still brimming with pent-up energy. They didn't get a proper chance to let loose last night. But aside from them, I'd also like to bring in someone from the 102nd Regiment, Kyle said thoughtfully. Who? Carter asked. She still had the authority to requisition a single person from the front lines. His name is Nick Fury. He's a staff sergeant with a sharp mind and excellent command skills, Kyle answered with a smile. This was a prime opportunity to rack up military achievements and honors quickly. He was truly looking out for Fury this time. Achoo! Inside a temporary tent on the front lines, a black sergeant with a single eye sneezed. He rubbed his bald head in surprise, a little puzzled by the sensation. The weather isn't even cold. Why do I have such a bad feeling? Fury muttered to himself. The front lines had been quiet for some time, yet an inexplicable chill crept down his spine. A day passed. Steve began summoning the soldiers he had previously rescued, and soon he had formed a unit with the beginnings of real structure. This was largely thanks to his own charisma, his strong sense of justice, and his natural ability to lead, as if he were born to be a captain. Around noon, a helicopter touched down at the training base. Fury, carrying his military pack, stepped off and looked around in confusion, still unaware why he had been transferred here alone from the front. The frontline commander had only told him there was an important reassignment order, then hurriedly told him to pack and get on the helicopter, giving him no time to process. Fury, long time no see. A familiar voice called from behind. Fury turned, and, upon seeing the speaker, his eyes widened. Kyle. Address me properly, Kyle replied, deliberately putting on a stern face and gesturing to the rank insignia on his chest. Yes, Second Lieutenant Kyle. Don't tell me you're the reason I was reassigned, Fury replied grumpily. He'd already heard on the front lines that Kyle had been promoted to second lieutenant, so this wasn't particularly surprising. Who else but me would go out of their way to use military authority just to have you transferred? Kyle shrugged. All right then, what do you want from me? Don't tell me you're dragging me into battle with you again. Fury's voice trembled a little. Although their last joint mission had earned him a promotion to sergeant, just thinking back on that operation still felt insane. Kyle never played by the book. If he could fight head-on, he would never hesitate. If he couldn't, he'd find another way to press the attack. Calling him a war fanatic wouldn't be an exaggeration. We're not heading back to the front lines, Kyle reassured him. Just as Fury was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Kyle's next words nearly knocked the wind out of him. We're going behind enemy lines. Our mission is to attack 6 separate German factory bases. You're dragging me into deep water, Fury groaned, feeling like he might cough up blood from frustration. I'm giving you a special opportunity, letting your command skills shine early, Kyle replied, flashing a devilish grin. After all, the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't be left to languish in the deadlock of the front lines. One level below ground, in the base, the passageways all around glowed with dim yellow lights, dividing the area into various research departments and basements. Many messengers, researchers, and officers were gathered here, analyzing the conditions of the frontline battlefield. Kyle led Fury deeper inside, and, just as he stepped into the scientific strategy department, someone inside seemed to notice him. A blue-clad figure strode quickly in their direction. Kyle, you've come at the perfect time. What do you think of my new combat suit? It was Steve, who stopped at the doorway, looking for Kyle's opinion. Well, Kyle's gaze fell on Steve. Compared to before, Steve's fitted leather suit now looked much improved in both quality and style. Though it still featured the signature blue base, a striking silver star on the chest, and a deep blue mask covering half his face. How should I put it? The outfit was certainly eye-catching, but was it really meant for battle? Kyle couldn't help but think, with an outfit this conspicuous, the enemy wouldn't even have to guess who the leader was. Who else would they focus their fire on? Still, however he felt, Kyle's words were quite different. It's great. It perfectly matches your title as Captain America. Leading from the front in such a bold way can inspire tremendous courage and faith in the soldiers. Really? That's wonderful to hear. Steve nodded in satisfaction, then noticed the man behind Kyle. And who is this? Kyle made the introductions. Allow me to introduce Nick Fury. I specifically asked Carter to transfer him from the front lines. He's a talented commander. Hello, I'm Steve Rogers, one of the leaders of this team. Steve offered his hand with a bright smile and shook hands with Fury. the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the symbol of its predecessor. Thanks to Kyle's introduction, the two men shared this historic meeting in the basement, well ahead of the future. Kyle, I knew you'd appreciate the Captain America combat suit I made for you. The material isn't ordinary leather, but high-fiber fabric, resistant to damage, dust, heat, and even offers some bulletproof protection. Howard emerged from the lab, enthusiastically explaining, and added with a flourish as if to surprise Kyle, I'm preparing to make a set for you as well. The materials just arrived by air. Ah, that really isn't necessary, Kyle forced a smile. Wearing a Captain America-style combat suit into battle? That level of embarrassment was off the charts. Howard replied with grave seriousness. It's essential. I promise to provide scientific and strategic equipment for both of our super soldiers. It's literally my job in the military. After repeated protests got him nowhere, Kyle finally agreed, though rather reluctantly. All right, you can make the suit, but the overall style will need to be modified to my specifications. No problem at all. Howard nodded in agreement and waved for everyone to follow. Come on, let me show you something. He led them into the laboratory and retrieved an object from an air freight crate, placing it right in front of the group. Kyle was the first to widen his eyes. Before them lay a disc-shaped shield with a smooth, metallic sheen. At the same time, a card with information about the shield appeared in front of his eyes. Shield of adamant, crafted from primordial adamant metal, composed of vibranium, iron, and a mysterious chemical component. Nearly indestructible, it can withstand immense pressure, extreme temperatures, radiation, and the full electromagnetic spectrum. It blocks kinetic energy and boasts flawless aerodynamics. Its force and trajectory can be controlled so that it returns to its thrower. A rare blue-grade item card. This shield was made from a material that came together by accident. Since the process and the precise proportions of its components are unknown, this metal can never be reproduced. In other words, it's a one-of-a-kind piece in the world. Howard finished his explanation, turning to look at both Kyle and Steve. There was only one shield, but who should receive it? Both men were super soldiers. In the past, he would have given it to Steve, who'd become a super soldier first. But now, whether by duty or by personal judgment, Kyle was clearly the best candidate to wield this shield. Kyle. Before Howard could finish, Kyle had already taken a shield. He wrapped his fingers on its sturdy surface and remarked with admiration. This really is an extraordinary piece of equipment. Steve, you go ahead and use it. Kyle casually shoved the shield into Steve's arms, surprising everyone in the room. Steve clutched the shield in both hands, at a loss for words and wanting to decline. That's enough, Kyle interrupted, clapping a heavy hand on Steve's shoulder. There's no need for ceremony between us. Just take this shield, and on the battlefield, don't let me down. Yes, I understand. Steve responded without any further hesitation, gripping the shield tightly, his eyes shining with grit and determination. Perfect, just as it should be. Kyle smiled faintly. He already had vibranium bracers for defense. The shield, while impressive, didn't suit his offense as the best defense philosophy. Besides, how could Steve ever go toe-to-toe with villains without his iconic shield? Captain America should always be the one in the boldest uniform, carrying the toughest shield, charging to the front lines, and taking the hardest hits. Well, since Kyle insists, let Steve use the shield, Howard said after a moment of consideration. Actually, there's another piece of equipment. While it's not as balanced as the shield, its offensive power is several times greater. Don't keep us guessing. If you've got something else, just bring it out, Kyle urged him. Hold on a moment, Howard said, opening another air freight crate and pulling out an object that resembled a longsword. The hilt fit perfectly in the palm of his hand, while the rest was sheathed in a leather scabbard. What's this? Kyle's gaze locked onto the item, and at the same time, a blue card-like message quickly flashed before his eyes. Blade of sodium carbon steel, a longsword crafted from carbana alloy with advanced workmanship. Blue-grade item card. Carbana is a type of radiant metal. Though less hard than adamantine, it boasts exceptional flexibility, allowing for an extremely thin blade. This longsword is tough and razor-sharp, capable of suppressing the body's healing factor and inflicting permanent wounds. It may lack a rare prefix, but its blue-grade quality alone testifies to its excellence. A longsword forged from sodium carbon steel, Kyle murmured as he reached out to take the sword, feeling the chill of the hilt in his palm. He drew the blade from its sheath, and at once, a cold, spectral gleam flashed through the dim basement. It was a one-handed sword. The cross-guard stretched to form a cruciform with the blade, and the edge was honed to such perfection that no one would dare question its ability to slice through metal as if it were butter. Howard explained, the carbana alloy for this sword was sourced from the Russians, and there was only enough to make this small, one-handed blade. I designed it in a medieval style. I hope you'll like it. I do. Very much, Kyle replied without hesitation, his face alight with barely concealed satisfaction. With a vibranium bracer for defense, what he needed now more than anything was an offensive weapon. Facing German soldiers armed with new energy weapons, his battered kukri was no longer up to the task. This sodium-carbon steel sword was the perfect replacement for his old blade, whose edge was chipped and worn in several places. That settles it. One of you will wield the shield, the other the sword. As the team's leaders and strongest fighters, you'll have greater confidence attacking and destroying the Germans' factory base. Then, recalling something, Howard turned to Kyle and said, "Be sure to tell me your requirements for your combat uniform later. I'll have it ready by tonight. Once that's done, you two will be fully equipped for battle." Kyle nodded in agreement. In truth, he only needed a few modifications to the Captain America combat suit. If the base color, iconic patterns, and helmet were removed, he could just about accept it. Steve said, "We've nearly finished assembling our team. Around 500 men, no more, no less. With the Germans' new energy weapons as our mainstay and conventional arms as backup, we'll have a properly outfitted strike force." "It seems," Kyle said, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint, icy smile and a cold glint in his eyes, "as soon as the base's intelligence team finishes their analysis and our orders come down, we'll be ready to move out tomorrow. Red Skull, I want to see just how long you think you can keep hiding." Seeing the cold, determined look on Kyle's face, Fury instinctively stepped back half a pace. For the first time, he actually felt sorry for the German army. After all, they had caught the attention of a living god of war. Another day passed. That morning, after over an hour of heated discussion with the general, the colonel in charge at the training base finally received the official order to launch the operation. Second Lieutenant Kyle was named the primary commander, alongside Captain Steve as the team leader. The two would lead a force of 500 soldiers straight into enemy territory, advancing 30 miles to strike the first factory base as their initial objective. The operation was codenamed Project White Star. Later that afternoon, in the base's underground facility, Agent Carter strode quickly down the corridor, glancing left and right as if searching for someone. She soon broke into a run, heading straight for the research lab. She had barely opened the lab door when a powerful explosion, tinged with a faint blue light, erupted inside. Two researchers in lab coats were tossed across the room by the blast and landed heavily on the floor, clearly shaken. "Stark, are you all right?" Carter called out, staring in surprise at Howard and his assistant, who were both sitting amidst the chaos. "I'm fine, just doing a little research on that new German energy source," Howard replied as he picked himself up off the ground. Then, looking puzzled, he asked, "What brings you here? Aren't Kyle and Steve about to depart?" "That's what I wanted to ask you." Carter frowned, scanning the now empty lab. "I thought they'd be here, getting ready with you." Howard shook his head. "No, they haven't been here. Kyle came by last night to pick up his combat suit, but I haven't seen either of them since. Maybe they're out in the square, rallying the team." "Those two, always finding ways to worry me," Carter muttered, stamping her foot before hurrying off toward the base's main plaza. When Carter finally reached the training base's central square, she found it packed to the brim with soldiers. The crowd was so excited they were standing on tiptoes, pressing forward and scrambling for a better view, their faces alight with anticipation. Just then, from the innermost part of the crowd, a commanding, cool voice rang out. "At my command, everyone sit down." In perfect unison, over 1,000 American soldiers instantly quieted and sat where they stood, transforming the boisterous square into sudden and utter silence. At the very edge of the crowd, Carter stood frozen, having just arrived and taken in the scene. Following her line of sight, she could see the 500-strong armed unit, ready to set out, encircling the central area. The rest of the base's soldiers formed a ring around them. Within a circular space, 5 meters in radius, two tall and powerfully built young men faced each other, standing alone. One wore a combat suit of blue and white, a shining silver star, symbol of American justice, emblazoned on his chest. A deep blue cowl masked his face, and slung across his back was a brilliantly colored metal shield. The other man was dressed in a similar combat suit, its color scheme a striking mix of black and gold. On his chest was an emblem in the shape of a spinning cross, a symbol of death. He wore no hood, revealing a sharply handsome face, and across his back he carried a single-handed sword sheathed in leather. "Steve, Kyle, what on earth are you two doing?" Carter looked at the pair being watched by a crowd of soldiers in the square, still completely baffled by the scene. In the center of the square, Kyle stared unflinchingly at Steve, his voice cold. "Steve, are we really going to fight? The time for the mission's departure is almost here." "We are. Consider it a warm-up before we head out," Steve replied with steely determination, clenching his fists and moving into a closed combat stance. "I won't be holding back," Kyle narrowed his eyes. He didn't know why Steve suddenly wanted a match before departure, but he saw no reason to back down. Steve responded with resolve. Show me your full strength. Very well. Kyle allowed himself a faint smile. He didn't reach for the weapon on his back, but instead raised his fists, mirroring Steve's fighting posture. So, you claim you're an even match for anyone? Let me teach you a lesson today. On the square, over 1,000 American soldiers sat encircling the center, watching intently. One moment, Kyle and Steve were locked in silent confrontation. In the next, both exploded into motion, charging at each other with ferocious speed. From an onlooker's perspective, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The two men were suddenly engaged in a fierce, close-quarters fight. Watch out. Sensing that he couldn't let Kyle seize the initiative, Steve made the first move, launching the opening attack. As soon as he entered striking distance, Steve swung his left hand, already coiled with power, like a whip, aiming a vicious strike at Kyle's face. Hey, brother, the face is off limits. Kyle bit back the urge to retort, reacting in a flash by raising his right arm, the one not protected by a vibranium bracer, to block the blow. A heavy thud resounded. His attack thwarted. Steve shifted tactics. He bent his left leg back, driving his knee up at a sharp angle in an attempt to land a brutal knee strike. He wasn't going to give Kyle a chance to catch his breath. Relentless pressure was his chosen tactic. But Kyle seemed to sense what was coming. He lifted his left foot with perfect timing, catching Steve's driving leg on the side and stopping the knee just short of his abdomen. Steve frowned, surprised to find himself at a disadvantage so quickly due to the difference in experience. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on rather than backing away, launching a fresh flurry of punches and kicks at Kyle, keeping the fight in close quarters. With each exchange, the air around them crackled with the force of their blows, each impact sending a deep, resounding shock through the square. You really can't underestimate a super soldier. They're incredible. One punch from either of them could probably kill an ordinary man. Ahem. Could everyone in the back move a bit further away? I'm starting to get nervous here. The soldiers in the crowd stared in disbelief. Those sitting in the inner ring swallowed hard, inching away instinctively, afraid that the fierce fight might spill over and involve them. Once again, Kyle deflected the incoming punch. Though he handled it with ease, the relentless barrage of attacks was beginning to wear him down. Even with his skillful defense, he was starting to lose his breath. This secretly delighted Steve. He felt his strategy of staying on the offensive was finally paying off. But as they passed each other in a sudden, close exchange, he caught a glimpse of a subtle smile flickering across Kyle's usually cold expression. He was smiling. A cold sweat broke out on Steve's forehead. But with the two of them now locked in a brutal, close-quarters struggle, there was no turning back. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and push through to the end. So you finally realized? Kyle's lips held that faint smile. Steve understood him well. He knew that Kyle's attacks were far more formidable than his defenses. That's why Steve had thrown himself so fiercely into the offensive from the start, hoping to keep Kyle from launching his own assault. But what a pity. Didn't you realize that by doing so, you gave up your natural defensive edge? Kyle shook his head slightly. In a sudden shift, his defensive stance transformed. He was now pressing the attack with overwhelming force. Counter-strike techniques, endurance combat, military boxing, grappling moves, one after another, more than a dozen styles of attack flowed seamlessly together in a relentless assault. Steve's face fell. Kyle was switching up his techniques so quickly, it was impossible to keep up. Steve tried to switch to defense on the fly, but a rapid succession of punches and kicks rained down on him, leaving him no time to recover or defend. Let me show you what a real offense looks like, Kyle said with a cold chuckle, completely overpowering Steve. Every punch landed with force, giving Steve no room to fight back. Steve could only give a wry smile, forced on the defensive. All he could do was shield his face with both arms, taking blow after blow like a human punching bag. What on earth just happened? Wasn't Lieutenant Kyle just being forced back a moment ago? How did it flip so suddenly, with Captain Steve getting pummeled? I can't make sense of it either. The American soldiers watching erupted in a commotion, exchanging bewildered glances as they watched the dramatic turn of events in the center of the ring. You rascals, serves you right for not taking your combat training seriously. A voice rang out from outside the crowd. Some turned to look and saw that Officer Joseph, dressed in his uniform, had somehow joined the audience without anyone noticing. Watching the fight unfold, Joseph remarked, Steve's fighting skills are nowhere near Kyle's. If Steve has mastered 5 combat techniques, then Kyle has already surpassed 15. At this point, Joseph couldn't help but laugh in amazement. That kid, he really is a monster among monsters. Take this. In the center of the arena, Kyle unleashed a full-powered straight punch, landing cleanly and forcefully into Steve's lower abdomen, sending him flying. Steve let out a grunt of pain as his back and shield scraped along the ground, skidding all the way into the crowd of watching soldiers before he finally came to a stop. Give up, Steve. There's still a clear gap between you and me. If we were enemies, you wouldn't last 50 rounds before you were dead. Kyle spoke coldly, breathing heavily, his eyes fixed on Steve, who lay sprawled on the ground. If you measured them by physique alone, the two were evenly matched. But even without using any lethal moves, Kyle's strength still utterly overwhelmed Steve. Just as Joseph had said, the difference in their combat skills was enormous. Every fighting technique Steve knew, Kyle knew as well. But the reverse wasn't true. Kyle had techniques Steve hadn't even learned. But you couldn't blame Steve for that. Even with his rapid learning ability, he still needed to pour in endless effort and real combat experience to master each move. Kyle was different. For him, there was no need to study or train. He simply drew a card and instantly acquired the skill. It was a bit like an online game, where a VIP player runs into someone using cheats. There's just no contest. Not yet. Steve struggled to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and said with determination, "I haven't surrendered. I can keep fighting like this all day." "Suit yourself." Kyle shrugged, ready to attack again. But Steve's next move caught him by surprise. Steve slipped the adamantium shield from his back onto his left arm. "That's more like it. Otherwise, this would be too boring," Kyle said with a smile. Suddenly, he burst forward, accelerating in a flash. This time, Steve didn't charge in recklessly. As Kyle barreled toward him, Steve calmly raised the shield, then, with a sudden thrust of his left hand, hurled the shield forward. He was using his shield as a ranged weapon. Kyle's pupils narrowed. Watching the shield hurtling straight at him, he quickly raised his right fist to meet it head-on. He managed to block it, but with a whir, the shield spun back like a boomerang, arcing toward its original path. This shield, damn! Realization dawned on Kyle, and he tried to retreat. But it was too late. Steve had already leapt into the air above him, caught the returning shield with his left hand, and brought it crashing down from above. Kyle could do nothing but raise his elbow in haste to intercept the blow. The moment his elbow struck the shield, all the force of his attack was instantly absorbed, leaving him reeling. At the same time, Steve's shield strikes continued to rain down with overwhelming force, driving Kyle's body instantly lower, forcing him to one knee in the dirt for support. Even the compacted earth beneath him sank into a visible hollow from the pressure. It was Kyle's first time facing the unique properties of the adamantium shield, and he paid dearly for it. The vibranium in this shield clearly absorbed all the impact force. As long as an attack landed on its surface, it was as if it never happened. How about this move? Steve gripped the round shield with both hands, adding the weight of his own body, striving to completely overpower Kyle. Not bad, Kyle replied through gritted teeth, his left shoulder braced hard against the shield, with his knee and right palm pressed deep into the ground. Steve tried to crush him flat with the shield, while Kyle fought to push it off and rise up in defiance. In that moment, their battle became a pure contest of strength, a tug of war where only raw power mattered. "Kyle, admit defeat," Steve said gravely, pouring all his strength downward with both hands, the shield inching closer to the ground. With the advantage of higher ground, Steve was confident that, in terms of sheer power, he was not inferior to Kyle. "It's not that easy." Kyle gritted his teeth and held firm, showing no sign of wavering in his stance. The shield's descent, if anything, was just the mud beneath him caving in further. Even though he wore a tight black combat suit, it was clear that every muscle in his body was swelling and straining, iron hard. At some point, his right hand, braced on the ground, had curled into a tight fist. Golden sunlight poured over Kyle's body, sculpted like steel. In that moment, he looked like a bronze statue, the very embodiment of strength. Amid the shouts of astonished American soldiers and Steve's look of disbelief, the shield pressing down on Kyle began to rise, inch by inch, under his strength. "If you want me to surrender, you're still a long way off," Kyle said, pushing Steve's shield aside and retreating a few steps, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. "But now, you're almost out of stamina," Steve said, his eyes complex with emotion. Kyle had pushed aside the shield with everything he had, against all odds. It had bought him a brief chance, but it had also driven him to the brink. Steve continued, "Your attacks mean nothing to this shield." "Steve, did you forget?" Kyle suddenly smiled. "I haven't even used my weapon yet. And you already think you've won?" With that, Kyle reached back, gripped the hilt with his left hand, and drew the sodium-carbon steel sword. Compared to the adamantium shield, with its brightly painted emblem on the surface, the sodium-carbon steel sword was a plain, single-handed blade, its mirror-like sheen giving off an almost suffocating sense of sharpness. Hand-to-hand combat is all well and good, but on the battlefield, relying on close-quarters fighting to take down enemies is far too troublesome, Kyle said coldly, tightening his grip on the single-handed sword in his left hand. He still possessed a green ability card for swordsmanship skills. Yet, The crucial factor wasn't just his sword technique. It was the razor-sharp edge of the sodium-carbon steel sword that sent his attack power soaring by several levels. Even if the weapon in his hand were a sodium-carbon steel claw or knife, it would make little difference. As long as he wielded a blade sharp enough, Kyle could kill in a single strike. At that moment, on the outer rim of the gathering soldiers, Joseph watched the two armed men at the center of the field, then hurried over to Carter's side. Agent Carter, those two are really going all out now. If we don't stop them, something unexpected might happen. Carter shook her head slightly, her beautiful eyes never straying from the scene before her. You think they're only getting serious now? Haven't you noticed? They've been fighting with everything they have from the very start, each determined to defeat the other. Joseph asked in confusion, "What's going on here? Their fight seems so sudden. Isn't it almost time for the White Star mission to begin?" "I can only guess," Carter replied, a complex look flickering in her eyes. "Steve, he's been holding something in for a long time, waiting for a chance to let out. The truth is, no matter what he does, Kyle always manages to stay one step ahead, leading the way. From the super soldier experiment to the adamantine shield, those were all opportunities that Kyle indirectly handed over to him. Even so, Steve still feels that the gap between himself and Kyle is just too vast. He's not even fully confident in his title as Captain America. Deep down, maybe he's asking himself, after receiving better opportunities and weapons, why is he still hiding under Kyle's protection? He longs to step in front of Kyle, to raise the shield for him, just once. That's why, as he prepares to lead the soldiers into enemy territory as their captain, Steve wants to reclaim his sense of self and confidence by facing Kyle in this fight. As Carter finished speaking, the fierce battle at the center of the square was drawing to a close. Sword clashed against shield with tremendous force. Instead of sparks, only the crisp ring of metal echoed clearly across the plaza. After their attacks neutralized each other, sword stroke countered by shield, both men brushed past one another, but not before landing punishing blows with their fists. Kyle and Steve were each thrown back, rolling several times across the ground, but they sprang to their feet in an instant, resuming their fierce, head-to-head struggle. They were the best of friends in this world, but also lifelong rivals, each with their own pride and unyielding spirit. Both longed to be the one at the forefront, to claim the spotlight and the stage that belonged to their era. Beneath the sun, upon the wide-open square, Kyle and Steve, one wielding a sword, the other a shield, let out a final, guttural roar as they charged at each other. This breathtaking moment was seared into the eyes and minds of the more than 1,000 American soldiers at the base, remaining as vivid as if it happened yesterday, even half a century later. And even in the distant future, this scene would be immortalized by the hands of a master sculptor, standing as a solid statue before the war memorial, capturing that very instant for generations to witness. A resounding clash rang out. The carbon-sodium steel sword soared high into the air, spinning countless times before it plunged blade first into the muddy ground, not far behind Steve. Steve remained frozen in the follow-through of his shield swing, while Kyle was sent hurtling backwards, carving a distinct furrow into the earth before coming to rest, utterly spent, lying motionless on the ground. Captain Steve, the soldiers were just about to cheer for the victor, when Steve, utterly exhausted, raised his hand and declared, "I lost." A thin line of blood was clearly visible on the side of his neck, a minor wound by appearances, yet the blood dripped steadily from it. "That was exhausting," Kyle said, struggling to his feet and brushing the dust from his clothes. That final, decisive moment was not the result of him losing his grip on the sword. Rather, he had deliberately taken a shield blow in order to throw the sword as a hidden weapon. Had he not held back, Steve would have lost his head then and there. "Kyle, you used your full strength, didn't you?" Steve asked, pressing his hand to the wound and breathing heavily, his eyes shining with determination as he fixed his gaze on Kyle, seeking the truth. Kyle was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "That's right." Though he had yet to use his stealth, or vibranium bracer, Steve had proven to be the most formidable and tenacious opponent he had ever faced. "I see." Steve nodded with satisfaction, clenching his fists with unwavering resolve. "This time, I'll let you take the lead. But one day I'll surpass you. I owe you that much for believing in me." "I'll be waiting," Kyle replied with a faint smile, sweeping his gaze over the surrounding soldiers. Drawing a deep breath, he called out in a commanding tone, "Are you ready? Ready to follow us in a battle and crush the enemy?" "Ready." The resounding response thundered through the base, as 500 American soldiers sprang to their feet in unison, eyes ablaze with fervor as they looked toward the two men at the center. "Then grab your weapons and move with us," Steve shouted, taking up the command. Instantly, the assembled 500 soldiers gripped their already prepared rifles and parted to form a path. Though both men bore the marks of the fight, Their reputations had grown many times stronger than before, and the morale of the troops soared to unprecedented heights. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's move out. With that, Kyle and Steve led the charge, sprinting at the head of the group as they swept out of the base, leading their team into the fray. Watching the scene unfold, Joseph exclaimed in awe, "These two might just change the course of the war." Carter, watching the team depart, replied with conviction, "No, they definitely will." More than a month later, Brooklyn, New York, Highland Street. As winter settled in, the pedestrian street gradually came alive beneath the morning sun. Christmas had just passed, and the new year was fast approaching. Even though the world was engulfed in war, New York, this economic powerhouse, remained untouched by the smoke of battle. On these crisp winter mornings, people bundled in coats hurried along the streets, busy with the demands of work and daily life. Every so often, you could spot children with hoods pulled up, arms full of black and white newspapers, darting through the crowds and crying out in clear voices. Latest New York Times. Major Kyle and Lieutenant Steve lead their troops to destroy yet another German fortress. Wall Street Journal. America's two great heroes shine again. German front lines forced 20 miles back by supply shortages. Victory after victory. The iron-blooded officers who are changing the tide of war. Today, read about the legendary path of Major Kyle, the man who stands against thousands. Papers at this time of day were mostly rushed editions featuring the latest reports from the front lines, especially the news of victories. The moment such stories hit the stands, citizens would snap them up in a frenzy. Sure enough, a newsboy with cheeks rosy from the cold sold 2 stacks of papers in just half an hour, braving the biting wind. It was proof that, even if the war hadn't touched New York directly, people still worried for the American troops fighting far away, hoping and praying that the conflict would soon end. "May I have one, please?" A blonde girl with a purple scarf called out with a gentle smile, waving at the newsboy as he scampered by. He hurried over, took her change, and placed his last paper into the basket she carried. Staring up at her angelic face, the boy couldn't help but blurt out, "Miss, you're really beautiful. You have quite the sweet tongue, don't you?" The blonde girl's bright eyes curved with laughter, her warm smile as if to melt the snow piled on the street. More than one passing gentleman found himself walking straight into a lamppost, utterly distracted. "Time to head home," Lucy murmured, her breath forming little clouds in the cold air. She gracefully hooked her arm through the basket, groceries and newspaper in tow, and began her walk back. Home, though, was just a place where Kyle once lived. Located at 199 Highland Street, it was a classic duplex villa in a European-American style, complete with a balcony and garden. Lucy slipped off her boots as she entered. The warmth from the stove inside was a world apart from the chill outside, so she shrugged off her thick coat, revealing the graceful curves of her figure beneath a cozy sweater. After setting the basket down on the table, Lucy shed her graceful, poised demeanor from outside. Her face lit up with excitement as she swiftly pulled out several newspapers from the basket and smoothed them open on the table. Each newspaper featured a prominent headline and photo section, but the subjects in these headlines were strikingly different. One was a stern young man holding a circular shield, commanding with a raised arm. The other, a cool, black-clad youth wielding a longsword, charging into enemy lines. Beneath the photos, detailed captions introduced the individuals. Steve Rogers, 23 years old, Captain America, Lieutenant. Captain Steve's first battle took place alongside Major Kyle, as they infiltrated deep behind enemy lines, destroyed a factory base, rescued 500 American soldiers from captivity, and broke through the encirclement to safety. Calling himself Captain America, he would always lead from the front, shield in hand, guiding his team to capture 5 German factory bases within a month, minimizing casualties among his men. He is a patriot, a super soldier, the embodiment of American justice and heroism. Lucy skimmed quickly through Steve's profile, her bright eyes impatiently seeking the other, more elaborate biography. Kyle Dove, 23 years old, the youngest major in history. At this, a sweet and satisfied smile bloomed on Lucy's lips. She parted them gently and began to read aloud Kyle's feats. Major Kyle is the youngest officer to ever hold the rank of major in American history. In a daring counterattack, he infiltrated an enemy base against overwhelming odds, 1 against 100, eliminated the German commanding officer and key troops, and seized the opportunity to turn the tide of the front line. To this day, every campaign led by Major Kyle has ended in a resounding victory, and tales of him single-handedly taking on entire enemy squads abound. According to incomplete statistics, the number of enemies he has defeated exceeds 10,000. He is a true one-man army. He is the symbol of American strength, a hero whose very name strikes terror in German ranks. nicknamed Devil and Decide, the demon and the god of slaughter. In the latest news, the president himself has awarded Major Kyle the Medal of Honor. She finished the passage in one breath, her cheeks flushed with delight. Though such glowing reports about Kyle had become a regular feature in the papers of late, Lucy would always buy them, poring over each one, day after day. Just a few months ago, he was a rookie sneaking into enemy bases, and now he's already a major, and a hero symbolizing American strength, no less. Lucy pouted her rosy lips. The pressure she felt was immense. It wasn't just in New York. Young women all across America were swooning over the cool, aloof young man pictured in the newspapers before her. After all, even in the projection rooms of some major cities, war documentaries and propaganda film from the battlefield are screened from time to time. And over these past few months, Kyle and Steve have become almost like the leading figures in those war documentaries. Their heroic feats in battle, their flawless charges into enemy lines, their overwhelming strength even when outnumbered, and their youthful, handsome faces, all are captured on film. When they appear on the screen, a single commanding gesture or a glance toward the camera is enough to set off wild, enthusiastic screams from girls in the throes of young love. No matter what, I met Kyle first. Come on, Lucy, pull yourself together. There's no reason you should lose to those other girls. Lucy silently cheered herself on, curling up on the sofa like a wife waiting for her husband's return. At last, she let out a wistful sigh and muttered, "It's almost New Year's. I wonder when Kyle will come back." At this moment, hundreds of miles from New York, deep in the enemy-held glacial mountains. Below, a rugged railway track wound its way from the snowy mountainside into the distance. Snow-capped peaks surrounded the area, the air biting cold, snowflakes drifting through the wind. Atop one of those peaks, a squad of dozens of American soldiers bundled in heavy coats lay in wait, using listening devices to intercept intelligence from the rear base. Fury spoke with certainty. It's been confirmed. An important figure from Hydra is on the train that's about to pass below, a newly appointed, middle-aged German scientist named Werner Chules. All right, let's board the train. We just need to capture the target this time, so there's no need for a big team, Kyle replied quickly, glancing over at Steve. Steve nodded. Just you, me, and Bucky. The three of us are skilled fighters. No matter how many guards are on that train, we can handle it. Okay, Kyle agreed with a nod. Truth be told, he wouldn't have hesitated to do this alone. Kyle, Steve, and Bucky. The three prepared themselves, standing shoulder to shoulder at the edge of the wind-battered summit, looking down at the sheer drop of several hundred meters, patiently awaiting the enemy train's arrival. The distant blare of the old locomotive's whistle echoed faintly among the snow-laden peaks, growing steadily closer along the steel rails encircled by white mountains. A long, sturdy steel cable stretched down from the summit, spanning the 100-meter drop and fastening to the opposite mountainside, directly above the tracks. This should feel a bit like swinging on a giant swing, Kyle said, shrugging as he stepped to the edge, gripping the iron ring attached to the cable with both hands. Steve offered a word of caution. Be careful. If we miss that 10-second window, we'll be hit head-on by the train. All right, I'll wait for the right moment. Bucky nodded, clearly lacking the superhuman physique of a super soldier, but carrying an energy rifle as his weapon of choice. Guys, get ready. Fury had been watching through his binoculars this whole time. As soon as he caught sight of the enemy train appearing on the tracks below, he raised his voice. It's moving fast. Get in position. 3, 2, 1, go. No sooner had Fury given the command than Kyle leapt from the peak, grabbing onto the iron ring and swiftly sliding down the cable. Steve and Bucky followed close behind. A biting wind, laced with snowflakes, whipped past as Kyle, dressed head to toe in black combat gear, sliced through the storm. He watched as the train's locomotive shot beneath the tracks below him. Letting go of the cable, he landed effortlessly on the roof, right in the middle of the moving train. Thud! Thud! Steve and Bucky landed and turned on top of the train. The train sped onward, heedless of its new passengers, and beside the tracks yawned the abyss of the snowy mountain valley, a drop of several hundred meters that would make anyone's heart race. Kyle, what's the plan? Steve asked, already familiar with Kyle's preference for solo action, even though he now held the rank of major. It's simple. I'll enter from the middle car, draw the guard's attention, and you two push forward to the front. Capture our target in the engine room. Alive? Kyle replied, not waiting for Steve's response. With swift decisiveness, he swung down the side of the car, forcing open the carriage door and breaking in. Kyle had barely set foot inside when alarms blared, energy weapons crackled, and the screams of enemy soldiers echoed through the carriage. Bucky, still atop the train, could only shake his head. Same old Kyle, straightforward as ever. Let's move, Steve said, unfazed. He signaled forward, crouched low, and made his way along the train roof toward the front car. Inside the middle carriage, under the harsh glare of the lights, 5 fully armed German guards lay sprawled on the floor, their bodies cold. And still, some had both arms severed, others were cut clean in half, and those who died more mercifully had a blade through the heart. Several energy weapons, still glowing blue and smeared with blood, lay scattered around. Most of the guards hadn't even had a chance to fire these advanced guns before their lives were snuffed out. Drip, drip! Kyle stood cold and expressionless, a long sword dripping blood in his left hand, a faint wisp of smoke curling from the vibranium bracer on his right. His leather boots stepped slowly, deliberately, into the sticky crimson pool on the floor. He swept his gaze over the supplies piled up inside the carriage. Suddenly sensing something, he looked up toward the corner of the car, where a surveillance camera glowed with a faint red light. "So you've noticed me, have you?" A cold smile curled at the corner of Kyle's lips. He bent down and picked up an energy sidearm, gleaming with blue light from the floor. He aimed and squeezed the trigger. A thin blue laser shot out from the muzzle, and the surveillance camera instantly disintegrated into dust. At the other end of the surveillance system, in the train's main cockpit, a balding, bespectacled middle-aged professor and the train's engineer both betrayed a deep, soul-level terror in their eyes. "The executioner is really here. We're doomed, completely doomed. The guard on the train won't be able to stop him." The engineer's words stumbled out, his voice quivering uncontrollably as if his tongue had frozen. Major Kyle of the U.S. Army was not only infamous throughout America, his name was just as well known in Germany. But his reputation was built on the bodies of thousands of German soldiers. The German military hated Kyle with a passion, even dreaming of sending bombers to obliterate him in a relentless carpet bombing campaign. He haunted the German psyche like a living nightmare. Even the bravest, most steel-hearted soldiers felt a chill of fear at the mere mention of Kyle, long before any battle began. "Shut up. Double the guards. Concentrate all of them on the cockpit." The professor slapped the driver across the face. Staring at the now static monitor, a wild gleam flickered behind his glasses as he muttered under his breath, "Come then, you're just in time. Even if I die today, I'll drag you straight to hell with me." With the surveillance camera destroyed, Kyle glanced around the carriage, ready to scavenge supplies by drawing cards. He preferred working alone for 2 reasons. First, he harbored too many secrets about the cards, secrets he couldn't risk revealing, even to someone like Steve. Second, only by fighting solo could he conveniently draw a card from quality enemy supplies as he encountered them. This was especially true thanks to the Germans' Hydra organization, which had developed their own new energy weapons. Their military supplies often reached the coveted blue-grade item card quality. Charging laser rifle, reinforced energy handgun, gem residual energy. Anything within 3 meters of Kyle appeared in his vision as a blue-grade item card ready to be drawn. A whole crate of gem residual energy? Kyle's eyes lit up with surprise. An unexpected windfall. A single crate could yield nearly 25 blue item cards. Sometimes, even after storming an entire base or factory, you might not find half a crate of these precious gem residual energy blocks, the raw material for so many energy devices. Steve and Bucky together should be able to take care of the guards in the engine room easily, Kyle muttered under his breath. All the while, his mind didn't pause for a second. At a steady pace, 1 gem's worth of energy every 3 seconds. He siphoned the power blocks from the crate, transforming them into cards and storing them away in his card space. Over a minute passed, and not a single enemy guard came over to interrupt his card-drawing rhythm. Once Kyle had finished, he was just getting to his feet when the train suddenly lurched violently, nearly knocking him to the ground. What on earth is happening? Kyle frowned, quickly pulling open the compartment door and sticking his head out to look toward the front of the train. At the head of the train, one of the cars had been blasted open, leaving a gaping hole. Thick, black smoke billowed out from the engine room, and he could see flashes of red fire flickering inside. More alarmingly, the steel train was picking up speed, quickly surpassing its safety limit. Sparks were flying in showers from the wheels, scraping wildly against the rails. A shrill whistle tore through the sky, shattering the stillness of the glacial mountains. The runaway steel train thundered forward, smoke pouring from its body, racing faster and faster down the tracks with no sign of slowing. Did Steve mess up? Kyle raised an eyebrow, about to climb out onto the roof and head for the engine room. But when he noticed the train was about to enter a tunnel barely wide enough for the train itself, he quickly retreated back into the compartment, shutting the door behind him. As the train plunged into the tunnel, the light in the compartment dimmed, leaving only the faint glow of the overhead lamps. Kyle glanced down the corridor inside the train. Every passage between cars was blocked by an automatic steel door, now completely locked from the engine room controls. No time to worry about that now. With that thought, A translucent blue equipment card shimmered into existence between his fingers. In the blink of an eye, it materialized into an energy laser gun, ready in his grip. He aimed the barrel at the sealed passage door and pulled the trigger. A searing beam of energy blasted the locked door to pieces. Kyle stepped through the ruined doorway, energy laser gun in hand, and hurried toward the front of the train. One by one, he blasted through the sealed doors along the passageway. Each compartment he left behind was a scene of utter chaos. This should be it. Kyle at the fifth door, leveled the laser gun, and fired. The steel automatic door melted away under the laser's heat, and the blast of energy scattered the thick smoke billowing from the engine room ahead. What in the world? The grim scene in the engine room came into view, and even Kyle couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. On either side of the train cab, the iron shell had been blasted open, leaving gaping holes through which the tunnel walls flashed by in a blur, sparks flying up from the wheels as they raced along. The floor of the cab was littered with fragments of bone and flesh, soaked in crimson blood, a gruesome aftermath as if someone had chosen to end themselves in a desperate act of suicide bombing. Smoke and fire continued to billow from the train's control console. Steve sat slumped on the floor, exhaustion written all over him. Beside him lay an unconscious, bald-headed professor. Kyle immediately recognized him as the target of their mission. "Kyle, you're here," Steve said, lifting his gaze. His fists were clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked, a silent testament to the pain he was enduring. "What happened here? How did it come to this? Are you hurt?" Kyle tossed aside his energy pulse rifle and hurried over to help Steve up, his voice tight with worry as he realized something. "Wait, where's Bucky? It's my fault. I underestimated them." Steve let out a heavy sigh, his grief impossible to hide. "Bucky, he tried to save me." The train driver had explosives strapped to his body. The blast wave threw Bucky right out of the train. He fell all the way down into the snowy mountain gorge, hundreds of meters below. "So, fate caught up with you yet again, Winter Soldier." Kyle's expression didn't change, but he knew the truth. Bucky had survived, but what awaited him was a fate worse than death. Decades of captivity, turned into a mindless weapon, stripped of his humanity. Comforting others was never Kyle's strength. He placed a reassuring hand on Steve's shoulder and said, "Try not to dwell on it. As soldiers, we know the risk. Falling on the battlefield comes with the job. Don't let this derail the mission." "I know." Steve drew in a steadying breath, then hoisted the unconscious scientist onto his shoulder, determination hardening his features. "The mission still accomplished. Our target tried to bite down on a poison capsule, but I knocked him out before he could. So the intel was right. Hydra's agents always have a suicide capsule ready. It's their signature move." Kyle nodded thoughtfully. "Now, all we need to do is get the target out of here safely." "That's the problem." Steve managed a wry smile, gesturing toward the smoke and flames pouring from the control panel. The explosion didn't just rip open the sides of the train, it also destroyed the controls. "The train's picking up speed, and we can't stop it. Judging by the way it's moving, we must be going over 150 kilometers an hour, and it's still accelerating. Stopping is out of the question now." Kyle watched the sparks dancing from the wheels, his mind racing for a solution. At this speed, even he would be risking his life to jump off the train. Worse still, on both sides, there was nothing but sheer cliffs and deep, snowy ravines. If it were just me alone, I could use stealth for a forced instant movement. But with Steve here and a hostage to rescue, it simply wouldn't work. Steve offered his suggestion. "Looks like our only option is to move to the rear cars and disconnect them from the engine. Hopefully, that'll bring the train to a stop." Kyle shook his head and dismissed the idea. "You're overthinking it. If I remember the map of this glacier region correctly, as soon as the train leaves this long, straight tunnel through the mountain, there's an immediate sharp turn. At these speeds, even if we separated the engine from the cars wouldn't stop in time. They'd just derail and plunge off the tracks." Steve's face turned grim. "Then what do we do? We can't just sit here and wait for the train to derail and crash, can we?" Kyle fell silent for a moment, then suddenly fixed his gaze on Steve and shot back. "Do you trust me?" Steve blinked in surprise, but answered without hesitation, "Of course. In this world, if I can't trust you, then who can I trust? Then don't do anything." Kyle smiled mysteriously. Having made his decision, he seemed much more at ease, his expression calm and untroubled by the looming danger. He spoke with certainty. "When the train bursts out of the tunnel and starts to derail, I'll tell you when to jump. You take the hostage and leap toward the cliff over the valley." "Jump off a cliff?" Steve stared at Kyle in disbelief, completely at a loss. The valley below wasn't cushioned by a deep river, but by a sheet of rock-hard ice. "You said you trust me, didn't you?" Kyle shrugged. "All right, when you say jump, we jump." Steve didn't press further. He hoisted the hostage securely onto his shoulder and turned to face the tunnel's wall, ready for whatever came next. It was only a matter of seconds. As the train, speeding at over 200 kilometers an hour, shot toward the tunnel's end, the darkness was instantly banished by the blinding daylight outside. The stark white glare made Steve squint against the brightness. At that same moment, the train began to shudder violently. The wheels shattered with a burst of sparks. A resounding crack. The screaming train, supposed to follow the curve of the tracks, instead tore loose at the bend under its tremendous speed and shot straight into the open air above the cliff. A freezing wind, laced with snow, surged into the car, and a rush of weightlessness signaled the train's impending plunge. "Steve, jump now." Kyle hadn't even finished his command before he leapt from the car. Steve didn't hesitate for a second. With the hostage slung over his shoulder, he followed Kyle without a backward glance, leaping from the train and plunging down the sheer cliff hundreds of meters to the valley below. High above the glacier valley, Kyle, Steve, and the hostage hurtled downward through the icy wind and swirling snow. Not far from them, the shattered remains of a dozen train cars tumbled and crashed violently toward the mountain's base. In a fall from such a height, even with extensive experience in parachuting from planes, this time there was no parachute gear at all. Even with the physique of a super soldier, one can only reach the uppermost limits of human strength and can withstand deadly crises only about 3 to 5 times better than a normal person. Falling from a cliff hundreds of meters high, this should be a certain death situation. In the moment just before leaping from the train car, Steve still couldn't figure out any way to survive such a predicament. Yet he didn't hesitate to jump, because from the very start at the training base, Kyle had kept creating miracles, always taking the lead like a trailblazer, guiding and teaching him forward. More importantly, he trusted Kyle, and that was enough. Kyle himself didn't think as much as Steve did. After jumping from the train car, he spread his arms wide, face skyward, as if waiting for something. At this very moment, high above the glacial mountain range, 10,000 meters in the air, a streak of pale blue, a beast silhouette, tore through the clouds at lightning speed. Its sharp golden eagle eyes looked down, and its massive, feathered wings suddenly tucked in, sending its head first into a dive toward the earth. It was like an arrow released from a bow. The speed in an instant broke the sound barrier, leaving a trail of white shock waves looping through the sky. Here it comes. Seeing the clouds split open by a slender passage, the corner of Kyle's mouth curled into a smile. He had already summoned Blue Eagle days ago, letting it patrol the skies within a few miles of himself, establishing his own personal air defense zone. After all, he was now a prime target for both the German army and Hydra. Just a month ago, the enemy had dispatched fighter planes to the battlefield, trying to bomb him and Steve to death. Blue Eagle was highly maneuverable. In one-on-one encounters with fighter planes, the enemy would be taken down from behind with lethal talons before they could even catch sight of it. Creatures summoned by a bio card shared a natural closeness, obedience, and a subtle telepathic bond with the cardholder. However, keeping a summoned creature present for extended periods meant feeding it regularly. "What's coming?" Steve asked in surprise. His eyes had been fixed downward, the ground at the bottom of the gorge rushing up fast as he fell. Before Kyle could answer, a massive shadow swept over them, accompanied by a powerful rush of wind. Blue Eagle let out a piercing cry, swooping down and drawing near with a thunderous beating of its wings. It caught Kyle with its body, then snatched Steve and his hostage securely with one powerful claw. "My God, what kind of bird is that?" Steve exclaimed, utterly shocked as he turned to see Blue Eagle, its wings stretching a full 10 meters wide, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Chirp, chirp." The Blue Eagle glanced at Steve, who was clutched in its talons, then beat its blue feathered wings downward. The force shattered the swirling snow beneath them, creating a localized gale that propelled them skyward. Steve looked a bit bewildered. Hesitantly, he said, "Why do I feel like it's looking down on me?" Seated on the Blue Eagle's neck, Kale replied, "It's an eagle, more or less. Very intelligent, about as smart as a 10-year-old child." "I've never seen an eagle this big," Steve admitted, now that they were out of danger and he could finally relax. He managed a wry smile. "And how come you get to ride on its back, while I'm stuck being carried in its claws?" Kale paused, as if lost in thought, then began to spin a tale. "Well, I met it when I was a kid, up in the mountain forests. Back then, the Blue Eagle was just regular-sized. Later, it got exposed to radioactive chemicals from a factory. That's when it started to mutate. Not only did its feathers change color, but it just kept growing bigger and bigger." "I see," Steve nodded, accepting the story without doubt or further questions, taking Kale's words at face value. "Steve, when we get back, I need you not to tell anyone about the Blue Eagle. Not even Carter," Kale said, gently stroking the feathers on the eagle's head as he shifted to a more serious tone. "The Blue Eagle doesn't harm humans. It only hunts wild animals in the mountains. But if certain people found out about its existence, they'd stop at nothing to hunt it down." "All right, I won't say a word, Steve agreed without hesitation. Kale let out a silent sigh of relief. In the Marvel world, creatures like the Blue Eagle were appearing a bit ahead of their time. Come the 21st century, with all sorts of mutations and technological marvels emerging, and gods from myth, like Thor and Loki, making appearances on Earth, not to mention the arrival of aliens and the expansion of human imagination through magic, the Blue Eagle's existence would hardly raise an eyebrow. After carrying the trio out of the ravine, the Blue Eagle set them down on the snowy mountainside and then soared away, vanishing into the clouds high above. Kale and Steve, along with their rescued target, hurried to the rendezvous point to rejoin Fury's unit before heading back to base. That night, in the base's underground operations room, a massive operations map covered the wall like wallpaper, every inch filled with strategic details. On the enemy's factory bases, 6 flag-marked areas were already circled and crossed out, signaling their destruction. That's how it happened. Sergeant Bucky Barnes fell into the ravine during the mission and was killed in action. The target has been handed over to the base's interrogation specialists. Hydra has now broken away from the German army. According to our intel, the Hydra leader, Red Skull, still holds a mysterious artifact capable of producing unlimited energy. Do we need to seize those items? I haven't forgotten about our grudge with Red Skull. Of course, even if we don't create unlimited energy, we can't let an organization as dangerous as Hydra run rampant. At a strategy table illuminated by a focus lamp, for people gathered, Kyle, Steve, Carter, and the base's commanding colonel. They sat in their chairs, deep in discussion. Major Kyle, Lieutenant Steve, please be ready. The colonel looked sternly at Kyle and Steve across the table, speaking earnestly. If we learn Red Skull's whereabouts from our target on this mission, it will be up to you, our shield and sword, to strike. The shield symbolizes America's justice and protection. The sword, its strength and resolve. Though Kyle and Steve weren't the highest ranking, their national reputation and influence far surpassed many generals and officers. So, at this moment, the base commander and colonel treated them as equals, with no hint of condescension. Steve nodded in response. Understood. I'll get ready ahead of time. The moment we have news, I'll set out right away. Our target is Red Skull. You don't have to tell me. I insist on going, Kyle replied coldly. He still had a score to settle from last time. Late at night, in the single-occupancy officer's quarters assigned by the base. After his shower, Kyle wore nothing but a pair of boxers, his muscular torso bare as he leaned back on the bed, half reclined, eyes closed in a state of mindful rest. He certainly wasn't pondering the meaning of life. Instead, his mind had entered the card space. Within that boundless, white expanse, much had changed compared to nearly 2 months ago. Before, all the cards were mixed together, swirling endlessly like a raging storm. But after Kyle's careful organization, the cards were now sorted into 3 distinct storage areas: abilities, items, and creatures. Besides these 3 main categories, there were also 2 additional emergency card zones and a materials card zone. The emergency card zone was reserved for cards he might need to use instantly in a crisis, such as Vicious Dog, Energy Laser Gun, Emergency Kit, and Blue Eagle. There were no ability cards in the emergency zone, because as long as an ability card existed within the card space, it could be used directly, unlike item or creature cards, which had to be manifested before use. The materials card zone, on the other hand, stored useless item cards, essentially materials for card sacrifices and draws. Kyle's thoughts reached into the card space, his attention fixed on the material zone. After more than a month of battles and plundering, most of the item cards he'd scavenged from several fallen German factory bases now rested in this material zone. At this moment, nearly 100 blue item cards and over 1,000 green item cards were piled densely in the materials card area, filling him with a strong sense of accomplishment just looking at them. I've been saving these material cards for so long. It's about time to test my luck. Kyle took a deep breath, suppressing his usual anxiety before drawing cards. Most of Germany's energy factories had completely fallen, and with the final showdown against Red Skull looming, there wasn't much point in hoarding cards any longer. Kyle began tallying the number of item cards in the materials card area, quickly arriving at an exact count. Green item cards, 1,020. Blue item cards, 86. Converted into the number of sacrificial draws. That meant the green cards could be drawn 102 times, while the blue cards would allow for only 8 draws. Well then, let's start with the green ones. Kyle waved his hand, directly selecting all 1,020 green item cards hovering in the materials card area. Selection complete. Sacrificial draw activated. 102 draws in one go. You have sacrificed German Fine Helmet times 26, German Army Combat Uniform times 11, Old Sniper Rifle times 6, Recon Device times 3, Energy Magazine times 89, High Explosive Grenade times 22, anti-personnel bounding mine, times 9. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have received life extension, times 11, true dual wheel mastery, radio, rabbit, shark, bronze sword, Hindi mastery. A pure spread of new green cards burst into green light, making Kyle sigh in frustration. Damn it, that was 102 draws. Couldn't I at least get a blue card, even by the smallest chance? And among these 100 new cards, most were random and practically useless. Other than a few unusual tech item cards he could toss to Howard for research, there really weren't many that would come in handy. They gave me 11 rare green life extension cards. Should I call that lucky or unlucky? Kyle pulled a wry smile. Life extension increases the user's natural lifespan by 3 years. Rare green ability card. Current status. Usable on others. The green life extension card was clearly more potent than the white version, extending lifespan from 3 months to 3 years. However, Kyle was now a super soldier. His resistance to aging and natural lifespan were already off the charts, so the life extension card would have little effect on him. What's interesting is that this sacrificially drawn ability card can actually be used on others, Kyle mused. For himself, the life extension card wasn't much, but for ordinary people, its value was simply limitless. I'll set aside for now. I'm sure it'll come in handy someday. Kyle broke off his thoughts, his gaze falling on the only other rare green card besides life extension. True dual blade mastery. Mastery of nearly flawless dual blade techniques. Green rare ability card. Well, I guess that's barely a passing grade. Kyle shrugged helplessly. After all, he hadn't pinned his hopes on drawing anything amazing from a green quality card. Tonight's real focus was on the next 8 draws, those blue quality cards. One at a time, please. I don't think I can handle a rapid-fire draw. Kyle took a deep breath, reining in his nervous anticipation as he slowly selected 10 blue item cards. Sacrifice draw. You have sacrificed gem residue times 10. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained life extension. Seriously? Yet another life extension card? The instant he saw the message, Kyle almost let loose a string of curses. What was going on with tonight's draws? Was the system afraid he'd die too soon? Life extension increases the user's natural lifespan by 30 years. Blue rare ability card. Current status can be used on others. Simple, direct, and with no side effects. A card that could instantly grant 30 more years of natural life. 30 years. Kyle was a bit taken aback. He'd expected a blue rare life extension to grant maybe 10 years at most, and here it was giving out so much more than he'd imagined. At this rate, as long as I don't get myself killed, I'll outlive the end of the world. Kyle gave a wry smile and continued the process of sacrificing cards for draws. Sure, lifespan was practical enough, but could I get something even more useful? As Kyle silently pleaded, another set of 10 blue item cards vanished in a flash. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained submarine. Was this supposed to be useful or utterly pointless? Kyle felt a pang of disappointment, but didn't stop. He kept drawing. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained voice changer disguise device. For heaven's sake, what am I going to do with a voice changer? Next, draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained life extension. Fantastic. Tonight's theme must be stock up on lifespan. Keep going. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Conan's glasses. Kyle was speechless for a moment. What bizarre crossover was this? Another draw. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Sensabine. Sensabine? Kyle perked up instantly, eagerly grabbing the newly drawn blue card. Sensabine, beans grown by the cat sage. No matter how severe your wounds, even if you're on the brink of death, eating one will restore your body to peak condition. Blue item card. Now that's more like it. Something that could actually save my life. Kyle smiled faintly and moved the Sensabine to his emergency card section. At least tonight's draws weren't completely in vain. With only 2 blue quality draws left, Kyle waved his hand and decided to select the remaining 20 blue item cards all at once. You have sacrificed gem residue times 20. At the very least, give me another skill type blue card, please. As soon as this thought crossed Kyle's mind, 2 newly drawn cards began to materialize from the card space. One shone a deep, translucent blue, while the other was a striking purple, the likes of which he had never seen before. The dazzling brilliance radiating from both cards instantly became the focal point within the card space. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Primal Venom Symbiote and Colossal Ancient Dragon Turtle. Luck was truly on his side. The moment the purple card appeared, Kyle's mind went utterly blank, swept up in a wave of joy so intense it left him a little dizzy. This happiness had come so suddenly, so unexpectedly. He hadn't been prepared for it at all. For a brief moment, he was dazed, but then his mental projection quickly reached out and grasped the purple card, eager to examine its details. Colossal Ancient Dragon Turtle. A gigantic sea monster from prehistoric times, bearing a striking resemblance to an alligator snapping turtle. This is a purple-grade creature card. Its natural lifespan can span tens of thousands of years, and its defensive capabilities are astounding. It can easily withstand the bombardment of large-scale modern weaponry. Gentle in temperament with relatively low combat ability, its movement is agonizingly slow on land, but in water, it can travel as swiftly as a speedboat caught in a favorable wind. Its most remarkable feature is its immense size, measuring over 2,000 meters in both length and width. There are few creatures in a galaxy that can rival its scale. Because of its sheer enormity, the ancient dragon turtle only needs to feed once every century, sustaining itself through prolonged periods of slumber while continuously consuming oceanic microorganisms. Sometimes, it will sleep for months on end, and over the ages, its shell accumulates so much sediment and growth that it becomes the foundation for coral reefs, eventually forming vast tropical forest islands. Current status. Can only be summoned in areas with abundant water resources. This isn't just a creature card, it's practically a mobile fortress island. Kyle marveled, deeply impressed. As expected, the purple card far surpassed the quality of its blue counterparts. The only slight disappointment was that this was merely a creature card. If it had been a purple-grade ability card, the kind of power boost it might have offered was almost unimaginable. Granted, he could still draw more cards in the future, but with the German energy factory bases all but wiped out, there would be far fewer opportunities for blue-quality spoils going forward. Perhaps, for a long time to come, this will remain the only purple card in the card space. Kyle sighed, torn between pride and anxiety, as he placed the colossal ancient dragon turtle at the very top of the creature card section. His gaze naturally shifted to the other new card, a blue rare. The moment he saw its name, he froze in astonishment. Primal Venom Symbiote, an intelligent, alien organic symbiote, usually appearing in liquid form. The symbiote must bond with the host to survive, often transforming into clothing that envelopes the host's body, enhancing their strength and abilities. However, it has a severe weakness: intense fear of ultrasonic waves and high temperatures. Its learning ability is extraordinary. It constantly absorbs the host's language, personality, abilities, and more, growing rapidly as its host becomes stronger. Current status. It can quickly learn, mimic any clothing it has seen, defend against regular bullets, boasts remarkable adaptability, and can repair itself in liquid form. Number of hosts it is bonded with so far: 0. The higher this number, the stronger Venom becomes as well. Kale's mind withdrew from the card space. He remained leaning against the headboard, taking out the primal Venom symbiote from the card space and holding it in his hand, staring at it in a daze, momentarily unsure what to do with it. Venom? Seriously? Kale muttered to himself. He was familiar with this creature. Even outside the Marvel Universe, in standalone Spider-Man films, Spider-Man had once been overtaken by a symbiote like Venom, which warped his thoughts and turned him into the Black Spider. It's hard to say whether Venom is truly harmful to its host. The nature of a symbiote places it somewhere between good and evil. Especially in its primal state, Venom resembles a dry sponge, absorbing the mindset and abilities of any host it clings to. If the host is just, Venom becomes just. If the host is wicked, Venom turns wicked. If the host is strong, the host leads. If Venom grows stronger, it takes the lead instead. That's the reality of a symbiote. Neither slave nor master, but rather a liquid life form in an equal partnership with its host. Because of this, Kale felt a lingering sense of unease. Venom was unlike Blue Eagle or the ancient dragon tortoise. Its potential was simply too great. Once it matured, it might even influence his mind and personality. But there's no reason for me to fear a mere card creature, Kale thought, gripping the card tighter, his gaze brimming with unwavering confidence. As Venom's host, he was also a card holder. Under the draw card system, every creature summoned from a card is bound to obey the card holder's commands. Even if, by some chance, a summoned creature resisted, the card holder has a final resort: forced recall. Any creature summoned from a card could be forcibly extracted and turned back into a card within a certain range. You're nothing but the product of my sacrifice and draw. You'll always remain beneath me, never rising to become the master, Kale decided, casting aside all hesitation as he summoned a creature in his hand in a physical form. In the next instant, a ball of pitch-black, elastic liquid appeared on his palm. A soft, eager undulation followed. The primal Venom twisted and squirmed like a newborn, treating Kale as its mother. The cool, black liquid enveloped his hands, wriggling joyfully as if to express its excitement. It transformed part of its own liquid form into slender black tendrils, which affectionately traced over Kyle's chest and abdomen, brushed his face, and then stretched out beyond the bed, reaching for his boots, the bedding, a chair, the mirror, and the combat uniform hanging on the clothes rack. Like an infant discovering the world, Venom was brimming with curiosity about everything it touched. From now on, your name will be Venom, understand? Kyle tried speaking to it. At his words, the liquid creature instantly secreted even more fluid, joyfully spreading up his arm in a swift embrace. Kyle had no intention of being wrapped up into a shapeless black mass. He pointed at the combat uniform on the rack and gave a clear instruction. Try taking on that form. Venom seemed to grasp his meaning. One of the black tendrils wound itself around the combat uniform. After a brief pause, its main body rapidly flowed over Kyle's body below the neck, enveloping him completely. Under Kyle's watchful gaze, Venom then shifted with visible speed, morphing into the black combat suit designed by Howard. From the outside, there was no telling it apart from the original. This feeling, Kyle abruptly rose from the bed, stretching his arms and testing his movements. The Venom suit clung to him with perfect comfort, but more than that, an exhilarating surge of power welled up inside him. His strength had increased by almost a fifth. Kyle reflected on this, clenching his fist inside the Venom-formed glove. He could feel, unmistakably, that his abilities had grown stronger. And this was merely Venom's initial state. As it followed him onto future battlefields, adapting and evolving with its host, it would only become more formidable. When we're outside, you must keep up the appearance of the combat suit. Never reveal your liquid form in front of others. Understood, Kyle warned, tugging at the cross insignia on his chest. The Venom suit, with the resilience of high-grade fiber, playfully snapped back into place. The original combat uniform was decent enough, but every time Kyle returned, it needed cleaning to rid it of blood and grime. He was also accustomed to using the vibranium bracer on his right arm to block energy blasts, which often left the right sleeve in need of Howard's repairs after a mission. In many ways, Venom, with its learning ability, self-repair, and power amplification, was truly the best combat suit in the world. Night had fallen, and the disciplined American military base lay silent in the darkness. Yet, in the private quarters of one officer, faint sounds broke the stillness. Under the dim light, Kyle, clad in the Venom suit, began a warm-up routine in his room. Using the sturdy iron and wood single bed as a makeshift barbell, he lifted it for weight training, adapting to his newfound strength. As the rhythmic contractions of his abdominal muscles intensified and his limbs warmed up under high-intensity movement, the combat suit gradually molded itself to Kyle's body, adhering to his skin like a seamless layer of black leather. The contours of his perfectly sculpted physique stood out sharply beneath it. Venom, you're pretty happy, aren't you? Kyle said with a smile. Not only could he clearly sense the joy radiating from Venom, but that same exhilaration also coursed through his own veins, leaving him energized and in high spirits. Once Venom merged with its host, their strength and emotions became intertwined, each influencing the other and elevating both in the process. Today marked the very first day of Venom's existence, and this was its initial symbiosis with a super soldier host. Its excitement was boundless. It simply couldn't contain itself. However, there was a chance that tomorrow would bring news of the Red Skull's whereabouts. The mission was imminent, and Kyle couldn't afford to indulge Venom any longer tonight. Exhaling a warm breath, Kyle set the single bed down onto the floor and reassured his symbiote suit. All right, I'll take you out for a stroll tomorrow. If we keep this up, neither of us will get any sleep tonight. Just as he was about to remove the Venom suit, a knock sounded at the door. So late at night, who could be looking for me now? Kyle wondered aloud, giving the suit a calming pat before heading over to open the door. He was surprised to see a young man standing outside in his sleepwear. Steve, what brings you here at this hour? I could ask you the same, Steve replied, stifling a yawn, his tousled blonde hair evidence that he'd just been woken from sleep. It's the middle of the night, and you're still up. What are you doing in here? Kyle suddenly remembered. Steve's assigned single room was right below his on the second floor. He shrugged. There was a cockroach in the room. I got up to take care of it. Are you sure it was just a cockroach? Steve eyed Kyle's combat suit with a skeptical look and quipped. Anyone else would think you just got back from the front lines. Kyle spread his hands helplessly. You know, I don't have many clothes. Sometimes I just sleep in my combat gear. Makes it easier to be ready for action at any moment. All right then, get some rest. We may have to move out tomorrow, Steve said, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he made his way back downstairs to his own room. Kyle closed the door and let out a sigh of relief. That was close. If Steve had come in and seen the original combat suit hanging on the rack, he'd have no idea how to explain it. Time to get some sleep, Kyle muttered. He was just about to transform Venom back into a card when another knock came at the door. Again? This time, Kyle was alert. He swiftly drew his original combat uniform from the hanger, turning it into a card before walking over to open the door. "Steve, aren't you supposed to be asleep? What are you doing here?" But the words froze in his mouth when he saw who was standing outside. "Carter? Out so late. Are you here to join the fun too?" Kyle asked, pulling a wry smile. Indeed, standing at the door was Carter, dressed in a simple long-sleeved nightgown. A hint of pale skin showed at her neck, her short golden hair lazily draping over her shoulders. Compared to her cold elegance during the day, she now exuded a very different, alluring charm. "Are we ever going to get any sleep tonight?" Kyle silently grumbled, and seeing that Carter remained quiet, he asked directly, "Do you want to come in and have a seat?" "In your dreams." Carter shot him a glare, then turned and leaned against the wooden railing of the second-floor corridor, her silhouette blending into the night. "I have something I want to say to you." "Don't worry." Kyle seemed to realize what she meant. He walked out into the corridor, leaning beside Carter, and gazed softly at the star-studded night sky. "Tomorrow will be the same as always. No matter how many times it takes, I'll bring Steve back." Carter was silent for a moment. She glanced at Kyle, her eyes cool as she said, "Aren't you afraid you might not make it back yourself?" "Not make it back?" Kyle was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. "Honestly, that's never crossed my mind. I don't mean to tempt fate, but I do have a fair amount of confidence in my abilities." This wasn't arrogance. It was a reasoned assessment, grounded in his understanding of the Marvel Universe and a calculation of his own abilities and gear. A super soldier's body, mastery of dozens of combat techniques, a sodium carbide steel sword, vibranium bracers, and tonight's newly acquired Venom combat suit. Not to mention his other trump cards, the Blue Eagle and the Sins of Beans, best kept unspoken. If Red Skull was the villain for this stage, Kyle honestly didn't see him as much of a threat. If they met, he'd just go straight at him head-on and see if he could withstand it. Carter continued, "It's good to have confidence, but anything can happen. Kyle, you're always rushing to the front lines without a second thought. Aren't you afraid you might stumble someday?" "You're worried about me? Afraid I might die on the battlefield?" Kyle blinked in surprise. This woman was acting a little out of character tonight. "Of course." Carter nodded, then clarified, "You're one of my prime candidates for a complete super soldier profile. If you don't make it back, it would be a serious loss for the Army. So that's all I am to you, just a research subject? I'm a major now, an American hero. Show a little more respect in your tone." Kyle shot back. At the same time, he suddenly sensed something odd about the Venom suit he was wearing and instinctively glanced over his shoulder. At some point, a thin black line of liquid silently split off from the back of the Venom combat suit, slowly snaking toward Carter's body like a curious tentacle. Carter leaned on the wooden railing with both hands, one palm propping up her chin, completely unaware of the probing intent from the Venom symbiote inching toward her back. "Don't start anything, Venom." Kyle felt a chill run down his spine. He knew Venom meant no harm. It was simply encountering a human female for the first time and was extremely curious about the structure of her body. "What's wrong? You look pale," Carter asked, glancing at Kyle in surprise. "It's nothing. Don't worry. I promise I'll come back safely tomorrow," Kyle replied, trying to sound casual. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the liquid tendril of Venom almost touching Carter's back, ready to reach out and explore. "Stop right now," Kyle shouted inwardly, quickly reaching out with his right hand to intercept the probing black line, pinching its end between two fingers and merging it back into the form-fitting glove of the symbiote. But the momentum carried his hand forward, and he ended up gently smacking Carter on the backside. A sharp slap echoed through the night, instantly freezing the atmosphere between them. Carter's beautiful face first registered shock, quickly giving way to a wintry coldness, her eyes fixing Kyle with an icy glare. It's a misunderstanding. There was a mosquito," Kyle stammered, awkwardly pulling his hand back. Even he didn't believe himself. Who would expect a mosquito in the dead of winter with snow everywhere? "Go to sleep, you," Carter huffed coldly, turning and striding down the corridor, her words trailing behind like a gust of Arctic wind. "American hero? Major? From what I see, you're just a scoundrel. Fine, sleep it is." Kyle shook his head with a sigh, eager to fall asleep and put an end to a night that had been far too exhausting. The night passed. Early the next morning, Kyle was woken by a communications soldier who relayed the colonel's order for him to report directly to the underground command center. He didn't dawdle. After a quick wash, he let Venom disguise itself as a black combat suit clinging to his body, strapped on his sodium carbon steel sword, and hurried toward the underground corridors. Arriving at the brightly lit entrance to the command room, Kyle was surprised to find Steve, already dressed in his captain's uniform, waiting there. But the colonel's summons wasn't just for the two of them. Howard, Carter, Fury, the colonel himself, and more than a dozen intelligence analysts were also present, filling nearly every seat around the command table. With this many people gathered, they must have gotten some crucial intel from that professor, Kyle remarked as he stepped into the command room. Good morning, Major Kyle. The intelligence officers greeted him with respectful salutes, clear admiration on their faces. Howard shook his head with a wry smile. Man, what took you so long? This strategy meeting was just waiting on you. I thought that Warmonger and you might actually sit this one out for once, Fury said, flashing a row of white teeth against his dark face. Kyle, over here, Steve called, motioning repeatedly for him to take the empty seat beside him. Carter still sat silently in her chair, as if she hadn't yet forgiven last night's events. Yet the tension on her elegant face eased noticeably when she saw Kyle arrive. The colonel standing by the strategy map waved his hand, urging Kyle to sit. I was just about to start briefing the intel. So you're not really late. Grab a seat quickly. Kyle nodded, giving a casual wave in greeting to those he knew, then sat down beside Steve. No matter what, Kyle's arrival eased the heavy atmosphere in the underground command room. The tense faces around the table relaxed, everyone feeling a sudden, inexplicable sense of reassurance. This was the unique charisma of a hero who symbolized America's strength. Not just some reputation built up by hype, but the result of real battlefield achievements and an unmatched tally of enemies defeated. I'll get straight to the point, the colonel declared after clearing his throat. Late last night, our intelligence officers received a critical piece of information from that professor who recently joined Hydra. Hydra's founder, Schmidt, the Red Skull, has a strategic goal far beyond conquering Europe. He wants to destroy half the planet and then rule what's left. The shocking revelation drew furrowed brows from nearly everyone in the command room. That lunatic belongs in an asylum. He actually thinks he's a god, Carter scoffed coldly. Fury murmured thoughtfully, utterly mad. Maybe this is why the German army refuses to cooperate with Hydra anymore. Howard frowned. We can't let him run loose. Schmidt has power beyond anything we've imagined. Just look at those energy weapons for proof. Kyle nodded in agreement. After all, he understood better than anyone what the Red Skull had at his disposal. The Cosmic Cube, a space gem imbued with the laws of the universe. Even its basic uses could generate limitless energy, and the explosive force of a gemstone power blast would leave ordinary bombs in the dust. The colonel raised his voice, his tone grave. We've also received even more urgent news. Schmidt plans to fly to America today. If he gets across the Atlantic, it'll take him less than an hour to flatten the entire East Coast. From there, his plan escalates to half the world. How much time do we have left? Kyle asked bluntly. The colonel answered quickly, less than 12 hours. That's enough, Kyle replied with confidence, nodding his head. The colonel shook his head and said, the biggest problem now is this. The last Hydra base is nothing like the factory you attacked before. It's buried 500 feet below the Alps, heavily fortified and easy to defend. I have an idea, Steve, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. If we send in the army directly, Schmidt will just lock down the entrance and make his escape. So we need someone to go in alone, lure them into opening the door of the Hydra base, and then our forces can launch a surprise assault. I'll go, Kyle volunteered with a casual shrug. He had far too many ways to survive. Even if he stormed Hydra's base by himself, he was confident he could make it out alive. No, Steve refused, turning to look at Kyle. You're best at leading the attack from the outside. That's where you'll be most effective. Besides, wouldn't your appearance just scare Schmidt into running away immediately? That last line was clearly a bit of an exaggeration, meant as a joke. But everyone in the command room nodded in agreement, none of them denying the truth in it. The German executioner, the meat grinder of the battlefield, the hero embodying American strength, a demon whose very name spelled death. These were all titles Kyle had earned. Kyle's presence on the battlefield was as intimidating as an entire elite force. Sending a man like him to lure the enemy? That was an imperial joke. The colonel, half jokingly and half seriously, added, honestly, if I were Schmidt and saw Major Kyle break into my base, I'd run for my life too. Don't make me sound like some inhuman monster, Kyle retorted, crossing his arms and giving them a cold, sideways glance. I'm the one who suggested this plan. Please, let me do it. Steve stood up, his voice firm and steady. As Captain America, I'll make the perfect decoy, and I know Hydra will take the bait. That's why I'm the only one fit for this mission. Looking at Steve's resolute, righteous face, Kyle couldn't help but think of a line that popped into his head. I am Captain America. I carry the toughest shield and take the hardest hits. The situation is urgent. We can't afford to waste any more time. The plan is set, the colonel declared. For this mission, everyone at the base will cooperate with you two on the assault. With those words, the colonel slammed his palm onto the table, making his determination clear. Let's begin. It's time to strike down the last Hydra base and send Schmidt, that madman, straight to hell. 3 hours later, near the Alps, the midday sun shone brightly, its light dazzling as it reflected off the snow blanketing the mountain forests. A thunderous explosion echoed through the valley. A sudden burst of explosive, raucous engine noise shattered the silence as Steve, with his round shield strapped to his back, sped through the snowy forest trail on his motorcycle. His hands gripped the handlebars tightly as he kept accelerating, blue flames and exhaust spewing from the tailpipe, the wheels shredding through the snow and fallen branches. Alone, with the engine roaring at full power, he charged straight toward the main gate of the Hydra base. The whistling of engines. These sounds came from behind Steve. More than a dozen enemy motorcycles were hot on his tail, relentless as shadows refusing to let him go. The fish has taken a bait. From the snowy mountains flanking the forest, Kyle overlooked the chase below with a cold gaze, like a hunter lying in wait for the perfect moment to strike. The Venom combat suit clinging to his body seemed to pulse with excitement, subtly reflecting its host's own anticipation for battle. Steve Rogers, Captain America. As one of the founding heroes of the original Marvel Universe at this stage, he was a paragon of the perfect super soldier, blessed with unmatched physique, brilliant tactical mind, mastery of a dozen combat forms, and a nearly indestructible, multi-functional adamantium shield. In a sense, his abilities were among the rarest of all warriors throughout World War II, a beacon of heroism on the battlefield. But fate had other plans. The sudden appearance of Kyle, armed with the power to draw ability cards, left Steve in a predicament akin to if Zhuge Liang is born, why must Zhou Yu exist? Overshadowed by another's brilliance, Kyle's radiance was simply too dazzling. Both were soldiers, both super soldiers, but in personal strength, achievements, military rank, and even in influence and deterrence as American icons, Steve always seemed to come up short. This only made Steve push himself harder on every mission. He was determined to prove his worth as captain, always striving to be the one to lead the way ahead of Kyle. A sharp metallic snap. Steve's steely gaze flicked to the rearview mirror, watching the enemy motorcycles rapidly closing in. While accelerating, he pressed the control on his bike, and in an instant steel cables shot out from both sides. 3 or 4 of the leading enemy motorcycles were immediately caught off guard, tripped by the cables, and sent tumbling violently into the snowy ground. The rest of the enemy riders swerved to avoid the trap and continued the pursuit, only to run headlong into a burst of flame from Steve's tailpipe. Their cries echoed as they fell into a blazing patch of fire, and a series of explosions followed. Having effortlessly shaken off his pursuers, Steve looked up to see the main gate of the Hydra base coming into view, already swarming with guards wielding energy weapons. Without hesitation, he grabbed a shield from his back, placing it in front of the bike as a makeshift barrier. Under the barrage of energy tank fire and the relentless lasers from energy rifles, Steve rode his motorcycle at full throttle, charging straight through the main gate of the base without hesitation. This motorcycle had been modified by Howard himself, equipped with all sorts of cutting-edge tech. Not only did it have grappling hooks and a flamethrower at the rear, but it also carried a self-destruct mechanism. Just as Steve soared through the gate into the Hydra base, he leapt off the motorcycle. The bike sped forward and crashed directly into the half-open steel doors of the base. In an instant, a powerful explosion blasted a gaping hole in the gate, obliterating a dozen guards nearby without a trace. "Bring it on," Steve shouted, shield in hand. Alone, fierce and unstoppable, he dashed into the throng of enemy guards, taking on an entire army by himself, fighting dozens of soldiers head-on. Meanwhile, less than 100 meters away on a snowy mountainside flanking the main gate, thousands of American soldiers lay in silent ambush, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. At the very front of the army, Kale and Fury crouched at the edge of the snow, watching Steve's bloody battle through binoculars. Fury exclaimed, "Steve, that guy, he may just be the bait, but he's starting to fight more and more like you." Kale shook his head lightly and spoke slowly. "No, this is who he's truly meant to be." Because he symbolized America's justice and protection, many underestimated Steve's offensive power. In truth, to always be the lone vanguard, charging ahead in war, holding the shield to defend all, striking in every direction. This is the true stance of Captain America. As planned, Steve was eventually overwhelmed by the endless wave of armed guards and, after a fierce struggle, was subdued and escorted into the heart of the base. When Kale saw the gate stand wide open again, he finally nodded and issued his command. "Lieutenant Fury, lead the troops and assault the base directly. Destroy every piece of equipment inside and surround the area at once. Don't let a single Hydra agent escape." "Understood." Fury nodded, then glanced thoughtfully at Kale. And you? You're going to zip line straight in? Of course. If I take my time, that Red Skull will slip away. I have to get inside first and cut him off, Kale replied, his blue eyes flashing, with a cold gleam and a barely contained aura of killing intent rising from him. It's about time I settled the old score from last time. Meanwhile, inside Hydra's last underground base, in the main hall on the second floor, Steve, held fast by two armed guards, was marched straight to the hall and brought to a halt before a man with a hideous, crimson, skull-like face. The man standing there was none other than Schmidt, the founder of the Hydra organization, better known as the Red Skull. He locked eyes with Steve, cold and unfeeling, and spoke with a sneer of contempt. You truly embody the arrogance of Americans, worse even, to think you'd come here alone, walking straight into your own death. Professor Erskine escaped from me, gave everything to you, and that Kyle? Red Skull ground out, his face twisted with rage, growing even more grotesque. After all, he too was a super soldier, yet he was inferior to those two, and left so horribly disfigured. Professor told me you're nothing but a lunatic, unworthy of what he carried, Steve replied, his tone mocking as he gave a faint smile. Silence. He was only jealous of my extraordinary talent. And what's so special about you? Red Skull let out a low growl, clenched his fists, and unleashed a furious punch into Steve's abdomen. Steve coughed harshly from the blow, pain racking his body as he doubled over, dropping to his knees on the floor of the Grand Hall. Red Skull glared down at him, drawing a modified energy pistol from his belt. Captain, let me put an end to your life. Facing death, Steve managed to smile instead. You wanted to know what's special about me? Sorry to disappoint. I'm just a short kid from Brooklyn, New York, but I do have a friend. No sooner had he finished speaking than a shadow streaked in from the second-floor window, a figure in black sliding down a steel cable, shattering the glass and crashing into the hall with sudden force. Two guards stationed at the window turned in alarm, but the youth in the black combat suit rolled smoothly along the floor, absorbing the impact. Rising swiftly, he reached behind his back, drew a gleaming single-edged sword with his left hand, and in a flash, lunged at an angle, slicing downward. With a wet, slicing sound, the heads of both fully armed guards flew high into the air, cleanly severed like melons split open. It all happened in the blink of an eye. From a moment the youth in black burst in to the instant he dispatched the two guards, less than half a second had passed. As everyone in the hall on the second floor turned in shock, all they saw was a cold, expressionless young man standing with sword in hand, gazing at them with icy detachment, framed by the grisly scene of four severed corpses behind him. It's Kyle. The American Kyle is here, someone cried out in the hall, and at once a suffocating sense of dread gripped most of those present. The Hydra operatives had been brainwashed into fanatical loyalty, unafraid of death itself. But that didn't mean they'd lost the capacity for fear. And in this world, there's only one enemy who could truly make them feel terror, the young man before them. Kyle is here. That phrase had become a chilling warning often used by German parents, a threat to frighten unruly children into obedience. At this moment, in the hall on the second floor of the base, the Hydra armed guards stared at Kyle as he burst in through the window, their scalps tingling with dread as they drew sharp breaths in fear. They were not afraid to die in battle, but they dreaded being slaughtered outright like pigs or vegetables. If the enemy were only Steve, the guards still had confidence that sheer numbers would be enough to subdue him. But now, with the addition of the Devil Kyle, the situation was completely different. High above in the hall, Red Skull, who knew Kyle's strength all too well, understood this better than anyone. The instant he saw Kyle appear, he didn't hesitate for a second. He spun around and bolted decisively toward the underground passage of the base. Trying to run again? Kyle strode into the hall, his gaze first landing on Steve to make sure he was safe, then instantly locking onto Red Skull's position. Seeing that Red Skull was trying to escape, Kyle gave a cold snort, tightened his grip on his sword, and charged straight at his target with explosive speed. This time, Steve also dropped his act and leapt into action, getting up and swiftly knocking out the two guards restraining him. With a shield in his right hand, he looked at Red Skull with the same steely determination. Red Skull clearly felt the chill crawling up the back of his neck. He fled for his life, accelerating desperately while bellowing in a menacing voice. All personnel, stop them. Yes, sir, came the chorus from the armed guards inside the base. They threw themselves forward, forming a human barricade and opening fire. Stop me. Kyle's lips curled into a cold smile. In a flash of steel, his sword came down. Two guards trying to block his path had their arms, gripping energy rifles, severed in an instant. Scarlet blood spattered across the polished floor. Kyle wanted to keep his momentum and press forward, but more guards, undaunted by death, surged at him, forcing him to divert his attention to clear the path of human obstacles. It had to be said, these Hydra operatives were truly brainwashed. Even knowing it was a dead end, the guards still stood there, ground as cannon fodder, firing their weapons and doing everything in their power to block Kyle and Steve from pursuing Red Skull. A sharp hiss cut through the air. Kyle's right hand snapped up, skillfully deflecting a laser shot back at its source. His left hand, gripping the sodium carbon steel sword, was already slick and dripping with blood from hilt to blade. He cast a cold glance toward the corner at the far end of the hall. Red Skull's silhouette was already vanishing, about to disappear completely around the bend. "You're not getting away," Kyle growled, gritting his teeth. He planted a foot squarely on the chest of a fallen guard and leapt into the air. Mid-flight, his left hand whipped forward. The sword whistled through the air like a deadly projectile, tearing through the silence with a piercing shriek as it hurtled straight for Red Skull's back. "Get over here." Sensing imminent danger, Red Skull grabbed a guard rushing past and yanked him in as a makeshift shield. A sickening thud followed. The guard's body was as fragile as paper. The protective suit and the chest beneath were easily pierced by the sword's tip, which emerged from his back, spraying warm blood all over Red Skull. "Oomph, Major Kyle, I'll remember this." Red Skull coldly tossed the guard's corpse to the ground. He was about to utter another mocking remark, but suddenly sensed something strange with his own arm and quickly glanced down. He saw that the sword had gone straight through the guard and scratched a long, thin wound along his own left forearm, from which blood was steadily flowing. "It's just a flesh wound. How could this happen with my extraordinary physique?" Red Skull muttered in disbelief, his eyes flickering with unease as he cast a glance at the one-handed sword lodged in the guard's body. Clutching his wound with his other hand, he dared not linger and disappeared around the corridor's bend. So close. Was he about to escape again? Kyle raised an eyebrow. Just then, a thunderous roar of charging soldiers thundered in from outside the base. It was none other than Fury leading thousands of American soldiers in a massive assault against the Hydra organization's base. A sharp metallic crash rang out. Outside the glass windows on the base's second floor, several agile American soldiers swung in on steel cables, crashing into the hall and clashing fiercely with the armed guards, greatly easing the obstacles Kyle faced. "Well done, Steve. You and the men finished clearing out Hydra's guards here. I'm going after Red Skull." No sooner had Kyle finished speaking than he darted through the carnage in the main hall, swiftly pulling his sword from the corpse at the corner, and accelerated down the underground tunnel in pursuit. "Kyle!" Steve called out, bashing aside a nearby guard with his shield, then resolutely followed Kyle's retreating figure. In the base's shadowy corridors, Red Skull led the way, Kyle was in the middle, and Steve followed behind. None of the three could see each other, but each silently pushed themselves to move even faster. With the Venom suit's boost, not only is my strength superior, even my speed surpasses that of a perfect super soldier, Kyle thought to himself, confident he would catch up with the wounded Red Skull. And he had another way to accelerate. Following the faint trail of blood on the floor, Kyle seemed to melt into the dimly lit tunnel like a swirl of black mist, his speed climbing to another level. Stealth ability card. In Night Stalker mode, movement speed is further increased. "Let's see you escape this time." Kyle surged forward like a bloodthirsty predator, body cutting through the air with a rush as he gave chase at top speed. In just a brief moment, turning along a slightly curved stretch of the tunnel, Red Skull's figure appeared within Kyle's cold, crimson gaze, less than 10 meters between them. Within a 10-meter range, and under the limited lighting, Kyle's stealth mode was forcibly disabled, his figure now fully exposed within the tunnel. How is he so fast? At the same time, the Red Skull also noticed Kyle closing in from behind. For the first time in his life, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, a shiver of fear. They were both super soldiers, so why was there such a vast difference between them? What made it so unfair? Red Skull's face twisted in anguish and rage. Reduced to the role of prey, he could do nothing but run for his life, yet the distance between him and Kyle was shrinking with every step. "Schmidt, why don't we stop, have a drink, and talk about life?" Kyle taunted with a wicked sense of humor, chipping away at Red Skull's mental defenses bit by bit. Red Skull said nothing, wishing desperately that his parents had given him an extra pair of legs. He ran with everything he had, fleeing for his life. "If you won't stop, then I'll just have to come to you," Kyle called out, then pushed his body to the limit once again, ignoring his own exhaustion as he surged forward, sword in hand, closing in on Red Skull from behind. Just 5 meters remained between them when, suddenly, an armed guard burst from a side corridor, blocking Kyle's pursuit. The guard hefted a weapon, aiming it directly at the oncoming Kyle. Unlike the other weapons that glowed with blue energy, this was unmistakably a massive nozzle, attached by a hose to the fuel tank, strapped to the guard's back. A flamethrower? As soon as Kyle identified the weapon, he planted his sword into the tunnel wall, bracing himself, and tumbled backward to gain distance. In the next instant, a jet of flame 5 meters long erupted from the nozzle, nearly sealing off the narrow tunnel in a wall of fire. The temperature in the air skyrocketed. In the confines of this underground tunnel, the flamethrower was far deadlier than any energy weapon. The relentless barrage of fire turned the very air into a scorching furnace. Kyle frowned, retreating to a safe distance and using the recesses in the tunnel wall as cover from the searing flames. If it were an energy weapon, he could have blocked it with his vibranium bracers, deflecting the laser beams. But the wide, sweeping fire from the flamethrower completely negated that defense. Even more dangerous was the symbiote's suit, Venom, that enveloped Kyle as his battle armor. Venom, which scoffed at bullets and could heal from laser wounds by reverting to liquid form, now conveyed a primal fear to its host, an instinctive terror in the face of such intense heat. "Hang in there, just a little longer," Kyle murmured to Venom, offering a reassuring word. He was just about to hurl his sword at the guard when, before he could even finish raising his arm, something else whistled through the air from behind. A disc-shaped shield struck the guard holding the flamethrower square in the head, knocking him out cold. The shield then arced back through the air, spinning swiftly on its return path. The adamantium shield? Kyle quickly looked over his shoulder and saw a tall young man rushing forward to catch the disc-shaped shield. Who else could it be but Steve himself, sprinting in after him? "Steve, weren't you supposed to hold off and clear out the guards?" Kyle asked in surprise. Steve answered resolutely, "The soldiers can take care of the guards. How can Schmidt expect you to handle everything by yourself? Suit yourself. In that case, let's see who takes down the Hydra leader first." Kyle hadn't finished his words before he dashed toward the end of the tunnel, surging ahead. "No problem. Hey, don't even think about cheating," Steve shouted after him, quickly picking up speed to catch up with Kyle. The two of them, one ahead and one behind, raced down the final stretch of the underground tunnel. As they emerged from the tunnel, a vast underground plaza unfolded before their eyes, filled with hundreds of armed guards gripping energy weapons. "What a nuisance," Kyle said coldly as he raised his sword. Steve, just as determined, lifted his shield. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the two men faced down the 100-strong guard force without a trace of fear. But if they were delayed any longer, the Hydra leader, Red Skull, would surely make his escape. Suddenly, a volley of gunfire rang out from various tunnels feeding into the underground plaza. Waves of American soldiers, rifles at the ready, poured in and immediately unleashed a barrage of fire on the armed guards. At the head of one squad strode Fury, an eye patch over his left eye. Leading the charge, he grinned and waved at Kyle. "Kyle, need a hand?" Kyle let out a breath of relief and nodded. "Perfect timing. I knew I could count on you." As if in response to his words, a woman leading another squad emerged from the tunnel on the opposite side. She let out a dismissive snort. "Who isn't reliable here?" Steve glanced at the cool, striking woman and joked. "Carter, you almost missed the party." "We're already late," Kyle corrected him, earning a sharp look from Carter's beautiful eyes. "Haha, looks like I'm the last one," chimed in a familiar, irreverent voice from behind, just a beat behind everyone else. As headlights flared, a sleek, high-tech car rolled to a stop in front of the group. At the wheel, Howard greeted them with his usual gentlemanly wave. "What's logistics from a strategic science reserve doing here? And you even drove Schmidt's personal car into the base," Kyle said, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Howard chuckled and replied, "This is the final showdown for the European front. Of course I had to come. After all, we're a team." "A team? Us?" Kyle froze. He glanced around at Fury, Carter, and Steve, and at last, a subtle smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Yes, somewhere along the way, they had become a team of elite fighters undefeated in battle. "This isn't the time for chatting. Schmidt's about to fly away," Steve suddenly called out, pointing toward the far end of the underground plaza. There, a massive transport aircraft was slowly powering up, accelerating as it taxied toward the exit of the base. There was no doubt Red Skull was on board. Howard spoke quickly. "Get in the car. I'll get you two over there." Kyle and Steve didn't hesitate. They leaped onto the car from either side. Howard slammed his foot on the gas, and with the engine roaring, the car shot forward, speeding after the huge aircraft. "You have to win," Carter whispered, clenching her fists in worry as she watched them go, her gaze fixed on their receding figures until the car finally disappeared at the end of the underground plaza. On the airstrip beneath the base, the transport plane, with wings stretching 30 meters on either side and a broad, imposing body, was gaining speed as it raced along the runway. Not far behind, a car with 3 passengers barreled after it at full tilt. "The plane's about to take off. We're not fast enough at this rate." Steve frowned in concern, eyes fixed on the aircraft ahead. But Kyle seemed completely unfazed. He shot a sideways glance at Howard, who sat calmly behind the wheel, and urged, "Now's not the time to hold back. If you got any hidden high-tech gadgets, use them now." Howard grinned. "Knew you'd catch on. As it happens, I gave his car a little upgrade." With a press of a button beneath the steering wheel, blue flames and a burst of jet propulsion erupted from the car's exhaust. Already speeding well over 100 kilometers an hour, the car surged forward, its speed tripling in an instant. The force of the acceleration pressed Kyle and Steve back, forcing them to grip their seats tight. The distance between the car and the transport plane shrank rapidly. When they were just about 10 meters away, a brilliant, daylight-bright glow flared ahead as the plane's wheels began to lift from the ground. "The plane's taking off. Steve, get me up there first," Kyle called out, standing up on the speeding car. As if reading his mind, Steve crouched down in his seat, raising his shield at an angle with both hands. "Go!" Kyle drew a deep breath, planted his foot firmly on the round shield, and launched himself forward with all his strength. Steve thrust the shield forward, giving Kyle an extra boost. With a whoosh, Kyle soared high, clearing the 10-meter gap in an arc. Just as he was about to miss the plane, he stabbed his sword into the landing gear with his left hand, anchoring himself. "Kyle!" Steve shouted, and leaped after him. Kyle reached out his right hand just in time, grabbing Steve's arm, and together they clung to the rising transport plane as it took off. On the base's airstrip, the chase had just reached a whole new level. Howard slammed on the brakes and brought the speeding car to a halt just shy of the cliff's edge. Gazing up at the transport aircraft soaring into the sky, he saw the two figures, standing atop the landing gear. He spoke softly, "I hope you both return victorious from this battle. When you're back, let's raise our glasses together and celebrate in style. But most importantly, you must come back alive." High above the Alps, the massive transport aircraft steadily climbed, its engines droning as it pierced through the blinding midday sunlight and broke past the cloud layer, reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters. It turned toward New York City, beginning its journey across the vast expanse of the Atlantic. At that moment, near the rear landing gear of the aircraft, Kyle clung tightly to his sodium carbon steel sword, which was wedged firmly into the wheel strut, while his other hand grasped Steve's arm in a vice-like grip. The two of them hung together, suspended precariously beneath the aircraft. "Kyle, are you all right?" Steve shouted, his voice barely audible over the deafening roar of the wind at such altitude. "I'm fine, but you seriously need to cut back on the snacks," Kyle shot back, straining with one arm as he swung Steve upward toward the undercarriage. Once Steve had a firm hold on the frame, Kyle finally planted his own feet securely on the wheel. Beneath their feet was nothing but open sky, the aircraft still climbing higher and higher, a dizzying sight that would make anyone's heart race. "I know the basic layout of this transport plane. Follow me," Steve gestured, leading the way as he began to climb upward. Kyle, using his sodium carbon steel sword as an anchor, stabbed it repeatedly into the frame for support and followed closely behind, bringing up the rear. Both men, enhanced by the super soldier serum, moved with extraordinary agility and strength. With nerves of steel, they climbed from the exposed landing gear up to the underside of the cargo hold. In short order, they reached the bottom of the fuselage, opened the emergency access hatch, and finally slipped inside the plane. The cargo hold was spacious, filled with an array of advanced equipment bathed in a soft, steady light that kept the area well illuminated. "Kyle, look over there." Steve's expression grew serious as he noticed something, lowering his voice and motioning toward a section at the rear of the cargo hold. Kyle followed his gaze and saw two peculiar-looking single-seat aircraft parked inside. They were smaller than standard fighter jets, with a low, oval shape painted a deep military green. Oddly, there were no visible gun barrels or weapon mounts. Instead, the lower half of each craft was nearly 3 times the size of the upper half. Kyle didn't need to speculate. As usual, the identification information from his item card ability surfaced in his mind. Nuclear bomb aircraft, a single-seat attack plane equipped with a nuclear energy bomb. Its payload is powerful enough to obliterate a large city with ease. Blue rare item card. Current status. Cannot be extracted. One-time use item. Kyle's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood why Red Skull was so confident in his ability to wipe out the entire west coast of the United States. These were 2 nuclear bomber planes. If they managed to breach national airspace, not even a military superpower could withstand a devastation. "Steve, find the rear compartment controls for the transport aircraft and drop both planes straight into the ocean," Kyle ordered decisively. By his estimation, they should be flying over the Atlantic by now. If Red Skull succeeded in getting those nuclear bombers to New York, the consequences would be unimaginable. Steve understood as well and nodded in agreement. At that moment, a squad of Hydra armed guards came rushing toward the rear of the aircraft. "We've been discovered." Kyle raised his eyes coldly. Gripping his sodium carbon steel sword, he strode forward, urging, "Hurry up, I'll hold them off." Enemy attack. Fire at will. The squad of guards, seeing Kyle charging at them, scrambled to open fire with their energy weapons. In an instant, the rear compartment was flooded with searing blue laser beams, turning the space as bright as day. These fools, Kyle frowned. It wasn't the lasers themselves he feared, but the chaos their wild shooting could cause. A stray shot could ignite the nuclear bombers behind him. "I'm not about to let myself get buried with these cannon fodder." Kyle's handsome face grew even colder. He hurled his sodium-carbon steel sword with all his might, pinning the fiercest squad leader straight through the chest to the metal wall of the compartment. Faced with such a catastrophic threat, Kyle chose not to dodge. Instead, he raised his right arm, braced with a vibranium gauntlet, and deflected the incoming lasers, making sure none struck the bombers behind him. "Kyle, catch this!" As if sensing Kyle's predicament, Steve shouted and tossed him the adamantium shield. Kyle leaped up and caught the round shield, bringing it up to guard his front. With the shield absorbing the barrage of lasers, he charged, closing the distance to one of the guards in an instant. The guard, panic-stricken, raised his energy rifle, only for Kyle's right palm to clamp down on the muzzle. The next shot ricocheted off the vibranium arm guard and bounced back, instantly disintegrating both the weapon and the guard's arm. "It's done." Steve's voice rang out, timed perfectly. With a press of controls, he opened the compartment, holding one of the nuclear bombers, sending it tumbling out toward the ocean 1,000 meters below. As the hatch opened, air rushed outward, creating a violent draft that began to drag several of the guards toward the open bay. Kyle flashed a devilish smile, gazing coldly at the guard kneeling on the ground and wailing in pain from his severed arm. With one hand, he lifted the man like a helpless chick and tossed him out of the transport aircraft's open hatch. Next, every guard who still dared to resist was treated as mere cargo by Kyle and Steve, each one thrown from thousands of meters up in the sky. "Kyle!" Steve suddenly shouted. At some point, a guard had slipped close to the second nuclear bomber being deployed, climbed into the cockpit, and shut the canopy. The two had no time to stop him. The second nuclear bomber was released and began its descent. "We can't let him get away," Steve said, rushing toward the hatch. But at the last moment, Kyle pulled him back, and they both watched helplessly as the guard piloted the bomber away. "Don't worry, he won't get far without us," Kyle replied confidently, his gaze calm as he looked out at the vast, blue sky beyond the cargo bay. As if to confirm his words, a massive blue eagle tore through the clouds at incredible speed, leaving a trail of turbulence behind as it swiftly pursued the receding nuclear bomber. "So you called him Blue Eagle," Steve said, relief softening his features as he watched the bird's silhouette. "This is the final battle for the European theater. We can't afford to be careless," Kyle replied with a shrug. He tossed the shield back to Steve, then pulled his sword from the metal wall, pausing to wipe the blood from the blade on a fallen guard's uniform. "All right, Hydra has only its last head left," Steve said, drawing a deep breath. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Kyle, he steeled himself and turned his gaze toward the cockpit door of the transport aircraft. From 500 feet underground to the skies thousands of meters above, the chase was nearing its end. The transport aircraft cruised smoothly above the clouds, bathed in golden sunlight, racing toward the edge of the Atlantic. Kyle and Steve, one with sword, one with shield, cautiously entered the cockpit hull of the aircraft. Red Skull had clearly fled in a hurry. There were few armed guards aboard, and those they had encountered had already been thrown out of the aircraft. The broad cockpit hull now stood silent and empty. At the controls, there was no one in sight. The plane was flying itself along a preset course determined by the onboard systems. Directly behind the pilot's seat was a storage device glowing with threads of mysterious blue light. Through the glass, a cube-shaped object could be seen within. Kyle's attention locked instantly onto the device. The blue glow reflected in his eyes, and even though he was too far for any card information to appear, he had no doubt about what he was seeing. The cosmic cube, there's no way it could be wrong. Even from 10 meters away, with layers of metal and glass storage frames between, its mysterious allure could still be felt, both breathtaking and intoxicating. Steve tried to raise his shield an inch into the hull, but Kyle shook his head at the sight. After all, with all the commotion in the rear cabin, just now, Red Skull had to know they'd already caught up with the plane. There was simply no need for him to bother with sneak attacks anymore. It was true the enemy lurked in the shadows while they were exposed, a disadvantage. But the gulf between their strengths was far too great for the wounded Red Skull to overcome. Kyle strode forward, sword in hand, his voice icy. "Schmidt, you're all alone now. If you call yourself Hydra, then stop hiding like a rat. If you have any tricks left, show them now." Seeing this, Steve could only spread his hands and step up as well, adding in a warning tone, "It's time to put an end to your evil, Schmidt." Their taunts and challenges were met with Red Skull's cold reply from the pilot's seat in the main cabin. You two never give up, do you? Do you really think you've won? Just because you were the stars and stripes, you think you embody your nation? I have seen the future, a world where there are no nations, only a pure order under my rule. Now that they had confirmed Red Skull's position, Kyle and Steve exchanged a look and wordlessly fanned out to flank him from both sides. Red Skull, still seated at the controls, continued his monologue, until the very last moment. Who wins and who loses is anyone's guess. As soon as he finished, he slammed his palm onto the controls by the steering wheel, pushing it all the way down. A deep, ominous drone filled the air. The transport aircraft, which had been flying smoothly, suddenly lurched and then nosedived straight down toward the cloud layer below, pitching at a sharp 90-degree angle. Everything in the main cabin, Kyle, Steve, and every loose object, was tossed into a chaotic, weightless tumble, spinning and flipping wildly as the plane plunged. This is only the beginning. Red Skull muttered coldly from the pilot's seat, strapped in tightly. He hefted a massive laser weapon, but instead of aiming at Kyle or Steve, who were tumbling helplessly behind him, he pointed it straight at the cockpit window. Die, all of you! His crimson skull twisted with madness, hollow eyes flickering with lunacy, as he fired the laser at the cockpit glass. A thunderous crash erupted. The instant the window shattered under the laser's blast, a violent rush of air, driven by the immense pressure difference, howled through the cabin, sucking everything inside ruthlessly toward the gaping hole and out into the thin, freezing heights. This was 10,000 meters above the earth. An ordinary person would have already passed out from the overwhelming pressure alone. Careful, Kyle. Steve managed to grip the iron framework on the ceiling of the cockpit just in time, his worried gaze darting to Kyle, who was still suspended in midair. That guy really has no regard for his own life. Gritting his teeth, Kyle reacted swiftly as he was being pulled toward the window. He drove his sword down, pinning it firmly into the floor of the cabin. Thank goodness. Using the blade as an anchor to steady himself, Kyle breathed a sigh of relief. But as his eyes drifted downward, his pupils contracted with alarm. By a stroke of misfortune, the sodium-carbon steel sword had pierced the floor right above a glass container glowing with a radiant blue light. Cracks were spiderwebbing across the glass, gradually revealing the mysterious aura of the cosmic cube within. Oh my God, this! A cold shiver ran down Kyle's spine. In his mind's eye flashed the memory of what happened in the movie when Red Skull touched the cosmic cube. Directly, he was forcibly exiled beyond the stars, condemned to guard the Soul Stone alone on a desolate planet for more than 70 years. Now, the cosmic cube was fully exposed to the air, less than half a meter from him. As if the sword strike had triggered some kind of reaction, the blue light on the cosmic cube's surface suddenly flared, brilliant beams bursting forth to paint a dazzling star map in the air. Space itself began to twist and ripple, and Kyle felt the cube's pull, drawing him closer. This is it. Kyle realized he was trapped, unable to advance or retreat, forced to watch as the cube slowly opened a spatial rift before him. Was he about to be teleported away? With a bitter smile, Kyle resigned himself to fate and closed his eyes, only to hear Steve's voice ring out suddenly at his side. Kyle, get out of the way. In the next heartbeat, a circular shield shot across the cabin, slicing through the air and striking the cosmic cube, knocking it away from Kyle and sending it hurtling toward the gaping hole in the window. That was close. Kyle's face turned ashen. He had been this close to being teleported by the cube to who knew where. I love Earth. Flooded with relief, Kyle could barely contain his joy. He wanted nothing more than to give Steve a bear hug. No, Red Skull shouted, watching in horror as the cube streaked past him, about to be flung out of the aircraft. Desperately, he lunged and managed to grab hold of it. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. The dimming star map on the cube blazed to life again, and a pillar of rainbow light shot down from the heavens, engulfing Red Skull and vaporizing him in an instant. With that simple act of spatial manipulation, the cube continued its journey, tumbling out of the aircraft and plummeting toward the vast ocean below. Meanwhile, the aircraft continued its suicidal nosedive at a 90-degree angle. With less than a kilometer to the ground, Kyle fought against the roaring wind, struggling to reach the pilot's seat and wrestle the controls back into position. The moment he finished the maneuver, the transport aircraft immediately returned to normal flight, though the control panel, now teetering on the verge of damage, began to emit wisps of smoke. Phew! Exhausted, Kyle slumped onto the floor. The fierce winds still battered them, but thankfully, the aircraft finally stabilized. Plus, their altitude wasn't very high now, so the turbulence had diminished to a more manageable level. "You all right?" Steve called out with a smile as he descended from the upper deck, made his way to the cockpit, buckled himself in, and sat down. Kyle waved him off. "I'm fine. Hurry up and contact the base. Tell them to arrange a landing for this plane. Okay. Steve nodded and started working the controls from the pilot's seat. After a moment, his easy smile faded, replaced by a look of growing concern, as if he'd just discovered something troubling. What's wrong? Kyle noticed the change in Steve's expression and stood up, unable to hide his worry. Steve took a deep breath and spoke grimly. It's bad. The autopilot won't disengage, and most of the manual controls are shot. The aircraft is still locked on its original course, heading straight for New York. What? Kyle's eyes widened as he realized the gravity of the situation. His voice dropped to a serious tone. Don't panic. Let me think of something. There's no time. Steve shook his head, his fists tightening quietly as if he'd just made a momentous decision. He managed a calm, almost relieved smile. Kyle, go to the rear cabin and get a parachute ready. What are you saying? Kyle was momentarily stunned. Steve's voice was resolute. I'm going to ditch this plane into the ocean. You need to grab a parachute and jump, now. Hold on, there's got to be another way. Besides, if someone has to stay with the plane at the end, Before Kyle could finish, Steve cut him off, his tone unwavering. That's enough. Let me handle this. Steve gripped the controls firmly, his youthful, handsome face set with determination. He smiled and said, You probably never knew, Kyle. I've always been chasing after you. From the training academy, through every competition and battlefield, I could only watch your back, straining to catch up while accepting every opportunity you pass my way. If I'm going to call myself Captain America, then let me surpass you this once. Let me lead the way for you. For a moment, Steve seemed to become that same frail young man he once was, stubborn in spirit and unwilling to accept defeat. Understand, Kyle replied, then turned silently and walked toward the rear cabin, knowing that no matter what he said now, nothing could change his comrade's resolve. Because the person before him was not only his greatest comrade in arms, his brother, but also Captain America, the defender of the world. No matter how many times danger reared its head, he would always be the first to charge ahead, unwavering in his resolve, ready to sacrifice himself to protect everything he cherished. By the way, I'm counting on you to look after Carter, Steve reminded him, not forgetting the important detail. What? Since when am I responsible for your girlfriend? I'll be waiting for you at the base. Kyle shot back, grumbling as he looked over his shoulder. Well, I do like Carter, but she's not my girlfriend. Steve shook his head, summoning his courage to say, Actually, Carter's heart has always belonged to you. Don't joke around like that, Steve. There's no way she likes me. You must be mistaken, Kyle replied, a little bewildered. What was going on? He'd only ever teased her a couple of times, nothing more. Then just take it as a joke. Steve gave a small shrug, then added seriously, Next Friday at 8, I've asked her to meet me at the Bird's Nest Club. If I don't make it, you go in my place. Don't worry. I'll book the whole place for you and wait till you get back, so you can dance with her yourself. Kyle waved his hand and strode out of the main cabin, Steve's voice still echoing faintly behind him. Brother, I'm counting on you for everything. 15 seconds later, a lone figure leapt from the high rear hatch of the warplane. Only after plummeting several hundred feet did he pull his parachute, floating gently down toward the expanse of blue sea below. Dangling beneath his parachute, Kyle gazed absently toward the distant horizon, where the departing plane kept going until it finally vanished into the clouds. Steve, no matter what happens, no matter how much time passes, I believe that one day we'll meet again. Early 1944. The Hydra organization, whose reign of terror had swept across Europe, was completely routed and destroyed. Its founder, Schmidt, was brought to justice by Kyle, and Steve declared dead on the spot. When this crucial victory reached American shores, the entire nation erupted in jubilant celebration. Hospitals and military bases, alike filled with soldiers, some wounded, some returned from the front, who gathered together, raising their glasses in high spirits. To victory, to Major Kyle and Captain Steve. To our heroes, may peace come to the world soon. Across countless bars in the cities, cheers and toasts rang out all night long. That same month, the German army, crippled by the loss of its factories, began a large-scale retreat from the front lines, a foreboding sign of Germany's forthcoming surrender. Yet amid the triumphant atmosphere of victory in Western Europe, the two heroes at the heart of it all, Kyle and Steve, seemed to vanish along with the last echoes of the battlefield's fireworks, never to return. Although in the end, Lieutenant Steve managed to make contact with the American base using the radio from the enemy's out-of-control aircraft. The signal was quickly lost. Only a broken transmission remained. Crash the rogue plane into the Atlantic. Don't let it reach New York. As for Major Kyle, it was as if he had vanished along with that runaway aircraft, leaving no trace behind. Half a month later, on the surface of a certain stretch of the Atlantic, the gentle morning sunlight poured down, gilding the blue waves and the rolling surf with shimmering layers of gold. A modern white, Two-level sailboat cruised slowly across the sea, drifting like a lone leaf guided by the winds and tides. On the open deck, a blond young man lounged lazily on a sun chair, sunglasses shading his eyes, hands resting behind his head, the very picture of carefree relaxation. He wore nothing but a pair of beach shorts, his bare torso sculpted with abs, as if forged from steel, soaking in the sunlight that bathed his strong, flawless body. Beside the sun chair, on a round table shaded by a small umbrella, a creature shaped like black liquid squirmed about, clearly displeased with the sweltering heat. It's been ages since I've relaxed like this. Kyle couldn't help but sigh from his reclining chair. Ever since he'd been reborn into the Marvel world during World War II, months had passed in relentless warfare. Even with the physique of a super soldier, he'd had to stay on constant alert, always ready for battle. At any moment, a stray energy blast, a high-explosive grenade, a sniper shell, or even an indiscriminate bombing run could send him to meet his maker. Living so long in such a harsh wartime environment, even when Kyle drifted off into deep sleep, his body would instinctively react to any approaching presence, subduing them before he was fully awake. Fury, Steve, and even Carter had all suffered from such unintentional retaliations. Thinking about it now, maybe I should have just listened to Bryant back then and left the army, gone back to New York to live as an ordinary civilian. But the thought flitted through his mind only briefly. Kyle didn't dwell on it. With his card-drawing ability, if he really did shrink away in a seemingly safe city, even he wouldn't respect himself. Rather than spending his life worrying about possible dangers yet to come, he'd rather embrace the path where risk and opportunity went hand in hand, continuously strengthening himself, rising in status and renown, until he could face any enemy without fear. If he hadn't joined the front lines, there wouldn't have been so many resources for him to draw from. If he hadn't fought side by side with Steve, he would never have gained the super soldier's power. This was Kyle's true conviction. To call him a hero fighting for America would be less accurate than calling him a warrior battling for his own future. What brought him even more comfort was the genuine friendship he had found along the way, with Steve, Joseph, Fury, Howard, and Carter among others. As Kyle let his thoughts drift, a sudden, piercing cry of an eagle echoed from above. In the next moment, the enormous wingspan of the bird cast a sweeping shadow that enveloped the entire sailboat. "You're back, huh?" Kyle sat up from his sun lounger, his gaze landing on the blue eagle swooping down to skim the surface of the sea. The bird's powerful wings churned up the waves, sending sprays of water sparkling through the air. Kyle called out to the eagle, "Well, any sign of it?" The blue eagle chirped softly in response, shaking its head from side to side in a distinctly human-like gesture. Kyle frowned and gestured with his hand toward the sea. "Keep searching in this direction. Cover the waters within a 20-mile radius and search carefully." The eagle dipped its sharp beak in acknowledgement, then surged upward, beating its wings hard as it soared into the sky, soon vanishing into the clouds. Ever since Steve had piloted the out-of-control aircraft away, Kyle had sent the Blue Eagle, after it returned from dealing with a nuclear plane, to search for any trace of the craft. But half a month had passed, and not a single clue had surfaced. The Atlantic Ocean was vast and boundless. If things had gone as the original film depicted, with the plane frozen and sunk to the bottom, then finding it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. "Looks like I might have to give up," Kyle sighed, already considering the journey back to the military base. Just then, a faint shadow appeared beneath the water's surface near the sailboat. With a splash, a great white shark suddenly leaped from the sea, its massive body breaking the surface. It circled in the water beside the boat, nodding and blowing bubbles at Kyle, as if eager to show off its accomplishment. Kyle's heart skipped a beat as he stared at the shark now, so close. He raised his voice, wanting to be sure. "You really found it?" The great white shark breached the water again, sending up a spray, as if to confirm. "Venom, you and Little Sand go bring it up," Kyle said after a moment's thought, turning his gaze to the sluggish black symbiote sprawled lazily on the table. Venom let out a low, rolling grumble, unwillingly morphing into countless black tendrils that bounced down from the table. It had little interest in fusing with such an unintelligent creature as a shark, but since the order had come from Kyle, there was no room for refusal. The black tendrils slithered into the water and quickly wrapped around the great white shark, forming a hard, dark carapace over its body. Even the shark's eyes turned crimson, and its open jaws appeared even more menacing and fearsome. With Venom now inhabiting the great white shark, the creature became the symbiote's vessel, ready to carry out Kyle's command. "Hurry there and back. Oh, and don't touch that thing directly with your body." Kyle thought for a moment, then wedged 2 wooden planks between the Venom shark's teeth. "Clamp it, and bring it up." With a flick of its tail, the Venom shark dove swiftly into the sea. Moments later, ripples reappeared on the water's surface as the shark's form broke through, accompanied by brilliant blue light that gradually illuminated the surrounding waves. The Venom shark poked its head above the surface, and Kyle's eyes instantly locked onto its mouth. Clamped tightly between the two wooden planks was a radiant, blue, cube-shaped object, exuding an aura of mystery and intrigue. The cosmic cube. It was, as its name implied, a perfect square-shaped cube. Up close, the cube's exterior pulsed with a strange, mystical energy. Its very presence seemed to suggest an entire miniature universe hidden within. Suppressing his excitement, Kyle summoned his vibranium bracer, card, materializing it onto his bare right arm. Then, and only then, did he reach out to grasp the cosmic cube, still held tightly by the wooden planks in the shark's mouth. The moment his vibranium-shielded hand closed around the cube, two dazzling card prompts burst into view before his eyes. These two cards weren't white, green, blue, or purple. Instead, they were almost colorless, gleaming with a crystalline, prismatic brilliance. Cosmic Cube, a container for one of the Infinity Stones, the Space Stone, also known as the Tesseract. Colorless item card. It possesses the power of space, able to open portals and transport people and objects to any point in the universe. Current status. Cannot be drawn, bound to the Space Stone. Difficult to use. The second colorless card rested almost perfectly atop the first, like a shadow merging seamlessly. Space Stone. One of the 6 Infinity Stones, holding dominion over space itself. Colorless item card. Among the oldest and most powerful artifacts in the universe. With this stone, one can instantly move themselves or anything else to any location in the cosmos. It also allows the user to bend or reorder space at will. At its peak, it enables feats like teleportation, freezing space, or even reversing space itself. Current status can be drawn, but difficult to control or use. 2 colorless item cards. Kyle was momentarily stunned. He'd only expected a single Cosmic Cube card, but his draw ability had clearly separated the stone from its container. The container couldn't be drawn, but the Space Stone could. Should he draw it or not? Kyle weighed his options, considering every risk and benefit, and quickly reached a decision. Draw it. Not drawing would be a waste. Even such a godlike artifact was left idle on Earth for more than half a century. It wasn't until the 21st century, when Thor's brother Loki arrived, that the mysteries of its space-transcending powers began to be unearthed. Granted, by the time Thanos started his quest to collect the Infinity Stones, these gems had become hot potatoes, dangerous and coveted beyond measure. But if one could seize the opportunity to study and master the extraordinary powers of the Space Stone beforehand, that would truly be a meteoric rise to greatness. Resolute, Kale fixed his attention on the colorless card labeled Space Stone. He began the extraction. Please maintain a distance of 3 centimeters from the object and continue the extraction for 3 hours. Extraction progress beginning. 10,799 seconds. 10,798 seconds. Kale. 3 centimeters away. For 3 hours? 4 blue quality materials. Extraction only required a meter's distance and 3 seconds at most. Should I say I'm not surprised? This is colorless quality, after all. Kale could only give a wry smile. Grasping the Tesseract in his hand, he settled back onto the sun lounger, prepared to wait patiently. With no pressing tasks at hand, he could afford to wait out these hours. If his guess was correct, colorless cards had to be the highest tier, with an unknown gulf separating them from the purple rarity cards. Then again, perhaps the Infinity Gauntlet with all 6 stones would be a colorless rarity of its own. But all of that was far off. Kale mused idly, waiting for the extraction countdown to finish. 3 hours later. 3, 2, 1. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Space Stone. As the message echoed in his mind, the blue glow of the Tesseract in Kale's hand visibly dimmed, as if its inner spark had been plucked away, leaving only residual energy from the gem behind. At the same time, within Kale's exclusive card space, the colorless Space Stone card, upon entry, instantly soared upwards with unstoppable force, blazing like a radiant sun at the very peak of the card space. Its brilliance overshadowed the tens of thousands of cards in the 6 major zones, proclaiming its supreme status beyond all doubt. This card space must be the safest and most reliable place for storage in the world. Let's keep the Space Stone there for now. Kale's consciousness, embodied within the card space, gazed at the colorless Space Stone card before quickly withdrawing. The Space Stone wasn't something that could be wielded simply by possessing it. For someone like him, it was like a child holding a weapon of immense power. Using it without proper understanding would only invite disaster. After all, Red Skull had demonstrated that lesson perfectly. Kale's consciousness had just withdrawn from the card space when he noticed subtle changes taking place in the Tesseract, now emptied of the space stone. The most striking change was in the card information displayed before his eyes. Its color grade was rapidly shifting from colorless to gold. Lost its rank? Kyle stared in astonishment at the cosmic cube in his hand. It still shimmered faintly with blue light and the aura of mystery, but it was clearly far less impressive than before. It was unmistakably the cosmic cube's colorless card. After the internal space stone had been extracted, it had fallen to an entirely new golden item card. Even its name had changed. Cube Container. Once the vessel of the space stone, one of the Infinity Stones, also known as the Infinity Cube. A golden item card. It still retains traces of spatial power, allowing the temporary opening of a portal, but the portal's existence is unstable and could collapse at any moment. With each use, it will continue to deteriorate. Current status. Not drawable. Residual power of the space stone remains. Kyle was silent for a moment, then finally shook his head with a wry smile. Now, this is interesting. This counted as an unexpected bonus. He reckoned that nowhere in the universe would anyone have imagined that it was possible to extract the space stone from the cube using a card draw, without damaging the cube's exterior. Wait a minute. Isn't this the perfect trap for Thanos in the future? Kyle stroked his smooth chin. The cosmic cube was still entirely intact, not even the slightest crack, and it still contained faint remnants of the space stone's power. If he tossed this empty shell of a cosmic cube out there, it could save him a lot of trouble later on. The thought made him smile involuntarily. He could already picture it. In the future, after all Thanos' hardships to get the cosmic cube, he would finally crush it, ready to embed the space stone into the Infinity Gauntlet, only to discover nothing inside. He imagined just how dark and stormy that purple face would become. Now that he had obtained the space stone, this was his greatest gain from the battle. Kyle had no intention of lingering over the Atlantic any longer. Gazing out over the endless sea, he sighed quietly. Steve, it looks like we really won't meet again for over half a century. Actually, there's nothing to worry about. For you, this might just be a short nap. Close your eyes, open them, and you'll wake in the peaceful era you've always longed for. I'm the one who'll have to keep moving forward in this age of war. Kyle's eyes grew resolute. He let Venom cover his body, morphing into the black combat suit, and called Blue Eagle back to his side with a thought. Half a month had passed since he vanished. It was time to appear again. In the basement of the American military training base, Howard, Fury, and Carter gathered around a world map, each face grave as they discussed the situation. The departure point was the Hydra base beneath the Alps. The autopilot was set for New York, based on the likely speed of the runaway transport plane and the time when communications were lost. We can calculate that the plane most likely went down in this stretch of ocean. Howard, dressed in a suit and tie, stood before the world map. With a black marker, he drew a circle in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, enclosing the area that needed to be searched. But the central region where the out-of-control plane most likely crashed has already been thoroughly checked by divers right away, and nothing was found. So, we have to consider the possibility that the plane veered off its autopilot course, as well as the ocean currents and the distribution of sea ice at the time. At this point, Howard's expression grew grave. He extended his marker beyond the original circle, drawing an even larger one to encompass more of the Atlantic on the map. From a seat below, Fury shook his head and sighed. If we have to send submarines to comb every 10 meters of this entire area, we could spend 10 years and still not find a trace of the wreckage. We can't give up. Carter's face was cold and striking, her tone unwavering. Those two, they're not the kind to die so easily. They promised. They said they'd come back. Absolutely. And it won't just be military submarines. Stark Industries will fund private searches too. We'll send professional divers into the sea, and we won't stop until we find them. Howard nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, he voiced the worry that weighed on his mind. What I'm really afraid of is the plane running into an ice mountain or floating ice. Right now, the Atlantic is swept by multiple cold currents in winter. If the plane crashed and became sealed in ice at the bottom of the sea, then even searching for 100 years wouldn't turn up so much as a single piece of wreckage. As soon as he said this, both Fury and Carter fell silent. The truth was, after the plane lost contact and crashed into the ocean, the U.S. military had dispatched aircraft and submarines to search as best they could. But deep down, they had already accepted that Steve and Kyle were most likely lost, and if anything were found, it would probably just be their remains. Still, even if Steve and Kyle's deaths were confirmed, the military would keep the news under wraps. After all, the loss of heroes who symbolize the nation would be a blow too great for people to bear during wartime. At that moment, a messenger soldier came down the corridor stairs and passed a message to Carter. Agent Carter, someone just delivered a package outside the base. They said it's for you. Carter was puzzled, but took the box from the soldier without hesitation, asking instinctively, "Who was it?" "A little girl. She said she was your friend." The gate guards didn't get a chance to ask for details before she ran off. "The box passed all our security checks, so we brought it in." "Thank you for your trouble." Carter nodded. After the soldier left, she placed the box on the conference table. The cardboard box was neither big nor small, sealed with tape, and there was a small line of English on top, to Carter. As Carter's beautiful eyes took in the handwriting, she froze in astonishment. Howard, sensing the weighty mood that had hung over their meetings lately, couldn't help but lighten the atmosphere with a quip. "Could this be a gift from some gentleman admirer of yours?" he teased. "It might even be a message or some intel, who knows." "Let me open it for you," Fury volunteered, raising his hand. With Carter's permission, he swiftly grabbed a pair of scissors and sliced through the sealed tape. It didn't take long for Fury, ever the tough guy, to open the box. Under the dim, amber light, its contents were revealed. A brand new, neatly folded red evening gown, atop which rested a card adorned with a rose on the front. An evening gown? And a rose card? Fury couldn't hide his disappointment. Such feminine items held no interest for him, so he promptly retreated to his seat. Howard just shrugged. "Looks like I was right. Miss Carter, do you need a gallant escort to keep watch over you?" Carter said nothing. She walked over, picked up the rose card from the box, and turned it over. On the back, in English, was written, "A formal invitation to Miss Carter. Tomorrow evening, Friday at 8 o'clock, please join the song and dance gala at the WWII Bird Club." "It's him. He's back," Carter murmured softly. "He's back." Howard and Fury exchanged surprised glances, their curiosity piqued. "Who do you mean he's back?" Another day slipped by, and Friday evening arrived right on schedule. In the nearby city, the WWII Bird Club stood at the heart of the most bustling avenue, its entry carpet unrolled in welcome, and its neon-lit decor exuding an air of sophisticated charm. A long, luxurious car glided to a stop at the club's front entrance. As the driver, Howard was the first to step out, opening the passenger door with a flourish. A slender foot in a high-heeled shoe touched down first, and then Carter herself descended, resplendent in her elegant strapless red gown. Her striking beauty, carefully enhanced for the occasion, made her stand out effortlessly. Golden hair swept up to reveal a delicate collarbone, while the gown's design showcased her graceful shoulders and the perfect curve of her back. The dress managed to be both sensual and refined, the crimson fabric accentuating her fair skin and making it nearly impossible to look away. "Carter, tonight you'll be the brightest star at the gala," Howard remarked appreciatively, giving a whistle and a wave. "Go on, don't keep them waiting." With that, he slid back into the driver's seat, starting the long car and pulling away, leaving Carter standing alone at the entrance. Carter took a steadying breath, pressing her hands lightly to her chest as she gathered her courage, and then, heart fluttering, she walked into the club. Passing through the main entrance guarded by sharply dressed waiters, Carter walked down the corridor, but inside, the usual lively atmosphere was nowhere to be found. Quite the contrary, in fact. Aside from the dim lights in the hallway that ensured just enough visibility, the grand ballroom of the club was shrouded in complete darkness. There was no music, no lights, not a single other guest in sight, not even any club staff. Carter gazed at the silent, pitch-black hall before her, about to call out, when suddenly, the lights above and all around her flickered on in an instant. A sudden rush of brightness swept through the once dark ballroom, and as the gentle strains of music from various instruments began to play, it was as if a well-rehearsed scene unfolded. Pairs of elegantly dressed ladies and gentlemen appeared from every direction, hand in hand, flooding into the hall. Guided by the melody, they began to dance gracefully in time with the song. "Is that you?" Carter couldn't help but ask, glancing around at the dancers moving perfectly in tune, searching for a familiar figure among them. "No, it isn't." A deep, familiar voice rose from among the musicians. Carter followed the sound and saw a handsome young man in a black tailcoat rise from the piano bench. "It's me." "Disappointed?" Kyle shrugged, locking eyes with Carter at the center of the ballroom. "Honestly, even if you're just standing in for someone, you're terribly late," Carter replied with a smile, her beautiful eyes shimmering with the faintest trace of tears. Takanori Club, Grand Hall. Classical chandeliers hung from the walls and ceiling, bathing the dance floor in warm, radiant light. The elegant music flowed like a gentle stream through the hall as pairs of gentlemen in tuxedos and ladies in evening gowns danced gracefully, immersed in this haven far removed from the smoke and chaos of war. If the club hadn't been exclusively reserved for the occasion, and if professional dancers hadn't been dressed up as guests for the event, Kyle's appearance in his tailcoat would surely have drawn a huge crowd. He would have been the center of a lively commotion. Kyle, America's youngest major, a hero embodying the nation's strength and spirit of conquest. Ever since the Hydra organization was rooted out and destroyed, he had once again become a legendary figure talked about in every corner of Europe and America. Though calling him a legend might seem like an exaggeration, he had single-handedly altered the course of a European battlefield, dealing a severe blow to Germany, whose military might had once dominated World War II. To American soldiers and a legion of devoted fans, Kyle was the very definition of a legendary hero, his fame and prestige often surpassing even that of the highest-ranking generals. Right now, things were still somewhat calm in Europe, but back in America, nearly every military recruitment film featured Kyle. Out of every 10 shown, 6 starred him alone, while the remaining 4 documented Kyle and Captain Steve fighting side by side on the front lines. It's easy to imagine just how powerful Kyle's reputation as a war hero is now. Hope, once dim, flickered and burned bright again. The confident young man who had made his promise had come back, true to his word. Standing in the center of the ballroom, Carter gazed at Kyle as he emerged from the parted crowd of dancers and singers. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Kyle, too, remained silent, unsure of what to say. At last, he took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry. I couldn't bring Steve back." The mood, which had been light and cheerful moments before, instantly turned heavy and somber. Carter stepped forward, shaking her head gently. "It's not all your fault. None of us could have predicted what would happen on that plane." "No, I should have seen it coming," Kyle replied, his voice tinged with regret. "I underestimated Schmidt. I thought," but before he could finish, Carter shook her head again, her voice soothing. "Enough. It's over now." With that, Carter extended her hand ever so slightly, a glimmer of hope hidden in her beautiful eyes. Her lips parted in a gentle smile. "Wasn't Steve the one who asked you to invite me to dance in his place? What took you so long? It's been 2 weeks. The sea is a bit far," Kyle replied, offering a casual excuse. After a brief hesitation, he reached out, imitating Howard's gentlemanly manner, and took Carter's delicate hand in his. "You don't know how to dance, do you? I can teach you. Just don't step on my toes," Carter teased, preparing to lead Kyle in time with the music as it played through the grand hall. "That won't be necessary," Kyle said with a dry chuckle. There weren't many ordinary skills in this world that he couldn't master, and even if there were, he could always draw a skill card for it, especially since he possessed the ballroom dance green ability card, which he'd drawn from Carter herself, though, until now, he'd never had the chance to use it. Just then, as the gentle melody in the hall faded, a new, vibrant, and passionate song began to play. Kyle took the lead with confidence, displaying dance skills that rivaled any professional. With precise control of his strength, he wrapped one arm around Carter's waist, guiding her into a graceful spin that lifted her slightly off the ground. Carter kept pace with his movements, her red dress swirling and fluttering around her. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She truly hadn't expected that Kyle, who was so formidable on the battlefield, would be just as adept on the dance floor. With one hand holding Carter's and the other at her slender waist, Kyle moved in perfect harmony with the increasingly spirited music. His athletic, perfectly proportioned frame filled out his tuxedo far better than any frail city gentleman ever could. Gone was the cold ruthlessness of his black combat suit. In its place, he exuded warmth and striking charm. Paired with Carter, who tonight looked both cool and stunning, the effect was a feast for the eyes. Their dance moves were sharp and energetic there. Coordination flawless. Even the most challenging steps seemed effortless for them, as their hands and feet moved perfectly in time with the rhythm of the music. At some point, Kyle and Carter had found themselves at the very center of the ballroom. The people around them couldn't help but watch, their gazes filled with surprise and admiration. When the song finally ended, Kyle gently steadied Carter by wrapping his hand around her slender waist, bringing her to a graceful stop. Carter, in turn, softly pressed her palms against his broad chest. As if in awe of the performance's perfection, the crowd broke into enthusiastic applause. "So that's it then," Kyle said with a shrug, withdrawing his hands. A trace of disappointment flickered in Carter's beautiful eyes, but she could only lower her hands slowly and said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to be such a good dancer. Learned it at home with my parents before I joined the army," Kyle replied casually. Then, more directly, "So, is there anything else you'd like to do? I happen to be free tonight. Are you heading back to the front lines tomorrow?" "Oh, right. You haven't reported in at the base for half a month." Carter mused for a moment. Summoning her courage, she suggested, "Well then, let's go for a drink." "Drinking? You and me?" Kyle looked at Carter in surprise. "Wasn't that something you did with your buddies? What kind of man and woman go drinking together?" He thought about it, his expression tinged with hesitation. "You're not really, like Steve says, interested in me, are you?" Carter was caught off guard. She dodged Kyle's searching gaze and waved her hand dismissively. Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. That's good. Kyle let out a sigh of relief, smiling as if a weight had been lifted. I knew it. Steve was just messing with me. Even if he hadn't said anything, I would have looked out for you anyway. I don't need you looking after me. Carter shot him a glance, her tone suddenly colder. Well, are we drinking or not? Kyle nodded. Let's do it. It's our last chance to relax for a while. Why not? Just don't get drunk. I'm not about to haul someone your size back home, Carter snorted. You're kidding. That won't happen, Kyle replied, shaking his head dismissively. That was one thing he definitely didn't have to worry about. After all, with his super soldier metabolism, he processed alcohol 4 times faster than any regular human, as if a little booze could lay him out. The next morning, a gentle breeze rustled the white sheer curtains at the window, while golden sunlight poured into the room. Kyle slowly awoke in bed, his head still swimming and slightly heavy, a lingering hangover from the night before. So I actually did get drunk. Kyle lay sprawled out in bed, giving a wry smile. He felt he had really embarrassed himself as a super soldier. He'd been so sure he wouldn't get drunk, so he kept sampling different strong liquors. By the time he realized he was drunk, it was already too late. But then again, since he was on break, getting drunk once to relieve the stress of battle didn't really matter. If he were on standby or in the middle of a mission, he wouldn't touch a drop. Speaking of which, Carter really went through a lot of trouble for me last night, he muttered. Kyle pulled back the covers and looked down. His tailcoat uniform was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he was dressed in simple pajamas provided by the club. He vaguely remembered that it had taken Carter and a couple of club staff quite a bit of effort to get him back to his room last night, and it seemed Carter had even helped him change out of his clothes. After that, his memory went blank. He had no recollection of what happened after passing out. How did that saying go? Oh, right, in vino veritas, or perhaps, drunk people do foolish things. In a flash, Kyle rolled out of bed, quickly scanning the bed, the floor, and even the bathroom. Not seeing any women's clothing or evidence of company, he let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness nothing happened last night. It'd be a real mess if, after helping Steve out of the cold, he'd ended up crossing a line while caring for someone else. Still, where had his tailcoat uniform gone? It was his day off yesterday, and he hadn't used Venom to imitate a uniform. Last time, his curiosity almost got him exposed. Instead, he'd actually worn real clothes over the symbiote card, which meant whatever went on in the middle of the night, he had no idea. Maybe the staff took it to be cleaned, Kyle mused, unconcerned. It was just an outfit, nothing particularly valuable. He gave himself a quick wash in the bathroom, and feeling refreshed, slipped into his underclothes. Then from his card space, he summoned the Venom card, tossing it onto the bed to let it take physical form. Venom shifted about beneath the covers, stretching out thin black tendrils in a very human gesture, as if trying to tell Kyle how aggrieved it felt. On the battlefield, it was used to fusing and coexisting with Kyle, and had become increasingly attached to this symbiotic state. In other words, all living beings are subconsciously drawn to evolution, and Venom species pursued progress by merging with other life forms, learning from their hosts to enhance their own abilities. All right, it's about time to head back to base anyway, Kyle said, reaching out his hand. Venom's liquid form rippled with joy, splitting into countless black lines that crawled up his arm, winding and enveloping him, finally morphing into a suit. Looking down at the full black combat outfit now hugging his body, Kyle slapped the emblem on his chest with mock annoyance. This isn't a combat mission. Let's switch to something more casual. A soft rustle answered him, as the suit shifted in response. Like the chameleon shifting its colors, Kyle's battlesuit swiftly morphed into the guise of a jacket paired with jeans. Having Venom with him always brought this one small benefit, saving money on clothes and sparing himself the hassle of changing outfits. Stepping out of his lodging room, Kyle walked down the club's hallway. Along the way, every staff member greeted him with eager, flattering good mornings. For an esteemed guest who commanded both military power and wealth, they wished Kyle would come every day to rent out the place for a ball. Just as he was about to exit through the club's main entrance, Kyle seemed to recall something. He stopped a passing waitress and asked, "Can I ask you something? The lady I danced with last night, where is she?" "Mr. Kyle, you mean Miss Carter, right?" The waitress quickly halted, turning to respond. "Miss Carter left the club by herself very early this morning." "Really? She didn't wait to head back to base with me." Kyle shook his head, slipping his left hand into his wallet pocket. With a discreet motion, he materialized an item and swiftly pulled out a club card, handing it to the waitress. "This is the VIP card I opened here last night. There should be over $9,000 left on it. From now on, whenever Carter comes here to dance, just charge everything to this card." "Of course." The waitress accepted the VIP card with both hands and lowered head. When she looked up again, Kyle had already stepped out the front door, leaving her with the sight of his tall, cool figure disappearing into the morning. Training base, basement level. Research department. No sooner had Kyle stepped through the door than a violent explosion rang out from within. A familiar figure in a lab coat was blown off his feet by the blast, landing awkwardly on the floor, a faint wisp of smoke curling from his clothes. "Howard, you really haven't changed a bit," Kyle remarked, eyeing the scientist sprawled across the floor with an odd expression. "Hey, Kyle." The gentleman caught sight of Kyle standing in the doorway and froze in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, and once he was sure it was really him, scrambled to his feet, brimming with excitement. "Kyle, you're finally back." Howard rushed forward, and due to the difference in their heights, could only grab Kyle around the waist in a slightly awkward embrace, his voice bubbling with emotion. "You gone, I haven't felt like going to a single party or bar. You're not just my friend and comrade. You're my best partner for creating the future of top-tier industry." That last part is what you really care about, isn't it? You still haven't finished analyzing what I gave you, so don't think of getting any more secret tech from me. "Just yet," Kyle retorted, pushing Howard off and shooting him a wary look. One must always guard against Howard, whether it's fire, theft, or his insatiable curiosity. Howard burst out laughing. "Honestly, if Carter hadn't insisted on going alone last night, I'd have crashed the club myself just to see you." With his closest friend back at last, Howard's joy was unmistakable. You all knew that box was for me." Kyle looked at Howard in surprise. With the evening gown and a rose card and all, most people would probably assume it was from one of Carter's other admirers, some refined gentleman, no doubt. At the very least, they might have mistaken it for a gift from Steve, as if he'd returned. Howard chuckled and said, "You're underestimating Agent Carter. The English handwriting you used on the box and the card, she recognized it as yours at a glance." "Is that so?" Kyle fell silent, images from the previous night flashing through his mind. He wondered if he had missed something important. "By the way, didn't the lovely Miss Carter come back with you? Or could it be?" Howard's expression grew mischievous, his curiosity as keen as when he was probing the secrets of science. "Don't get the wrong idea. Nothing happened between us last night. I thought she'd already headed back to base," Kyle said, waving his hand a bit sheepishly as he tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Speaking of which, I noticed when I got to the training base that there are far fewer soldiers on duty. And Fury's nowhere to be seen, either. What's going on?" "Oh, you just got back. You don't know about the current situation," Howard said, suddenly serious. "The American, British, and Soviet leaders decided at a recent Allied conference to take advantage of Germany's crushing defeat at the front. They're planning to gather all their forces and launch a direct assault from the English Channel into German territory." The Allied invasion of Germany? Starting from the English Channel? D-Day, the Normandy landings. The name of the battle flashed through Kyle's mind. He hadn't expected that this Marvel world would so closely mirror the history of his previous life, following the same course of war. The Normandy landings were a historic, massive campaign in the latter part of World War II. After this battle, Germany was completely defeated and forced to surrender. Only the Asian front remained, with Japan stubbornly holding out. Howard went on, "Last night, we already sent word to headquarters that you'd returned. General Chester sent back orders. After you report to the training base, you're to head straight to the main American base in Europe without delay." "They're not giving me a moment's rest," Kyle said with a shrug, a dangerous glint flickering in his blue eyes as both his body and the Venom suit began to stir with anticipation. After such a long break, it was finally time for another real fight. He hoped that on this vast battlefield, he'd meet an opponent worthy of his strength. "By the way, where have you been during these last 2 weeks you were missing?" Howard asked, curiosity getting the better of him. Kyle hesitated for a moment before answering. "Steve crashed the out-of-control plane into the sea alone. I bailed out early and landed on a deserted island in the Atlantic, shaped a bit like a turtle. I stayed there for a while to recover." "Turtle-shaped deserted island?" Howard murmured, puzzled by yet another new mystery. "Then how did you make it back?" He had no idea about the card space Kyle possessed. As far as he knew, Kyle didn't have any means to cross the ocean, let alone carry along planes, tanks, villas, or supplies at will. "There was a huge mutated eagle beast on the turtle-shaped island. After I tamed it, I rode on its back and flew back," Kyle replied with a casual shrug. Having answered questions like this so many times to conceal the existence of the card space, he did it with practiced ease. "A turtle-shaped island and a mutated beast. Seems you have quite the luck," Howard nodded with a smile, not pressing further. After all, his industrial partner was no ordinary man. Ever since he delved into the mobile phone and supercomputer chip systems Kyle had given him, Howard's conviction about Kyle's uniqueness only grew stronger. That's precisely why Howard felt lucky to count Kyle as friend. With this connection, he could sidestep decades of detours on the road of technological innovation. Seeing the smile on Howard's face, Kyle nodded thoughtfully, the corners of his lips lifting ever so slightly. This old gentleman was no mere scientific genius. To navigate the crucial scientific strategy departments of the military and maintain his own Stark Industries, he had to be a shrewd man, one who knew what to ask and, more importantly, what not to ask. Their relationship was built on layers: comrades in arms during military service, friends in daily life, and partners in private ventures. Bound by both shared interests and genuine friendship, neither would ever harm the other. To call them close friends will be no exaggeration. It seemed there were things he could now discuss openly with the man before him. Having reached a decision, Kyle met Howard's gaze and spoke. That turtle-shaped island is right in the heart of the Atlantic. The location and environment are excellent. Once the war is over, if you come across any good architects or construction firms, I might have use for them. The World War is still raging, and you're already thinking about post-war plans? Howard blinked in surprise, but soon fell into thoughtful silence. Are you planning to turn it into a villa, a resort, or something more like a fortress? A leisurely fortress, really, just sturdy enough to withstand missiles and heavy artillery. Nothing too fancy. Money is no object, just deduct it from my Stark Industries dividends, Kyle said directly. Howard nodded, agreeing without hesitation. All right, I actually minored in architectural engineering. Once the war is over, I'll go with you to that turtle-shaped island. I'll take care of assembling a team and overseeing the whole construction. Then I'll have to trouble you, Kyle said, his eyes tinged with a trace of anticipation. The war was far from over, but soon the Normandy landings would come, and, before long, the world would return to peace. The turtle-shaped giant island they'd been discussing, of course, referred to that one and only purple creature card in the card space, the colossal ancient dragon turtle. Ever since he drew that card, Kyle had been nurturing an idea to create his own fortress base and a family power unique to himself. No matter how high his rank might rise in the future, even reaching the ceiling as a general, he would still be an officer serving under orders in America. Even if he one day became the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., commanding the mightiest elite team, he would still be hemmed in by countless treaties and targeted by lurking enemies eager to strip away his power. Kyle believed he would become even stronger in the days to come, but he had no desire to fight on alone forever. If he could build an elite force, loyal to him in advance, if he could truly plant the roots of a legendary family in this Marvel world, then that would be the future he truly wanted. And so, the conversation he was now having with Howard about building a fortress was in fact the first step toward founding his own family power. Howard could guess a little of Kyle's intent, but he would never reveal it to anyone else. On the contrary, he would keep the secret for Kyle, and in the future devote his utmost effort to help construct that fortress base. That was the tacit understanding and trust between two men. I'll keep an eye on the construction crew for you from now on. You're about to head to the U.S. military's main base to prepare for the operation, right? I made you a new piece of equipment. I think you'll find it useful. As Howard spoke, he waved his hand and led Kyle into the storage area of his lab. As usual, Howard placed an airlift-style storage case on the table, unlocked it, and inside lay 2 overlapping black discs. These are the crowning achievement of my years researching anti-gravity technology, Howard explained. It took me half a month just to make these 2. They can't be mass-produced. Before Howard could launch into a full explanation, Kyle's attention was already fixed on the 2 magnet-like discs, and instantly, the corresponding card information surfaced in his mind. Gravity magnets. A pair of gravity magnets, 1 positive and 1 negative. Blue item card. Gravity magnets, composed of precision anti-gravity components, can alter the gravity field in a small area upon contact with the ground. When the positive gravity magnet is placed on the ground, the gravitational force within a 10-meter radius doubles. When the negative gravity magnet is placed, the gravitational force within the same area is halved. If both magnets touch the ground at the same time, their effects cancel out. The positive and negative magnets are attracted to each other. Drop one on the ground, and you can retrieve it using the other. Kyle picked up the gravity magnet with a hint of curiosity and tried tossing one of the pieces onto the empty space at his feet. With a sharp snap, the anti-gravity magnet hit the ground. In that instant, the gravity in the laboratory suddenly doubled. Howard, who had been in the middle of explaining its function, was caught off guard by the surge in gravity and immediately lost his balance, landing squarely on the floor with a thud. Impressive, Kyle commented with a nod. Even he could clearly feel the extra resistance pressing in on all sides of his body. The increased gravity field effectively doubled his weight, and an ordinary person would really have a hard time coping with it. Aiming the positive magnet in his hand at the magnet on the floor, Kyle triggered the mutual attraction between the positive and negative magnets. Instantly, the anti-gravity magnet flew up from the ground and back into his hand, restoring the gravity in the room to its normal state. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Howard got back to his feet and summed up, increasing or decreasing the gravity field might not make much difference to a super soldier like you, but if regular soldiers are suddenly caught in a doubled or halved gravity zone, it'd be tough for them. They'd lose a good part of their combat ability. I'll take this, Kyle replied, and I have something you can study as well. Consider it my contribution to the nation. As he spoke, he placed the backpack he'd been carrying onto the table. The moment he unzipped it, a faint blue light began to seep out. Inside was the cosmic cube, now missing its core gemstone. Along the coast of England, in Europe, the main base of the American forces had become a bustling temporary camp. After the leaders of the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union decided to form an allied army and launch a massive invasion of Germany, it took less than a month for the American temporary base here to expand more than fivefold. Countless military tents had been densely set up within the camp. American troops, previously scattered across various European front lines, were all gathering here under the orders of the five-star general. Weapons and ammunition were being delivered around the clock to the base in an endless stream. And this was only the preparation phase for the American fleet. Most soldiers would soon cross the channel by ship, landing directly on the German-occupied side opposite the British coast, while thousands upon thousands of Air Force planes were being readied at other bases. This was the eve of a colossal operation. Over 100,000 American soldiers, serving as the main force, were now temporarily camped at the main base, waiting for the moment to assemble and launch their assault. At this moment in the American base, squads of shirtless soldiers were training across the vast open grounds, the midday sun beating down and filling the air with the raw energy of iron and testosterone. Major Kyle's plane is about to arrive. The hero who symbolizes America's strength and conquest is coming to our main base. No one knew who first spread the news, but it swept through the entire camp like a whirlwind, stirring up an overwhelming wave of excitement. Kyle's here. This slogan, which could instantly silence mischievous behavior and cries among German civilians and children, had an entirely different effect when it reached the ears of Americans and their soldiers. It became a near-frenzied rallying cry, inspiring the crowd with almost feverish enthusiasm. Within just half a minute, nearly every American soldier who wasn't otherwise occupied instinctively rushed toward the base's main landing area to greet the incoming plane. In that moment, the roads inside half the base were thrown into a whirlwind of dust as troops hurried in unison. Inside the main base, Joseph threw open the windows and doors of the officers' meeting room. Watching the feverish soldiers dashing past outside, he couldn't help but exclaim, "That kid Kyle is truly remarkable." Whenever he shows up, the entire base's morale seems to soar through the roof. That's the power of a war hero. Bryant sat heavily at his desk, staring blankly at the suddenly bustling base, his lips pressed tight in silence. Joseph blinked and said, "Bryant, are you still hung up on the old misunderstanding? I'm sure Kyle has long forgotten about it." "Of course he has." Bryant shook his head with a wry tone. "I'm still a second lieutenant, and he's already a major and a hero of America, at that. To think I once got to test my shooting skills against an American hero, that's an honor for me." Joseph sighed to himself, knowing Bryant still couldn't let go of those days during training. And the truth was, a recruit he'd once dismissed had, in less than a year, made half the world remember his name. It was a hard blow for any drill instructor's pride. But really, who could he blame for that? "Well, I'm going out to take a look. It's dusty out there. You might as well stay inside," Joseph said, putting on his cap as he left the meeting room, shutting the windows and doors behind him. Bryant was left alone at his desk, the words he longed to say caught in his throat, dissolving at last into a single, weary sigh. After all, from among the recruits he had trained, he could have had the rare honor of seeing two American heroes rise at the same time, out at the main base's landing zone. The transport aircraft taxied down the far end of the runway and came to a stop, its engines humming as four armed soldiers leapt out first. After setting down the boarding ladder, they took up guard positions, facing each other across the open space at the entrance to the plane. Kyle stepped down the ladder from the belly of the aircraft. He was dressed in his signature black, imposing combat suit, with two compact energy pistols strapped to his outer thighs and a sodium-carbon steel sword sheathed on his back. The cross insignia of the demon was emblazoned on his chest, and the insignia of a U.S. major adorned his left shoulder. The sunlight outside was blindingly bright. Kyle instinctively lifted a hand to shield his eyes, but as he stepped off the transport and looked straight ahead, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Tens of thousands of American soldiers in military combat uniforms filled the vast open ground beside the transport aircraft, stretching as far as the eye could see, with no end in sight. When they saw Kyle, there were no cheers or disrespectful whistles. Instead, their faces shone with admiration and warm smiles as they quickly raised their hands to applaud him. The rolling waves of applause gathered into a thunderous roar, resounding above the main base without pause. "Kyle, you're finally back." From amidst the dense crowd of soldiers, a black officer wearing an eye patch squeezed his way out, striding toward Kyle with excitement. "You're always calling me a war maniac. How could a major battle go on without me?" Kyle shrugged, then pulled Fury into a bear hug, and the two thumped each other heartily on the back. "Ow, your strength's gone up again. Take it easy, would you?" Fury sucked in a quick breath, stepping back half a pace. "It's nothing special," Kyle replied with a smile. The physique of a super soldier was already fixed at its peak. It couldn't be improved. Just by training. The increase in strength that Fury noticed was really due to the continual growth of the symbiote combat suit he wore. "Kyle," boomed a strong voice, as Joseph finally managed to push his way out from the crowd of soldiers. "Instructor Joseph, you came over here too?" Kyle greeted him with a nod, then asked, "You go back to New York often. Do you know how Lucy's doing these days?" "She's doing well. I've already spoken with the local police department to keep an eye out for her. You can rest easy," Joseph replied with a broad grin. "Thank you. Next time you head back, could you help me take something to her?" Kyle nodded, not forgetting about Lucy, who was staying at his place. But with the battlefront always in Europe, he rarely had the chance to return to New York. "Of course, no problem," Joseph readily agreed. From the side, Fury urged, "Kyle, I'm not just here to pick you up. I've also got orders from General Chesters. He wants me to take you straight to the command room to see him as soon as you arrive at the main base." General Chesters, the supreme commander of the Allied forces for this operation, right? Kyle nodded, immediately signaling for Fury to lead the way. As Kyle moved forward, the crowded soldiers parted to either side, forming a clear path for him to walk through. Most of the soldiers, aside from those from the original training base, the 102nd Regiment, and the Roaring Commandos, had never actually seen Kyle in person. For the rest, especially the new recruits and frontline troops, the chance to glimpse the legendary war hero filled their hearts with excitement. Their fervor was expressed through the sustained, enthusiastic applause, which only began to subside once Kyle's figure disappeared from view. Guided by Fury, Kyle made his way to the command room at the American main base. "You go ahead. I'm just here to pass along the message." Fury stopped at the entrance to the command room, signaling for Kyle to enter alone. "All right, I'll catch up with you later." Kyle nodded, showing no sign of nervousness as he strode directly into the command room. The room was stark and simple. A massive strategic map served as a backdrop, flanked by the American flag adorned with stars and stripes. Behind a military desk piled high with documents sat a middle-aged officer. The officer looked to be just past 40, his features stern and resolute. He wore a full-dress uniform, and on his left chest gleamed the insignia of a general, decorated with 5 shining stars. A 5-star general, the highest rank in the U.S. military during World War II, and the supreme commander of the Allied forces in this 3-nation alliance. Kyle stood at attention before the general, offering a crisp salute and announcing in a clear voice, "Major Kyle, reporting in." General Chester looked up, his sharp gaze sizing Kyle up from head to toe across the 3 meters separating them. Then, with a warm smile, he nodded. "Major Kyle, you finally made it back." Kyle nodded in return. "Yes, sir. During the operation in the Alps, I pursued Schmidt, the Hydra leader, and some unexpected events occurred. Steve's plane went out of control and crashed into the sea. I managed to parachute out and make it back." "Steve, I've already read the details Agent Carter sent by telegram," General Chester said with a sigh, his tone tinged with regret. "You're safe. Return is the greatest victory our forces could hope for at this critical moment in World War II. A war hero like you must not fall easily." General Chester paused for a moment, his voice taking on a deeper meaning. "To be honest, I wanted to meet you in person for some time. You see, the Super Soldier program was initiated under my orders. I remember clearly how you declined to be the first subject, giving the opportunity to your comrade Steve instead." Kyle smiled sheepishly and shrugged. "Looking back, I suppose I was too proud at the time and didn't appreciate the chance to become a super soldier. Luckily, fate gave me a second shot, and I became the second super soldier by a stroke of luck. It turns out you had every right to be proud," General Chester said, gently shaking his head, his tone serious. "After Steve became the only super soldier, I saw in him the embodiment of American justice and unbreakable will. That's why I personally taught him hand-to-hand combat. That Steve became Captain America, a national hero, was more than I expected, but not entirely a surprise. It's you though, Kyle. From a rookie at the training base, to repeatedly creating miracles on the front lines, You fought your way up to your current status as a hero commanding the battlefield. I must say, you far exceeded my expectations. As General Chester finished speaking, his gaze lingered on Kyle, full of undisguised admiration. Just luck, pure luck, Kyle replied modestly. With the general praising him to the skies like this, he figured it was time to play humble for once. If it's all just luck, then I suppose the goddess of fortune must have spent all her blessings on you, General Chester joked, then continued with a more serious tone. Yesterday, after I learned you'd returned safely to the training base, I made a point to contact the president to discuss your situation. Discuss me? Kyle was taken aback for a moment, waiting for General Chester to elaborate. General Chester spoke solemnly. I recommended that you be promoted to the rank of Major General as a special exception. The president has already approved it. Major General? This time, Kyle was utterly stunned. Did he truly understand what that meant? That was a rank in the General Officer Corps. Sure, he'd had his share of rapid rises before, jumping from rookie to sergeant, earning a battlefield promotion to second lieutenant, then stacking up achievements to become a major. But this leap was simply staggering. Normally, every step above major required years of service and a mountain of merits. And Kyle, since his last promotion to major, hadn't even had a month pass. General Chester, I'm not sure I've accumulated enough merits for a major general's rank just yet, Kyle said, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. If it all came down to just merits and records, then even after 50 years of hard work, I'd have topped out at 4 stars at best. General Chester laughed heartily, then reminded Kyle, but we're in the middle of the Second World War. Everything is different now. He was right. The 5-star general rank, America only ever created a single one, and that was during World War II. Kyle nodded thoughtfully. General Chester went on, all those peacetime regulations don't apply here. If it helps lead us to victory, never mind Major General. Even the rank of 5-star general could be yours. It's just Major General. I have no reason to hesitate, Kyle replied confidently, though he voiced his final concern. It's just on the battlefield, I'm far more skilled at fighting alone than commanding troops. Isn't giving me a Major General's rank a bit excessive? Not in the slightest, General Chester replied with a smile, explaining, with your reputation and standing as a war hero, even if we break the rules to promote you, every soldier on our side would raise both hands in support. More importantly, the upcoming campaign against Germany will be an allied operation led by our forces. As the hero representing our nation, it simply wouldn't do for you to hold only the rank of major. Some officers from other countries might look down on you because of it. Hearing this, Kyle quickly understood. General Chester's decision to promote him directly to Major General wasn't just for his personal sake. It was about preserving the honor of the entire country and its military. A national hero, the symbol of our nation's strength and the vanguard of conquest, holding nothing higher than a major's rank? Unacceptable. A general's insignia was the minimum standard for such stature. General Chester concluded in a measured tone, you can delegate command of your units to officers you trust. If there are no other questions, from this moment forward you are Major General. The insignia can be handed over to you right now. I'll also ensure your promotion documents are filed, and this news will be made known to both our troops and the Allied forces before we join up. General, you have everything arranged already. How could I possibly refuse? Kyle spread his hands, almost amused. With a Major General's rank being thrust upon him, there was really no reason not to accept. 5 minutes later, Kyle left the command room, looking somewhat resigned. Fury had been waiting not far from the door all along. As soon as Kyle emerged, Fury hurried over and called out, Hey Kyle, what's wrong? You look a little down. See for yourself. Without a change in expression, Kyle nodded toward his left shoulder. Your major's insignia. Why are there 2 stars now? Fury's words trailed off in disbelief. He rubbed his right eye, then eyes wide. With bitterness, muttered, Is there something wrong with my other eye? I could swear I'm seeing a Major General's insignia there. You're not mistaken. It's a Major General's rank, Kyle replied, sounding thoroughly unenthused. A promotion should be good news. The problem was to get bumped up to Major General like this. Well, it just felt hollow. 3 days later, the hour for the Allied forces of the 3 nations to assemble and land on enemy shores was drawing near. At the break of dawn, as the first pale light crept into the sky, dozens of massive steel ships lay anchored just off the British coast, waiting in formation for the main American forces to board first. In the nearshore waters, one colossal battleship stood out ahead of the rest, looming over the sea like a sovereign. The flagpole adorned with stripes and stars fluttered boldly in the breeze. The ship's hull, sheathed in layers of armored steel, boasted both impressive speed and mighty anti-aircraft artillery. It looked for all the world like a fortress of iron, rising from the waves. At the bow of this great ship, Kyle stood alone at the railing. Over his black combat suit, crafted by the Venom symbiote, he draped a general's coat, a symbol of his new status, giving him a cold, imposing air. Only someone like Kyle would dare to wear a general's coat as if it were merely a decorative shawl. The sea wind blew in from the front, tossing his fine golden hair and fluttering the sleeves of the general's coat draped over his shoulders. The hurried sound of footsteps echoed behind Kyle. Lieutenant Fury steadied himself and saluted smartly, saying, "Reporting in." The ship captains, Navy personnel, medical staff, and ground combat soldiers have all boarded the battleships. "Awaiting your next orders, Major General Kyle." Kyle nodded. "Very good. Have them prepare for combat on board first. There's still half a day before we set sail for the attack." "Yes, sir." Fury acknowledged the command with a salute and turned to leave, but after a moment's hesitation, he doubled back, his face tinged with frustration. "Kyle, honestly, are you the Major General, or am I? Back in the Howling Commandos, I let it slide, but now you're a general. You can't keep dumping all the administrative work on me. Isn't it only fair that the capable take on more?" Kyle replied with a shrug, flashing Fury a quick, good-natured smile. "You know, I've never been much for command. Even in the Howling Commandos, you handled all the arrangements for the troops I was responsible for. And now, with 3,000 soldiers under our command, it's even more out of my depth." He paused, then added, almost under his breath, "Besides, this is all to toughen you up sooner. Someday, S.H.I.E.L.D. will give you much bigger headaches." His last words were little more than a murmur, barely audible. "What was that?" "The wind's too strong. I can't hear you," Fury asked in confusion. Kyle just stretched and waved him off, dismissing him with a casual gesture. "Fury, all command and arrangements are in your hands. Get to it. Just you wait. If I ever outrank you, we'll see who's giving orders to whom." Fury gritted his teeth, scowling as he turned to leave. But Venom was all it was. Surpassing Kyle's rank? Out of the question. In the span of a single year, Kyle had gone from rookie to Major General in leaps and bounds. The title, youngest Major General in history, barely began to describe how extraordinary his rise was. 3 days ago, when news of his promotion spread through the American main base, not a single soldier camped there voiced any objection. In fact, most felt it was only natural. He was the symbol of American might and conquest, the hero who had forced the German army out of Europe's front lines, and the greatest contributor to the annihilation of Hydra. A mere major? That wouldn't do him justice. Major General, that was just right. It had to be said, among the entire U.S. military, every soldier was a Kyle fan. Anyone daring to criticize him would quickly find themselves shunned by their own comrades. "Why do I feel like the face of war itself?" Kyle mused, rubbing his chin. He yawned at the expanse of sea ahead, feeling the lull of anticipation as the preparations for war continued. His body relaxed, boredom setting in. Might as well head back to the control center and have another look at the strategic maps. Kyle was lost in thought as he slowly strolled away from the deck. But just as he turned the corner in the stairwell, he unexpectedly collided head-on with a petite female military medic. Kyle's brow furrowed slightly. Although his body was relaxed, his reflexes as a super soldier were as sharp as ever. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the medic, who nearly fell into his arms. As they brushed past each other, Kyle reached back and caught her by the collar before she tumbled to the ground. "Ah!" The female medic shrieked, startled and flustered. By the time she realized what had happened, she was dangling by her collar in Kyle's grasp, looking for all the world like a kitten picked up by the scruff. "Are you all right?" Kyle asked, his voice calm as he gently set her back down. The medic's face had turned a little pale from the shock. Her knees gave out, and she sat down hard on the corridor floor inside the ship, tossing her short, light red hair as she replied in a timid, soft voice, "I'm fine, really, I'm fine." A woman? A medic with the troops? Kyle finally took a closer look at her. She couldn't be more than 16, still in the last stages of adolescence. But that didn't hide the fact that she was quite the beauty. Softly flushed hair, porcelain skin, delicate features, a slender figure. All accentuated by her crisp, white medic's uniform. With her vulnerable expression, she seemed to awaken an instinct to protect. Of course, Kyle wasn't the type to have a thing for young girls. He felt no particular interest in that sense. What truly caught his attention was the flurry of ability cards that appeared around her as he focused his mind. First aid mastery, ballet mastery, English mastery. These all seemed normal enough. But then there were true assassination mastery, true handgun mastery, true disguise mastery, close quarters combat mastery, Soviet code mastery, psychological warfare mastery. All of those were impressive, but what really stood out was a single, crucial card besides the dozens of green ability cards she possessed. Super Agent. The physique of a super agent, surpassing even top-tier operatives, a mid-tier version of a super soldier. Blue ability card. Genetic modification dramatically slows aging. enhances the immune system and resilience, grants top-level human physical abilities, speed, reflexes, intelligence, and maintains peak combat readiness for extended periods. Current status: available for extraction. Cannot be possessed simultaneously with the super soldier ability. How interesting, Kyle murmured under his breath, his gaze lighting up as he looked into the young medic's eyes. Interesting. The medic was taken aback, then quickly clutched her slender calf pitifully. There, the skin had been scraped, and a thin trickle of blood was beginning to seep out. She took a timid, deep breath and said, "General Kyle, can I trouble you to escort me to the ship's infirmary?" Kyle didn't immediately respond to her request. Instead, he asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Shatana," the young military medic replied in a small, nervous voice. "Shatana," Kyle repeated, rolling the name on his tongue. He quickly nodded with a faint smile and reached out his hand. Just as Shatana thought Kyle was about to help her up, he instead waved at a passing Navy sailor not far away and commanded, "Come here. Escort this medic to the infirmary." "Yes, General Kyle." The sailor hurried over, obeying at once, and gently helped Shatana away from the scene. It was only after they disappeared down the corridor of the ship that a trace of coldness appeared on Kyle's face. The Soviet Union. The Red Room of Spies. Last time, they had taken away the gravely injured Bucky who had fallen onto the glacier and later turned him into the winter soldier. That was one thing. But now, with the alliance of the three nations in place, do they still want to scheme in the shadows? Inside, the massive battleship, in the office reserved for the commanding officer. "Kyle, I brought you all the records on the medical staff assigned to this fleet." Fury entered the room, holding a stack of bound documents, and set them on the desk. Seated in his office chair, Kyle nodded coolly, took the documents, and began to review them one by one. Fury remained standing in front of the desk, regarding Kyle with a puzzled look. He couldn't help but remark, "I thought you'd finally come around and wanted to handle your major general duties yourself. But now you seem especially interested in the ship's medical crew." "I came across someone rather intriguing," Kyle replied offhandedly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he flipped through the files. There, he found the personal dossier he was searching for. On the dossier was a black and white headshot of the young female medic he had just encountered, her bright smile frozen on the page. Shatana Caroline. Female, age 16, height 165 centimeters, weight 43 kilograms. Born in 1928, resident of Atlanta, USA, District B012. Current family status: single, both parents are local farm workers. Currently a student at the Holy Order Medical School. In January 1944, she volunteered through her school to support the front lines, and in February became a field medic attached to the Army. 16 years old. Just became a field medic this month. Kyle raised an eyebrow, tossed the dossier onto the table, and asked with an impassive face, "She's underage, and only started as a field medic this month. How can she be assigned to a battleship and participate in a major operation already?" "That's not so unusual," Fury replied, rubbing his bald head. "Back in World War II, there were exceptions to every rule. There was always a shortage of medical staff in the field, so hospitals and schools would often be called upon to recruit volunteers. Over 150,000 American soldiers took part in this campaign, most of them Army, so every ship needed a full team of medics on board." Kyle didn't say a word. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the tabletop, as if he were deep in thought. Fury, quick to catch on, let his gaze fall to the dossier lying before them. His tone grew grave. "Are you saying there's something wrong with this female medic?" "There is, just a little, but you don't have to worry about it. Leave it to me." As Kyle spoke, he issued Fury a secret order. "I understand," Fury replied with a nod, and left the office with the air of a man carrying out his instructions. Kyle gathered up the documents on the desk, stacked them neatly, and locked them away in a drawer. A cold smile curled at his lips. Let's see what tricks the Soviets have in mind, sending an agent who's barely finished her training. Meanwhile, in the medical bay of the battleship. "Nana, I heard you nearly ran into Major General Kyle." "Wait, really? Is Major General Kyle as cold and handsome as he looks in those documentaries? Is that what matters? Be careful next time and don't cause trouble for the general." Four young nurses in crisp, white uniforms chattered animatedly, cheeks turning rosy as they gossiped. Satana, having just finished bandaging her slender calf, sat alone on an infirmary cot. She gazed out through the round porthole at the endless blue sea, lost in silent thought. Plan, an accidental encounter, had ended in failure. Recalling what had just happened, Satana clenched her small hand, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. My goodness, who picks up a pretty girl like a stray kitten? Isn't a normal man supposed to reach out and steady her? Could it be that I'm not attractive enough? Almost without thinking, Satana touched her own face. Ever since she'd entered the infamous Red Room, she'd been taught to achieve her goals by any means necessary, seduction included. Beauty was, after all, one of the female agent's secret weapons. No, she couldn't let one setback make her doubt her looks. If there was a reason for her failure, it was that her target was far from an ordinary man. Satana pondered quietly. After all, this was a man with the blood of thousands of enemies on his hands, a demon of war in the eyes of his foes. In fact, when the organization first announced that the target of this mission was the American officer Kyle, countless veteran agents turned pale, terrified they'd be chosen for the task. Later, it was actually Satana who took the initiative to accept this trial mission. As for her reason, it was simply that she had no other choice. If she didn't target Kyle for her first assignment, she would have to attempt to assassinate the leader of the ninja organization, known as the Hand. Compared to the latter, the former mission was much safer for someone like her, who was a Native American. Plan A has failed. I have to find another opportunity to approach the target. Satana was mulling over her options when, all of a sudden, a Navy soldier burst into the infirmary, looking somewhat flustered. Major General Kyle probably isn't used to being on a ship. He's feeling a bit unwell. The Navy soldier hadn't even finished his sentence when several female military doctors in the room shot their hands up enthusiastically, all speaking in chorus. I'll go. Please, let me be the one to take care of him. Could it be that even a legendary hero, someone so skilled at everything on the battlefield, could get seasick? Before Satana could process the thought, the Navy soldier, looking slightly awkward, explained, Major General Kyle said he just met a military doctor named Satana. He'd like her to come over. Which one of you is Satana? Come with me. The moment those words left his mouth, Satana was momentarily stunned. All the other female doctors instantly turned to her, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. The Navy soldier pressed, You're Satana, right? Hurry up, grab your medical kit, and come with me. All right. Satana snapped out of it, nodded, took a deep breath to compose herself, and got up from her cot, ready for action. Whatever the case, this was her best chance to get close to the target. The Navy soldier led Satana, who was carrying her medical case, all the way to the office door. He knocked and announced, Major General Kyle, I've brought the doctor. Let her in, came the calm, composed voice of a young man from behind the door. Yes, sir, the soldier replied, opening the door and gesturing for Satana to enter on her own. Satana stepped inside slowly, and as soon as she was in, the soldier quietly closed the door behind her and left. She looked ahead and saw Kyle sitting in his office chair, one hand pressed to his forehead, eyes closed, as if trying to gather his strength. His striking features seemed clouded with discomfort, making it clear that he truly wasn't feeling well. General Kyle. Satana stopped in front of his desk, tentatively calling his name. Kyle opened his eyes and looked at her, replying in a soft voice, You're here. Ever since I came down from the deck, I've felt dizzy and a bit nauseous. That's the onset of seasickness. It happens to almost everyone their first time at sea. You can take some motion sickness pills to help with the symptoms. As Satana spoke gently, she opened her medical kit, found a box of tablets, carefully took out 2, and handed them to Kyle. Let's give it a try then. Kyle nodded, glanced at the seasickness tablet, and only then did he take it along with the warm water from the cup, swallowing it down. Whenever he focused his attention on any object, a precise and unmistakable item card would appear before his eyes. This meant that no matter how artfully disguised a poison might be, as long as Kyle stayed alert, it was impossible to trick him. Still, what Satana had given him was indeed nothing more than an ordinary seasickness tablet. Inside the office of the battleship, Satana, entirely unaware that she had just brushed past the edge of death, merely gazed at Kyle in the office chair with a look of concern, waiting for his next orders and instructions. Watching her, Kyle couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Agents trained in the Soviet Red Room were certainly among the world's best, equipped with everything from super agent serums to the full spectrum of skills a spy could need. Don't be fooled by Satana's status as a trainee. Her combat ability surpassed most soldiers and officers at the main U.S. military base. Few could best her in a one-on-one fight. But combat prowess was just one aspect. Her infiltration skills and her effortless transformation into a timid, delicate American military doctor were as natural to her as drinking water. Unfortunately for her, she had run into him. Kyle narrowed his eyes. Satana's disguise was nearly flawless, but under his card-drawing ability, it amounted to nothing. No matter how carefully she plotted or how masterful her acting, the bright blue ability card labeled Super Agent, hovering behind her head, exposed everything. The office fell into a long silence. After taking a few sips of warm water, Kyle beckoned to Satana, who was standing stiffly, and said, with a slight frown, My head feels a bit dizzy. Do you know how to massage the head and shoulders? Help me out a little, will you? Satana hesitated for a moment, then nodded quickly, like a pecking chick, and shuffled around the desk to stand behind Kyle's chair. She didn't notice that as she passed by, a glint of cold light flashed in Kyle's half-open blue eyes. The perfect opportunity for assassination had been set, and from this point on, Satana's fate was entirely in her own hands. No matter whether she would one day become a hero, if she so much as gave the slightest signal of an assassination attempt, Kyle would not hesitate to end her life right here. That was Kyle's bottom line. Anyone who stood against him would find themselves lying cold and lifeless on the ground. General, you might want to close your eyes for a bit. The massage will feel much better, Satana said softly. Her small hands reached slowly toward the back of Kyle's head. All right, use some strength. Kyle nodded in response. As he closed his eyes, his mind tensed in razor-sharp focus. The other person wasn't carrying any weapons, and relying solely on physical strength wouldn't be enough to snap his neck. Still, just in case, he had already set his Venom suit to a standby defensive mode. Soon, Satana's 10 slender fingers landed on the back of Kyle's head. She pressed down with just the right amount of pressure, kneading downward to his neck and shoulders, then back up to his forehead. Kyle, who had been tense and a bit stiff before, immediately felt himself unwind, letting out a long, contented breath. What was this unexpected wave of comfort? He had to admit, Satana's massage technique was both skillful and refined, clearly one of those professional disguises taught during spy training. And her fingers, though delicate, held surprising strength. Wait, wasn't this missing the point? Aren't you going to make a move? Kyle wondered to himself, puzzled by her hesitation. The Soviet Red Room organization had sent a top agent to infiltrate at such a critical juncture, right before war broke out. If it wasn't for him, then for what? Wasn't he the target? Or maybe the mission's true objective wasn't to assassinate him after all. Thinking it through, it did make sense. While the Soviets enjoyed stirring up trouble, it would be far too risky to send an assassin after a rising American hero, especially now during the Allied Pact. While Kyle mulled over these questions, Satana continued massaging him for a full 10 minutes before finally stopping. She shook out her sore fingers, catching her breath. This man's bones and muscles were even denser and tougher than she'd imagined, just as the organization's dossier had described the abilities of a super soldier. Resolving herself, Satana leaned close to Kyle's ear and asked, her breath light and soft, General Kyle, how do you feel? Any dizziness left? Kyle tilted his head back slightly, eyes still closed in enjoyment. Much better now. That's good to hear. But with such a big war about to start, it's best to get any symptoms checked out in advance, Satana said, pausing deliberately before continuing in a professional tone. Just to be safe, General, I recommend pricking your finger for a drop of blood. Let me take it to the medical bay for analysis. We could get a full readout on your current health. A blood test. Kyle's eyes opened fully now, his expression subtly shifting as he realized her true intent. A secret agent's assignment, and all she wanted was a drop of his blood. Yet, with the Venom suit, even surface wounds on the battlefield would never leave traces behind. A single drop of blood might seem insignificant, but in this high-tech, bioengineered Marvel world, who knew what those deranged Soviet scientists might do with it back in their labs? The last thing he needed was for them to conjure up a clone or something worse. Now that he understood her objective, Kyle saw no need to continue the charade. His tone instantly turned cold. So that's your true purpose, isn't it? What purpose? Still standing behind her office chair, Satana was stunned, forcing herself to maintain a calm and gentle tone. General Kyle, what are you talking about? This is just a simple blood test. Kyle threw out the words that shattered her last shred of hope. Still want to keep pretending? Soviet Red Room agent. Before he even finished speaking, Satana's expression changed drastically. With a sudden, sharp motion, both her hands sliced toward the back of Kyle's neck, aiming to knock him out cleanly. I'll play along, Kyle snorted coldly. His reaction was even faster. He raised his hands backward and caught the girl's palms before they could strike, gripping them tightly in his own. Satana tried to yank her hands free, only to discover that Kyle's grip was as unyielding as an iron vise. She couldn't even move a single finger. Just as she was about to switch to kicking, a crushing force traveled down her arms. In an instant, her entire body was lifted and flipped 180 degrees over Kyle's head, then slammed hard onto the solid wooden desk. Crash! The desk collapsed, splitting apart with a thunderous crack. Satana lay sprawled amidst a scatter of splintered wood and loose paperwork, groaning in pain. Cough, cough. Struggling to rise, Satana coughed and looked up in alarm, only to see the handsome young man shrug off his general's coat, revealing the venom-black combat suit beneath, a cold blend of ruthlessness and lethal intent. Good. That's it. Get up. Show me the skills of a Soviet super agent. Kyle watched her icily, his muscles rippling with life beneath the black suit. The aura of killing intent was so thick it seemed to fill the entire office. He flexed his fists, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips, and spoke in a chilling voice. "Let's see if you can help me warm up a bit before the war arrives." Elsewhere, down the corridor inside the battleship, Lieutenant Fury hurried along in full dress uniform, rushing toward Kyle's office. That suspicious female medic, possibly a foreign agent, had been in the office for some time now. Fury wanted to see how things were being handled. As he reached the closed iron door of the office, Fury could just make out the muffled voices of Kyle and the young army medic inside. "Are you coming over here or not?" "I'm not coming over." "Then I'll come to you." "Don't come any closer." The brief, tense exchange ended, followed by the unmistakable sounds of a fierce struggle erupting inside. Fury leaned in to knock, but before he could, something slammed into the other side of the heavy door with a resounding thud. The steel itself bulged outward from the blow. "Kyle, are you all right?" Fury abandoned the idea of opening the door, wiped away a cold sweat, and shouted anxiously. Very soon, Kyle's calm and steady voice drifted out from behind the door. "It's fine. Just stay outside the office and make sure no other soldiers come in." "Okay," Fury nodded in response, showing not the slightest concern about Kyle's safety inside the room. There was no need for it. In truth, the one to worry about should be the person facing off against Kyle. And indeed, that was exactly the case. Inside the battleship's command office, the floor was littered with scattered wood shavings and shredded paper, a chaotic testament to the fierce fight that had just taken place. Kyle stood tall and unyielding at the center of the room, clad only in his Venom suit, with no other equipment. His cold gaze was fixed on Zatanna, who was half sitting, half lying against the iron door. Zatanna's appearance had changed drastically from before. Her youthful face, usually tinged with innocence, was now expressionless, her beautiful eyes glinting with a sharp, icy light. The white medic's dress hung tattered on her small frame, smeared with sweat and dust, making her look utterly disheveled. It was clearly a one-sided rout. "So, is this all the top Soviet agents have to offer? I haven't even gone all out, and you're already about to collapse?" Kyle's voice was cold and mocking. Zatanna gritted her teeth, stifling the pain from her injuries as she struggled to her feet, using the iron door for support. "Not bad at all," Kyle said with a devilish grin. He had used 80% of his strength just moments ago, landing a series of heavy blows. Any ordinary person would have been beaten to death by now, but Zatanna still managed to fight on. The super agent's resilience and defense were clearly no idle boasts. "I'll let you have the first move," Kyle said, spreading his hands. Zatanna didn't hesitate. She knew there was no escaping the enemy's stronghold. Her only chance was to fight with everything she had. Lowering her stance, she suddenly charged forward. Once within 2 meters of Kyle, her right hand flipped, producing a broken wooden plank she kept hidden. With a swift motion, she thrust the jagged end toward Kyle's eyes, the air slicing with a sharp whistle. Kyle seemed to have anticipated this. His left hand shot out, lightning fast, catching her right wrist mid-strike. His fingers clamped down, nearly crushing her delicate bones, causing them to creak ominously. "Let go of me," Zatanna cried out in pain, and with desperate speed, swung her left leg at Kyle's groin. The next instant, Kyle's other hand intercepted her ankle mid-kick, gripping it firmly in his palm. It was pure counter for counter, every move met and neutralized. Against Kyle, a predator in human form, Zatanna was little more than a kitten baring its fangs, utterly outmatched in skill and strength. In close-quarters combat, Captain America, Steve, was utterly outmatched by Kyle. And as for Zatanna, her fighting abilities were barely half of Steve's. If Steve could be considered a little brother to Kyle, then Zatanna was like the little sister among brothers. She didn't stand a chance at all. "Boring," Kyle remarked coldly, his eyes fixed on Zatanna, whose body was immobilized by his grip. He shook his head with a hint of disappointment. With both hands, he hoisted her petite frame, bent his left knee, and drove it hard into the girl's soft abdomen. This strike was a full-force knee blow, merciless and powerful. Zatanna, who had still been trying to resist, suddenly rolled her eyes and went limp, completely losing any ability to fight back. Kyle released his grip, letting her twitch and crumple helplessly to the floor. The brief skirmish ended swiftly and decisively. "Fury, you can come in now," Kyle said, dusting off his hands as he called out. The iron door was quickly opened by Fury, who had been standing guard outside. He stepped into the room, and when he saw the utter chaos, the trashed office and Zatanna curled up on the ground, battered and bruised, he was visibly shocked. "The Soviets really can't keep still, sending an agent to secretly steal my blood," Kyle said, his face expressionless. "What should we do with her? Lock her up, or hand her over to the higher-ups for processing?" Fury asked. "For now, keep this incident under wraps. We'll deal with it after the battle is over. Starting trouble with the Soviets now would do our side no good. With that, Kyle picked up his general's coat and draped it back over his shoulders. He glanced at Satana, lying on the floor, and said, "Put her in a single cell on the battleship. Have a female medic treat her injuries and change her into a military combat uniform. I'll need to question her later." Later? Fury stared down at Satana, who was still convulsing on the ground, skeptical. "She'll need days to recover from this, won't she?" Kyle shrugged. "I didn't go for the kill. With her constitution, she'll probably be conscious again in half an hour." Fury shook his head, offering a sober assessment. "Anyone who comes after you ends up a wreck. It's like they're lining up to get beaten. This isn't settled yet. When the chance comes, that Red Room organization needs to be wiped out," Kyle replied coldly. "They wanted to experiment on him? Sorry, but he'd be adding their names to his personal list of debts to be paid in blood." An hour later, Satana gradually regained consciousness in an isolated single room. As soon as she awoke, the aches and pains from her injuries flared up, making her wince. She calmly scanned her surroundings and discovered her body was strapped to a wooden chair, her wrists and ankles tightly bound with rope. Her tattered white dress had been replaced by a small, green American combat uniform. The sturdy ropes binding her body would indeed be a shackle for an ordinary person, but for Satana, they were nothing more than a simple trick to keep her in place. She could slip free with ease thanks to her extraordinary flexibility. But aside from the ropes, Satana could also feel a cold, metallic ring tightly fastened around her neck. "I advise you not to struggle needlessly. That thing around your neck is an electric shock collar I had Howard make as a precaution. If you try to remove it by hand, or if I press this remote, it'll activate. The highest voltage can make a full-grown ox lose control of its bowels." A calm, steady voice sounded from the doorway as Kyle spoke, striding slowly into the cell. The electric shock collar had originally been prepared for a possible encounter with a Winter Soldier, but fate had seen it put to use here first. Success. One Soviet agent. Captured. After hearing Kyle's warning, Satana bit her lip, turned her face away, and lowered her head. Any thought of resistance vanished completely. Yet it wasn't the threat of the shock collar that subdued her. It was the suffocating pressure of Kyle's sheer strength. Having faced him once in combat, Satana, a master of tactical analysis, understood all too well. The young man before her stood at the pinnacle of the world's might, an insurmountable mountain. "I enjoy talking with clever people," Kyle said with a faint smile, closing the door behind him and taking a seat across the table from Satana. With a reckless edge to her voice, Satana retorted, "No matter what you do to me, I won't say a word about the Red Room." At the mention of the Red Room, fear flickered in her eyes and across her delicate face. "That's perfectly fine. As it happens, I have absolutely no interest in the Red Room. Sooner or later, I'll flatten the place myself anyway." Kyle chuckled, unconcerned. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table and continued in a level tone. "What I'm really interested in is you. I'll only ask some personal questions, nothing about your organization." As he spoke, his attention focused on the blue ability card he could see hovering above Satana. Super Agent. Current status. Can be extracted. Cannot be possessed simultaneously with Super Soldier ability. Extractable, but mutually exclusive with my existing power? Isn't that a contradiction? Kyle had wondered about this the first time he saw the card on Satana. So far, Satana was the only person he had encountered with a blue ability card. Super Soldier was a blue card with a rare prefix, and blue rare cards came with the limitation that they could only be extracted once. But what would happen if he extracted a blue ability card he couldn't actually use? This was exactly the experiment Kyle had come here to try. Focusing his mind, he reached out to extract the Super Agent blue ability card. The blue ability card requires you to stay within a 1-meter range and maintain uninterrupted reading for 30 minutes to draw it. Begin drawing cards. 1799, 1798. A rather lengthy countdown began. Kyle took advantage of this time to strike up a conversation with Satana. "The Red Room organization must have already given you detailed information about me, so I won't bother introducing myself. But why don't you start by introducing yourself?" Satana replied coldly. "You have my file too, don't you? My name is Satana Caroline. I doubt that a Soviet agent would use her real name while undercover," Kyle said with a faint smile. Seeing Satana's indifference, he slowly reached into the pocket of his general's coat and took out a small remote control, turning it thoughtfully in his hand. "This question doesn't concern the Red Room. If you can't even cooperate with some basic answers, maybe you'd like to experience a taste of electrocution first? Losing control of your bodily functions is a thoroughly unpleasant experience." "You devil." Satana shot him a fierce glare, her eyes lingering on the remote control. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, I'll talk. My real name is Natasha Romanoff." "Oh, and your code name in the Red Room?" Kyle pressed on. "Didn't you just say you wouldn't ask about the Red Room? You've already given your real name. What's a code name compared to that?" "You Bastard, Natasha muttered after a long pause, spitting out the word with evident disgust. She was still just a Red Room trainee, a young Soviet agent with only a few years of training. No matter how thorough the brainwashing or how extreme the regimen, it couldn't completely mask the fact that she was still only 16. When it came to subtle games of strategy and manipulation, she was no match for the likes of Kyle, a seasoned old hand. Natasha pouted in defeat. Codename, Black Widow. Widow? I didn't think you'd already been married and lost your husband. That's rather tragic, Kyle teased. Natasha shook her head in protest. Idiot. The Black Widow is a venomous spider. It's not about being a widow. I know. The Black Widow, Kyle nodded as if he understood, his earlier suspicions now confirmed. Black Widow, Natasha. In the future, she would become one of the founding members of the Avengers, though her combat abilities were considered average. In certain critical moments of war, she always played a decisive role. In the Marvel Universe, she was well known as a socialite among heroes. Now, she bore the codename Black Widow. In the future, she would be a widow both in name and in truth, a black, thorny rose. Kyle paused and asked, Natasha, why did you join the Red Room in the first place? Isn't it obvious? Of course, I want to become one of the top elites. Natasha let out a cold snort. She had lost her parents to war as a child, long since abandoning the powerless identity of a frail girl. As far as I know, the Soviet Red Room brainwashes new agents into absolute loyalty by implanting them with fabricated memories, Kyle said, with a gentle smile, guiding her thoughts. Do you ever feel like parts of your past are missing, don't add up, or are strangely convoluted? Natasha fell silent, deep in thought, her expression unreadable. Think it over carefully, Kyle continued calmly. The Red Room may have made you stronger, but in doing so, they also turned you into a weapon, a killer stripped of her own identity. With that, he quietly waited for the countdown to the draw to finish. 3, 2, 1, draw successful. As the countdown ended, a glowing blue ability card materialized out of thin air within the card space. Yet, unlike the previous cards, this one seemed to be repelled by the other collective ability cards, unable to amplify his physical body. Instead, it was forced to the edge of the blank zone, isolated. Kyle's mind entered the card space. He reached out and took the blue ability card to examine it. Super Agent. Current status. Cannot coexist with Super Soldier, but can be granted to others for use. Warning for granting cards. No more than one copy of the same ability card can exist in the card space at the same time, except for Extra Life. Granting a blue or higher quality ability card triggers a 3-day cooldown for granting cards. Each person can only be granted one blue or higher quality ability card, which cannot be retrieved, but can be forcibly destroyed within a 3-meter radius. I can grant this for someone else to use? Kyle's heart skipped a beat as he realized he'd discovered a third major card function, beyond drawing and sacrificing cards. The granting card feature. Even if he himself couldn't use a particular ability card, once drawn, he could bestow it upon someone else. What did this mean? It meant that, as long as there were individuals like Natasha, those who already possessed a base blue ability card, he could, in time, cultivate a faction of people with blue-level abilities through granting cards. Kyle's eyes gleamed as he looked at Natasha, already making a silent decision for the sake of his future power. Natasha can't be handed over. She must remain under my control. If drawing and sacrificing cards could rapidly boost his own strength, allowing him to rise to meet any challenge, then this new granting function could extend that edge to an entire team or organization. In that case, once World War II ends, my plan to build a family power base can take a giant leap forward. At this thought, Kyle could barely contain his excitement. Even if there had once been a plan to cultivate his own power, it was nothing more than a giant ancient dragon turtle island serving as an embryonic base. But now, with the power of card drawing, he could truly claim to be laying the foundation and heritage for creating a family. Bound tightly, Natasha began to notice the way Kyle was looking at her was growing ever more unsettling. She bit her lip and turned her face away. Men, they're all creatures ruled by their desires. Even American heroes are no exception. I'm not going to end my life in a place like this. Natasha surreptitiously surveyed her surroundings, the cold, cramped interrogation room, the ropes and collar binding her. What are you looking around for? I told you already, don't think about escaping. Kyle snapped out of his vision of the future, his gaze icy as he addressed Natasha, whose eyes kept darting about. Natasha pouted, her voice low and tinged with a hint of grievance. If you want to do that, could you at least untie me first? It would be more comfortable for both of us. Comfortable? What nonsense. Kyle shot her a cold glare, but then his tone softened. Natasha, is your only dream to become stronger? If I could make you even more powerful, would you still want to return to the Red Room? You're trying to turn me? Natasha's eyes flickered, but she refused outright. Whether I return to the Red Room isn't up to me. If I betray them, they'll send agents to kill me. If you join me, would you still be afraid of a mere Red Room? Kyle snorted, but then fell silent, lost in thought. He knew his words still lacked persuasive force. No matter how strong he was as an individual, it was difficult to contend with his superpowers. Elite agency. And although he held the rank of a U.S. Major General, the personnel at his disposal were essentially under state control. He didn't yet have the trump card that would make Natasha betray the Red Room. This conversation would have to wait for another time. Think it over for yourself. Right now, I can't promise you much, but from this moment on, at the very least, I can guarantee your personal safety. As Kyle spoke, he rose from his chair, reached behind him, and drew his sodium carbon steel sword, making a swift, precise slash through the air. In the next instant, the ropes binding Natasha's waist snapped cleanly and fell to the ground. One day, you'll understand that giving you a choice today is a gift even God couldn't bestow. With a confidence born of certainty, Kyle tossed these words over his shoulder, opened the door to the interrogation room, and prepared to leave. Natasha hastily called out, "At least take this collar off my neck. Stay put. I'll have someone bring you meals at regular intervals. Don't even think about escaping." Kyle shrugged as he walked out the door, locking the heavy security door behind him with a practiced motion. If the other party truly wanted to escape, even if an entire American army were sent to guard her, she'd probably still find a way out. But if she harbored even the slightest thought of breaking free from the Red Room, she would instead choose to accept her captivity, convincing herself that escape was impossible and resigning herself to stay. This, too, was a subtle play of psychology. The battleship was about to set sail, and Kyle decided to leave this matter for after the upcoming operation. She really left. Alone in the interrogation room, Natasha sat heavily in her chair, tilting her head as she recalled Kyle's suggestion. Betray the Red Room and join his side? No matter how I look at it, this is the worst, most reckless choice, Natasha muttered sourly, ruffling her hair in frustration before finally slumping over the table, determined not to dwell on it any longer. On the deck of the battleship, beneath the blazing noonday sun, thousands of American soldiers, clad in combat uniforms and armed with rifles, stood in perfect formation at attention. All eyes were fixed on the stern-faced young man draped in a general's coat. Anchors up and secure. All naval crew are in position across the battleship. The captain and first mate are prepped and standing by in the control room. All combat troops are fully equipped and ready for action. After finishing his report, Fury set down his communicator and saluted the young man, standing at the bow. "Departure time approaching, sir. Awaiting your orders, Major General Kyle." Kyle nodded, gazing out at the boundless sea. His voice was cold and resolute. "Then let's move out. Our target, Normandy's shores." "Yes, sir," Fury replied, immediately relaying the command through his communicator. In moments, the lead battleship surged forward, cleaving through the waves as it took the vanguard position. At the same time, hundreds, thousands of warships anchored nearby followed suit, advancing in a mighty procession that stretched for miles across the sea, their wakes churning the waters in their wake. Above the restless, roiling ocean, the skies were thick with activity as well. Thousands of fighter planes, like a swarm of bees bursting from their hive, filled the air, crowding the sky as they all soared in the same direction. For this Allied operation, over 2 million soldiers had been mobilized, countless weapons and ammunition amassed. The scale of the impending landing battle promised to be nothing short of brutal. Standing at the prow of the lead battleship, Kyle shrugged off his general's coat, revealing the seamless, jet-black Venom battle suit beneath. A sodium carbon steel sword hung at his back. His right arm and hand were encased in a cold, gleaming vibranium bracer. Twin energy pistols were holstered at his thighs attached to the battle suit, and a new gravity magnet device was fastened to his belt. He was armed to the teeth. Fury approached Kyle's side, lowering his voice in warning. "Kyle, try not to charge and head first this time. You're a major general now. The enemy will have their sights set squarely on you." Kyle smiled and said, "All right, aren't you the one who's been handling all the logistics behind my army's rear command?" "I'm just worried that," Fury began, but then caught himself, realizing he'd misspoken. He could only throw up his hands in resignation. Kyle truly wasn't someone he needed to worry about. After all, Kyle was never just a paper-pushing officer. He was a genuine super soldier forged on the battlefield. Fury explained, "Once our warships reach the far shore, the Allied forces will split into 5 groups, each assaulting a different landing point. Our ships and aircraft will support us, suppressing enemy tanks and bunkers. All we need to do is keep pushing forward, seize every inch of ground, wipe out enemy troops, and liberate the parts of France still under German occupation." Just give me the direction and scope of the assault, Kyle replied coolly. Offensive operations. This was his specialty. The Golden Coast of France, one of the 5 key beaches targeted in the assault. The sand on Golden Coast Beach was exceptionally fine, and under the sunlight, it glittered like gold. With coconut trees lining the shore, the place could easily have passed for a popular tourist destination. But now, at the Golden Coast, the sun was sinking low, leaving only streaks of crimson sunset along the horizon, a sign that a long night was about to begin. Along the shoreline, countless sandbags had been stacked 100 meters inland, forming a fortified barrier. Tens of thousands of German soldiers, steel helmets glinting, were dug in behind the defenses, their heavy machine guns jutting outward. They all held their breath in tense silence, faces taut, not a word spoken among them. The only sounds on the shore were the wind rustling and the waves crashing against the sand. It was like the moment before a storm breaks, calm on the surface, but seething with deadly intent. Our armored divisions haven't made it up from the rear yet, a German officer of high rank asked in a low voice, glancing at the communications officer beside him. The communications officer replied swiftly, "Sir, the rear units report they're being bombarded by enemy aircraft from the Allied Triple Entente. Their movements are severely restricted, and they can't reach the coastal defense in time. Damn those allies. Pass the word. Hold the coastal line at all costs. Any enemy that lands on the beach is to be shot on sight. No matter what happens, we must hold out until our tanks arrive from the rear." The German officer hadn't even finished giving his orders when he saw the communications officer staring, frozen in shock, his young face pale with fear as he gazed out beyond the sandbags to the sea. The officer quickly looked up, following his gaze. Across the darkening waters, hulking shadows of dozens of warships began to emerge, filling the horizon. The lead battleship charged toward the beach like an iron beast. "They're here. They're coming." A sharp metallic sound cut through the tension. In that moment, the coastal defense line echoed with the sound of countless German soldiers drawing deep breaths, followed by the crisp, rapid clicks of weapons being loaded. The great assault landing had officially begun. First came the long-range bombardment from the Allied forces. Battleships and warships aimed their massive guns at the beach, unleashing a thunderous, indiscriminate barrage. Under the relentless firepower, both the shoreline and the sky above were lit up as bright as day. Meanwhile, just off the Golden Coast, the battleships were the first to halt on the water, soon followed by the surrounding warships. Any further, and the sea was too shallow for these mighty vessels to advance. But the purpose of deploying so many warships was never to simply batter the enemy defenses with raw power. Their true role was to serve as transport, delivering troops to the front lines and providing cover for the massive waves of soldiers storming ashore. No sooner had the warships dropped anchor than Allied soldiers began pouring into the sea. Hundreds of small boats were lowered, carrying wave after wave of troops in a mighty surge toward the beach. The moment the first Allied soldiers set foot on the sands of the Golden Coast, the German bunkers erupted to life. Machine guns whirred into action, turning the beach into a deadly no man's land. Under a hailstorm of bullets, the soldiers could only press forward with their bodies, paving a path at the cost of their lives. Blood stained the surf, and sand a deep red. From the very first moment, the battle for the beach was a brutal war of attrition, where human lives seemed as insignificant as ants. Where's Kyle? Fury glanced around the deck of the battleship, suddenly realizing that while he had given the order for the landing, Kyle had already vanished. "Fury." A cool, steady voice rang out unexpectedly from the highest observation tower of the battleship. Looking up, Fury saw Kyle standing tall at the edge of the tower, clad in a suit of black battle armor. "I'm leaving command of the rear to you," Kyle said coldly. With that, he leapt from the tower, 50 meters above the deck, nearly 100 meters above the sea. Fury could only watch in shock as Kyle plunged from the great height. Suddenly, black wings spread from the back of his suit, sinister as those of a demon. In an instant, his free fall became a graceful, rapid glide toward the beach. Venom combat suit. Wing form. This was a new ability unlocked after Venom symbiosis with Blue Eagle, granting him the power of transformation. Unfortunately, Venom was not yet strong enough for true flight, but gliding from such heights was more than possible. Shrouded by the darkness of night and aided by the suit's natural stealth, Kyle moved as if invisible. He dove from above, soaring swiftly over the shallow surf and the bullet-swept sands, silently approaching to within 10 meters above the German bunkers. Looking down coldly at the dense ranks of enemy soldiers below, Kyle dismissed the wings of his battlesuit and began to plummet toward the ground. While still airborne, he reached to his waist with his left hand and hurled down a piece of anti-magnetic equipment. The instant the anti-magnet hit the ground, the gravity field within a 20-meter radius doubled in intensity. German soldiers caught in the area instantly staggered and collapsed, disoriented and struggling on the ground. At the very same moment, Kyle landed, rolling across the soft sand to absorb the impact, his left hand already gripping the sodium carbon steel sword. Like a feral beast, he exploded upward, charging straight for the machine gun, still spitting blue flames. With a swift motion, his sword fell. The German gunner and the machine gun he clutched were sliced cleanly in half in a single, seamless stroke. Enemy. The German soldiers caught in the gravity field struggled to their feet. Just as they raised their guns, they saw Kyle, bathed in the blood of their comrades under the shroud of night, surging toward them with a blood-soaked sword in hand. A hail of bullets rattled out, striking Kyle's Venom suit, which easily repelled ordinary ammunition, sending the rounds ricocheting away. Those that struck the vibranium bracer, guarding his head, fell harmlessly, without so much as a spark or a sound. Venom. Full coverage, Kyle growled in a low voice. In the next instant, black tendrils of venom snaked up over his face and head, swiftly forming a fearsome, demonic black mask. Now, with the Venom suit completely fused to his body, not a single inch left exposed, Kyle looked even more like a humanoid demon. Full body coverage was the true symbiosis between Venom and its host. Their powers could now merge seamlessly. While his strength and speed were not greatly increased, his control and precision became flawless. Usually, Kyle avoided full coverage because, in this state, he would become lost in the bloodlust of war, cold and merciless, stripped of all human compassion both inside and out. But now, surrounded by enemy troops and caught in a storm of bullets, only with the Venom suit fully engaged could he unleash his combat abilities to the absolute limit. Kyle let his right arm fall at his side with chilling indifference, allowing bullets to rain down on his menacing mask, sword in hand as he charged into the enemy ranks. He slashed and swept through them, or sent soldiers flying with his vibranium-clad right fist, mercilessly claiming the lives of those who still tried to resist. In just 10 seconds, within the enhanced gravity field, dozens of well-armed German soldiers were reduced to broken corpses, sprawled in pools of blood. Thick, crimson blood soaked the black suit, staining it a deep, sinister red. Stepping over the mounting bodies of the fallen, Kyle pressed forward, unleashing a relentless and frenzied slaughter. Night had fallen. The sun had long since slipped beneath the sea's horizon, and darkness, thick as fog, shrouded the city streets along the French coast. A muffled blast echoed in the distance. Gunfire rattled through the night. The defensive line on the frontmost beach had long since collapsed, and relentless barges of artillery and gunfire blanketed an area stretching for dozens of miles in every direction. The Allied forces pressed forward with their heads down, while the German soldiers fought desperately to hold their ground. The chaos of war engulfed both sides as powerful exchanges of fire lit up the night, casting an unyielding glow over a landscape that resembled a scene straight from hell. Everywhere one looked, the ground was strewn with countless mangled corpses, shattered helmets, empty magazines, discarded guns, and spent shells scattered all around. Blood trickled and pooled together on the earth, as if a rain of crimson had fallen from the sky. Yet the war was far from over. This was merely the opening act. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, filled with slaughter and smoke, a night that, in the years to come, the people of great nations would be loath to remember, for it marked an unprecedented battle in history. At that moment, on the outskirts of City Street, demon, he's a demon. Retreat. Everyone fall back. Unlike the deadlock found in other corners of the battlefield, here the fight was utterly one-sided. A dozen well-armed German soldiers, their faces pale with terror, scrambled to flee for their lives. Not far behind them, lurking in the shadows of an alley, a tall, powerfully built humanoid monster advanced slowly, dragging a blood-soaked sword in one hand, step by deliberate step. Its body seemed sheathed in a dark, chitinous armor, muscles rippling beneath the surface. Without the flicker of artillery fire, the creature would have vanished entirely into the night. Its eyes gleamed crimson and narrow, its fangs twisted in a savage grimace, its entire form radiating a wild, primal strength. This was the original form of Kyle, completely fused with venom, his body wholly transformed. The alleyway behind him lay strewn with the bodies of a dozen soldiers, sliced cleanly in half. Fresh blood continued to spill out, washing across the stones. Grenades! Throw all your grenades, the lead German officer shouted in terror. The remaining soldiers immediately obeyed, hurling every grenade they had behind them. A chain of explosions roared, sealing off the alley midway and burying Kyle's form behind a barricade of collapsing buildings. The German officer let out a sigh of relief, his legs buckling as he slumped to the ground, laughter breaking from his lips in a wild release of fear. Ha ha ha, that monster is dead. He's finally. His words froze mid-sentence. Somehow, a chill crept up from behind, and a massive shadow stretched over his body, sending a shiver through his bones. Captain, behind you. The other German soldiers stared past him, their eyes wide with terror, as if witnessing the most horrifying sight of their lives. Uncontrollably, they began to stumble backward, trembling in fear. The German officer struggled to stand, so drained he couldn't even turn his head. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, and with a hoarse voice he commanded, "Fire! Keep shooting, fire!" A sharp, one-handed sword plunged straight down from above, the tip piercing through the German officer's skull with chilling ease. "Captain!" A dozen German soldiers cried out, tears glinting in their eyes. Their grief turned to fury and steeled their courage, as they aimed their rifles at the shadow behind their captain's body and opened fire. In the next instant, a hail of bullets struck the shadow, the empty shells clattering to the ground, a futile last stand, as hopeless as it was desperate. With a swift, purposeful step, Kyle wrenched his sword free from the skull. Cloaked in his Venom combat suit, he braced himself against the volley of bullets, then lunged forward. In a low, explosive sprint, closing the distance in a heartbeat. With a sweeping horizontal slash, he cut down the soldiers, who fell in succession like wheat before the scythe. In moments, the chaos of battle in this small corner faded, replaced once again by eerie silence. Kyle had lost count of how many enemy soldiers he had slain. It didn't matter. In the intoxicating thrill of this night of carnage, his body remained tense, exhilarated to the core. He cast a silent glance at the bodies of the fallen before preparing to plunge deeper into the war zone. But just as he took a step forward, something on a distant street caught his eye, halting him in his tracks. Less than 100 meters away, on another stretch of roadway, a squad of about 10 German soldiers was locked in a fierce firefight with a lone enemy. At first, the man fought back with his gun, but soon he tossed it aside and, with reckless abandon, charged straight at the Germans. Like a lone wolf hunting its prey, the man surged forward through the hail of bullets, brandishing a pair of claw-like weapons and throwing himself into a desperate struggle. Whether it was bravado or folly, to rush unprotected at 10 well-armed rifles, his fate seemed all but sealed. Kyle watched, cold and detached, ready to move on. But in the blink of an eye, the tide of the 1-against-10 battle turned, leaving him shaken to his core. The man not only survived the gunfire, he broke through the line, his claws slashing with lethal precision. Blood sprayed as he dispatched the soldiers, his speed rivaling, if not surpassing, Kyle's own. In what felt like a heartbeat, the 10 German soldiers lay lifeless on the ground, leaving the lone man standing amid the carnage, his figure melting into the darkness of night. The mask of the Venom suit dissolved, dark threads retracting to reveal Kyle's striking features, now etched with shock and disbelief. It can't be. How is this possible? This was the world of Marvel movies, the world of the Avengers. How could that man possibly exist here? Kyle didn't hesitate for a moment. He kicked off and sprinted, immediately rushing at full speed toward the location. Within seconds, Kyle arrived at the scene where the fight had just taken place. He quickly scanned the surroundings to confirm the situation. But all that remained on the ground were 10 mangled bodies lying in pools of blood. The lone wolf-like man was nowhere to be seen. Kyle examined the fatal wounds on the German soldiers one by one. Most of them were on the necks and chests, each marked by 3 deep claw marks that cut down to the exposed bone. A clean, efficient kill every time. His mind was reeling, and he couldn't calm his emotions. Was it really that person? Kyle fell into contemplation, but soon, as if sensing something, he spun around sharply and looked toward a darkened corner of the alley beside the street. From the shadows emerged a middle-aged man in a Soviet soldier's combat uniform. With an indifferent air, he leaned against the alley wall, pulled a cigarette and a lighter from his pocket, and slowly lit up. His close-cropped black hair gave him a rugged look, and his stubbled jaw extended across both cheeks, lending his face a rough yet undeniably masculine charm. He took a long, contented drag on a cigarette, then, exhaling a cloud of smoke, looked coldly at Kyle standing by the corpses and asked, "Who are you, American soldier?" If you had asked Kyle in his previous life which hero he liked most in the Avengers universe, he probably wouldn't have been able to answer right away. But if the question was about his favorite character in the Marvel movies, it was undoubtedly Wolverine. Logan, Kyle couldn't help blurting out as he looked at the grizzled man in the corner, smoking with that unmistakable world weariness. He never imagined he'd encounter this man on the battlefield. "And who are you?" The weathered man glanced at him in surprise. Taking a deep breath, Kyle introduced himself. "My name is Kyle, a Major General in the U.S. Army." "A Major General?" With a rank that high, you still show up alone deep in enemy territory? The grizzled man eyed Kyle with even more suspicion, as if he'd never heard of the American hero before. He followed up, "How old are you anyway?" 23, almost 24. Kyle shrugged and took a step forward. As he entered the man's 3-meter radius, the information from the ability cards on the man became instantly clear. Fluent in Russian, master of yoga, true master of assassination, true master of rifle, true master of hand-to-hand combat, true master of ancient martial arts, true master of dual blade style. At a glance, there were so many white and green cards it was impossible to count them all. Just the green cards representing martial arts skills alone numbered in the hundreds, a truly terrifying amount. Even with all of Kyle's collecting throughout the U.S. military, covering tens of thousands of soldiers and officers, he had only managed to gather a little over 30 such cards. What does it mean to have over 100 green combat ability cards? It signifies mastery of more than half the fighting techniques known on Earth. This also indirectly revealed just how many brutal battles the man before him must have survived to acquire such a wealth of combat skills. And that wasn't all. Kyle's gaze finally settled on the weathered uncle, specifically on the 2 ability cards he possessed, one a deep blue, the other a lighter shade. Lone Wolf Gene, a genetic mutation resulting in a body and temperament reminiscent of a solitary wolf. Blue Rare ability card. This gene allows the user to extend 3 sharp bone claws from each hand, including between the fingers and from the palms. These claws are connected directly to the arm bones, making them both tough and razor-sharp. The human body becomes more wolf-like, inheriting the wolf's innate gifts: heightened strength and speed, beast-like reflexes, piercing vision, an acute sense of smell, as well as a natural inclination for combat, solitude, and the hunt. Because of the lone wolf's innate tendencies, the user is instinctively solitary and ill-suited to teamwork. When their wild nature erupts, it can drive them into uncontrollable frenzies of violence. Current status: Rare Blue prefix restriction, cannot be extracted. In terms of sheer lethality, the lone wolf constitution far surpasses that of the super soldier. This was Kyle's assessment after reading through the details of the Rare Blue Lone Wolf gene card. His own super soldier ability enhanced every aspect of a normal human's physiology in a balanced way, while the lone wolf gene pushed the body toward the wild extremes of a wolf. The former provided stable power. The latter unleashed a more savage, deadly potential. Possessing such a monstrous lone wolf physique would have been enough, but the weathered uncle had yet another card. Regeneration factor. The presence of regenerative factors within the human body. Blue ability card. These regenerative elements circulate constantly with the blood, bonded to the bone marrow and impossible to remove. They even exist in every genetically modified cell of the organism. Any injuries can be rapidly and naturally healed through the regeneration factor. Even life-threatening wounds can be restored to perfect health within half a day. Although sodium carbon steel can suppress the regeneration factor, this effect is only temporary. Given enough time, the body will still heal. The regeneration factor also dramatically slows the aging process, effectively extending the user's lifespan. Current status: can be extracted, can coexist with other physique-enhancing abilities. Lone Wolf Gene and Regeneration Factor. Isn't this basically Wolverine? If it's not him, who else could possibly have such an extreme and outrageous constitution? Kyle was inwardly astonished, but his face remained calm as ever. Looking at the weathered uncle, he spoke up. "I've introduced myself already. How about you, sir?" "I'm just an ordinary Soviet army soldier. Nothing worth mentioning," the weathered uncle replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. He flicked his cigarette but to the ground and prepared to leave on his own. He still didn't quite believe that Kyle was some American major general or officer. Even if he was, it had nothing to do with him. "Wait a second," Kyle called out, trying to stop him, but the world-weary man only quickened his pace, striding purposefully down the street. Kyle narrowed his eyes and sped up as well, determined not to let this chance slip away so easily. He'd learned back at the training base that this world had no mutants, yet now he'd run into a man who seemed suspiciously like Wolverine. How could he not be shocked? "What a nuisance," the gruff man muttered as he ran, glancing back at the persistent Kyle. He picked up his pace even more, quickly surpassing the speed of any ordinary person. But soon enough, he realized that Kyle was still hot on his heels, sticking to him like glue, impossible to shake off. "What do you want from me? Are you looking for a fight?" The man finally halted, turning around to glare at Kyle with icy eyes. "Are you here alone? Don't you have comrades, or perhaps a brother fighting alongside you?" Kyle asked, scanning their surroundings. From the moment he'd arrived until now, he hadn't seen any sign of another soul. If this really was the Wolverine he knew, then where was his brother, Sabretooth? The gruff man gave a derisive snort. No one can keep up with me on the battlefield. A brother? Never had one. Not in this lifetime. No brother? Kyle frowned deeply. The man didn't seem to be lying. He truly was a lone wolf. After a moment's thought, Kyle slipped his hand into the holster at his ankle, where his energy pistol rested. As the man's eyes grew wary, Kyle masked his movements and materialized a box of cigarettes, tossing it over. Looks like you're out of smokes. Here, have a pack on me. The man caught the cigarettes in one swift motion, glanced at the brand, and nodded with a hint of satisfaction. American brand, not bad. He looked back at Kyle, his expression softening just a touch. All right, out with it. Why are you following me? You remind me a lot of an old friend. If you tell me your name, I'll stop following you. That's all I ask, Kyle said, his voice urgent. If you're American, there's no way we've met. I've never set foot in the Americas, the man replied, turning to walk away. He waved over his shoulder. The name's Logan Streely. Stay alive, and maybe we'll meet again when the war is over. His solitary figure melted into the endless darkness of the war-ravaged street, vanishing completely from sight. Logan Streely. Even the last name is different, Kyle murmured to himself, his eyes clouded with complicated emotions. Now he understood. The man wasn't the Wolverine he once knew, but rather someone remarkably similar in this Marvel parallel world. The same appearance, abilities, and history, but not the same person. Dawn gradually broke. When the first rays of sunlight spilled over the horizon of the Golden Coast, the nightmare darkness lingering over the outskirts of France was finally swept away. By now, the inland area of the Golden Coast had been completely transformed into a wasteland, ravaged by war. Rotting corpses scattered. Shell casings, splatters of blood, and scorched earth veiled the land for miles, disguising it as a region abandoned to catastrophe. Countless bodies of soldiers, piled high like small hills, were set ablaze, filling the air with a foul, choking smoke that made one sick to the stomach. After a night of relentless battle, the massive amphibious assault that had lasted more than 10 hours finally allowed for a brief respite. The German forces along the 5 beach fronts and the outskirts of France had been largely cleared out. Of course, the Allied forces paid a heavy price for their forced landing, suffering severe casualties. Yet, with endless waves of reinforcements arriving from the rear, the ranks of the Allies seemed only to swell with fresh blood for the ongoing fight. This was only the first day of the campaign. It was a hard-fought, bitter victory for the Allies. From here on, they would have to quicken their advance, first to completely drive into France, clear out the German troops, and liberate the territory, then to push onward into Germany itself. At dawn, most Allied soldiers were ordered to rest where they stood, while fresh units took over the assault and defense. Fury, his lieutenant's uniform stained with blood and grime, was dashing about everywhere, one moment setting aside his rifle, the next leading his men to collect supplies and regroup. No sooner had he finished the duties of a major general than he was seeking out a communications officer, eager for news of Kyle. Truly, he was one man carrying the weight of 3 responsibilities. What's that, Major General Kyle? I think he was on the front lines all night, one soldier replied. I saw him too. He's incredible. He single-handedly wiped out the German unit that had pinned down our squad, another chimed in. Yeah, with every step, he cut down a handful of soldiers. I lost count of the Germans who, at the sight of him, screamed demon and turned to flee. He was so fast, just a blurred dashing past. And then he was gone, impossible to follow. Fury questioned soldiers from various units, but the answers were all the same, admiration and awe, but not a single concrete clue about Kyle's whereabouts. Still, knowing Kyle was safe and pressing forward on the front lines brought Fury some peace of mind. Even though he trusted Kyle's strength, he couldn't help but worry for his comrade's safety. Perhaps that was the true bond between brothers in arms. At that moment, at the boundary between French territory and its great inland cities, the very front line of battle, the Allied troops who had advanced this far were still few in number. The streets of the small town lay empty, not a single German soldier in sight. The silence hung heavy, as if the city itself were deserted. The crisp snap of a lighter echoed in the air, and as the cigarette's tip caught fire, its owner took several hard, greedy drags, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Logan sat alone atop the 3rd-floor rooftop of an abandoned building, hunched over, lost in his brooding smoke. At his feet lay 2 German rifles, clearly scavenged or looted and left unmaintained. He simply didn't have the time or inclination to care for them. For him, the guns were nothing more than props to disguise his true identity as an ordinary old soldier. When it came down to a real fight for life and death, only the claws concealed in his hands offered any true reliability. After surviving for more than half a century, facing death more times than he could count, Logan had always emerged alone, as if cursed to outlive every battle, a lone wolf, unwilling yet resigned to his fate as a beaten stray. Finishing his last drag, Logan flicked the cigarette to the ground and crushed it underfoot. He reached into his pocket for a sharp military knife. Sheathed in leather, then stripped off his Soviet combat jacket, revealing a lean, muscular body, his bronze skin unmarred by even the faintest scar. As if following a routine, Logan's face remained calm as he methodically plunged the knife into his own flesh, digging out bullets embedded within. Each round, slick with blood, tumbled onto the rooftop balcony. Within seconds, the wounds where the bullets had been expelled visibly closed, healing before his very eyes. So this is why you prefer to fight alone, and say there's no one who can keep up with you. A steady, youthful male voice suddenly called out from the building behind him. Logan sprang to his feet, gripping the knife, his gaze feral and dangerous as he glared toward the voice. There across the way stood a young man in black combat gear, casually poised atop another rooftop. "Are you following me?" Logan asked coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling hint of menace. "I wouldn't call it following exactly. I just fought my way through the enemy lines and happened to spot you here," Kyle replied with a shrug, his tone easy. "No need to be so hostile. We're allies now. And besides, we're the same kind of people." As he spoke, Logan watched him with wary suspicion. Kyle crouched and, with a sudden burst of superhuman agility, sprang forward, covering the distance over an entire street in a single bound, and landed lightly on Logan's rooftop. Logan frowned, silent for a moment before remarking, "Your body isn't exactly human, either. Otherwise, how could I be a U.S. Army Major General at such a young age?" Kyle replied with a wry smile. What he didn't mention was that, while it wasn't exactly stalking, he had indeed followed the trail of enemy soldiers slain by claw marks, leading him straight here. His relentless pursuit wasn't because the man before him was Wolverine from the world of the Avengers. In truth, it didn't matter whether the man before him was Wolverine or not. What truly mattered was that this man possessed the regenerative factor Kyle had dreamed of obtaining, as well as an extra 70 green combat skill cards. A super soldier, equipped with a self-healing factor and armed with over 100 combat-type green cards. This would allow Kyle to reach the pinnacle of human combat strength, the very ideal of what a fighter could become. "Who sent you?" Logan's voice was cold and wary as Kyle approached. Was it a 5-star general from the U.S.? Or maybe some scientist from a secret lab? As he spoke, Logan clenched his fists, and 3 razor-sharp bone claws sprang menacingly from his knuckles. "I told you, I mean no harm." Kyle spread his hands in a placating gesture. But as soon as he took a step forward, Logan fully extended his bone-white claws, and the two stood 5 meters apart, locked in a tense standoff. Perhaps it was the weight of too many painful memories, but the man before him had built his defenses high and deep, his wariness bordering on paranoia. Kyle frowned slightly, gazing at Logan, who now looked every bit the lone wolf ready to strike. For a moment, he hesitated, unsure of his next move. To extract a blue ability card, he'd need to get within a meter and stay there, uninterrupted, for half an hour. Kyle's original plan had been to win Logan's trust, approach him as an ally, and seize the chance to extract the card up close. But now it was clear, negotiating with Logan in this state would be nearly impossible. With talks at an impasse, there was only one path left, to fight. It was a choice he made reluctantly, forced by circumstance. Kyle knew all too well, if he wanted to defeat Logan with his current strength, he'd have to be ready to risk his life and throw everything he had into the battle. Under the pale light of dawn, atop the rooftop, the standoff was set. The young man dressed in black combat gear faced off against the rugged, bare-chested veteran. 5 meters separated them, the air thick with tension, both poised on the knife's edge between life and death. Kyle's reputation was already legendary. His rank as a major general earned atop piles of fallen enemy soldiers, a hero of war, a force of destruction, a butcher on the battlefield. Logan, Wolverine in this world, was a lone wolf fated for endless encounters and farewells. From the moment his genes mutated, gifting him the lone wolf's instincts and regenerative factor, he was destined to fight in conflict after conflict through the ages. With 2 men steeped in the aura of slaughter facing off, even the air atop the building seemed laced with the scent of blood and the chill of impending violence. Was this really what it took to obtain the regenerative factor card? Kyle clenched his fists, every muscle in his body taut. Facing a formidable opponent like Wolverine, he couldn't tell if the surge within him was fear or excitement. With his left hand, he reached behind his back and gripped the hilt of the slender blade, drawing the sharp, narrow sodium-carbon steel sword from its sheath. No matter what, this opportunity must not be missed. Although waiting until the battle is over and bringing in the army to help capture Logan would be safer, there's every chance he might fake his death and slip away from the battlefield in advance. finding a place elsewhere in the world to hide his identity. With a rare and coveted ability card right before his eyes, there was no reason to shrink back from this just because of the risk of battle. With this thought, Kyle's gaze grew brighter and more resolute than ever before. His left hand gripped his single-handed sword tightly, while his right, sheathed in a vibranium bracer, curled into a fist. Venom, too, was brimming with excitement. Without waiting for Kyle's command, it split from the emblem on his chest, sending out countless black threads that quickly formed a mask covering Kyle's face. "Come on," Logan growled, holding his wolf-like claws defensively in front of him. The hair on his body seemed to bristle, every sense heightened by an animal's instinct, warning him that the young man before him was extremely dangerous. In half a century, he'd only encountered one or two enemies this formidable. With a sudden step, both men launched themselves at each other almost simultaneously. Both excelled at aggressive combat. Neither would surrender the initiative. The 5 meters between them vanished in a blink. In a violent clash, their figures collided at full speed. Logan's claws struck first against Kyle's vibranium bracer, the bone blades losing some of their momentum as they met the unyielding metal. A flash of surprise crossed Logan's eyes, but he quickly twisted his claws with practiced skill, letting them slide along the surface of the bracer, aiming instead for Kyle's body. Kyle reacted swiftly, swinging his sword to parry. He barely managed to block the 3 claws aimed at his chest. Immediately, his sodium-carbon steel blade and Logan's wolf claws met again and again in midair, ringing out a sharp, metallic staccato. The battle only intensified. Sweat flew from both of them, and the rooftop floor was soon scored with long, narrow marks, slashes from the sword and gouges from the claws. By rights, with Logan's mastery of 100 fighting techniques, Kyle's enhanced super soldier physique alone shouldn't have been enough to bridge the gap. He should have been overwhelmed in short order. Yet, with the all-encompassing boost from the Venom suit and the vibranium bracer's natural advantage over those ferocious claws, Kyle managed to drag the brutal, frenzied fight into a long, drawn-out stalemate. And this was exactly the situation Kyle wanted to see. It was fortunate, in a way, that Logan's claws and bones at this stage had not yet been fused with adamantium. Otherwise, even with the vibranium bracer, Kyle would have had no edge at all. Now, in the heat of combat, not only was the 1-meter range condition met, even the half-meter requirement had been achieved. Holding his breath, Kyle threw himself wholly into the struggle with Logan, his every ounce of strength focused on the fight. At the same time, a sliver of his attention reached out toward the ability card on his opponent. At that moment, he considered drawing the blue ability card that wasn't the self-healing factor, but maintaining a reading time of half an hour within a meter's range was utterly impossible in the midst of this battle. Therefore, he could only start with the green rare combat ability cards, ones that could gradually make up for the gap in skill. True mastery of brutal combat. Perfectly mastered ferocious and aggressive fighting techniques. Green rare ability card. True mastery of ancient martial arts. Perfectly mastered ancient and primal forms of combat. Green rare ability card. Each of these cards required only 3 minutes of reading time, and only combat technique cards with the green rare prefix could allow Kyle to truly feel a noticeable improvement in his skills right now. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed, followed by a sharp, wet slash. On the rooftop, Kyle and Logan were locked in a desperate, deadly struggle. Every strike of Kyle's sword and every swipe of Logan's claws was potentially lethal, yet each move was skillfully countered by the other. This was a true clash between masters of hand-to-hand combat. Every attack and defense seamlessly flowed together, their fighting skills fully integrated into every movement and maneuver. With both of them possessing physical abilities beyond ordinary humans, their fierce, close-quarters battle sent dust swirling and made the rooftop creak under the force, seeming as if it might collapse at any moment. This brutal contest had already raged for over 10 minutes. As exhaustion began to set in for both fighters, the moment when victory or defeat would be decided drew near. 3 claws sliced through the air with a chilling whistle, scattering droplets of blood and forcing a dark silhouette to stagger backward. Logan's face was flushed, his eyes burning with murderous intent. His extended, wolf-like claws dripped with crimson blood. Directly across from him, Kyle was gasping for breath, clutching his chest with his right hand. Even his Venom suit had been cleanly torn open, revealing 3 deep claw marks gouged into his flesh. "Sorry, even though we're allies, now that you know my secret, you have to die here," Logan said coldly, staring at the weary and wounded Kyle. During this brief lull in the fight, his own ragged breathing was already starting to steady. "The self-healing factor. This is where I fall short, after all," Kyle replied, shaking his head helplessly. He had long anticipated this predicament. In this span of combat, he'd managed to compensate for his lack of skill a bit by drawing ability cards, but compared to Logan's lone wolf genes and self-healing factor, even the extreme endurance of a super soldier struggled to keep up in a drawn-out fight. "It's over," Logan declared. Blood still dripped from his wolf-like claws as he approached, step by cold step. "Is it over? Then let's see about that." Kyle drew a deep breath. Ignoring his grave injuries, he gripped his sword and charged toward Logan, making his final, desperate stand. Long before the battle began, he had already rehearsed this fight dozens of times in his mind. He knew with absolute clarity the most critical trump card in his hand, the only weapon that could defeat Logan's limitless healing ability. It was the sodium-carbon steel sword in his left hand, capable of suppressing the healing factor. During the fierce clash just minutes ago, Kale had only used the sodium-carbon steel sword to block Logan's claws. Instead, he launched his attacks with his right arm, protected by the vibranium bracer, never once allowing the sodium-carbon steel to leave a mark on Logan that might alert him. All of it was for this moment. The final, decisive blow. On the rooftop, blood staining his chest, Kale gripped his one-handed sword in his left hand and charged headlong toward Logan. To any onlooker, it was the desperate struggle of a man with nothing left to lose. Logan stared ahead, cold and unyielding, as if he were waiting for his prey to walk willingly into his grasp. Thanks to his lone wolf nature and his healing power, he had pushed countless enemies to the brink of death like this over the decades. That's the way the lone wolf hunts. When faced with a formidable opponent, he doesn't call for allies to swarm his prey. Instead, he relies on sheer will and cunning, slowly wearing down his adversary's strength before moving in to finish off the weakened target. When it came to offense, he possessed 100 different fighting techniques and razor-sharp claws. In defense and stamina, he had the body of a wild beast and an indomitable healing factor. To Logan, from the moment Kale made his move, the outcome was already sealed. Death was inevitable, because the one standing before him wasn't merely a man, but a scarred and prideful beast, hardened by countless battles. With heavy, determined footsteps, Kale closed the distance. Logan, who had stood motionless all this time, suddenly sprang into action. Both claws shot out with brutal force, and in the blink of an eye, he struck first, aiming straight for Kale's unprotected chest. Kale's eyes narrowed, as if he hadn't even noticed the incoming claws. He pressed forward, utterly undeterred. With a wet, sickening sound, both of Logan's claws drove deep through the Venom suit's cross insignia, plunging more than halfway into Kale's torso. Kale's charge halted abruptly, but in that final moment, he poured every last ounce of his strength into his left hand, driving the sword he gripped straight into Logan's chest. The sodium-carbon steel blade slid in, clean and unstoppable, punching through Logan's chest until the tip, slick with blood, emerged from his back. Trading wound for wound. "You're ruthless with yourself, aren't you?" Logan was momentarily stunned. He had never imagined that anyone but himself would dare to fight with such reckless abandon. "Thank you for the compliment. Without this kind of ruthlessness, how could I possibly defeat an opponent like you?" Kale managed to smile, dark blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His left hand still pressed against the sword's hilt. With a gentle push, the two men, locked together for an instant, finally broke apart, stepping back as blood spilled freely from their bodies. Ahem, ahem. Kyle coughed up blood, his face deathly pale, and slumped heavily onto the floor. Moments earlier, 6 razor-sharp claws had pierced deep into his lungs and organs. The symbiote's poison frantically stretched out black threads, desperately trying to mend his battle suit and seal his grievous wounds, but the blood kept flooding out, impossible to stop. Logan, on the other hand, had fallen straight onto his back. The sodium-carbon steel sword was buried entirely in his chest, leaving only the ornate cross-shaped hilt exposed, making it look as though he'd been pinned to the floor by the blade. It was a brutal stalemate. Both had suffered grievous wounds. "I have to say, you're one of the toughest opponents I've ever faced," Logan panted heavily, then amended. "If we count age, then you're definitely the toughest." "You too. Honestly, I never wanted to fight a beast like you," Kyle replied weakly, still seated on the ground, his strength ebbing away. This was, by far, the hardest and most punishing battle he'd endured since his rebirth. His bout with Steve had only been a friendly spar between comrades. This life-and-death struggle against Logan, though, was a true clash with everything on the line. "What a pity. You may have won the fight, but in the end, it's me who'll survive." Logan spoke with a matter-of-fact tone as he retracted his wolf-like claws and reached for the sword embedded in his chest. But very quickly, his expression shifted. He realized he couldn't muster any strength. His usual rapid healing wasn't working. His chest wound remained wide open, refusing to mend. Kyle spoke softly. "Give it up. That sword's forged from sodium-carbon steel. It's designed specifically to counteract healing factors." "Is that so?" No wonder. So you planned this all along. Looks like I lost fair and square. Logan sighed with dawning realization, his hands falling limp. Resigned, he lay flat on the ground, almost as if a burden had been lifted from him. Can I ask what comes next for me? Are you going to drag me back to some military base prison, hand me over to a lab for experiments, or just finish me off right here? Logan's voice was hoarse and low, but he seemed almost accustomed to such cruel fates. I won't do any of that. Truth is, we never needed to come to this. Kyle struggled to his feet and started limping toward Logan. With his current injuries, he had to get his hands on that healing factor card as quickly as possible. Really, the only reason he fought Logan was to extract that ability card. If they'd managed to talk things out beforehand, they could have just sat down somewhere, shared a drink, and had a friendly chat. Heaven or hell, all decided in a single thought. One simple choice, and it had spiraled into a fight to the death. As Kyle was about to reach Logan's side, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head sharply. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on a corner of the rooftop. At some point during their life-and-death struggle, another figure had silently appeared atop the rooftop, a towering, broad-shouldered observer, watching them intently. The man was a burly middle-aged giant, clad in an oversized German officer's uniform. His rugged, domineering face and towering frame, easily 2 meters tall, gave him the look of a fierce tiger poised on the brink of a deadly hunt. On any other day, someone as sharp as Kyle or Logan would have noticed an intruder approaching. But so absorbed were they in their brutal struggle that neither sensed the man's silent arrival on the rooftop. The giant seemed to recognize Logan lying on the ground. His voice was steady and cold as he spoke. Logan, I didn't expect you to fall this low so quickly. You've truly disappointed me. It's you. Logan, who had been lying there in defeat, suddenly widened his eyes at the sound of that voice. He glared up at the giant with pure hatred, his gaze burning with loathing. So now, I can take your life with hardly any effort. The giant bared his teeth in a savage grin. As he spread his hands, each of his fingers revealed claws, sharp, unyielding, and deadly. Sabretooth. Kyle was momentarily stunned. He looked at the giant, then back at Logan, unable to help himself as he asked, Didn't you say you had no brothers? Brother? He's the enemy of my parents, my lover, and my son. Logan roared. If not for his grievous injuries, he would have leapt up to fight Sabretooth to the death. Same goes for me. I joined the German army for this very day. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly, so suddenly. Sabretooth grinned viciously, ignoring the battered butt. Still standing, Kyle. He kept scraping his claws together with a grating sound as he strode toward Logan, who was struggling on the ground, desperately reaching for his sword. In this world, the two of them were no longer brothers, yet they remained sworn enemies for life. Watching from the side, Kyle quickly understood. His face turned icy in an instant. He hadn't drawn the regenerative card from Logan yet. He couldn't let Sabretooth kill him out of nowhere. It seemed he'd have to reveal his trump card after all. There was no avoiding it now. Kyle sighed inwardly and sent a sharp whistle soaring into the sky. Sabretooth glanced over in surprise. As far as he could see, both men were at death's door, posing no threat whatsoever. Sabretooth's voice was low and menacing. What are you trying to do? Once I finish with Logan, I'll send you to hell right after. An American hero's corpse should fetch a good price in Germany. Kyle's eyes were as cold as steel. Though gravely wounded, he stood tall and resolute, meeting Sabretooth's words with just 3 of his own. Keep dreaming. Did Sabretooth really think he could snatch a prize from Kyle so easily? Not a chance. Keep dreaming. Kyle's tone was frosty, edged with mocking disdain, which made Sabretooth's face darken instantly. Already hot-tempered, his veins began to bulge on his forehead in anger. His voice dropped to a chilling growl. Once I finish Logan, I'll carve a hole in your belly with these claws, drag out your guts, and hang them here on the rooftop to bleed. As the saber-toothed tiger spoke, its fierce gaze returned to Logan, who lay on the ground. With a guttural snarl, it lunged forward, eager to finish off its hated enemy first. Kyle watched coldly from the side. His grave injuries were enough to keep him from intervening, but he had already summoned help in advance. Just as the saber-toothed tiger leaped, its claws poised to strike at Logan's throat, a massive beastly shadow descended from the sky with the force of a hurricane. Mighty wings blotted out the sun as they beat down with explosive strength, swatting the saber-toothed tiger, still mid-leap, violently away. The saber-toothed tiger, a beast as large as a grizzly bear, could barely register what was happening before it was sent flying off the rooftop terrace of the 3rd floor, crashing against the railing and tumbling down. Trying to snatch food from my jaws? I don't care whether you're a saber-toothed tiger or a polar bear. Stay out of my way, Kyle sneered, glancing up at the blue eagle circling several meters above the roof. The blue eagle dipped its head in his direction, sharing his concern for Kyle's safety. I'm fine. Kyle replied weakly. But his expression changed as a faint, scratching sound rose from below, the sound of claws climbing the wall. The third floor was less than 10 meters up, wounding a saber-toothed tiger, whose genetic resilience surpassed even Logan's, seemed unlikely from such a fall. Hurry, get him out of here first, Kyle ordered, waving his left hand decisively at the nearby blue eagle. The eagle let out a soft, high-pitched cry, swooping down obediently to seize the severely wounded Logan in its talons. As the eagle prepared to take Kyle as well, the saber-toothed tiger began scaling the building's side once more, letting out a throaty growl as it slashed at the low-flying eagle with its claws. A sharp cry of pain burst from the blue eagle. Blood-streaked feathers scattered as it beat its wings furiously, climbing higher with Logan and quickly escaping the rooftop. Damn it! The saber-toothed tiger's eyes went wide with rage as it cursed at the blue eagle vanishing into the sky. Realizing what had happened, it turned its gaze to Kyle, who remained in the center of the balcony. Its voice came out hoarse and menacing. That giant bird. Does it obey your commands? Call it back. Give me Logan, and maybe I'll let you live. Kyle gave a faint smile. Though battered and bleeding so much that a pool had formed at his feet, his life force ebbing away, he still calmly returned 3 words to the saber-toothed tiger. Keep dreaming. He had always been the one in control, the one making demands. Being threatened like this was a rare experience indeed. Ha ha ha. Interesting. So you're staying behind, planning to sacrifice yourself? The saber-toothed tiger laughed instead of growing angry, stretching out its left paw to rake its claws across the parapet. The stone and dust shredded easily, leaving 5 clean gouges in the brickwork. I'd heard about you back in Germany. The American called Kyle, the Army's Reaper and Demon, one of the top targets of the German military during the war. As Sabretooth spoke, his eyes gleamed with a savage, bloodthirsty wildness. He stared coldly at Kyle and sneered. I wonder if a war hero, at death's door, will end up wailing like a weak woman. Sorry, you're really overthinking it. Kyle replied with complete indifference, his face calm and unruffled. Unhurriedly, he extended his right hand. Resting quietly in his vibranium-wrapped palm was a small, green bean. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like nothing more than an ordinary mung bean. Yet it radiated a vibrant, almost mystical energy, hinting at the life force and hidden magic contained within. This was one of the trump card from his card space, a last resort for survival. Kyle glanced at the green bean with a touch of regret, then turned his palm and placed it into his mouth, which was still bleeding. Poison? Or some kind of stimulant? Sabretooth's wide, rugged face froze for a moment at the sight. His beastly instinct screamed a warning from deep within. Nothing good could come from letting the enemy swallow that bean. Whatever it was, he couldn't allow Kyle to take it. Making his decision, Sabretooth surged forward like a hunting tiger, claws poised and muscles tensed for a lethal strike. Crunch! Crunch! Kyle bit down hard, crushing the bean in his mouth and swallowing it along with the metallic tang of blood. He stared at the approaching claws, as if waiting for something. Thump! 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 From within Kyle's battered, weakened body, his failing heart suddenly thundered with powerful beats. In an instant, a mysterious energy surged through his veins like a rushing spring. In the blink of an eye, wounds that had cut to the bone, injuries that had pierced his lungs and organs, all of them healed completely, restoring him to perfect health with a speed far beyond normal regeneration. It was nothing short of a miracle, raising the dead, knitting flesh and bone, bringing even the gravely injured back to their peak. This was the wondrous effect of the rare blue item card, the Senzu Bean. My strength, it's back. Kyle's eyes widened, the blue depths blazing with renewed life. He glared at Sabretooth, who was now within striking distance, and swiftly raised his clenched right fist. There was no hint of backing down as he threw a punch straight at his foe. Bang! Vibranium-armored fist met the tiger's deadly claws. Sabretooth was utterly stunned. He hadn't expected the man who moments ago had seemed on the verge of death to recover so suddenly, restored not just to health, but to his very prime. Worse still, his most powerful claw strike landed squarely on the vibranium arm guard, and in a flash, all his momentum was effortlessly neutralized. Get out of my way, Kyle sneered, giving the saber-toothed tiger no chance as he swiftly raised his left leg, slamming his knee hard into the beast's abdomen. With the force of a kicked soccer ball, the massive creature was sent flying again. The saber-toothed tiger crashed through the rooftop parapet, plummeting awkwardly from the third-floor roof with a heavy thud, tumbling to the ground below and kicking up a billowing cloud of dust. When it finally managed to drag itself up with a low growl, it looked up to see Kyle standing tall and imposing on the edge of the rooftop wall, staring down at it with icy disdain. Are you sure you want to keep fighting me? Kyle called down from above, his words laced with mocking contempt. Clenching his fists, the saber-toothed tiger was so consumed by frustration that his face turned ashen, but he didn't utter a single word. He simply turned on his heel and quickly retreated. He considered himself a little stronger than Logan, yet even Logan had been defeated by this opponent. After weighing their strengths, he realized his chances of winning were basically zero. The real problem was how bizarre and mysterious this foe was. Giant bird beasts, strange beings, special equipment, and a physique nearly on par with his own. No wonder the German army couldn't handle a monster like this. Logan, I'll take your life another day. Gritting his teeth, the saber-toothed tiger soon vanished into the city streets. Kyle remained alone atop the rooftop, battered and broken from the fierce battles. In his view, the hulking figure of the saber-toothed tiger fled in defeat, finally disappearing around a distant street corner. He had no intention of giving chase. For someone of that strength, forcing a retreat was the best outcome. The saber-toothed tiger's physique and power far exceeded Logan's, but with that came a lack of speed and far less refined fighting skills. The vibranium bracers worked especially well against him, making their advantage even more obvious. But that was as far as it went. The sodium-carbon steel sword was still lodged in Logan, who had been carried off by Blue Eagle. Without it, Kyle lacked the means to finish off the saber-toothed tiger, and so he felt no urge to pursue. What truly mattered now was extracting the self-healing factor card from Logan as soon as possible, before any more unexpected complications arose. With that thought, Kyle didn't linger. His dark silhouette flickered and soon vanished from the rooftop, racing toward Blue Eagle's location. 3 miles outside the small city, within a forest of white birch trees on the mountain slopes. A piercing cry, half human anguish and half bestial roar, echoed through the woods, startling countless birds that had not yet been disturbed by the ravages of war. Beneath the low-flying shadow of a giant eagle beast, Logan writhed on the ground in agony, his low growls blending with the rustle of blood-soaked grass as he rolled back and forth. Nearby, a one-handed sword, still slick with thick blood, was embedded in the trunk of a tree, evidence it had only just been wrenched out. Yet the wound inflicted by the sodium-carbon steel sword continued to suppress the activity of the self-healing factor, leaving the fatal injury in Logan's chest unable to heal in time. If it had been an ordinary human, they probably would have died countless times before the sword could even be pulled from their chest. Only Logan, with sheer indomitable will, managed to barely hold on despite the massive blood loss. A dark figure raced swiftly through the forest, military boots crunching fallen leaves, coming to a halt in this patch of woods. The Blue Eagle, circling low in the sky, spotted the newcomer. It let out a triumphant cry, as if its mission was accomplished, and with wounded wings, soared once more toward the sunlit blue sky. "You're here. Where's that man?" Logan forced himself to raise his head, glaring intently at the cold young man who had arrived. Clutching his chest, he struggled to rise from the grass, his muscular body drenched in sweat and blood, a picture of utter desperation. "I drove him off," Kyle replied calmly, his gaze detached as he looked at the gravely wounded Logan. There was no real enmity between them. In some respects, they were even comrades in arms. But Logan possessed a crucial card that Kyle desired, and the law of the jungle was as simple as that. Kyle had never been a kind or virtuous man, driven by an unyielding desire for strength. Even if given another chance, he would still risk his life to challenge the formidable Logan for the self-healing factor ability card. He did have principles, boundaries, and emotions, but those were reserved only for people on his own side, not for anyone on the opposing end. In the birch forest, Kyle let his gaze sweep over the scene, took a few steps forward, and pulled the sodium-carbon steel sword from the blood-stained tree trunk. Gripping it once more, he strode toward Logan. "Are you going to kill me here?" Logan's voice was weak and bitter. Leaning against a nearby birch, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He refused to die like this. Not before the saber-toothed tiger. "I never said I'd kill you. But with things having come this far, it's too late to negotiate. Even if I didn't want to kill you, I can't let you go now," Kyle stated evenly, spelling out the truth. Even after extracting the ability card from Logan, with the two of them now practically enemies, there was no way he could let such a threat escape. "Then there's nothing more to say." Logan gave a bitter smile, dropping his head in resignation. Suddenly, his right hand sprang forth, unsheathing 3 sharp claws. Just as Kyle thought he was about to fight back, Logan pressed the claw tips against his own heart. Kyle narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice calm. "What are you trying to do?" "I want to renegotiate." Logan gritted his teeth, locking his gaze on Kyle in front of him. Taking a deep breath, he said, "There must be something on me that you want, something. That only works if I'm alive. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ordered that eagle creature to save me on the rooftop just now. You'd have let that man kill me." Indeed, by giving the rescue order to Blue Eagle on the rooftop, he'd already exposed this crucial information. I don't believe threatening suicide could be used as a bargaining chip, Kyle replied, his face unreadable, though inwardly he sighed. At the time, there really had been no other choice. Ability cards could only be extracted from living people. Item cards were the ones that dropped from killing the holder, like loot. This is the only chip I have. How will I know if I don't try? Logan forced out the words, pushing his right hand claws forward until they pierced his own skin. His healing factor was still being suppressed, so the wound from his claws showed no sign of closing up. Kyle fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. Wait. Tell me, what exactly do you want to negotiate? It seems I gambled right. Logan let out a faint sigh of relief, his voice cold. That man just now, the one called Sabretooth, he has to die. That's no problem. I'll kill him. Kyle nodded in agreement. Sabretooth was currently an officer in the German army, and once the Allied forces stormed Germany, sooner or later they would have to deal with him. For now, agreeing would keep Logan steady. Just as Kyle had settled on this, Logan shook his head. No, he has to die by my own hand. You can only assist from the sidelines. Impossible. Kyle rejected him outright. This was pushing things too far. If you agree to this condition, then from now on, you can make me do anything you want. Human experiments, using me as a weapon, I'll obey without hesitation. Logan spoke gravely, his claws pushing even deeper, almost reaching his heart, as if to show just how determined he was. The choice in this negotiation now passed back to Kyle. Logan wasn't just bargaining with his life. He was offering up his loyalty as well. Kyle fell silent again, this time genuinely weighing Logan's proposal. The man before him was a lone wolf driven to desperation. If he could win him over and keep him firmly under control, Logan would become a powerful force in any future organization he created. The only concern was the risk that Logan might betray him in the future. Kyle spoke up directly. If I agree to your terms, how will you prove your loyalty? I swear upon the name of my father, Stray, and my mother, Ailoyan. As long as you help me personally kill my enemy, no matter what you ask of me. In the future, I will obey without a moment's hesitation. Logan spoke with utmost seriousness, his eyes full of anticipation as he looked at Kyle. Very well. Then we have the beginnings of an agreement. Remember what you said here today. Kyle shrugged, making his decision clear. I'll help you kill the saber-toothed tiger. No matter how you looked at it, the saber-toothed tiger had to die. A month later, over 2 million soldiers from the Allied army of the three nations had pushed deep into French cities, sweeping up the remnants of the German forces and liberating most of France. With the bulk of the territory reclaimed, their sights were now set on advancing into German soil. But this was also the most formidable barrier in the war, a line of defense not easily shattered. The German army had entrenched their steel tank brigades and armored units at the border cities, constructing layer upon layer of fierce firepower. The Allied army, which had been marching forward with unstoppable momentum, now suffered heavy losses under relentless artillery bombardments at this German line. Tens of thousands of frontline troops found themselves stranded outside the defenses. If we can break through this line, our army can drive straight into the heart of Germany, and maybe even seize the enemy's capital in one fell swoop. Fury, leading one of the Allied vanguard units, furrowed his brow. He poked his head out from behind the shattered wall, scanning half a mile ahead through military binoculars. There, arrayed in an unyielding line, stood colossal tanks like steel fortresses, their countless gun barrels ominously tilted toward the battlefield. Everyone understood the stakes. But breaking through the enemy's tank defenses was no simple feat. This wasn't a gap that sheer numbers could bridge. No matter how many soldiers you sent, they'd just become cannon fodder. Fury waved a hand and called to a communications officer at the front. Where are our bombers? Why haven't they come to support us yet? The communications officer, just done with a transmission to the rear, reported, Germany has sent nearly all their fighter planes into the skies, which has severely hampered our bombing missions. I'm afraid our air support won't reach us for several days. No planes, no tank reinforcements. Are we supposed to break through this wall of fire with nothing but the bodies of our soldiers? Fury clenched his jaw, searching desperately for a solution. In that moment, an image of a cold, determined young man flashed across his mind. If only he were here, he would surely find a way to break through this front. Fury sighed. Ever since Kyle had vanished from the front lines a month ago, not a single soldier had seen him. Where had Kyle gone? With his strength, unless something urgent had occurred, he would never have left such a crucial battlefield without reason. Lost in thought, Fury was suddenly startled by a chorus of gasps from the soldiers nearby. Lieutenant Fury, there are 2 people riding motorcycles charging straight toward the tank defense line ahead. One of them should be Major General Kyle. It's Major General Kyle. The radio operator gripped his binoculars in one hand and slapped the dirt parapet with the other, barely containing his excitement. Kyle? Fury's heart skipped a beat. He didn't even bother looking for his own binoculars. Instead, he snatched the radio operator's pair and peered anxiously toward the forward lines. At that very moment, the German tank battalion seemed to realize what was happening. Several tanks swung their turrets and unleashed a barrage, the thunder of their guns swelling to fill the air, turning the ruin-strewn no-man's land ahead into a blazing inferno. But the roar of engines still tore through the chaos. Shrouded by the clouds of dust and flying debris from the barrage, too modified, motorcycles burst out of the firestorm, pressing on at breakneck speed, undeterred by the tank barrels tracking their every move. On one motorcycle sat a young man clad in a jet-black combat suit, a single-handed sword, his signature weapon, slung across his back. On the other rode a grizzled man in a jacket and jeans, a cigarette clenched between his teeth, his weathered face set with determination. The two didn't look like men recklessly charging through the kill zone. They looked more like rivals in a high-speed motorcycle race, neither giving an inch, the machines flying side by side. So it really is Kyle? I've been worrying for nothing all this time, Fury breathed, lowering the binoculars. After a moment's hesitation, he straightened up, realization dawning, and barked out an order. At the top of his lungs. All forward units. Ready your weapons. The moment Major General Kyle breaks through the enemy tank lines, launch the attack in unison. Advance with everything you've got. A shell screamed through the air, trailing a deadly whistle, and slammed into the ground, pulverizing everything within a 3-meter radius. Rocks, earth, all reduced to dust as fire and shockwaves billowed outward. Kyle seemed utterly at ease astride his motorcycle, expertly weaving and making split-second adjustments. Time and again, he dodged the withering bombardment, the Venom suit he wore shrugging off the shockwaves and shrapnel with ease. Logan's eyes burned with a cold fury. As he maneuvered his motorcycle, shards of debris and splinters from the blasts grazed his face, but not a flicker of emotion crossed his features. Are you sure that man is hiding among the tanks ahead? Logan asked, his voice low and gravelly. Absolutely, Kyle nodded, then clarified. Sabretooth has been maddeningly cautious this past month, never showing himself in any skirmish he couldn't control. It was only this morning that Blue Eagle finally spotted him hiding with the German troops here. But as for which tank he's in, I can't say. That's all I need to know, Logan replied coldly. Once we get close enough, I'll recognize his stench anywhere. All right, I'll create some chaos and break up their tank formation. You go find him and force him out, Kyle said, twisting the throttle. Again, his motorcycle roared to its top speed, leaping off a small mound ahead and hurtling 3.5 meters into the air. Boom! In the next instant, a barrage of shells slammed into the ground he had just left behind. The shockwave from the blast struck the airborne motorcycle, sending it spiraling. Kyle planted his feet on the seat, leapt free, and launched himself forward. There was still more than 10 meters to cover, but Kyle closed the distance in seconds. As he landed, the tank that had been relentlessly firing was now right in front of him. First one, Kyle muttered coldly. Before the tank could fire again, he sprang high in the air, his right hand clenched into a fist, and drove it straight into the gaping barrel. A shell, just reaching the mouth of the cannon, collided with the vibranium-braced knuckles of his fist. Instantly, an explosion erupted. Inside the tank, accompanied by the screams of the crew and a rolling wave of fire, the steel beast was reduced to a heap of twisted scrap. Kyle withdrew his arm from the barrel. His shoulder, slightly bruised by the blast, began to heal almost immediately under the concealing veil of his symbiote suit, returning to perfect condition as if nothing had happened. Regeneration Factor, a blue ability card. It was the very first card he had managed to draw successfully on the day negotiations with Logan were concluded. The super soldier's perfected physique hadn't brought dramatic increases in strength or speed, but it had pushed his stamina, vitality, and healing ability to extraordinary heights. That was why Kyle could confidently pull off attacks that looked self-destructive but were, in reality, perfectly calculated. With the regeneration ability card as a safety net, his body had truly become a living weapon. He picked up speed and vaulted onto the next tank. Drawing his sodium-carbon steel blade, he sliced through the metal hinges and wrenched. Open the hatch. Flashing a faint smile at the soldiers inside, he pulled the pin from a high-explosive grenade at his belt and tossed it in. He slammed the hatch shut just as a muffled explosion rattled through the tank's armored shell. Black smoke seeped steadily from the hatch and the barrel. Second one. Kyle stood coldly atop the wrecked tank, counting his progress. As he prepared to take on the next, a hail of bullets came pouring at him from the flank. The rounds clinked harmlessly off his symbiote suit, scattering in all directions. Rat-a-tat-tat, Rifle fire rained down from all sides, but the bullets might as well have been made of rubber. They bounced off the suit without leaving a mark, barely forcing Kyle to take half a step back. He wasn't hurt in the slightest. In truth, even if an armor-piercing round managed to penetrate the suit's formidable protection, it would still have to get through the dense, super soldier muscle beneath. Bullets from old-fashioned sniper rifles could penetrate the muscles just beneath the surface, but that was all they could do, thanks to the rapid healing factor. As long as 2 shots didn't land in quick succession on the exact same spot and punch straight through a vital area, there was no real threat to his life. With 3 layers of physical protection, Kyle could move across the battlefield with absolute freedom. Heavy artillery strikes were too slow, while ordinary firearms were far too weak to make a difference. The relentless rattling of gunfire suddenly ceased among the German troops. Countless metal bullets clattered off Kyle's Venom suit, tumbling from the tank surface and scattering crisply onto the ground all around. Kyle looked up impassively, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers behind the tank. With the Venom suit covering him completely, he stood atop the tank like a humanoid demon, iron and blood lending him a wild, murderous aura. The sight sent waves of terror through the ranks, causing German soldiers, still swapping magazines, to stumble back in fright. Is that a living man, or an unkillable monster? It's him, the American devil. He's actually here. We're finished, absolutely finished. We're all going to die here. Even with his face hidden behind a black leather mask, the single-handed sword, black suit, Death's Cross insignia, Major General's rank, and above all, that monstrous strength. These trademarks left no doubt about the identity of the enemy before them. Kyle of the United States. The executioner demon from the rumors now stood before them, terrifyingly real. Fear spread like wildfire, infecting every German soldier's heart in an instant. Countless rookie troops gripped their guns in trembling hands before collapsing to the ground in terror. This was the overwhelming presence of a true war hero. Wherever he appeared on the battlefield, he brought with him an indescribable sense of domination. A brown-bearded German officer raised his arm among the troops, rallying them with a shout. No matter who he is, grip your weapons tight. Our homeland is right behind us. We must. He never finished. A blue beam of energy streaked across several dozen meters, striking the officer squarely on the forehead. The blast vaporized his entire head, leaving only a headless corpse that collapsed backward in a spray of blood. You're making too much noise, Kyle sneered, sliding his energy pistol back into its holster. These high-tech weapons, crafted by Hydra, had become rare limited editions ever since the energy factory was destroyed. Now, Kyle was the only one in the American forces still equipped with such a weapon, using it as a timely long-range countermeasure. After that shot, some of the German recruits broke down completely, fleeing in panic. Others tried desperately to regroup and return fire, but with their own ranks thrown into chaos, the once orderly formation swiftly dissolved into utter disorder. Kyle was about to take advantage of the chaos to deal with the armored tanks first, when he saw a figure in a jacket darting swiftly into the crowd of soldiers. The man recklessly swung a pair of wolf-shaped claws, unleashing a brutal slaughter. With each step he took, several soldiers fell to the ground, howling in pain as crimson blood splattered around them. Logan! Kyle frowned as he watched the figure, but he quickly realized why Logan had charged straight into the midst of the German soldiers. He saw Logan rampaging through the ranks, tearing open a path with savage fury. His movements were wild, but purposeful, as he plunged deeper into the enemy formation. Just as Logan reached the very heart of the army, a German soldier at the rear, his head hidden beneath a steel helmet, suddenly straightened up, revealing a tall, an imposing frame. With a broad sweep of his arm, he shoved aside his comrades and briskly retreated, slipping quickly across the border into German territory. Sabretooth, cunning and cautious as ever. No wonder he's been hiding among the densest ranks all this time. Kyle couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. But it was pointless. With so many years of tangled grudges between Logan and Sabretooth, even if Sabretooth covered himself in layers of mud and buried himself underground, Logan would still hunt him down, drawn by instinct, memory, and an unerring nose. He would search every inch of the battlefield, if that's what it took. The targets appeared. That makes things easier. Kyle smiled faintly, not in any rush to meddle in the personal vendetta between the two men. He leapt atop another tank, sodium carbon steel blade in his left hand, and swiftly slashed at a German soldier who had poked his head out, trying to assess the situation outside. The German soldier didn't even have time to cry out. His helmeted head was sent flying, and the blood that splattered down sent the soldiers inside the tank into a terrified panic. Kyle couldn't be bothered to climb inside after them. With a cold efficiency, he lobbed a grenade down, and after a dull explosion, the sounds inside were quickly silenced. The rattle of gunfire continued, bullets pelting his Venom suit to no effect, doing little more than slowing him down as he methodically wiped out the armored threat. Kyle didn't spare a glance at the desperate soldiers outside. Under their hopeless gazes, he remained focused, systematically destroying the steel tanks that posed the greatest danger to the Allied forces. Number 13, he intoned coldly, reporting his tally as he wrecked another tank beneath his feet. Just then, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed behind him, scores of army boots thundering over the ground. Kyle looked up. In the ruined wasteland, still reeling from artillery fire, shadows of Allied soldiers began streaming in from half a mile away, rallying to the charge with thunderous shouts. Forward! Break through the German border and take down the wicked Hitler in one stroke. Keep pace with Major General Kyle. Victory is within reach. For victory in this war. For Major General Kyle. Out of the thousands upon thousands of Allied soldiers, Kyle immediately spotted a familiar black officer among them. His bald head gleamed conspicuously under the sunlight, and he was waving enthusiastically in Kyle's direction. Fury, the Allies. You sure took your sweet time getting here, Kyle remarked with a shake of his head. By now, he had already destroyed a small contingent of the enemy's armored tank units. At the same time, seeing the Allied forces launch their offensive, Kyle knew that the German defensive line he was stationed at wouldn't be able to hold for even another 10 minutes. It was like opening a breach in a dam. Once the waters broke through, the surging flood would quickly explode the entire barrier, rushing forth and inundating everything below the riverbank. With the most formidable tank forces annihilated, the Allies would now face little resistance. They would sweep forward, unstoppable, and storm straight into the heart of the German capital. Germany's defeat is sealed, Kyle whispered, turning to gaze back at the vast German territory behind him, as if he could already envisage the conclusion of this grand campaign. Charge! A thunderous roar swept across the battlefield at the German border. Tens of thousands of Allied vanguard troops, brimming with momentum, broke through the tank fortress lines and collided headlong with the already disorganized German forces, unleashing a near one-sided massacre. Under a relentless hail of gunfire, the German soldiers fell like wheat before the scythe, row after row collapsing into pools of blood. Deprived of their armored support, the German troops quickly lost their will to fight, retreating in disarray and fleeing deeper into their own territory. Kyle, hey! From among the charging and pursuing Allied soldiers, Fury emerged, sprinting as he waved, running toward Kyle who stood atop a tank. Fury, I'll leave things here to you. I have other matters to attend to. We'll meet up in Berlin in a few days. Kyle removed his Venom mask, gave Fury a nod from a few meters away, then leapt nimbly to the ground. With agile steps, he disappeared into the advancing ranks of Allied soldiers streaming into German territory. By the time Fury, panting and out of breath, reached the tank and looked around, Kyle had already vanished into the sea of soldiers. That guy Kyle, never one to stick around and lead, always dashing off somewhere, Fury sighed with a trace of exasperation. But he knew Kyle would always appear at the most critical moment of a battle, and more often than not, he was the one to turn the tide. That was enough. Meanwhile, Kyle's presence, his aura as a war hero, struck fear into enemy soldiers while stirring a wave of morale among his own. That was the irreplaceable power of a superhero on a grand battlefield. Kyle kept running, breaking away from the front lines where the Allies clashed with the Germans. Guided by the coordinates relayed from Blue Eagle high above, he crossed into German territory and began heading swiftly toward a nearby mountain. Before long, Kyle reached the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. He paused, scanning his surroundings with a sharp, searching gaze. Looking further up the narrow mountain path, the trees and grass lay in utter disarray, ravaged by battle. Smooth claw marks and fresh, undried blood were scattered everywhere, stretching all the way toward the peak and vanishing into the heights. From above, the faint sounds of combat and struggle drifted down, carried clearly to the ear by the mountain breeze. Lone wolf, saber-tooth, Kyle murmured to himself, setting off toward the summit. Moving swiftly, the brutal scene of two men locked in mortal combat soon unfolded before his eyes. Atop the mountain, hundreds of meters high, only a few trees clung to the summit. The other side dropped off into a sheer cliff. On a bare patch of ground near the edge, Logan and the burly giant had both extended their unique, deadly claws. They clashed like wild, bestial men, they're powerful, bodies crashing together with primal force. The claws left deep, bone-revealing wounds on one another, but each injury healed rapidly, as if nothing had happened. Both men were mutants carrying the genes of wild beasts, both gifted with self-healing abilities. The battle between Logan and Sabretooth, was savage and bloody, neither giving an inch, each fighting with everything they had. Unless one fell dead or fled, this duel would not end. As Kyle reached the summit, both Logan and Sabretooth quickly shot him a glance to confirm his presence. Logan, upon seeing Kyle, seemed reassured and quickly turned his gaze away, his expression still cold and unchanged, throwing himself back into the fray with ferocious focus. Sabretooth, on the other hand, saw Kyle and his broad, rugged face instantly darkened. Even his attacking motion faltered, nearly leaving himself open for Logan's claws to gut him on the spot. Against Logan alone, Sabretooth was confident. He figured he had a 60 or 70% chance of taking him down. But if Kyle, who now seemed to be siding with Logan, joined the fight, then any hope of victory vanished entirely. Wounded and in pain, Sabretooth rolled across the ground, his fierce, chilling eyes keeping Kyle in his peripheral vision with wary vigilance. When he saw that, Kyle was simply standing 5 meters away, arms folded, watching the battle as a bystander with no intention of intervening. Sabretooth relaxed ever so slightly. "What's wrong? You think it takes both Kyle and me to bring you down?" Logan's voice was cold as he stared at Sabretooth, eyes bloodshot with hatred. Raising his lupin claws, he declared, "I'll do it myself. I'll kill you here with my own hands." "You said it," Sabretooth sneered, baring his fangs in a wicked grin. He climbed to his feet as if nothing had happened, and in just a few seconds, the claw wounds on his belly had already healed. Letting out a low growl, he lunged forward, his massive frame slamming into Logan. Logan crossed his arms to block, but the impact sent him flying like a broken kite, blood spraying as he tumbled across the ground before coming to a stop. "You thought I was going all out before?" Sabretooth scoffed, his voice brimming with contempt. "That was just testing your strength." Not waiting for Logan to get up, he strode forward, intent on pressing his advantage. "All these years, and you still haven't learned your lesson?" The saber-toothed tiger stands at the very top of the natural food chain. It's the apex, predator for a little wolf like you. As he spoke, the saber-toothed tiger seized Logan by the collar, who had just struggled up from the ground. Logan's physique might seem robust to an ordinary person, but compared to the saber-toothed tiger's towering frame, nearly 2 meters tall and powerfully built, the difference was overwhelming. With one hand, the saber-toothed tiger hoisted Logan off the ground, while his other hand, shaped like a great feline claw, relentlessly drove his sharp nails into Logan's abdomen. Each savage, powerful strike sent blood spraying in all directions, and even Logan's renowned healing abilities struggled to keep up with the brutal onslaught. Watching from nearby, Kyle couldn't help but shake his head at the scene, though it was hardly unexpected. After all, Logan right now was not in his adamantium-infused Wolverine form. The idea of him defeating the saber-toothed tiger alone in this state was simply unrealistic. Ultimately, while the saber-toothed tiger's genes were classified as rare blue, just like the lone wolf gene, they perfectly countered. Logan's abilities, his superior beastly physique and strength were advantages that time and skill alone could never offset. "Logan, looks like you could use a bit of help," Kyle said with a shrug, a wry smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. During their negotiation, Logan had insisted on taking down the saber-toothed tiger himself, refusing to let Kyle join the fray. Still, he never said a little support was out of the question. "Venom, go on, lend Logan a hand." Kyle gave his suit a light tap, and, as if it understood his intent, Venom separated from the insignia on his chest, transforming into strands of inky black liquid that leapt to the ground and began darting toward the battlefield where Logan fought. Once Venom had fully detached, Kyle was left in nothing but a set of casual shorts and a t-shirt, precisely as he'd planned in advance. In the thick of battle, the saber-toothed tiger, still gripping the struggling Logan, halted his clawed assault. With a powerful swing of his arm, he flung the battered Logan toward the edge of a cliff. Just as Logan was about to be hurled over the precipice, a mass of black liquid shot out, its countless tendrils wrapping tightly around his body to form a resilient, jet-black combat suit. In the next instant, twin wings unfurled from his back, and, clad in Venom's armor, Logan twisted midair, gliding skillfully back to the mountaintop. Venom suit fully deployed. Combat support system online. Kyle quipped with a bored tone, leaning back against a tree. He hardly seemed like someone involved in a deadly battle, more like a relaxed tourist settling in to watch the drama unfold. Back at the edge of the cliff, the tide of battle shifted. With Venom as his symbiote, Logan landed lightly on the mountaintop, folding his wings behind him. His eyes now glowed a fierce crimson as he fixed the saber-toothed tiger with a predator's gaze. His symbiotic fusion with Venom created a battlesuit that looked vastly different from what Kyle had seen before. The once prominent and sculpted muscles were no longer as robust or flawless. Instead, his physique now exuded a wild, flowing dynamism. While the suit still bore the familiar dark hue, it was streaked with pale, silver markings, reminiscent of a beast's stripes. The emblem on his chest had changed as well, shifting from a deathly cross to the finely detailed head of a wolf. Atop his mask, 2 wolf ears had manifested, completing the transformation. Most striking of all were his claws, which now appeared bone-like yet metallic, a shadowy black that glinted with a cold, ghostly sheen under the sunlight. Sabretooth's face tensed, his expression grave as he lifted his sharp talons in wary defense, ready to face off against Logan, who now stood before him clad in the silver wolf battlesuit. He didn't know what had just transpired. All he knew was that the Logan before him now radiated an utterly different aura. Powerful, cold, wild, and savage. His presence was brimming with the predatory pressure of a true beast. In fact, even Logan himself had no idea what kind of state he was in at this moment. Thrown from the cliff moments earlier, he hadn't even noticed Venom merging with him. All he could think about was not falling, and somehow, the suit's back sprouted wings of its own accord, guiding him in a glide back to the mountain summit. But that wasn't all. Hatred burrowed deeper. Emotions surged with exhilarating intensity, filling him from within. Strength coursed endlessly through his body, an overwhelming surge, enhanced in every aspect by the Venom symbiosis. Whatever this is in this state, I can win, Logan whispered, clenching his fists as the black, icy claws extended to their full length. He slowly raised his head, locking eyes with Sabretooth before him. Outside the fray, Kyle nodded slightly and murmured to himself, "That's it. Use the power I've lent you and fulfill our bargain." The original goal, the healing factor, was already in his grasp. If Logan could resolve his vendetta and pledge loyalty, that would be the greatest bonus of all. Kyle had no time to ponder further. In his field of vision, Logan had already lunged in, engaging Sabretooth in a brutal, close-quarters fight. Black claws and razor talons clashed in a ferocious exchange. This time, Sabretooth was the one caught off guard. He hadn't expected Logan's speed, strength, and clawed durability to have soared so high. Sharp claws tore open a gash on Sabretooth's palm. "Damn it!" Sabretooth roared in fury, pulling his massive arms in to try and trap Logan in a crushing embrace, hoping to shift the fight to a contest of brute strength, his specialty. No matter what, raw power was always his greatest confidence. But Logan would not let him have his way. He ducked swiftly, slipping agilely out of the attempted bear hug, darting under his opponent's hulking shoulders. Logan's claws slashed across Sabretooth's waist, leaving several fresh wounds and sending blood splattering freely to the ground. The saber-toothed tiger was both furious and alarmed. Furious because this was the first time he'd ever suffered such continuous wounds, and alarmed by the dramatic surge in Logan's strength under the symbiosis with the Venom. Where once he could match Logan's speed and reactions, now, with Logan's newfound agility, the gap between them had become insurmountable. In the moments that followed, Logan, swift and keen as a black wolf, darted ceaselessly around the saber-toothed tiger's flanks. The saber-toothed tiger, meanwhile, was reduced to nothing more than a human punching bag, his eyes whipped back and forth, unable to lock onto that shadowy figure, let alone muster a counterattack. Each time Logan streaked past, his claws left fresh wounds, blood spraying and splattering across the mountaintop, staining the ground a deep, sinister red. Logan's mind and instincts edged ever closer to the feral, tormenting his prey, wearing down its strength, shattering its spirit, and slowly consuming its life. Suddenly, the saber-toothed tiger let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his left ear, bloodless and pale, where a smooth gash marked the spot his ear was cleanly sliced off. "That's for my father," Logan said coldly, holding the bloody ear in his left hand before flinging it off the edge of the cliff. "No!" The saber-toothed tiger's eyes widened in agony as he watched his ear discarded like trash into the abyss. With a maddened roar, he lunged desperately at Logan. Logan sprang into the air, leaping 3 or 4 meters high, and landed a powerful kick atop the saber-toothed tiger's head. In one fluid motion, his claws plunged deep into the beast's back. "And this is for my mother." With a thunderous impact, Logan drove the saber-toothed tiger straight to the ground, pinning him beneath his weight. He straddled the beast's waist, and with his black claws, ripped a savage gash from the back up toward the neck. "This is for my wife," Logan growled, blood splattering into his eyes, making them burn with an even fiercer, crimson glow. The saber-toothed tiger, battered and unable to rise, dug his claws deep into the rocky earth, panting so hard he nearly bit into the dirt. His healing could no longer keep pace with the injuries. As he struggled, blood and gravel sprayed in all directions. "Logan, heads up!" Just then, a calm voice from the edge of the battlefield called out, tossing a one-handed sword toward him. Logan caught it deftly, without missing a beat. On the ground, the saber-toothed tiger seemed to realize what was coming. He thrashed wildly, eyes wide with fear and regret. "Logan, I was wrong. Just give me one more chance." The saber-toothed tiger, shockingly, began to beg for mercy, hoping Logan might spare him. Logan sneered, driving his claws into the tiger's spine, pinning him to the ground. Then, slowly, he raised the sword in his other hand. "And this is for my son." "No!" The saber-toothed tiger let out a roar, but the sound was abruptly cut short. The sodium-carbon steel sword pierced straight through the back of its neck, nailing it to the ground as it passed through its throat. With that, all the hatred and enmity came to an end. Seeing the saber-toothed tiger's lifeless body slump down, Kyle, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally stepped forward. The silver wolf battle suit on Logan's body rippled restlessly, then dissolved into countless streams of black liquid, which leapt and coiled their way back onto Kyle. Now stripped of the battle suit and returned to his original form, Logan collapsed in exhaustion atop the saber-toothed tiger's body. His expression was dazed, and he slowly reclined onto the blood-stained ground. "Settle down," Kyle said softly. His words weren't directed at Logan, but at the Venom that had just reformed into a black suit on his own body. Through their symbiosis, the Venom had absorbed and replicated part of Logan's resentment, speed, and strength. Even now, its emotions were restless, eager to unleash itself once more on the battlefield. If Kyle weren't the origin of the Venom, the first host, the source, and its master, he might not have been able to suppress the Venom's ever-growing bloodlust. "So, you've unlocked a new ability," Kyle mused, stretching out his hands. With a clench of his fists, 3 dark, razor-sharp claws sprang from each hand, glinting with a cold, spectral light. "Venom Battle Suit, Claw Mode." "Not bad at all," Kyle murmured approvingly, retracting the dark claws from his hands. With this, the Venom battlesuit was no longer limited to just its bulletproof exterior, gliding, camouflage, or night stealth. It finally shed its awkward lack of offensive capabilities. After soothing the symbiotic Venom, Kyle turned his gaze back to Logan, who was lying on the ground, and asked, "Now that your vengeance is complete, how do you feel?" Logan stared blankly at the blue sky, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. "It's like a stone that weighed on my heart for so many years has finally been lifted. I feel relieved and free. It feels like, even if I died here right now, it wouldn't matter anymore." The lone wolf could finally lay down his burden of hatred and resentment, no longer doomed to wander the world in solitude, forever searching and moving forward, battered and scarred. Kyle smiled and said pointedly, "That won't do. According to our deal, you fulfilled your part, but from now on, whether you live or die, and how you live, is up to me. If you just die here, I'd be getting the short end of the stick." "That's fair enough," Logan replied with a rueful grin. He pushed himself up from the ground, still weary, and looked Kyle in the eye. Sincerely, he said, "Even if this was just a deal, I still want to thank you. Otherwise, who knows how many more years it would have taken for me to finally get my revenge." Kyle smiled. "If you really want to thank me, then just honor our agreement. Give me your unwavering loyalty in your life." Logan nodded, clenching his fists and declaring with unwavering resolve, "I will do it." "That's good to hear." Kyle patted Logan on the shoulder, a genuine smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. The first top enforcer of the yet-to-be-established family was now officially in place. As the saying goes, trust those you employ, and never employ those you distrust. As long as Logan dared to swear loyalty, Kyle had the confidence and boldness to entrust him with important tasks. That was the source of his self-assurance and determination. As long as he kept pushing himself to grow stronger, maintaining his dominance as the head of the family, and as the family's power expanded with each subordinate fulfilling their roles and keeping each other in check, he would never have to fear a day when someone could rise up alone to betray him. "When we return to the American base, I'll have someone arrange a new American identity for you. The documents will all be taken care of. Will you still go by Logan?" Kyle mused aloud. With his current status and connections, even going through official channels, it was hardly any trouble to get someone new identification. Still, considering the future establishment of a private family power, it wouldn't be wise to do too much under his identity as a national major general, lest it cause complications down the road. "My name will be Logan." As for the surname, Logan hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. "I'll leave that up to you." He could insist on using his original name, but then there'd be little point in going incognito. Besides, now that he'd killed Sabretooth and put an end to the hatred that had haunted his past, it was time to let go of those tragic, lonely memories and step toward a true future. Kyle seemed to understand Logan's thoughts and nodded. Understood. Let's get going. Where to now? Logan asked. Having slain his lifelong nemesis, he seemed far more at ease, the harsh, weathered lines on his face softening at last. The capital of Germany. It's time to bring an end to the chaos in the European war zone. Kyle shrugged, then pulled the sodium-carbon steel sword from Sabretooth's corpse and sheathed it across his back, swiftly making his way down the mountainside. Logan paused, casting one last look at Sabretooth's body. Blood still seeped dark and thick from the gaping wound in his throat. The beast savage face frozen in disbelief, eyes wide open as if he could never accept that his end had come so suddenly, right here. Logan shook his head lightly, then set off, quickening his pace to catch up with Kyle, who was already descending ahead. The two figures, one after the other, soon left the wild, remote mountains on the German border behind them. Half an hour later, only then did the mountain's carnivorous beasts dare to emerge, their fangs bared and saliva dripping as they cautiously made their way toward the summit, drawn by the overwhelming scent of blood and the promise of a feast. Kyle, accompanied by Logan, rejoined his American unit. Their spirits soaring, they pressed on, breaking through German lines almost without resistance, advancing deep into the heart of Germany. Millions of Allied soldiers surged forward like an unstoppable blade. General Chester, the five-star commander, held the hilt far behind, while Kyle was the sword's razor-sharp tip, driving through and tearing apart feudal defensive lines with sheer force. Countless German soldiers entrenched at the front lines, upon seeing the young man at the enemy vanguard, striking fear like a demon, abandoned their posts and fled rather than resist. Some German officers, seeing the situation more clearly, switched sides outright. As soon as Kyle's forces stepped onto their soil, they raised white flags and surrendered. The Second World War had dragged on far too long, wearing down everyone's resolve. Though Hitler still clung desperately to power, many German soldiers and civilians were exhausted beyond hope. Now, with the overwhelming might brought by Kyle and the Allies, there was no strength left to resist. Beyond anything historians in another world could have imagined, this Marvel Earth's campaign, an invasion of the enemy's homeland, saw hundreds of thousands of Allied troops storming all the way to Berlin in just over a month. Berlin felt like a ghost city, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and blood. Not long ago, the streets had bustled with life. Now, silence hung over the once flourishing neighborhoods. Major General Kyle, sir. Another 500 meters ahead is Berlin's main district, the last real stronghold between us and Hitler's final refuge, reported a Soviet communications officer. He saluted with respect, his English fluent, and delivered the message loudly to the young warrior atop the lead armored vehicle. Yes, the Soviets. Among the Allied forces, it was only during these joint operations with Kyle that the other armies truly understood what had long puzzled their own command. The series of inexplicable American victories, hotly debated but never fully comprehended. How had the Americans achieved such swift and decisive victories on the European front, again and again turning the tide with smaller forces? How had Hydra, armed with seemingly limitless energy weapons and threatening the whole world, been eradicated so thoroughly and so quickly? How could a man barely in his 20s already hold the rank of Major General, becoming the very symbol of American power and conquest? After this campaign, the Soviet and British military finally understood. There are only two kinds of armies in this world, those with Kyle and those without. Your armored divisions are so heavily fortified, not even a step can be gained. We have Kyle. Tens of thousands of soldiers occupy the best defensive bunkers. We have Kyle. Your elite spies strike from the shadows, nearly impossible to defend against. We have Kyle. The other Allied officers, after fighting alongside Kyle, finally realized that war could be fought in such a powerful and dominating way. Kyle, the American hero, war hero, youngest Major General, a living symbol of his country's might and conquest, was every bit as legendary as the story said. This was the shared thought and conclusion among most of the foreign Allied troops. It was also why, as they pressed deeper into German territory, launching attacks into the heartland, even though the newly returned Kyle had not asked to take over command of the vanguard, the Allied scouts and radio operators still reported to him as a matter of course. So we finally reached Berlin, though it's a few days later than planned, Kyle said, leaping down from the armored vehicle's roof and flexing his hand a bit to loosen up. Fury stepped out of the armored car, his face still tense, and reminded him, "We're about to enter the main urban district of the German capital. A few hundred meters ahead, behind those buildings, is likely the last armed force Berlin has left. Need me to go take a look?" Logan, clad in his American military uniform, offered in his calm, gravelly tone from the vehicle. "No need. I'll check it out myself. Kyle shrugged, not waiting for any reply. He stepped away from the tens of thousands of soldiers in the vanguard column and casually walked alone down the wide, empty street. High above, blue eagles circled at several thousand meters, keeping the skies clear. If any bombers or threats appeared, Kyle would be warned instantly. Given his strength and survival instincts, there was nothing Germany's exhausted forces could throw at him that posed any real danger. Unless, of course, Germany had gone mad with desperation and decided to drop a nuclear bomb right in the center of its own capital. But that was unthinkable by any measure. Besides, intelligence had revealed that Hydra, after breaking ties with the Nazis, had stolen over half of the German nuclear research data, leaving Germany unable to develop any world-altering nuclear weapons. Meanwhile, the Americans had recovered those stolen documents from Hydra's final underground base in the Alps, and back home, their own nuclear project was nearing completion. Howard had confided this to him back at the base. As a top scientific strategist working with the military, Howard was one of the core members involved in building the bomb. Setting aside those uneasy thoughts about nuclear weapons, Kyle had now separated himself from the Allied column by nearly 100 meters, drawing closer to Berlin's central district. His pace was unhurried, neither fast nor slow. He didn't look like a scout probing enemy lines, but more like a man taking a stroll down a city street. After another 300 meters, Kyle's heightened senses picked up a faint warning. As he was about to cross an intersection, he silently shifted his Venom suit to full coverage, his body tightening, ready for action at a moment's notice. He stepped into the crossroad, and in that instant his stride came to an abrupt halt. He stood tall and still right at the heart of the empty intersection, alert and waiting. Swish, swish, swish. A chorus of mechanical sounds rang out densely from both ends of the street as countless soldiers raised their rifles. Every barrel now trained squarely on Kyle, standing alone in the center of the crossroads. An ambush, is it? Kyle murmured, his gaze cold as he surveyed the surroundings. Now encircled by thousands of armed German soldiers, he slowly drew the carbon-sodium steel sword from his back, gripping it in his left hand. A sword against guns, one man against thousands. It seemed almost laughable, and yet none of the German soldiers could muster so much as a smile. Instead, their hands trembled slightly as they gripped their weapons, sweat soaking through the linings of their combat uniforms. Heaven only knew what kind of war demon they were facing. Hold your fire. Stand down. In the suffocating silence, a mature, hoarse voice suddenly rang out, instantly commanding obedience. Thousands of German soldiers lowered their rifles at once. Kyle looked over in surprise and saw a middle-aged officer, dressed in a general's uniform adorned with honorary epaulets, clearly the commanding officer, striding forward from the rear ranks. "Excuse me, are you Kyle of the American Empire?" the officer asked in slightly halting English. Did he really need to answer? Kyle met his gaze with cold indifference, took a few steps forward with his sword in hand, causing the nearby German soldiers to reflexively raise their rifles again. "I said put down your weapons," the officer barked, his temper flaring as he wiped cold sweat from his brow, his voice turning bitter. "Enough. This is the end of it all." He looked at Kyle, whose body was fully encased in battle armor, and drew a deep breath. "My name is Friedrich Paulus. I'm a field marshal of the German military. Here and now, on behalf of the entire army, I choose to surrender." The words of surrender, heavy and laden with helplessness, seemed to lift a weight from the marshal's shoulders. He looked exhausted and defeated as he continued to issue orders. "All soldiers, throw down your weapons and remain where you are." As soon as the words left his mouth, silence fell. Thousands of German soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, but when one among them decisively tossed his rifle to the ground, others soon followed, one after another, casting aside weapons and ammunition. For a moment, the scene was striking in its magnitude. Their will to fight had long since vanished. This was merely the final, crushing straw upon the camel's back. Kyle understood this well and was hardly surprised. He sheathed his carbon-sodium steel sword behind his back. Whether or not to accept prisoners will be left for Commander Chester at the rear to decide. After all, he felt no urge to strike down soldiers who had completely lost their will to fight. Ignoring the German soldiers, Kyle turned and led the German marshal straight back toward the Allied lines. Germany's last line of defensive resistance fell without a fight, signaling the early conclusion of this grand campaign. After the Allied forces detained the German marshal and left troops to guard thousands of German prisoners, even more vanguard units surged powerfully onward, pressing deep into the heart of Berlin's main city districts. An hour later, the German capital, Berlin, was entirely under Allied control. The Allied advance units immediately set about the busy work of stationing personnel in Berlin, handling prisoners, and coordinating with the rear formations. Just As Fury swiftly dispatched soldiers to arrest the scientists from the research institute, he realized that Kyle and Logan had once again vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the secret underground armory beneath the German capital, the iron door to the armory was forcibly torn open by a pair of dark, razor-sharp claws. Two shadows slipped through the breach, feeling their way to the main circuit breaker. With a click, the lights flickered on, illuminating the vast underground vault in dazzling brightness. So the German marshal wasn't lying after all, Kyle said, retracting his claws as he surveyed the armory, which was still stocked with more than half its original supplies. A knowing smile played at the corner of his lips. There's so much here, but the two of us can only carry so much, Logan remarked from the side. You just keep watch at the door. I can handle this myself, Kyle replied with a mysterious grin, strolling toward the mountains of supplies shrouded in green canvas. Today, he intended to indulge himself. As Germany's secret underground armory, its location was naturally well hidden, unknown not only to regular soldiers, but even to lower-ranking officers. Beyond managing the aftermath of the battle, the Allied advance forces from several major nations had their eyes on very specific spoils: blueprints from German research labs, high-tech products, and top-tier scientific talent. As for the armory supplies, those would have to wait until the logistics teams arrived, who would then haul them away with transport aircraft. This meant that, so far, no troops had come searching for the underground armory. This, of course, worked out perfectly for Kyle, who'd been the first to extract the location of the largest secret armory from the surrendering German marshal. With Logan standing guard at the door, Kyle approached the towering stacks of supplies. He didn't even bother to lift the green covers for a closer look. There was no need. Within 3 meters, the layers of ironclad crates began to reveal themselves as item cards to his eyes. German rifles, Mauser and 98 Burmese shots, Mauser pistols. The military supplies varied in quality, from common to rare, and there were plenty, though all were standard issue for German soldiers. After more than a month of this major campaign, Kyle had already collected nearly 1,000 German weapons in pristine condition as loot, all tucked away within his card space. A green item card takes 1 second to draw. Kyle didn't pause for even a moment. He walked right past the towering piles of weapons and gear, heading straight toward another mound of supplies off to the side. In the past, he had no choice in the matter, but now that he did, naturally, he would start by drawing the most valuable items. Camouflage raincoat, sergeant's field uniform, squad machine gun. He moved from pile to pile near the front entrance, inspecting each one. Most were standard military supplies of white or green quality, which left Kyle feeling a little disappointed. Camouflage steel helmet, a naturally colored German military helmet made of high-grade steel. Green item card, another green one, and for the head at that, what's the deal with this? Kyle shook his head and headed deeper into the armory. This time, as soon as he approached a new stack of supplies, he was stunned by the sudden appearance of numerous item cards marked with the word gold. Gold bar, German-manufactured gold ingot, rectangular, 25 kilograms. Rare green item card. Gold bars. Kyle's pupils narrowed. Not just in front of him, but within a 3-meter radius, walls of supplies stacked 4 meters high were filled entirely with cards like these. He moved quickly to confirm, circling around the mounds of supplies within the armory, and was astonished to find that every single pile was made up exclusively of gold products, each one worth a fortune. Gold ring, jade gemstone, gold diamond necklace. Countless rare green item cards were stacked together, so many that it was impossible to tell at a glance just how much was in stock. An armory? This is more like Germany's national treasury. Kyle was dumbfounded, having never seen so much gold and so many jewels. For a moment, he felt as though he were dreaming. Now he understood. Those weapons and supplies left at the entrance to the secret underground armory were just a smokescreen. What Hitler truly wanted to keep hidden was this treasure trove, worth far more than any military equipment. All of this is mine now. Kyle took a deep breath, trying to suppress the excitement surging inside him. With a thought, he began drawing the surrounding items one by one. Time to draw some cards. If someone were to secretly use a military transport plane to smuggle this stockpile away for personal gain, there'd be a real risk of being found out. But by turning everything into cards and taking them that way, no matter how hard other countries might investigate in the future, it would be nearly impossible to trace it back to Kyle. Nearly 2 hours later, Kyle finally stopped after drawing the last gold ring and adding its card to his collection, having worked nonstop the entire time. The feeling of immense wealth. Not bad at all. Kyle smacked his lips in satisfaction. Before, with a 40% stake in Stark Industries, he could already be considered rich and carefree. But after today, he could truly say he was wealthy enough to rival nations. Let's see who dares to say they're richer than me in the future. Oh right, even the Black Panther King of Wakanda might. Suddenly, A jumble of noises echoed from the main entrance, yanking Kyle's thoughts back from his daydreams in the underground armory. Kyle turned around and saw Logan dashing inside, alerting him a Soviet reconnaissance squad is closing in. They're about 60 meters away. They're quick to react. Looks like the spoils in the laboratory have already been divvied up, Kyle mused thoughtfully, then said to Logan, let's get out before they find us. Prep the high-explosive grenades. We'll blow the place and erase any sign we were here. Understood. Logan nodded in agreement. With instructions given, Kyle glanced around at the half-emptied armory, now stripped bare by his car draws. He was just about to leave when a sudden thought halted him mid-step. He turned back, eyes fixed on the far end of the underground armory, a question flickering in his mind. The German military had a penchant for building secret basements. Would an underground vault of this magnitude, practically a national treasure, truly have no hidden chamber? 5 minutes later, the Soviet scout team crept up to the main entrance of the underground armory, when, out of nowhere, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. The entrance and the surrounding stone and earth collapsed inward, sealing off the largest vault's gateway. Simultaneously, in a concealed chamber adjacent to the original vault, bright artificial light flared to life once more. Logan led the way, sweeping darkness aside with a military-grade flashlight as he checked their path for safety. With his free hand, his wolf-like claws extended, Logan pried open crate after crate stacked in the hidden room, revealing their contents in the beam of light. What are these? Kyle, following behind, widened his eyes in amazement at the treasures, each stored in double-locked wooden cases within the secret vault. 12 sunflowers in a vase, one of Van Gogh's masterpieces. Blue item card. The Last Supper, the famed mural personally created by Da Vinci. Blue item card. Venus, Michelangelo's renowned sculpture. Blue item card. Heart of the Ocean, a heart-shaped necklace crafted by a master artisan from an enormous, exceptionally pure blue sapphire. Blue item card. So these are all top-tier treasures the Germans looted from around the world during World War II. Kyle thought to himself with a touch of awe. No wonder the gold and jewels were left out in the open vault. The real treasures were hidden here, far more precious. Every one of these items would cause a sensation at a future auction, selling for a world record price. A camera shutter clicked in the silence. Logan walked to the far end of the dark room and, with a flick of his claws, opened the last 2 large crates. Instantly, the sealed containers revealed blocks that glimmered with specks of blue light, illuminating the entire chamber. The reflection of the blue glow made Kyle's eyes shine even brighter. He murmured to himself, residual gem energy. Deep within a secret German underground armory, at its most hidden level, the contents of the 2 wooden crates turned out to be the items Kyle knew best. Residual gem energy. No matter its specific effect, each block was easily of blue-grade quality, an unrivaled choice as a sacrificial material for drawing cards. Venom, Blue Eagle, Senza Beans, Vibranium Bracers. All blue-tier cards that greatly boosted personal strength, were items Kyle had drawn before by offering up residual gem energy. Now, gazing at the 2 crates packed full of these glowing blocks, Kyle couldn't help but marvel at the sight. These must be some of the earliest primitive energy cubes Hydra produced using the Cosmic Cube, meant to secure deeper cooperation with Nazi Germany. He figured that after the alliance between Hydra and the Nazis broke down, Hydra stopped supplying energy weapons to the German military, and these original energy cubes were stashed away with the rest of the world's treasures in Hitler's private collection. About 50 pieces, this should be the last batch of infinite energy cubes left, Kyle estimated silently. Tons of gold and gems, priceless treasures from around the world, and these energy cubes, enough to draw 5 blue-tier cards, made this haul from the underground German armory truly unprecedented. We can't exactly haul all this out with a truck. What do we do? Logan asked with a frown. He'd been guarding the entrance the whole time and hadn't seen Kyle already draw and stash away nearly half the armory's contents. We'll handle like this. Kyle shrugged, not bothering to hide anything. He reached into one crate and drew a card directly from one of the energy cubes. After 3 seconds, the energy cube vanished into thin air, transformed into a card and stored in the material card section of his card space. What just happened? Logan's eyes widened in astonishment, witnessing what looked like pure magic. In his half-century of life, he'd never seen such a supernatural phenomenon. It's nothing special, just one of my innate abilities, Kyle replied as he continued drawing the remaining cubes. I can store objects in another space. He had no intention of keeping this ability a secret forever. After all, Logan was practically an ally by now, and revealing part of his power in front of him wouldn't matter much. Within a few minutes, both crates of residual gem energy were emptied. Without missing a beat, Kyle set his sights on the rest of the collection in the dark room, drawing every single item one by one. Looking at the vast, once-packed dark chamber, now completely emptied under Kyle's card-drawing ability, Logan finally let out a heartfelt sigh. This power is really something else. Logan himself was already a mutant with special abilities, so he was quite accepting of extraordinary powers. But recalling the sodium carbon, steel sword, the vibranium bracers, the blue eagle beast, and the Venom suit from before, he found his understanding of Kyle renewed once again. It dawned on him that the man he was following was far more remarkable than just the war hero he appeared to be. After spending quite some time, Kyle finally extracted the last valuable painting into his possession. Only then did he and Logan leave the sealed underground military vault, forcing open an exit as they made their way back to the surface. When the two of them returned to the plaza outside the Berlin Presidential Palace, the base where a large number of Allied Vanguard troops were stationed, they happened to run into Fury, who was just about to go looking for them. "Kyle, where have you been?" Fury wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, eyeing Kyle, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and said, still catching his breath, "I've arranged for transport. Aircraft from the rear to come pick us up. They'll take the first batch of retreating troops back to the States. The wounded officers and rescued hostages are all ready. Only you are missing." He paused, then continued. "Germany has been utterly defeated. In a few days, their officials will be summoned to sign the surrender. The Allies don't need to stay here much longer. We'll be withdrawing in groups." Kyle asked with curiosity, "The spoils this time are pretty decent, right?" Fury nodded. "Not bad. Since we were the main force, we made sure to secure plenty of scientific talent and weapon resources." "Then let's go," Kyle nodded, motioning for Logan behind him to follow. The three of them were about to leave the central square of Berlin, heading toward the large open field suitable for transport aircraft, when a U.S. communications officer hurriedly squeezed through the Allied soldiers and approached Kyle. He quickly whispered a few words in Kyle's ear. "All right, I understand," Kyle replied with a blank expression. Only after the communications officer left did a barely contained fury flare on his young, handsome face. "What happened?" Fury asked, surprised, fixing his gaze on Kyle. Logan also stopped, silent and attentive. Kyle lowered his voice and answered, "Just an hour ago, 2 foreign agents in black leather infiltrated the rear battleship, shot and killed more than a dozen Navy soldiers, and broke Natasha out of the interrogation room. They really have some nerve, trying something like this when the Allied campaign isn't even over yet." Fury couldn't help but explode in anger. Before the battle, sending agents to infiltrate the battleship and target Kyle would have been one thing. But now, after the fighting had ended, to brazenly dispatch more agents and snatch away a captive right under their noses? Fury said in a low voice, "Should we report this to General Chester now? Maybe put some pressure on the Soviets." "There's no need for that. Let's leave things as they are for now. I'll settle this in my own time." Kyle shook his head lightly, his gaze drifting toward the nearby Soviet troops on guard. A faint, cold smile played at his lips. They tried to scheme against him, and now they dared to target the talents he valued. Since the Red Room had made their move from the very beginning, this wasn't the end. It was just the beginning of a much longer game. "Let's go," Kyle snorted, and together with Fury and Logan, he strode away from the central square without another word. Only after they had left did the Soviet officers stationed in the square feel a chill creeping up from the depths of their hearts, an uneasy sense that something terrible had just been set in motion. The Soviet officers who had participated in this battle could no longer hold back. They rushed to bring their reports of the fighting and its outcome back to their homeland. And along with those reports, they sent urgent intelligence on the American hero, Kyle, a man whose very presence had reshaped the course of this war. The American's Kyle must be handled with extreme caution. He was not someone to be made an enemy lightly. After all, this was a man whose actions alone could tip the scales of a major conflict and accelerate the pace of an entire campaign. What the Soviet officers didn't know was that, in a certain military intelligence organization back home, Kyle's name had already been marked down twice in a little black book for offenses that would not be easily forgotten. 10 minutes later, an American transport aircraft, heavy with the spoils of victory, lifted off from Berlin. Its engines roared as it soared high above the clouds, beginning its long journey back across the ocean to the distant shores of the Americas. Over the Atlantic, the massive plane cut through the sky, its wings slicing white scars into the blue heavens. After more than a month of brutal warfare, the officers who had fought at the Vanguard were utterly exhausted. Sinking into the soft seats of the cabin, they slipped quickly into sleep. Even the captive scientists, prize hostages, wore grave expressions, sitting in silence under the wary watch of armed guards. As a result, the atmosphere inside the transport was hushed. Only the faint hum of the plane's equipment and the gentle rush of air currents could be heard. Kyle sat by a window, eyes closed, allowing his mind to drift deep into the vast space of his card collection. With this Allied victory in Germany, he was undoubtedly the greatest beneficiary. His haul from both the battlefield and hidden military depots had reached staggering proportions. Within the boundless card space, tens of thousands of item cards now floated in the materials to be processed section. Each card shone with a white, green, or blue light, illuminating the darkness like a sky full of stars above the prairie, each one vying to outshine the rest. In truth, the white-tier item cards made up the smallest portion of his collection. They were mostly cheap, common gear, mass-produced equipment that Kyle had casually drawn at the early stages of the battle. Later, as green-tier weapons and gear littered the battlefield, he couldn't even be bothered to glance at the white-tier items, let alone extract them. Kyle first organized the cards in the materials section. Valuables like gold, gemstones, and collectibles were all transferred to the item card area for safekeeping, forming the foundation of wealth he would need to support his future power. Most of the German weapons and items remained in the materials card section. To him, these outdated weapons were neither useful to keep nor easy to discard. As usual, he decided to treat them as sacrificial materials. Sacrifice and draw. With a single thought, over 10,000 selected green item cards floated into the air. One by one, they shattered and faded away, only to be replaced by 1,000 brand-new cards of various types, freshly generated. 1,000 card draw. You have sacrificed German Mauser pistol times 1023, German rifle times 2046, Mauser 98K times 59, squad machine gun times 49, recon instruments times 26, German hand grenade times 186. Even though they were all green tier cards, this was the first time he'd performed such a massive draw. The sheer scale of it made Kyle's heart race a little. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained extra life times 34, Piranha, Golden Lion, Galactic Alliance language mastery, military tank, laptop, unhatched monster egg. As the 1,000 newly drawn cards burst forth, each radiating a vibrant green glow, a deep blue card suddenly shot out from amidst. Finally, out of 1,000 draws, I finally got one that's above the usual tier. Kyle couldn't help but marvel as he reached out to catch the rare blue card. Unhatched monster egg. A giant egg with mutated genes. Blue rare creature card. Suspected to be the result of crossbreeding between an ancient lizard and a dinosaur. This monster egg has not fully hatched. It needs to be placed in a warm and secure environment and given a long time to incubate. Current status. Can be materialized, cannot be summoned. What on earth is this thing? Kyle was genuinely baffled. This was the first time he'd ever drawn a creature card like this. Whether it was the reusable blue eagle and ancient giant dragon turtle, or the one-time summon, venomous wasp hive, every creature card he'd drawn before was ready to be summoned at its mature stage. Only the primal Venom symbiote had started off as a newborn when first drawn. But this was even more absurd. They just gave him an egg, and he'd have to wait for it to hatch over time? However, just considering the biological egg alone, it already sits at the blue rare tier. The creature that hatches from it might grow into a purple tier being. Could it be a dinosaur? Monster? Or perhaps an alien life form? Kyle stroked his chin, falling deep into thought. In the end, he decided to move the card in his hand to the very top of the creature card storage area. Who could say how long this egg would take to hatch? If it needed a century or two to break its shell, that would be quite the joke. After sorting through another 1,000 new green cards, Kyle organized them by attribute, ability cards, creature cards, item cards, material cards, and so on. Only then did his gaze settle on those 50 blue-tier, gem, energy residues. It turned out that relying solely on low-tier item cards for sacrificial draws was a fool's errand. The chances of acquiring a super-tier card were abysmally low. If he wanted high-tier cards, he'd have to sacrifice cards of the same tier. Well, it's up to you again. With anticipation in his eyes, Kyle placed all of the gem energy residues into the sacrifice material pool. You have sacrificed gem energy residue times 50. Draw successful. Congratulations. You have obtained Cling, Alien Bomb, Elven Blessing, Life Boost, Aerial Dash. 5 new cards, each shimmering with blue light, appeared clearly before him, hovering quietly in the card space above. These all seem like good stuff. Has Lady Luck finally decided to smile on me? Kyle licked his dry lips in excitement and immediately examined the 4 unfamiliar blue cards, setting aside the familiar Life Boost. Cling grants the ability to freely cling to any surface. Blue ability card. For half an hour after activation, you can easily attach to even the smoothest glass skyscraper walls and move freely at any angle as if walking on flat ground. Cooldown, 3 hours. Current status, skill type ability card. Does not affect physique or genetics. This is just like the ability that little spider from the future has, Kyle mused. Yet since this is a standalone skill, Cling might actually be a bit stronger than spider crawling. After all, it lets you treat any wall as a level ground for walking. The only drawback is that skill type cards need a cooldown period. However, the symbiote Venom, which can learn host abilities, conveniently makes up for this flaw. After the stealth skill, this was the second blue skill card. Quite a decent haul. Kyle put away Cling and moved on to inspect the remaining 3 new cards. Alien Bomb, an extraterrestrial bomb crafted with alien technology. Blue item card. A small, round bomb containing devastating explosive power. Once the trigger is activated, the bomb irreversibly enters a 10-second countdown, after which it will obliterate everything within a 100-meter radius. A small nuclear bomb? Kyle's eyelid twitched. If he got even slightly caught in the blast of something like that, he'd be lucky to survive with his skin still intact. Elven Blessing. A blessing bestowed by the spirits of nature. Blue creature card. Summon a nature spirit to grant its protection to another. Those blessed by it gain affinity with nature and become favored by the natural world. Current status. Single use. Can be applied to one other person. Cannot be used on the cardholder. Too strong a killing aura. Another strange creature card, right after the monster egg. Kyle frowned, placing it together with the monster egg card without a second thought. He then turned to the last new card, and as he laid eyes upon it, his heart skipped a beat and a look of delight flickered in his gaze. Aerial Dash, his third skill type ability card. The first transport aircraft returning from Berlin landed at the U.S. military's main base in New York at around 8 p.m. that evening. The base was ablaze with lights. As the plane touched down and the hatch swung open, a thunderous round of applause erupted from the tarmac outside. As several Frontline officers disembarked ahead, when it was Kyle's turn, dressed in his black combat gear, to stride down the aircraft stairs, the applause grew even more enthusiastic and spirited. Walking forward, Kyle scanned the crowd. He saw dozens of uniformed officers and officials in suits assembled to welcome them. Among them stood General Chester, the commander of this campaign. Just outside the restricted area guarded by American soldiers, a throng of reporters and photographers brandished their old-fashioned cameras, unleashing a relentless barrage of blinding flashes. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. General Chester greeted the arrivals, then strode forward. To the surprise of many officers and officials, he warmly clapped Kyle on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Well done, Kyle. Truly worthy of the title War Hero. At least I've done justice to this Major General's insignia you gave me." Kyle shrugged and pointed to the badge pinned to his left shoulder, one he'd hurriedly put on before disembarking. Quite a few military and government officials nearby could only shake their heads and chuckle wryly. Only Kyle would dare speak so casually to a 5-star general. General Chester didn't seem to mind in the slightest. He smiled and said, "You've been fighting on the front line for over a month. You've earned some rest. Go home and take a few days off. And after a few days' rest, there'll be another campaign waiting for me?" Kyle asked offhandedly. After all, with the main belligerent Germany just defeated, it signaled the full conclusion of all warfare in the European theater. World War II was fast approaching its final stage. "There's a plan?" General Chester moved his lips as if to continue, then paused, casting a meaningful glance at Kyle before lowering his voice. "When the time comes, I'll have a soldier notify you. For now, just go home and get some rest. As a nation's pride and hero, you can't afford to wear yourself out." Though his tone was teasing with that last remark, there was an unmistakable note of genuine concern beneath it. Kyle nodded. "Then I'll be on my way. Fury will handle all the necessary arrangements regarding our mission in Germany." At some point, Fury had become his de facto spokesman for all official matters. No sooner had Kyle finished speaking than, at the edge of the airfield, Fury, with his signature eye patch, stepped out first from a transport aircraft, clearing the way. Armed soldiers followed, each escorting a captive from the plane. The officials waiting to receive them quickly shifted their attention to the hostages. Defeating Germany was one thing, but acquiring their scientists and military intel was equally crucial. Taking advantage of the distraction, Kyle gave a discreet wave, signaling for Logan, blending in among the disembarking soldiers, to follow. The two of them quietly made their way toward the exit of the military airport. As Kyle began to leave, a large group of reporters and cameramen nearby scrambled to shoulder their equipment, hurrying to catch up for an interview. After all, Kyle was nothing like Steve. Steve, as the government's poster boy, had been in the media spotlight long before he ever set foot on the battlefield, giving countless interviews and participating in endless promotions. But Kyle, the hero who had fought on the front lines from the start, had only ever appeared in documentaries, never once interviewed in person. Every single news agency in New York dreamed of landing an exclusive interview with Kyle. The reporters picked up the pace, racing across the tarmac. Just as they were about to reach the front gate, a long, luxurious limousine suddenly pulled up outside. Kyle and Logan got straight in, and the car sped away, leaving nothing but a trail of exhaust fumes for the breathless journalist behind. Inside the stretch limousine, a professional bodyguard served as the driver in the front seat. The middle and rear sections of the car were open and spacious, with plush sofas arranged along each side. Beneath the soft glow of the overhead lights, Kyle and Logan sat together on one side, while opposite them sat a gentleman with a neatly groomed mustache and an air of sophistication. Who else could it be but Howard? Good thing you didn't get mobbed by those reporters, Howard said, patting his chest in relief, a man clearly practiced in the art of evading the press. If I want to leave, there's nothing they could do to stop me, Kyle replied with a faint smile. Then, with a note of surprise, he asked, "But what about you? When did you return from the base in Europe?" Howard replied, "The Scientific Research Institute here in the States asked me to lend a hand about half a month ago, but the work just wrapped up a few days back. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had time to pick you up." "The current project at the Institute, is it about nuclear weapons?" Kyle asked bluntly. Howard didn't answer directly, but he nodded slowly. "The research and technology are already nearing completion. I'd say it won't be long now before we can actually build a prototype for testing." "So, the war really is coming to an end," Kyle murmured, leaning back on the sofa, lost in thought for a moment. "Once the war ends, it'll be time to start putting those private plans in motion. By the way, who's this? Aren't you going to introduce us?" Howard glanced at the man sitting quietly beside Kyle, Logan, who hadn't said a word since getting in the car. "Just call him Logan. I met him on the battlefield. He's kind of my—" Kyle hesitated, searching for the right way to describe the relationship, but finally settled on two simple words: bodyguard. A national hero, the symbol of power and conquest, a top-tier warrior in the U.S. military. Needing a bodyguard? Howard was utterly stunned. He looked at the silent Logan, then at the earnest expression on Kyle's face, and asked in disbelief, "Seriously?" "I'm not kidding," Kyle said with a smile. "Once you see Logan in action, you'll understand. I promise you'll be more than a little interested in him." "Anyone you choose as your personal bodyguard can't be just anyone," Howard said, turning to Logan with a touch of anticipation, and introduced himself warmly. "Hello, I'm Howard Stark." Logan gave a cool nod, saying little, clearly not one for socializing. Howard, a bit embarrassed, stroked his mustache and turned to Kyle with a suggestion. "Remember at the training base, I promised to take you out for a drink when I got back? Since we're both free tonight, why don't we grab a few?" "Sure," Kyle agreed. He'd only just returned to New York and didn't have much on his plate at the moment. The luxury car pulled away from the military base and rolled down the city's main avenues, heading into the bustling heart of New York. Finally, it came to a halt in front of a towering skyscraper. "I thought you were taking me to a bar. What's with the change of plans?" Kyle asked as he stepped out, looking up at the building that soared from the center of the city's streets, its top vanishing into the clouds above. It was a modern industrial tower, roughly 60 stories tall, built from sturdy reinforced concrete. Every floor sparkled with bright lights, and the silhouettes of busy staff could be glimpsed in the windows. In the middle of this technological marvel, enormous letters spelled out Stark Industries in glowing lights, a beacon of innovation and ambition. Howard strode across the plaza in front of the building, spreading his arms wide toward Kyle and Logan, and declared with confidence, "Welcome to Stark Industries, the dream factory of future technology." The Stark Industries building was a spectacular example of Art Deco architecture, radiating a sense of innovation and style. Standing 190 meters tall with 62 stories, it could easily accommodate thousands of employees at once, making it one of New York's most iconic landmarks. In Howard's own words, "It's just so-so, really. It's still a far cry from the Empire State Building, mainly because we didn't have enough funding at the time. This was the biggest main office we could manage." Aside from this tower, Stark Industries also owns the Future Tech Plaza, where we launch new products, and 3 large factories on the outskirts of New York. At this moment, on the 62nd top floor of Stark Industries, the chairman's office, Logan waited outside the office door while inside. Kyle and Howard each held a tall glass of mellow red wine. They stood beside the floor-to-ceiling windows that replaced the exterior wall, gazing out over the city, the dazzling nighttime panorama of New York sprawled beneath them. Howard chuckled and said, "When it comes to fine wine, my office collection could put any bar to shame. Besides, as the major shareholder, you've never actually seen Stark Industries' main offices with your own eyes. So I figured, why not bring you here directly?" "It's far better than I expected," Kyle commented with a nod. When he'd invested in the company, he'd said it was for Stark Industries, but in truth, he was betting on Howard himself. It won't be long before Stark Industries shows the entire world how technology can change the future, Howard said with a smile, raising his glass toward Kyle. Their glasses met with a crisp, satisfying clink before they both emptied their wine in a single, effortless motion. After a few drinks, Howard's professional enthusiasm became hard to contain. He eagerly ushered Kyle over to show off the latest products developed by his team. The luxurious office's inner walls were all fitted with hidden security compartments. Howard made his way to an exhibition table, and, after a triple biometric check, fingerprint, retina, and voice, the wall slid aside, revealing a secure display case. Resting inside was a compact, box-shaped device. The more Kyle looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. The device fit perfectly in the hand. Its screen took up only a small portion of the front, with the rest dominated by a numeric keypad. "Isn't this a cell phone?" Kyle blurted out, surprised to see a keypad-style wireless phone. "That's right, it's a cell phone," Howard replied with a shrug. "Ever since you handed over that phone model to me a few months ago, I had our top engineers pulling it apart and studying it day and night. We discovered countless intricate mechanical parts inside, many of which simply can't be mass-produced with current manufacturing techniques. But many of the features on that phone are simply too advanced for our time. As a portable communication device, what people really need right now is instant messaging. So, I've redesigned the mass-producible version too. Be more straightforward and simple. My plan is to unveil it at the Future Technology Expo in New York Central Square after the war ends, then start building communication towers in New York to begin the initial rollout." Before Howard could finish, Kyle was already left speechless in awe. This was what true technological genius looked like. Give him a phone, and he could immediately envision how to mass-produce and promote it. And to think it's only 1944. In just a few years, wireless phones could become available to the public? Kyle was still a bit dazed when Howard had already closed up the first safe and was opening a second hidden compartment in the wall nearby. A loud metallic click echoed through the room. This time, the sound was much more pronounced. As a rush of cold, white air spilled out from the secret chamber, what emerged wasn't another safe, but a massive desktop machine bristling with wires. It looked as if countless electronic components had been meticulously pieced together, indicator lights flickering across its surface, and the whole thing emitted a low hum as it ran. "Howard, don't tell me. Is this a supercomputer?" Kyle forced a wry smile. Howard just smiled in silence, then clapped his hands lightly and spoke a command to the enormous machine. "Jarvis, say hello to Kyle." Jarvis? Kyle hadn't even processed what was happening when the hulking machine let out a series of beeps, then responded in a calm, baritone male voice. "Welcome back, Mr. Howard." "Good evening, Mr. Kyle. It's a pleasure to have you here as our guest." Kyle felt a jolt, utterly stunned, so much so that he nearly tossed the phone in his hand. Howard laughed heartily, giving Kyle's tense shoulder a reassuring pat. "Did I scare you?" he explained. "It's just a supercomputer, but I've added intelligent voice recognition and a greeting response program." "Why did you call it Jarvis?" Kyle managed to ask, still reeling. "Jarvis is the name of my butler here. It gives me a sense of comfort and familiarity." Howard's eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at the supercomputer in front of him. His voice grew solemn. "With the computer host and smart chip you gave me, I've built the world's first supercomputer with a semi-intelligent program, and named it Jarvis. My hope is that one day it won't just follow programmed instructions, but truly become an artificial intelligence with its own thoughts, something that can break free from the confines of hardware." "I see." Kyle exhaled, falling silent for a moment. Was this just a fortunate accident, or were father and son truly cut from the same extraordinary mold? As the artificial intelligence of the future 21st century and Iron Man's personal butler, Jarvis had unexpectedly been created ahead of its time, in its most primitive form, by his father. Perhaps we won't even have to wait for the 21st century. Artificial intelligence like Jarvis might be fully realized much sooner. When this thought crossed Kyle's mind, he felt both excited and slightly uneasy. He had always assumed that he himself was the greatest butterfly effect in the Marvel Universe. Who could have imagined that the 2 green item cards he had drawn, after being traded to Howard, would bring about even greater potential changes to the world's future? Technology is the primary force of productivity. With enough ingenuity, one could truly upend the world. Oh, that's right. As if suddenly reminded of something, Howard carefully put the supercomputer Jarvis back into the secret chamber and walked over to the third hidden wall, preparing to open its security lock. "If there's anything else, please show me all at once. I'm not sure how much more I can take," Kyle said, a little out of breath. "This one is different from the 2 items just now. Although I've finished the research, it's completely unusable for the time being." As Howard finished speaking, the third hidden wall slid open to reveal a safe, which contained only a single hand-drawn design sketch in pencil. "What's this?" Kyle asked in mild surprise as he picked up the blueprint. Its placement in the third secret chamber meant its value was no less than that of the half-finished Jarvis. This is something I derived just over a month ago after a deep study of the Tesseract. In the end, I theorized a new element structure not found on the periodic table. I believe it could replace the need for infinite energy. Howard sighed with regret. It's a pity. Even with the theoretical design for this new element, it can only be artificially synthesized through continuous acceleration and collision of high-energy particle beams. With our current technology, we're simply not capable of producing it yet. Blueprint of an unknown element. A design sketch depicting the internal structure of an unknown element. White item card. Kyle looked down at the heavily penciled schematic in his hand, falling into deep thought. Even if it was only a theoretical structure deduced from the Tesseract, he already understood that this element was, in the truest sense, a wholly new energy source, an isotope whose composition resembled that of the Infinity Stones. In the future, the main power core for Iron Man suits will be based on this very artificially synthesized element. A single crystal of this reserve core could sustain the high-tech suit's energy consumption, powering everything from laser weaponry and jet propulsion to the Jarvis AI system. How advanced would our technology need to be before we could even attempt to synthesize such a new element? I mean, what's the current technological barrier to creating it? Kyle set down the blueprint and looked Howard in the eye, asking seriously, if artificial synthesis could be realized and mass production made possible, then this new elemental energy crystal could replace the energy cubes that relied on the residual power of the stones. Without a doubt, this could definitely serve as prime material for blue-tier sacrifice draws. Special materials for constructing accelerated pipelines, along with devices capable of emitting stable high-energy particle beams. These are all cutting-edge scientific challenges that remain unsolved to this day. It's not something we can simply break through in just a few years. Howard spread his hands in mild exasperation, his tone half-joking. Honestly, I'm tempted to just put this elemental blueprint away for now and leave it for my descendants to finish in the future. You don't even have kids yet, Kyle quipped. Howard bristled, his mustache twitching as he shot Kyle a glare. Then tonight, I'll invite a few stunning young ladies and get to work on that. Poor Tony. Kyle couldn't help but laugh. That future genius engineer, Tony Stark, hadn't even been born yet. He'd have to wait another decade or so. As for Howard, his buddy here wouldn't become a father until much later in life. But even if Tony were born ahead of time, the technological limitations of this era made it impossible to artificially synthesize a new element brimming with such limitless potential. Are we really going to have to wait until more than half a century later to try creating it? Kyle felt a twinge of frustration. The elemental blueprint before him was like a treasure map, only there was no key to unlock and unearth its riches. The randomness of sacrifice draws was just too high. There was no way to target a specific item you needed. All right, don't overthink it. Let's just take it one step at a time. Who knows, maybe in a few years or a decade or so, the right materials and equipment will be invented, Howard said, giving Kyle's shoulder a reassuring pat. He had originally just felt a bit regretful, but hadn't expected his partner to be even more invested in the new element than he was. I suppose that's all we can do, Kyle replied with a sigh, returning the blueprint to the hidden compartment of the safe. But as his hand let go, a sudden inspiration flashed through his mind. Wait a second, lacking special materials? Technological limitations? Kyle's eyes sparkled. It seemed he had forgotten about a certain place. With a smile, he said, Howard, I just remembered somewhere that should have the special materials needed to create this new element, as well as a level of scientific advancement more than sufficient. Where? Howard was taken aback, clearly surprised. He hesitated. Don't tell me it's somewhere off Earth. No, it's right here on Earth, just hidden away from the world. The outside world can't peer in, and ordinary people have no way of setting foot in that territory, Kyle replied with a shrug. That place was truly blessed by fate. A land where certain rare metals were so abundant they were treated as commonplace, and the level of technology was decades ahead of the rest of the planet. Having witnessed the cutting-edge scientific marvels Kyle had provided, Howard naturally believed his words. With keen interest, he asked, So how we get there? If I have the materials and sufficiently advanced radiation equipment, I'm confident I can create the new element. No rush. Getting in there will take some time and planning, Kyle replied, deliberately keeping some suspense. Though that place boasted advanced technology, its rules and legal systems were still strikingly primitive and savage. These days, the locals harbored a deep-seated suspicion and rejection of outsiders. Kyle couldn't guarantee that he and Howard wouldn't be immediately beset by the locals if they barged in unannounced. Let's wait until the war is over before we talk about this. With military duties on my shoulders, I have little time for personal Endeavors, Kyle said. With his current rank as a major general, disappearing abroad without explanation would draw far too much attention. For now, the matter of synthesizing new elements was set aside. After reviewing the research results, Kyle and Howard sat back down on the couch by the office window, savoring the remains of a bottle of red wine. I almost forgot. There's something I'd like to ask of you. Kyle remembered Logan waiting outside and turned to Howard. You met Logan just now. He was originally Canadian, but he's come to America with me. I'm hoping you could arrange an American identity for him. Howard agreed readily. That's easy. Give me his full name and age, and I'll have someone take care of it tomorrow. His name is Logan Kyle. Kyle replied with the full name he'd already decided on. He hesitated for a moment, then muttered, as for his real age, he's probably in his 60s. Howard was just taking a refined sip of wine when he heard Logan's age. He choked in surprise, hastily pulled out a handkerchief to dab at his dampened trousers, and exclaimed, 60s? You mean your bodyguard from just now? He looks barely 30, aside from that impressive facial hair. Kyle chuckled. I told you before, he's not an ordinary man. But to avoid reactions like yours, let's register his age as 35. When it came to age and appearance, ordinary standards simply didn't apply. His own super soldier physiology aged at only a quarter the normal human rate. On top of that, the regenerative factor granted extraordinary vitality and healing, and he'd stacked several enhancements that extended natural lifespan. Kyle was certain that even a century from now, his body would remain at its youthful peak, his strength and looks unchanged by the passing years. Red Skull had said it best. From the moment they underwent the super soldier transformation, they could no longer be called human in the usual sense. Since the future refuses to bow to the snap of Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet, and life itself will not submit to domination, even by godlike higher beings, then Kyle, having chosen the path of evolution to grow stronger, is determined to follow it to the very end, without ever looking back. Logan, come in. Yes, boss. Logan, who was waiting by the elevator outside the office, moved swiftly. The moment he keenly heard Kyle's call, he responded at once, opened the door, and strode into the penthouse office. Boss. Seated on the plush sofa, Kyle was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized why. Earlier in the car, he'd treated Logan as his bodyguard, so, of course, that made him the boss. He cleared his throat, gesturing to Howard beside him, and addressed Logan, who had come to a stop before him. Howard is the founder of Stark Industries. Tomorrow morning, he'll arrange for you to have U.S. citizenship, under the full name, Logan Carr. Do you have any objections? No problem. Logan nodded, as long as his first name stayed. Changing the surname meant little to him. Howard, I'll be leaving Logan here in New York in your care for the time being, Kyle said, clearly intending to have Logan settle in and handle follow-up matters in the city. I have a feeling we're going to be friends, Howard said warmly, extending an olive branch to Logan. This time, Logan didn't respond verbally, but neither did he act distant. The coldness on his face eased, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Howard took a check from the pocket of his suit and placed it on the low glass table. This represents your dividend from Stark Industries for the past 2 months, a total of $200,000, now transferred to you in the form of a bank check. $200,000, enough to buy a skyscraper in the heart of New York these days. Kyle's expression remained composed, and Logan, equally unmoved, stepped forward to accept the check. After all, both men had once emptied out the German treasury themselves. When your wealth reaches a certain level, it truly becomes nothing but a string of astronomical numbers, unable to stir any emotion within you. Still, Howard's bank check was legitimate money, which meant Kyle didn't need to resort to selling those gold bars and jewels from his card space through underground channels, for now, at least. Howard continued, and about that island fortress you mentioned back at the training base, I've already found a top-tier engineering firm since returning to New York. As soon as the war ends, they'll be ready to set sail and start construction right away. He took everything Kyle said seriously, as if it were on par with the development of a new product. That's fantastic. As soon as Kyle heard the news, he raised his glass to Howard several times, his excitement surpassing even the thrill of getting $200,000. Developing and constructing a fortress on the island. That was the true foundation and future of private power. With controlled enthusiasm, Kyle patted Howard's thin shoulder and said eagerly, the gravity magnet gear you gave me sparked an idea. From now on, every fortress building on the island must have a gravity chamber. The chamber should allow for freely adjustable gravity, amplifying it by several times. If we could achieve more than 10 times normal gravity, that would be perfect. A gravity chamber? Sounds great for training, but 10 times is a bit extreme. Even you would be crushed by that inside. Besides, the anti-gravity devices can't reach such high levels, Howard replied with a rueful smile, immediately offering a practical correction. With our current anti-gravity tech, if we overlay positive and negative gravity fields on the floor and ceiling, the room's gravity could probably reach a maximum of 5 times normal. A gravity chamber with 5 times normal gravity, that's barely acceptable, Kyle commented, nodding. Even for him, adapting to 5-fold gravity would take some time, but it would be more than enough for developing agents with superhuman physiques. Not just the gravity chamber. If you want to do it right, you'll need a supercomputer, an intelligent management system, voice control, Howard continued, expanding on the idea. Kyle jumped in. An intelligent system isn't enough. We need to integrate the whole island and fortress. The smart surveillance should cover the entire island, with pinpoint strike capability. The two of them sipped fine wine as their discussion about fortress construction grew wilder and more ingenious, yet remained grounded in reality. Their debate was so intense that Logan, standing nearby, listened in awe, not fully understanding but sensing the brilliance at play. Neither of them was ordinary. One was a traveler from another world, bombarded with advanced ideas from his previous life, and the other was an engineer in the Marvel Universe, blessed with top-tier scientific knowledge and a superhuman intellect. With just a few words, both quickly understood each other's intentions, seamlessly building on each other's ideas, upgrading, patching flaws, and expanding concepts in detail. Essentially, Kyle was responsible for sparking bold ideas, while Howard applied professional theory to refine and realize them. The lively debate in the office continued deep into the night before finally winding down. The discussion ended when Howard, having drunk too much, collapsed drunkenly onto the soft sofa in the office, mumbling, "Make the island fly into the sky? That's impossible." He then launched into a string of incomprehensible numbers, Newtonian formulas, and anti-gravity theories. "Get some rest, my friend." Kyle shrugged and stood up from the sofa, waving his hand as he and Logan quietly left the top-floor office. Howard really has no defenses against others at all. Logan muttered in a low voice as he stepped into the elevator. Over the course of his life, he had been battered, betrayed, and forced to wander. So for anyone who drew near, his first instinct was always cautious distance and guardedness. That's not true. He's far from defenseless with others. If he were, he could never have built everything up from scratch, let alone move so freely between the military and private industry. Kyle replied with a smile. He explained, "It's only when someone truly becomes his friend that he lets his guard down, relaxes, and is willing to trust them with his true self." Logan's expression showed a faint glimmer of understanding, but not quite full comprehension. After leaving Stark Industries, Kyle and Logan checked into a luxury hotel nearby, booking a lavish 2-bedroom suite on a private floor. After washing up in their respective rooms and changing into comfortable, casual clothes, they stood together on the balcony, looking out over the dazzling city lights that pierced the deep night. "Logan, now that I've introduced you to Howard, you probably have a sense of my intentions," Kyle said, turning to face Logan, who stood silent beside him as the evening breeze brushed past. Logan nodded, replying in a low voice, "I can guess. You want to build your own stronghold on that overseas island and cultivate a private power base. To be precise, a family of influence. Carl, that's the name of the future family, and the family crest will be a playing card." A faint smile appeared on Kyle's lips. At some point, a card had appeared between his fingers, which he now flicked and spun idly. Carl, a simple blend of the card drawing system with his own name. You could say the very first member of the Carl family. The first to join the crew, well, so to speak. Kyle's tone grew serious. "Just remember one thing. I have never seen you as a mere subordinate. If you choose to follow me, then you'll truly be part of the Carl family." "I understand," Logan answered, moved. He had thought Kyle might hand him over to the military or to Howard as some kind of experiment or weapon. He never expected Kyle to include him as part of his future family. What a remarkable leader. Up on the rooftop terrace of the luxury hotel, Kyle looked Logan in the eye and said thoughtfully, "Since we're on the same side, I'll speak plainly. I have one more test for you. Only when you complete this mission will you truly be counted as a member of the Carl family." "What sort of mission?" "Whether it's assassinating enemy officers or infiltrating foreign lands for intelligence, I can handle it all," Logan replied, his voice steady and cold, full of confidence. "The task is simple." Kyle's gaze held a hint of amusement as he spoke softly. "I'll provide you with enough funds. You'll go alone and rent a large manor villa on the outskirts of New York. Then, under the pretense of fostering, you'll adopt 10 children, boys or girls, as long as they're healthy, from any orphanage in the United States, all between the ages of 8 and 10. Adopt 10 children. Me?" Logan's mouth dropped open, staring in disbelief at the earnest look on Kyle's face. Kyle nodded. "That's right. It's still wartime. There's so many orphans in the orphanages now that they're nearly overflowing. If you slip the director a little incentive, it won't be hard to adopt 10 kids, even 20 if you wanted. Afterwards, just ask Howard to help you hire a few nannies for meals and cleaning the estate. That's all there is to it. That's not the issue. Me. How am I supposed to take care of kids? Logan shook his head, a shiver running down his spine as he gestured his own rugged, weathered face. Just look at this scoundrel's mug, he thought. In this physique, these skills, he was clearly built for battle, not for a caretaker's role. Why was he being asked to take on a nanny's job? Kyle shot back. Why are you so sure you can't do it? All I know is fighting, killing. I'm no good with kids. Pick another test for me. Logan's tone was firm. He was a lone wolf, always hiding razor-sharp claws. How was he supposed to guide and nurture a bunch of children with gentle hands? Logan, if you keep going like this, aren't you just repeating your old life? Kyle smiled, saying, You've spent all these years alone, burdened with hatred and darkness, burning, killing, scheming, robbing, licking your wounds in the dead of night. When you killed Sabretooth in Germany, didn't you say you want to leave that lonely, tragic life behind and find your true self? If you can't even take on this task, if you want to keep shutting everyone out and walking this path alone, you'll never return to who you once were. All you'll become is the next Sabretooth. Logan shuddered at these words, his brows knit tight as his hands gripped the iron balcony railing. Who knew what was going through his mind? After a long silence, he finally spoke. I understand. I'll accept this test. Good. Kyle breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Convincing Logan to take on a task involving children was no easy feat. This test, after all, might help soften the walls Logan had built around himself, and at the same time it would lay the groundwork for new allies in the future, a win-win. And who said the old wolf didn't have a hidden talent for caretaking? Logan let out a heavy sigh. I can't promise I'll be any good, but I'll do my best. Don't worry. All you need to do is act as the master of the manor and let those adopted children move in. For their daily needs, there will be maids and cleaners to take care of them. As for their education, you can ask Howard to find qualified private tutors to teach them the necessary subjects. As for combat training, we can leave that for later, Kyle reassured him. Right now, he only had a single super agent ability card, and there was no way to grant it to enough people at once. Without someone who already possessed the powers of a super agent, he couldn't keep drawing and distributing blue ability cards to others. Many of these things would have to wait until after the war was over, before he could make further plans and take action. The night passed. After resting separately in their own rooms, the two of them didn't meet up again. In the morning, they simply went their separate ways without another word. Logan set off alone for Stark Industries, where Howard had arranged to provide him with new identification papers. He also went to explore and carry out the test mission they discussed the previous night. Kyle, meanwhile, thought that since it was rare to return to New York during wartime, and since General Chester hadn't sent any soldiers to deliver new orders, he might as well take advantage of the free time to check in on Lucy, who was currently staying at his house. His leather shoes tapped rhythmically against the bustling city streets as he walked. With the symbiote's help, he made a subtle change, too. His appearance, dressed in a brand-new gentleman's suit, a wide-brimmed hat casting a shadow over his face, and a pair of dark sunglasses. Blending seamlessly into the throngs on the sidewalk, no one gave him a second glance or suspected his true identity. Even if someone did recognize him, it would be hard to believe that the war hero, so often seen on cinema screens and in the newspapers, could suddenly appear, living and breathing, like an ordinary gentleman right before their eyes. Major General Kyle led over 2 million Allied troops to utterly defeat Germany. He arrived at a U.S. military base just last night. Every now and then, newsboys darted through the crowds, shouting headlines as they ran by. Their calls made Kyle instinctively lower the brim of his hat. If he were recognized here in the street, he would probably have to use his wall-climbing skills to make a quick escape up the nearest building. Kyle couldn't help but reflect on the strange double-edged sword of being the world's first superhero. Was this sudden fame a blessing or a curse? After all, he'd started out as an ordinary soldier and grown into what he was today. Not for others, but for himself. With great power comes great responsibility. No. First, take care of yourself. Take charge of your own life and destiny before anything else. That's why, in truth, he had never been a superhero in the traditional sense. As he walked through the lively, noisy streets, Kyle suddenly stopped in his tracks, his senses picking up the slightest hint that something was amiss. The people passing by him, in all their variety, continued hurrying along. But somehow, they seemed like mere projections, hollow images without a spark of life. The cries of newspaper boys, the hum of cars and the blare of their horns, the endless, fragmented chatter of pedestrians. These sounds all seemed to pass through layer upon layer of invisible barriers, unable to reach where he stood. Soon, even the figures that made those sounds began to blur and fade away, dissolving into nothingness. America, the continent of the Americas, even the whole world. Now, all that remained was Kyle, standing quietly and alone in the empty streets of New York. Magic, is it? Kyle muttered to himself, as if he had been transported into some unmanned, parallel space. This sudden and uncanny scene did not throw him into panic. There was no point in panic. The more unfathomable the predicament, the more crucial it was to remain calm and think things through. No wonder you're the youngest major general since the founding of the United States. A woman's voice, neutral and devoid of emotion, floated lightly from behind him. Kyle turned around with composure and found the speaker, a young woman in a simple white robe, her head shaved clean. General Kyle, allow me to introduce myself briefly. My name is Ancient One, and I am a sorcerer, the woman said. On the dead silent, deserted streets of New York, the two of them stood about 10 meters apart, each quietly sizing up the other. Ancient One, though the young woman's self-introduction left Kyle's expression as cold and unreadable as ever, inside his mind, waves of shock crashed violently. Unconsciously, his muscles tightened, his senses heightened to a state of utmost vigilance. The Ancient One, currently the most powerful being on Marvel's Earth, an ageless sorcerer who had peered into the cosmic truths of magic itself. Almost instinctively, the symbiote within Kyle recoiled in dread as well. His suit, hat, and sunglasses melted away, replaced by a seamless, black battle suit, the liquid darkness writhing to cover him completely. The air around him filled with a savage, warlike intensity. A faint smile played at the corners of the Ancient One's lips as she watched Kyle shift into combat mode. She spoke softly, her voice soothing. General Kyle, I mean you no harm. What did you do? Where's this place? Kyle asked coolly, his eyes sweeping over the real yet unreal streets and buildings. This is merely a mirror dimension of Earth. Much like a reflection in a mirror, a world within the glass, the Ancient One explained. Shifting dimensions. I see. Kyle frowned. Although he had long known that the Ancient One could bend time and space with magic, only now, experiencing it firsthand, did he truly grasp how terrifying such power could be. For the first time, he had lost control over the situation. He could neither flee nor fight, and could only wait for her to reveal her intentions. After all, without mastery over such magic, even if he ran to the very edge of this mirror world, there would be no way back to reality. But when it came to fighting the Ancient One, Kyle was convinced that even if some so-called godlike higher-dimensional beings showed up, the woman before him would have them flat on the ground in minutes. Earth's mightiest native guardian. Did you really think that was just a joke? I wonder, what does the Ancient One want with me? Kyle took a deep breath, forcing down the intense unease that came with facing such a formidable presence. I wanted to meet you for a long time. Once I heard you'd be free today, I decided to come right over. The Ancient One's voice was gentle and calm, her words carrying a subtle magic that somehow soothed the vigilance and anxiety in others' hearts. Meet me? Kyle was momentarily stunned. Had he done something to attract this old woman's attention? The Ancient One fixed him with a steady gaze and smiled as she asked, "What did you do to the Cosmic Cube?" The Cosmic Cube? Kyle was a bit taken aback, carefully choosing his words as he replied, "Are you referring to the cube Hydra used to create unlimited energy? After I retrieved it from the seabed battlefield, I handed it straight to the military. It should be sitting in a U.S. military research facility right now. Have you ever seen anything similar? Specifically, something with a gem embedded inside." As she spoke, the Ancient One kept her left hand behind her back, but raised her right palm upward. Suddenly, a jeweled necklace appeared out of thin air in her hand. The necklace dangled from her slender fingers, ending in a metallic eye-shaped pendant. Set at the center was a green gemstone, glowing with an eerie, mystical light. "What's this? A magical artifact of yours?" "It actually glows," Kyle replied, his face unreadable as he fired back a question of his own. In truth, the moment he saw the eye-shaped necklace, he immediately recognized it for what it was, the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone. It was one of the 6 original Infinity Stones, just like the Space Stone he'd extracted from the core of the Cosmic Cube. "You've never seen a glowing gem like this inside anything?" The Ancient One pressed on, but this time Kyle grew a bit impatient, shaking his head. "I said I haven't seen anything like it. In the German military vault, sure, I saw piles of gems stacked up, but none like this, none that glowed on their own." That was no lie. He really hadn't seen the Space Stone in its physical form, since he'd converted it directly into a card, where it had remained ever since without ever taking on a solid form. "I see." The Ancient One gave Kyle a long, thoughtful look. With a twist of her wrist, the eye-shaped pendant vanished from her hand as suddenly as it had appeared. Kyle looked with a touch of regret at the Ancient One's now empty hand, then spoke up. I wonder if there's a price you'd accept for that magical artifact of yours. I have a friend who's an avid collector of rare treasures like that. This time, it was the Ancient One's turn to be surprised. She shook her head and said, "That artifact is priceless. It belongs only to the one destined for it." "Then does that make me the fated one? Why don't you just give me that magical artifact, Master?" Kyle pressed his luck, pushing the request a little further. He understood now. The Ancient One had sensed the disappearance of the space stone from within the cosmic cube and had come all this way specifically to investigate. It made sense. As the protector of Earth, she was inherently kind-hearted, only intervening when an outside force truly threatened the planet's very foundation. There was no reason for her to go after a patriotic and naive war hero like him. "You have too much bloodlust in you. You're definitely not the chosen one." The Ancient One refused him, turning away as if to leave. Kyle grew anxious at the sight, quickly hurrying after her and calling out, "Wait, Master, it's fine if you don't give me the artifact. But how about teaching me some magic? Or, at least, let me treat you to an afternoon tea on behalf of my country before you go?" Just as Kyle was about to step within 3 meters of the Ancient One, close enough for his card extraction ability, the Ancient One casually swept her hand. Sparks of brilliant firelight spun into a glowing ring, tearing open a portal in space before her. Without hesitation, she stepped into the dazzling, swirling ring of fire. Her white-robed figure vanished swiftly from view. "Wait!" Kyle narrowed his eyes, kicked off with a burst of speed, and leapt after her into the fiery portal. On a bustling New York street. "Damn!" A hurried office worker carrying a briefcase and newspaper glanced down at his watch, only to have a shadow suddenly leap out in front of him. He dropped straight to the pavement in fright, his belongings scattering everywhere. "Who the hell?" The man in the suit cursed, looking up. But when he saw the mysterious figure clad head to toe in a familiar, iconic black battle suit, glancing around as if lost, his eyes instinctively darted to the copy of the New York Times now spread across the street. The paper's bold front-page headline featured a cold-eyed youth standing before the fallen German presidential palace. The muscular build in that black battlesuit was identical to the stranger who had just appeared right there on the street. For a second, the suited man froze in shock, then erupted with a squeal of excitement, his voice high and wild. "It's Major Kyle, in the flesh." Kyle, fresh from the mirror dimension, hadn't even had time to process it. The tingle of space travel lingered, and he suddenly realized he was back on the busy New York street, surrounded by a sea of pedestrians. As the suited man's shout echoed, the entire street fell dead silent. Every fiery, astonished gaze zeroed in on Kyle, standing at the intersection. Not good. That was Kyle's first thought, as he realized he was still clad in his full Venom battle suit, straight from the front lines. His second thought was, "Old hag, I'm not going to forget this. Is that really General Kyle?" In just a few seconds, a wave of commotion swept through the streets of New York. No matter their age or gender, the passers-by around Kyle, upon seeing him, surged forward in a frenzy. In an instant, an exaggerated tide of people formed, pressing forward in wave after wave, their excitement barely contained. "Damn it, Ancient One, could you have picked a less conspicuous exit?" Kyle gritted his teeth. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted toward a nearby commercial building. With a powerful leap, he sprang up to the signboard on the second floor. The climbing skill kicked in. He stepped up onto the wall above, his feet trailing a faint, dark sheen that clung tightly to the surface as if magnetized. With each step, he was firmly anchored, moving up the vertical wall as easily as if he were walking on flat ground. A few nimble jumps and bursts of speed, a seamless string of evasive maneuvers. In less than 3 seconds, Kyle had scaled the 10-meter-high facade of the commercial building. Using the wall for cover, he quickly disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, below, chaos reigned at the intersection. The streets were clogged with people and cars, and fervent shouts rang out across the New York skyline. Half a minute later, now once again disguised as an office worker using Venom's shape-shifting abilities, Kyle walked down a different street, still shaken by the close call. By this time, more people had realized what had happened and were rushing toward the spot where he'd been exposed. Even the police cars were rolling in, sirens blaring, to keep the order. That was General Kyle. He showed up just now by the commercial district's pedestrian street. "Where? I need General Kyle's autograph." "Back off. General Kyle is mine." "Did you see how fast he moved? I heard he scaled a 10-meter wall and disappeared." "You must have heard wrong. My friend said he jumped straight to the rooftop of the building and vanished." "Dude, that building's at least 100 meters tall, but then again, if it's General Kyle, maybe he really could pull it off." Kyle listened to the excited chatter of passers-by as they hurried past, unable to suppress a wry smile. He tugged the brim of his hat down so far it nearly touched his sunglasses. In this era, practically devoid of celebrity idols, as the world's very first superhero, an officer who once symbolized national strength and victory in the war, the public's adoration had reached unprecedented heights. This has its pros and cons, Kyle mused, rubbing his chin. At first, he'd only wanted to find his footing in this Marvel world and build a career, giving himself time to figure out how to handle the villains of the future. But now, it seemed this superhero fame had become a bit too overwhelming, making it impossible for him to keep a low profile. When the Second World War is over, it'll be time to think about retiring as a hero. Otherwise, even my most private actions will draw the attention of organizations around the world. Kyle mused silently, recalling the deep weariness and helplessness he'd felt when facing the Ancient One just moments ago. The Ancient One surely won't trust me so easily. Until I master the use of the Space Stone, I can't recklessly take it out from the card space. Also, the magic abilities wielded by the monks of Camartage, founded by the Ancient One, are something I must try to draw for myself in the future. With the decision made, his blue eyes shone with determination. Striding away from the noisy, bustling street behind him, he headed toward his own neighborhood. Meanwhile, at Camartage, in a hidden residence expanded within one of the buildings, sparks of fire spun and formed a wheel, opening into a circular portal wide enough for a person to walk through. The Ancient One stepped out, hands clasped behind her back. Master Ancient One. Inside a hall resembling a dojo, a black monk was already waiting respectfully, bowing deeply to greet her upon her return. The Ancient One smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The monk, his tone tinged with curiosity, said, "Master, you haven't left Camartage for nearly a century. It's rare for you to make a journey, for a major general from another country." "Major General Kyle is no ordinary man," the Ancient One replied softly with a faint frown. "It seems his body has fused with a symbiotic life form from another world. Even when I use magic to read his thoughts, all I hear is the chaotic inner voice of that symbiote." The monk stiffened and said gravely, "An alien life form? Do you need me to deal with it?" "No need. That symbiote doesn't have the power to threaten Earth. Besides, you should remember who our true enemies are, the ones we must always be vigilant against," the Ancient One reminded him, then walked away from the hall. "Kyle from America, huh? If I ever get the chance to visit the States, I must test him myself," the monk murmured, silently making a mental note of the name. The Ancient One arrived at an underground library, placing the Eye of Agamotto inside a book-shaped container. She shelved it alongside forbidden tomes, binding them all with magical chains. There was still something strange about Kyle that she hadn't shared with any of the other sorcerers. Whenever she tried to use time reversal, or send her spirit to traverse the past or future across timelines, anything involving Kyle remained shrouded in mystery. That man seemed to have appeared in this world out of thin air, disrupting the natural flow of the future and making all its countless possibilities blurred and impossible to divine. An anomaly, that was the most fitting term, borrowed from the East, to describe him. Is he truly the hero destined to save the world, or the demon fated to destroy everything within it? The Ancient One let out a weary sigh. As the guardian of Earth, she once again found herself confronted with something far beyond her control or expectation, something other than the Infinity Stones. Brooklyn, Highland Street. Kyle had no idea what the Ancient One was thinking. He made his way to the address listed in the records, finally coming to a stop in front of a duplex villa with classic architecture. If I remember correctly, this should be the place. Kyle looked up. It was, after all, his first time coming home. After checking the house number to be sure, he pressed the doorbell mounted beside the door. Coming, came a crisp response from behind the villa's door, a young woman's voice, bright and clear. In no time at all, Lucy, dressed comfortably for home, cracked the door open. Her amber eyes, clear as crystal, studied Kyle as he stood outside. It was wartime, after all, with so many young men off to join the army. New York was filled with single women and young wives living alone. Beautiful women had learned to be wary of unfamiliar men, especially someone as striking as Lucy. Over the past weeks, a few old gentlemen had asked after her address, who knew what their intentions were. "Who are you?" "The fresh milk was already delivered this morning, and I didn't order any newspapers," Lucy asked, her tone cautious. As she eyed the stranger outside, a young man hidden beneath hat, coat, and sunglasses, looking every bit the suspicious visitor. Kyle paused for a moment, then, catching on, decided to have a bit of fun. In a deliberately hoarse voice, he murmured, "Special delivery." Lucy's pretty face immediately paled, her eyes growing even more wary as she fixed her gaze on the oddly dressed Kyle. Biting her lip, she said, "You must have the wrong house. I never ordered any special delivery. Of course this is the right place. This is 199 Highland Street, isn't it?" And I know your name is Lucy Jane. Kyle shrugged with a carefree grin, stepping forward as if to enter. But before he could take another step, the wooden door slammed shut in his face, Lucy's hand quick on the latch. Kyle stood speechless. From inside, he could hear the sharp click of the lock being secured. Next came Lucy's stern warning, her voice muffled, but resolute. The police station isn't far from here. If you keep loitering outside, creepy stranger, the cops will be here in no time to arrest you. Kyle gave a rueful chuckle and tried to explain. Hey, Lucy, that was just a joke. Scoundrel, go away. Lucy snapped back with a huff. With a helpless sigh, Kyle tried again. It's me, Kyle. Listen carefully. It's only been a few months. Have you already forgotten my voice? Kyle. Lucy's voice inside was a mix of shock and disbelief. There was a frantic clattering as she fumbled with the lock, and then the wooden door cracked open once more. Those amber eyes peered out, searching his face for the truth. This time, Kyle didn't play any tricks. He had Venom dissolve the disguise of hat and sunglasses early on, revealing his youthful and handsome face. Kyle, it really is you've come back. Lucy's delight was unmistakable. She hurriedly flung open the wooden door, arms wide, and rushed forward in excitement. Her skirt fluttered as she threw herself into Kyle's embrace. It's been months. How have you been? Kyle kept his smile as he wrapped his arms around Lucy's slender, soft waist, lowering his gaze to study the person nestled against him. After half a year apart, Lucy had turned 17 and grown even more lovely and radiant. Her golden hair was swept up in a high ponytail, and her delicate, graceful features were flawless. Especially those eyes, clear as amber and bright as the summer sky, sparkling with a playful charm every time she blinked. Not only had her looks become more striking, but her figure had also grown more shapely. It's true what they say, a young woman changes a lot as she comes of age. Kyle mused privately. Though he hadn't checked directly, the softness in his arms told him she was no longer the fragile, skinny girl she once was. No wonder she had to be so careful. A beautiful young woman living alone during wartime, there was genuine cause for caution. The paper said today that you returned last night to the New York military base. I wondered if you'd come home, and I was worried the room might be dusty, so? Lucy spoke softly, tilting her head up, those bright eyes meeting Kyle's gaze. Her hands, however, showed no intention of letting go. She wore a comfortable long skirt for home, a beige apron pinned in front of her proud chest, clearly having spent her time tidying up. Out on the German front, I slept in open-air tents without a second thought. No matter how dusty the room is, it's still better than a tent, Kyle replied with a chuckle, winking. But if we keep standing here at the door, someone's bound to see us. Maybe we should go inside before talking more. If people found out he lived here, the whole block would be crowded with visitors every day. I'm not letting go. You'll just have to carry me inside, Lucy declared bravely, snuggling into his arms like a Persian cat, clinging tightly to him. You're impossible, Kyle said indulgently, shaking his head. He slipped an arm under her legs and lifted her, carrying her indoors as Lucy buried herself completely in his embrace. Inside the villa, the walls, floors, and every piece of furniture gleamed with spotless order. Lucy had turned the guest room into her own personal space. Kyle's old room, though currently empty, was so meticulously clean that it seemed as if someone lived there every day. He went straight to his room first, peeled off the Venom suit that served as an awkward third wheel, and changed into a set of custom-made loungewear. After all, his body, enhanced by the super soldier serum, had become the picture of human perfection. None of his old clothes fit him anymore. On the first floor, the fire in the hearth flickered and danced, casting warm light across the hall. The Christmas tree, still adorned with twinkling lights, had yet to be taken down. Fresh flowers in a vase and a platter of fruit decorated the table, while a small box nearby overflowed with stacks of black and white newspapers. Kyle, who had just come downstairs, settled onto the sofa. With mild surprise, he reached into the box and pulled out a few newspapers, glancing through them. They were all clippings from the Times, featuring photographs and articles about him. Each piece had been carefully cut out, preserved under a thin laminate. Hey, don't look at those, came a flustered cry from upstairs. Lucy, now in a simple white dress, hurried down the stairs in quick, light steps. Her cheeks were flushed as she snatched the clipped articles from Kyle's hands and tucked them back into the box. She explained, I read those when I'm bored. It's the only way I can know what's happening to you on the battlefield. Warmth filled Kyle's heart. He patted the spot beside him on the sofa and smiled. Come here and tell me how you've been living in New York. It's really boring, you know. Lucy pouted her rosy lips and, with a sudden boldness, settled onto Kyle's lap, resting aback of her, head against his broad chest. She began to share the scattered bits of daily life she'd experienced in New York over the past few months. There's a huge, scary dog in the neighbor's yard. Every time I pass by on my way to the market, it barks at me so fiercely that sometimes I'd rather take a longer route. Some old men who know I live here try to bother me from time to time, but thankfully Officer Joseph asked the local police to patrol nearby, so every now and then the police come by and chase those bad people away or arrest them. Lucy's descriptions were vivid and detailed, colored with the innocence and tenderness of a young girl. Even the most ordinary little things seemed to turn into the length of a fable when she recounted them. But Kyle showed not a hint of impatience. In fact, he listened with genuine attention, more than he ever gave to General Chester or Fury when they discussed the situation on the front lines back at the base. Ever since he gained the power of a super soldier, it had been a long time since he'd experienced the everyday fears, worries, and vulnerabilities that ordinary people took for granted. Kyle glanced down at the beautiful girl in his arms, her face aglow with happiness as she spoke in a gentle voice. Suddenly, he realized something. In this Marvel world, perhaps everyone else, Logan, Fury, Steve, the comrades he could entrust his life to, could all be left behind in a moment of absolute crisis. But Lucy was different. She was the one person he could never bring himself to abandon, because only Lucy could help him rediscover the emotions he once had as a human being. Only she kept him from becoming a cold, ruthless being who pursued strength and evolution at any cost, without a shred of humanity. Compared to that fierce dog next door, I think I prefer cats a bit more. Lucy was still murmuring to herself when Cale took a deep breath and interrupted her. Lucy, listen to me first. Lucy turned back in surprise, her gaze meeting his up close. Cale smiled gently and asked in a soft voice, "Would you like to be part of my family?" The villa's grand hall fell instantly silent. The only sound was the crackling fire in the fireplace. Lucy's eyes widened in disbelief, her clear sky-blue gaze reflecting Cale's face just inches away. Her cheeks, whether from excitement or shyness, had turned a rosy shade. "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." Her voice quivered slightly, laced with anticipation, nervousness, joy, and a tangle of other emotions. "I said," Cale began, but before he could repeat himself, the girl in his arms suddenly interrupted, "Wait a second. Oh my, am I dreaming?" Lucy cupped her cheeks with both hands, clearly feeling her face grow hot. She mumbled to herself, "The way you just came home so suddenly, it's exactly like the start of those sweet dreams I've been having lately. And now you're saying this kind of thing to me. Cale, I'm not really dreaming, am I? Maybe you should pinch me, just to be sure." Lucy looked at Cale, a hint of worry in her eyes. "This is definitely not a dream." Cale shrugged helplessly. With his inhuman strength, there was no way he could actually hit Lucy. So instead, he reached out with a single finger and gave her smooth forehead a gentle flick. "Ow!" Lucy winced and covered her forehead, but her face broke into the brightest smile. With a playful twirl, she wrapped her arms around Cale's neck, meeting his gaze face to face. "Ask me that question again." Cale nodded. "I'm asking if you'd like to be part of my family." "Do you even have to ask?" "Of course I would. 1,000 times yes, 10,000 times yes." Lucy answered, her excitement overflowing. She couldn't hold back a choked sob, and tears welled up in her amber-like eyes, streaming down her fair, delicate cheeks. Ever since losing her family, she had lived with Cale, hoping and longing for this moment every day. Now, hearing these words that sounded like a promise, she knew every second of waiting had been worth it. "I'm planning to create a family called Carl, to build a private force of my own. If you join, you'll be my family from that moment on, and I'll use all my strength to protect you," Cale said with a smile, gently wiping away Lucy's tears. Lucy's eyes shimmered with tears as she softly asked, "So, if I say yes, does that make me the first member of the family?" Of course." Kyle nodded promptly. Logan was still completing the family's trial mission, and could only be counted as a half-member for now. Lucy tilted her head, summoning her courage to press on. "So, when are we getting married?" "You just turned 18. Are you really in such a rush to get married?" "At least wait a few more years." Kyle couldn't help but smile as he said this, amused by the thought that he might have picked up a wife from the battlefield. "I'm not a kid anymore," Lucy protested, puffing out her chest in indignation. The bodice of her dress revealed the gentle curve of her figure, hinting at her growing maturity. "You little minx." Kyle chuckled wryly, then as if remembering something, said to Lucy, "Close your eyes for 3 minutes, and no matter what happens, don't open them." Lucy nodded and shut her eyes tightly. Her beautiful lashes fluttered ever so slightly, and her angelic face seemed to brim with anticipation. Lifting his hand, Kyle summoned 3 cards from the card space in his mind. Each one shimmered with a blue radiance, floating in the air above the hall's first floor. The first card was an ability card, Lifespan Boost. In the outside world, It could only manifest as a semi-transparent and ethereal card. These extra 30 years of natural life. May you always be healthy and stay by my side for a long, long time, Kyle thought, and the lifespan boost card dissolved into the girl's body, taking effect instantly. Lucy shivered slightly as the card subtly enhanced her constitution. She felt her vitality surge, her body brimming with a newfound sense of energy and well-being. Kyle then reached for the second card, an item card, which swiftly transformed from card form into a real object in his palm. It sparkled with a luxurious, gemstone brilliance, a heart-shaped sapphire necklace, so exquisite and flawless it could rival the most extravagant works of art. Girls usually like things like this, Kyle mused, fastening the sapphire necklace around Lucy's delicate neck. Though the heart of the ocean was dazzlingly precious, to him it was but one among countless treasures. Finally, there was the third card, a creature card, Elven Blessing. Focusing his thoughts, Kyle targeted Lucy and used this one-time mystical creature card. In an instant, the card spun and dissolved in midair, causing a gentle twist in the space above them. From a swirling vortex emerged the faint, winged silhouette of a tiny figure. It looked just like a fairy, half real, half illusory, its little mouth moving as if reciting an inaudible incantation. A gentle ray of natural light shone down, bathing Lucy's back as she sat with her eyes closed. What's going to happen? Kyle wondered in amazement, watching it all unfold. But soon, the natural light faded away, and the fairy's phantom form gradually dissolved, vanishing along with the subtle spatial vortex from the hall. The grand hall quieted and dimmed, returning to its usual, normal atmosphere. Is that all there is to it? Kyle frowned, pondering what that elven creature had been. Could it be related to those higher-dimensional beings from Asgard's domain on Earth? Kyle, it's been 3 minutes. Can I open my eyes now? Lucy whispered, cautiously peeking through her eyelids. When she caught sight of the heart of the ocean necklace around her neck, her mouth fell open in astonishment. This is way too precious, isn't it? It's just a gemstone necklace. I noticed you don't wear much jewelry, so you can use this for special occasions and parties in the future. Kyle gently patted Lucy's head and asked, right before you close your eyes, did you feel anything unusual happening to your body? Unusual? There was a slight tingling sensation, almost like a gentle electric shock. But honestly, my heart was pounding so fast beside you, I barely noticed anything else, Lucy replied candidly. So that was it, an elven blessing, a gift from nature, and all it amounted to was a fleeting shimmer of light? Kyle grumbled inwardly. Since when had blue-quality cards become so useless? And this one was a single-use biological card at that. Oh, I got so caught up talking with you. I completely forgot we haven't bought anything for lunch yet. Lucy reached for a now-flat stomach. That's an easy fix. Why don't we just go out to eat? Kyle suggested. If there was one thing he wasn't lacking these days, it was money. Once Lucy carefully tucked away the heart of the ocean, the two finished getting dressed and headed for the door. As they opened the front door, they realized it was drizzling softly outside. Oh, let me grab an umbrella, Lucy said, looking up at the gloomy sky and turned to go back inside. But before she could take another step, the rain stopped as suddenly as it had begun. A gentle breeze swept by, the heavy clouds drifted away, and sunlight broke through, painting a rainbow across the sky. Was that just a coincidence? Kyle stood at the doorway, frowning slightly, sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed. Walking arm in arm down the pedestrian path of Highland Street, Lucy nestled close to Kyle's side. The two of them looked just like any ordinary couple out for a leisurely stroll. Kyle had resumed his usual disguise, trench coat, hat, and sunglasses, the full ensemble. Before leaving, Lucy had even pinned a scarf around his neck, so that his appearance and figure were thoroughly concealed, making him look rather bulky. Was what happened just now a coincidence, or did that so-called elven blessing subtly take effect? Kyle mused as they walked, his gaze drifting to Lucy beside him, hidden behind his dark glasses. From what he and Venom could sense, Lucy's life force had grown much stronger thanks to the life boost card, but aside from that, her body was still no different from that of an ordinary person. Ah! Lucy suddenly cried out, her voice tinged with panic as she quickly hid behind Kyle. Kyle reacted swiftly, following the direction of her gaze. Ahead, just beside the road, he could vaguely make out a large, shaggy black dog darting back and forth inside a residence yard. Is it that dog? Kyle asked. Yes, that's the one. Every time I pass by here, it always jumps up against the fence and snarls at me, Lucy replied, her delicate brows furrowing. Then she stuck out her pink tongue playfully in that direction. But this time, with you here, I don't have to be afraid of it. A thought flashed through Kyle's mind. He took Lucy's hand and led her closer, his tone cold and resolute. Come on, let's go over there and teach it a lesson. That's probably not necessary, Lucy said, her voice laced with worry. Her gentle, kind-hearted nature revealed itself, as she seemed more concerned for the big dog than for herself. But Kyle was determined and led her toward the front of the yard. As soon as they approached the fence, the dog inside sensed their presence. With a vicious bark, it bared its jagged teeth and charged at them with menacing speed. "It's coming," Lucy squealed, squeezing her eyes shut and huddling tightly against Kyle's chest. Just as it looked like the beast would hurl itself against the iron fence, it suddenly stopped short, as if startled by something. The dog's wild eyes fixed intently on Lucy. Its snarling, twisted face gradually softened, and its barking quieted to a faint whimper. Then, quite unexpectedly, it began wagging its slightly patchy tail with all its might. "What just happened?" Kyle asked, bewildered. His keen senses could feel the dog's hostility rapidly dissipating, replaced instead by a warm, eager friendliness. Lucy opened her beautiful eyes, seeing the big black dog panting softly and wagging its tail at her from behind the fence. She was so surprised she could hardly speak. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly lifted her left hand and reached it through a gap in the iron bars. "Lucy," Kyle called out, perplexed. But the next instant, the dog showed not a hint of resistance. It bowed its head submissively, allowing Lucy to gently stroke the fur atop its head. "Incredible," Lucy whispered in awe. "I can truly feel it in my heart. This dog is full of goodwill toward me. It would never hurt me." And she drew a deep breath and spoke to the dog behind the fence. Hey, roll over." As if it understood her command, the big black dog obediently flopped onto the grass, rolled over a few times to show its belly, then sprang up again, its tail wagging furiously in search of praise. Kyle was left speechless. Since when can dogs judge the situation so cleverly? He focused his attention on Lucy. Only then did he notice. He wasn't sure when it had appeared. A dim blue ability card concealed at the back of the girl's head. Gift of Nature. Blessed by the grace and favor of nature. Blue ability card. Only creatures with a pure and kind nature can receive the mysterious blessing of the spirit, thereby gaining the grace and favor of the natural world within their universe. Those who are blessed carry a natural affinity, and all lower animals will feel goodwill toward them, even following their commands. The passive effect Blessing of Nature is triggered, rendering the blessed immune to any natural disaster, with a cooldown period of 6 hours. Current status. Card is granted, cannot be drawn. The card holder may choose to destroy it. Destroy the card? So that's how it works, Kyle murmured to himself, unable to hide a satisfied smile. Ability cards of blue rank or higher can only be granted to the same person once. That's why he hadn't given Lucy the blue-ranked ability card Super Agent. After all, if he did, even if he drew a better ability card in the future, Lucy would lose the chance to ever receive it again. Unexpectedly, that one-time Spirit's Blessing creature card turned out to be something like summoning a spirit to bestow its natural power, an unexpected delight. Lucy played with the fierce dog for a moment before remembering they were on their way to lunch. Hugging Kyle's arm, she urged him, "Let's hurry and get something to eat." "All right," Kyle nodded, leading Lucy toward the restaurant of a nearby hotel. He had originally planned to ask Howard to send a bodyguard to secretly protect Lucy. But now that she possessed the passive ability of the Spirit's Blessing, there was no need for such precautions. Inside the card space, he had stored many creature cards. He could simply release a few, placing them at various spots and corners along the entire length of Hylon Street. Among them were high-risk, potentially lethal animals like Fierce Dog, Viper, and Hornet. Kyle was confident if anyone dared to harbor ill intentions toward Lucy, it was likely they'd drop dead in the street by the next day, never even knowing what killed them. Such were his abilities and methods. Once the 3 types of cards in his card space reached a certain quantity and rank, Kyle believed he might truly become capable of anything. Brooklyn, New York, 58th floor of the Henry Hotel, home to the only 5-star restaurant in the area. Kyle and Lucy sat at a window-side table for 2, sheer drapes filtering the dazzling sunlight outside. Warm light from the ceiling bathed the restaurant in a gentle glow, while soft music meandered through the elegant dining hall. Beneath their feet, a plush red carpet scattered with rose petals. On the table, exquisite silverware was neatly arranged in true Western style. A single meal here could easily cost over $1,000, so the clientele was almost exclusively upper class. Thus, though every table for 2 was occupied, the guests dined in a polite, hushed atmosphere. "May I take your order, gentlemen?" The beautiful waitress, dressed in an elegant uniform, approached their table. She cast a slightly surprised glance at Kyle, who still wore his thick, concealing attire. Though the weather outside was still a bit chilly, it was rare to see someone dressed so informally and so little like a gentleman at such an upscale establishment. When the waitress's gaze fell upon Lucy, clad in her white strapless gown, even she couldn't help but be momentarily dazzled. She quickly averted her eyes, presenting the menu with both hands before politely standing aside to await their choices. "Okay, sir, isn't it a little too expensive to eat here?" Lucy said anxiously as she looked through the menu, nearly letting Kyle slip from her lips. Kyle lifted his sunglasses with a casual flick of his finger and glanced at the menu. Compared to the places Howard had taken him, the prices here were downright modest. He replied, "Expensive? Actually, it's quite reasonable." The waitress standing nearby nearly shuddered, with just one thought running through her mind. What a bold statement. She mustered an awkward yet well-mannered smile and addressed Lucy. "The masked gentleman is right. Our restaurant is renowned throughout New York for its exquisite cuisine, and our prices are very affordable and accessible." Masked gentleman? Kyle felt a touch embarrassed. Then again, considering he still hadn't taken off his hat or sunglasses, it was indeed odd to dine indoors in such a get-up. He thought for a moment, then asked, "Do you have any private rooms here?" "Private rooms?" The waitress froze for a second, but quickly responded, "I'm sorry. While we do have a few private rooms, they must be reserved at least a week in advance, and only VIP guests of our restaurant are eligible to make such reservations." "What a hassle," Kyle muttered with a slight frown. "It's fine, it's just lunch. As long as we get enough to eat, that's all that matters," Lucy said gently, her voice full of understanding. The waitress was at a loss for words. Other patrons came here for the ambience and the atmosphere, but these two seemed to treat this top-tier restaurant as if it were just an ordinary place to eat. She began to wonder if this masked gentleman could actually afford the final bill. Lucy ordered a simple steak, while Kyle asked for several other Western dishes and a bottle of red wine. The waitress even double-checked the names of each dish, clearly worried he might have misread the prices. Once the waitress had left, Kyle shrugged off his oversized hat, revealing a head of bright, stylish blonde hair. "Masked gentleman." Lucy covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Her already striking beauty seemed to shine even brighter, catching the attention of several gentlemen at nearby tables, though, at the cold reminder of their companions, they quickly averted their gaze. Kyle said helplessly, "Look at you, grinning like that. If you ever want to eat here again, I'll get you a VIP card. Then you can come by as often as you like." "No way." Lucy refused firmly. If she'd only bought groceries ahead of time, she would have much preferred to keep Kyle at home, savoring the warmth of their time alone together. If people found out that the man sitting next to her was Kyle himself, every elegant woman in the restaurant would probably go wild. Some might even ditch their own dates and throw flirtatious glances his way. Lucy wasn't exaggerating. Just last year, Kyle had left the runner-up, Steve Rogers, far behind, winning the title of America's #1 dream man with 3 times as many votes. And this year, not even 4 months in, Kyle had already secured the top spot, becoming the man most desired for a one-night romance by both young women and married ladies across New York. Lucy had her own social circle, and among her female friends, any magazine or newspaper featuring Kyle would be snapped up immediately, with everyone eager to show off their latest find. It was clear just how immense Kyle's appeal was on the American continent, especially in New York. While Kyle and Lucy waited for their food, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried into the dining hall. He motioned for the musicians to stop playing the violin, then made his way to the center of the restaurant, quickly drawing the attention of the diners. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt your meal," the man began, bowing in apology before continuing politely. "There's some major news affecting the country that was just published in the New York Times. Our restaurant will provide free copies for everyone, so you can stay informed." "Mr. Henry, you're too kind. What's happened? Didn't Germany just surrender? Our troops are coming home in victory. This morning, I even heard someone say they spotted General Kyle on the street." "Are you serious?" The diners began to whisper among themselves, their voices threading through the room. Mr. Henry shook his head gravely and said, "See for yourselves." With that, a dozen waiters fanned out, each carrying a stack of newspapers, distributing them swiftly to every guest. Kyle accepted a copy of the New York Times from a passing waiter. Normally, a high-end restaurant would never disturb its guests, but the urgency of wartime news clearly outweighed the usual etiquette. On the front page was a photograph of a German official, head bowed, signing the surrender agreement, a moment that signaled Germany's complete withdrawal from the war it had ignited. The European theater was finally at peace. This was a battle report whose outcome had long since been settled, and it came as no surprise to Kyle, the greatest hero of the campaign. What truly weighed on the restaurant owner's face was clearly not this piece of news. Kyle turned the page of the New York Times. The second page looked somewhat rough and haphazard, as if it had been hastily printed to accommodate breaking news. On the black and white front page was a scene of a middle-aged man lying in a hospital bed, his eyes closed forever in eternal sleep. Surrounding the bed were over a dozen officials and senators, along with General Chester, all standing solemnly at his side, their faces heavy with grief. The headline read, "Franklin Roost passes away suddenly this morning at the age of 62, the longest-serving president." At that moment, Kyle's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood why the restaurant owner wore such a heavy, worried expression. At the most crucial juncture marking the end of World War II, for the sitting president to die from illness, this would have an immense impact on the nation, and even on the balance of the world. The Second World War must be brought to an end as soon as possible. If it drags on, unexpected changes could arise. Kyle narrowed his eyes, instantly grasping the significance of the news. Even when Allied, the Soviets had sent top agents to stir up trouble. Now, just as America faced the turmoil of losing its president, if the chaos of war continued, the entire structure of World War II could shift once again. Suddenly, Kyle recalled General Chester's hesitant demeanor when he arrived at the New York military base the previous night. "Kyle." Lucy set down her newspaper, her worried gaze settling on Kyle from across the table. "It's nothing," Kyle replied with a breezy smile, his voice gentle. "It's just a pity that this rare holiday is likely to end before it's even truly begun." A war hero's return to the front lines would rally the soldiers' morale, fulfilling his final duties as a major general. More importantly, he needed to hasten the end of the war. The ongoing world conflict left Kyle with no time to spare. Only when peace returned could he focus on building his family's legacy. Only with the war's end could all plans for the future truly begin to take shape and expand. "Miss, your steak. Please enjoy." The waitress placed a steaming hot steak before Lucy, who bit her lip gently, her appetite and interest faded. "Don't worry. There's nothing on the battlefield that can truly threaten my life anymore. After all, I'm Kyle." Kyle smiled reassuringly, raised his wine glass, and finished his red wine in one smooth motion. After finishing lunch at the restaurant, Kyle and Lucy made their way back home. Passing by the courtyard where the fierce dog had once barked, Kyle noticed the big black dog curled up in its kennel, trembling, as if startled by something. Lucy, still holding his hand, seemed lost in thought and paid no attention to the menacing animal. The streets of High Lawn were eerily empty, not a single soul in sight along the way. It was clear this wasn't the mirrored world. Rather, it felt as if some powerful force had intervened, isolating and controlling the area. As they strolled to within 10 meters of their home, Kyle's eyes narrowed, sensing something amiss. He gave Lucy's hands a reassuring pat, then stepped forward to shield her, his voice cold and commanding. "Come out." No sooner had he spoken than dozens of armed soldiers emerged from behind cover at street corners all around, quickly falling into neat ranks. In perfect unison, they snapped their hands to their temples in a crisp military salute, voices ringing out with respect. "Greetings, Major General Kyle." And "Good day" to the Major General's wife. This last line was clearly addressed to Lucy, standing slightly behind Kyle. Her face flushed bright red with embarrassment, unsure how to respond. "General Chester sent you to deliver a message, but did it really take so many of you?" Kyle asked, a touch of surprise in his voice as he glanced at the assembled soldiers. "And you even locked down the whole street with military force?" The armed soldiers gave no reply. In disciplined silence, they turned as one, rifles at the ready, maintaining a vigilant guard and opening a clear path through their ranks. Not far behind, 3 camouflaged armored vehicles rumbled to a halt on the road. Shielded by another unit of armed soldiers, a middle-aged man wearing a general's uniform, his shoulders adorned with 5 stars, stepped out and strode purposefully toward them. No wonder there was such a display. So the 5-star general himself had arrived. Kyle gave a casual wave in greeting and called out, "General Chester, what brings you here in person?" "What else but you?" General Chester shot Kyle a glare. His eyes were ringed with fatigue, face drawn and pale, as if he hadn't slept a wink all night. "You're the one who granted me this leave, and it's only the first day," Kyle said with a helpless shrug, "yet you've already tracked me down at home." General Chester's expression turned grave. "The situation has changed. I'm sure you already know what happened this morning." "I do," Kyle replied with a nod, scanning the surroundings before suggesting, "It's not the best place to talk out here. Why don't you come inside?" "Very well," General Chester agreed, then instructed the soldiers by his side, "You stay out here and keep watch." "Yes, sir," the armed soldiers responded in unison, reassured that with Major General Kyle present, there was no need for further protection. Inside the villa's ground floor hall, Lucy, always considerate, quietly returned to her own room on the 2nd floor, leaving the spacious and comfortable living room to Kyle and General Chester for their conversation. The president's situation actually showed signs as early as last night. Despite hours of emergency rescue, we still couldn't save his life, General Chester said, his voice tinged with sorrow. Rost, who had served 3 consecutive terms as President of the United States, was both a stabilizing force for the nation and a skilled negotiator with foreign powers. He had even strongly advocated for Chester to become the first 5-star general in history. The two of them were friends who understood and trusted each other deeply. The sudden death of the president during his term will have a profound impact, not just on the country, but on the entire course of the war. Right now, the top priority should be to elect a new president to take office, Kyle mused. General Chester shook his head slightly, his tone turning cold and resolute. Of course, choosing a new president is essential, but that's the responsibility of the senators and officials. For us in the military, our focus must be on ending this Second World War as quickly as possible. You came to find me in such haste. Do you want to send me to the Asian theater? Kyle asked directly. With Germany having signed the surrender agreement ahead of schedule, the European front was now completely secure. Only the Asian theater remained, where one staunch adversary was still holding out, the nation of Nippon. That's right. You must know about the devastating attack on Pearl Harbor that cost us so many lives. Whether it's for justice or to give the nation an answer, Nippon is our #1 enemy. That's why, over the past year or two, we've continually increased our naval forces in the Asian theater. Our aim is to gradually seize Nippon's coastal islands and, ultimately, launch a landing operation on their home islands too. Bring them down, General Chester explained, letting out a weary sigh at the end. Kyle understood well what troubled the 5-star general. The U.S. Navy had been striving to reach Nippon's mainland, but even just landing operations on the surrounding islands faced fierce Japanese resistance. Battle after battle raged on those coastal islands, but every attempt by the main naval forces to break through met with stalwart opposition, let alone actually reaching the mainland. Their troops over there follow this so-called Bushido and militarist spirit. Every soldier seems brainwashed, fighting with a reckless abandon. Our soldiers may be better equipped and greater in number, but every clash with those Japanese fanatics ends in bitter, hard-won victories, General Chester remarked with a sigh. So you want me to go and lead the attack on Nippon's mainland? Kyle asked bluntly. What did it matter what codes they followed? In his eyes, there was only the vast gulf between ordinary humans and superhumans. But General Chester shook his head, prompting Kyle to ask, "You don't trust me?" At that, General Chester finally smiled, locking eyes with Kyle as he spoke with certainty. "Your strength is certified by Germany, a living emblem of national conquest and military might." But then his tone shifted, revealing his concerns. "You may be formidable, but my soldiers can't keep up. With you leading, I'm confident we could take all of Nicholson in a matter of months and force their surrender. But in doing so, our troops would pay an unprecedented, devastating price." Kyle mused aloud. If that happens, the Soviets might start getting ideas. Right now, we and the Allies hold each other in check. Neither side can afford heavy losses, General Chester nodded. "So, what kind of task do you want me to take on?" Kyle's curiosity was growing. General Chester's eyes grew complicated as he countered. "And what if I asked you to go alone, to Tokyo, and assassinate the Emperor of Nicholson yourself?" Suddenly, the sound of a cup shattering came from Lucy's room on the second floor. General Chester paid it no mind, his stern gaze fixed unwaveringly on Kyle. Kyle gave a faint smile. "So that's your game." He paused, then said, "If you have a nerve to send me, I'll go. No wonder you're a super soldier." After a brief hesitation, General Chester continued, "I'll even make a public announcement beforehand, to show the world that you've been sent to Tokyo with the mission to assassinate the Emperor." Kyle chuckled. "I see. The assassination is just a cover. What you really want is to send me deep into their homeland, to sow fear and crisis, and force them to surrender as soon as possible. If it failed, all they'd lose was a war hero. But if it succeeded, the United States could secure lasting peace around the world, without sacrificing its own military strength. A masterstroke worthy of a 5-star general." The atmosphere in the villa's first-floor hall grew quietly, subtly tense and oppressive. Kyle and General Chester locked eyes for a long moment. Each had their own beliefs and calculations. In that instant, what once bound them together began, just faintly, to crack. For General Chester, military strength and national interest came above all else. Even if it meant putting Kyle, or himself, in danger, he would still choose what benefited his country most. "Major Kyle, I urge you to consider carefully," General Chester said gently. "This isn't just my idea. It's the best plan, unanimously agreed upon by all the generals and officials in our meeting this morning. For them, of course, it was the ideal solution." Kyle, leaning back on the sofa, wore an indifferent expression as he sank into thought. General Chester tried to reassure him. Don't worry. Once you leave for Tokyo, I'll have armed soldiers stationed on Hylon Street to ensure your family's safety. Of course, protection likely meant surveillance and control as well. Kyle narrowed his eyes, resting both hands on the back of the sofa, his tone turning colder. No problem. I accept this mission. Kyle, General Chester said with relief, just about to express his gratitude, when Kyle cut him off. Sir, Lucy and I are about to take our afternoon nap. Would you mind leaving us alone? The clear distance in Kyle's words made General Chester's expression stiffen slightly. He took a slow breath and replied, Then I'll leave everything in. Your hands. The soldiers I brought will remain stationed here, and when it's time to depart in 2 days, a car will come to take you to the base airport. Take care. I won't be seeing you off, Kyle said coolly. General Chester didn't take it to heart. He rose slowly from the sofa and made his way toward the front door. At the threshold, he paused, gazing up at the blue sky and drifting clouds outside. For a moment, an urge to turn back and say something more tugged at him, but reason quickly prevailed over sentiment, and he strode resolutely out the door. Inside, Kyle sat silent on the sofa. He reached into thin air, and from the card space in his inventory, he drew out a white item card that materialized into a Major General's insignia, a badge of honor. Without so much as a glance at the insignia, Kyle tossed it straight into the trash can. That afternoon, General Chester, 5-star General of the United States, mourned the late president in front of the White House Plaza. At the same time, representing the military, he made a major announcement to the gathered media. Major General Kyle, a symbol of national might and a legendary war hero, would be sent alone to the Asian theater, dispatched to Tokyo, Japan, on a mission to eliminate the supreme leader, the emperor himself. The news sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Most Americans were skeptical. While Kyle's prowess as a soldier was undisputed, to send him openly and alone into enemy territory on an assassination mission was, without question, a near-suicidal task. Yet General Chester, standing firm at the podium, declared that Major General Kyle had already agreed to and accepted this extraordinary mission. He assured the public that Kyle had both the capability and confidence to see it through, leaving no room for protest from the crowd or the troops. That very night, as the news spread rapidly across the globe through every available channel, it was as if the world itself had been shaken to its core. An uproar swept across nations. Every government, after careful analysis, agreed that this solo mission was more than just daunting. It could only be described as the product of temporary madness on the part of the U.S. military and the height of arrogance on Major General Kyle's part. Meanwhile, in the war-torn Asian theater, the Japanese High Command, upon hearing the news that night, were so furious and humiliated that they threw themselves into a frenzied uproar. In their eyes, the American Empire had sent a vast fleet to invade the islands along their homeland's coast over the past few years, yet they had never gained the upper hand. Now, to their astonishment, the Americans shamelessly sent an agent to threaten their great emperor. A single man challenging an entire nation? What a preposterous fantasy. Who do they think they are, invoking the goddess of Sakura herself? The next morning, at the Imperial Palace in Tokyo, the Emperor of Nippon delivered a bold and spirited speech to the public. We warmly welcome Major General Kyle of the American Empire to visit Nippon and Tokyo. When he arrives, our soldiers will be sure to teach him the true essence of Bushido. Before Kyle had even left his quarters, the two nations were already hurling barbed words across the vast ocean that separated them, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Of all the countries, it was defeated Germany that knew Kyle best. Now, as bystanders, they watched this scene unfold with mixed emotions, hoping Nippon might avenge them, yet unable to suppress a certain reluctant sympathy. Meanwhile, America's allies, the Soviet Union and Britain, observed coldly from the sidelines. No one could guess what new trick the American military and Kyle himself were up to, and no one dared to draw conclusions too hastily. This was, without a doubt, the most astonishing solo assassination mission in history. Thus, the name Kyle officially spread around the world. Whether he was a meteor streaking across the night sky, brilliant yet fleeting, or a sun hanging eternally in the cosmic river of stars, he was the most dazzling hero of the Second World War. In the main office of the New York military headquarters, the highest command center, a communications officer approached the door, saluted, and reported to the general sitting behind the desk. Sir, Captain Nick Fury requests an audience. Captain Fury. General Chester considered for a moment, then nodded. Send him in. The communications officer withdrew, and the next moment, Fury entered the office at a brisk half-run, his uniform immaculate, but his manner hurried. What's this? The officer who won Best Commander last year, in such a rush. General Chester remarked quietly. It's precisely because I'm the best commander that I have a unique perspective on the situation, Fury replied, Drawing a deep breath, his expression grave. General Chester, why send Major General Kyle alone on such a high-risk mission? If you let Kyle and me lead the troops, just like the last major operation, we could exert total pressure on Nippon and greatly increase our chances of victory. Captain, are you questioning my orders? General Chester looked up, his eyes stern and commanding. Fury clenched his jaw, refusing to back down. I don't understand. Sir, I respectfully request an explanation. I know. You and Major General Kyle have been comrades in arms from the very beginning. He's the one who promoted you in the first place. General Chester softened his tone and spoke quietly. You must understand, this was a decision made collectively by all the senators of the American government, along with the senior officers of the military. It's not something I can easily change. I think I see it now. Fury smiled and said, so you're actually afraid of a hero who risked everything to protect his country. Captain, watch your words. General Chester warned in a cold voice. Fury ignored him and continued. It was your own propaganda that step-by-step placed Kyle upon the pedestal of a war hero. And now you think he stands too high, so high. In fact, that you're intimidated by him. That's why, as the war draws to a close, you want to send him off to the enemy's land and leave him to his fate. You all think you understand everything so well. That's why you act in the name of patriotism, maneuvering for checks and balances, suspecting everyone. But the truth is, you don't know Kyle at all. He's someone who's hard to get close to, but once you do, he's fiercely loyal. And the national power that you all value so much means absolutely nothing to him. At this point, Fury seemed deeply disappointed by the military. He removed his officer's cap and the insignia from his left shoulder and placed them solemnly on the office desk. I, Nick Fury, hereby formally request to resign my commission as captain to the Supreme Commander. With a nonchalant shrug, Fury turned and strode toward the office door, leaving behind one last remark. Sir, one day you'll realize just how foolish your decision was. You're driving away a superhero. General Chester stared, dumbfounded, at Fury's departing figure. Finally, he closed his eyes and sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. In that moment, he seemed to age several years. He no longer looked like the imposing, authoritative five-star general, but rather like an old man worn down by helplessness. Brooklyn, at the intersection of Highland Street, centered on Kyle's villa, the area within 50 meters of the outer wall was tightly guarded by police lines and armed soldiers at every checkpoint. After surrendering his insignia and changing out of his uniform into a trench coat, Fury approached the perimeter. He was quickly stopped by 2 American soldiers at the outermost checkpoint. Sorry, civilians are not permitted beyond this point. I'm Kyle's comrade. I need to see him, Fury said, stepping forward with a deep voice. The 2 soldiers exchanged a glance, then removed their protective helmets, which had been concealing their faces. When Fury saw who they were, his jaw dropped in shock. It's you? It's been a long time. Ever since Captain Steve crashed and Major Kyle disappeared for those 2 weeks, the Howling Commandos were disbanded. All of us were reassigned to different units. Commander Fury, we never thought we'd see you here again. The 2 armed soldiers looked at Fury with a mix of excitement and nostalgia. You all, Fury sighed. And then, as if something had suddenly occurred to him, his brow furrowed as he asked, why have you regrouped now? Don't tell me that everyone stationed here is from the original Howling Commandos. Yes. One of the soldiers nodded, his voice bright with excitement. It was General Chester himself who suggested it. He reorganized us into an elite unit, directly reporting to the 5-star general. Fury's face darkened, his usually warm expression turning cold as he spoke with a hint of anger. So you're following General Chester's orders now, and guarding Major General Kyle, the very man who once promoted you? Please don't put it that way. The armed soldier waved his hands anxiously, correcting him. We're not guarding him. We're here only to protect Major General Kyle's family. Another armed soldier chimed in. That's right. Our tight military cordon is mainly to keep out enemy spies, and also to prevent the media from disturbing Major General Kyle before his next deployment. I'm neither a foreign spy nor the media, Fury retorted, striding forward, determined to cross into the cordoned-off area. But as soon as he took a step, the 2 armed soldiers blocked his path, holding out their arms. I'm sorry, but we can't let you through. Please cooperate. This is General Chester's order. No one is permitted to see Major General Kyle these days unless they have his explicit permission. Fury stared at his old comrades blocking his way, his fists clenching quietly at his sides. His voice was icy as he asked, and what if I force my way in? Will your orders have you shoot me down? Of course not. Officer Fury, please don't put us in this position. The 2 soldiers looked troubled, clearly torn about what to do. There's no need to call me officer. I've already resigned my captain's commission. Fury's voice was heavy with disappointment. Realizing he had no way in, he turned abruptly to leave. And one more thing. I'm ashamed of your stupidity. If Captain Steve were still alive, if he heard about this, he'd punch you both square in the face to knock some sense into you. The armed guards were left stunned, but still saluted him respectfully as they watched Fury walk away. Inside the bathroom of the 3-story villa, Kyle was dressed only in boxer shorts and a white tank top, shuffling about in slippers as he went through his morning routine without a trace of worry. The sound of running water filled the room as he cupped his hands and splashed his face, soaking his blonde bangs and pushing them up and back. Taking a deep breath, Kyle's handsome features grew serious, his laid-back air giving way to steely resolve. It was as if he'd become that man on the battlefield once more, the invincible Demon King who could dictate the outcome of any war. Let me think, what should be the first step? That's right, Kyle's fingers curled as if holding something, and from the card space he drew out a green item card, which materialized into a bulky, old-fashioned keypad mobile phone. He dialed a string of numbers. In just 5 seconds, the call connected, and Howard's voice came through, breathless and brimming with excitement. Kyle, is that you? There's only a handful of people in the world who can use wireless phones right now. Besides you and me. Who else could it be? Kyle replied with a light chuckle. Thank goodness you took that prototype phone last time. And since we're both in New York, we can communicate in secret like this. Howard laughed, but his tone quickly grew serious. Fury came to see me. He's already told me a few things about the higher-ups in the military. He paused for a moment, then continued. From what I know, when the president suddenly died 2 days ago, there was a huge outcry from the people in New York. Many called for you, the war hero, to be the top candidate for succession. That seems to have been the real spark that pushed the lawmakers and the military brass to start discussing special assignments. Those at the top are just making what they believe are the right decisions now that things are changing, Kyle said coldly, unsurprised by the turn of events. If Captain America, an enhanced human who could be hurt and exhausted, still fell within the realm of what America's leaders could understand and control, then what Kyle had demonstrated. In the German campaign, brushing off bullets, unfazed by explosions, and single-handedly shaking tens of thousands of enemy troops, was already far beyond anything they'd ever imagined. Their vision is still too narrow, too shallow. They only see the surface of the world, and it's normal for them, as ordinary people, to feel wary, Kyle said with indifference. This era was still too early. It hadn't yet seen the dawn of the 21st century, the sudden emergence of mutants like the Hulk, Spider-Man, and others, the dazzling brilliance of technological titans, Iron Man, Black Panther, Ant-Man, to name a few, the collision of myth and magic with reality, Asgard, Thor, Doctor Strange, or the arrival of cosmic, otherworldly races, the Guardians of the Galaxy, Thanos and his army. For now, Earth was still caught in the throes of World War II. Humanity was like a frog at the bottom of a well, awed by the unknown, wary of anything powerful. Most people thought that someone as powerful as Kyle would scheme to keep the well's water for himself, never realizing that he'd already climbed out of the well and was gazing at the stars and seas beyond. Standing atop the Stark Industries skyscraper, Howard gripped his phone tightly and said angrily, "No matter what, you're the war hero. You've earned your glory and honors. Even if they're wary, they have no right to force you to go to Japan alone." Before he could finish, Kyle's words from the other end nearly made him stumble and fall to the floor. No, they didn't threaten me." Howard let out a slow breath and asked in surprise, "What? They didn't threaten you? But this is an extremely risky mission, almost certain not to return. There are indeed many things in this world that could threaten me, but the top brass of the United States simply aren't among them," Kyle replied with a faint smile. "Those old men are all shrewd in their own way. They never naively thought they could force me by relying on military might or the orders of a 5-star general. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent soldiers from the original Howling Commandos to stand guard here." "Then why did you agree?" Howard, on the other end of the line, was taken aback. He knew well enough that the reorganization and promotion of the Howling Commandos was hardly enough to sway Kyle. To force Nippon into surrender single-handedly, to bring peace back to the world. "Personally, I think it's worth a try," Kyle replied, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable air of dominance. "What did you say?" For the first time in his life, Howard found his mind struggling to keep up. To rely on the strength of just one man to force the formidable and rampant empire of Japan to surrender in World War II. Surely, only a legendary god could hope to manage such a feat. To stand shoulder to shoulder with gods, all with mortal strength? It's worth a try. Besides, there's not much danger, Kyle said with confidence. He was seriously considering this operation. No matter that the plan had originated from the wary minds of the American High Command, who had come up with this near-suicidal, unrealistic proposal. To him, however, this mission was not out of reach. With the Venom combat suit's built-in abilities, gliding, camouflage, concealment, his arsenal of blue-tier support skills and life-saving cards, and his own physique, far surpassing ordinary humans, as a super soldier with regenerative factors, Kyle didn't see heading into Japan alone as all that dangerous. He'd been hesitating and considering this plan all along, even though General Chester thought he was simply afraid. Little did he know, Kyle was truly weighing the feasibility of the scheme. Howard, didn't you say earlier that the nuclear weapon, due for completion in about a month, will be enough to change the fate of the war? Well, I don't think the threat I pose is much less than that bomb. Kyle smiled confidently and spoke to Howard on the other end of the phone, ending the war early and restoring peace to the world. That's also what I personally want to see. There's no harm in trying my hand in Japan. He wasn't doing this for anyone else. It was just that the chaos of World War II had become an obstacle to his own future and ambitions. On the other end, Howard seemed to finally understand. He fell silent for a long while, then shook his head with a sigh. Kyle, you really are something else. The American leadership liked to think they were in control, using favors and subtle manipulations to persuade Kyle to take on the mission in Japan, an indirect way to keep their distance, even to sideline him. Yet from beginning to end, they overlooked a crucial premise, that Kyle's true strength far exceeded the boundaries of their current fears and assumptions. His vision and ambitions, too, were things they could never have anticipated. Well, since you put it that way, I can set my mind at ease. For a moment, I thought you were about to be sent to Nicholson completely unprepared, and that gave me quite a fright. Howard let out a breath, a playful note in his voice. Now I find myself rather curious. Suppose you really do bring an end to the world war all by yourself and return unharmed. What kind of expressions do you think the American leadership will wear? He went on, a touch of awe in his tone. If you succeed, you'll ascend directly into legend. From then on, just your personal reputation would be enough to place you at the pinnacle of America, or even the entire world, admired by all. You know, I've never cared much for such things, Kyle replied with a soft laugh, his tone turning a bit more serious. But there are two matters I'd like to ask your help with. Anything you need. Howard answered heartily, relieved to know his friend wasn't walking into danger unprepared. The first thing, after I depart for Nicholson, get in touch with Logan. Have him come by that very night to take Lucy away and move her somewhere safe, Kyle said gravely. No matter what happened, his relationship with the military could never return to what it once was. Even the American soldiers, those who had served in the original Howling Commandos, could no longer be fully trusted. All right, I'll let Logan know right away. But about those soldiers standing guard outside your house, Howard trailed off, hesitating to finish the thought. Tell Logan not to go too hard on them. Just teach them a lesson. Knock them out. Nothing more, Kyle replied coolly. After all, those soldiers were just pawns, sent here by the higher-ups to pay a debt of loyalty. The blame was not theirs to bear. As for the former Howling Commandos, from the moment they took orders directly from General Chester, they'd severed all ties with him. Now, and forever, they were strangers. That's a relief, Howard said, exhaling quietly, then asked with a note of curiosity, so, what's the second matter? I want you to have Fury conduct a covert investigation. Find out which high-ranking American officials were the first to propose this mission targeting. Me, Kyle replied after a pause, a dangerous glint flashing in his blue eyes. I suspect there may be remnants of Hydra among them. Spies still at large. Hydra? Howard gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. The remnants of Hydra, after the battle at the underground Alpine base, a fight that had cost Captain America's disappearance, still hadn't been rooted out completely. And now, there might be spies embedded in the highest ranks of the American government. The president has just died suddenly, and now you're being quietly assigned this mission so soon after. If there really are Hydra remnants among the leadership, this is exactly their style, sowing discord and chaos wherever they go. Howard murmured. The more he thought about it, the more unsettling it became. To completely wipe out the remnants of Hydra, we need to identify every target and take them all down in one sweep, Kyle reminded. Have Fury investigate quietly for now. Don't alarm the enemy. Let's wait until I return before making any moves. Howard replied calmly. All right, I understand. Please be extra careful. When you, our superhero, return in triumph, we'll celebrate with drinks all night. If you want to drink all night, you'd better work on your alcohol tolerance, Kyle teased with a soft chuckle. With that, he hung up the phone, and with a flicker, the device vanished into thin air. Turning around, he noticed Lucy was already standing behind him, her large eyes tinged with red as she gazed at him. Don't worry, I've made arrangements for everything else. Just wait for me to come back, Kyle said, gently taking Lucy's delicate hand and pulling her into his arms, pressing a tender kiss to her smooth, fair forehead. A faint smile appeared on Lucy's lips, and she spoke with quiet certainty. All right, I'll wait for you. Meanwhile, in an office belonging to a senator in Washington, D.C., a middle-aged man paced anxiously before the window, his hands buried in the pockets of his suit trousers. His narrow eyes were half closed, and no one could guess what he was thinking. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. A mature, striking secretary entered, carrying a large box in her arms. Her red lips pursed in complaint. Senator Ivan, these are all letters from the public sent to the Senate chamber. Most of them are appeals for the representatives to reconsider and negotiate the arrangements for Major Kyle's mission to Japan. Are they never satisfied? This decision was made unanimously at the highest level. What's there to reconsider? Ivan shot the secretary a dark glance, his tone icy. Call General Chester and remind him to send that man off at once. No more delays. Yes, sir. The secretary set the overflowing box of letters down in the corner, the click of her heels echoing as she swayed her hips and left the office. Kyle, Major of the American military. War hero. Oof. Ivan scoffed, slamming his fist hard on the desk. The war isn't over yet. It's far too soon to say who will win or lose. When my master Schmidt returns, that will be the day the world unites under one rule. Hail Hydra! General Chester, the senator's office called again. They say the public campaign has gone on long enough. It's time for Major Kyle to depart. In the highest command office, Chester stood with his back to the door, gazing out the window. After hearing the soldier's report, he nodded heavily. Understood. Have Captain Fury take a team to pick him up. The communications officer hesitated, then reminded him, Sir, did you forget? Captain Fury resigned the day before yesterday. You approved it yourself. He's been gone from headquarters for some time now. It was my mistake, General Chester sighed wearily. Then, gathering his strength, he spoke with authority. Send my personal armed convoy to Highland Street. Once they pick him up, drive straight to the main base. Airport. Upon arrival, there's no need to report to anyone. Have the transport fighter jet ready for takeoff within 10 minutes. Make absolutely certain that Major General Kyle is safely delivered to Nichizang, Tokyo. Yes, sir. I'll arrange it right away. The communications officer accepted the order and quickly left. The office fell silent once more. After a long pause, General Chester's low murmur drifted through the room. A hero in triumph, a hero in defeat. Half an hour later, 5 armored vehicles with reinforced bulletproof plating pulled up to the entrance of an unremarkable villa. A squad of elite, heavily armed soldiers stood in precise formation, facing the tightly shut front door. With patience and respect, they waited for what was to come. Moments later, the door swung open with a soft creak. A striking young man stepped outside, dressed in a midnight black combat suit, a single-handed sword strapped to his back, energy pistols holstered at each hip, and a shock of bold, golden hair crowning his head. The instant his upright figure appeared, the soldiers standing guard, once members of the roaring assault squad, now part of a convoy that obeyed only the orders of a 5-star general, snapped to attention. Their eyes sharpened with focus and respect as they called out in unison, Good day, Major General Kyle. Here on American soil, this man was a superhero. To every soldier's eyes, he was a paragon, a symbol, a living legend. Kyle swept his gaze over them, cool and silent. He was still armed as he always was in battle, yet his suit now bore no insignia or mark of the American military. This fight was not for America, it was for himself. Destination, Tokyo. Kyle's face was cold and resolute as he climbed into the back seat of the central armored vehicle. In short order, the 5 vehicles formed a line, surging down the street and speeding toward the military base's airfield. From a window on the villa's second floor, Lucy pulled aside the curtain and watched in reluctant farewell until the last vehicle vanished around the corner. As the convoy left Highland Street and merged onto New York's main thoroughfare, the scenery changed in an instant. Unlike the deserted, locked-down streets of Highland, the main road bustled with life. Tens of thousands thronged the sidewalks, crowding together as far as the eye could see. Many held homemade signs, and as the armed convoy passed, their voices rose in a surge, some pleading for him to stay, some shouting in support, others praying, all kinds of emotions woven together. Major General Kyle. Even inside the heavily armored, soundproofed vehicles, the distant roar of the crowd's cries could still be faintly heard. How did they know I would be leaving today? Kyle was stunned. His gaze passed through the armored car window, and as he looked out, he saw throngs of people crowding both sides of the highway as far as the eye could see. It felt as if half of those who remained in New York City had come out to see him off. It's not just today. It's been like this for days, the driver said hesitantly. Ever since people found out you were going to Rising alone, and that half of the Highland Street area had been sealed off by the military, crowds have been waiting here every morning and evening along this road from Highland Street to the central military base. But why go to all this trouble? Kyle fell silent, his eyes drifting back outside. The main avenue stretched for miles, running through some of New York's busiest intersections. No matter how long or wide the stretch, the sidewalks were packed with people filled with hope and gratitude. They held up signs and shouted encouragements, nearly spilling onto the roadway. Every 10 meters, a line of police officers and patrol cars formed a barrier, struggling to hold back the overwhelming tide of the crowd. Major Kyle, you must come back victorious. Ha ha ha. Of course the general will teach those rising warriors a lesson they'll never forget. When you return, the world will finally know peace. Countless voices rang out with heartfelt cries. This time, they were not blindly pleading with the military for help. Instead, for the first time, they pinned their grand hopes for world peace on a single person. Kyle watched and listened, and all at once, he understood. This was the unique allure of a superhero. A hero stands apart from the confines of ordinary laws and regulations. Whether or not he follows the rules, as long as he pursues justice, he is bathed in eternal glory and love. A hero achieves what others cannot, and sometimes fails where others succeed. Every action he takes can change the course of the world, earning the admiration and respect of countless people. In a sense, superheroes in this Marvel world are truly the very image of gods. And unlike gods or deities, who cannot answer prayers no matter how fervent, a superhero can move heaven and earth. He can grant what people long for. It's a pity, Kyle murmured to himself, shrugging as he closed his eyes and reclined on the soft rear seat of the armored car. I'm just doing what I think is right, not trying to become some universally revered superhero. It was only when the convoy finally left the main avenue that the roar of the crowd receded from his ears. The driver, as if afraid of lingering, sped the armored car into the central military base. Inside the base, the soldiers were already prepared. Security lines had been set up so the convoy could pass through unimpeded straight to the base's airfield, where they stopped, transferring Kyle to a waiting military transport aircraft. It felt less like sending out a team on a mission, and more like escorting a prisoner under heavy guard. Kyle maintained a cold, distant expression throughout, silently following the planned schedule as he boarded the rear compartment of the transport aircraft under the watchful eyes of armed soldiers. A few minutes later, the latest American-made transport aircraft, capable of reaching the highest altitudes and longest ranges, carried the war hero Kyle Dolph as it officially took off from the main military base in New York. As the aircraft disappeared into the distant clouds high above, everyone at the New York military base paused their work, their hearts feeling hollow as they gazed up at the blue sky. Meanwhile, Senator Ivan, who had received the message near the White House, let out a discreet sigh of relief. After all, as long as Kyle left for the enemy nation, Nisang, it was as if victory was already half within his grasp. As for whether Kyle would return, Ivan didn't worry at all. Was that even a question? No matter how powerful a person might be, how could he possibly contend with the might of an entire nation? A satisfied smile crept onto Ivan's face. He locked his office door, took out a telegraph machine from a safe, and tapped out a coded message. The target aircraft has just departed from New York. Relay this intelligence to Nisang homeland immediately. Current altitude, 10,080 meters. Flight path is normal. Inside the state-of-the-art transport aircraft, aside from the captain piloting up front, Kyle was the only one seated in the rear compartment. The cabin was so quiet that only the faint hum of the instruments could be heard. Kyle sat with his eyes closed, resting, while his thoughts wandered within his card space, where nearly 1,000 cards filled the ability card area. It's often said that the poor rely on mutation, the rich on technology. Now, whether it was mutation or advanced tech, he possessed both. Yet what he valued most was still his own body's constitution. The body is the true foundation. Kyle's consciousness focused on the card floating in the center of the ability card domain. Super Soldier, the rare blue physical ability. Card he drawn from Steve. This card was the cornerstone that had elevated his physique and genes far beyond those of ordinary men. The Super Soldier ability, a genetic modification that vastly enhances human physical potential, boosted a person's strength, speed, endurance, and resilience to about 4 or 5 times that of a normal human from the very beginning. At its peak, it could even push his physical limits to a terrifying 10-fold. 10 times the strength of a human. What did that mean? The average punch of a normal adult delivers about 100 kilograms of force. Multiply that by 10, and you have a ton. A punch with a force exceeding a ton, let alone a person, even a bull would be knocked clean off its feet. The peak of the super soldier's power wasn't something that increased with age. Instead, it required years of dedicated training, mastery, and the constant exploration of one's own physical potential. Steve gained the super soldier abilities earlier than Kyle. Yet even up until the day his plane crashed, he had only just begun to tap into his body's potential, his stats at most 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary human. After all, despite his relentless training in military combat, practicing without rest or sleep, it still took him 3 days to truly master a new skill, and that was already an extraordinary, almost superhuman pace. Kyle, on the other hand, possessed the power to draw ability cards. With just 3 seconds, he could go from knowing nothing to mastering a skill completely. For him, the notion of enduring prolonged training simply didn't exist. As long as he kept drawing white and green ability cards from others, whether technique or physique cards, they would accumulate, each acting as a key to swiftly unlock the inner potential of the super soldier within. During the last battle in Germany, Kyle had drawn over 100 green technique cards from Logan, after converting them into his own abilities equivalent to compressing half a century of training into mere moments. His physique finally reached the very peak of what a super soldier's body could achieve. The self-healing factor, a blue physique card, then perfectly maintained this peak condition, ensuring his body would not decline due to age or the hidden injuries of long-term battle. Of course, even this was not his ultimate combat state. When fully bonded with Venom, his overall physical stats could climb yet another notch, 12 times that of a normal human. Now, Kyle had every confidence that his sheer physical prowess alone put him at the very pinnacle of all known life forms on Earth. Major General Kyle. The pilot's voice from the co-pilot's seat snapped Kyle's mind back to the present, and he opened his eyes, mildly surprised. We're now above the territory of Japan, and in 5 minutes we'll be crossing into Tokyo's airspace, the captain said apologetically. Since we're over enemy territory, the transport aircraft must remain at an altitude above 10,000 meters. In a moment, you'll need to parachute alone from this height. The military has prepared protective gear and an oxygen tank for you. Please suit up in advance. Just tell me when we arrive. Open the rear compartment first, Kyle replied coolly. He made no move to collect the protective suit, oxygen tank, or even the parachute. Instead, he stood up and strode toward the rear section of the plane. At the captain's command, a steel plate at the tail of the small transport jet lowered, revealing the night sky and the dizzying heights outside. The transport had flown from New York, crossing the ocean to reach Japan, a journey that had taken half a day, from noon until the depths of night. Kyle stood tall at the edge of the ramp, the biting night wind rushing in, whipping his golden bangs across his forehead. At this altitude, the temperature's already below zero, and the air is thin. If you jump without protective gear, sir, you'll die. The captain, who had come prepared with his own oxygen supply, shouted a warning. Glancing back from the cockpit, he was left speechless when he realized Kyle wasn't even carrying a parachute. I never bring a parachute. Kyle shrugged coolly. The Venom battle suit shielded him from the slightest chill. As for oxygen deprivation, he could now go over 10 minutes without breathing, even under intense exertion. The captain hesitated, but just then, the jet shuddered violently, thrown off by a sudden gust. Turning back to his instruments, the captain's face drained of color as he caught sight of something horrific on the scanners. He muttered in shock. How is this possible? What happened? Kyle asked coldly. Incredible. The scanners picked up 7 fighter jets, all heading straight for us at high speed. The captain stammered, disbelief in his voice. We've barely reached Japanese airspace, haven't even touched down, and already they're rushing out a welcoming committee. Kyle chuckled, utterly unfazed. He'd long suspected there were spies among the top brass in America. Planting a tracker on a transport jet and leaking its location to the Japanese was hardly a surprise. Captain, just turn the plane around. Good luck. With a wave, Kyle stepped back, then leapt straight out into the sky, vanishing from the aircraft at over 10,000 meters. Suspended in midair, the biting wind and turbulent currents howled past him. Up, down, all around, his world was pitch black, with barely 100 meters of visibility. No more than 5 seconds after leaving the cabin, the night erupted with thunderous explosions overhead, mingled with a barrage of wind and rain. A relentless aerial assault. Thunder cracked above, as if the heavens themselves were ripping open. Spinning in midair, Kyle glanced back just in time to witness the transport jet he'd leapt from torn apart by a savage onslaught. Flames engulfed most of the fuselage. As it broke apart, the wreckage hurtled earthward, engines dead. Within that 100-meter shroud of night and cloud, the burning wreckage illuminated the silhouettes of several Japanese single-seat fighters, darting in and out of view, circling like sharks. A piercing whistle split the darkness. Still plummeting in free fall, Kyle pinpointed his nearest target, a fighter jet whose tail, tipped with spiraling exhaust, was about to streak past him just 20 meters away. You'll do. A cold gleam flashed in Kyle's eyes. In an instant, black wings unfurled from the back of his Venom suit, halting his fall midair. From uncontrolled descent, He launched himself in a blinding glide straight toward the fighter. With a sharp impact, he landed atop the jet, wings flexed for balance, crouching right on the canopy above the pilot. What the? The Japanese pilot froze for a split second, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the young man who had suddenly appeared outside his cockpit, grinning at him in the night sky. He drew a sharp, chilling breath. This was 10,000 meters above the ground. Was this a human or a ghost? Our reporting in, this is sure Den, Bro. His teeth chattered as he spoke, but before he could finish, he saw the cold-blooded youth clench his fists, and from each hand extended 3 dark, razor-sharp claws. With a swift, slicing sound, Kyle's claws effortlessly pierced the windshield, tearing open a jagged hole. In one swift motion, he grabbed the stunned pilot and hurled him out into the open sky from that dizzying altitude. It was a night 10 kilometers above the Earth, above the thick clouds just below the ozone layer. It felt like another world entirely, a vast and boundless dimension where everything above and below was shrouded in darkness, and the high-altitude winds howled relentlessly. One transport aircraft had been devastated, its fuselage engulfed in bright, raging flames, falling from the sky like a miniature sun. Not far away, another single-seater fighter, unnoticed, had lost control and was spiraling nose first, accelerating toward the thick clouds and the Earth below. Target transport aircraft successfully destroyed. Circle downward and search the area. Confirm whether any enemies have ejected and are parachuting down. Our reporting in, this is sure Den 02. Suddenly, a scream of agony erupted over the squadron's shared radio channel, echoing sharply before cutting off into a chilling silence. Pilot of 02, what's going on over there? The squadron leader, brow furrowed, spoke urgently into his radio. If you can hear me, respond. 02, do you read? Respond immediately. Only the crackle of static answered him, mixed with the faint, chaotic roar of the wind coming through the abandoned pilot's transmitter. Captain, 02's signal has vanished from the instruments. One of the pilots reported, a shadow of dread creeping into the hearts of the remaining 5, even the ace among them. The captain hesitated, then raised his voice. Stay sharp, everyone. Sweep the airspace. Make sure there are no enemy fighters other than that downed transport. His command had barely left his lips when suddenly an explosion thundered nearby at high altitude. Another fighter in their formation was struck out of nowhere, its tail trailing thick black smoke and flames as it spiraled down in a desperate, doomed descent. Number 06? The captain shouted in alarm. The stricken fighter tumbled past, so close above his own aircraft that it nearly collided with him on its way down. Fortunately, as a top ace pilot of the Imperial Japanese Air Force, he reacted instantly, accelerating and banking his plane with masterful skill, narrowly dodging disaster. Captain, the rear wing of my fighter has taken some kind of hit. I don't know what's attacking us. At this altitude, I don't think I'm gonna make it. Pilot 06's terrified voice crackled through the comms, growing weaker with every word. Wait, I think I see something. He seemed to catch a glimpse of something just before the end, but he didn't have time to finish his sentence before his connection was abruptly cut off. Did anyone spot enemy fighters? What the hell is going on? The captain growled in frustration, using his anger to mask the fear gnawing at him inside. 2 fighters lost in rapid succession, and they still had no idea who the enemy was or where the attack had come from. After more than a decade as a pilot, this was the first time he'd experienced anything so bizarre at 10,000 meters above the ground. No enemy aircraft detected, someone reported. Same here. This is just too strange, another voice chimed in. What should we do now, Captain? As the remaining pilots checked in one by one, the captain's voice came back, low and steady. Regroup. Pulling closer together. We're lowering our flight altitude. Copy that. The 5 remaining fighters responded swiftly, skillfully arranging themselves into a loose square formation, with one plane at the center as they began to descend in parallel. A deep rumble echoed through the sky as they dropped several thousand meters. Below, the clouds flickered with lightning, arcs of violet electricity splitting the night and illuminating the heavens in brief flashes. Thunderclouds, just our luck. Something's off tonight, one pilot muttered uneasily. Since we've already taken out the target transport, maybe we should just turn back to base. The suggestion hung in the air. Silence followed from the rest, and the captain was on the verge of agreeing. Suddenly, a panicked shout broke the quiet. Captain, there's something on your fighter. The eerie warning sent a jolt through the squadron, and all eyes instinctively snapped to the fighter at the center of their formation. Right then, a bolt of lightning ripped through the clouds below, illuminating the aircraft in a blinding flash. Clinging to the tail of a single-seat fighter was a young man in a black suit, his body crouched low. His claws were driven deep into the steel hull, anchoring him firmly to the jet. The gale-force winds whipped his golden hair skyward, and beneath his tight, night-black suit, his body looked as if it were forged from steel, like a demon in human form. How is that possible? Captain, there's someone on your jet. No way that's a person. It has to be a monster. The shock in the pilots' voices was palpable. The captain himself felt a chill run down his spine. He forced himself to look back, just as Kale, bracing against the roaring wind, crawled up to the narrow cockpit. Expressionless, Kale dug the claws of his left hand into the fuselage for support. Then, with his right fist, protected by a vibranium bracer, he drew back and slammed it with full force into the cockpit's armor glass. Under the captain's helpless gaze, cracks began to spider out from the center of the reinforced glass where the fist had landed, spreading inward like a web. Please no, don't do this. The captain inside the cockpit had gone deathly pale. Kyle ignored his desperate pleas and landed another punch on the already damaged glass. With a terrifying impact weighing over a ton, the fractured glass exploded inward, shards spraying through the cabin. One jagged piece shot straight into the captain's wide-open eye socket, ending his life in an instant. That's the third one, Kyle murmured to himself, rising to stand with a proud, solitary air atop the flying warplane. He held his breath, scanning the remaining 4 jets circling nearby. A favor returned in kind. Since they had come straight to him, not a single one would escape. With its pilot dead, the aircraft beneath him tilted and, like the others he had destroyed, began to plummet from the sky. Kyle bent his knees slightly, springing into action an instant ahead of disaster, leaping toward a single-seater jet that hovered at the same altitude behind him. His astonishing leg strength propelled him more than 10 meters through the air, and he crashed elbow-first into another jet speeding straight toward him. This monstrous, reckless assault, a single brutal blow, shattered the windshield on impact. The pilot lost all control, and both man and machine spiraled helplessly down into the thunderclouds below. Kyle let out a pained grunt, thrown clear by the force, and injured himself. Blood seeped from his Venom suit, a bright crimson. He barely managed to deploy his gliding wings, stabilizing himself high above the clouds. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, he felt the healing factor surge through his body, rapidly closing wounds both inside and out. Within mere seconds, even the injuries that hadn't been severe were fully healed. 3 more to go. Kyle's face remained cold and impassive. With his dark, blood-streaked wings unfurled, he shot toward the nearest remaining jet. Inside those cockpits, the pilots had just witnessed their captain and a comrade destroyed by a monstrous, humanoid creature in the blink of an eye. None dared linger. They yanked their controls, pulling their jets into a desperate climb. Kyle raised his eyes, watching as one jet in front of him climbed more than 20 meters in an instant. His gaze narrowed. Venom's gliding mode could reach supersonic speeds in a dive, but couldn't gain altitude on its own. That was the key difference between flying and gliding. But that didn't mean he had no way to ascend in the air. Maintaining his glide, Kyle tucked his wings tight against his back, bent his legs to gather strength, and then kicked hard against the air below him. A surge of dark red energy erupted beneath his feet, leaving a trail of white vapor clouds in his wake as he rocketed upward, covering nearly 30 meters in one bound. A sprint through the sky. United States, New York. Unlike Japan, where night had only just fallen, the time difference meant New York was just waking from another night. After General Chester took off his uniform and changed into his pajamas, he and his wife finally managed to fall asleep in the early morning hours. But just as dawn broke, the sound of a courier knocking on the door roused them from their slumber. "What is it so urgent?" General Chester asked in surprise, already suspecting it must be something important. He had no choice but to throw his officer's jacket over his pajamas. He had barely opened the door when the courier, face tense with anxiety, blurted out, "Sir, late last night, Miss Lucy Jane, who was under the protection of our elite squad on Highland Street, went missing." "What did you say?" Chester's brows furrowed deeply. He forced down his anger and demanded, "The armed troops stationed on Highland Street around the clock. What were those soldiers doing? And why am I only being told about this now, when it happened last night?" Looking slightly embarrassed, the courier replied, "There were 25 armed soldiers stationed on Highland Street. All of them were knocked out last night. It wasn't discovered until this morning." "All of them were taken out? Does this mean some foreign power or organization infiltrated us?" Chester muttered under his breath. The courier hurried to add, "According to the reports from the soldiers who came to, it looks like they were all knocked out by a single individual. Someone incredibly skilled." "Obviously," Chester snapped. "Anyone who can silently take down an entire armed unit alone. How could they not be formidable?" The first name that sprang to his mind was Kyle. In fact, he was likely the only one with such capability. Could it be that man never made it to Nikazan, but instead doubled back along the way? General Chester steadied himself and asked, "What about the transport aircraft carrying Major General Kyle?" "All is normal. Judging by the schedule, it should be arriving in Tokyo, Nikazan, any moment now," the courier replied quickly. This sent Chester into another round of deep thought. "Sir, should we deploy more personnel and conduct a citywide search in New York to locate Miss Lucy Jane?" the courier asked. "The guards were only knocked out, not killed. This must be someone following Major General Kyle's orders," Chester mused with a helpless sigh. "Notify the original armed squad, stationed on High Street. Have them search for her discreetly. No matter how it happened, we lost her while she was under our protection. If Major General Kyle returns..." He paused suddenly, leaving the rest unsaid. Could that man, who had gone alone to Tokyo and Nikazan, really come back? Meanwhile, at the very edge of Tokyo, Nikazan, 6,000 meters high in the sky, within the dense thunderclouds, two single-seater Japanese fighter jets were desperately fleeing for their lives. Illuminated by the crackle of lightning, one jet, its indicator lights now dark, began to spiral uncontrollably toward the ground. They could hardly believe their eyes. As ace pilots of the Nikazan Air Force, never before in their lives had they encountered an enemy so monstrous. Without relying on any weapons, and using only his own strength, he managed to destroy 5 high-performance single-pilot fighter jets in succession, starting from altitudes above 10,000 meters all the way down to the thundercloud region at 6,000 meters. And at this very moment, the chase was still on. That's an absolute monster, a demon in human form. Faster, accelerate and get out of this area. The only 2 pilots left were panicking, completely at a loss. All they could do was push the throttle to its limit, speeding up and darting through the storm clouds like headless flies, desperate to escape. 100 meters or so behind at high altitude, Kyle shot forward beneath the night sky, his silhouette barely visible. In his field of vision, the last 2 fighter jets, now accelerating, were pulling farther and farther away, about to slip past the edge of his sight. Trying to run? Not so fast. His face remained expressionless as he drew a blue card from his card space, pinching it between his fingers before tossing it forward. Instantly, in the vast open sky, the card summoned a colossal creature with azure feathers and the head of an eagle. The Blue Eagle. This was the true ruler of the skies. Kyle landed atop the Blue Eagle as it beat its mighty wings. Gripping several steel-hard feathers in his left hand, he barely had time to issue a command before the eagle, sensing the hunt, let out a piercing cry and surged forward, its enormous wings slicing through the air. With a single powerful beat, the Blue Eagle launched into a supersonic sprint. The wind howled around them like razors, so fierce that Kyle had to shift into a full-coverage Venom battlesuit. But the effect was immediate and dramatic. Within 10 seconds, the 2 fighter jets came rushing back into Kyle's view, growing larger by the second. Clutching the feathers with his left hand, Kyle stood steady on the eagle's back. With his free hand, he drew the sodium-carbon steel sword from his back, untouched until now, his vibranium-armored hand gripping the blade tightly. He leaned his upper body back, right arm bent, striking the pose of an Olympic javelin thrower. With a sharp whoosh, the sword flew from his hand like a hurricane, cutting through 20 meters of air in an instant. It struck the rear fuel tank of the closest jet, piercing the hull so cleanly that fuel began to pour from the wound. Kyle didn't miss a beat. He sprang from the eagle's back, launching himself through the air. Mid-flight, he burst forward with an aerial dash, his body becoming a streak of darkness hurtling toward the leaking jet. With a swipe of his shadowy claws, sparks exploded from the jet's steel shell, and those sparks instantly ignited the spilling fuel, a blast of fire erupting outward. A thunderous explosion tore through the night. The fighter jet broke apart and fell from the sky. The blast flung Kyle away at close range, but the Venom reacted in a flash, shooting out a black tendril that coiled around the sodium-carbon steel sword flying through the air, pulling it back to him. The Blue Eagle swooped in, gliding just beneath the edge of the explosion, catching Kyle in its talons as he tumbled through the aftermath of the blast. Kyle kept a firm grip on the feather, bracing himself in place. Even with his superhumanly tough physique, the explosion still managed to burn away the protective Venom suit on his left hand, along with the skin on his arm, leaving it a bloody mess. But in the blink of an eye, his skin began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the Venom quickly mended the damaged sections of his combat suit. This was what made Kyle truly terrifying. His already monstrous super soldier body, combined with his regenerative ability, allowed him to fight with absolute dominance, unleashing his powers without a care for his own injuries. To call him a monster would hardly be an exaggeration. One more left, he murmured. Kyle, cold and merciless, looked every inch a god of war beneath the full coverage of his Venom suit. He had no intention of letting a single enemy who had attacked him tonight get away. Blue Eagle swooped down, carrying him toward the last fighter jet. In less than 10 seconds, the unmanned aircraft spiraled down in flames. 5 minutes later, high above the Tokyo skyline, 1,000 meters in the air, Blue Eagle hovered effortlessly with a gentle beat of its wings. Kyle sat astride its back, breathing lightly, his left hand clutching a Japanese pilot. The pilot was still alive, his eyes rolling back slightly as he hovered between consciousness and delirium, frothing at the mouth and mumbling in slurred Japanese. Demon. Kyle had meant to interrogate the pilot for military information, but the man had been so utterly terrified he'd nearly lost his mind before Kyle could even begin. There's no point in keeping you. Kyle shook his head, ready to let the pilot fall. But then the Venom sent a message to his mind, and suddenly his suit extended a jet-black tendril, its tip darting swiftly toward the back of the pilot's head. Under Kyle's intense gaze, the pilot's life signs faded, while the Venom relayed a stream of fragmented information directly into Kyle's mind. Detailed intelligence on the Japanese Air Force. What arrived in his mind wasn't a jumble of broken memories, but rather a carefully selected collection of the most valuable information, as if gleaned from the very sponge of another's memory. Memory extraction? Kyle was deeply shocked. He hadn't expected the Venom's auxiliary abilities to make such a groundbreaking leap. Like an eager child, the Venom radiated excitement, as it explained. This was simply using its species' symbiotic traits briefly, attaching part of itself to a weaker creature's brain, and taking the lead in sharing and extracting the creature's memories. This goes far beyond simple symbiosis, Kyle frowned. The Venom's original concept of symbiosis was all about mutual benefit, learning from the host's talents to survive and grow stronger, while in return, granting the host enhanced abilities, weaponry, and even forming a protective bond with genuine emotion. This was the current state of his symbiotic relationship with Venom. Because he was such a dominant host, Venom couldn't even influence his consciousness, let alone actively read his thoughts or access his memories. All along, Kyle had regarded Venom as a biological battle suit with its own capacity to learn. Until tonight. This trait of Venom, to spawn offshoots that cling to weaker hosts, threatening their lives to search for memories, was simple yet tyrannical. It had transcended the usual mutual benefit of symbiosis, becoming a concept where the symbiont could dominate other creatures. Your evolution is almost catching up to me and my card draws. Who knows what you'll grow into in the future, Kyle murmured to Venom, which had taken on the form of his battlesuit. Venom sent back a confused mental ripple. Its intellect was still at the level of a typical 6-year-old child, clearly unable to grasp what Kyle meant. One day, you'll understand, Kyle said with a wry smile. As the cardholder, he had no fear that Venom would ever grow strong enough to betray or endanger him. As long as he maintained his overwhelming advantage in strength, he would always be the dominant partner in their symbiosis. Venom could never force him to give ground. To him, Venom's increasing ability to grow brought far more benefits than drawbacks. All right, let's head for the Air Force Base in Tokyo. Kyle cast aside his tangled thoughts, patted Blue Eagle's head, then pointed to the left, directing the bird toward the location of the main Air Force Base, known to Japanese pilots. His intentions were crystal clear. He had come as an invader to exert pressure on Japan. Merely assassinating Japan's high-ranking officials? That wouldn't change much. Kill one, and another would quickly take their place. So, assassinating the emperor was only one small step toward achieving world peace. To make a nation truly fear and dread you, to force it down the path of surrender, you had to be even more audacious, more ruthless, more merciless. That was why his first night here was so crucial. He needed to make a statement, something big enough that every person in this country would know. He had arrived. America's Kyle was here. A sharp, piercing cry rang out as Blue Eagle swept its wings powerfully behind them, whipping up a gust that tore through the clouds. In a 30-meter radius. In the pitch-black night, it carried Kyle, launching forward at supersonic speed toward the distant horizon. Japan, Tokyo, Air Force Headquarters, Command Center. Our report. Commander Okamura, there's a major emergency. A Japanese officer, dressed in a khaki uniform and white gloves, hurried into the command room of the Air Force Headquarters. Baka, the mustachioed commander, slumped in his office chair and drifting off in boredom, was suddenly startled awake by the officer who rushed in. He glared furiously at the intruder, barking, "Don't you know military regulations? You come dashing into the commander's office in such a fluster. What kind of discipline is that?" "Yes, sir." The officer, looking a bit aggrieved, quickly straightened up inside the room and snapped off a crisp salute in perfect goose-step form. "Well, speak. What's the matter? Have Assured fighter planes we sent out returned from their mission?" Commander Okamura demanded. In his mind, dispatching the elite squadron of Assured fighters, pilots with the highest record of successful missions, against a transport plane with barely any combat capability was practically foolproof. 7 ace pilots had set out, swearing an oath before departure. Should they fail, they would commit seppuku to atone. "No, sir." The officer took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly as he replied. "Just moments ago, all 7 Assured fighters' signals vanished." "What did you say?" This time, it was Commander Okamura's composure that cracked. He sprang up from his chair, slamming his palm on the desk and shouting, "What's going on? Was the intelligence from the Americans false? Was it not just a transport plane after all?" I'm not sure," the officer stammered. "Right before we lost contact with the squadron, someone managed to send an emergency distress signal, but the location disappeared near the Nikkeson border. It's likely that all 7 have crashed. Even the most advanced new fighters couldn't possibly wipe out 7 Assured planes in such a short time." Commander Okamura, confident in his country's aircraft, pondered aloud. "Contact all ace pilots currently at the main base. Authorize immediate deployment to the border airspace where the signals were lost. If they encounter enemy fighters, destroy them on sight. I'll arrange it at once." The officer saluted to acknowledge the order, then quickly turned to leave the commander's office. At that exact moment, a communications soldier burst in, panic written all over his face. The two collided headlong, both stumbling awkwardly to the ground. "What's going on here?" Commander Okamura, witnessing the scene, felt his barely contained anger flare up again. But before he could question them, the breathless report from the communications soldier plunged the entire command room into stunned silence. "Commander, we're under attack. The enemy has already broken into our Air Force base." "What?" Commander Okamura and the officer stared in shock, mouths agape. Just moments ago, the 7 fighters dispatched to the Tokyo border of Nikkeson had apparently crashed. Now, the main air base in Tokyo itself was under enemy assault. Commander Okamura, no stranger to the chaos of war, quickly regained his composure and demanded in a grave tone, "Explain clearly. What kind of attack is this? Where is the enemy coming from? And how many are there?" "Coming from the main gate. The enemy, the enemy." The communications soldier clenched his trembling teeth, lying flat at the entrance, unable to get up. He shouted at the brink of his mental breaking point. "The enemy. There's only one. All our soldiers are dead. All dead. He's coming, heading this way." The communications soldier's voice cut off in shock. It was as if he'd heard something terrifying. His eyes went wide and round, his face drained of color. He curled up on the floor by the door, shaking uncontrollably. The sound of boots echoed quietly in the hall, a soft yet chilling rhythm that drifted in as the command room fell into utter silence. Terrified, the communications soldier crawled forward, making way at the doorway, whispering in a voice barely above a breath. He's coming. Tokyo Air Force Headquarters, command room." Commander Okamura, a sergeant, and a communications officer stood inside. All 3 held their breath, tense to the point of absurdity, as if not making a sound could somehow deceive the enemy. They dared not even exhale. In this suffocating, oppressive stillness, the footsteps in the corridor drew closer, each step striking their hearts with a heavy, merciless beat. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. Then, a tall, dark red figure swept into view. In the instant it appeared, the room filled with a suffocating aura of bloodlust and violence. Commander Okamura had risen to glory through countless battles. No one could say how many times he'd crawled from piles of the dead to survive. Yet even he drew a sharp breath, hairs standing on end, instinctively pressing his back against the wall, struggling to suppress the overwhelming urge to flee at all costs. The enemy standing in the doorway could not be described as merely human. It was a humanoid monster. Its slender, blood-red eyes were cold and merciless. Tough, dark skin was slick with fresh blood, and its perfectly sculpted muscles radiated both wildness and danger. Its fists were clenched, each hand ending in claws as sharp and black as a wolf's. This monstrous figure stepped slowly into the room. The very air seemed to thrum with a brutal, murderous beauty that crushed any thought of resistance. It was like a songbird facing a hunting hawk. The gap in power between them was as vast as the layers of a biological pyramid. "So this is where you are." The demonic creature curled its lips into a smile, its voice rasping as it spoke fluent Japanese. Its crimson eyes fixed unblinking on Commander Okamura. Commander Okamura gasped in shock, bracing himself against the desk to hide the weakness in his legs. Terror-stricken, he demanded, "What are you? What kind of monster are you?" Commander, wasn't it you who sent 7 fighter jets to kill me? The humanoid monster gave a very human smile, shedding its seamless, venomous form to reveal the striking face of a young man. The tough, horn-like membrane that covered his body like a second skin shifted with the flow of black liquid, transforming into a sleek combat suit as dark as the night. It's you, Kyle the American. Commander Okamura stared in disbelief, frozen as he looked at Kyle, now returned to his normal human appearance. Just a few hours earlier, Japanese officials and military leaders had reached a swift consensus. As soon as the target entered Tokyo's airspace, the Air Force would strike, determined to teach the Americans a harsh lesson. But now, not only had the 7 Shur-Den fighters failed to eliminate their foe, that very foe had come knocking at their door, brazenly barging into the main Air Force base. Commander Okamura forced himself to accept the horrifying reality before him. He trembled uncontrollably, at a complete loss for words. This was simply beyond reason. Alas, Germany, having already withdrawn from the World War II stage, had no chance to warn the Japanese, beware of Kyle. After all, Kyle was never one for reason. If he could use force, he would never waste time on words. If he could win head-on, he would never back down. His very existence was synonymous with power. 7 Shur-Den fighters, unable to defeat him, were simply torn apart and destroyed. He had already conquered places far more fortified, Hydra's weaponized factories, and German military bases with even more soldiers. How could Japan's main Air Force base hope to stand in his way? With physical prowess 12 times that of an ordinary man, mastery of hundreds of combat techniques, and the defensive and offensive power of the Venom armor, ordinary soldiers were pathetically fragile before Kyle. No matter how stubbornly the Japanese soldiers resisted, no matter how fiercely they fought or how little they feared death, the overwhelming difference in power turned them into nothing more than helpless prey, utterly powerless. Commander, Kyle gazed impassively at Okamura, his words carrying a weighty undertone. I've always been curious about your so-called Bushido spirit. That's why I accepted your challenge. Okamura's face darkened with a mix of anger and shock, but soon the fury faded into a heavy sigh. He stepped to the wall where the red sun flag hung, and took down a beautifully crafted short katana, forged from steel. The officers and communications staff bowed low to the floor, not daring to utter a word of protest. Under Kyle's imposing, razor-sharp gaze, Commander Okamura slumped to his knees in defeat. With a trembling hand, he gripped the gleaming blade in reverse, clenched his jaw, and with a final act of resolve, plunged the short sword deep into his abdomen. A muffled groan escaped him as he collapsed sideways, blood welling up and spilling from the wound in a relentless torrent. For Commander Okamura, having brought disaster upon himself by provoking the wrong enemy and losing the Tokyo Air Force Base there, could be no excuse. To die by his own hand, in accordance with the code of Bushido, was the only honorable sacrifice left to him. Kyle's face was expressionless as he gazed at the Air Force commander lying lifeless in a pool of blood, regarding him as one might a lowly insect that had finally ended its insignificant existence. Japan sang, as this country was somewhat akin to one from his previous world, had always repulsed him for one particular reason. Their arrogant self-importance, their deluded belief in their own superiority, and their zealous reverence for the Bushido Code. Kyle felt that, since he had come all this way, it was only fitting to teach Japan-sang a lesson in what true invincibility meant. I won't kill you, Kyle said in a commanding tone as he glanced at the officer and radio operator on the ground. Take your commander's body with you, and tell your emperor that before long, I will pay him a personal visit. Relieved, the officer and radio operator quickly stepped forward, each grabbing either the arms or legs of Commander Okamura. They hurried out of the office, barely pausing in their flight. Oh, and take this with you, Kyle suddenly added, waving his hand. A playing card shot out, pinning itself firmly to the commander's chest. On the back of the card, a grinning demon leered from a jet-black background. It wasn't the emblem of the American Empire, nor any military insignia. It was simply his own mark, the Devil's Card. He intended to shake the entire nation of Japan-sang single-handedly, and that promise was never meant as a mere boast. It was about to become a reality recorded in the annals of history. After the 2 Japanese soldiers left with the corpse, Kyle exited the commander's office. Outside, flames leapt sky-high across the base, devouring countless buildings. The inferno was stretching toward the very heart of the command center. Across the wide grounds, the remains of countless soldiers were being consumed by the fire's greedy tongues. Blood and flame mingled, casting a harsh, crimson light that seemed to burn the night sky itself. The entire Air Force Base looked as though it had been scourged by disaster, left in utter ruin. There was an old Soviet saying that suited Kyle perfectly. Wherever he treads, war, calamity, and death follow. He is the apostle of hell, the embodiment of the devil, a hero in the eyes of others. Kyle quickened his pace, darting through the collapsing, burning ruins, heading for the airstrip at the far end of the base. Several state-of-the-art Japanese fighter planes were parked there, many of them already at the coveted blue rarity. It would be a shame not to seize them while he had the chance. True to his usual style, as long as he kept up the habit of collecting spoils on the battlefield, he would always come out ahead. Night had deepened, approaching the dawn of a new day. Out of nowhere, raging flames erupted at the heart of Japansang's main Air Force base, showing no sign of stopping as they spread outward. By the time the rescue teams realized what was happening and rushed in with firefighting efforts, the blaze had already radiated miles from the base, engulfing everything in its path. That night, countless residents of Tokyo were startled awake by a cacophony of noise. Looking out their windows, near or far, they saw flames shooting skyward from one part of the horizon. The night dyed blood-red by the raging inferno. It was as if the heavens themselves were enraged, ready to unleash divine punishment upon the world. Inside the imperial residence, the current emperor, who had lived through the Second World War, was of course awakened by his attendants. Groggy and confused, he climbed out of his futon, hurriedly donning his stately Japanese robe while still half asleep, and made his way to the meeting hall under a flurry of urgent prodding. By the time he arrived at the conference hall, his mind still foggy, he saw the fiery glow lighting the edge of the night sky beyond the garden outside the doors. Listening to the senior officials reporting from the front lines of the main Air Force Base, he was so shaken that every trace of sleep vanished, his whole body trembling in shock. Questioning reality itself, the Emperor leaned against the doorframe, turned back with wide eyes to stare at a silent officer bowing his head, and demanded in a loud voice, "What did you say? Repeat that for me." The officer, his voice trembling, replied, "Your Majesty." The main Air Force Base was attacked, just now, by the American Kyle. The entire base has become a sea of fire, and all the fire brigades in Tokyo have rushed to contain the blaze and prevent it from spreading. That American Kyle, what is he, a monster? How could one man breach the main Air Force Base? The Emperor's murmurs were thick with disbelief. According to the few surviving communications officers at the base, he may very well be the embodiment of some monstrous demon. Bullets had no effect on him, and even artillery couldn't kill him. Our soldiers, anyone who faced him was struck down. In an instant, the officer spoke through gritted teeth, then pulled a blood-stained devil card from his pocket. Inside the main Air Force Base, he forced Commander Okamura to commit seppuku and left behind this devil card. He also said, seeing the officer's face twisted with hesitation, the Emperor pressed him sternly. What else did he say? He said he would soon pay a visit to your Majesty in person and seek further instruction on the way of the samurai. As soon as the officer finished speaking, expressions shifted throughout the hall. The Emperor, his face clouded and uncertain, leaned heavily against the doorway. If not for an attendant rushing to steady him, he might have collapsed onto the floor. Your Majesty, you must remain composed. You are the divine leader of this nation. On your own soil, how can you fear a mere invader? The attendant whispered a reminder as he supported the Emperor. Yes, you're right. The Emperor nodded quickly, forcing himself to regain composure. With a grave and commanding gaze, he looked around at the cabinet officials and military officers in the hall and asked, "What do you all think? How should we deal with this mad invader from America?" General Sasaki, commander of the main army base and the leading representative of the military faction, gave a cold snort and was the first to speak. Invincible? Nonsense. Most likely, those surviving soldiers are just making excuses for their own failure, turning the invader into some demon to cover their disgrace. He spoke with chilling resolve. Your Majesty, I recommend mobilizing half of the armed forces stationed in Tokyo to conduct a thorough search throughout the entire Tokyo area. Once we locate the American Kyle, we should encircle and eliminate him on the spot. Tanaka, the Prime Minister and representative of the cabinet, lowered his gaze in agreement. That's right. We are a nation of warriors. No matter how formidable he might be, he cannot stand against our samurai. While the armed forces search all of Tokyo, Your Majesty should convene a meeting tomorrow and personally reassure the people, so they believe in our strength and confidence to defeat the invader. Commander Sasaki added, as for the news about the airbase being infiltrated and overrun, even if Tokyo citizens find out, we must make sure it never spreads beyond the city. We cannot let our enemies mock us. With these two heavyweights, both wielding real power, having spoken, the rest of the high-ranking officials naturally voiced their support. The Emperor cursed them as sly old foxes in his heart, but had no choice but to feign agreement for the time being. Tonight was fated to be a sleepless one for everyone in Tokyo. And yet, this was only the opening act. The real spectacle had yet to begin. The next morning, American Kyle attacks the main Air Force base, leaving it in ruins. This news was simply too explosive. It was like tossing a depth charge into a tranquil pond. No matter how much the authorities tried to contain and reassure, rumors and whispers spread like wildfire. An unkillable monster, the American demon, the war madman who rules Germany. In just a few hours, nearly all of Tokyo was gripped by panic, with everyone anxiously discussing these topics. The name Kyle of America hung over the city like a nightmare mist, haunting every heart. With no other option, the emperor was forced to make a public appearance from the palace, now guarded by 5 times the usual military strength. Speaking in the name of the divine, he declared that the invader would soon be dealt with, striving to quell the unrest in Tokyo by sheer force of will. Ordinary people cowered in fear, while armed troops conducted cautious searches throughout the city. Meanwhile, some self-styled samurai and wandering swordsmen, eager to seize glory, were already rushing to Tokyo, hoping to make a name for themselves by slaying Kyle. At the same time, Tokyo, Kuramachi District, the main dojo of the Shinto Munin School. Kyle, with his appearance subtly altered by Venom, arrived at the road in front of the dojo and paused, raising his eyes to survey the scene. The sword school before him sprawled across a wide area. More than a dozen traditional buildings rose in tiers, and the main hall itself was as vast as a modern sports arena, capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 people for group sword training. Kyle stood tall in the street, his cold gaze sweeping over the imposing dojo complex. A faint smile played at the corner of his lips. The way of the samurai in Nippon is a tradition whose precise origins have long been lost to time, but it truly flourished during the Edo period, when the shogunate recruited warriors who upheld and revered this spirit. The samurai of Nippon devoted themselves to the art of the sword, the very craft of killing. Even after the shogunate fell, and the new government issued the decree to abolish swords, the samurai who came after continued to prize the practice of swordsmanship, believing that the way of the sword befitted the samurai, and that the strongest among them were invincible. This has continued, unbroken, to the present day. Dozens of distinct sword schools descended from this tradition, with most finding their homes in the bustling heart of Tokyo. Even soldiers of the Japanese army, in their youth, would pass through these dojos to be taught the way of the sword. In a sense, these schools have become the authoritative pillars of Bushido, the very foundation upon which samurai pride themselves as being above all others. The emperor, the country's elite, and the armed soldiers stationed on military bases all maintained a cautious vigilance, guarding against any sudden assault. Yet none of them foresaw that Kyle's target would abruptly shift. He intended to trample upon and shatter the very foundation of Nippon's Bushido. With unwavering confidence, Kyle strode forward. The commoner's attire he'd been wearing began to shift, transforming back into his sleek, jet-black combat suit. He approached the front entrance of the sword dojo with resolute purpose. The dojo is closed to outsiders. Please do not approach. Who are you? Do you have an invitation? As Kyle neared the imposing main gates of the dojo, his dark attire drew immediate attention. 2 young men, clad in white kimonos and armed with wooden swords, stepped forward in unison, blocking his path with wary voices. Tell your master, Kyle replied with a faint smile, his steps never faltering as he ascended the steps, his voice calm and direct, that Kyle of America is here to challenge him. Kyle of America? The 2 young men gasped, exchanging alarmed glances. Their faces were etched with shock and disbelief. After all, it was this very man who, in a single night, had thrown all of Tokyo into chaos as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake, sending the entire nation into a state of panic, the man whispered about as a demon. Even the emperor himself had publicly condemned his crimes the previous night, and countless armed soldiers were scouring Tokyo in a citywide manhunt. Yet here this uninvited guest stood at the very doors of their dojo? Kyle maintained his unhurried pace. With each step he took forward, the 2 young guards retreated further back. When he finally reached the main entrance, the 2, now pale with fear, darted inside, shouting in alarm as they ran. It's Kyle from America. He's here. The demon who destroyed the airbase and threatened the emperor last night. He's come for us. Someone help. Within moments, a crowd of young men, the dojo's disciples, all garbed in the trappings of swordsmanship, poured out, their hands gripping real, gleaming swords, wooden sandals clacking urgently as they surged forth. But as they rushed within 3 meters of Kyle, they all abruptly halted, their faces tense and wary, unwilling to come any closer. Swords in hand, they maintained a safe distance. Kyle didn't even spare them a glance. With an air of cold indifference, he calmly continued inward, weaving his way through the circle of sword-wielding disciples. Before long, he stepped straight into the main hall of the dojo. More and more disciples surged forward to surround him, their numbers swelling from dozens to over 100, encircling Kyle both inside and out. Yet despite following his every move, none dared to make the first strike. Fortunately, the dojo's main hall was spacious enough to accommodate hundreds training at once. The wooden floors gleamed as if new, and racks for practice, swords lined the inner walls. At the center hung a massive plaque, its bold calligraphy inked in deep black. Shindo Munin Ryu. In this era, it stood as one of the cornerstones of Bushido, Shindo Munin Ryu, a school of swordsmanship renowned for its advanced techniques. Though not the most powerful, among the old traditions preserved in Nikkisen, it ranked in the top 10 and boasted the largest number of disciples, making it a true authority in the world of kendo. Now, in these times of war, every disciple present was an inner student, and still, they numbered in the hundreds. Stand aside, everyone. Let our challenger enter. With the crowd pressing in around him, Kyle entered the heart of the dojo. Before he could take in the details of his surroundings, a deep, resonant voice, old yet full of vigor, echoed through the hall. At the sound, the 100-odd disciples, all clad in white uniforms, respectfully parted. In silence, they opened a broad, unobstructed space in the center of the floor. Only now did Kyle truly see the room before him. At the center sat an elderly man in a kendo uniform, poised and dignified. Beside him, a beautiful woman in a kimono knelt quietly at his side. So you're the current master of Shindo Munin Ryu? Kyle looked down at the old man, disappointment plain on his face. This expression drew angry glares from the 100-plus disciples surrounding them. This intruder was simply too arrogant. In Nikkisen's Tokyo, who didn't know of Old Sword, a legend still vigorous in his later years, a true master of the blade, even 10 able-bodied young men would be felled easily by his wooden sword. Our guest has come from afar. Is it truly for a challenge? The old master's tone showed not the slightest irritation, his demeanor calm and composed, a true exemplar of a seasoned swordsman. It's simple. Today, I'm going to erase the name of Shindo Munin Ryu, and you'll only be the first. There are over 40 other kendo schools here. In Nikkisen's Tokyo, all representing Bushido. I'll be coming for them too. Kyle shrugged, as if he were talking about the simplest of tasks. The air of violence clings to you, and your words are bold. Guest, the old master replied. With a wave of his hand, the woman beside him rose. Gracefully, understanding his meaning. She stepped back, took a sheathed katana from the rack beneath the plaque, and brought it to his side. Kyle didn't try to stop them. In fact, he was quite curious to witness the swordsmanship that Nichizo so highly praised and had passed down through generations. The old sword master rose with deliberate grace. His razor-sharp katana slid from its sheath, glinting coldly as he leveled it at Kyle. You, a foreigner who has invaded our land, a challenger of our dojo. First, you threaten His Majesty the Emperor, and now you seek to destroy a school of swordsmanship that has endured for centuries. Since you've come here, don't think you'll be allowed to leave. Kyle seemed unfazed by the threat. He swept his gaze over the 100 or so sword disciples surrounding them and made a suggestion. Why don't you all come at me together? The old master paused, his hands gripping the katana's hilt tightly, his narrow, penetrating eyes flashing with a cold gleam. Are you looking down on me? Kyle shook his head and offered an explanation. It's not just you I look down on. I look down on everyone here. The words had barely left his lips when a wave of anger surged through the hall. Over 100 students nearly rushed at him, swords drawn. The only thing that stopped them was the old master, who could no longer restrain himself, and made his move. In a sudden burst, the old master dashed forward, his feet hitting the floor in rapid succession. He moved with a speed that matched, if not surpassed, that of a healthy young man. When he was just 3 meters from Kyle, he sprang into the air with a powerful leap. While airborne, he drew both arms back, gathering strength, then swung the katana down in a violent arc. The blade traced a perfect semicircle through the air, aiming to cleave Kyle in two from crown to heel. The old master's speed was astonishing, and his swordsmanship was sharp and immaculate. The fluidity and precision of his attack drew a gasp of excitement from every student in the hall, and even the women in kimonos smiled with satisfaction. And yet, Kyle remained utterly still, as if frozen by the ferocity of the sword master's assault, making no move to evade the descending blade. The disciples watched with bated breath, their imaginations running wild. They could almost see Kyle's body split perfectly in two, his insides and blood spilling grotesquely across the floor. In that charged moment, as everyone watched, the old master's katana arced down in a flash of steel and frost. Just as it was about to strike, Kyle's right hand shot upward with lightning speed. His thumb and forefinger pinched the very tip of the blade. The katana came to rest on the vibranium bracer, and the Venom suit reinforced palm of Kyle's hand. There wasn't even a sound. The savage chop that had seemed unstoppable a moment ago was inexplicably, effortlessly halted. To call this bare-handed blade catching would be an understatement. It was a display of superhuman strength, a feat that transcended any swordsmanship. The disciples stared in disbelief. The dojo fell so silent, you could hear a pin drop. Even more stunned than the students was the old master himself. He stared in utter disbelief at the hand that had so casually caught his katana. Humiliated and afraid, he tightened his grip on the hilt, pouring all his strength into it. Yet he could not move the blade a single inch from Kyle's grasp. How did you do that? The old master gasped, letting go of the katana in shock. After all, he had spent decades perfecting his high-speed sword strikes that could slice through a tree thicker than a man's arm with ease. A frog at the bottom of a well, Kyle remarked coldly in Japanese. Now that he was this close, he understood. What the so-called sword master possessed was nothing more than a rare green ability card. True Shinto, swordsmanship mastery. My turn, Kyle murmured, thrusting his left fist forward. The blow carried a sharp gust of wind, and it crashed down fiercely on the swordmaster's rather thin frame. A punch with 12 times the power of an ordinary human. With a thunderous impact, as if struck by a speeding car, the swordmaster was sent flying like a severed kite. His body traced a parabolic arc across the hall, rolling through the air before crashing heavily into the dojo's signboard 10 meters away. Blood splattered in a wide swath across the dojo's sign, staining it a vivid red. The swordmaster's mortally wounded body collapsed to the floor, utterly lifeless. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Over 100 swordsmanship disciples gaped in horror, their faces a complex tapestry of grief, rage, hatred, shock, and fear. Kyle's expression remained indifferent. He calmly withdrew his clenched left fist, while the vibranium-braced fingers of his right hand still held the tip of the katana. All techniques are mere tricks. Only mutation reigns supreme. That's just how unanswerable the branches of evolution are in this world. When one's strength, speed, reflexes, and physical resilience surpass human limits in every way, unmatched. Swordsmanship means nothing. Unless it taps into some mysterious energy, a mere human body cannot possibly withstand a full-force punch from someone whose genes have been radically enhanced. Perhaps only the world's hidden magic, the innate gifts of alien races, or the futuristic marvels of post-21st century technology could ever outstrip the progress he's made through mutation and evolution. But the Ancient One's order of sorcerers is devoted to Earth's protection. Wakanda remains quietly secluded. Alien invaders and gods have yet to arrive, and the 21st century is still more than 50 years away. When the tiger is absent, the monkey reigns as king. Here in the era of World War II, Kyle could swagger wherever he pleased, defying all comers. Let anyone who dares challenge him step forward. Inside the dojo hall, a woman in a kimono stared in stunned horror at the swordmaster's brutal demise. Her beautiful eyes were brimming with hatred and fury. Suddenly, she snatched a sword from a nearby disciple and, abandoning all composure, charged at Kyle in frenzy. Kyle turned coldly, flicking his right wrist. The katana in his hand sliced through the air and, with a sharp whistle, shot forward at lightning speed, piercing straight through the woman's chest. The force drove the blade's handle deep, pinning her body against the entrance doors and ending her life in an instant. Swordmaster, senior sister, the 100-odd disciples remaining in the dojo could no longer contain their grief and anger. With swords drawn and voices raised in fury, they charged as one toward Kyle, standing at the center of the hall. We could have just gone together earlier. Kyle shrugged indifferently. The liquid black threads of his Venom suit climbed up his neck, forming a protective hood with a mask-like sheen. His eyes gleamed scarlet and icy, and from each clenched fist extended claws of deep, shadowy black. Venom, full coverage, claw mode. Kyle crouched low, gathering energy, then launched himself forward with explosive power. His body barreled through like living steel, smashing into the crowd of sword-wielding youths. In a single breath, their encircling formation shattered into chaos, with those in the front ranks spitting blood as they were sent flying through the doors. With accelerating, powerful strides, Kyle's clawed hands lashed out in a relentless flurry. Each swipe sent blood spraying, leaving several young men collapsed on the ground, howling in agony. The sword disciples charged forward, fearless in the face of death. Most of their slashes bounced harmlessly off the tough Venom suit. Even the strongest strikes, when they managed to pierce the surface, only left thin, shallow cuts across his skin, wounds that healed instantly before a single drop of blood could spill. It looked less like 100 men besieging a single foe and more like a lion or tiger rampaging through a flock of sheep. Kyle had become a machine of slaughter, harvesting the weak with ruthless efficiency. When the dojo's grand hall finally fell silent once more, Kyle, breathing heavily from the exertion, strode out into the courtyard, his bloody footprints marking his path. The brilliant sunlight fell on his demonic, crimson-black form, lending him a chilling, spectral aura. In a flash, Venom disguised itself as ordinary local clothing, and Kyle returned to the guise of an unremarkable passerby. He left the sword sect's blood-soaked, fuel-scented dojo with casual ease. 3 minutes later, the main hall of the Shinto Munin sword sect erupted in flames. The fire raged out of control, quickly spreading to more than a dozen buildings within the sect's compound. Roaring flames devoured everything within the halls, consuming the very foundation of the Shinto Munin sword sect and its centuries-old legacy. Tokyo, Imperial Palace. The emperor, clad in magnificent ceremonial robes, stood atop the palace's sacred platform, delivering a speech and proclamation to nearly 1,000 citizens gathered in the courtyard. His face was stern, yet the robes lent him an aura of serenity. He gazed down at the people with the lofty grace of a living god. That demon from America took advantage of the airbase's vulnerability to commit heinous crimes, but rest assured, our military, under divine protection, will soon deliver justice. Trust us. We have the strength and the confidence. Seeing the crowd's unwavering faith in his divinity, the emperor maintained a faint, confident smile. Just as he was about to conclude his speech, an aide abruptly approached the platform, causing him to pause. Irritated, the emperor frowned, but as the aide leaned in and whispered hurriedly in his ear, his expression darkened with sudden shock. Well then, let's call it day for now. The emperor, pale-faced and weary, ended the ceremony with a few perfunctory words. Supported by his attendants, he left the sacred platform. Beneath the platform, the crowd, who had been listening intently and in good spirits, paused in confusion. They glanced at each other, murmuring uncertainly, unsure of what had just occurred. Did the entire Shimiki Sword School truly perish in a single fire? Back in the inner chambers of the imperial residence, the emperor took a deep breath and asked with difficulty. The fire broke out and spread far too quickly. By the time the fire brigade arrived, more than a dozen dojo buildings had already been reduced to ashes. At the scene, we found only this. As he spoke, the attendant slowly pulled a card from his pocket. On its face, a black demon grinned menacingly out at the world. The emperor stared at the card, unable to compose himself any longer. He sank to his knees in terror, accepting the demon card from his attendant with trembling hands. From within his own robes, he drew another card, its back bearing the exact same devilish insignia. Both cards shared the same design and iron-like material, which explained how they had survived the flames unscathed. On the face of each card, the demon appeared above a single square tile and a single club, respectively. He's declaring war on our nation alone. Does he mean to play out all 54 cards? The emperor hissed through clenched teeth. Your Majesty, the attendant sighed softly. Go and notify Commander Sasaki. Order every armed force stationed in Tokyo to mobilize. We must strike back at once. The emperor's fist tightened as he made his decision, his voice cold as steel. And tell the ninja organization protecting the palace to move out. My own safety is now a secondary concern. Eliminating that man is our highest priority. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Your safety is of utmost importance, the attendant pleaded. The emperor shook his head. No more arguments. If he completes his deck of 54 cards, there will be no nation left for us. What use are an emperor or the gods then? His true goal, in fact, the attendant hesitated, unable to finish his thought. We are a nation of warriors. How can we bow to a lone man? The emperor shot him a fierce glare and swept his sleeve with resolve. Meanwhile, in Tokyo's Eshimo district, outside the main hall of the Muzo-shin Sword School, Kyle strode forward, his dark battle attire unmistakable. Facing a group of gatekeepers, he announced boldly as he entered, I am Kyle. I have come to challenge you. Within half a day, 11 sword schools across Tokyo were eradicated. Each dojo was stormed by the same lone figure, who slew the schoolmaster and every sword disciple inside, then set the core hall ablaze to destroy the very foundation of the style. At every site, a demon card was left behind, a chilling signature of the invader. The name on everyone's lips, Demon Kyle. He moved like the incarnation of a demon, crushing and flattening the representative schools that formed the very foundation of Bushido, trampling without restraint upon the spiritual pillars of the samurai. Once again, the people of Nikkisen Tokyo were left in shock. Faced with the fearsome invader, Kyle, they felt a chill in their hearts. And for the first time, they realized that the samurai, so skilled and formidable in daily life, could also be this fragile. Nearly 100,000 armed soldiers were dispatched in a full-scale search, but Tokyo was simply too vast, a city large enough to be divided into 4 or 5 major metropolises. The dozens of renowned sword schools were scattered throughout its many districts, making it impossible to fully deploy troops for comprehensive defense. Strategic analysts in Nikkeson worked tirelessly to predict Kyle's movements and targets, stationing military squads in advance near those dojos. Yet in the next moment, a distant dojo 10 kilometers away would be razed to the ground. By the time the soldiers rushed to the scene, all that remained was a bleak wasteland of scorched earth and ruin. What they didn't know was that Blue Eagle was conducting reconnaissance from over 1,000 meters above, making it nearly impossible for Kyle to be caught in a large-scale military encirclement. After all, humans are not machines. When in combat mode, Kyle's stamina burned at a rate far exceeding that of ordinary people, but thanks to his super soldier physique and regenerative factor, his body could recover to peak condition in no time. Still, if he were ever truly caught by a heavily armed force, even his strength would not suffice for total annihilation. He would be trapped in a brutal stalemate, his energy rapidly drained with no chance to rest or let down his guard. Moreover, a sustained barrage of heavy artillery would eventually exceed the limits of his Venom armor and mutated body, outpacing the regenerative factor's healing speed and leaving him vulnerable, perhaps even fatally so. Kyle understood his own limits well. He would never allow himself to fall into a situation where his life was truly at risk. During this deadly game of cat and mouse with Tokyo's armed forces, he destroyed 5 more sword schools that were left undefended, bringing the total to 16. For Nikkeson to lose so many schools and lineages in one fell swoop, something that hadn't happened since the Edo period a century ago, dealt a devastating blow to a people who took such pride in their samurai heritage. In the command center, Commander Sasaki grew increasingly anxious. He dispatched messengers to the remaining sword schools, urging them to abandon their main dojos and seek refuge in safer areas. Yes, refuge. In the eyes of the state, Kyle's threat was on par with a natural disaster. Yet, as the very embodiment of Bushido, the leaders of each dojo unanimously refused Commander Sasaki's plea. To them, meeting a powerful enemy's challenge head-on was an honor. Death was not to be feared. What was truly terrifying was surrendering before the battle had even begun. If they were to abandon their main dojos out of fear, would that not be forsaking the very spirit of Bushido that resided in their hearts? As long as the sword remains, so do we. And as long as we stand, so does our school. This was the unanimous response from the remaining members of the traditional schools, a statement they believed showed their unyielding spirit. When Commander Sasaki learned of this at the military command center, he nearly exploded in anger. For the first time, he sighed inwardly. The way of the samurai is truly ruinous. So rigid and foolish. They have no idea how to adapt. If the enemy were anyone else, perhaps there would be a chance of victory. But this was Kyle. In less than 2 days, his demonic reputation had cast a suffocating shadow over all of Tokyo. Are we really going to wait until only a handful of dojos are left standing in Tokyo before we finally gather our troops and organize a defense? Commander Sasaki's head throbbed as he mulled over what to do. Just then, a communications soldier burst in, brimming with excitement. The communications soldier saluted and announced, "Reporting, sir. We've just received the latest news. The ninja organization assigned to protect the Emperor has left the Imperial Palace and begun covert operations. They request our cooperation." Ninjas? Commander Sasaki was momentarily stunned, then broke into a broad smile and laughed heartily. So, even the Emperor can't sit still any longer. He's even dispatched the ninjas who have always stayed within the palace walls. Ninjas, the elite among elites, the ultimate warriors. Each member possessed abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. Unfortunately, this organization, though steeped in tradition, answered only to the Emperor and stood outside the jurisdiction of the military. Commander Sasaki spoke coldly. "Cooperate. Of course we'll cooperate. For this operation, deploy all our firepower. Ignore public property and civilian casualties. No matter the cost, make sure that man is killed in this battle." Tokyo, Japan, Kanagawa District. This area sits at the edge of Tokyo, far less bustling than the city center. After the American Demons invasion, the streets were all but deserted. Still, it was home to one of the 10 most prestigious dojos, the Hojo Itoryu. Rumor had it they worshipped a demon blade known as Murasame. Kyle arrived at the dojo's entrance and was surprised to find there were no guards posted outside. Even the main doors stood wide open. Had everyone inside already withdrawn? Kyle didn't care. Whether the dojo's members stayed behind to defend or had already fled made little difference to him. His true purpose was to destroy the dojo and erase the foundation of what they called the way of the samurai. Expressionless, Kyle shifted back to his original battle attire, the shadowy garb of night, and strode into the main hall, cold and unwavering. Only once he reached the courtyard did he realize the members had not abandoned the dojo. Instead, they were all kneeling in perfect rows within the main hall. At the front sat a middle-aged man in a black kimono. Behind him, about 50 sword-wielding disciples dressed in black, all sitting quietly with their eyes closed, awaiting their fate. "You've finally come. We have been waiting for you," the middle-aged man said, opening his eyes to gaze at Kyle, who stood tall and resolute in the doorway of the main hall. "Demon Kyle, here to challenge you." Kyle smiled, delivering his usual opening line. "I am Hojo Maru, the 21st head of the Hojo Itoryu School." The middle-aged man picked up the sheathed Nichiso blade by his side and stood up slowly. With resolve, he declared, "On behalf of the Hojo Itoryu School, I accept your challenge." As soon as he finished speaking, the 50 swordsmanship students behind him rose in unison, gripping their prepared swords, ready to face the enemy. Hojo Maru spoke with quiet dignity. "I know that facing you alone leaves me with no chance of victory, so all of us will fight together." "That's exactly how it should be." Kyle nodded in satisfaction, his gaze settling with interest on the Nichiso blade in the man's hand. "Is that the legendary demon sword, Murasame?" "It is." Murasame was never meant to be drawn, but with the Hojo Itoryu's very survival at stake, I have no choice but to go against our ancestors' wishes. As Hojo Maru spoke, he gripped the scabbard with his left hand, the intricately carved hilt with his right, and began to draw the slender blade of Murasame inch by inch. Kyle took a good look at the so-called demon blade. The hilt was adorned with masterful engravings. The blade itself gleamed cold and bright like a mirror. Its appearance was certainly impressive. By ancient Nichiso craftsmanship, it almost rivaled the sodium carbon steel sabers Howard forged with cutting-edge technology. But in truth, it didn't seem much different from other Nichiso blades. This school was unlike the others who had challenged Kyle before, neither overestimating themselves nor blindly clinging to the samurai code. Instead, they possessed a clear sense of their own weakness, understood the overwhelming strength of their foe, and were determined to stake everything in a desperate battle. "Then let's begin." Kyle's eyes sharpened, and he raised his fists before his chest, crossing them. 6 dark, razor-sharp claws sprang forth, while his Venom suit shifted into full combat mode, enveloping him completely. His body, as if crafted solely for battle and slaughter, exuded a chilling, oppressive aura, so harsh that it sent shivers down the spine of anyone who beheld him. "All disciples of Hojo Itoryu, hear my command. Today we live and die with our dojo. Fight with everything you have until the last drop of blood is spilled." Hojo Maru shouted, lifting Murasame before him with both hands. The swordsmanship students behind him, burning with the same resolve, drew their own blades. "To battle!" With a collective cry, everyone in the dojo hall raised their swords and charged forward, the clatter of wooden sandals filling the air. "Come on!" Kyle let out a cold laugh, showing no intention of dodging. He lowered his stance and lunged forward, choosing to meet many opponents head-on. He was well used to such battles. Facing many foes at once was almost second nature to him. Kyle surged forward into the throng of samurai, swiftly raising his right arm to block. Instantly, over a dozen blades hacked down onto his vibranium bracer. Thanks to its ability to absorb kinetic energy, the bracer effortlessly deflected every strike that came his way. With a sweeping slash of his clawed right hand, he struck sideways at waist height. Several samurai within half a meter of him let out agonized screams, clutching at their bleeding abdomens as they staggered back and collapsed to the ground. This was only the beginning of the bloodbath. In no time, more samurai stepped up to fill the gaps. Several katana blades crashed down on Kyle's unguarded back, but not one could pierce the resilient protection of his Venom suit. The samurai who landed those blows stared in horror, mouths agape. In the next instant, their own bodies were torn apart like paper by those vicious claws, flesh and blood splattering across the floor. Kyle fought on, repeating the same ruthless tactics as before. He ignored the flashing blades, disregarded his own wounds, and seemed to revel in the slaughter with monstrous abandon. After nearly 10 samurai had fallen, strewn lifelessly across the floor, Hojo Maru, who had been blending into the chaos, could hold back no longer. He shouted now. Surrounded by enemies, Kyle's crimson eyes flicked upward, searching for the master of the Hojo Dojo. Just then, 2 faint whistling sounds sliced through the air toward him. In his field of vision, 2 shuriken expanded rapidly, hurtling toward him at a speed surpassing even that of a bullet, aimed unerringly at his eyes. The attack was almost impossible to defend against, so swift that even Kyle's super soldier reflexes weren't enough to dodge. He could only snap his eyes shut, feeling the shuriken embed in his eyelids, protected by the Venom suit, with a sharp, numbing sting. Now's our chance. Hojo Maru, who had been lurking at the back of the fray, seized the moment. With 9 samurai at his side, he surged forward at lightning speed, closing in on the temporarily blinded Kyle. Their movements were swift and coordinated. As they passed on either side of Kyle, their blades flashed through the air, slicing open the suit's surface and leaving 10 thin, bloody lines across his muscular torso. I underestimated them. Even with his eyes shut, Kyle remained calm. Sensing the last samurai trying to retreat past his shoulder, he lashed out with his right hand, seizing the man's calf. With a powerful swing, he lifted the enemy high and smashed him down onto the floor with bone-shattering force. Number 6. Little 6. The remaining 9 samurai, having retreated to a safe distance after their strike, cried out in alarm. Kyle, bleeding and battered, opened his crimson eyes and looked down at the young samurai, writhing in pain in his grasp. Dressed in the same black kimono of the dojo's discipline, this man possessed a card ability far beyond that of the ordinary sword disciples. True assassination mastery, true hidden weapon mastery, true disguise mastery, poison mastery, endurance and stealth psychology mastery. There were over 20 green ability cards, all focused on extreme assassination techniques. Among them, however, one blue ability card stood out prominently. Super Ninja, a unique Super Ninja physique found only among the Nikisan warriors, a lower-grade version of Super Soldier. Blue ability card. Through the relentless injection of various poisons and hormonal compounds into the warrior's body, and after enduring inhuman agony, the ultimate potential of the human body is forcibly unlocked, at the cost of drastically shortening the person's life. The genes inside the body become unstable. Cells no longer age or die, resulting in symptoms similar to those of cancer patients. This grants the user the peak strength, speed, and reflexes of a normal human, as well as the utmost limits of stamina and resistance to damage. But their natural lifespan cannot exceed 50 years. So, it turns out Nikisan really does have ninjas. I underestimated you. Kyle sneered, his right arm pinning the captured ninja's neck as he dragged his wounded body upright. He glanced at the ninja, trapped in the crook of his arm. True to form, the ninja's resilience was impressive, even after enduring that brutal blow moments ago. He was still conscious, his feet kicking furiously in the air as he struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, Kyle's super soldier enhancements ranked above the super ninja, his mutated evolution even more perfected. The ninja's desperate struggle couldn't move Kyle's powerful arm in the slightest. Boss! The 8 other ninjas, disguised as swordsmanship disciples nearby, fixed their anxious gazes on their leader, Hojo Maru, awaiting his command. Hojo Maru shook his head coldly, ignoring the struggling ninja. Gripping his blood-stained Murasame sword, he stared icily at Kyle. You're not the original master of this dojo, are you? Kyle narrowed his eyes and asked. The original master died long ago. Everyone here is either a ninja or a military plant in disguise, Hojo Maru replied in a frosty tone. You have nowhere left to run. If you put down Xiao Lu now, I'll let you live long enough to meet His Majesty the Emperor. Sorry, I never accept threats from others. Kyle chuckled softly, then tightened his right arm with all his strength. The ninja's neck cracked loudly, and after a brief struggle, his limbs went limp, life extinguished. Kyle released his vibranium-armored grip and carelessly tossed the ninja's corpse onto the floor. The remaining 8 ninjas cried out in fury, but what happened next left them wide-eyed with terror. They watched as Kyle, still breathing heavily, stood tall. The wounds all over his body, large and small, were healing at a startling speed, an utterly uncanny sight. Hojo Maru, the leader of the ninja squad, seemed unsurprised and remarked, just as the surviving soldiers from the army reported, your regenerative ability is truly formidable. Kyle's brow furrowed slightly. Something fell off. The enemy had long known about his extraordinary healing abilities, so why would they stop attacking after a single strike, giving him time to recover? Suddenly, he sensed an unusual sensation in his body. Reaching back with his left hand, he found that the gash on his back, inflicted by Hojamaru, showed no signs of healing. Blood continued to pour from a wound. So this is the demon blade, Murasame. A single strike is fatal. The wound it inflicts will never heal, leaving the victim to bleed out, powerless to stop it. Hojamaru smiled as he raised Murasame, its blade gleaming with sinister, fresh blood. Demon blade, Murasame, forged from sodium carbon steel alloy, crafted by a master swordsmith into a traditional Japanese katana. Blue-grade item card. The high sodium carbon steel content grants the blade its unique effects. Not only is it incredibly tough and sharp, but also suppresses the body's healing factors, causing wounds that never close. After years of being bathed in blood, the blade carries a faint dark crimson hue and an ever-present scent of iron. Kyle stared at the nearby Murasame in Hojamaru's hand, the item card's description flashing before his eyes, and suddenly everything made sense. The so-called bleeding demon blade was, in fact, a handmade Japanese katana laced with sodium carbon steel. No wonder the wound on his back resisted even his rapid healing. His regenerative powers stood no chance against it. Wounded, Kyle stood his ground, remaining calm as he surveyed the 9 remaining ninja around him. Their elite physical abilities, paired with hidden, deadly weapons, meant that the longer this dragged on, the worse it would get for him. He could fight, but there was no need to press his luck. Just then, a piercing eagle's cry rang out from high above the dojo, slicing through the tense air of the stalemated hall and echoing sharply within. The ninjas in the dojo paid it no mind, assuming it was just an ordinary eagle, their eyes still fixed on Kyle with unwavering intensity. But Kyle immediately recognized the familiar call. Beneath the mask of his Venom suit, his expression shifted slightly. It was a warning signal. At such a volume, it meant enemy aircraft or a large force was fast approaching. He couldn't afford to stay any longer. A silent decision formed in Kyle's mind as his cold gaze swept the room. At that moment, Hojamaru flashed another mysterious smile. Your body really is monstrous. I'm impressed you've lasted this long. It's just a single slash, Kyle began, frowning, but his words trailed off abruptly. He felt something invading his nerves, his body convulsing uncontrollably. He collapsed, barely managing to brace himself on the floor with his claws. Our blades are always coated with a neurotoxic poison that paralyzes on contact. The dose in your system would put a full-grown elephant to sleep for 3 days and nights. After Hojo Maru finished his confident explanation, Kyle's eyelids drooped, and his arms fell limply to his sides as he collapsed onto the ground, losing consciousness in a sudden faint. We did it. The other 8 ninjas watched this scene and finally let out a sigh of relief. The pressure, radiating from the man before them, had been overwhelming, far stronger than any enemy they had ever faced. As long as he was standing, none of them dared to approach him head-on. With the amount of paralytic poison that's invaded his body, there's no doubt we've succeeded, Hojo Maru said coolly. Still, he kept his guard up as he issued a command. Ichiko, Nico, you two, go and check on him. The 2 ninjas, after exchanging a glance, nodded and carefully approached the unconscious Kyle, one from the left, one from the right. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. When they were within half a meter of Kyle and confirmed he showed no signs of movement or awareness, they were just about to let out a breath of relief when suddenly Hojo Maru's urgent warning rang out. Watch out. The 2 ninjas instinctively tried to leap back, but Kyle, who had been lying motionless at their side, suddenly twisted around. His hands shot up, each gripping an energy pistol that he aimed directly at their chests. Goodbye, Kyle sneered, squeezing the triggers. At such close range, all they could see were 2 searing blue beams of energy firing from the barrels. In the blink of an eye, the 2 ninjas, who had been so full of life just moments earlier, were struck down before everyone's eyes. The beams punched bloody holes through their bodies, and they fell lifeless into pools of their own blood. Ichiko, Nico, Hojo Maru shouted, a mixture of shock and fury in his voice. At that very moment, a blue energy blast shot toward him. Quick as lightning, he swung his blade, Murasame, and miraculously shattered the beam in front of him, scattering sparks of blue light in every direction. But immediately, several more beams of blue energy came flying his way. It was clear that Kyle wasn't targeting the remaining ninjas. Instead, he was focusing all his firepower on Hojo Maru alone. Damn it! Normally composed and unflappable, Hojo Maru couldn't help but curse aloud. He rolled and dodged with desperate speed, but Kyle, a master marksman, anticipated his moves, firing precisely where Hojo Maru would be. After several evasive rolls, one of the blue beams still managed to home in on him. With a shout, Hojo Maru hastily raised Murasame to block. Though his grip wasn't fully secure, he barely managed to deflect the beam with the sword's edge. The impact sent the blade spinning from his grasp. As he tried to snatch Murasame from the air, a black shadow darted past him with lightning speed, snatching the sword from midair before he could reach it. Now, as Kyle closed in, Hojo Maru's pupils contracted, and a look of despair flickered in his darkening eyes. You forced me to use these energy pistols, rare relics of a lost age. Impressive, Kyle murmured, landing silently from above. In a flash, he brought the Murasame down in a swift slash with his left hand. Let me return your own blade to you. Amidst Hojomaru's harrowing wails, an arm, slick with blood, flew high through the air, severed from the body. Even so, the blade had missed its mark. Kyle raised Muramasa to finish the job, but staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Ignoring the remaining ninjas, he dashed out of the main hall of the dojo alone. Boss! The 6 surviving ninjas shouted in unison, quickly gathering around the wounded Hojomaru, who clutched at his severed arm. Hojomaru's face was deathly pale as he collapsed to the floor, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. Gritting his teeth to endure the agony, he rasped, "Forget about me. Go after the demon Kyle. He's already injured, and with the neurotoxin in his veins, he's running on fumes. Go. Don't let him escape." "Understood. We will complete the mission," the ninjas growled in reply, immediately following the trail of blood out of the dojo and into the night. Kyle gasped for breath, gripping Muramasa in one hand and an energy pistol in the other. He stumbled from the main hall into the courtyard, so dizzy he nearly pitched headlong into a small pond. His condition was dire. The neurotoxin coursing through him was impeding the link between muscles and nerves. Some parts of his body were starting to lose sensation and mobility. Luckily, his regeneration factor was holding the poison somewhat at bay, but any strenuous movement would only speed the toxin's spread through his bloodstream. The fact he'd managed to stay upright and even take down the ninja moments before was sheer force of will. "Venom, if I lose consciousness completely, take over my body and get us to safety," Kyle whispered. He still had a few tricks and cards up his sleeve, but he was already preparing for the worst. "There he is. Don't let him get away." The 6 ninjas burst out of the main hall, spotting Kyle and closing in fast. Kyle gritted his teeth and sprinted toward the dojo's front gate. But the instant his foot crossed the threshold, a surge of danger prickled across his senses, forcing him to pull back instinctively. A split second later, a shell exploded at the entrance, right in front of Kyle. Flames roared, blasting stone and dust into the air, the shockwave rippling outward. Kyle rolled across the courtyard, dirt and debris coating his hair and clothes. As he staggered to his feet, a barrage of rockets rained down, demolishing the dojo's front gate and the surrounding walls in a thunderous cascade. He looked up, and his view snapped wide open. The street beyond the dojo was packed with Japanese troops. Rows upon rows of soldiers, rifles bristling, machine guns and rocket launchers all trained on him alone. It was a scene both spectacular and terrifying. Behind him, the ninjas pressed in. Ahead, a wall of thousands of armed soldiers stood ready, every hostile eye and weapon focused on a single man. "Well," Kyle muttered, "this is less than ideal." In the courtyard of the dojo, Kyle managed a wry smile. The Muramasa blade and energy pistol had already dissolved back into cards, now safely stored away, and his hands hung limply at his sides, as if he'd given up any hope of resisting or escaping. "Demon Kyle, there's nowhere left for you to run. Surrender now," shouted an officer, standing well within the safety of the heavily fortified military perimeter, his voice echoing loud and clear. The ninjas who had chased after him stopped in their tracks, frowning. With cold, sharp voices they warned, "Don't do it. This demon is unpredictable. He must be executed on the spot." But the officer hesitated, prompting Kyle to shrug helplessly and speak up. "Come on now. Do I really look like I have any fight left in me?" Even as he spoke, a blue item card suddenly slipped between his fingers, appearing almost magically from his lowered hand. He still had a few tricks up his sleeve. All he needed was a few seconds, just enough time to seize the right moment to make his escape. And now, that moment was almost here. Silently, Kyle recited a mantra in his mind. Overhead, clouds drifted across the sky, casting a deep shadow over the open ground where he stood. All around him, the armed soldiers seemed to sense something amiss. A ripple of alarm spread as some of them craned their necks to stare at the heavens above. "What's that? A monster? It's huge, an eagle, and it's got blue feathers. It looks like it's heading this way." The officer, too, glanced upward, and when he saw the enormous blue eagle dive-bombing toward the dojo's courtyard, realization struck him. He shouted in panic, "No! Everyone, open fire now!" Too late. Kyle shook his head lightly. A surge of energy exploded beneath his feet, launching him skyward like a rocket, propelled by a powerful, invisible force. He was streaking through the air. A deafening barrage of gunfire erupted half a second too late, raking the spot where he'd just stood and blasting clouds of white vapor, pulverizing stone and earth into dust. At that moment, the blue eagle swooped down, wings spanning 10 meters wide, talons outstretched. With flawless timing, it caught Kyle at the peak of his ascent. Its mighty wings beat the air, whipping up a fierce gale that sent several hastily fired rockets veering wildly off course. exploding harmlessly in the air below. With a piercing cry, the blue eagle soared through the smoke and fire of the blasts, gaining altitude swiftly, carrying Kyle higher and higher, straight toward the noonday sky. Where are the fighter jets? Stop that beast at any cost, the officer bellowed, eyes wide with desperation as he watched the eagle and its passengers shrink into the distance. He yelled at the communications officer beside him. Just then, a small dark object tumbled from the eagle above, landing with a heavy thud on the courtyard in front of the dojo. It was a black sphere, no bigger than a fist, with a green light blinking ominously as it rolled across the ground. What is that? The soldiers at the front instinctively stumbled backward. It looked for all the world like a grenade. Though what kind of grenade could survive such a fall from the sky and not explode immediately? Is it a dud? The officer stared at the round object 10 meters away, its green light blinking like a countdown, then swiftly turning red. Then, nothing more happened. A sharp electronic beeping pierced the silence. The round object erupted, creating a void reminiscent of a black hole that began to devour everything within. In the blink of an eye, it expanded from the size of a fist, spinning and swelling rapidly into a massive sphere with a 50-meter radius. Everything within its reach, ninjas, armed soldiers, buildings, streets, trees, rocks, even sound and light, was swallowed completely, vanishing without a trace. Only when sound and light gradually returned to the area and the black hole faded away did bright sunlight once again fall upon the scene. At the heart of Tokyo's Kanagawa district, centered on the original dojo building, what remained was a colossal, smooth, half-spherical crater carved into the earth. Above the outskirts of Tokyo, over 1,000 meters in the sky, clutched in the talons of the blue eagle, Kyle had no way of knowing the aftermath wrought by that alien bomb. His mind was clouded, and much of his body felt numb and nearly immobile. Forcing his eyes open, Kyle tried to find somewhere safe to land, but to his dismay, he saw the clouds behind the blue eagle split apart. Over a dozen single-seat fighter jets were roaring toward them at full speed. Will this never end? Kyle no longer had the strength to complain. His mind was foggy, his will and strength draining away. He desperately wanted to sleep. The blue eagle cried out in distress, racing forward at supersonic speed with Kyle in its grasp, desperately trying to escape the relentless pursuit of the jets. 10 minutes later, Kyle lost the sensation of strong talons holding him. The icy wind whipped upward from below. He realized something. He was in free fall. What happened to the blue eagle? Squinting, Kyle managed to catch a glimpse through narrowed eyes. The blue eagle was fleeing into the distance, with the fighter jets hot on its trail. His consciousness faded again, his body limp and unresponsive, as he plummeted straight toward the vast, snowy mountain below. Kyle had no idea how long he was unconscious before he finally began to wake up. The first thing he saw was that he was inside a mountain cave, with natural tunnels all around and a steaming hot spring bubbling nearby. Venom, what happened? Kyle murmured under his breath. He was still clad in the Venom suit. Surviving a fall from that altitude and ending up here must have been Venom's doing. Venom sent him a sense of pride. In moments, Kyle understood the situation. No wonder he was ravenous. It had been 3 days since the last battle. During the fall from the snowy mountain, Venom had deployed gliding wings to slow the descent, then taken control of Kyle's body, guiding them into this cave beneath the mountain to hide. Thank goodness for you. Kyle breathed a sigh of relief. After sleeping for 3 days, not only had the nerve-numbing toxins worn off, but even the wounds on his back had completely healed. He took off his Venom suit, retrieved an assortment of steaming, freshly prepared food items from the card space, each preserved as an item card, and began to eat quickly to restore his energy, all the while stepping naked into the adjacent hot spring. Ah, that's just what I needed, Kyle sighed, feeling the water's perfect temperature melt away the tension wound-tight from battle. This place is comfortable and safe, he thought. Suddenly remembering something, Kyle drew a rare blue biological card from the card space and summoned it into reality. With a gentle splash, an oval-shaped giant egg plopped right into the hot spring. Unhatched monster egg. Current status. In present environment. Time remaining until hatching. 33 years, 9 months, and 7 days. Kyle stared for a moment. You sure can sleep, egg bro. In 30-some years, I might have a son already. Shaking his head, he finished his meal, washed up, then donned his underwear and restored the Venom suit to its peak form. Guided by the Venom's mental whispers, he made his way back along the original path to leave the cavern. But after just a few steps, he was startled by the subtle sound of footsteps echoing from a naturally formed tunnel nearby. There's someone here. Reacting instantly, Kyle melded into the shadows along the wall, camouflaged by the darkness. As the footsteps drew nearer, a strange figure came into view, a person of the Nisang, clad in a white lab coat and wearing a gas mask. Inside the cavern tunnel, he looked like some underground security researcher, Japanese-style firearm in hand, sweeping the area with meticulous care. When Kyle saw there was no one accompanying him, he silently disengaged his camouflage and in a flash closed the distance, unleashing a sharp hand chop to the back of the man's neck. The researcher's eyes rolled back as his body went limp, collapsing unconscious to the ground. Kyle hadn't killed him. He had other uses in mind. Venom, it's your turn, Kyle said, tapping his suit. The Venom's black tendrils writhed into view, spun once in the air, then pierced the back of the researcher's head. In less than 10 seconds, Venom had rifled through his memories, snatching fragmented pieces of information and relaying them to Kyle through their psychic link. A jolt ran through Kyle's heart. He felt as if he'd just stumbled upon something incredible. With suspicion and awe, he glanced toward a tunnel leading deeper into the mountainside. Hidden here was a secret underground research facility, gathering nearly all of Nisang's top biological scientists. By order of the Emperor, they were developing a special breed of human called the Holy Child. Venom couldn't provide much in the way of specifics. Its search had yielded only vague information, made even more abstract by the mental relay. After a moment of silence, Kyle directed Venom to morph his suit into a full protective disguise: gas mask, white lab coat, plastic gloves, and tall boots. He then took the firearm and ID from the fallen security researcher and began making his way toward the underground laboratory. No matter what, the mention of these so-called special humans piqued his curiosity just a little. Following the direction indicated by Venom, Kyle walked through several naturally formed cave tunnels until he came upon one that, unlike the rest, had a section deep inside that was unmistakably man-made. At the end of this cul-de-sac, after presenting what served as a pass, his identification, the wall silently slid open to reveal a hidden elevator within. The elevator descended 50 meters, and the moment Kyle reached his destination, an intense, blinding light flared before his eyes. The vast underground facility was brightly illuminated by rows of powerful lights. Advanced scientific equipment and glass vessels were arrayed in neat order, and over 20 researchers in white protective coats were engrossed in their work. Hurry! Check which data is off. 2 more St. Child test subjects just died. Was it K-268 and K-269? At the moment, only St. Child K-208 is still alive. Such a pity, but it's not perfect yet, though the radiation gene is probably the closest we've come to a stable value. A group of biologists, some as old as 80, others as young as 30, clustered together in heated discussion. Disguised as a guard, Kyle crossed the laboratory hall without drawing a single glance. All attention was riveted to data sheets and ongoing experiments. Moving unhindered, Kyle made his way to the intersection lined with isolation chambers. He walked with purpose, clearly knowing where he was headed. In front of one particular isolation chamber stood a dedicated guard. As Kyle approached, the guard immediately raised his guard. "What's your number? You're not allowed to come any closer without permission." Before he could finish, Kyle's right hand shot out, clamping over the guard's mouth. With one swift motion, he lifted the man and slammed his head into the iron door. The guard slumped down, barely conscious and out cold. Kyle took the key from the fallen guard and unlocked the isolation chamber. As the door swung open, a sharp, sterile odor of disinfectant rushed out to greet him. Shutting the door behind him, Kyle stepped inside and lifted his gaze, taking in everything within the quarantine room. The space was neither large nor small, filled with humming scientific and medical equipment. Their soft lights reflected in a massive cylindrical glass tank filled with translucent liquid at the center of the room. Several thin tubes intertwined inside, and in their midst, a girl of about 7 or 8, with dark hair, floated quietly. Her small, naked body was curled up like a sleeping kitten, arms wrapped around her knees, her porcelain skin lending her a doll-like appearance. So this is their so-called perfect result. Kyle frowned, stepping closer to the glass tank. He pressed his left hand against the glass, close enough now to sense the presence of other cards. Sure enough, a single ability card hovered just above the girl. Yes, there were no other white or green ability cards. Only one, a deep blue card. Telekinesis, a rare blue ability card, gifted to genetically modified mutants, granting control through thought alone. Mental strength is over 10 times that of an ordinary human, coupled with talents for rapid learning, swift comprehension, and the innate ability to manipulate and move physical objects across space. The effectiveness of telekinesis depends on the distance to the object, its weight, and when controlling living beings, the strength of their will. Current status. Ability is unstable and cannot be extracted. Rare blue prefix. The Japanese are actually making mutants. Kyle's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the card. one that bore an uncanny resemblance to Logan's, both marked as innate gifts of genetic mutation. This was the grand cosmic setting of the Marvel Avengers films. Unlike the X-Men universe, where mutants abound, here mutations, technology, magic, and alien myths all bloom together in wild profusion. Trueborn mutants are exceedingly rare. The Hulk and Spider-Man are products of later transformation, while Black Panther's power is inherited. In the films, only a handful, like Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, have ever appeared as genuine mutants. Yet here was another. What a pity. Her vital signs are so faint. She's only a half-finished product. Kyle felt a tinge of regret as he glanced at the medical instruments beside the glass tank. The monitors displayed the mutant girl's heartbeat. The wavering lines on the screen were so slight, they nearly flattened into a straight line. Given the limits of biology and technology, they'd managed to create a mutant, but her life force was so weak she could only survive in a vegetative state, sustained by nutrient fluids. If she were removed from the experiment tank, she'd likely last no more than 3 minutes in the outside world. She's of no value. Kyle shook his head and turned to leave. Just as he reached the doorway, a faint voice echoed in his mind. "Help me." Kyle froze in place, his body rigid. He turned back, gazing intently at the little girl floating motionless in the glass tank. Was it an illusion? No, it couldn't be. "Do you want release? Then I'll grant it to you." Kyle gave a faint smile and strode back to the tank. His right hand, protected by a vibranium bracer, clenched into a fist and struck the glass with full force. With a thunderous crash, the reinforced bulletproof glass cracked, fissures snaking across its surface. Kyle's expression remained icy as he rained blows upon the glass, the fractures spreading wider and deeper. But the clamor soon drew the attention of the basement's researchers and security guards. "Heavens, what are you doing? Stop right now." 2 staff members burst through the door. The moment they saw Kyle pummeling the glass tank, they were so terrified they fell back onto the floor. Kyle ignored their shouts. Drawing back his right fist once more, he unleashed another powerful blow against the web of splintering cracks. With a sharp crack, the tank shattered under the despairing gaze of the medical staff, bursting open as the nutrient fluid inside surged out, carrying the mutant girl's body with it. A torrent of nearly transparent liquid spilled across the floor. The mutant girl, still tangled in wires and tubes, her eyes closed as she tumbled to the ground in a curled-up heap. With a swift motion, Kale drew a white item card from his hand. It transformed into an oversized trench coat that he draped over her bare shoulders. "Who are you? Let go of the experiment." "Damn it. If she stays out here any longer, she'll die." 2 researchers squeezed at the doorway, their anger flaring as they failed to grasp the situation. Kale coldly raised his Japanese-style firearm, aiming at them, and pulled the trigger in rapid succession. Bullets struck the medical staff squarely between the eyes, silencing the chaos in the isolation room once more. "Thank you." A faint voice echoed in his mind. Kale turned. The mutant girl, unconscious on the floor, remained connected to the monitors. The lines on the ECG dipped ever lower, her vital signs slipping away. Kale hesitated, then quickly drew a white ability card and pressed it into the mutant girl's body. In less than a heartbeat, the previously flatlining monitor sprang to life, the line leaping into dramatic peaks and valleys. Through his senses, Kale felt the vitality return to the girl who'd been at death's door. Color flushed back in her pale cheeks. Her breathing and heartbeat grew strong and steady. "It actually worked. It seems your life wasn't meant to end here," Kale murmured with a touch of wonder. The card he'd just used was the rare white ability card, Life Extension, which could bestow an extra 3 months of natural life. This was his first time trying on someone so close to death, and the results were immediate. The girl's eyelashes fluttered, then she opened her wide eyes. Wrapped in a trench coat, she sat up, surprise flickering across her face as she looked at Kale. "You saved me." Her lips did not move. She was still speaking through her thoughts, her mental voice clear and direct. "Of course." Kale crouched down, meeting the gaze of the girl some would call a little lowly. His tone was cold as he said, "Girl, do you desire life and power?" Even with her rapid cognitive abilities, the mutant girl didn't fully understand the meaning of his words. But she nodded resolutely, her small hand clutching at the hem of the Venom suit's pants. "Good. From now on, you must follow my orders," Kale said. This the girl understood, and she nodded again. Someone's broken into the lab. Behind Kale, a flurry of footsteps echoed at the doorway. Several guards in protective suits, guns at the ready, stormed in and opened fire, bullets ricocheting harmlessly off the Venom suit shielding his back. "Use your ability. Kill them. Can you do that?" Kale didn't bother to look back at the shooting guards. He addressed the girl before him, as if the chaos behind him was nothing. His philosophy was simple. "I'll save you, but not for nothing. You have to prove your worth. Right here and now. The mutant girl widened her clear eyes, not a trace of hesitation within them. Her gaze settled on the large instrument beside the water tank. The device seemed to be pulled by some invisible force. Weightless, it floated into the air. But after drifting barely half a meter toward the intruders, it faltered, lost momentum, and crashed back down. You're not used to your power yet. Try something smaller, Kale suggested, entirely unbothered as bullets continued to tickle his back. The mutant girl nodded, drew a deep breath, and focused on the shards of glass scattered on the floor. Several fragments rose, hovering lightly, and with a swift whoosh, shot toward the doorway, piercing the guards' hearts like deadly daggers. Well done, Kale said with a hint of satisfaction as he stood, the last of the guards dropping behind him. This was rapid cognition at work. Perhaps it was her first time killing, but her keen mind quickly deduced. If you want to kill someone with a few shards of glass, target the vital spots, the brain or the heart. From now on, you'll follow me. Kale paused, then asked, do you have a name? K208. The mutant girl replied with her mind, her answer echoing silently. That's not a real name. Kale shook his head and, gazing in her clear, luminous eyes, said, from now on, you'll be called Yutong Kale. You may call me boss, chief, or clan leader. Chief, Yutong's voice echoed in his mind, simply choosing one. Learn to speak aloud from now on. Don't always use telepathy, Kale said wearily. Her mental voice was too much like the symbiotic Venom's internal whisper, and when the two overlapped in his mind, the constant buzzing was headache-inducing. Yes, Chief, Yutong replied aloud, her voice soft and doll-like. I'll teach you the rest in time. For now, here's your first lesson, how to kill. Kale grinned, and, taking Yutong with him, strode toward the dozen or so guards gathering resistance outside. The Emperor's residence. The Emperor knelt in the Grand Hall, his face drawn and weary. His attendants waited quietly at his side as he received the latest report. Demon Kale had survived, gone on to destroy the biological research facility near Mount Fuji, and, as always, left behind a devil's calling card. Is that man truly a demon from hell? Why can't he be killed? Ninja clans, the army, they're all useless. The Emperor let out a heavy sigh, mourning the dead. These past nights, every time he slept, he would wake in terror from dreams of that half-moon cave in Kanagawa, a scene that felt like divine punishment. He sat in silence for a long time, and at last, made his decision. In a soft voice, he ordered, go make preparations. Have the soldiers who are still stationed outside our homeland cease all hostilities and return home. Your Majesty, his aide hesitated, unsure whether he should try to persuade him otherwise. With a decisive wave of his sleeve, the Emperor cut him off. Go now. The situation leaves us no choice but to bow our heads. That man has only been here for less than a week, and Tokyo is already on the brink of collapse. If we let him stay any longer, there will be no Japan left. I trust the warlords and the cabinet will agree with my decision. Yes, Your Majesty. The aide bowed and withdrew, fully aware that this was a sign the Emperor was preparing to surrender. To be forced into surrender by a single invader, such humiliation, and yet such a harsh reality. Only those who had faced that man understood just how terrifying he truly was. Japan began pulling its frontline troops in Asia back to the homeland. Although there was no formal announcement of surrender, it was clear they were taking the initiative to lay down arms, stunning both the nations at war and those watching from afar. Many world leaders were left puzzled. Not long ago, Japan had been brash and unyielding. Why were they suddenly withdrawing? Spies and agents were dispatched to investigate, and soon, the truth emerged. Kyle, once again, it was that madman of war, the butcher demon. For days, Tokyo had sealed off all information from the outside world. Most people believed Kyle, who had ventured into Tokyo alone, was dead, though some in the Americas and Europe refused to believe it. No one could have guessed that not only was he alive, but he was causing chaos in Tokyo with unrestrained vigor. The main Air Force base had been utterly destroyed. More than half the dojos, the very foundation of Bushido, lay in ruins. Over 10,000 soldiers and ninja clan members had perished. It was too brutal. After this battle, Kyle had earned himself yet another nickname, the Tyrant. And all this had happened even before Japan formally announced its surrender. Once Japan surrendered and its troops returned home, Kyle would become a god in the hearts of all who longed for peace. An unrivaled superhero. United States. A senator's office. A half-empty wine glass crashed to the floor, shattering with a sharp crack. The female secretary shrank back into the corner, while Senator Ivan's face twisted in rage as he growled, "What the hell is going on? Is Japan really preparing to surrender?" The secretary replied, "Our people confirm it. The Emperor is already persuading the warlords and the cabinet. Once the troops are all back on home soil, they'll officially announce their surrender. A bunch of useless fools. The power of an entire nation, and you still can't deal with a single man. Ivan sat in his office chair, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. After a long, anxious silence, he came to a grim conclusion and said, "We absolutely cannot let him return. If he makes it back, I'm finished. In a couple of days, once Nicholson announces its surrender, he'll come back. There's no way to stop it now," his female secretary replied helplessly. "That's why he must die in Nicholson. The army, the ninjas, the fighter jets, they all failed to kill him, so—" Ivan paused, his voice turning icy. "Didn't the Strategic Research Department report today that the 2 prototype nuclear warheads are almost complete?" "Yes," the secretary answered, her heart pounding as she looked at him. "But there are only 2 prototype nukes. Even if you drop them on Tokyo, they'd barely cover half the city." Ivan gritted his teeth, veins bulging as he muttered, "Half is enough. I refuse to believe his luck will hold out forever. The Hydra Overlord and the undead below won't keep protecting us." The secretary tried once more to dissuade him. "You've already forced Kyle, a war hero, into Nicholson's Tokyo. The top brass in America are beginning to realize this was a mistake. They'll never agree to using nuclear weapons again. A single misstep, and every step after has to follow the wrong path. With this, we can test the nukes as a warning to other countries and conveniently remove a powerful rival. They don't dare to approve it and be branded as villains for eternity, but they also won't outright reject it." Ivan, his mind made up, narrowed his eyes and said, "Go. Activate the people we've planted close to the leadership. I'll personally make sure this happens." "I understand." The secretary nodded. One day later, on the outskirts of Tokyo, Nicholson, 2 figures, one tall, one short, walked side by side through the wilderness. Kyle's symbiote suit had transformed itself into a hooded leather jacket, jeans, and boots, giving him a look of mature composure. The hood cast a shadow over his striking blonde hair. Yutong, her black hair tied back and reaching her waist, wore a child-sized Nicholson kimono. This was because, even with all the items in Kyle's well-stocked card space, there simply weren't any children's clothes. They had to grab a kimono for her at the Institute as a temporary fix. She followed in Kyle's footsteps, her wooden clogs tapping lightly. Barely reaching his waist at just over a meter tall, her fair skin made her look like a delicate porcelain doll. "Oh right, this is for you." Kyle paused, pulled out a blue card, and with a flick, materialized it into reality behind him. Yutong gazed at it, making no move to catch it. The rectangular object simply floated before her, a Nicholson blade, Muramasa. Its cold, sharp gleam shimmered beneath the sunlight. Your telekinetic control needs to adapt to the weight of this Muramasa blade. Once you can move it freely even 10 meters away from you, your attack power will rise to a whole new level, Kyle mused aloud. Telekinetic manipulation, for all its power, has its limits. The weight of the object and the distance you can move it both place significant restrictions on what this ability can achieve. But when paired with a sodium carbon steel sword, the results are entirely different, a qualitative leap in effectiveness. Yutong nodded, half understanding, like a child with a new toy. Under her mental command, the Muramasa blade began to slowly orbit her body, spinning within a meter's radius. Yet for some reason, this scene felt oddly out of place. Kyle glanced back, unable to resist a silent gripe, then spoke up. "Come on, try attacking me." Yutong lifted her gaze, focusing her mind. The tip of the Muramasa darted toward Kyle's back with a quick thrust. Kyle didn't even bother turning around. He simply flicked his right hand, encased in a vibranium bracer, sending the sword humming back the way it came. "Too slow. Try again," Kyle said with a gentle shake of his head. In truth, the speed was already impressive. An ordinary soldier, caught off guard, wouldn't stand a chance. But to him, it was painfully slow. Unwilling to give up, Yutong pressed on, sending the Muramasa at Kyle with renewed determination. The outcome was always the same, complete defeat. Yet through this back and forth, her telekinetic control grew more refined with each attempt. Like this, the two advanced, one after the other, gradually drawing nearer to Tokyo's main army headquarters. "All right, let's take a break," Kyle said, pausing atop a small hill. Behind him, Yutong was spent, her breath ragged from the effort, dragging the heavy Muramasa with both hands. "This should be our last battle in Neon San," Kyle said, standing on the rise, surveying the sprawling army camp less than 100 meters below. At last, the higher-ups in Neon San were wavering. All that remained was to press the attack, deliver one final, devastating blow, and that would be enough to break the back of this frail camel. A deep, vibrating hum broke the silence. Kyle was just about to move when he caught an unusual sound behind him. He turned, and on the distant horizon, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a B-29 bomber streaking across the sky. A moment later, something dropped from its belly. Wait, no, it can't be. Kyle's eyes widened in horror as the worst possible thought flashed through his mind. He watched helplessly as the object plummeted to Earth a kilometer away. A deafening explosion followed, and the world was split by a blinding white light, flaring at the very edge of sight. Kyle's face twisted in shock. Instantly, he grabbed Yutong and charged at full speed toward the army headquarters. Behind them, a massive mushroom cloud erupted, swelling toward the heavens and racing across the ground. The searing wave of destruction consumed everything in its path. A nuclear bomb. It was actually a nuclear bomb. Kyle's eyes were bloodshot as he clung to rain pupils, racing death itself while the shockwaves of explosions behind them closed in, gaining ground every second. If he couldn't find enough cover and took the full force of the nuclear blast out in the open, he wouldn't have to wait for Thanos snap in the future. He'd be turned to dust right here and now. Aerial dash, go! Faster! Kyle kicked off the air, his already terrifying speed breaking through to another level, tearing through the air like a missile as he charged straight into the main military base. Inside the Army's headquarters, chaos reigned. Countless soldiers fled in despair, while some officers, barely out of their uniforms, were already committing ritual suicide. Bursting into the base with rain pupils in tow, Kyle quickly scanned the area and spotted a sealed, abandoned well. He rushed over, slashed through the chains with Muramasa, and, grabbing rain pupils, leapt down without hesitation. Almost the instant they dropped into the well, the nuclear blast shockwave swallowed the base above. Scorching ash and burning air surged violently down the shaft. A pained shriek came first from Venom, peeling away from Kyle's body under the searing nuclear heat. Gritting his teeth, Kyle braced himself against the well's walls, his bare torso taking the brunt of the blast and radiation. His toughened skin and muscles were scorched and torn by the impact, only to be forcibly healed again by his regeneration factor, a grueling tug-of-war between destruction and recovery. Kyle held on with sheer will, enduring bone-melting agony, standing as a monstrous figure unbowed in the aftermath of the nuclear assault. At the end of World War II, America dropped 2 experimental nuclear bombs on the territory of Neon. For the first time ever, a weapon powerful enough to reshape the course of world conflict, to threaten every nation with utter destruction, made its debut on Earth. The indiscriminate, carpet-bombing explosions and inhuman radiation far surpassed any natural disaster or plague known before. The world was shaken to its core. Already forced to the brink by Kyle, Neon, under nuclear attack, finally gave up any thought of delay and, within a single day of the nuclear detonations, announced its unconditional surrender to the world. Neon's withdrawal from the Asian theater marked the end of the Second World War in Marvel's human history, a definitive full stop. People everywhere erupted in jubilation. The era of peace they had longed for had finally arrived. In every American city, streets and alleys were ablaze with lanterns and banners, fireworks filling the sky, the celebrations 10 times grander than any Christmas before. For 3 days and nights, the people reveled without rest. And during all this, they never forgot the greatest contributor to world peace, the hero of war, Kyle. After the war's end, the masses waited eagerly for 3 days, hoping for news, but the New York Military Command had yet to release any sign of Kyle's return. Countless media outlets hoping for an interview were kept outside the White Building and the military bases, strictly forbidden from asking any questions on the subject. This caused the public, even in their excitement and joy, to finally sense that something was amiss. Why hasn't General Kyle returned yet? Even if the transport aircraft sent to pick him up was delayed, he should have made it back to America by now. My God, why hasn't our superhero come home? What about Admiral Chester? Isn't the military going to give us an explanation? From the elderly to young children, people spent every day eagerly waiting. Within just a few days, the talk of post-war peace was overshadowed by the question of why hasn't our hero Kyle returned. Other nations watched and speculated as well. Senior officials realized they could no longer keep the public in the dark and began preparing a plausible story to pacify the masses. But just as they were about to act, a piece of information started spreading from an unknown source. When the military dropped 2 atomic bombs over Tokyo in Nippon, Major General Kyle was still fighting on the ground. No one had sent in a transport aircraft to contact or pick him up ahead of time. As soon as this message began circulating in New York, the American leadership sensed trouble and tried to suppress it, but they had underestimated just how much interest New Yorkers had in anything related to Kyle. In less than half a day, this rumor exploded across the country like a massive bomb. While some were skeptical, countless citizens were thrown into an uproar, their anger erupting like wildfire. My God, if this is true, then could it be that Major General Kyle? A war hero doesn't die. How could he possibly die at the hands of his own people? Our own people? I'm afraid the higher-ups don't really see him as one of their own, do they? The officials haven't made any statements. Could that mean they're tacitly admitting it? We the people deserve an explanation and the truth about this. By dawn the next day, the message had spread everywhere. Fired up with emotion, crowds surged into major cities like New York and Washington. Local residents spontaneously formed groups, carrying signs of all sizes as they marched through the streets, paralyzing city traffic. Waves of people encircled the military bases in Washington and New York, leaving no room for entry or exit. The authorities panicked. They immediately mobilized city police and military forces in an attempt to restore order and quell the unrest, only to discover that many soldiers and officers had requested leave, and some had even resigned outright, donning bright jackets and hoisting protest signs to join the marchers. Only then did the leadership realize the true extent of Kyle's influence. As the hero who ended World War II and ushered in a new era of peace, his prestige had reached such heights that even the divine would step aside before him. And now, with such a devastating rumor spreading, how could millions not be driven to outrage and frenzy? On the top floor of Stark Industries, Howard, dapper in his suit, leaned against the balcony railing. He gazed silently at the dense crowd bustling below, lighting a cigarette in quiet contemplation. The power of mortals, rivaling that of gods, you really managed it. But why, just like Steve, did you leave and never come back? I always thought that someday, if I had a child, I'd make you the godfather. Even all those promises we made, celebrating after the war, creating artificial intelligence, developing new energy elements, building a commercial empire of weapons and technology. Are you going to break them all now? Howard murmured to himself, sighing heavily over and over, lost in his own thoughts, drawing deep on his cigarette. The smoke drifted away, carried by the wind. Just then his phone buzzed his suit pocket. Can't I get a moment's peace? Howard grumbled, crushing out his cigarette. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he froze for half a second as the ringtone filled the air. Wait, who else could be calling him now, besides that one person? A shiver ran through Howard. He fumbled anxiously for his old phone, taking a deep breath to steady himself before answering with trembling fingers. Howard, came Kyle's familiar, cool voice from the other end. Kyle, it really is you. Howard burst out laughing, his eyes growing misty. He pressed a kiss to the battered old phone. Come on, cut it out. Save those burning feelings for your bunnies, Kyle replied with a shudder. This old gentleman was getting less and less proper after just 2 weeks apart. I can't help it, buddy. I'm excited, Howard said, torn between joy and sorrow. It's been more than a week since the war ended, and you still hadn't come back. I thought that nuke had really gotten you. Sorry to disappoint, but it really did, Kyle said. Howard fell silent for a moment, then ventured cautiously. Kyle, are you human or ghost now? Don't be ridiculous. You're a scientist, aren't you? Don't tell me you believe in ghosts. I'm already just outside Midtown, Manhattan, but the city's packed and traffic's at a standstill. Send your private jet to pick me up, Kyle replied, clearly annoyed. The last time they talked, Howard and Kyle had briefly discussed helicopter design. Before heading to Japan, Howard had already started modifying small transport planes, creating the very first compact, convenient semi-helicopter as his personal ride. It had to be said, having a friend with a brilliant mind, a vision for the future, and hands-on genius came in handy at times like these. New York's traffic jam? That's your fault, you know? People are only crowding the streets because of you. Howard griped into the phone, but now that he knew Kyle was safe, all his earlier gloom and sorrow had vanished without a trace. Howard chuckled and said, Word is, the new president, senators, and top military brass are being pressured by an unprecedented crowd of demonstrators. Right now, they're gathering at the White House Square in Washington to hold a press conference and address the public. The intel was... Kyle had just begun to speak when Howard guessed what he wanted to ask and smiled. That's right. It was Nick Fury and I who deliberately leaked the information. We wanted to harness the power of the people to put pressure on the higher-ups and get justice for you. Kyle felt a warmth in his heart. He paused briefly, then spoke coldly into his phone, Fly the helicopter over and take me straight to Washington Square. It's about time we cleaned up some of those rats working their tricks behind the scenes. Now that he had returned, why should he seek justice from anyone else? In this world, might makes right. The strongest fist decides the truth. United States, Washington. Since this wasn't Kyle's hometown of New York, the number of demonstrators here hadn't reached the terrifying level of completely clogging the city streets. But nearing the center, the crowds were still dense and noisy, especially around the White House Square, where the nation's top leaders were about to speak publicly. Beyond the security line of the raised platform, 3 inner circles were already packed with media who had staked out their spots in advance. 3 more rings of people stretched outward, so many that the crowd seemed to have no end. Amid the onlookers, a boy of about 7 clutched a Kyle action figure in one hand and gripped his father's pants with the other, asking anxiously, "Daddy, is Hero Kyle really gone?" "Not a chance," his father replied with a warm laugh, tousling the boy's short hair. His voice was full of confidence. "Major Kyle? He's not someone who could just die like that." The people pressed close around them, all smiled and chimed in. "That's right. How could a war hero just die? He's a superhero, the one who quelled the chaos of war. He's a god in our hearts. Maybe he's just like the captain, sleeping somewhere, and when he wakes up, he'll come back." Whenever they spoke of Kyle, their faces lit up with smiles, their words brimming with confidence and pride, even a glimmer of hope shining in their eyes. Nearby, the media kept snapping photos and filming, capturing this rare scene. Never before had someone's reputation so nearly replaced that of a god, admired by all, with not a single stain on his record. "They're here. Look, they're here." At this excited call from the square, every demonstrator and reporter instantly turned their gaze to the White House platform. There, the new president, a middle-aged man with a square jaw, led the way, followed by distinguished senators in suits and generals in decorated uniforms. Shielded by armed soldiers, they emerged from the doors of the office building and made their way up onto the broad platform, ready to face the waiting crowd. Dozens of politicians and generals stood in the rear half of the elevated platform, their faces solemn and grave, a presence so imposing that it instinctively quieted the gathered crowd. The newly inaugurated president wiped the sweat from his brow and stepped forward until he stood before the microphone. Facing the citizens and members of the press gathered beyond the police lines, he addressed them in the practiced cadence of a seasoned politician. "Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon." But his words were swiftly interrupted by voices from below. "Mr. President, please spare us the formalities. We are here for one thing, an explanation and the truth. Why has General Kyle not returned?" The new president quickly masked his embarrassment, steadying the microphone with his hand as he began. "Major General Kyle." He was about to deliver the carefully crafted explanation that had just been discussed among the leaders, but as soon as he started, he faltered and fell silent. Looking down at the crowd and meeting the countless hopeful, expectant eyes, the president, despite his exceptional oratory skills, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, as the president stood in awkward silence, the distant whirring of rotors suddenly echoed from above. People looked up in surprise to see a new type of aircraft, equipped with dragonfly-like rotors, steadily descending toward the White House Plaza's platform. The armed guards and soldiers, fearing a possible terrorist attack, were about to rush forward to shield the officials and evacuate them. But as they caught sight of a tall figure standing in the open doorway of the helicopter, they froze in place. In fact, everyone below fell utterly still, holding their breath and widening their eyes as they gazed at the young man in combat gear, standing at the helicopter's door. "It's General Kyle." No one could say who shouted at first, but suddenly, the silence that had enveloped Washington Square erupted into a wave of exhilarated cheers. "Our war hero has returned." The crowd raised their arms high, eyes brimming with tears as they shouted in jubilation. The roar of celebration swept across the plaza and quickly echoed throughout the skies of Washington, filling the city with the triumphant sound of a hero's homecoming. At that moment, the most awkward people were the dignitaries on the platform, who had only moments before been the center of attention. Now, all they could do was offer bittersweet smiles and join in the applause as they watched the helicopter draw nearer. The helicopter came to a hover 20 meters above the platform, suspended in the air. Kyle nodded, then leapt boldly from the door. He glided downward, slowing his descent slightly before landing with effortless grace at the very center of the platform. Clad in his midnight black battle suit, the iconic single-handed sword strapped across his back, he stood tall and imposing at the heart of the stage. With the aura of a true superhero, he instantly became the focal point, outshining even the highest-ranking politicians and generals. Below, thousands of citizens could not contain their excitement, their thunderous applause rolling across the crowd. "Major General Kyle, you've finally come home." The president turned around, intending to exchange a few friendly courtesies, but to his surprise, Kyle didn't spare him a glance. Instead, Kyle strode alone toward the cluster of senators and generals. Even the seasoned generals, men who had weathered countless battles, couldn't help but show a flicker of unease as this bringer of death approached. As for the senators, accustomed to the sheltered comfort of their chambers, their faces drained of all color. Standing a little farther back was Senator Ivan, along with a few others, their hands clenched tight in nervousness, doing all they could to resist the urge to collapse in terror. Kyle. General Chester let out a heavy sigh and stepped forward. General Chester, just as you wished, I have returned, Kyle replied, coming to a halt, his tone distant and cold. Kyle, whatever you've been through, it's all my fault. Please, don't hurt anyone else, General Chester began, but Kyle swiftly cut him off. No, you're not at fault. With a mirthless laugh, Kyle added, you're just getting old and confused. General Chester fell silent, unable to muster a retort. His hair, now stark white, made him look every bit a weary, worn-down old man. Above them, the helicopter hovered low in the air. A rope was tossed down from the cabin, and Fury slid swiftly down to the platform below. Howard, having learned of Kyle's return, had notified Fury immediately. Together, they had rushed to the White House Square in Washington. They had their reasons for acting so quickly. Fury, have you identified them? Kyle waved a hand over his shoulder at Fury, his eyes sweeping across the senators before him. The group of lawmakers shivered with dread, uncertain what this returning war hero intended. There, that one, and him, and that one as well. Fury stepped forward, his gaze sharp as he picked out 3 senators, Ivan among them. The 3 singled-out senators trembled from head to toe. The others, both senators and generals, though unsure what was happening, instinctively edged away from the trio, putting distance between themselves and the chosen. Oh, Kyle nodded coolly, striding toward the 3 senators. What are you trying to do, Major General Kyle? Stay back. Ivan's eyes flickered with panic as he shouted. This is the White House Square. Here, in full view of the nation's senators, generals, citizens, and the media. You'd better watch your behavior. Kyle sneered. Then, in a blur of motion, he charged at Ivan. Before the armed soldiers nearby could even react, Kyle's right hand had already curled into a fist and slammed into Ivan's lower abdomen. With a resounding thud, Ivan's ordinary human body stood no chance against the force of a ton-packed punch. He was sent flying like a rag doll, tumbling 5 or 6 meters before slamming into the white wall of an office building. His body was utterly shattered, half of him embedded deep in the wall. Eyes wide open, Ivan died with a look of utter disbelief, never comprehending how his end could come so swiftly and brutally. He had schemed so meticulously, and yet, before he even had a chance to fight back, with a sickening crunch, the other man crushed him as one would squash a cockroach. Kyle, General Chester's face was frozen in horror as he stared at the now lifeless body of Senator Ivan, his lips trembling as if to speak, but all that came was a sigh. But General Chester was not the only one stunned by Kyle's shocking actions. The senators and officers standing nearby on the dais, the media down below, and the distant crowd, all of them gaped in disbelief, their jaws dropping in unison. It was far too brutal, too violent, and the victim was a senator. Your tricks won't work on me, Kyle said coldly, his voice low as he shifted his gaze from Ivan's corpse to the 2 other senators who had collapsed to the ground in terror at his feet. Help me, General. Please, help me. He's gone mad. Where are the guards? Someone stop him. The 2 senators were shaking uncontrollably with fear, their previous airs of gentlemanly composure utterly gone. Crawling desperately across the dais floor, they tried to escape from Kyle's reach. Expressionless, Kyle continued his slow, deliberate pace toward them. Kyle, stop this. They're senators. What you're doing will throw the country into chaos. General Chester raised his voice, trying to persuade him. Oh, really? Kyle gave a cold, mirthless laugh. If the upper echelons have been infiltrated by Hydra, and they don't even realize it, then I don't mind tearing things apart and rebuilding the structure with fresh blood. Hydra. General Chester's face darkened as he stared at Kyle, taking a deep breath. Do you have any proof? If I say it's true, then it is. Why bother with evidence? Kyle replied, stepping up to another senator who was actually a Hydra spy. With a swift motion of his left foot, he kicked the man with such force that he flew like a rag doll, crashing into the wall where Ivan had met his end. You're out of control. Even if he belonged to Hydra, he should be brought to justice by the law, General Chester said, his frown deepening. The newly inaugurated president, his tone urgent and grave, added, Major General Kyle, you may be a war hero, but all matters must be thoroughly investigated by the proper authorities. You cannot execute members of the Senate based on mere suspicion. I do what I know is right. My conscience is clear. With that, Kyle ignored their warnings and pleas, striding toward the last Hydra spy, who was now sprawled helplessly on the ground. Kyle! General Chester gritted his teeth, glancing at the terrified senators. Making a swift decision, he raised his arm. In a sudden clatter, dozens of armed soldiers surrounding the dais all leveled their weapons at Kyle. This scene sent another wave of gasps and exclamations rippling through the crowd in the square. Kyle paused, sweeping his gaze over the soldiers. He asked bluntly. And you? Are you going to stand against me too? All the armed soldiers trembled slightly, preparing to lower their guns, whose safeties hadn't even been switched off yet. Seeing this, General Chester's face darkened as he barked. What are you doing? You are the elite soldiers entrusted with upholding the nation's law and order. His fear wasn't that Kyle was overwhelmingly powerful as an individual. Rather, he was worried that Kyle's influence and charisma could allow him to disregard the rules and act however he pleased. This was precisely the main reason why the American leadership had always been wary of Kyle. The armed soldiers hesitated for a moment, then began to lift their weapons again. But in the next instant, the crowd in the plaza below erupted in unison. Put down your weapons. Lay down your arms. What are you doing? Major Kyle must have his reasons for what he's doing. Those congressmen must be spies. There's no doubt about it. You're really going to point your guns at a hero of the war? A champion of peace? The crowd didn't fully understand what was happening, but one thing was abundantly clear to them. Kyle the hero could not be wrong. Anyone who opposed Kyle, anyone who stood in his way, must surely be a villain, an enemy agent, part of some terror organization. Hovering low in a helicopter above, Howard listened to the thunderous support rising from the people below. He couldn't help but laugh. Kyle, this is what it truly means to be on par with the gods. Kyle had already reached the pinnacle of what it meant to be a superhero. After the battle at Nichi-San and the return of peace, the world's admiration had elevated him to a near-mythical status, a symbol of justice almost divine. Buoyed by this wave of fervent voices, the dozen or so armed soldiers exchanged glances, then one by one, lowered their weapons. With everyone watching, Kyle simply delivered a swift kick, sending the last of the Hydra spy congressmen tumbling into the gaping hole in the wall. The wall, now completely shattered, partially buried the three bodies beneath the rubble. General Chester said nothing more. Looking weary and aged, he slowly turned, slightly stooped, and left the platform ahead of the others. The newly inaugurated president stood silent for a moment, then with a stern expression, addressed the public in a commanding voice. Major Kyle has eliminated 3 congressmen who were spies threatening our national security. Moving forward, I will petition the International Security Council to establish a dedicated department tasked with hunting down and eradicating the remnants of the Hydra organization still lurking in the world. Major Kyle will personally oversee and implement these operations. This was clearly welcome news, and the crowd erupted in joyous cheers at the president's announcement. Quick thinking, Kyle thought. No wonder he made it to the presidency. Kyle nodded in approval, walking alongside the president. He then raised his voice and declared to the public, now that the war is over, there is no longer any need for symbols of conquest and military might. Here and now, I formally resign my commission as Major General. A war hero? I'm retired. Before the public and the media could react, Kyle cast a meaningful glance at the newly appointed president and said softly, as for what you mentioned, let Nick Fury handle it. He's my representative. Wait, what? Fury, who was still standing on the platform, exclaimed in surprise. He was just about to step forward and voice his opinion when he saw Kyle launch himself into the air, soaring straight to the door of the waiting helicopter. The helicopter rose in perfect coordination, carrying Kyle as it sped off toward the skies above New York. Amid the wave of voices from the crowd, Fury watched the helicopter disappear into the distance, chuckling bitterly to himself. Why does it always feel like you're finding new ways to dump things on me? When Kyle was a major, Fury led the Howling Commandos for him. When Kyle was a brigadier general, Fury was put in charge of an entire battleship's crew. Now with Kyle stepping down from his military rank, Fury had imagined he'd finally get a chance to rest, only to find himself saddled with a yet-to-be-established department. Next time, I'm definitely demanding extra pay. Fury grumbled through clenched teeth. Inside the helicopter leaving Washington, Howard sat in the pilot's seat, while Kyle and a black-haired little girl in a hooded jacket occupied the seats in the back. Still early. How about swinging by Stark Tower for a drink? Howard suggested cheerfully, clearly in high spirits. Just take me straight to where Logan is. We can bring Fury along for drinks next time. Besides, there's a child with us, Kyle replied, gesturing to Yutong sitting beside him. How did you end up bringing her along? I asked earlier, but you wouldn't say, Howard asked in surprise, glancing back at adorable, well-behaved Yutong. You old gentleman, anything you say comes out sounding like mischief, Kyle shrugged, ruffling Yutong's little head. Then, with a serious tone, he explained, this child is like Logan. She has special mutant abilities. In that final underground shaft in Tokyo, Kyle could do little more than shield Yutong from the brunt of the nuclear blast, but waves of force and radiation still threatened to reach her. At that moment, Yutong's latent psychic powers had burst forth unintentionally, powers strong enough to surprise even Kyle. On the outskirts of New York, near the border of Queens, the hustle and bustle of the city was left far behind, replaced by a peaceful, comfortable quiet. Nestled among lush green woods, an old Western-style mansion stood on a cleared patch of land. In the afternoon sun, it cast a gentle, slanting shadow. The helicopter flew directly from Washington to the skies above the manor, its rotors stirring up sand and fallen leaves as it descended onto the open ground in front of the house. Naturally, the commotion quickly caught the attention of those inside. As the door opened and Kyle led Yutong down from the helicopter, a joyful cry rang out. In a flash, a beautiful woman burst from the front door of the mansion, hurrying straight into his arms. "Kyle, you're finally home." "Lucy." Kyle smiled, his usually handsome and serious face now softened with rare warmth. He took in the scent of the girl's golden hair and, turning his hand, gently pulled her slender figure into his embrace. Following his gaze, Logan appeared at the entrance to the manor, dressed in denim from head to toe. He leaned against the steps of the multi-story building, lighting a cigarette with a smile of his own. "Howard, I'm home now. Want to come in and have a seat?" Kyle called over his shoulder to Howard, who was still in the helicopter's pilot seat. Howard returned his smile and politely declined. "You've just come back. Take some time to rest with your family. I'll come find you in a few days." "No problem." Kyle nodded. He and Howard had so many plans in the works that there was no rush to get started now. What mattered at this moment was to see how Logan had handled his assigned test. With one arm wrapped around Lucy's slim waist, and the other motioning for Rain pupils to follow, Kyle walked toward the manor. As they drew near, Logan averted his gaze, looking a little uneasy. He stubbed out his cigarette and hurried inside ahead of them. What's got into Logan? Kyle was quietly puzzled, but the reasons soon became clear. Inside the main manor building, elegant antique chandeliers cast a warm glow. The space was tastefully furnished, with more than a dozen rooms of various sizes. 3 young girls, all about 14 and dressed as maids, were cleaning. When they saw Logan leading the way, followed by Lucy clinging to Kyle's arm and Rain pupils, they prepared to greet Logan as the master of the manor. "Hold on, he's the real master here." Logan's voice cut in, cool and commanding, as he gestured toward Kyle. The 3 girls paused in surprise, then glanced nervously at Kyle. Catching on quickly, they bowed their heads and greeted him. "Good day, master." "Hello," Kyle replied with a gentle nod. Just then, as if noticing something, his gaze shifted toward a nearby room, from which the lively voices of children could be faintly heard. Lucy smiled and led Kyle to the doorway. To his surprise, the room had been transformed into a classroom, complete with a teacher's desk, blackboard, and rows of school desks. A man in sunglasses stood at the front, teaching a security lesson to a group of over 30 children, all around 8 years old, who listened intently. Logan stepped forward with a resigned look. "Boss, I'll explain everything. Take your time. I'm really quite curious. When I first tasked you with adopting 10 children, you kept dodging the job, and now you've gone above and beyond. You've really outdone yourself," Kyle said with a wink, genuinely surprised at Logan's transformation. "Uncle Wolf, where's that pride you've always had as a fighter? Have you really become the nurturing type?" Upstairs, in the manor's owner's meeting room, Kyle and Lucy sat with Yutong on a large sofa, while Logan sat alone on the other side, beginning his mission report. In summary, Logan had originally followed the mission plan. He bribed the director of an orphanage with the intention of adopting 10 children. However, he discovered that the staff that were abusing the children. Unable to restrain himself, he intervened, accidentally killing the staff members, and, in the process, demolished much of the orphanage. With the orphanage gone, Logan took it upon himself to bring most of the children back to the manor. There were 32 children between the ages of 8 and 10, whom he designated as suitable for training and cultivation. As for the remaining 8 children, all over 10 years old, they would be responsible for handling the manor's daily chores. Wartime orphans may be young, but they're remarkably sensible and obedient. Those over 10 don't fit the age requirement for the mission, but they're perfect for filling in on chores around the manor. Logan explained, somewhat sheepishly, trying to justify his actions, even though he had clearly bent the mission parameters. "I have no objection. What you did can't really be called wrong," Kyle nodded. 40 children, neither too many nor too few, were just the right number to serve as the foundation for building a family power base. He paused, then looked Logan straight in the eyes with a smile. "And there's something else I'm genuinely glad about. You finally let down your guard and opened up to trusting others." Lucy smiled as well, chiming in, "That's true. Uncle Logan is really popular among the children here." Logan scratched his nose awkwardly. Indeed, over this period, surrounded by the children, he'd experienced a different side of life. "Back to the main point," Kyle said after a moment's thought, speaking plainly. Logan, do you know why I wanted you to adopt so many orphans? To cultivate talent for the Carl family, Logan replied crisply. Exactly. My vision for the future Carl family is to become an extraordinary, independent private organization, one that doesn't answer to the world's crises, one that listens only to my command, Kyle said with confidence. Why choose orphans? Because he possessed the ability to grant card powers. Each blue quality or higher ability card could only be given to one person. So, it didn't matter whether his followers had potential or abilities. What mattered most was loyalty. Children raised from a young age could easily be indoctrinated, developing a deep sense of dependence and trust toward the family. In turn, they would protect it loyally and carry out orders without hesitation. Otherwise, no matter how mighty an organization, like the future Shield or Kamar Taj, it could still crumble from within, brought to the brink of collapse by betrayal among its own ranks. But there's one thing you got wrong. I'm not raising talented individuals, I'm raising heroes. Kyle interjected, making it clear that by heroes, he meant those with the fundamental qualities and abilities that set heroes apart. In the world of Marvel, every hero must possess talents and powers that far exceed those of ordinary people. This is common knowledge. In his blueprint for the future, even the lowest rank members under the Carl family banner would have to reach at least the fighting level of someone like Black Widow or Hawkeye. Otherwise, they weren't worthy of calling themselves members of the Carl family. The children downstairs, once they've grown and passed their trials, only those who qualify can take up long-term residence in our overseas territories, and even then, they'll just be the lowest-ranked card disciples of the Carl family. As for you here in this room, you are the true core members of the Carl family. Kyle's gaze settled on Lucy, Logan, and Yutong in turn. Lucy was beyond question. As his fiancée, even if she were just an ordinary person, her status would still stand above the rest. Logan and Yutong, however, were both rare genetic mutants, each born with unique blue-tier abilities. And in the future, if they were to draw and receive the right ability cards as enhancements, they would undoubtedly become the backbone of the family's power. A full roster of heroes. That was the true standard of the Carl family. Kyle, who is this child? In the grand meeting room, Lucy's beautiful eyes drifted to Kyle's right, settling on Yutong, who sat quietly and coolly on the soft sofa. Since entering the room, Yutong hadn't strayed even half a step from Kyle's side, as if she was naturally drawn to him. Though Lucy wasn't the jealous type, especially not over a child, she still couldn't help but feel surprised. In fact, she wasn't alone. Even Logan seemed a bit puzzled. After all, Kyle didn't seem like the kind of man to pick up strays, least of all children. Logan had been surreptitiously sizing up the girl sitting directly opposite him. His lone wolf instincts, sharp as a beast's, told him that the cute little girl in the hoodie and long sleeves was far less harmless than she appeared. Oh, I almost forgot, Kyle suddenly remembered, gently rubbing Yutong's small head as he spoke. Yutong, why don't you say hello to Lucy and Logan? My name is Yutong Carl. I'm 8 years old. Boss picked me up in Tokyo, Japan. Yutong's voice came out soft and sweet, shedding her earlier aloofness and making Lucy laugh. Kyle, you really do have a knack for picking up strays, don't you? Lucy stuck out her pink tongue at him teasingly, shooting him a playful glare. After all, she herself had once been scooped up like a stray pet on the battlefield. Wait, could this be another child bride situation? Lucy wondered to herself, and, true to a woman's nature, her gaze at Yutong subtly changed. I have to admit, the other party really is quite adorable. Petite and delicately built, her little face seemed almost sculpted, her skin fair and soft. Even I felt the urge to scoop her up like a cuddly plush toy and hold her close. Yutong frowned slightly and shifted a bit in her seat, moving closer to Kyle. As if noticing her unease, Kyle asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "She's hostile toward me," Yutong replied coldly, her gaze fixed on Lucy, speaking with blunt honesty. The words fell, and for a moment, the meeting room was engulfed in silence. Kyle and Logan exchanged odd looks, both turning their eyes to Lucy. Embarrassed, Lucy quickly covered her beautiful face, her cheeks flushed red as she mumbled, "I'll go get us some drinks," and hurriedly escaped from the room. Logan was quick to react, his sharp eyes locking onto Yutong. He spoke gravely, "Boss, can this girl read minds?" "I can't hear your thoughts," nor the boss's, Yutong huffed in annoyance. This time, her words buzzed directly in Logan's mind like a mental broadcast, making him instinctively cover his ears. Kyle, on the other hand, seemed unsurprised. After all, this was just another facet of abilities tied to mental manipulation. It was a progression, from manipulating objects in space to going beyond the physical and delving into the thoughts and intentions of living beings. But this only worked on ordinary people whose wills weren't particularly strong. For people like him and Logan, whose resolve was extraordinary, it had no effect at all. Telekinesis, mental transmission, psychic barriers, mind reading. These were all facets of mental manipulation unlocked by a strengthened psyche. Logan, this child is the same kind of person as you. I call it simply a mutant, Kyle said with a smile. The world as it stood now wasn't like the X-Men universe, teeming with mutants. There wasn't any information about such people, so he decided to give a name. Boss, then aren't you a mutant too? Logan asked, his curiosity piqued. He had always believed that he and Kyle were the same kind. I do possess abilities far beyond those of ordinary people, but there's a fundamental difference between myself and the two of you, Kyle explained. The two of you were born with genetic mutations, innate like a racial trait. You were born with extraordinary abilities, which, after growing up, could be awakened by certain triggers in childhood. These innate genetic talents could be like your claws and healing, Logan, or Yutong's mental manipulation. Some people, even, can race with light and time, or control metal, water, and fire. Kyle paused, then continued, but I'm different. My body wasn't born with any genetic mutations. As a child, I was no different from anyone else. It was only later, after the military's super soldier serum, an artificial, genetic modification, that I gained what you could call the perfect human physique. These abilities, acquired through various serums and radiation, are what I call variants, people who gain their powers after birth. His super soldier ability card was copied and extracted from Steve, which essentially allowed him to skip the process of being injected with the super soldier serum. So that's how it works. Logan nodded thoughtfully. After living for more than half a century, it was the first time he'd encountered such a novel way of classifying abilities. Mutation is like a second major leap in human evolution, similar to the difference between apes and modern humans. Meanwhile, a variation is a stroke of luck, a random break from the original genetic framework, but it puts you at the same starting line as mutants, Kyle explained. He couldn't help but sigh. Whether mutant or variant, they're all lonely pioneers at the forefront of human evolution. I call them all evolvers. There are certain divine races in this Marvel world, beings who can traverse the heavens and the earth, wielding powers beyond imagination, with rainbow bridges stretching across the cosmos. But in the very beginning, weren't they too just fragile life forms, similar to primitive humans? Through relentless evolution, their races gained power over thunder or divine abilities, and eventually built their own realms and thrones. Gods, after all, are merely the most advanced species standing at the pinnacle of the universe's evolutionary history. With that perspective, it becomes clear why, in the future, Hulk is able to drag gods down and pummel them into the ground. If we can keep evolving and getting stronger and arm ourselves with advanced technology, perhaps one day, our family could take the place of the gods, Kyle declared, his words thunderous enough to make even the always composed Logan shudder. Logan gave a wry smile. Boss, who knows if gods even exist in this world? And there might not be any other life beyond Earth. You've never seen what's out there, so how can you be sure there aren't other alien races? There might even be a galactic federation or realms where gods reside, Kyle replied with a chuckle, not revealing too much. Right now, humanity is still like frogs at the bottom of a well, limited in their understanding. Only he, soaring high above as an eagle, had long since broken free from that well, gazing far beyond at the boundless sea and the stars. One day, you'll understand what I mean, he said. Kyle pulled himself back from his wandering thoughts and smacked his lips. But for now, let's focus on laying the groundwork for the Carr family. In a couple of days, I'll be heading out with Howard to survey a turtle-shaped island in the Atlantic, planning to develop it into our family's exclusive base. So, I'll just stay here. Logan scratched his head. He really was turning into a babysitter. You can start teaching the kids here some hand-to-hand combat classes, Kyle mused, his eyes glinting coldly. When I get back, you, Yutong, and we're going to the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union? Logan echoed. Yes, the Soviet Union, Kyle confirmed with a smile. He hadn't forgotten the little tricks played behind the scenes by the Red Room organization, the Soviet spy training base, during the war. Since there's a debt to settle, it's best to pay a visit and collect what's owed. It was late morning, and gentle sunlight filtered through the forest, dissolving the lingering white mist and casting a dreamy, dappled light. Kyle, dressed in a long-sleeved casual outfit and wearing sunglasses, lounged comfortably on a sun chair set in the Grand Estate's lawn, basking in the warmth. Beside him, the true form of Venom sprawled out on the grass, restlessly rolling back and forth in playful agitation. 3 days had passed since their return to New York. Having shed both his status as a war hero and the rank of general, Kyle found himself far removed from the chaos and brutality of battle. Leisurely days stretched out before him, peaceful and seemingly endless. Venom, have you noticed any slight changes in my body? Kyle frowned, speaking half to himself. The change he meant wasn't just the relaxed state of mind that came with idleness, but rather something deeper. His body, now at the perfect peak of a super soldier's physique, felt subtly different. This sensation had first begun after he'd withstood the lingering shockwave of the nuclear blast in Tokyo, just a few days earlier. While bonded with Venom, the change was barely noticeable. But whenever they separated, Kyle would sense faint, underlying shifts within his body. He'd spent time within the card space, carefully reviewing the ability cards that had altered his physique, especially focusing on Super Soldier and Regeneration Factor. Yet he still couldn't pinpoint the cause of this mysterious change. Could it be the radiation from the nuclear explosion disrupting the stable structure of my genes? Kyle mused inwardly. The change was so subtle that, for now, he couldn't tell whether it was for better or worse. Just then, a long black and gold luxury car emerged from the road cut through the forest, pulling up to a paved area in front of the estate's main building. Two well-dressed bodyguards stepped out first, opening the doors respectfully to let Lucy and Rain descend, before moving to unload supplies from the trunk. The estate was still a good distance from the nearest town, so they would often have to drive 5 kilometers out to purchase necessities. Both the car and the bodyguards had been arranged in advance by Howard. Howard was the epitome of the old-school gentleman, methodical and reliable. Kyle trusted him completely. After all they'd been through, the two had become not just partners in work, but the closest of comrades in both life and business. "Kyle, we're back," Lucy called out, waving from the lawn beneath her sun hat. She held hands with Rain, who was several sizes shorter, and somehow, over the past few days, the two had managed to bridge the age gap and become fast friends. For children with mind-reading abilities, their peers often approached them with natural wariness and awe. Still, with Rain as a true bodyguard, Kyle felt much more at ease about Lucy's outings. A rolled-up black and white newspaper floated up from Lucy's bag, flitting like a bird to land gently on the small table beside Kyle. "Boss, today's paper," Rain's voice echoed in Kyle's mind. Kyle, still lying on his back, nodded and picked up the newspaper, flipping through it at lightning speed. He read 10 lines at a glance, then tossed it onto the table. The main headline on the front page of the New York Times was no different from the previous days. Every word revolved around him. Even the reports about Stark Industries moving up the World Expo by several months to unveil a world-changing new product were pitifully squeezed onto the second page. Stories about the return of the war hero, remnants of the Hydra terrorist organization lurking in the upper echelons of the American government, clashes between the country's leaders and vigilante superheroes, the youngest major general applying for retirement, and the new president reshuffling officials and officers under Kyle's guidance. News like this had been broadcast across America day and night with relentless intensity. A war hero stepping down is one thing. The symbol of national power and conquest was gone. But the media, as if on cue, had given Kyle a new title, the symbol of peace. When Kyle first heard this new moniker 2 days ago, he was utterly bewildered, nearly spraying his wine in disbelief. How could a war fanatic like him suddenly become a symbol of peace? The surprising part was that the public embraced this title. It was far more popular than his former labels, Demon, God of Slaughter, or Tyrant. Some people even raised funds to erect statues of the symbol of peace in various public squares. The Norwegian parliament was reportedly discussing a vote to nominate him for this year's Nobel Peace Prize. It was honestly reaching a point where even Kyle himself didn't know how to react. But no matter what the world called him, ever since he decided to build up his family's power, he planned to retreat from the center of public attention, patiently preparing for the coming alien invasion. Even now, Kyle wouldn't dare call himself invincible, not even on Earth. Countless mysterious organizations lurked in the shadows of the world, not to mention the vast and unknown reaches of the universe beyond. The most reliable assets I have now, besides my card-drawing ability, are decades ahead of other heroes in preparation, and the advantage of knowing the major events of the future in advance. That's my greatest trump card as a transmigrator. In just a single year, I've reached the pinnacle of what a super soldier can be, become the most renowned figure among all of humanity, and amassed wealth that rivals entire nations. In a few decades, where will the Carl family and I stand? Even I can't predict that. Kyle mused, brimming with confidence and determination deep in his heart. Gods may be powerful. Let them wait and see as I climb, step by step. Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet is supposed to be unstoppable? Who says he'll even collect all 6 stones so easily? With a head start and his secret cards up his sleeve, Kyle would always have the advantage. He'd become the greatest mastermind behind the scenes, orchestrating everything from the shadows. Now, this is just the first step. Kyle sat up from the sun lounger. A tall bodyguard in a suit approached the edge of the lawn, bowed respectfully, and said, "Mr. Kyle, the boss says he's already on a plane, coming to pick you up for a trip out to sea." "All right, let Lucy know she doesn't need to wait for me for lunch," Kyle instructed. After the bodyguard answered and left, Kyle glanced at Venom, who was practically quivering with excitement. "Are you coming or not?" With a liquid rustle, Venom's black, fluid form sprang up, enveloping Kyle in a flash and transforming into a hooded jacket draped over his shoulders. An hour and a half later, far out over the vast Atlantic Ocean, beneath the dazzling midday sun, a helicopter's rotors droned steadily as it hovered several hundred meters above the water. "Kyle, are you sure we're really close to that turtle-shaped island you mentioned?" Howard, in the pilot's seat, asked in surprise. Sitting in the co-pilot's seat, Kyle glanced down at the ocean and nodded. "Yeah, we're almost there." "You must be mistaken. There aren't any islands marked on the map in this part of the sea," Howard said with conviction. "You'll see soon enough," Kyle replied with a mysterious smile. After the helicopter flew another 10 miles further out to sea, Kyle judged the timing to be right and told Howard, "From here on, just follow my instructions." "No problem," Howard nodded. He didn't really believe Kyle could conjure an island out of thin air. "For starters, I want you to give me this helicopter," Kyle said without explanation. "Huh?" Howard was taken aback for a moment, but quickly agreed. "Sure, if you want it, it's yours. I'll just build another one later." "So now, this helicopter belongs to me," Kyle said thoughtfully, glancing at the helicopter's card information, which still showed it couldn't be extracted. He continued, "Now unbuckle your seatbelt and let go of the controls." When it came to extracting item cards, the process was much faster than extracting ability cards. However, the conditions for extraction were also much stricter. For example, things like sand, scraps of paper, or rocks couldn't be extracted. But a box of sand containing gold, a sheet of paper bearing a crafted design, or a stone expertly carved by a master, all these could be considered for extraction as item cards. In other words, the value of the item mattered. Likewise, certain special items, like a plane that's lost control, a badly damaged gun, an unstable energy source, or a grenade or nuclear bomb about to explode, couldn't be extracted either. Most importantly, the item couldn't be someone else's personal possession. That was the primary condition for extracting an item. "Hurry up," urged by Kyle. Howard, who had been hesitating, finally steeled himself, quickly unfastened his seatbelt, moved his hands and feet away from the controls, and shifted over to the co-pilot's seat. But the card information didn't change. The helicopter was still ineligible for extraction. "Still not working?" Kyle mused, then stood up, moved forward, and directly shut off the helicopter's engine. The helicopter gave off a faint, vibrating hum as it began its downward glide, plummeting toward the earth. Howard's face turned pale with fright, and he instinctively clung to the interior of the cabin with both hands. "It's done." Kyle broke into a smile. In his eyes, the rare green quality, modified helicopter had shifted from being non-extractable to extractable. "What's done?" Howard was still a loss, but 3 seconds later, the helicopter vanished into thin air, turning from solid to nothing. The 2 men inside suddenly found themselves falling from several hundred meters above, plunging straight toward the vast ocean below. "Heavens, Kyle, what did you do to the helicopter? Why is it gone?" In free fall, Howard was utterly bewildered. His gentleman's hat had long since been snatched away by the fierce wind, his little mustache blown askew, and all he could do was spread his limbs helplessly, forming the shape of a star as he accelerated toward the surface of the sea. This was something science couldn't hope to explain. No matter how hard his mind raced for an answer, it was impossible to make sense of it. In time, and with their lives hanging by a thread, Howard could hardly keep up his gentlemanly composure, letting out a desperate scream. "Relax, you've got me here. What's there to be afraid of?" Kyle called out beside the still shrieking Howard, falling at the same speed but with perfect composure. "If you're going to stick with me, then from now on, you'll have to throw away everything you thought you knew. I want to take you beyond the well walls of Earth, to break free of every constraint and overturn the world as you know it." As he spoke, the two of them had almost reached the sea. Suddenly, Kyle grabbed hold of Howard's suit jacket and, with a sweep of his hooded coat, unfurled a pair of dark crimson wings. Holding on to Howard, Kyle slowed their descent with the gliding power of Venom. 5 meters above the water, he drew out an item card and tossed it below them, where it materialized into a sleek modern speedboat. Kyle touched down gently on the deck, steadying himself before letting go of Howard. Howard's legs buckled as he clung weakly to the boat's railings, gasping for breath in great, ragged gulps. It was a long moment before Howard regained his composure, still staring at Kyle in disbelief. "Just now, how did you do that?" "That's one of my abilities. I can store objects in another dimension and retrieve them whenever I need," Kyle explained openly, holding nothing back. With a sweeping gesture, Several item cards landed on the speedboat's deck and transformed. One into a sun lounger, another into a sun umbrella, a round table, a bottle of red wine. This is anything but scientific. Watching this astonishing display, as if witnessing a magic show, Howard couldn't help but give a wry smile. Yet without hesitation, he settled himself into the sun lounger, uncorked the red wine, and poured himself half a glass. I never said this was science. In fact, there are many things in this world that science simply can't explain. Someday, you might just witness gods soaring across the sky, magic that sends souls drifting from their bodies, or even journeys that span the cosmos and reverse the flow of time. Kyle shrugged. His gestures weren't meant to show off. Rather, he was helping Howard break free from the outdated frameworks of this era's thinking. Howard was now one of the world's leading cutting-edge engineers, his ideas far ahead of his time. Yet in Kyle's eyes, the technological limits and rigid thinking of the old days still tightly shackled this noble soul, so burdened by knowledge. He had crossed half a century to master anti-gravity levitation technology. He had studied the cosmic cube and mapped out the elemental structure for a new energy source. A scientific mind like his was hardly any less extraordinary than the Iron Man of the future, Tony Stark. The only difference was that he was born in the wrong era. Kyle wanted to help Howard shatter the constraints of outdated thinking and become the greatest force propelling advanced technology forward. This is yours. Howard took a quick drink, steadying his nerves, then poured a glass for Kyle. Looking him straight in the eye, he asked seriously, Kyle, tell me honestly, are you a god or an alien? I'm merely a human, one a little above the ordinary, that's all. Kyle chuckled, picked up his wine glass, and took a thoughtful sip. But as for the future, who's to say? Maybe I'll become a god, standing above even the gods themselves. Would you believe that? I do. You're someone who keeps creating miracles and overturning what others believe possible. Your vision and experience never cease to amaze me. If there really are gods, I'm sure even they'd be shocked by you. Howard laughed. Howard Stark. Kyle met Howard's gaze directly, getting straight to the point. I can grant you a long life. Let your family's power shield you from harm. For the rest of your days, I can show you the city of the future, the world of the next century, and even the marvels of alien technology across the stars. That sounds just like a fairy tale, like the temptation the devil offers. Howard fell silent, then calmly asked, what would it cost me? Kyle smiled and said something that left Howard visibly unsettled. Nothing at all. Why? Howard frowned. Because the road I'm taking is so lonely and long. If I had to win people over by force, it just wouldn't feel right to me. If you can walk this path with me, using your scientific genius, that alone would be more than enough to comfort me. Kyle spread his hands, sounding almost bored. Howard was one of the very few people in this world whom Kyle could call a true friend. He had no intention of using force or manipulation to erase the meaning of that bond. Howard trembled at those words, realizing the truth, and sighed. Kyle, I spoke out of turn just now. It's the occupational hazard of a businessman who's overly concerned with profit and loss. If you can truly achieve what you say, I'd hand over the entirety of Stark Industries to you. No price would be too great. All I ask is that, in the future, I'm allowed to keep developing new scientific products and exploring the truths of science. That alone would be enough for me. This was the genuine voice of Howard, the mad scientist at heart, and the lifelong dream of every true scientist, to relentlessly dig for and pursue the truths of the world through science. Both Kyle and Howard had their own convictions and ideas, and they were men of action, decisive, never hesitating. Sometimes, a single promise or choice can outweigh all the treasures and priceless things this world has to offer. After this straightforward conversation, it was as if Howard had firmly tied his fate to Kyle's ship. If Kyle were to sink, Howard would not escape unscathed. If Kyle soared, Howard would rise with him to the skies. Thus, the future empire of Stark Industries, worth billions, spanning military arms, cutting-edge technology, biomedical research, and more, an empire among empires, was handed over without hesitation. Yet for Kyle, Stark Industries itself was of little consequence. The only thing he truly valued was Howard, this peerless genius. Still, taking this opportunity to let Howard shed his public role as a corporate leader and officially become a dedicated scientific researcher behind the scenes, that was something Kyle was glad to see. Stark Industries will, in secret, become the property of the Carl family. On the surface, you can appoint someone trustworthy to manage it for you. Whenever you, as a researcher, feel tired and want to return, you can step back in as the boss at any time, Kyle said, meeting Howard's gaze with sincerity. I'll give you a stage big enough, with resources enough, to let your talent shine and your curiosity reach for the truths of science. It's settled then. Howard nodded gravely. fully aware that he was stepping through the gateway of opportunity and choosing a path that would forever alter the course of his life. In that case, let's toast to our renewed and deeper partnership. Kyle smiled broadly, lifting his half-filled glass of red wine. Howard hurriedly topped up his own glass, clinking it against Kyle's. Boss, I should be the one to drink to you. Howard shrugged, then tossed back his wine in one swift motion. Their first tentative partnership had been discussed at a bar in a European ballroom, where they negotiated a deal for 40% of Stark Industries. Now, on their second meeting, this time aboard a yacht anchored somewhere in the Atlantic, they were talking about the fate of the entire Stark Empire and Howard's own future. Didn't you just say that there isn't supposed to be any island here on the map? Kyle finished his drink, set down the glass, and blinked at Howard as he spoke. From now on, if you encounter anything that turns reality upside down, just show it to me. Don't keep it hidden. It's terrifying, Howard replied with a wry smile. Your very existence is already the greatest miracle. If you suddenly conjured up an island out of thin air, I think I could handle it. You said it yourself, so as you wish, Kyle replied, stepping to the edge of the speedboat's deck, gazing out over the shimmering, endless sea. His thoughts plunged into his card space, reaching for the single purple creature card he'd always kept stored at the highest point in the biological zone, his only card of such rare quality. Ancient Gigantic Dragon Turtle. Current status. Summoning conditions met in this area. Summon now? Confirm summon, Kyle whispered in his heart. In the next instant, both Howard and Kyle's eyes widened in disbelief. Right before their eyes, a colossal beast suddenly materialized above the sea ahead, its massive form stretching farther than the eye could see. In the very moment it appeared, the shadow it cast swallowed several miles of ocean and darkness. The creature resembled a snapping turtle, its whole body a deep brown, but its most striking feature was its sheer size, unimaginably vast. Even the largest known whales on Earth would barely compare to half of one of its limbs. Its shell was completely shrouded in hardened reefs and thick vegetation, piled high in what looked like forests and mountains, as though it bore an entire island on its back. My God! Howard's jaw dropped in shock as he stared at the beast Kyle had summoned, shivering uncontrollably as he sucked in a cold breath. In front of such a creature, humans seemed so insignificant that even calling them ants would be an exaggeration. Kyle himself was stunned. In truth, this was his first time ever summoning the ancient dragon turtle, and seeing the creature in reality was far more breathtaking and terrifying than anything the card's description suggested. No wonder it was a purple creature card, truly deserving of its rank. But Kyle had little time to marvel, for at that moment, as the dragon turtle's body fully emerged, it let out a deep, resonant cry, and its mountain-like form began to plummet toward the sea below. Kyle, tell me this isn't real, Howard stammered, still in a daze. But before he could react, Kyle grabbed his arm and, with a burst of energy, launched them both skyward in a sudden airborne dash. The ancient behemoth crashed into the ocean, its immense weight, tens of thousands of tons, striking the water with a force that sent towering waves, dozens of meters high, surging outward in all directions. The speedboat, still bobbing on the sea's surface, was tossed about like a leaf in a storm, battered by the churning waters. In moments, it vanished without a trace, swallowed whole, leaving no wreckage behind. Kale held on to Howard's arm, hovering in the air with his wings outstretched. The spray from the surging water drenched them both. As the waves gradually calmed, the lower half of the ancient giant turtle sank into the sea, leaving only its shell exposed above the surface. From afar, it truly looked like a turtle-shaped island. Howard, dressed in a gentleman's suit, stood dripping wet as he spat out the salty seawater and stammered. Is this the so-called turtle-shaped deserted island you mentioned? This was clearly the largest giant turtle monster in history. If word got out, it would surely draw the frenzied attention of scientists from all corners of the globe. More or less. To me, it's not much different from an ordinary island. Except this one can move freely across the ocean, Kale replied, gliding forward to land and guiding Howard into the heart of the island. You mean you've tamed this giant turtle? Howard asked, still reeling with disbelief. Yes, it will only obey me, Kale nodded. The greatest advantage of the biological card was the absolute obedience it enforced upon summoned creatures. If that's the case, it really can serve as a mobile island, Howard mused aloud, and began making his way toward the forest on the island. Their purpose for coming out to sea today was to conduct a preliminary survey of the island and begin planning the design of their base. The vast expanse on the back of the dragon turtle could accommodate mountains, forests, lakes, and streams. Had he not known its true nature, Howard would have easily mistaken it for a perfectly ordinary island. Kale and Howard wandered across the island and eventually reached the mountain peak at its center. Looking down, they could clearly see the entire outline of the island's back. As the foundation for a base, you can build as large as you wish here, Howard remarked with admiration, though a trace of concern crept into his voice. But won't its presence be too conspicuous? Someday, a satellite or passing ship might spot it. I've thought about that too. No need to worry for now. Once the base is complete, I'll take care of it, Kale replied. He was well aware that Wakanda possessed technology capable of hiding even the most advanced city from the world. When it came to creating new elements and leaping beyond the constraints of current technology, there was no way around that mysterious, savage, yet advanced land. The massive, ancient dragon turtle remained in the depths of the Atlantic, slipping into a long hibernation and becoming a true island. After finishing their preliminary survey and sketching the base's design, Kale and Howard took a helicopter back to the New York estate, the evening already settling into night. As the helicopter touched down on the open ground in front of the estate, Kale stepped out of the cabin just as a military jeep came rumbling out of the forest path, its headlights casting a harsh glare on him. So late at night, who could possibly be visiting at this hour? Under Kyle's surprised gaze, the jeep rolled to a stop on the open ground beside the helicopter. First to step out was a bald young man with a single eye and skin so dark he seemed to blend into the night itself. He wore a long coat dusty from travel, and when he smiled, a row of spotless white teeth flashed in the gloom. Fury, Kyle said, shaking his head with a wry grin. So is this guy? Over the past few days, Fury's relentless pestering about Howard had finally coaxed out the location of Kyle's secluded estate. Kyle, it's only been a few days. Fury strode over with a grin, but his face quickly tightened with mock rage as he gritted his teeth and changed tone. Retirement looks easy for you, but have you any idea how much trouble I've had to cover for you? Competence comes with responsibility. This is your stage to shine, Kyle replied, giving a playful wink and patting Fury reassuringly on the shoulder. Oh, cut it out. Anyway, you owe me extra pay for this one. Fury shot back, glaring at Kyle. Kyle couldn't help but laugh, nodding in agreement. No problem. I'll double your salary and throw in an Employee of the Month award. See, and I didn't come alone, Fury said with a chuckle, stepping aside. From a jeep behind him, a broad-shouldered, powerfully built officer in his middle years strode forward. Joseph, Kyle greeted him with a warm smile, embracing the big man in a bear hug, giving him a hearty slap on the back. Joseph and Fury. These two had both been invaluable friends to Kyle during World War II, and they remained among the few military contacts with whom he still kept in touch. Fury and I resigned, but look at you. Your rank keeps going up, Kyle teased. Joseph, whose shoulder bore a major's insignia, shrugged and gave a rueful smile, just basking in the glory of the symbol of peace. You probably didn't hear. General Chester resigned from his 5-star general's post, but before he left, he promoted all the officers who'd fought alongside you. He said if you'd ever consider coming back, he'd recommend you for the 5-star general's rank himself. As Joseph spoke, his gaze grew grave and intent on Kyle. I'll pass. I barely managed as a major general, let alone a 5-star. Besides, wouldn't that just mean more headaches for Fury? Kyle replied calmly, showing not the slightest yearning for the prestigious rank. Fury nodded in wholehearted agreement and shot Joseph a knowing smile. Told you, Kyle's never coming back to the service. I'm just a messenger anyway, not here to plead Chester's case, Joseph said with a laugh, blunt as ever. Well, since you've all come such a long way, let's head inside and sit down, Kyle suggested, glancing from Howard to Fury to Joseph. Tonight, it seemed, old friends had gathered under one roof. With a nod from the three guests, Kyle, as the host, took the lead and guided them through the grand front entrance of the manor house. Master called out two maids in the first-floor hall as they saw Kyle return, quickly bowing in greeting. One of the girls, her young face flustered, hurried over and reported, the Wolf King and Red Eyes are having a duel in the backyard. Oh, they've started already. Kyle raised his brows in surprise, a hint of excitement flickering through the living Venom disguised as his leather jacket. Wolf King and Red Eyes. These are the family code names for Logan and Utah. When outsiders were present, they were usually addressed this way. Come on, let's go watch, Kyle said, beckoning to the three guests as he led the way toward the manor's backyard. Logan had always been a natural-born fighter, while Utah was proud and stubborn despite her young age. A clash between these two was inevitable. Kyle had always known it would happen, just not so soon. It's only after a real fight that you know who you can trust to have your back, Kyle murmured to himself, memories drifting back to his own fierce duel with Steve back at the base, a piece of his youth now long gone. In the manor's backyard, on a wide, open lawn beneath the glow of vintage lampposts, Lucy and 3 or 4 dozen children sat scattered on the grass, forming a ring. This was the manor family's makeshift dueling arena. Inside the circle, a rugged man in a leather jacket and jeans stood face to face with a cute girl in a hooded cloak, sword slung across her back. By age, this was undoubtedly a cross-century match, a grizzled veteran in his 60s versus a baby girl barely 50 days old. "I'm making my move," Logan warned, crossing his arms before his chest. With a flick, 3 gleaming bone claws shot out from each fist. The children watching nearby gasped in awe at the sight. Just as Logan was about to strike, Yutong's soft voice interrupted. "Wait a moment." Logan paused, glancing up to see the little girl shuffling back, putting more distance between them. "Boss says you're the warrior type, and I'm the mage type. During a duel, there should be some distance between us," Yutong explained, mimicking Kyle's usual mannerisms as she walked until she was a good 10 meters away from Logan before stopping. With a practice motion, she raised her small hand. The Muramasa, longer than she was tall and strapped across her back, slid free of its leather scabbard at her mental command, hovering above her head and gleaming coldly in the light. "Sodium carbon steel," Logan muttered warily, eyeing the Muramasa. Thanks to Kyle's lessons, he knew that blades forged from this alloy were especially dangerous to his self-healing abilities. But caution aside, Logan was a seasoned fighter. There was no way he'd surrender the initiative in battle. Logan let out a low growl, raising his clawed hands as he pushed off with his feet and lunged forward. His mode of attack was unmistakably that of a ferocious, inhuman beast, relentless physical prowess paired with razor-sharp bone claws. Meanwhile, the instant Logan accelerated and closed in, Yutong's young face tightened with focus. She channeled her superhuman willpower into the Muramasa blade hovering above her head. In a heartbeat, the Muramasa sliced through the night sky at blinding speed. A series of crisp metallic clashes rang out as the Muramasa forced Logan to halt in his tracks, blade and claws meeting in a relentless barrage. From a third-person perspective, this was a bizarre, supernatural spectacle. Logan, bearing wolf-like claws, locked in fierce combat with a katana that moved as if guided by an invisible hand. "So troublesome," Logan muttered with a hint of irritation, watching as the Muramasa, knocked away by his strike, quickly returned to harry him again. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Yutong standing 5 meters ahead. Only now did he begin to understand what Kale meant by the distinction between warriors and mages. "I have to attack the one controlling the blade." With this realization, Logan braced himself, ignoring the pain in his bone claws as he swung with all his might, sending the Muramasa flying several meters away. He then surged forward, rapidly closing the gap between himself and Yutong. Yutong's eyes lifted, and as she directed her will at the Muramasa, she found it couldn't match Logan's speed no matter how hard she pushed. "I win," Logan whispered, lunging to within a meter of Yutong. His arm drew back in a brief show of power before launching his bone claws in a stabbing thrust. Just as his claws were about to strike, Yutong's eyes suddenly gleamed with a silvery light. Her small hands spread gently to either side. "Big Brother always says, leave a backup plan for everything." A powerful shockwave, fueled by pure psychic force, burst outward from Yutong, rippling through the air. Logan's eyes widened in shock as his claws met an invisible barrier, unable to advance even an inch. The unseen shield flung him backward, sending him sprawling onto the ground. This is the psychic shield that can withstand the aftermath of a nuclear blast? That's just. Logan had no time to dwell on it. The Muramasa, now reinvigorated, renewed its assault from behind. Blades flashed with cold light, forcing Logan into a clumsy roll to evade. The grass where he'd stood was left shorn and bare, as if raised by a mower. So the strongest among us isn't the Wolf King, but Akitome? The children watching from the sidelines gasped, their eyes shifting as they saw Logan fall behind. Realizing things were going badly, Logan executed a flawless backflip to his feet, retracting his claws. With only his bare hands, he seized the Muramasa as it hurtled toward him. One hand gripped the hilt, the other, unprotected, clasped the blade itself. The Muramasa buzzed and trembled, struggling to break free under Yutong's psychic control. "Got you," Logan growled, locking the blade tight with brute strength. Yutong frowned, pouring all her will into the blade, but she couldn't wrest the Muramasa from Logan's grasp. The duel between the two gradually devolved into a pure tug-of-war, pitting raw strength against telekinetic power. Logan gripped the violently trembling Muramasa blade with both hands, advancing step by step, heedless of the blood streaming from his cut palms. Yutong, refusing to admit defeat, lifted. Her small face, the silver gleam in her eyes subtly shifting toward crimson. Her black hair fluttered ever so slightly, teetering on the edge of losing control to her psychic force. As the distance between them shrank to less than 2 meters, All the children watching around the field held their breath in tense anticipation. Suddenly, a firm and steady voice rang out from beyond the grass. "Stop. That's enough." The words had barely faded when Kyle sprang into action, swiftly stepping between the two. He placed one hand on Yutong's shoulder and the other on Logan's. Logan, panting, let go of the Nisang blade and collapsed on his back from sheer exhaustion. Yutong, drained of mental energy, slumped weakly, only to be caught and held upright by the quickly approaching Lucy. Looking at Yutong in Lucy's arms, Kyle offered a word of advice. Giving you the Muramasa wasn't to limit your psychic attacks to just one method, but to help you strengthen your control and offensive power. When Muramasa was restrained just now, you could have abandoned it and immediately manipulated other objects around you for a second attack. As for you, Logan, Kyle continued thoughtfully, addressing Logan who was lying on the ground, telekinesis does happen to counteract those of us with enhanced bodies, and sodium carbon steel is a pretty good foil to self-healing abilities. Still, you could have leveraged your superhuman physique and technique to dominate sooner, or use your speed to outpace your opponent's reactions. This fight looked like a clash of titans, but in truth, it was far too clumsy and rigid, lacking any perfect showcase of either combatant's abilities. Still, this battle had shown Kyle the gaps in both of their powers, and how to bridge them. Yutong's psychic abilities were formidable, but her body was much too fragile. She could pair with the Super Agent ability card to boost her constitution and, at the same time, extend her already pitifully short lifespan. As for Logan, unless he faced someone like Yutong, he could easily unleash 200% of his combat prowess in close-quarters fights. For now, though, there wasn't a card that truly suited him. If only there were enough adamantium, Kyle mused to himself. Then his body could reach an entirely new level. Wolverine. Under Kyle's steady gaze, Logan seemed to sense something and quickly scrambled to his feet, clutching his injured left hand and muttering about needing to bandage it. "All right, that's enough. Go get some rest, all of you. I still have guests to attend to," Kyle reminded them, prompting everyone in the manor to finally notice the three visiting strangers watching from beyond the backyard lawn. Perhaps it was witnessing the inhuman battle just now, a clash that defied imagination, that left them all in a kind of daze. Still stunned, they stood rooted to the spot. Inside the manor, on the second floor, in the reception hall. "Kyle, I used to think you were the only superhuman in the world, but it turns out there are two more here," Joseph remarked, his voice tinged with awe. Fury chimed in, "Exactly. I'd actually met Logan before, back in Germany, but I never realized he was this powerful. To think he can fight with beast-like bone claws extending from his hands. Unbelievable." Howard managed a gentlemanly smile, the calmest among the three. Having witnessed many of Kyle's abilities before, he seemed unfazed by the spectacle. "Kyle, how about letting that Logan fellow just now, or maybe that little girl, give me a hand?" Fury asked, barely able to contain his excitement. "Oh, has that department the president mentioned last time, the one dedicated to rooting out Hydra's remnants worldwide, already been established?" Kyle asked with a hint of interest. "The United Nations Security Council has approved the proposal," Fury explained, "but the specific articles and regulations haven't been finalized yet. Even the department name is still under discussion. That's partly why I'm here, to hear your thoughts. After all, this department was created because of you." Fury looked at Kyle inquiringly. "What do you think of the name SWRD? SWRD? The Department of Godly Sword?" Kyle, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, was momentarily dumbfounded. It took him a while to recover. Then he hesitated and said, "Wouldn't Shield sound a bit better?" Fury and Howard exchanged glances, both seeming to recall, with a touch of melancholy, a certain man in a star-spangled suit with a shield on his back. Fury agreed. "Either works. Let's go with SHIELD. The full name will be the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. This newly founded SHIELD isn't just for show," Joseph said with emotion. "The president has ordered the military to work hand in hand with this mysterious department. Even on the political front, every bureaucratic hurdle is being cleared for us. That's because it bears your name as a symbol of peace," Fury added, looking at Kyle with confidence. His voice grew solemn. "You are our director-designate. With you at the helm, I truly believe SHIELD can become the world's strongest bulwark for peace." Kyle shook his head. "As SHLD's first director, there's no one more suitable than you." "Well, at least take an official position," Fury pressed, spreading his hands with a wry smile. "Without you, we'd lose our most powerful supporter before we even begin." Clinging to a big player, that was his real goal. Kyle considered for a moment and then turned to Howard. "Are you taking up a formal post at SHIELD? Howard nodded. "They want me as the head of science and technology, but with all the business at Stark Industries, I can only promise to serve as a strategic technology consultant in the future." Kyle calmly took a sip of red wine and smiled as he said, "Then I'll be the Chief Strategic Advisor of the future SHIELD. SHIELD? Chief Strategic Advisor?" The people gathered in the reception room on the second floor all froze when they heard this, each wearing an expression caught somewhere between surprise and amusement. A symbol of peace with top-tier strength. Now serving as the department's chief advisor? That's even more outrageous than Logan playing the babysitter. What's more, even Fury himself had no idea that the newly founded SHIELD had such a position. You wanted me to lend my name, right? Chief Strategic Advisor is a perfectly respectable public title. If the department faces any major decisions, and I'm available, I can join the discussions, Kyle said with conviction, his mind already working through his own calculations. SHIELD, the mysterious, high-level organization on Marvel's Earth, tasked with handling supernatural phenomena and safeguarding world peace. Attempting to counter alien invasions, or even battle sinister gods with nothing but ordinary agents and conventional weaponry. Its mission was a thankless, Sisyphean struggle from start. At its core, SHIELD had been established by remnants of the Hydra organization, serving as the largest covert base for their infiltration. Their so-called anti-Hydra operations were, in truth, the classic case of a thief, crime stop thief. It wasn't until the 21st century, when Nick Fury took over as director and assembled history's first superhero team, the Avengers, that SHIELD finally showed its true worth. Kyle had no intention of wading into those muddy waters. Even if the new department was clean for now, with so many people and such a long history, it was only a matter of time before Hydra wormed its way back in. That was precisely why he'd founded the Carl family. Only when power rested firmly in his own hands could he truly hold all the cards and have real strength to rely on. Have it your way. You joining SHIELD, even in a ceremonial role, is already more valuable than anything the president could offer, Fury said with a weary shake of his head, unable to hide his resignation. But let me be clear, Kyle said, his tone light, yet edged with unmistakable authority. If one day I discover SHIELD is hiding behind a false front, doing the same kind of evil as Hydra, then just as I lent my name to build it up, I'll be the one to tear it down. The quiet force in his words sent a chill through the room. Howard raised his wine glass with confident approval. Joseph averted his gaze in awe and apprehension, while Fury hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. No one dared question Kyle's resolve. Those who had tried were long since buried beneath the soil of forgotten battlefields, where wild grass had already begun to grow. A symbol of peace. For all the radiant glory of a hero's title, it could never erase the truth. It was forged in the darkest, bloodiest days of World War II, at the cost of countless soldiers' lives and the devastation of entire nations. Or rather, it was fortunate that everyone in the lounge was an old acquaintance. Otherwise, even if the new president or Admiral Chester himself were present, Kyle wouldn't have bothered to show them any courtesy, much less interact with them now with a touch of warmth and genuine goodwill. Fury immediately made a vow, as solemn as a military order. Kyle, I promise you right here and now, as long as I'm around, SHIELD will never stray from its founding principles. That's good to hear, Kyle replied calmly, nodding his approval. SHIELD was a double-edged sword. Used poorly, it could easily become a source of disaster. Handled well, it was a powerful and legitimate force at one's disposal. There were many matters the Carl family couldn't intervene in directly, but with SHIELD officially recognized by the United Nations Security Council, such affairs could be handled openly and boldly. As for Logan and Rain Pupil, you can forget about recruiting them. Still, SHIELD is newly established and does need a few elite members to hold down the fort. Kyle mused for a moment before making up his mind. I have someone suitable in mind. Who is it? Fury pressed eagerly. Patience. You've met this person before, but right now, they're elsewhere. Kyle thought it over, then opened a long-forgotten little notebook, giving the group a sweeping glance. Use your own intelligence networks tonight and bring me all the information you can find on the Soviet Red Room. The Soviet Red Room? That legendary super agent program. Joseph was visibly startled, and as another thought struck him, his shock doubled. Wait, are you planning to go after them? At this, Fury quickly caught on and explained, you may not know this, but back in World War II, the Soviet Red Room sent female agents to infiltrate a battleship and launch a surprise attack against Kyle. They tried to ambush you? What were they thinking? Howard couldn't help but laugh. Of all the people to ambush, they picked Kyle, the very embodiment of a living weapon. Were they out of their minds? Relax. I always play fair. I won't move against them recklessly. I'm just going to settle an old score, Kyle said with a faint smile, and with that, everyone in the room was left speechless once more. Here's a joke for you. Kyle plays fair. As night deepened, Howard, Joseph, and Fury each took their leave. After they departed the manor, the second floor of the building fell once more into a long, quiet hush. Kyle sat in silence, leaning back on the sofa. Outside the lounge door, a large pillow enchanted as a floating magical rug carried Rain Pupil, now dressed in pink pajamas, over to his side, where she sat down. How did it go? Kyle gently patted Rain Pupil on the head. None of the three guests just now harbored any ill intentions toward you, boss, Rain Pupil replied, sending her message directly into his mind. That's enough. You don't need to probe their thoughts anymore. They're all trustworthy friends, Kyle said, shaking his head. He had never asked Rain Pupil to do such things, but she still insisted on it in secret. As previously mentioned, Yutong acted as a sharp blade. Sometimes, for his sake, she could eliminate all potential enemies harboring doubts or disloyalty, including members of the Carl family. Sometimes, the human heart is complicated and ever-changing. If you constantly probe and scrutinize the thoughts of others, it will be difficult to make true friends, Kale gently advised Yutong. I don't need friends. As long as I have you, that's enough, Yutong replied, her voice no longer echoing in his mind but spoken aloud, soft and childlike, yet unwavering in its resolve. Kale couldn't help but laugh quietly, his gaze lingering on Yutong beside him. He drew a blue ability card from the card space, one he had kept for a long time and never used on any family member, Super Agent. Do you remember what I told you when I took you away from the underground laboratory? Lifespan and power. These are what you deserve. Holding the card, invisible to others, Kale pressed it against Yutong's forehead. Under a shimmer of blue light, the power of the card flowed into the girl's body. Super Agent granted successfully. The cardholder cannot use the granted card's abilities for 3 days. No further ability cards can be granted to this organism. Yutong collapsed unconscious onto her pillow. The Super Agent card bypassed the usual processes. No need for serum injections or physical rehabilitation. Instead, her body was rapidly transformed and strengthened at the genetic level. Super Agent, though a lesser version of Kale's own super soldier ability, offered comprehensive physical development. Strength, speed, endurance, resilience, even metabolism, and aging underwent dramatic change. With her innate mental enhancement as a mutant now, combined with this comprehensive physical transformation, Yutong was, without a doubt, the strongest in the Carl family, second only to Kale himself and his symbiotic bond with Venom. The next morning, a stack of intelligence reports on the Soviet Red Room had been collected and relayed by Fury and Joseph through national and military channels, then passed to Howard. Howard ran a simplified analysis with a supercomputer and transmitted the results to the Manor via telegraph. There were nearly 20 suspected locations for the Soviet Red Room. Many were likely decoys deliberately leaked by the Soviets, mixed in with actual military bases. The probability that any single location was genuine was less than 10%. But there was no helping it. As the cradle of spies, backed by the full might of the Soviet military, the Red Room's true location was known only to a handful of top Soviet officials and insiders. After all, only Red Room super agents had ever successfully infiltrated other nations as secret spies. No one had ever managed to turn the tables and track them back. Fortunately, Kale had already laid his own plans in advance. Back when Natasha was imprisoned on the battleship, the electric shock collar fastened around her neck was the key piece of equipment. This high-tech device was personally crafted by Howard, making it far from ordinary. Not only could it instantly unleash a high-voltage shock and resist any attempt to unlock it, but it was also embedded with a miniature tracking device. Ka was absolutely certain that, with the Red Room valuing Natasha so highly and sending other agents to retrieve her at any cost, they would take her straight back to the Red Room base before calling in their tech specialists to remove the collar. Howard, ever the planner, had already arranged to capture the tracking data before the collar lost its signal. That very day, eager to resolve matters swiftly, Kyle ordered Logan and Yutong to accompany him and had Howard arrange for the fastest transport jet to fly them out of New York toward the Soviet Union. At that moment, the Red Room had no idea that a nuclear power disaster was already en route to their doorstep. Northern extension of Novaya Zemlya, Ural Mountains, Russia. The desolate plains stretched endlessly, a frozen wasteland where shards of ice and gravel fused into permafrost beneath their feet, and the sky loomed heavy and gray, thick with storm clouds. When Kyle, Logan, and Yutong arrived, the dusk air had already plummeted below -20 degrees Celsius, so cold that water would freeze the instant it touched the ground. Boss, do you really think the Red Room base would be set up in a godforsaken place like this? Logan exhaled, his breath billowing in the frigid air, forming a cloud of white mist. The last tracking signal came from around here. There must be some kind of jammer, Kyle replied thoughtfully, scanning the landscape and seeing nothing but remote, lifeless wilderness stretching to the horizon. Since the battle at Nichuro, Blue Eagle had vanished without a trace, as if buried along with those pursuing jets in some nameless corner of Tokyo. If only it were here now, it would be more useful than ever. Just as Kyle was considering splitting up the search, a faint point of white light suddenly flared up at the edge of their vision, followed by the muffled bloom of a small mushroom cloud rising in the distance. This feeling, Kyle and Yutong's pupils contracted, their bodies tensing instinctively. Having survived a nuclear blast once before, this sight was all too familiar. Is that a nuke? Logan was startled as well, watching the distant explosion with grave concern. But soon enough, the tension eased for all three. The so-called mushroom cloud barely covered 100 meters before fizzling out, a far cry from the devastation of a true nuclear bomb. If that was supposed to be a nuke, it was a rather disappointing one. I get it now. This must be a Soviet nuclear weapons testing site, Kyle said with a shrug. If we run into a nuclear blast everywhere we go, we'd really be out of luck. So are we in the wrong place? Logan asked, sounding genuinely surprised. Rain's eyes brightened as she offered her thoughts through telepathy. Not necessarily. Sometimes the most dangerous place is also the safest. If the Red House is nearby, then the local staff conducting nuclear tests here might know something useful. You're right, Kyle nodded in agreement. At the very least, the Soviet military would intentionally avoid the area where the Red House was located when carrying out nuclear tests and bombings. Wait here for me. I'll be back soon, Kyle instructed, then quickly sped off toward the unformed nuclear blast zone. A wind rose. Cold, white frost and snowflakes mingled with black, scorching ashes and cinders, swirling through the air before settling on the hooded coat that Venom had morphed for Kyle. The earth, the snow, even the air itself carried a faint trace of radiation, but compared to the overwhelming nuclear exposure they had faced in Tokyo, this was nothing at all. As Kyle approached the nuclear test area, he saw a cluster of military tents set up together, with researchers in white hazmat suits moving in and out. He slipped into stealth mode and crept forward. Drawing near to one of the researchers, Kyle struck swiftly and precisely, knocking the person out with a single chop and dragging them behind the tent. Without any prompting, Venom shot out a black tendril, which burrowed ruthlessly into the base of the researcher's skull, forcibly probing and extracting their memories. Their teamwork was already smooth and well-practiced. Moments later, Kyle shook his head, having found nothing, and muttered coldly, just a rookie assistant. Couldn't even die with a bit of value. But he didn't lose heart. Spotting another researcher heading toward the tent, he melted into the shadows once more, repeating his previous ambush. If he hadn't wanted to avoid drawing the Soviet military's attention, Kyle would have had no qualms about wiping out the entire nuclear test team outright. Fortunately, Venom found the information they needed in the mind of the second researcher. This vast stretch of wilderness was designated as a Soviet nuclear testing ground, where bombs could be dropped indiscriminately, regardless of civilian casualties. The higher-ups, however, had issued repeated warnings to stay away from a certain mysterious area nearby. That place was frequently visited by large groups of young girls dressed simply in white. From time to time, they were herded to the border between the irradiated zone and the mysterious area's wilds, left with only a meager supply of food. Forced to fight each other for survival in the biting cold and hunger, they were driven to desperation. The last girl standing, the one who secured the food and survived for a week, would have her white dress stained crimson with blood. Numb, stripped of humanity, she would then be taken away by personnel from within the mysterious zone. That's just like the Red House, Kyle sneered, withdrawing from the radiation zone. He called Logan and Rain over, and the three of them swiftly made their way toward that mysterious area. Wilderness beyond the boundaries of the radiation zone. More than a dozen corpses of young girls dressed in white lay scattered across the dark brown permafrost, their lifeless bodies twisted at odd angles. Some stared wide-eyed into the void, their figures hardened by the cold, covered in wounds, a frozen tableau of violence and despair. On this blood-stained, tragic ground, only two girls remained, clinging stubbornly to life. Their beautiful faces were contorted in desperation, white dresses soaked with splotches of blood. Now, stripped down to primal instinct, they fought each other like wild beasts, and when their strength was spent, they resorted to biting each other's necks, using their teeth as their final weapons. Natasha curled up on the ground, trembling all over, struggling weakly to rise. Suddenly, the other girl lunged forward, straddling her and pressing Natasha down, her hands tightening like a vice around Natasha's slender, pale neck, fiery red hair spilling beneath her grip. The girl's face was ghostly pale and haggard, eyes shot with blood, brimming with wildness and madness. In a hoarse, guttural whisper, she growled, "Just die already. Why won't you die? Emily, let me go." Natasha clasped desperately at the other's wrists, her survival instinct driving her to futile resistance. The frozen earth scraped her skin, bruising it a deep, wintry purple. Natasha, I'm begging you. Just let go. Just let me end this. You. Hearing the desperate plea from the girl pinning her down, Natasha shuddered. The only friend she'd ever had as a classmate, Emily, now so desperate to kill her, to claim the last scraps of food, and seize one more chance to survive under the cruel rules of the Red House. This was the stark reality of human nature, raw and merciless. Affection and compassion were burdens here. Only by casting aside all sentiment and becoming a weapon, a killer devoid of feeling, could one survive to the end and become the organization's strongest agent, the new Black Widow. Natasha turned her head, and in the corner of her eye, she saw the bleak wilderness, littered with the frozen, unrotted remains of the other girls. A single tear slid from the corner of her left eye, instantly freezing into a shard of ice mingled with blood. It was the last tear she would ever shed. From this moment on, the vulnerable girl inside her was forever erased. I'm sorry. I have to survive too. Natasha's face turned cold. With a sudden upward kick, her body moved with startling flexibility. She locked her calves around Emily's neck and yanked her backward. An eye for an eye. Emily hadn't expected Natasha to have any fight left in her. Shocked, she doubled down, her hands squeezing, desperate to snuff the life out of Natasha once and for all. Emily, you always forget. I was the one who secretly tutored you in hand-to-hand combat. If only one of us is meant to survive, then let me carry your share onward. With a silent cry echoing in her heart, Natasha's eyes hardened into cold steel. She summoned the last ounce of strength left in her body. With a coordinated burst of strength from her wrist, waist, and calves, Natasha forced Emily's arms apart, her entire body suddenly rolling forward. With explosive force, in one fluid motion, she locked her calves around Emily's neck, spinning midair in a perfect 180-degree arc. A sharp crack split the cold air. Emily's neck snapped while she was still airborne. Her eyes instantly faded, all light extinguished, as her body crumpled lifelessly onto the frozen earth. I win. Natasha gasped for breath, collapsing onto the wind-blasted ground, her limbs drained of strength. Her stomach rumbled with a desperate, hollow hunger. Digging her teeth into the permafrost, she clawed her way forward, dragging her exhausted body inch by inch. She soon stopped beside a small, bloody hunk of black bread dusted with snow. Without a second thought, Natasha tore into the chunk of bread, stuffing it in her mouth and swallowing before she could even chew. Suddenly, the sound of applause echoed through the desolate air. Natasha, weak and wary, lifted her gaze. Striding toward her was a middle-aged man in an officer's uniform. Well done, just as I'd hoped for my daughter. Now you truly deserve the name Black Widow. The man beamed with satisfaction, continuing to clap without restraint. Taras. Natasha bit out his name, her tangled red hair hanging over her face. Fury and cold hatred burned in the eyes, peering through the strands. Taras Romanov, her adoptive father and one of the senior figures in the Soviet Red Room, had meticulously shaped and driven her to become a cold-blooded spy and assassin. Good eyes. You're destined to be the greatest agent the Red Room has ever produced. Taras praised her, utterly unfazed by Natasha's hatred or resentment. He knew that, after the brainwashing process, such feelings would soon be meaningless. In the Red Room, agents' feelings and memories were erased. Humanity itself could be wiped away. All that mattered was their ability to follow orders and carry out the missions of espionage and assassination assigned by the state. That was the Red Room, a flawless, impenetrable machine. Taras was supremely confident. Stepping forward, he prepared to lead Natasha back to the heart of the Red Room organization. Natasha, you really do look a mess right now, came a sudden, calm, and cold voice from behind. Natasha's eyes widened at the sound, a familiar male voice that made hope flicker again in her empty gaze. Taras turned, surprised. Across the vast, frozen wilderness strode an odd trio, a girl, a young man, and a burly older man with a strikingly close-cropped haircut. The girl and the young man both wore hooded jackets, their faces mostly hidden in shadow. Locals? Don't you know this area is under military lockdown? Taras barked, his tone icy. He drew a heavy-caliber pistol from his belt. Even though they were three, he was the pinnacle of human capability, a super agent himself. There was no reason to fear. The hooded young man leading the group didn't spare him a single glance. His eyes fell on Emily, and he spoke in a calm, slow voice. Don't pretend to be dead down there. Last time you escaped from the battleship, I lost over a dozen of my men. We haven't settled that score yet. That was all the work of other agents from the Red Room. I had nothing to do with it. Natasha replied weakly, still sprawled awkwardly on the ground. Despite her disheveled state, she couldn't help but let out a faint laugh. She asked, "Last time, you said I could defect to your side. Does that still stand?" "It does." The hooded young man nodded, giving a simple, definitive answer. But just that single word was enough to turn Natasha's situation around. She squinted her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "Then take me out of here. Logan, bring her over." The hooded youth instructed. The short-haired man beside him immediately ignored the armed Terras and strode quickly toward Natasha. "So you're just going to pretend I'm not here?" Terras burst out, both shocked and furious. From start to finish, none of the three newcomers had acknowledged him. Now, they were even striking a deal with Natasha right in front of him, preparing to take the Red Room's top agent away without a second thought. Terras fixed his gaze on Logan, who was approaching, and raised his heavy-caliber pistol. In a cold voice, he said, "Take another step, and I'll shoot." Logan paid him no mind and kept moving forward, making Terra's forehead veins bulge with rage as he tightened his grip on the trigger, aiming at the intruder. But almost immediately, Terras realized something was wrong. The trigger refused to budge, no matter how hard he tried. It was as if some invisible force had locked it in place, making it impossible to fire. "Boss didn't say you could move yet." Standing beside the hooded youth, a petite, delicate girl looked at Terras with icy eyes that shimmered faintly with silver light. Terra's expression changed in an instant. The pistol in his hand was suddenly wrenched away by an unseen force, hanging in midair with its barrel now aimed directly at its owner. Meanwhile, with no one left to stop him, Logan had reached Natasha, effortlessly hoisting her onto his shoulder with one hand. Mission accomplished, the Black Widow was secured. Who are you people?" With the heavy-caliber pistol still floating in the air and pointed at him, Terras finally raised his hands, realizing he'd run into trouble far beyond his expectations. Unwilling to give up, he shot a resentful look at Natasha on Logan's shoulder and tried to reason, his tone softening. "No matter what, you can't just take our people. This area is under strict surveillance by the Soviet military. If anything happens, the nearest Soviet base will send troops immediately." "Soviet troops?" The hooded youth gave a faint, dismissive smile, undisturbed by the threat. "Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before?" Terras stared at him, brows furrowed deeply, an ominous premonition rising in his chest. "Terras." Perched safely on Logan's shoulder, Natasha blinked, her tone edged with mockery. "To think you're a high-ranking officer of the Red Room, well-versed in intelligence from around the world, yet you can't even recognize the man right in front of you." Terras frowned, turning his gaze to the hooded young man leading the trio. He scrutinized him from head to toe, trying to place him. At that moment, the young man met his eyes. Though half his face was hidden by the hood, his features were sharp and striking, exuding a cold confidence. His piercing blue eyes shone with an unmistakable authority and an almost oppressive presence. "Wait, you're—" As recognition dawned, Terras drew a sharp breath, his body trembling with shock and disbelief. "My God, how could that demon, no, that harbinger of doom, have ended up here? Mr. Kyle, what brings you to the Soviet Union? Premier Stalin has long wanted to meet you, and the U.S. State Department didn't even give us a heads up." Terras forced a bitter, awkward smile silently, cursing himself for not realizing sooner. The only one who could make Natasha switch sides so quickly and act so fearlessly on Soviet soil, ignoring the military threat, was the man standing before him. The American Kyle, a symbol of peace, the legendary figure who ended World War II, hailed as a godlike superhero across the Americas. "You know I retired from the U.S. military, don't you?" "Right now, I only speak for myself," Kyle said as he pulled back his hood, revealing a head of dazzling golden hair. A devilish smile played across his lips. "During the war, your Red Room owed me a little something. With interest, it's quite a sum. If you don't mind, perhaps we could sit down at your nearby facility and have a proper talk." "I understand." Terras nodded heavily, cold sweat beading on his brow. The moment he learned Kyle's identity, he knew this was far beyond what he alone could handle. Deep within the mysterious wastelands at the Red Room's Soviet base, Officer Terras is back. The armed soldiers stationed at the entrance straightened up, preparing to greet him. But their composure quickly melted into bewildered shock. For the first time, the usually arrogant and imposing Terras was hunched over, lowering himself as he led a young man toward the base gates. Trailing behind them were a little girl carrying a sword and a burly man with Natasha slung over his shoulder. "What are you standing around for?" Terras shot the guards a sharp glare, hurriedly wiping sweat from his brow with his sleeve. "Open the gate now, and send word to the top brass. Tell them we have an honored guest. There's urgent business that needs to be discussed at once." "Yes, sir," the guards responded at once. Never before had the Red Room played host to an uninvited guest of such magnitude. Most importantly, this visitor's background was so formidable that a single misstep could bring disaster upon the entire nation. The Second World War had only just ended, and already the hero who symbolized peace had come knocking at their door. Anyone would be unsettled by such a visit, let alone the Red Room organization, fully aware of their own guilt. Kyle and his companions sat down in the main reception hall of the Red Room's central building. The next batch of trainee agents had all been summoned and were now serving as attendants. Tara's requested 10 minutes to confer, and, together with two other high-ranking members of the Red Room, went into the conference room, closing the door behind them to anxiously discuss how to handle this sudden crisis. "How do you find the Red Room? We've remained hidden from outsiders for so many years," asked Norris, the supreme leader of the Red Room. "That doesn't matter anymore," Tara said, clutching his head in frustration. "What matters is that, because of our reckless actions in the past, we've already offended Kyle. Now he's brought people here to demand an explanation and to settle old debts. He claims he's retired now and is only speaking for himself, not acting on behalf of any nation or political conflict. As if just one of him isn't enough," the other high-ranking officer replied with a sigh. "If we can resolve this peacefully, even if it means making some concessions and asking him to leave the Soviet Union, that would be the best possible outcome. If things could be solved through reason and negotiation, that would be ideal. After all, no one truly wished to cross that man. The problem is, Kyle insists on taking Natasha with him, and she's already betrayed the organization by agreeing to go. And there's more." Under the other two's astonished gaze, Tara sighed. "He's demanding we hand over the formula for the super agent serum." "Absolutely not." Norris and the other executive turned pale, rejecting the idea in unison. With a stern face, Norris declared coldly, "The super agent serum formula is the very foundation of the Red Room's ability to create elite agents. We can never hand it over." "I know that, of course," Tara replied. "But Kyle also said that if we don't present something sincerely valuable, then in less than 5 minutes, he'll destroy this place." Tara glanced at the clock, his voice bitter as he relayed the message. The executive's mouth fell open as he stammered. "How is this a negotiation? It's blatant blackmail." "He's gone too far," Norris growled, slamming a fist onto the round conference table. The dull thud reverberated through the room. Tara's opened his mouth, but left one thing unsaid. The truth was, the other side truly had the power and means to threaten them. He didn't need to say it aloud. All three men, by virtue of their positions in the Red Room, understood it perfectly well. After a tense round of discussion, with only a minute left of the time Kyle had given them, the three leaders of the Red Room finally reached a compromise. First of all, Black Widow Natasha can be sacrificed. No problem. Secondly, the formula for the super agent serum is absolutely non-negotiable. If pressed, they would rather fight to the bitter end, even if it meant losing the Red Room base, than allow the Americans to gain the means to create their own super agents. Yet, to ensure that Kyle would be most likely to accept their terms and leave peacefully, the three of them had prepared an alternative, offering something else in place of the coveted super agent serum formula. Inside the main reception hall of the building, Kyle sat calmly by the window, his seat bathed in crimson light. The Red Room's architecture was all grand, vintage mansions, with floor-to-ceiling curtains dyed a deep blood red. Sunlight filtering through turned the entire space a glowing scarlet. Logan and Rain Pupil, both equally unruffled, appeared as relaxed as if they were lounging in their own estates. Any one of these three could destroy the Red Room base single-handedly. With all three present, there was virtually no chance for the other side to turn the tables. This was what Kyle meant by swift and decisive action. Walk in and settle everything in a single day. Talas and Norris, top executives of the Red Room and two of its three leaders, emerged from the conference room, followed by several female agents clad in tight black leather. Kyle, seated in the reception hall, glanced at the clock and smiled coolly. 10 seconds left. It seems you've made your decision. Mr. Kyle, we hope to resolve our differences as peacefully as possible. After all, a fight here would benefit neither side. And I'm sure you don't wish to see the hard-won peace of the world shattered by new conflict. Talas spoke first. This is strictly between me and your Red Room. The Americans have nothing to do with it. I trust the Soviet leadership wouldn't risk everything to oppose me for your sake, Kyle replied with a shrug, exuding confidence and authority. He still held plenty of intelligence on the Soviets' nuclear tests, far too many cards up his sleeve. With such a vast gap in power, the Red Room simply wasn't in a position to negotiate as equals. We are prepared to pay an appropriate price as a token of compromise, Talas admitted, lowering his gaze in shame and clenching his fists. Even Natasha, lying half-conscious beside Logan, couldn't help but furrow her brow at this. It was the first time the Red Room had ever backed down. The respect Kyle commanded was almost intimidating. Are you agreeing to give me the formula for the super agent serum? Kyle asked, his expression somewhere between a smile and a smirk. The Red Room, famous for preying on others, was finally being forced to give up something of its own. We agreed to hand over Natasha and to offer you something else in place of the super agent serum formula, Tala said in a low voice, clapping softly. At his signal, a female agent stepped forward, presenting a vial to Kyle with the utmost respect. What's this? Kyle asked, his gaze settling on the vial. Instantly, the relevant item card information appeared before him. Infinity Formula, a serum that can slow the aging of all bodily functions. Blue item card. Grants the user an extraordinarily long lifespan and peak physical condition, but must be used continuously, one injection every 3 years. Ceasing injections will result in rapid aging. The Infinity Formula, explained Terra's, is a serum equal in value to the Super Soldier Serum. It requires neither grueling training nor does it cause rejection or side effects. Simply inject it to enjoy extended life and a halt to the body's aging process. His words, though succinct, glossed over several details, such as the need for ongoing injections. But Kyle, having read the item card's description, already understood the implications. He nodded gently, picked up the Infinity Formula, and slipped it into the pocket of his leather coat. Super Agent. As long as Natasha is available, he could draw cards and endlessly replicate abilities over time. Infinity Formula. Though actual use is not categorized as an ability card, it could be handed over to Howard for research and experimentation, unlocking the potential for mass production. In his eyes, the Infinity Formula was at least 10 times more valuable than the Super Soldier Serum. Pleasure doing business. From this moment on, our previous grievances are settled. Kyle smiled warmly, stood up, and snapped his fingers. Logan, catching his cue, hoisted Natasha over his shoulder, while Yutong hopped down from the armchair, the one so high her feet couldn't touch the floor. Terrace, please escort our 3 guests out. Norris and the high-ranking executives of the Red Room breathed a silent sigh of relief, hastily instructing Terrace to see their uninvited visitors off. At the main gates of the Red Room base, with Terrace seeing them off eagerly, Kyle and his companions passed through the armed soldiers' astonished stares, making their way unimpeded to the entrance. Mr. Kyle, this is as far as I'll take you, Terrace managed, forcing an awkward smile as he addressed Kyle. Terrace, you really are the most hospitable host. The next time I visit the Soviet Union, I'll be sure to pay you a proper visit. Kyle gave Terrace a friendly pat on the shoulder, causing Terrace's face to contort, nearly losing his composure. Just kidding, just kidding. As long as you don't cross me, I really don't have that much free time to drop by unannounced. Kyle's tone was confident, almost cocky. Terrace, hearing this, looked utterly grim, like someone forced to swallow an insult along with a mouthful of something foul. Well then, I'll be going. Kyle waved, and with Logan and Yutong, stepped through the gates. Just then, a figure suddenly darted from the ranks of soldiers, lunging at them with lightning speed. Watch out! Yutong's eyes flashed with a hint of silver, but before she could summon her psychic power, the figure had already closed in on Kyle. A chilling mechanical arm swung down with a force that cut through the air like a gale. Kyle twisted to the side to dodge, and the mechanical arm only grazed his chin, leaving a minor wound. The arm then slammed into the ground, missing its target, and with a tremendous impact, the concrete floor beneath instantly cracked and caved in. Now, everyone could finally see the attacker's true face. It was unmistakably a tall, powerfully built young man of European descent, dressed in a sharp black jacket, with long, tousled brown hair cascading over his shoulders. But what drew everyone's gaze was his left arm, a fully mechanical limb marked with a painted red star. What terrifying strength! Logan's pupils narrowed as he stared at the half-meter radius of shattered flooring. Carrying Natasha made it impossible for him to join the fight, so he could only watch as the young man who had launched the assault pressed his cold, relentless attack on Kyle. How dare you attack the boss? Yutong's silver eyes flared with brilliance. Within a 10-meter radius, the armed soldiers gasped in shock as every gun they carried suddenly lifted into the air, all their barrels now crowding in to target the young assailant, held aloft by her telekinetic power. Don't shoot! Kyle's voice rang out, stopping them. He looked at the young man before him, a flicker of surprise and recognition in his eyes as he called out, Bucky? Are you Bucky Barnes? The young man's movements paused ever so slightly. Through the disheveled strands of hair, his eyes locked onto Kyle's, a flicker of emotion stirring in their depths before cold indifference returned. He surged forward again, relentless, continuing his assault on Kyle. Have you forgotten me? We were brothers in arms, Kyle shouted, his voice tinged with anger. Anger not at Bucky, but at the Red Room that had brainwashed him into this weapon of war. It was as if Bucky didn't hear a word. His left arm, now purely metal, lashed out in attack, and with the force of its mechanical might, his punches easily broke through with over a ton of impact. "Wake up," Kyle growled, and this time he didn't dodge. Instead, he braced himself and swung his right fist straight at Bucky. Fist met fist, vibranium bracer against a steel arm. Neither man yielded an inch. The earth-shaking sound sent a wave of dust billowing outward from where they stood. "Still not awake? Then I'll knock some sense into you," Kyle said coldly, and with his other hand clenched into a fist, he struck Bucky in the chest, sending him flying like a sandbag. Bucky crashed through the base's perimeter wall, only to climb out from the rubble and dust, looking back at Kyle with icy detachment. No one had given the Winter Soldier any orders, and even he couldn't say why he had attacked this blonde youth who seemed so hauntingly familiar. The only fragments of memory and humanity left in the Winter Soldier told him that only by fighting Kyle could he hope to escape this ghostly prison that bound him. To be honest, when Bucky lost control and attacked, Terras, who stood nearby, still harbored a sliver of hope. After all, the Winter Soldier, the Red Room's strongest yet least controllable asset, might just bring about Kyle's end through a twist of fate. Seeing Kyle take Bucky's most powerful mechanical punch head-on, Talas felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over both his body and soul. He was frozen to the core. That was a punch with mechanical strength 10 times greater than any human could muster. And Kyle just took it, without flinching. What happened next left Talas utterly speechless. He watched in disbelief as the Winter Soldier, the proud masterpiece of the Red Room, was tossed and battered like a mere punching bag in Kyle's hands. "What's going on?" The other 2 senior staff, alarmed by the commotion, hurried toward the base entrance. When they saw Kyle trading blows with the rampaging Winter Soldier, their hearts sank with dread. "Winter Soldier, stand down." The Red Room executive, responsible for the Winter Soldier's brainwashing, tried to step forward and issue a command to calm him. However, under the watchful aim of Yutong's mind control firearms, he was forced to stop short before even getting within 10 meters. "No one is allowed to approach," Yutong declared, spreading her delicate white hand and gazing with silver-lit eyes. With her extraordinary telepathic powers, she controlled the battlefield from afar, forbidding anyone from interfering with Kyle's duel against the Winter Soldier. Well, calling it a duel was generous. It was more like a one-sided thrashing. With a heavy crash, Kyle violently yanked the Winter Soldier by his mechanical arm, spun him through the air in a sweeping arc, and then hurled him forcefully across the field. The Winter Soldier, face blank and emotionless, landed on his feet. He dug his metal arm into the concrete and skidded backwards, carving 3 deep furrows in the ground before finally coming to a stop, a cloud of dust swirling around him. "Not bad. You're almost on par with Steve," Kyle commented, offering a fair assessment. Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, was not far behind Captain America, Steve Rogers, in terms of strength and combat prowess. Their physical abilities and fighting skills were nearly equal. The only real difference: one wielded an adamantium shield for defense, the other had a powerful mechanical arm for offense. One was built for attack, the other for defense, a pair destined to clash and complement each other. But Kyle had no interest in how strong their attacks were. When it came to force, Captain America, the Winter Soldier, even Black Widow, all of them were like little brothers and sisters in his eyes. As Steven, at the mention of that name, Bucky suddenly seemed to remember something. The cold, empty look in his eyes flickered with emotion. Clutching his aching head, he muttered to himself in confusion. "I knew it. Even if you've forgotten my name, you could never forget Steve Rogers," Kyle said with a gentle smile. He stepped closer to Bucky, his voice guiding and coaxing. "Don't. You remember? Steve was your closest friend. You once saved him from thugs in the streets of New York. And he, in turn, risked everything to rescue you from that German factory." Steve's name was like a key, unlocking Bucky's long-buried memories. Clutching his head, Bucky writhed on the ground, struggling as the sealed vault of his mind was forced open. Watching this unfold from the sidelines, the Red Room executive whispered anxiously, "This is bad. The Winter Soldier's original memories are starting to return. With that man around, there's nothing we can do. We're completely powerless." Norris, another high-ranking officer, shook his head in resignation. Kyle watched Bucky writhing on the ground and continued to approach him as he spoke. "You, me, and Steve, we were on a mission together. That time, in order to save Steve, you were thrown from a speeding train and plunged hundreds of meters down an icy mountainside." "Steve, a speeding train, an icy cliff," Bucky shuddered at the words. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes snapped open. He looked up at Kyle beside him, and a clear light gradually returned to his gaze. "Welcome back, Sergeant Bucky," Kyle said, bending down and extending his hand. Bucky gripped it tightly with his mechanical left hand and, with Kyle's help, pulled himself to his feet. His very first words left everyone around momentarily stunned. Major Kyle, I never expected to meet you here. Major? Kyle gave an odd little nod. No one had called him that in a long while. What? Did I say something wrong? Bucky scratched his head, confused. Logan, carrying Natasha, walked over and explained the boss was promoted to Major General a while ago. Of course, after the war ended, he applied for retirement. Major General? Hold on. Did you say the war is over? Bucky stood there dazed. During his brainwashing in the Red Room, even he hadn't realized that more than half a year had already passed outside. We'll talk on the plane back. There's more about Steve you need to know, Kyle said, clapping Bucky comfortingly on the shoulder. He swept his gaze over the Red Room personnel. If you want, I could take care of them for you. His words were icy and direct, and at that, the Red Room soldiers and officers went pale, trembling as they stared at Bucky. Bucky looked deeply at the Red Room executives, then shook his head. No, in a way, they saved my life. As for their brainwashing and control, I'll consider that my way of repaying them. The people in the Red Room, hearing this, sank to the floor in relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. Then let's get going, Kyle said indifferently, and strode toward the exit of the base, with Logan, Bucky, and the others following behind. They hadn't gone far when the firearms that had been floating in the air throughout the base lost their telekinetic control and crashed to the ground like a sudden rainstorm. Howard's team quickly organized the transport planes for the return flight to New York. So it's true. Steve, that guy actually... Kyle, you winning World War II. A superhero, a symbol of peace. Bucky was filled with emotion as he tried to process the new information. The news left him both saddened and overjoyed. He never imagined that so much could have happened in the half year he was trapped in the Red Room, and for a long while he sat dazed, unable to collect himself. Especially when he learned that Steve had piloted a plane into the ocean and vanished without a trace, neither man nor machine found. Bucky could only sit in silence in his seat on the transport, sighing again and again. Logan carefully set the unconscious Natasha down in his seat, his sharp eyes catching something unusual. He stared at Kyle's face in surprise. Boss, your chin. Kyle raised his eyebrows and reached for his chin. When he pulled his hand back, a smear of sticky blood stained his fingers. It was a small wound from Bucky's punch earlier, not yet healed. Sergeant Barnes, right? Your mechanical arm. Is it made out of sodium carbon steel? Logan asked Bucky. Sodium carbon steel? Bucky muttered. He looked blankly at his mechanical left arm and shook his head. It's just made from refined steel components. Logan started to ask, but Kyle cut him off. Don't worry, I'm fine. Boss, can you really get hurt? Rain asked curiously. She'd seen Kyle wounded before, but even injuries from a nuclear blast would heal in mere seconds. It's just a minor cut, Kyle replied calmly, his fists tightening ever so slightly. Inside, he was far less composed than he appeared. Back at the Red Room base, he'd already noticed his healing factor had stopped working. Not failed, exactly, but temporarily suppressed by the changes in his body. As he feared, something had gone terribly wrong with him since the nuclear blast in Tokyo. When we reached the airport, Logan, you take them back to the manor first. I'm heading over to Stark Industries. I need to talk to Howard, Kyle instructed. No problem, Logan nodded. Rain, your telepathy is perfect for handling Bucky if he loses control. Keep a close eye on him, Kyle added, walking over to ruffle Rain's hair. She nodded solemnly, obedient as ever. Kyle still didn't know what exactly was wrong with his body or why his healing ability had failed. There was no reason to worry the Carl family needlessly. But for himself, he needed Howard to get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. It was the dead of night in New York. On the 52nd floor of Stark Tower, the medical research wing was utterly silent. Only Howard, clad in a white lab coat, moved within a brightly lit isolation room, his face set in concentration as he worked the medical equipment, running test after test. Inside a high-tech diagnostic pod, Kyle lay bare-chested, his physique sculpted like a work of art in steel, bathed in sweeping green scanner lights. Half an hour passed. The pod hissed open. Sensing it, Kyle sat up and pulled on a plain shirt. Howard took off his mask with a deep sigh, looking at Kyle with unprecedented gravity. Some of the more detailed results aren't ready yet, but I have a general idea of what's going on with your body. Go ahead and tell me. Kyle nodded calmly, his expression entirely untroubled. There's a massive amount of nuclear radiation contamination in your body. The levels we're seeing, if an ordinary person was exposed to even 1,000th of that, they'd instantly experience dizziness and fever. Anything above 1% would be enough to subject them to years of suffering before death, Howard explained. Then, with a wry smile, he added, such high levels of radiation, deep within your bones, and yet you're still alive. Superhuman is the only word for it. But you truly are superhuman. Your metabolism runs more than 5 times faster than an ordinary human's. Your strength, speed, and endurance are 10 times. greater. You're practically the perfect, evolved version of humanity. This is likely the absolute theoretical limit of what the super soldier serum can achieve. And then there's your incredible healing ability. There's a mysterious factor in your blood that actively suppresses and counters the symptoms of radiation sickness, Howard said in awe. Resting his chin in his hand, Kyle asked, so, apart from losing my regenerative ability, my body won't suffer any other major effects? Not quite. Howard frowned and shook his head. The real issue isn't the symptoms caused by radiation. Your super soldier genes were in a stable, perfected state, but under the influence of this radiation, they've begun to slowly fracture and collapse, trying to reassemble themselves. So, I'm going to mutate again? Or perhaps experience my first true mutation? Kyle mused. You still don't understand the seriousness of the situation. If you became stronger than you are now without shortening your natural lifespan, that would be true evolution, Howard said, pausing before continuing in a slow, heavy tone. The genes that are reassembling. Inside you will indeed trigger powerful new abilities. But before they can fully stabilize, you'll start to lose your current powers, maybe. Even your life. Imagine your abilities as a surging flood, and even with your superhuman body as a dam, it just won't hold for long. A shiver ran through Kyle, but he remained composed. Roughly how much time do I have left? Less than a year. Howard's words landed like a death sentence, marking the beginning of the end for Kyle's life. Author's note on launch. I've just completed this latest hefty chapter, marking Kyle's final journey and, in many ways, mirroring my own situation as the author. Some readers might say that book launches are just about authors putting on a sob story, asking for subscriptions and tips. Honestly, I'm on my knees here, not hoping for tips, but sincerely asking those of you who've stuck with me this far to keep subscribing and supporting. A single chapter subscription really isn't expensive, and every subscription you make helps ease the pressure on my life. Otherwise, it's just not realistic to rely on passion alone to keep writing. This month hasn't been easy. I quit my job, and I've been tossing and turning every night, unable to sleep, all in the hope that this book might finally bring me a little pride. After midnight tonight, this book will begin uploading VIP chapters, and you'll be able to cast your monthly votes, too. I'm asking for your first subscriptions, your tips, and your support with those monthly votes. Honestly, I don't have much of a manuscript in reserve, but during the National Day Golden Week, I'll be releasing explosive updates every single day. If we hit 3,000 first subscriptions, I'll guarantee at least 3 chapters a day. If we hit 4,000, at least 4 chapters a day, and so on. And the 8 chapters one still owe you will be delivered on top of that. A genetic mutation, with less than a year left to live? Sitting by the med pod, Kyle felt as if lightning had struck him. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked audibly, a sound that echoed the cruelty of his fate. He had just seized nearly a year in advance to change the course of Earth's chaotic World War II. He was the one with a 500-year life extension card, just stepping onto the peak of this era. He had just founded the Carl family, taken control of Stark Industries, single-handedly accelerated the rise of S.H.I.E.L.D., and laid out grand plans for the next 50 years. And now, it all resets to zero. This genetic mutation is irreversible. Kyle is like a wheel, rolling faster and burning hotter. Unless he charges skyward and becomes an eternal sun, every other outcome means quietly waiting for the embrace of the goddess of death. Wait, charge toward the sky. A thought struck Kyle, and hope flickered once more in his dim blue eyes as his mind started racing. Sitting and awaiting death. That's never been his way. Howard, this is the infinity formula I got from the Red Room. With continuous injections, it can extend life and halt aging, all without side effects, Kyle said, waving his left hand. The vial materialized from his card and landed on the operating table. Howard quickly grabbed the vial, excitement in his voice. Then, is there a chance this could save you? Kyle shook his head gently, unable to bear dashing his hopes. It's useless for me. My super soldier physique and healing factor already achieve what the infinity formula promises. The infinity formula, the life extension card, even the miraculous Senza beans, all were powerless against his current state. After all, a genetic mutation isn't a disease. Then this, Howard set down the vial, crestfallen. Kyle continued. This is for you. Study it, try to crack it, and see if you can replicate it on a small scale. Use it for yourself, for Fury, and for the Carl family. You're still thinking of us? But what about you? Sorry, I just can't think of a solution right now. Howard's frustration spoke to the pain of his own limitations. Don't worry, I haven't given up, and this isn't some last will or anything, Kyle said, spreading his hands, his voice brimming with spirit. No one wants to live more than I do, to see the future, to meet more heroes and formidable foes. Howard seemed to be swept up by Kyle's confidence, and asked eagerly, You've always managed to pull off miracles. What ideas and plans do you have this time? As far as I can tell, Earth's biomedical technology hasn't yet found a solution for this kind of genetic mutation. Kyle nodded, his eyes shining with determination, and declared, "That's why I can't just stay here and wait for death. I have to leave Earth and venture into outer space to seize that sliver of hope." Leave Earth? Into space? Howard was dumbfounded, unable to keep up with Kyle's train of thought. That's right. Only out there, in the vast universe, can I find a way to solve what's happening to my body, Kyle said with conviction. Given his current super soldier physique couldn't withstand the strain of genetic recombination, he saw only one path: head to the stars. In the cosmic alliance of the galaxy, among the many races and the Asgardians who built their divine realms, there must exist ability cards granting physiques beyond the blue tier. If he could push his physical strength to the next level, he would finally be able to endure his own gene mutation and complete the transformation from cocoon to butterfly. But how are you going to leave Earth? Right now, humanity's aerospace technology is still mostly theoretical. We can't even reach the moon. Howard, as a top scientist, instinctively tried to refute Kyle's wild plan with scientific logic. "I'm confident I can leave Earth." Kyle drew a deep breath, pinning all his hopes on the Space Stone. The Space Stone possessed the power to open the Bifrost, space tunnels that could connect any 2 points in the cosmic sea. Kyle made up his mind to bet everything on the Space Stone, to wager on this damned luck, and try to open a Bifrost leading to his ideal world. "I won't be leaving right away. Before I go, I'll clear away every obstacle on Earth for you all and lay a solid foundation and path forward." Kyle reassured Howard that he still had at least a few months left on Earth, enough time to pave the way, to clear the road, and guide them toward the future. Howard, though a bit saddened, quickly pulled himself together and began reporting on recent developments. Mobile phones and communications, computers, and the internet. These 2 categories of technology are about to debut at the World Expo. Riding the wave of post-war economic recovery, they'll mark the dawn of the information age. Stark Industries can use this opportunity to leap into the ranks of the world's top companies within a few short years. As for the family base on Turtle Island, I've already contacted the construction company this morning. They're preparing tools, materials, and a large workforce in complete secrecy, and according to the design blueprints I gave them, the project should be finished in about a month. An old friend named Obadiah Stain, he's agreed to manage Stark Industries for me. The shares have already been transferred to the Carl family, so I can focus on my role in logistics and dedicate myself to researching artificial intelligence, the technology that represents our future. Once Howard had finished, leaving nothing unsaid, Kyle gave a faint smile. "If you're handling things, I have nothing to worry about. I wonder how Stark Industries and the Carl family will change the world in 5 years' time, let alone 10 or 50. Howard sighed, gazing earnestly at Kyle. "My friend, I'm going to develop a serum based on the infinite equation, so that both myself and the Carl family can live long, healthy lives. We'll witness together the wonders of 21st century technology. But you must come back. Promise me." Howard was gripped by a strong premonition that, with Kyle leaving Earth this time, they might truly never see each other again. "I promise," Kyle replied firmly. There were simply too many things on this Earth he could never let go of. He would return alive. Of that, there was no doubt. "One more thing. I need you to arrange something," Kyle said, narrowing his eyes. He wanted to swiftly open a broader path for Howard and the Carl family in the field of technology. "Just say the word. I'll make it happen," Howard responded at once, nodding eagerly. "You've heard of Wakanda, haven't you?" "I believe so. It's a small, isolated agricultural country in northeastern Africa, quite poor," Howard answered thoughtfully, unsure why Kyle would mention such a backward, independent nation. "As long as you know it. Do whatever it takes to establish friendly relations with Wakanda," Kyle instructed. Howard didn't quite understand, but he agreed without hesitation. If something had caught Kyle's attention, then there had to be value in it. Without realizing it, Howard, once proud and devoted to science, had come to trust Kyle's words implicitly. That was Kyle's personal charisma, enough to earn the admiration and loyalty of those around him. Even if he journeyed to the stars, he would surely remain the brightest, most dazzling star of humanity. That night, Kyle rested in a room prepared for him in the Stark Industries building. The next morning, as Kyle left the building, he walked along the sidewalk in his hooded leather coat, letting the early sunlight wash over him. In his symbiotic state, Venom could ease the genetic mutations caused by radiation. For now, it was the only thing extending the brief span of life he had left. Watching a family of 3 passing by, laughing and chatting, Kyle's thoughts drifted back to his final conversation with Howard the night before. "As for my condition, don't tell anyone else for now, including members of the Carl family." "You're worried they'll be concerned?" I think everyone has a right to know. You're the pillar we all rely on. If you were to suddenly leave, it would feel as if the sky itself were falling. When it's almost time to leave Earth for the universe, of course I'll tell them. Saying anything now would only burden them with needless worry and anxiety. 3 months. I'll only keep this secret for you for 3 months. Kyle let out a heavy sigh, feeling extremely uneasy. He now resembled an old man entrusting his affairs, hiding his health problems from his own family. Too many things weighed on his mind. On one hand, he was racing against death itself, desperate to seize every moment. On the other, he had to spend precious time laying the foundations of his family's power. 6 months. The most I can stay on Earth is 6 months. After that, I'll use the Space Stone to venture into outer space, seeking a chance to obtain an ability card above blue quality. Resolute, Kyle walked along the modern street. Suddenly, he jerked his head up in alarm, realizing that the cityscape around him was warping and twisting in unnatural patterns. The voices and figures of passers-by faded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing in a desolate, elongated cityscape, utterly empty. Again with this trick, mirror dimension, Kyle muttered irritably, raising an eyebrow as he scanned his surroundings. Sure enough, he spotted a black man, most likely the caster, standing not far behind him. I am Brew, a sorcerer, the man declared with a touch of arrogance. He was dressed in a simple, black mage's uniform, sporting a strange square ring on his hand and holding an elegant, short, wand-like staff. So, you're Kyle, the one the Sorcerer Supreme mentioned? I wanted to meet you for a long time, but you rarely set foot in my jurisdiction, the New York City area. Oh, right. You must be curious how I did this. Sadly, for a mere mortal like you, it's all just far too supernatural and magical. Brew the Sorcerer was still basking in his own pride when he noticed that Kyle's attire had already shifted to a black battle suit, and Kyle was coldly flexing his fists, striding forward. A wave of dread washed over Brew. What do you intend to do? My mood's rotten, and, as it happens, someone's come knocking at my door. Kyle flashed a devilish, icy grin, loosening up his muscles and crouching slightly, gathering strength. With a sudden explosive kick, he launched himself at Brew like a cannonball. So fast, Brew's face changed dramatically. He raised his hands in a flash, his staff spinning as golden energy burst forth, constructing a dazzling, circular sigil as a shield before him. Almost the instant Brew's defensive shield formed, Kyle's fist crashed down on it, sending arcs of golden light scattering with the impact. Not bad. Kyle licked his dry lips, his eyes blazing with the thrill of the hunt and a lethal intent. Dark, razor-sharp blades extended from his fists, and he struck the magical shield with a savage, relentless assault. He might have lost his self-healing power for now, but that didn't mean he'd lost his dominance in this era's battlefield. Under the incredulous gaze of Mage Brew, the magical shield hovering above his hand began to shatter and collapse, the tip of the blade dangerously close to breaking through to his palm. Shattered with nothing but brute force and razor-sharp claws? Is this thing even human? Brew had no time to think. He spun his staff in his hand, the end of which glowed as magic condensed into resilient golden threads. Vadu's staff, he called out sharply. The staff elongated, transforming into something like a long whip that snapped forward with a forceful crack. Kale twisted to the side, dodging nimbly as the whip of magical golden threads lashed down onto the street, sending up a shower of golden sparks that sizzled and burned. I can do that too, Kale mused inwardly. Seeing Mage Brew lash out again with his whip, Kale drew back his left hand, letting his Venom suit mimic the motion, black strands condensed into a whip of their own. Venom battle suit, whip form. Kale flicked his left hand, the whip swirling through the air with a fierce howl, colliding and entwining with Brew's magical whip. Just as Brew was about to pull back hard, he felt an overwhelming force surge through the whip, far beyond anything he'd imagined. At the last possible moment, before the staff could be torn from his grasp, he hurriedly canceled the spell, dissolving the magical whip. That's it. Kale clicked his tongue, cracking his own whip through the air with a sharp snap, sending it lashing straight for Mage Brew's body. No matter how deeply a mage understands the laws of nature or commands the extraordinary power called mana, their body is still as vulnerable as any ordinary person's. How could he possibly withstand a blow from Kale, whose strength was 10 times that of a normal human? So, without any shame, Mage Brew turned and fled. His boots, magical artifacts known as the Boots of Leaping, glowed with golden runes beneath his feet, allowing him to spring upward as if the air itself were solid ground. By the time Kale looked up, Brew had already bounded into the air, leaping to a height of over 10 meters. You really thought you could get away after coming all this way? Kale chuckled, dismissing the whip from his left hand and charging toward a nearby high-rise to pick up speed. He ran up the sheer wall and glass windows, vertical as the ground itself, closing the distance between himself and Brew at an incredible rate. This isn't fair. He's not even using magic. Brew stared in disbelief as Kale sprinted up the side of the building, defying every law of physics, and felt a chill race down his spine. Don't blame me if I stop holding back now. Brew gritted his teeth, muttering incantations under his breath and flinging his hands backward. The mirror dimension was far more than just a separate layer cut off from reality. Here, mages could manipulate its very rules and reshape its form at will. As Kale ran along the wall, he suddenly felt the world twist around him. The building itself began to rotate and shift, pressing him and the ground together in a crushing grip. In an instant, the facade of the high-rise merged with the floor, and Kale's figure was swallowed from sight. The mage Brew landed lightly on the far side of the tall building, gazing blankly down at the now-silent city streets below. He murmured to himself, "Did I kill someone? Don't flatter yourself." A cold, sharp voice suddenly echoed from within the building. From the shadows burst a humanoid monster, its body completely encased in black leather-like skin, smashing through the glass as it lunged outward. Brew barely had time to raise his staff to cast a spell before a whip of black silk shot out, coiling tightly around the rod in his hand. Ew! He was about to shout in terror, but before he could finish, Kyle, completely shrouded in his dark armor, rushed in close and landed a controlled punch. Brew's head snapped back from the blow, his eyes rolling faintly as he collapsed to the ground like a felled tree. Well, what a fool. Came walking right to my door. A moving car dispenser. Kyle shrugged, the black silk of his mask melting away from his face, revealing a satisfied grin as he began to handle Brew's unconscious humanoid trophy. There's a saying, when God closes a door, he always opens a window. Kyle wasn't sure if this was some compensation from the goddess of fate. He had only just learned that his days were numbered, and here, out of nowhere, a foolish mage had delivered himself right to the doorstep, bringing warmth and a windfall. It would have been bad enough for this mage to flaunt his magical prowess uninvited, but to pick this particular moment, now, as Brew lay motionless in the mirror dimension, was to spell his own doom. Let's see what spells and abilities you've mastered. Kyle rubbed his hands together, eyeing Brew as hungrily as a mortal gazing upon a goddess in the flesh. His eyes glinted with an eerie, verdant light. His gaze and intent bore down on Brew, and in a heartbeat, more than 100 irregular white-green cards sprang up in a dense flurry. Among them, 4 blue ability cards stood out vividly, their luminous blue light weaving through the sea of cards. For blue cards, Kyle was stunned. It was the first time he had seen anyone besides himself possess so many blue ability cards. But before he could recover, his eyes widened even further as a final card. A purple ability card burst forth from Brew's body, radiating beams of violet light and floating loftily above the 4 blue cards. Intermediate, mirror dimension. Enter a mirror dimension in another plane. Purple ability card. By using the suspension ring, one can enter a dimension that exists parallel to the real universe. The mirror dimension itself exists, but goes unnoticed by others. The scene within the mirror dimension closely resembles the real world, but anything that takes place inside has no effect on reality. Here, one can secretly observe people and events from the real world, avoid danger, or even create a battlefield of their own, with limited control over the dimension's form. When activated, the skill can pull the user and any living beings within 10 meters, up to 10 humans, into the mirror dimension. Cooldown time for this skill, 3 hours. Precautions. Once the mirror space suffers a certain degree of damage, it becomes difficult to maintain its stability, and any creatures trapped inside may escape back into the real world. Current status. Extractable, but requires possession of the suspended ring artifact. What a pity. It's just a skill-type ability card. Kyle couldn't help but frown, though he quickly relaxed and let the expression fade. But really, there's nothing to regret. A mage by nature doesn't possess super green grade physical abilities. If they did, they wouldn't be called a mage at all. The other 4 blue ability cards were all the same, spell skill-type ability cards. Portal spell allows the creation of a circular spatial portal. Blue ability card. With the suspended ring, visualize a destination in your mind. With at least 80% accuracy, stand still for 3 to 5 seconds, draw a circle with your hand, and open a small portal that bridges 2 locations, lasting for 10 seconds. The teleportation range is limited to within a single planet, using Earth as a standard. Additional restrictions apply for outer space travel. Current status, extractable, and requires possession of the suspended ring artifact for use. This spell, Kyle's eyes sparkled. With his portal mastery, things like cars and airplanes suddenly seemed primitive and obsolete. Wait, There's more, a matching set. Kyle's breath quickened, his eyes darting as he swiftly focused on the second blue ability card. Mastery of Fixed Portal Construction. Grants mastery over the technology needed to build fixed portals. Blue ability card. Become thoroughly skilled in constructing a stable, fixed portal, permanently linking two distinct locations. Each fixed portal can only bind to a single location forever, limited to within Earth. Only when the fixed portal is open will the destination activate its corresponding void portal. Once the fixed portal closes, the void portal vanishes, severing the connection. Current status: extractable. Mirror space portals, fixed portals. Is this a full set of benefits for shrinking the distances on Earth and planning out space itself? Kyle clicked his tongue in admiration. Now, when he looked at Mage Brew, that once arrogant, proud, ebony face seemed far more agreeable. What a good fellow. Knowing I need to accelerate Earth's planning and preparations, he's gone and offered a whole suite of space-related magical skills. The other two blue ability cards were the Mage's Basics, Mana Shield Technique, and Artifact Mastery. All your spells are mine now. Kyle suppressed his joy, sat down beside Mage Brew, and began to copy and extract each of the 1 purple and 4 blue ability cards, one by one. For blue ability cards, the extraction range is limited to 1 meter, and the reading time is half an hour. For the purple ability card, which Kyle had never drawn before, he now learned the rules. Extraction distance remains 1 meter, but the reading time is a full 3 hours. Even so, Kyle was more than willing to spend 3 hours to finally draw the extraordinary spell that allowed entry into the mirror space. During those long hours of card drawing, Mage Brew awoke several times, demonstrating impressive willpower. Yet each time, before he could open his eyes fully, a punch to the back of the head knocked him right back into unconsciousness. By the time Kyle had drawn all 5 spell cards, Mage Brew's head was covered in bumps, swollen, as if it had grown another size. Oh right, I almost forgot about the suspension ring. Kyle gave his forehead a light tap, then reached out to remove a strange ring from Mage Brew's left hand. The ring was jet black, meant to be worn on 3 fingers, and it was 5 times larger than an ordinary ring. This thing was like a beginner's switch from magic, connecting the wearer to nature, guiding out the body's latent mana. Without it, even knowing spells would be useless. It's time to head back, Kyle mused. Then, remembering something else, he crouched down and began to strip Mage Brew of his magical equipment. Since personal belongings couldn't be drawn as cards, he'd just have to take them by hand. The Scepter of the Life Court, the Wand of Vatu, the Boots of Leaping. To Kyle, these magical implements were of little practical value, but at least they could serve as blue-grade sacrifice material cards. 5 minutes later, with a pained groan, Mage Brew slowly regained consciousness, feeling an odd chill over his body. He jolted upright atop the toppled skyscraper, bewilderedly looking himself over, and discovered that not only had all his magical gear been stripped away, but even his clothes were gone, leaving him in nothing but a pair of oversized shorts. "You're awake?" Kyle glanced at him from the side, just as he finished turning the mage's robe into a card, stroking his chin in satisfaction. "Let me think about how I should deal with you." Personally, he was more inclined to kill Mage Brew, but if the Ancient One found out, it would inevitably sour their relationship. "I've got it." A sly smile crept onto Kyle's lips. With a wave of his left hand, 10 rations worth of canned food materialized in a heap on the ground. "This is for you. Hopefully, the Ancient One will notice you're trapped in the mirror space before you finish the food and come and fetch you." "What are you talking about?" Mage Brew scrambled to his feet in panic, pleading, "Without me, you can't possibly get out of here." "Says who?" Kyle slipped the suspension ring onto his right hand. Under Mage Brew's stunned gaze, he brought his palms together, and sparks began to swirl and flare, forming a glowing ring in the air, a portal to the real world. "How can this be? You can use magic too." Mage Brew was dumbfounded, questioning both his eyes and everything he believed in. "Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm a mage as well." Kyle grinned, then stepped through the dazzling, swirling portal of sparks. The Sorcerer Brew was dazed and distracted. By the time he regained his senses, Kale had already fully departed from the mirror space. Outside New York, at the Carl family estate. "Don't let go, hold him down." Under the frightened gaze of children trembling in the corridor upstairs, chaos and shouting filled the spacious first-floor hall, where a fierce battle to restrain a wild beast was unfolding. 4 or 5 elite bodyguards in suits and dark glasses, clutching snapped, tough military ropes, were sent flying from the center of the struggle, tumbling to the floor with cries of pain. "Regular ropes can't hold him. Someone get the chains now." In the thick of the fight, Logan's face was flushed as he gripped Bucky's powerful arms from behind with his extended bone claws. Bucky, wild-haired and feral, thrashed like an uncontrollable beast, snarling and roaring in a frenzy. The ornate floor beneath their feet was nearly splintered by the force of their struggle. "I can't hold him much longer," Logan warned. Bucky swung his mechanical left arm, enhanced for extra power, and slammed it down on the floor, using brute strength to hurl Logan forward. "I'll take over." Natasha, her vivid red hair flashing, lunged in at just the right moment. She dragged a 10-meter-long iron chain with her, swiftly looping it around Bucky's neck. Bucky lunged to attack, but Natasha dodged nimbly, circling him to wrap the chain around his waist and neck. Finally, Natasha, still in her long dress, knelt on Bucky's broad back and yanked the ends of the chain backward with all her strength. The metal links strained, tightening with a harsh, grating sound. In a steady voice, Natasha urged, "Bucky, remember who you are? Don't let those false memories consume your mind." Bucky ignored her, his eyes empty and cold. With all his might, he pulled at the chain, slowly forcing it from Natasha's grip. "Get back!" Just as the chain was about to snap, Logan barked a warning and charged at Bucky. Natasha reacted in time, leaping clear. In the next instant, Logan crashed into Bucky, still tangled in the chains, sending him flying out the front door. Bucky tumbled down the stone steps and rolled onto the manor's lawn. Bucky rose in silence, methodically freeing himself from the chains as he moved, intent on leaving the estate alone. "We can't let him get away like this," Logan said, exchanging a glance with Natasha as they prepared to give chase. Suddenly, they both noticed the chains around Bucky begin to float rapidly into the air. With a metallic rattle, the chain came alive, twisting like a serpent. It wound itself tighter around Bucky's limbs, binding him completely, and then both ends drove themselves into the ground, pinning him in place on the grass. Natasha, emerging from a hall, looked up in astonishment. She saw that the stretch limousine, returning from a supply run, had already pulled into the courtyard. Lucy, the mistress of the estate, and Rain, the second in command, were just stepping out of the car. Yutong raised her delicate, fair little hand, her silver eyes locking onto the out-of-control Bucky. It was clear she had acted just in time, using her telekinesis to control the iron chains. "Well done." Logan let out a relieved breath, finally understanding why Kale had asked Yutong to keep an eye on Bucky. When trying not to hurt someone too much, only a power focused on control could truly restrain his actions. "What should we do now? Just keep him trapped like this?" The people in the manor looked troubled by Bucky's rampage. Just then, sparks suddenly flickered to life at the main entrance. Swirling and dazzling, they formed a circular doorway large enough for a person to step through. Dressed in black combat gear, Kale stepped out. "Kale! Boss! Patriarch Chief!" Different voices called out across the manor. There was no doubt. The young man who had just returned was the very foundation and pillar of the Carl family. "Boss, how did you get back?" Logan spoke for everyone present. The magical portal behind Kale was fading, and through it, they could just make out the rooftop of a New York skyscraper, along with the faint, distant sounds of the city. "It's magic. I'll explain it to you all in time." Kale glanced around, his gaze landing on Bucky, bound in chains before the main gate. He frowned slightly and asked, "He lost control?" Logan nodded. The ground floor of the manor bore the severe marks of the Winter Soldier's rampage. No further explanation was needed to imagine how fierce the struggle had just been. Kale studied the restrained Bucky, then lifted his hand, the ring of power on his finger gleaming. He traced a complex pattern in the air, and the fiery portal flared again, spinning and expanding across the lawn beneath Bucky's feet. "Yutong, let him go." "All right." Yutong loosened both ends of the chain with her mind. Before Bucky could even move, he dropped with a thud straight into the portal, which vanished the moment he disappeared. Everyone blinked, unsure what Kale had just done. "Let him get some air. It'll help clear his head," Kale said, then turned to Natasha, contemplating how to handle her situation. Natasha instinctively took a few steps back. Even as a top agent, she was like a lamb before this young man. But she quickly caught herself and stood still. After all, no one had forced her. She had come here willingly to seek refuge. "Half an hour from now, we'll hold a family meeting in the second-floor hall. I have things to discuss with all of you." With that, Kale opened another portal, this one leading straight to the family meeting room on the manor's second floor. "Natasha, come with me." Kale stepped through the portal, and Natasha obediently followed, leaving behind the Carl family members, who could not hide their awe and admiration. It had to be said, having a magical portal didn't just save countless hours of travel. It also elevated his presence by more than a few notches. A mage's exclusive way to travel. The distance was a bit shorter and the entrance a bit smaller, but in terms of style, it was every bit as grand an entrance as the Bifrost. Inside the mansion's main conference hall on the second floor, Kyle sat in his office chair, his fingers tapping lightly against the tabletop. He got straight to the point. I don't trust you completely. You betrayed the Red Room. One day, faced with an even greater power, you might very well betray me too. Then why did you save me? Natasha bit her lower lip gently and sat calmly on the sofa. Having been used and abandoned so many times, she was long accustomed to the feeling of being distrusted. She was far from a fragile young woman she appeared to be. In truth, she was the Black Widow in every sense of the name. Her temperament, her memories, and all those shadowy experiences, once tainted, such things are rarely ever made clean again. Because you're still useful to me. And if you ever do betray me, as long as you remain on Earth, you'll never escape the Carl family's pursuit. Kyle's tone was confident, and Natasha had no reason to doubt him. He continued, for the next 2 months, you must stay within the manor. Not a single step outside. Every 3 days, report to me for a half-hour meeting. What? Natasha asked, her beautiful eyes blinking with a flicker of curiosity and, unexpectedly, a trace of anticipation. If Kyle was interested in her, she wouldn't mind. Kyle cut off her speculation and quietly laid out his plan. After 2 months, I'll recommend you to Nick Fury for a position in the newly founded S.H.I.E.L.D. Whether you gain my family's endorsement or manage to cleanse yourself of your stains will depend entirely on your own actions. 2 months would be enough time for Natasha's skills as a super agent to be imparted to every child adopted by the Carl family. As for why he wouldn't simply keep Natasha within the Carl family, Kyle had weighed this decision carefully. Natasha had been groomed by the Red Room to be a top-tier spy. He had no intention of ignoring or changing her identity as the Black Widow. Placing her within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s upper ranks was a far better use of her talents. As a bridge between the Carl family and S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha could also help the family monitor and understand S.H.I.E.L.D. from within. Kyle was preparing to leave Earth in search of that last sliver of hope. With such a long view, it was only natural for him to leave contingencies for anything beyond his full control. S.H.I.E.L.D. was one of those things. A tasteless dish, perhaps, but too valuable to discard. So better to send someone to watch and balance it from the shadows. For that half hour in the conference room, Kyle mostly kept Natasha by his side, using the time to copy and extract her super agent abilities. When a half hour had passed and the Carl family's meeting was about to begin, Kyle ordered Natasha to withdraw. He lifted his hand, the one bearing the floating ring, and with a graceful motion, a dazzling portal of Martian fire unfolded from the ceiling. As a Martian portal expanded to a radius of 1 meter, the Winter Soldier, body still bound in iron chains, tumbled out and landed awkwardly on the conference room floor. What happened? Bucky asked in confusion as he struggled to his feet, the chains clinking sharply with his movements. Just moments ago, he had been falling endlessly, as if trapped in a dream, a fall that seemed to last for over half an hour. You finally come back to yourself. Looks like this trick actually worked pretty well, Kyle mused, studying him. It was nothing more than opening a portal with the exit set directly above the entrance, a clever use of portal technology to create an endless loop of falling. Come back to myself? Did I lose control again? Bucky looked urgently at Kyle, desperate for answers. Kyle met his gaze and stated plainly, you just went berserk. The members of the Carl family had to go through quite an ordeal to subdue you. That's right, I remember now. My mind was overtaken again by those scrambled memories, controlling my actions, making me want to kill and destroy, blindly following orders. Bucky muttered to himself, then let out a bitter laugh, and slumped in defeat onto the floor. I thought that once I left that place, I could go back to who I used to be. But it turns out, I'm still a prisoner to the memories in my mind. The person I once was, he's gone for good. Kyle offered no words of comfort. Matters of the mind and memory were difficult, even for him. Bucky's condition was the result of someone repeatedly erasing and rewriting his memories, layering cold, ruthless directives into his brain until he himself began to believe he was born to be nothing more than the Winter Soldier, a machine for carrying out missions. Even in the original films, after the dawn of the 21st century, when Earth's technology shone across the universe, there was still no effective cure for the Winter Soldier's plight. Bucky hugged his metal left arm with his right hand, his voice hoarse with resolution. Kyle, maybe you should just kill me now. Put me out of my misery before I hurt anyone else, before the Winter Soldier buried deep in my memories takes another innocent life. Kyle remained silent, staring at Bucky's grief-stricken face for a long time before finally speaking softly. I could grant your request, but if Steve is still alive, if he ever comes back, I wouldn't be able to face him and explain what happened. Steve. Bucky murmured the name again and again, shaking his head with a wry smile. I wonder if I'll ever see him again in this lifetime. Kyle tapped his fingers on the table and offered a suggestion. I could put you in cryostasis, keep you in the manor's basement. Whenever the day comes that we find a way to truly help you, the Carl family will thaw you out and bring you back. Let's do that then. Thank you, Kyle. Bucky nodded in gratitude, accepting this solution, even though it was far from perfect. Cryostasis was a way to delay and escape the current reality, a universal remedy for when there seemed to be no other way out. When Kyle first learned that his own genetic code had mutated, he too considered putting himself into cryogenic sleep, resting in comfort and waiting for future technology to catch up. But rather than pinning his hopes on others or on a distant future, he'd far rather brave the vast galaxies himself, relying on his own strength to seize opportunities and shatter the genetic impasse of his body. The Carl family meeting in the manor proceeded as scheduled. Around the grand round table in the second-floor hall, Kyle sat at the head. On his right and left were Lucy, Logan, Yutong, and Natasha, who was barely considered half a member of the family. Stark Industries. Howard has already, in secret, transferred the company's shares and control onto the Carl family's name. From now on, Lucy will take full charge of the family finances. Any objections? Kyle asked solemnly, his gaze sweeping over his fiancée, his two most trusted allies, and Natasha. His final words were just a formality. Naturally, there were no objections. Setting aside the fact that Kyle had secured all the family's resources, Lucy was destined to be the future matriarch, holding far more sway than anyone else in the Carl family. I'm not sure if I can really manage it well. Lucy raised her hand in uncertainty, her confidence wavering. Don't worry. Take your time to learn. If you're unsure, ask Howard as much as you need. Kyle offered a reassuring smile, then turned to inquire, Logan, how are the combat training sessions going for the children we've taken in? They've all been through war, lost their families, suffered bullying and disdain in the orphanages. It's made them far more mature than other kids their age. They're all working hard and patiently learning the combat curriculum. But Logan trailed off, hesitating. Kyle immediately understood what he meant. Some of the children showed more talent for fighting than others. But no matter how gifted any of them were, from the perspective of people like Kyle and Logan, their abilities were still painfully inadequate. Natasha, too, was quietly surprised. In her eyes, this method of nurturing children couldn't compare to the Red Room. What matters most is willpower and enough loyalty to the family. Talent isn't everything. Kyle smiled, then recalling something, added, remember Steve? Back when we trained together, he was the least talented of us all. Yet look at him now, a true superhero. To Kyle, all human children were more or less equally fragile and weak. The real difference lay in whether or not they'd unlocked the evolutionary key to their body's potential and whether they possessed enough drive. Logan, from today onward, every 3 days, select the child who performs best in training. After Yutong has reviewed them, I will grant that child a chance, an opportunity to gain physical abilities on par with Natasha's. Kyle's tone turned grave. Loyalty to the Carl family is the top priority. Any child with divided loyalties, or who refuses to strive, is to be removed from the manor at once. What I need are future elites, ones who will defend and repay the family. This was the first time Kyle had ever proposed a system for selecting and managing members of the Carl family. Logan nodded in agreement without the slightest hesitation. Although all the children in the manor had been taken in by him, if any of them failed to meet the standards required to become a cartel member, he wouldn't plead on their behalf. In the Carl family, Kyle was nothing short of a god with supreme authority. The rules and regulations he laid down were the absolute law here. The Carl family itself had existed for less than half a year since Kyle founded it. Compared to organizations with deep-rooted histories like the Red Room or Comartage, it was hardly worth mentioning. Yet in terms of wealth, it held assets worth half of Germany's treasury and controlled the cutting-edge technology of Stark Industries. In terms of connections, it had the backing of the U.S. military and the newly recognized shield by the World Council. And in terms of power, it had the symbol of peace at the very top of the superhero world, along with 2 mutants strong enough to stand on their own. As long as the rules and management system of the Carl family were well established, Kyle was sure it would rocket ahead, quickly becoming the most powerful private force operating in the shadows of Earth. Bar none. Logan and Rain Pup had complete faith in Kyle's words. Sometimes, even if his plans and schemes sounded outlandish, they would carry out his orders without question, trusting him completely. It was a newcomer, Natasha, who grew more bewildered. She muttered under her breath, giving someone else physical abilities equal to mine. How could that even be possible? The physique of a super agent wasn't something you could just gain with a simple injection. If it were, the Red Room wouldn't struggle to produce even a single top agent per generation. Girls had to endure grueling training from childhood, forging inhuman willpower, before being injected with a specially tailored super agent serum, then forced into repeated life-or-death battles to unlock the serum's full potential. Only when body and formula were perfectly fused did you get someone like the current Black Widow Natasha, who had become the Red Room's most flawless super agent in its entire history. And now, Kyle was talking about mass-producing her abilities. Did he think super agents grew on trees? Almost as if he caught Natasha's muttering, Kyle, seated at the head of the table, asked mildly, "Oh, Natasha, do you have any suggestions?" "No, not at all." Natasha quickly shook her head, her bright red hair swaying like a bell. Seeing right through her little act, Kyle paused to consider, then said, "Logan, during Natasha's stay at the manor, let her serve as deputy instructor. The two of you will work together to select and train the children." "Ah, well, all right then." Natasha hesitated for a moment, then nodded in reluctant acceptance. She wasn't allowed to leave the family manor for 2 months, so keeping busy was as good a way as any to pass the time. "I've got no problem with that," Logan replied immediately. He was all too happy to have someone help him with the endless business of looking after the children. In this way, with Lucy now serving as the chief financial officer responsible for the family's funds, and Logan taking on the role of chief instructor in charge of nurturing the family's talent, there was only one key member left without an assigned position, Yutong. Kyle's gaze slowly settled on the quiet little girl with jet black hair. Lucy, Logan, and Natasha, all of their eyes turned to Yutong as well. After spending this period together, they had all come to a clear realization. Though Yutong, at 8 years old, was the youngest in the family, her true combat power was second only to Kyle himself. Every time she acted, she could seize control of any situation with astonishing mental acuity. Ever since she received the super agent card from Kyle, no one had witnessed Yutong going all out again. Even in the current era on Earth, she possessed a level of strength fit to dominate. More importantly, Yutong's personality was reclusive and taciturn. Her maturity and independence far exceeded her age, thanks to her sharp intellect. She showed some closeness and protective instinct only toward Lucy, the future mistress of the family. But to Kyle, she displayed absolute obedience and a fierce, almost fanatical loyalty. Within the bounds of this manor, if anyone dared speak ill of Kyle, or even harbored the slightest resentment or dissatisfaction in their heart, they might not even realize how they died. Yutong was a blade forged solely for Kyle, as she always had been. "Yutong will take my place as the family's chief overseer, holding the ultimate authority of life and death over any member except the core family," Kyle declared, his voice calm but carrying a chilling edge. Should Yutong ever execute a family member, there's no need to investigate the cause. Each will be dealt with as a traitor and disposed of accordingly. In the past, Yutong had been the family's secret enforcer. Now, Kyle decided to grant her open authority over life and death, making her a blade that could strike fear into the very heart of the family. The same issue remained. With so little time left on Earth, every step to prepare and pave the way for the Kyle family's future had to be made as direct and effective as possible. Chief Financial Officer Lucy, Chief Instructor Logan, Chief Overseer Yutong. These would be the 3 pillars of the future Kyle family. Adding Chief of Research and Logistics Howard, and Natasha, the top SHIELD spy, these 5 stood as the pillars upon whom Kyle placed his greatest hopes. Even if he were to leave Earth and travel into the cosmos, as long as these 5 pillars held firm, the Kyle family's stable and prosperous development could be ensured for the next 100 years. That day, after the first official meeting of the Kyle family concluded, Logan and Natasha, who would later become known among the family's children as the Devil Instructors, swiftly set about reorganizing the training schedules for the orphans under their care. With willpower and conviction as their key criteria, the two quickly selected the most outstanding child. After Yutong's rigorous evaluation, the child was brought to the master's quarters on the 2nd floor, where Kyle personally granted them the Super Agent ability card. Children who received the physique of a super agent were immediately classified as the lowest-ranking members of the Carl family, the Card Apprentices. They officially began combat lessons with Logan and Natasha, enduring the harsh and grueling training regimen. After a dozen days passed, out of the 30 or 40 adopted children, nearly 10 who failed to keep up were permanently expelled from the manor and sent to nearby, remote orphanages. Among the rest, 4 children passed the instructors' and supervisors' evaluations and received a card from the master of the manor, Kyle. In the 2nd floor office, their visit lasted barely a few minutes, yet their overall physical abilities tripled, if not more. These newly empowered card apprentices seemed to have encountered a divine stroke of luck. In the previously punishing training, they shattered records with ease, becoming legends in the eyes of the other children. Before long, those who had once lived comfortably in the manor came to a profound realization. They had to become recognized card apprentices of the Carl family. To become a card apprentice meant not only continuing to live under the protection of a legendary hero in the manor, but also growing stronger without fear or hesitation. But if they were eliminated and expelled from the Carl family's estate, they would be sent back to the hopeless life of a lowly orphanage. Fueled by this awareness, the children in the manor trained with feverish intensity, pouring all their energy into relentless practice, each hoping to stand out and become the next card apprentice. Those who achieved this status began to learn family secrets. They understood that as long as they dedicated their lives to the Carl family, wealth, fame, and prestige would no longer be distant dreams. Even more crucially, Carl had not only given them the physique of a super agent, he had also imparted to them the very definition of an evolver, someone who transcended human limits and mastered extraordinary abilities. Regardless of whether their gifts came from mutated genes, supernatural spells, or cutting-edge black technology, anyone who rose above ordinary humans was simply called an evolver. Evolution, after all, was the most primal instinct of all living things, the drive to be stronger than one's peers, to live longer than others of one's kind. Even the Ancient One, master of the universe's arcane arts and guardian of Earth, could not escape the need to prolong her life with powers from the dark dimension, transcending nature, gaining superpowers, and seeking immortality. These were the ultimate goals of evolution for any civilization in the universe. And Kyle made it clear to every new card apprentice. Within the Carl family, not only wealth, fame, magic, and black technology, but even lifespans 10 or 100 times longer than that of ordinary humans were within reach. The Super Agent Blue ability card opened the door to evolution for the card apprentices. Now, Kyle illuminated the steps up the pyramid, letting them glimpse the ultimate goal waiting at its summit. If you want to reach the very top of the pyramid and earn every chance to keep evolving, then you have to rely on your own strength and climb, step by step, within the Carl family. Kyle was the one who first opened the door of opportunity for the Caters, and now that they have a motivation strong enough to dedicate their entire lives to, how could they not go wild with passion? The children adopted by the estate threw themselves into becoming full-fledged members of the family, Caters, at any cost. Those who had already become Caters brimmed with even more energy and drive, clamoring day after day to become the next evolutionary champions of humankind, to achieve immortality. Not long after arriving at the estate, Natasha, now serving as deputy instructor, became aware of something truly unsettling. Every new Cater possessed physical abilities on par with her own, and, more importantly, they now had an ultimate goal, spurring them into healthy competition with one another from a young age. In less than half a month, Natasha realized that the Carl family's base combat strength was already catching up to that of the Red Room, a fact she attributed solely to the Cater's young age and complete lack of battle experience. But the problem was the Red Room had always been stuck at the pinnacle of ordinary organizations, unable to break through any higher. In contrast, the Carl family had every condition necessary to nurture and foster real, heroic power, an endless breeding ground for ever-stronger champions. Watching all of this unfold, Natasha felt a creeping sense of unease. She had believed that, as a super agent from the Red Room, her status in the Carl family would be unshakable. Yet in such a short time, the new Caters were already striving relentlessly to catch up to her. Natasha knew all too well that, in the eyes of the Carl family, if she ever lost her potential and value, her place as a latecomer would quickly slip away. So she set aside her earlier disdain for the Caters, refocused on her advantage and experience, and threw herself wholeheartedly into her duties as deputy instructor. Down in the basement of the estate's storage building, the entrance was sealed tight. The room, once cluttered with useless odds and ends, had been meticulously cleaned, disinfected, and freshened. Under the bright, white lights, the space was spotless and empty, not a speck left in sight. Right in the center of the dim chamber stood a cutting-edge cryogenic pod, personally modified by Howard. Its doors stood open, billowing frosty vapor that drifted into every corner of the basement. Two young men stood beside the pod, silently lost in their own thoughts as they watched the swirling mist. Kyle looked up and fixed his gaze on Bucky, dressed head to toe in his winter soldier gear, and asked in a steady voice, "Bucky, have you truly made up your mind?" He paused, then added, "Once you step into this cryopod, you might sleep for 10 years, 50, perhaps even a whole century before someone wakes you up again. Before that happens, is there anything left undone that you still wish to accomplish? To sleep through the ages is, without a doubt, like traveling into the future, a truly harsh fate." Bucky didn't respond immediately. He lifted his mechanical left arm, gently gripped the cold cryo chamber door, and stood in silence. At last, he countered with a question. "Do you think Steve Rogers is still alive?" "I don't know," Kyle replied, shaking his head. Then, with certainty, he added, "But I believe that guy wouldn't die so easily. Maybe he's fallen asleep somewhere in the world, too." Sooner or later, he'll wake up and return. That's what I think as well. That's why I've chosen to enter this cryo chamber. Bucky nodded, stepping forward and climbing into the chamber. Lying down and turning to face. Kyle, he said, the Second World War is over, and I have no more wishes left. So, I might as well end it all here, let the war finish, and sleep in ice completely and finally. If Steve is still alive, maybe one day we'll meet again in the future. Finish those victory drinks we never got to share, chase the girls we never had time for, and talk about the world peace we never managed to discuss. Just as the countless guns and ammunition from World War II were cleared away by countries one after another when peace returned, so too would Bucky, once the Winter Soldier, now find an ending after the war. 2. Begin as a weapon of conflict and end in the cold after the fighting. Perhaps that's not such a bad choice. At least this way, his actions are restrained, preventing him from being used as a mere tool for killing. Goodbye, Bucky Barnes, Kyle said, pressing the control panel as the cryo chamber door began to close with a slow, deliberate hiss. With a shrug, he added, may your sleep be deep and peaceful. You have to live well too, Kyle. Major Kyle, Sergeant Bucky, Sergeant Steve, I believe the three of us will meet again someday. The chamber door sealed shut, cutting off Bucky's words. Through the glass, Kyle could see Bucky's eyes gently close as slumber overtook him, a thin layer of frost quickly forming over his body in the cold. Bucky Barnes, at the end of 1944, encased in ice beneath the original manor of the Carr family, hidden from the world. Kyle sighed heavily, once again having to bid farewell to an old comrade from the era of World War II. Soon, even he would leave Earth behind, venturing alone into the unknown reaches of outer space. They weren't just standing atop an era. They themselves were the very embodiment of their time, an age of iron and blood, of war and flame. But now, at last, it was time for this age to end with the close of war. Captain America, Winter Soldier, may fate let us meet again, Kyle murmured. A faint sadness flickered in his deep blue eyes, but it vanished in an instant. In its place burned a cold determination, a fierce, unwavering resolve, and an unyielding faith. This era will end, and I will be the one to see it off. And as for my own battles, my journey has only just begun. With unwavering resolve, Kyle turned away, opening a portal that blazed like a roaring fire. Without a backward glance, he strode through it and disappeared. He was determined that soon, he would set out across the vast cosmos, no matter how dark or distant the road might be. Even if it cost him everything, he would reach the far shore and embrace a new evolution. After Kyle left, the lights in the sealed, underground chamber flickered out and faded into darkness. In the shadows, the cryogenic pod containing the slumbering Winter Soldier seemed to sink silently into the endless whirlpool of time. Within the mirror dimension that overlapped with the city of New York, unseen and unnoticed by those living in the real world, the city's streets stretched on endlessly, distorting the facades of towering buildings. Cars and pedestrians appeared only as fleeting reflections, shimmering for a moment before vanishing like streaks of light. A black man, barefoot and bare-chested, wearing only a pair of oversized shorts, wandered aimlessly down the street. He clutched a plastic bag with half a can of food left inside, his face etched with exhaustion, appearing to have aged at least a decade. His stomach let out a long, plaintive rumble. Brew the sorcerer clutched his sunken belly, glanced at the half-empty can in his bag, and sighed weakly again and again. With a dejected slump, he sat down on the steps outside a shop. Ever since Kyle had robbed him, Brew had been stuck here for 2 whole weeks. Without his magic ring, it was as if he had lost the key to the portal of his arcane power, unable to wield any magic at all. And a sorcerer without magic is, at best, just an ordinary man with a little more willpower, trapped in a space far more hopeless than any desert wasteland. The mirror dimension was constructed as a copy of the real world, but it was utterly disconnected from reality. No living creatures existed here. Food and other items appeared, but they could not be consumed. Nothing here could serve any purpose, nor could anything be taken out of this space. Am I really going to die in this place? Brew's heart was filled with bleakness. He finished off the last bit of canned food, then, after a moment's hesitation, scraped out the remnants from the corners with his fingers and licked them with relish. Delicious. Brew. A soft, feminine voice, more beautiful than music, drifted toward him. Brew shuddered and quickly turned his head, only to see a bald woman in a flowing yellow robe, gazing at him with a peculiar expression. Supreme Sorcerer, Brew's eyes filled with tears. He froze for a long half-second, then, overcome with joy, tossed aside his can and rushed toward the Ancient One. Suddenly, the ground shot up to form a wall right in front of him, and Brew smacked face first into it with a thud. Just look at yourself. Go clean up first. Standing atop the wall, The Ancient One shook her head and waved a hand through the air before her nose. Even from 3 meters away, she could smell the stench clinging to Brew. Brew was momentarily stunned before blurting out anxiously, "Sorcerer Supreme, you must seek justice for me. That Kale, he stole. No, he took all my magical artifacts by force. If you hadn't gone looking for trouble, this wouldn't have happened." The Ancient One's cold words made Brew scratch his nose in embarrassment. "Are you certain he left here using the sling ring?" the Ancient One asked softly. "That's right in front of my eyes. Sorcerer Supreme, you never mentioned he was a sorcerer too." Brew hung his head in defeat, cursing his own misfortune for provoking such a ruthless man. "He's certainly not a sorcerer," the Ancient One replied, her eyes deep and unreadable. Then, with an air of mystery, she added, "But after meeting you, perhaps he is now." "What do you mean by that?" Brew asked, surprised as he looked at the Ancient One. "It's hard to say. From now on, don't get involved in anything related to him." The Ancient One was unwilling to elaborate further. Even with the power of the Dark Dimension and the Eye of Agamotto, she still could not fully perceive Kale's true future. But whatever the future held, even among millions of possibilities, that man could not escape the fate of leaving Earth. For her, that was a relief. If he could not return, then all the tangled threads of history would gradually realign themselves. But if he did manage to come back, then things would be beyond even the Sorcerer Supreme's control. Because, among countless outcomes, there was only one possibility in which Kale could return to Earth. At the manor, inside the owner's meeting room on the 2nd floor, Kale set down the detailed blueprints for the new base, propped his chin on his hand, and mused to himself. "Looks like the Ancient One has finally collected that foolish sorcerer." Ever since he'd obtained those spatial teleportation spell cards, and with his first fixed portal almost finished, he'd begun to grasp a vague yet concrete understanding of mirror dimension, Earth-space structure, and more. Come to think of it, with the Ancient One's mastery over multidimensional realms, she must have noticed Brew trapped in the mirror dimension in New York long ago. She'd only come for him this late, most likely to let her subordinates learn a hard lesson. Still, why hadn't the Ancient One come after him directly? After all, Kale had gotten a great haul of cards from Brew, and now had a preliminary grasp of the sorcerer's secrets of spatial teleportation. He was all too eager to get his hands on the Ancient One's cards. This was a woman who had lived for centuries, endlessly exploring the world and the mysteries of magic. If he could just draw one ability card from the Ancient One, even a single one, it would give him even more confidence to head into the cosmos. A pity, since the Ancient One didn't come to him, he couldn't just march straight to Kamar Taj. What Kale didn't know was that the Ancient One was deliberately avoiding him, unwilling to become entangled in what the East called karma, and thereby unleashing even more unpredictable possibilities for the future. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door interrupted Kyle's thoughts. When he gave his assent, a girl dressed plainly as a servant opened the door and stepped inside, carrying a stack of forms and documents. "Greetings, master," she said, placing the documents on his desk before quickly lowering her head to stare at the floor, not daring to meet Kyle's gaze. "Interesting," Kyle murmured as he glanced over the paperwork, his curiosity piqued. "You're a bit older than the other children waiting to be chosen, and, as a servant, you weren't originally eligible to become a card-bearer. I didn't expect Logan and Natasha to recommend you. I work on the estate during the day and train myself every night. Even if I'm a few years older, my potential is by no means inferior to theirs," the girl replied, her voice stubborn and resolute. "Why won't you look up at me?" Kyle asked, his eyes fixed on her. "Because someone like me isn't worthy to look directly at the master," she answered softly, tilting her face up just a little. Yet her eyes blazed with a fervent devotion as she gazed at Kyle, as if she were looking upon a true deity. It was suddenly clear to him why she had been made an exception and recommended as a card-bearer. Kyle couldn't help but smile wryly to himself, but he did not question Logan and the other's choice. Her overwhelming loyalty to him was, in essence, indistinguishable from loyalty to the family itself. Following procedure, he summoned the power of Super Agent with a thought. A translucent blue card merged into the girl's body, instantly rewriting her genes and strengthening her physique. She clenched her fists and bit back the agony that felt like her whole body was aflame. Within half a minute, the transformation was complete, and she could already sense the surge of strength within her. When she looked at Kyle again, her eyes shone with even fiercer devotion and awe. "You may go. Remember, from this moment on, you're a member of the Carl family," Kyle said with a slight nod. "Thank you, master." The new card-bearer fell to her knees, her whole body pressed to the floor, offering the only tribute she could, her unwavering loyalty. Even Kyle had yet to realize that bestowing these abilities not only bypassed the need for injections and compatibility tests, but also left a miraculous, indelible mark upon the body and soul of every family member granted such power. In just over 2 weeks, 5 new card-bearers had already been born within the Carl family's estate. With the demon card as the family's emblem, each child who passed the recommendation of both instructors and supervisors, and received the super agent power from Kyle himself, was granted an identity card symbolizing their place within the Carl family. The back of each card bore the same design, a dual-winged demon wielding a sword, set against a backdrop of starlit cosmos, rendered in shades of black and crimson. For now, the 5 new card-bearers each held an identity card with their code names inscribed on the front: Red 1, Red 2, Red 3, Red 4, and Red 5. From now on, things would continue in this manner. Even going as far as Red 99 would not be excessive. This was simply the equivalent of receiving a passing mark, a label signifying recognition by the Carl family, and indicating the lowest tier among its members. Above the red ranks comes the black prefix, which represents the elite members of the Carl family. At present, there is only one bearing this title, Black Widow Natasha, who stand alone with the code name Black One. Beyond Black is the Jack, Knight, prefix, reserved for the family's core members. Within this echelon are Logan, Yutong, and Howard. Howard is in charge of strategic technology and logistics, not a combatant of the family. Though he has long been stationed at Stark Tower, things changed after Kyle created the first stable portal, which was installed in the basement of Stark Tower. With the portal connecting the manor on the outskirts of New York and the heart of the city at Stark Tower, Howard finally became known and understood by every member of the Carl family. The family members even respectfully gave him the code name Grand Inventor, placing him on par with the Wolf King and Red Eyes. Howard himself was delighted to accept this honor, which left Kyle feeling slightly awkward for quite some time. Regardless, within less than half a month, the Carl family's rules, selection, and training systems and hierarchy had all fallen into place. The construction of the Atlantic Dragon Turtle Island base was already more than halfway completed. In about 10 days, the Carl family would formally relocate from the manor to the island. Everything about the Carl family was advancing at high speed in the direction Kyle had envisioned. This was the only solace he found these days. Because lately, Kyle had felt an ever stronger sense of strangeness within his body. At first, he had only lost his extraordinary regenerative ability on the surface. But as 2 weeks passed, there were times when his superhuman senses would fail him. This, of course, was no illusion born of worry. After all, even someone at the peak of human physique, with 10 times the normal strength, would for a few seconds each day lose some functions and revert to that of an ordinary person. Ever since the day he learned of his own genetic mutation, on the morning of the 15th day, a single silver strand appeared among his golden hair, shining as brightly as the sun. This was a sign that defied the natural course of life, a harbinger of weakening vitality. The self-healing factor within him seemed to be growing weaker by the day. The genetic mutation brought on by his own radiation was beginning to erode the super soldier's extraordinary physique, producing a host of side effects. Given the situation, Kyle deeply felt that the time he had left was much shorter than Howard's initial prognosis of 1 year. So, he decided to undergo a second comprehensive physical examination. Stark Tower, 3 floors underground. Howard had already prepared in advance, arranging for a team to work around the clock. They secretly transformed the space into a medical isolation chamber, equipping it with the most advanced medical facilities in the world, all specifically for Kyle's diagnosis alone. Since Kyle was suffering from a genetic illness caused by nuclear radiation, the news was simply too explosive. If word got out, not just America, but the entire world would be shaken to its core. For this reason, Howard was the only physician involved in the diagnosis. Not even a single trusted assistant was allowed to participate. Now, in the underground medical isolation chamber, the bright, glaring lights illuminated the space. Kyle sat quietly in a chair, wearing an oversized white hospital gown. Despite his golden proportions and perfectly toned physique, he now appeared somewhat frail. He waited with calm patience for the final test results. In less than a moment, Howard emerged from the examination room, a lab coat draped over his shirt and suit. Even with his mask on, the gravity of his expression was unmistakable as he held the test report in his hand. "Got any liquor around?" Kyle suddenly asked with a light laugh, trying to ease the heavy atmosphere with a joke. "Liquor? Do you have any idea what condition your body is in right now?" Howard snapped, slapping the test report onto the table. Even Kyle was taken aback. This was the first time he'd seen the usually suave and gentle old gentleman lose his temper like this. "I'm sorry. That was out of line," Howard said, taking a deep breath and sighing. "It's just, I feel useless, unable to do anything for you right now." "It's all right," Kyle replied, nodding in understanding. He remained composed and asked steadily, "Tell me, how much time do I have left?" Howard slowly extended one open hand, then raised 3 fingers on his other hand. 8 months. Kyle fell silent. The time he had left was far too short, as if death himself was standing at his side, urging him onward. Kyle, if you're truly confident, you should leave Earth soon. Head for the stars. With us here, the Carl family will be just fine. Howard gripped Kyle's arms tightly, his eyes filled with pain as he pleaded, "Look at yourself. You're the most powerful, godlike hero in the eyes of the people. You've come through countless battles without so much as a scratch, but now you look like a man on the brink of death. Are you sure you can keep this hidden from the family?" "I need at least 2 more months," Kyle said with determination. The number of cards he had was still far from enough, and the family's preparations weren't yet where they needed to be before he could leave. Howard pressed on. "How are you going to keep this from the others in the family? Logan and Yutong aren't ordinary people. They're bound to notice something's wrong with you." "I'll keep it hidden as long as I can," Kyle replied, shaking his head. He took a quiet breath, gathering his strength, and his muscles swelled back into their original, strong, healthy form. "There's just no reasoning with you." Howard sighed. Howard sighed helplessly, knowing he couldn't persuade Kyle, so he simply reported the latest research progress. "I've finally cracked the formula for the infinite serum, but the cost of producing a single dose is as high as $200,000. It's feasible to keep up with the needs of a small group, but if we want to provide for dozens of family members, not even Stark Industries in its current state could handle the expense." Kyle, already prepared, replied, "The infinite serum we're producing now only needs to be supplied to the core members of the Carl family. The younger Carls are still too young. By the time they need the serum to slow aging and extend their lives, they'll have to earn it themselves by accumulating evolution points." Evolution points? Howard blinked, clearly puzzled by this new term. Although the Carl family is a hidden, neutral force to ensure our members continue to train and hone their skills, the family will secretly establish an underground mercenary organization that operates worldwide. Outsiders can temporarily hire a Carl by paying with something of sufficient value, but each commission will only send out one family member at a time. Whatever money or valuables a Carl earns through their own strength and effort, legitimately, can be exchanged for family contribution. Credits, which we call evolution points. Evolution points can then be traded for the infinite serum, advanced technology weapons, and so on. In this way, the Carl family becomes self-sustaining. As soon as Kyle finished explaining, Howard nodded thoughtfully, understanding why Kyle had gone to such lengths to define evolution and evolution points. When a family has healthy competition and clear goals, it runs faster and better on its own, even without any external push. "By the way, have you managed to make contact with Wakanda yet?" Kyle suddenly remembered this important issue. Wakanda. Howard scratched the back of his head awkwardly and answered with resignation. "I actually sent people there to investigate in person. The place is remote, and the local natives live in extremely poor conditions. At first, I wanted to donate some supplies in the name of Stark Industries, but to my surprise, the locals didn't appreciate it all. In fact, they were quite resistant." He'd been baffled when his team reported back. In the years just after the war, could there still be an impoverished African country that would actually refuse donated supplies? Kyle's expression turned odd as he asked, "What exactly did you donate?" "Just some everyday necessities, blankets, clothes, simple stuff like that. Those are items desperately needed in Africa, aren't they? Is there a problem?" Howard was genuinely confused. Kyle was speechless. It was like offering a millionaire a single penny and expecting them to feel grateful. No wonder Wakanda didn't even acknowledge Stark Industries. "Never mind. Do you have any photos for Wakanda?" Kyle turned directly to Howard with his question. Howard was momentarily stunned, but he still retrieved the photographs from the local investigation records and handed them to Kyle. The black and white photos depicted the plains and mountains where Wakanda was located. In the distance, one could vaguely make out herders from the local tribes and various humble, primitive dwellings. Kyle committed the scenes in the photos to memory, then drew out Venom to morph into his usual hooded leather coat for going out. He urged, "Get ready. I want you to come with me to Wakanda." "Now? We're really going to Wakanda?" Howard was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a sudden journey. "I don't have much time left to linger on Earth," Kyle shrugged, his tone tinged with resignation. "So whatever needs to be done, I'd better do it all as soon as possible." Time waits for no one. The 50 years he once thought he'd have on Earth had now been compressed into just 2 or 3 months. "I'll get the plane ready right away," Howard said with a heavy nod, shedding the white lab coat draped over his shoulders to reveal the dress shirt and suit beneath. "No need for that." Kyle chuckled softly. He raised his hand, the ring of suspense glinting on his finger, while his other hand traced a subtle circle in the air. Instantly, a portal spun open in the underground isolation chamber, glowing with Martian energy. "Come with me." As the Martian's circle solidified, Kyle spoke and stepped briskly through the portal. I almost forgot you could do this, Howard said with a wry smile, shaking his head in disbelief despite having witnessed such feats before. He hurried after Kyle, stepping through the portal as well, and together they vanished from the isolation chamber deep beneath Stark Tower. Africa, the kingdom of Wakanda. Suddenly, the Martian portal shimmered into existence above the wild plains. Kyle and Howard emerged and stepped out onto the grass. We actually made it to Wakanda, Howard exclaimed in amazement, gazing around at the scene that was just like the photographs. There was no doubt this was Wakanda. He had witnessed Kyle's unconventional travel methods many times before, but the wonder of it never faded. The mysteries behind such abilities remained beyond his comprehension. After all, just a moment ago, they had been in the basement of Stark Industries in New York. Now, in the blink of an eye, they were on the other side of the world. This completely defies science, Howard couldn't help but mutter. Kyle waved a hand to dismiss the portal behind them and smiled. Just wait. You're about to see the science behind science itself. At that moment, a few black dots appeared on the vast grassland in front of them, growing steadily larger as something approached. Howard pointed ahead, curious. What's that? Kyle's vision far surpassed Howard's, allowing him to see much more clearly. He replied in a calm voice, local Wakandan guards. They're riding in on rhinos. What? Howard was stunned, his voice trembling with fear. I heard that if you enter Wakanda without permission, the locals will get furious and immediately drive you out with brute force. Kyle, you can handle them, right? Of course I can. But that's not why I brought you here, Kyle replied, sounding annoyed. He gave a casual wave of his left hand, the one wearing the sling ring, and suddenly the world around them seemed to shimmer and refract like a mirrored surface. We're gonna stand here. Howard watched, wide-eyed, as three ebony-skinned, lean, and shirtless natives approached, each riding a massive rhinoceros. The wild, untamed energy in the air made Howard instinctively shrink behind Kyle. Kyle, on the other hand, stood his ground, calm and collected. As the riders and their rhinos drew within 10 feet, they passed right by the two men, utterly oblivious to their presence. The leader, a burly tribesman, tugged at his reins, bringing his rhino to a stop as it kicked up a cloud of dust. He muttered to himself, "Did I see wrong? I was sure there was an outsider here just a moment ago." The other two riders scanned the area from atop their rhinos, their eyes sweeping over the very patch of grass where Kyle and Howard stood, but without pausing, their gazes slid away to other parts of the field. Why didn't they notice us? Howard whispered in disbelief, his eyes fixed on the tribesman less than 30 feet away. Kyle, what did you do? We're in the mirror dimension right now. We're not on the same plane of reality as they are, Kyle explained, patting Howard's shoulder and motioning him forward. Come on, let's delve deeper into Wakanda from here and see what lies within. The mirror dimension, a sorcerer's tool for evading danger, a hidden plane for observing the world unseen, a high-level spell for peering, or peeking, into reality from a safe vantage point. As long as you entered the mirror dimension in a given area, you could freely move inside it, bypassing all external guards and barriers, and reach any place you wish to explore in the real world. Kyle and Howard walked through Wakanda's reflection in the mirror dimension, passing effortlessly across grasslands dotted with tribes and through rugged mountains. At last, they arrived at the very heart of Wakanda, a place concealed so well it defied belief. My God! Howard gasped, his eyes wide with awe, his body and very soul trembling at the dreamlike scene before him. Kyle gazed ahead, shaking his head in admiration. Now this is what you call a real mineral-rich country. Hidden beneath the wild mountains and forests of Wakanda, encircled by crystal-clear rivers, stood a majestic city rising from the plains. To call it majestic hardly did it justice. Howard couldn't think of a better word. He prided himself on having visited every advanced city in the world, but nothing he'd ever seen could compare to the wonder that now lay before his eyes. The sophisticated, modern skyscrapers here do not stand out in stark isolation as they do in New York or Washington. Instead, they are clustered together in carefully planned formations, their glass and metal facades reflecting a cool, serene brilliance beneath the sunlight. Suspended trains glide above the bustling city streets on elevated tracks, presenting a dazzling spectacle of technological achievement, a scene straight out of a futuristic dream, now made real before their eyes. Kyle and Howard paused at the irregular edge of the mirrored space, gazing at the reflected image of this city of the future. They were awestruck by the immortal city, aglow with the radiance of high technology. This is the true face of Wakanda, Kyle said. Adventurers have searched for centuries, chasing after legends, yet never finding it. The fabled city of gold. He chuckled and shook his head, adding, but to call this place golden hardly does it justice. After all, this is where the near-inexhaustible reserves of vibranium are found. Gold, the world's age-old symbol and measure of wealth, pales into insignificance when compared to the value of vibranium. Kyle, can I go inside the city and have a look? I mean, in the real world, to truly see and experience it for myself. Howard stammered in his excitement, his eyes fixed longingly on Kyle. It was the first time he had ever lost his composure like this. For a scientist, the technological marvels of Wakanda were akin to a lifelong believer finally beholding their god, an overwhelming urge to draw near and worship. Of course you can, but you'll need to change your clothes first. Otherwise, you'll be attacked by the locals the moment you step inside. Kyle nodded. Part of the reason he had brought Howard here was to help him break free from the shackles of old-world scientific thinking. All right, whatever you want me to wear, I'll wear, Howard agreed instantly. Kyle gave him a mysterious smile. You said it yourself. 5 minutes later, hidden within Wakanda's city on a bustling modern street. With a simple transformation using Venom, Kyle disguised himself as a tall, robust young native with dark skin, dressed in a flowing white robe. He blended in effortlessly among the local people, his demeanor calm and untroubled. Kyle, do I really look okay like this? Howard whispered anxiously, sticking close to Kyle's side. At this moment, he wore a fierce beast-shaped mask covering his face, his thin torso smeared with black and white powder until his original skin color was unrecognizable. He carried a strange, primitive wooden staff and adorned his head with exotic decorations. Look around. Don't they dress similarly? Kyle murmured reassuringly. It's so advanced, yet so primitive at the same time. They've built such a modern city, but their customs and aesthetics are so old-fashioned. Howard grumbled, uncomfortable in his disguise. But soon he was so captivated by the city's technological wonders that he couldn't tear his eyes away. Just then, a levitating train glided silently above their heads, streaming like a ribbon of light across a bridge suspended dozens of meters high between the towering buildings. Howard looked up, his eyes shining through the slits of his mask, barely able to contain his excitement as he whispered to Kyle. Unbelievable. They've created levitating trains that move silently and at astonishingly stable speeds, a feat that spans across centuries. Kyle smiled, speaking frankly. It's because of the unique material they use. Material? Howard didn't quite grasp it and fell into thought. Kyle nudged him with a reminder. Have you forgotten? Back at the training base, the shield you made for Steve. Of course I remember, Howard replied, but then suddenly stiffened, staring at Kyle in disbelief as he struggled to get the words out. Are you saying these light rail trains are made of vibranium? Vibranium, also known as sound-absorbing steel, the hardest substance on Earth, rare beyond measure, and the most precious metal known to humankind. He had always believed that the shield he provided to Captain America was the only vibranium artifact on the planet. Later, when he saw Kyle wielding vibranium arm guards, he'd been shocked and questioned their origin repeatedly. And now, Wakanda was using vibranium to build levitating trains? Sensing Howard's confusion, Kyle quietly explained, it's not just the trains. Over thousands of years, they've mined vibranium and used it to make clothing and weapons to power their city and to enhance their technology. In fact, this entire city is built upon vibranium as its foundation. The answer was so staggering that Howard almost let out a shout, barely managing to swallow his words when he remembered they were surrounded by locals. After a long pause, he finally sighed from the heart. We all live on the same Earth. How can the gap between regions be so enormous? Even Howard, a self-made millionaire, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. It was no wonder, then, that for so many years Wakanda had kept their vibranium mines a closely guarded secret, living in isolation and driving off, even killing outsiders who ventured too close. A mountain of vibranium right before their eyes. No matter what, this city is the crystallization of advanced science. Learning the correct and practical scientific principles here could save me 50 years of trial and error, Howard said, his eyes bright with realization. Now he understood the deeper meaning behind Kyle bringing him to this place. Kyle, afflicted by genetic disease and preparing to leave Earth, wanted to pave the way for them, a path leading to future technology and evolution. From then on, Howard was completely absorbed in the wonders of this city of the future, eagerly exploring every new and strange invention at every turn. Meanwhile, Kyle quietly found himself drawn by yet another phenomenon unique to the city of Wakanda. From time to time, groups of people dressed in the distinctive, unified garb of various native tribes streamed through the streets, all heading in grand procession toward a certain part of the city. The local residents, too, seemed to be collectively celebrating something, their faces alight with smiles as they chatted excitedly. Blending in with the crowd, Kale listened for a while, and soon a look of realization dawned on his face. He understood what was happening. It wasn't some local festival or holiday. By sheer coincidence, today was the day the king of Wakanda was stepping down due to old age, and Prince Chaka would be receiving royal challenges from the leaders of each tribe. Should he prevail, he would be crowned the new king. How interesting. Howard, let's go have a look, Kale suggested, turning around. But he paused in surprise. At some point, Howard had slipped away from his side. Kale scanned his surroundings. Waves of native residents surged toward the challenge grounds, eager to watch the event, but Howard was nowhere to be seen. That old gentleman, he got so caught up in the moment, he actually dared to wander off on his own. Kale's expression turned grave. Wakanda had always regarded outsiders with deep suspicion and hostility. Given their fierce ways, if Howard's true identity were exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Kale didn't waste time worrying. He immediately pressed on, moving with the throngs of native residents, weaving through the dense crowd in search of Howard. Southeastern edge of Wakanda, the city of the future. A mighty river cut through the landscape, ending abruptly at a cliff where jagged rocks jutted like a set of interlocking fangs. Waterfalls poured down, sending mist swirling into the air. On the upper half of the cliff, where the drop was less steep, the royal representatives of each tribal faction had gathered, standing in their respective places. They formed a descending line all the way down to a broad, protruding platform halfway down the cliff. The platform was as large as a basketball court. This was the battlefield for the royal challenge ceremony. Guardians of the king, wielding vibranium spears, stood at the platform's edge alongside ceremonial elders draped in peculiar attire. At the very center stood a young man, bare-chested and powerfully built, his skin a deep bronze. He held a vibranium shield in one hand and a vibranium sword in the other, eyes glimmering with a quiet intelligence. Though youthful, he radiated the dignity of a true monarch, standing proud and tall at the edge of the platform, overlooking the cliff. Only the royal representatives of Wakanda's major tribes were permitted to stand on the waterfall's precipice. The rest of the populace crowded together beyond the cliff, straining for a view. The chief ceremonial elder, gripping his vibranium staff, strode onto the water-slick platform and announced in a ringing voice, "I, Bach, stand before you all to introduce Prince Chaka." With regal poise, Prince Chaka raised a shield and sword, then dropped to one knee on the flowing platform, prompting a wave of wild cheers from both the tribal royalty and the gathered people. In the ceremony of combat, only surrender or death marks a challenger's withdrawal. If any warrior of the royal tribes wishes to challenge Prince Chaka for the esteemed and powerful title of Black Panther, the chief elder paused to clear his throat and spread his arms wide. "I shall reveal to him the path to the throne." At this moment, Kyle followed the flow of people in search of Howard. When he arrived at the edge of the waterfall cliff, he happened to catch sight of the royal challenge ceremony beginning below. As the chief elder concluded his question, Chaka gazed ahead with authority, and the royal representatives of each tribe began to respond in turn. The merchant tribe will not participate in the challenge for the throne. The mountain tribe will not participate in the challenge for the throne. The river tribe will not participate in the challenge for the throne. Standing outside the cliff, Kyle watched the scene below and couldn't help but shrug with boredom. Though this was a local tribal custom, the ceremonial process meant to show that all the major tribal royals had no objections and that the prince would inherit the throne openly and rightfully. He saw it differently. To him, this was the other side of Wakanda's technological brilliance, a culture and tradition that felt excessively primitive, even barbaric, more like an outdated custom. In a city more advanced and futuristic than anywhere else in the world, they still held ring challenges and contests of might to determine the throne. It was a true display of unrestrained tradition. "I'd better hurry and find Howard," Kyle muttered, shaking his head lightly as he prepared to leave. Just then, the chief elder raised his voice and addressed the last tribe. "Is there anyone of royal blood who wishes to challenge Prince Chaka for the throne?" At last, from within a cave in the cliff, the representative of the Jabari tribe appeared at the entrance and spoke in a calm tone. "The Jabari tribe, today. Don't come any closer." Suddenly, a startled cry echoed from within the cave. Moments later, a slightly shorter tribesman burst out from behind the Jabari representative, rushing out in a panic. With hurried, splashing footsteps, the short Jabari tribesman waded onto the ceremonial platform. The festive atmosphere instantly fell silent, leaving only the roar of the waterfall in the background. Around the entire cliffside, countless tribal faces tensed, jaws dropping in shock, and all eyes turned in unison to focus on the Jabari tribesman. Someone really dared to challenge the throne. The royal representatives from every tribe glanced at one another in disbelief. Even the Jabari leader's lips twitched ever so slightly. Who was this fellow tribesman? After all, Chaka, as a warrior, was resolute, strong, and decisive. As a prince, he was compassionate, wise, and full of promise. Unless someone truly doubted his fitness to be king, no one would ever challenge the throne so recklessly at such an important ceremony. In truth, at this very moment, besides the bewildered locals, there were two others equally stunned. One was the Jabari tribesman, now standing on the ceremonial platform. He looked around in confusion, caught in the gaze of so many astonished countrymen, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Another one was Kyle, standing at the edge of the cliff. The moment he saw that familiar figure emerge from the cave below and step onto the challenge platform, he felt a sharp pang in his head. Beneath the waterfall, upon the challenge platform. "Warrior, are you certain you wish to challenge for the throne?" The chief elder intoned gravely. "Aye." Before the Jabari tribesman could finish his sentence, Chaka, eyes blazing, fixed him with a steely gaze and casually tossed the vibranium sword his way. "I accept your challenge." Instinctively, the Jabari tribesman reached out to catch the sword. Though vibranium isn't heavy, it still retains the weight of raw steel, and with the force of Chaka's throw, the man struggled to hold on. Clutching the blade to his chest, he staggered backward, lost his balance, and tumbled into the water. Chaka, all around, the gathered tribes watched with bemused expressions, whispering among themselves. Since when had the remote and secretive Jabari become so feeble? But before they could dwell on it, something even more astonishing happened. The Jabari tribesman, now soaked, rose from the water with the sword in hand. The rushing water had washed away the powder, disguising his upper body, revealing fair skin beneath. "That man is not one of the Jabari." The Jabari royal representative glared at him furiously, demanding, "Who are you?" "I told you, you got the wrong person." The supposed Jabari man sighed helplessly, hurriedly removing his beast-shaped mask. Beneath it was the face of a Western gentleman, a small mustache trembling as he stammered, "Sorry, I must have taken a wrong turn." "He's an outsider." A wave of shock surged through the attending tribal royals and the local people watching from the cliffs. How could an outsider have infiltrated such a sacred ceremony for the throne? "He's defiled the sacred ritual. Kill him." As angry shouts erupted from all sides, the king's female guards at the edge of the platform sprang into action. With grim determination, they struck their vibranium spears against the cliff face, producing a series of ringing, oppressive thuds. An outsider who sets foot in a place reserved for royalty must be executed immediately. The captain of the guard, clad in crimson vibranium armor, raised her spear and, without hesitation, hurled it straight at Howard with chilling precision. "Wait!" Chaka called out, attempting to stop her, but it was too late. Without the powers granted by the heart-shaped herb, he could only watch helplessly as the spear shot forth with a piercing shriek, moving at twice the speed of sound, aimed squarely at Howard's chest. At such velocity, even a car would be split in two by the captain's vibranium spear, let alone someone standing barely 10 meters away. Just then, a dark figure streaked through the air above the waterfall, plunging down toward the platform. Racing the spear, it hurtled toward Howard at incredible speed. Howard stood frozen in place. The vibranium spear had been thrown with such speed, it streaked through the air like a flash of light, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost upon him. An ordinary person's eyes and brain could barely register what was happening, but their body would be far too slow to react or dodge. "Ah!" A startled cry rang out from among the Wakandan royals and the native residents. It came from a young tribesman who vaulted off the cliff. With a powerful leap, energy surged beneath his feet like a tide, propelling him downward in a blur as he shot toward the ritual platform. Amazingly, he was moving as fast as, if not faster than, the speeding spear. Just as the vibranium spear was about to pierce Howard, in that desperate, heart-stopping instant, the young tribesman arrived. First, with his right hand clad in a gleaming metal bracer, he shot out his arm like lightning and caught the spear in mid-flight. "Stop right there," the young man growled, gripping the spear tight. The supersonic weapon halted abruptly, its tip quivering less than 3 centimeters from Howard's chest, unable to advance a hair further. He caught my 10-meter, full-force throw with just one hand. The female captain of the Royal Guard was thunderstruck, a storm of disbelief raging in her heart. No one could accomplish such a feat without strength several times greater than her own, a monstrous power beyond normal measure. As she stared at the young tribesman who had appeared out of nowhere, an icy chill ran down her spine. "Treating my friend like this. That's not very nice," the young man said with a wry smile. He flicked the vibranium spear between his fingers, gathering power in his wrist and arm, then with a swift motion, hurled it back along its original path. "Here, take it back." The vibranium spear became a streak of silver light, flying back 2 or 3 times faster than before. The Royal Guard captain's eyes widened in terror as she watched its approach, despair flooding her face just as it had Howard's moments before. With a deep, resonant thud, the spear buried itself firmly between the captain's calves, pinning her skirt and cloak to the cliff wall behind. More than half of the spear's 2-meter shaft had plunged into solid rock, testament to the sheer, overwhelming force behind the throw. The captain's legs gave out. She slumped down onto the spear, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Everyone had witnessed this dramatic turn. On the ritual platform and along the cliff's edge, the various tribal royals and the gathered people all gaped in shock, their eyes fixed on the young tribesman who had stolen the spotlight the moment he appeared. Who are you? Chaka demanded, astonished. He gripped his vibranium shield and instinctively took a step back. He had seen the power of the Black Panther passed down from his father, but compared to the raw strength of this young man before him, he feared it might fall short. The young tribesman ignored him, turning away to look back at Howard, irritation in his voice. "You all right, Kyle? Thank goodness you made it in time," Howard replied with a shaky, rueful smile, his teeth still chattering from the adrenaline. Clearly, the narrow escape had truly rattled him. "Kyle." As soon as Chaka heard the name, it thundered in his ears. His eyes widened in disbelief. The female captain of the Royal Guard clamped her vibranium spear between her knees, forcing herself to stand, and pointed at the native youth. And Howard, her tone brimming with shame and urgency. "2 outsiders have broken into the royal succession ceremony. Guardians, seize them." Without missing a beat, 6 female guards in identical attire responded in unison. Gripping their vibranium spears, they swiftly stepped onto the platform, forming a cautious encirclement as they closed in on the native youth. "Kyle, it's all up to you now." Howard quickly ducked behind the young man. "With me here, you have nothing to worry about," the native youth replied with quiet confidence, his calm gaze fixed on the 6 advancing guards as they prepared to strike. "Go!" the captain barked from behind. Just as the 6 guards were about to charge, a sudden voice rang out from the side. "Hold! Wait a moment!" The surrounding tribespeople paused in surprise, turning to see Chaka raising his vibranium shield high, halting the attack. With eyes shining, he strode forward with measured confidence. "Your Highness!" The female guards and tribal royalty looked on in confusion. Chaka approached the native youth, stopping about 5 meters away. Drawing a deep breath, Chaka fixed his gaze on the youth and asked with grave seriousness, "Sir, you are clearly not one of our people." And the gentleman with the American accent, "Why did he call you Kyle?" No wonder he was a prince. He knew when to see the bigger picture and show restraint. The native youth shrugged, answering calmly, "Because that's my name. Is there a problem?" Venom suit, camouflage disengaged. His appearance shifted in a ripple of transformation. Black hair faded into a dazzling gold, eyes shone with crystalline blue, and his clothes morphed into a seamless black combat suit that sculpted his physique in flowing, muscular lines. The sight of him radiated an aura of strength and raw intimidation. "So it really is you," Chaka exclaimed, shock and excitement lighting up his face as he hurried forward a few steps. "You know me?" Kyle's eyes widened in surprise, but Chaka nodded eagerly. "Of course. I once studied abroad, a university in America." "Your Highness, be careful of that man," the captain of the guards called out in alarm. "Don't worry. If he wanted to kill me, I'd already be dead 100 times over." Chaka shook his head, his face aglow with excitement. He extended his hand slightly toward Kyle, his tone brimming with the thrill of meeting a hero. "Do you know who this is? Mr. Kyle single-handedly ended the Second World War. In America, they call him the symbol of peace, a true war hero." Symbol of peace? A wave of astonishment swept through the royal family and the tribespeople alike as they stared at Kyle in utter shock. Although they remained isolated and closed off, it didn't mean they ignored gathering important news from the outside world. A symbol of peace. A man who could subdue an entire nation. In a world war, a hero of almost mythical power. As long as you lived on Earth, it was nearly impossible not to have heard of this living legend. "Mr. Kale, why have you come to my country?" Chaka asked, his voice trembling with emotion. Kale didn't give it much thought. He jerked his chin slightly, gesturing toward Howard, who stood behind him. "My friend, Howard, the founder of Stark Industries and an adventurer, told me there might be vibranium here. He asked me to bring him along to take a look. By sheer coincidence, we stumbled upon this futuristic city, and he got lost inside. Without meaning to, he wandered right into the ceremonial platform. So that's what happened," Chaka said, suddenly enlightened. He showed no suspicion toward Kale. Anyone who had lived in America, especially native New Yorkers, would, thanks to the prevailing atmosphere, almost instinctively revere Kale. Everyone was a Kale fan. The leader of the female guards sensed something off in Chake's tone. Her expression darkened, and she warned coldly, "Your Highness, it doesn't matter whether he's a symbol of peace or anyone else. The fact is he's an outsider who infiltrated our country and disrupted the royal challenge ceremony. His crimes are unforgivable. We absolutely cannot let them go." Her words sparked agreement among some of the local citizens. That's right. The law of the land cannot be violated. Chaka hesitated, glancing at Kale, then at the royal family and his people, clearly torn about what to do. As the prince, soon to ascend the throne of Wakanda, both emotionally and logically, Chaka should stand with his nation and its people. If the intruder had been anyone else, Chaka wouldn't have hesitated to order their immediate execution, as dictated by law. But this man was Kale, the symbol of peace, one of the most untouchable figures on the planet. Not to mention his connections, his personal strength alone put him at the very apex of the current era. In fact, as a symbol of both war and peace, the man standing before him represented an entire era by his very presence. Kill him. We must not forgive outsiders. What is the prince waiting for? Amid the clamoring demands of the assembled tribal royals, the 6 female guards gripped their vibranium spears tightly, ready to launch an attack at any moment. With all eyes on him, Kale stood calmly at the edge of the platform with Howard. Behind them, a waterfall plunged nearly 100 meters down, the air thick with mist and spray. "Wait, let me think for a moment about how to resolve this," Chaka said through gritted teeth, his mind racing for a solution. He thought to himself, if I let Mr. Kale go just like that, it would violate the laws set by our ancestors for this nation. In the eyes of the tribal royals and our people, it would look like I'm backing down out of fear, and they would lose respect for me. But if I do nothing and simply let the guards attack as they wish, the consequences, Chaka dared not think any further. He had always placed great confidence in his country's technology and weaponry. But as soon as the opponent was Kale, that confidence seemed to evaporate entirely. "Prince Chaka, don't overthink it. This is Wakanda. Even a dragon would have to bow down here. With so many of us, we're sure to subdue him." The captain of the Dora Milaje strode into the arena, gripping a vibranium blade in her hand. Clearly, her wounds had healed, and she had found her courage again, facing Kale with renewed resolve. "You don't know enough about this man. He's truly formidable, utterly fearless of anyone here." Chaka sighed, trapped in a dilemma, weighing every possible solution in his mind. But time would not wait for him. Kale stood protectively in front of Howard, facing off against 7 of the king's elite guards. The air was charged with tension, and an all-out clash could erupt at any moment. "The mirror dimension is still on cooldown. I can't enter it yet. When the fighting breaks out, I'll look for a chance to open a portal and get you out of here," Kale whispered quietly. Howard nodded, understanding that with his own mediocre abilities, staying here would only be a burden. "Be careful your body." Howard couldn't help but worry. "Relax. If it were just me, I'd have at least 5 different ways to get out of here." Kale chuckled, clearly unfazed by the elite Dora Milaje. No matter how advanced their weapons were, even clad head to toe in vibranium, if their physical abilities were still within human limits, they posed no real threat to him. "It's been 2 weeks since I've had a proper warm-up." Kale looked at the female warriors, a cold, provocative glint in his eyes as he crooked his finger at them. Chaka couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. This war hero was indeed as formidable as the legends said, undaunted, no matter the circumstance. The Dora Milaje exchanged glances, anger blazing in their eyes. Unable to hold back any longer, they charged forward with their vibranium spears. "Come on then." Kale smirked coldly, ready to meet them head-on in battle. Suddenly, he sensed something and snapped his gaze upward. A figure, all in black and shaped like a panther, leapt gracefully from the top of the cliff. Flipping several times in midair, it landed lightly in the very center of the arena, blocking the path of the Dora Milaje and sending up a spray of water as it touched down. It rose to its full height, standing tall and imposing. Its black cloak billowed behind it, while the dark metallic battle suit clung tightly to its body like a layer of chitin. The mask bore the features of a panther's face, the helmet adorned with 2 beast-like ears, and its hands ended in sharp claws that gleamed coldly in the light. Like the natural-born king, champion, and guardian of this land, the Black Panther stood at the center of the platform, instantly commanding the attention and awe of everyone present. "Your Majesty, the king." The 7 female guards reacted swiftly, dropping to one knee. The nobles of each tribe, and even the tribal residents beyond the cliffs, all knelt in solemn reverence. For a moment, the scene was truly magnificent. "Father, Chaka," feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders, greeted the man in the Black Panther suit with affection. "Step back. You have not yet ascended the throne, and this matter is not something you are ready to handle." The current Black Panther King spoke with a voice both weathered and commanding. "Yes." Chaka nodded and retreated to the inner steps of the platform, joining his mother and the rest of the royal family. "You may withdraw as well." The Black Panther instructed the kneeling female guards. They obeyed at once, stowing their vibranium spears and withdrawing from the inner platform. Soon, only the Black Panther King and the two outsiders, Kale and Howard, remained atop the platform. "You two outsiders." The Black Panther King turned, giving Howard a cold glance before fixing his authoritative gaze on Kale, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "King of Wakanda." Kale met the king's gaze, calm and unflinching. He held himself with a regal dignity and an aura of strength that matched the king's. If the Black Panther King was the undisputed monarch of this land, then Kale was the kind of man who, no matter the opponent, king or god, would let his fists do the talking. "You and I, one-on-one, just like the traditional challenge for the throne. Victory comes only when one yields or falls." The Black Panther King raised a black-gloved, clawed hand. "If you win, I will pardon both of your offenses on behalf of Wakanda and treat you as honored guests." "No problem. Let's get started," Kale replied, straightforward and resolute. "I haven't told you what will happen if you lose," the Black Panther King reminded him. "No need. I haven't found the spelling of failure in my life's dictionary yet," Kale answered with a smile. Arrogant? Perhaps, but he had every reason to be. "Howard, step aside," Kale commanded in a low voice. Howard hurried to the edge of the platform, slipping into a cave, all the while drawing a fierce glare from the Jabari clan representative. "To see my father, who has inherited the power of the Black Panther and served all his life as the nation's guardian spirit, about to battle a world-renowned hero of godlike strength." Chaka was both anxious and exhilarated. He held his breath, unable to tear his eyes away from the two figures facing off atop the platform, his blood racing with anticipation. The king donned a seamless Black Panther suit, while Kyle wore an integrated Venom suit. Though both suits were shrouded in a dark hue and radiated an aura of savagery and lethal intent, there was a profound difference between them at their core. One was the pinnacle of Earth's current technological advancement. The other was a living symbiote from outer space, endowed with its own mind and the ability to learn. This was in every sense a true battle across the ages. Victory to His Majesty, the King. Show your true nature as the king. Let these invaders witness the might of Wakanda's guardian. For our king, the Black Panther, let us shout and cheer. High upon the cliffs, the tribal royals, as well as the native citizens beyond the precipice, all shouted with faces alight with excitement. Countless loyal and trusting eyes fixed upon the Black Panther. To them, the Black Panther, who wielded the power passed down through millennia of guardians, was Wakanda's supreme being, the strongest among this advanced yet untamed land. Their king, the Black Panther, could not possibly lose to an outsider, a hero from foreign wars. Nearly every Wakandan native believed this with unwavering certainty. "Kyle, show them your true strength. Let these natives witness the peak of power from beyond their closed-off land." Howard stood at the mouth of the cave, his palms sweaty with anxiety, though inside he felt completely assured. How could the locals understand? Before them stood the very symbol of invincibility and peace, a living legend adorned with countless heroic feats. There was simply no reason for him to lose anywhere. On the platform framed by waterfall and cliff, the Black Panther prepared for battle, calmly raising both hands as vibranium-crafted claws gleamed with a cold, steely light. He was clad head to toe in dark vibranium, resembling a humanoid panther, exuding a regal aura, wild, solitary, and unyieldingly majestic. Even this smallest gesture from the Black Panther sent ripples of excitement through the crowd, fueling another wave of jubilant cheers from the Wakandan natives. "Venom, full coverage mode." "Claw form," Kyle murmured. The Venom suit clung to his powerful frame, its black liquid shifting swiftly, morphing into a tough, organic armor that enveloped his entire body, forming a dark helmet over his face and hair. Jet-black claws extended from Kyle's fists, while a pair of narrow, crimson eyes gleamed fiercely. Beneath a wide, chilling grin, he seemed transformed into a monstrous demon from the depths of darkness itself. Cruelty, brutality, wildness, slaughter, these words seemed to have been created for this very visage. His body, forged for war and honed through countless battles, shifted into full coverage mode in an instant beneath the sunlight, and the Wakandan crowd, who Sakans before had been chanting for their king, now fell silent, gasping in terror. All eyes turned to the platform, where a powerful, menacing humanoid creature radiated overwhelming aggression. "Can we begin?" Kyle smiled, his gaze cold and domineering as he fixed his eyes on the Black Panther. "Of course." The Black Panther nodded slightly. In the next instant, both of them moved at the same time, sending white sprays of water flying from where they stood. Two dark figures, moving at speeds many times faster than any human, blurred into fleeting shadows in the field of vision. Accompanied by a rush of wind and a spray of water, they crashed into each other with tremendous force. A powerful impact burst out from their collision, sending ripples across the puddles at their feet. What terrifying strength, the Black Panther thought to himself in shock. He braced himself, meeting Kyle's twin claws with both hands, planting his feet firmly and holding his ground, not giving an inch under the frontal assault. If not for the vibranium suit that absorbed much of the force, he would have been sent flying in a single exchange with Kyle's overwhelming power. There was no way he could have held his own like this. Kyle, meanwhile, frowned. The vibranium's properties were simply too effective at countering close combat physical attacks, dulling his blows more than he liked. "Let's go again." Kyle refused to give up on physical attacks, unleashing a barrage of rapid punches and stabbing strikes with his claws. Though he couldn't break through the vibranium suit's surface defense, the sheer force, measured in tons, still pushed the Black Panther back a step. "Bring it on!" The Black Panther shot back, his deep, seasoned voice resonant and spirited. Rather than retreat, he pressed forward, entering the fight with a youthful fervor that belied his years. Relying on their superhuman physiques and extraordinary suits, Kyle and the Black Panther clashed again, their bodies entwined in a fierce contest of strength and skill, water droplets flying in every direction as the tide of battle shifted back and forth. Superhuman strength, speed, stamina, and the comprehensive protection of their respective suits, each enhancing and counteracting the other, kept the close-quarters combat going for over 5 minutes without pause. The native onlookers stared in disbelief, eyes wide. They had never imagined that this outsider could rival the Black Panther in combat. After all, the Black Panther was the land's strongest king and protector. The king? Huh. You have no idea what a legendary hero really is. Howard grinned with delight. In battle, Kyle is a god. He knew that this seemingly deadlocked fight was, in fact, all but decided, because the man he knew best always kept his trump cards hidden until the very end. Amid the fierce and thunderous clash atop the platform, vibranium claws raked across Kyle's vibranium bracers, leaving 5 faint white marks and producing a sharp, jarring screech. "Whip mode," Kyle thought silently. In a flash, his left claw transformed into a black whip. With a supersonic crack, the whip lashed out, striking the shadow of the Black Panther as he darted to the side at breakneck speed. The Black Panther stumbled, falling into the water, but quickly caught his breath and stood up again. His stern, icy gaze, piercing out from the beast-like vibranium mask, locked onto Kyle with renewed intensity. "Don't you understand yet? As long as I'm wearing this full-body suit forged for vibranium, defeat is simply not an option for me." Black Panther spoke with quiet confidence. "All right, I have to admit one thing. You're even tougher than Steve," Kyle shrugged, glancing at his own chest. The Venom suit had been torn in places by the vibranium claws, and a few drops of blood had seeped out where they reached his skin beneath. Though his self-healing seemed to have vanished on the surface, the symbiote retained its own remarkable regenerative powers, swiftly repairing the battlesuit's damage. After 5 minutes of fighting, he'd only suffered minor injuries, while Black Panther's vibranium armor remained untouched, not a scratch in sight. "Tougher." Black Panther shook his head, unconvinced. "Haven't you noticed? I've only used 3 fighting techniques against you just now," Kyle said coldly, laying out the facts. "3? What are you talking about?" Black Panther frowned, an uneasy premonition rising in his chest. 3 fighting techniques. Wasn't that normal? Kyle didn't elaborate. Instead, he smiled with an air of mystery. "A vibranium suit puts you in a position of invincibility, right? Well, old king, I hope you're ready for what's coming next." No sooner had the words left his lips than he pushed off from the ground, launching himself at Black Panther with explosive force. Black Panther tensed, raising his arm to lash out with his claws. But Kyle, as if reading his every move, casually lifted his right hand and blocked the vibranium claws with his own vibranium bracer. Is this an illusion? Black Panther was taken aback, but what happened next left him utterly speechless. Every move in his well-practiced arsenal, attacks he'd mastered over the years, was anticipated and neutralized by Kyle before they could even be executed, countered with the simplest of techniques. Once or twice, you could chalk it up to luck. But when it happened every single time, the old king felt so stifled he could almost cough up blood. What's going on with his majesty? Don't ask me. I'm as lost as you are. No way. Could it be, our king is going to lose? The watching citizens of Wakanda stared in shock, their voices hushed to whispers as they watched the battle tip into a one-sided contest. From an outsider's perspective, the fight was clear. Black Panther was desperate to regain the advantage, but every powerful attack was effortlessly predicted and countered by Kyle, who dismantled his offense with practiced ease. How can this be? Beneath the beast-shaped vibranium mask, the old king's weathered face was full of shock and confusion. He was supposed to be the seasoned warrior, and yet Kyle, decades younger, possessed fighting skill and battlefield experience that far surpassed his own. Yes, the greatest gap between them was in their combat technique. And that gap only became glaringly obvious when both fighters were evenly matched in physical strength, clad in similar suits, and forced into close-quarters combat. Your withdrawal isn't crisp enough. Raise your knees a little higher as you step. Kyle spoke softly, as if instructing a young Cardian from his own family, fending off the Black Panther's fierce and sharp attacks while calmly offering verbal guidance. Damn it, the old king gritted his teeth. As the formidable Black Panther, this was the first time in decades he had suffered such humiliation in battle. Vibranium is the hardest metal on Earth. Forged into a full-body suit, it's naturally impervious to blades and bullets. But it does little to boost offensive power. Only the vibranium claws serve as semi-offensive weapons. The rest depends on primal combat skills honed through ages of fighting beasts and invaders. These ancient techniques, passed down for thousands of years, are unrivaled in the nation. Yet to Kyle, they seemed unsophisticated, even crude. Looks like you can't land a hit on me. So now, it's my turn to attack. Kyle smiled, his fists clenched tight. With superhuman strength and speed, he unleashed a counter-offensive, demonstrating advanced combat maneuvers. The Black Panther's expression shifted. Forced to switch from offense to defense, he found himself retreating again and again under the relentless precision of Kyle's assault. Kyle sneered. Though the vibranium suit was currently impenetrable, once the king inside lost the will to fight and could only defend, he ceased to be the hunter Black Panther and became instead a turtle, helplessly taking blows. Relentless and merciless, Kyle pressed on with flawless technique, giving the Black Panther not a moment to breathe, inexorably driving him toward the cliff's 100-meter drop. What began as a battle had become a one-sided demonstration, the grown-ups schooling the child. Those watching from the sidelines, citizens of the nation, were struck silent, not daring to make sound. Yes, Kyle's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. The rhythm of the fight grew smoother with every move, his blood boiling with excitement. Within, he felt like a blazing furnace, burning ever hotter with each exchange. Outwardly, he was cold and ruthless, pursuing the Black Panther without mercy as he tried to dart and weave away. Every punch Kyle threw exploded with more than a ton of force, sending sprays of water bursting into the air wherever his fist struck. The old Black Panther king could do nothing but endure, battered like a lone boat in a violent storm, driven all the way to the cliff's edge, a moving sandbag taking blow after relentless blow. Still refusing to yield, Kyle's voice was icy, striking the Black Panther so hard he tumbled and rolled, nearly sent flying over the precipice. The Black Panther king clung to the rock with claws embedded deep, limbs splayed. Amidst the gasps of his people, he barely managed to stop himself on the very edge of the waterfall, one foot dangling over the void. "I'm the Black Panther. How could I ever bow my head and surrender?" The king roared, summoning his last ounce of strength for a desperate leap, hurling himself at Kyle without hesitation. "Father!" Chala cried out, while the tribal royals and citizens shouted anxiously, "Your Majesty," trying to urge him to stand down. Kyle's face was expressionless as he swiftly swung his right leg upward, landing a hard kick on Black Panther's lower abdomen. Like a leather ball, Black Panther was sent hurtling backwards through the air. Just as Black Panther was about to be knocked clear off the edge of the cliff, a hand clad in a vibranium bracer seized his ankle, forcefully hauling him back. Black Panther managed to open his eyes. Dangling upside down over the abyss, he saw that it was Kyle who had gripped his leg, effortlessly lifting his entire body with one hand. He was puzzled as to why his opponent had just saved him. Then Black Panther caught the muttered words from Kyle. "With a suit made entirely of vibranium, even a fall from this height wouldn't hurt you, right? Such a durable punching bag. I can't let this end so quickly." Black Panther's eyes rolled in exasperation and humiliation, nearly making him cough up blood on the spot. "Get back up there," Kyle growled, swinging his arm as if hurling a spear. He tossed Black Panther back onto the platform with force. Black Panther's body tumbled and skidded, sending up a spray of water, finally crashing into the cliff wall and coming to a stop. "Father, Your Majesty!" A few meters away, Prince Chala and the female royal guards cried out, ready to rush to his side. But as soon as they moved, Black Panther raised a trembling hand to stop them. The fight isn't over yet. The rules of our ancestors must not be broken. Black Panther declared firmly, bracing himself against the rock wall to stand. Kyle landed before him in a single leap, his feet crashing down and sending up a flurry of water droplets. Do you still want to fight? Kyle stared coldly at Black Panther. Towering and imposing beneath his pitch-black armor, he loomed like an invincible dark deity, casting a chilling shadow that swallowed Black Panther's trembling form, blocking out the golden sunlight behind him. Can you tell me, just how many martial arts have you mastered? Black Panther asked quietly. Though physically uninjured, his stamina and spirit were nearly drained to the limits of an aged body. 141. Kyle answered calmly, a number that could drive anyone to despair. No wonder, Black Panther muttered bitterly, then clenched his fists with determination. Let's continue. Our battle isn't finished. As Black Panther, the guardian of this land, it is my duty to defeat the outsider. As you wish. Kyle's lips curled into a faint smile as he shot forward, his fist rocketing out like lightning. There was a dull, bone-rattling crack as Black Panther's body was slammed back against the cliff wall. Before he could even try to resist, another heavy blow from Kyle landed. Squarely on his chest, the force so intense that even vibranium couldn't fully absorb it. The cliff behind Black Panther began to fracture and crumble under the impact. Punch after punch rained down. With crimson eyes agleam, Kyle unleashed a relentless, storm-like barrage. Blow by blow, Black Panther was beaten deeper into the cliffside, until even the thundering waterfall and towering precipice seemed to tremble with every strike. This scene of extreme violence and cruelty sent tremors through the bodies of countless citizens. Some even fell to their knees, their voices trembling with terror and pleading, "Stop, please. I beg you, please stop. Your Majesty the King, please surrender quickly. Please, don't let it go on." For a moment, the air above the cliffside waterfall echoed with the desperate pleas of the native people. Chala looked down at his people, their heads bowed low, and his whole body shuddered. In that instant, he suddenly understood why his father had chosen to face Kyle alone. "That's enough, please stop." Tears welled in Chala's eyes as, disregarding all else, he leapt onto the platform, raising both hands and declaring in a deep, resolute voice, "I, Prince Chala, on behalf of Wakanda, formally surrender." Kyle's fist stopped abruptly. The monstrous figure he had taken on lifted his gaze, calmly bringing his assault to a halt. Before him, the Black Panther's body was completely embedded in the solid rock wall of the cliff. Spiderweb cracks radiated out from the impact, marring the otherwise flawless surface. Deep within Wakanda's wild, primeval forests lies a city of the future forged by technology. At the very heart of this immortal city stands the Royal Palace, a blend of ancient tradition and cutting-edge innovation. A floor paved with vibranium, smooth as a mirror and grand, imposing halls that gleam with dazzling golden light beneath the sun. This is the residence of the Black Panther King and the sacred place where the royal family convenes to discuss matters of state. For thousands of years, the independent nation of Wakanda has fiercely resisted outsiders. Foreign tribes, smugglers, adventurers, striving above all to keep their advanced technology hidden from the world. But today, for the first time, two outsiders had gained the recognition of all Wakanda and, as honored guests, were granted permission to set foot in this most sacred of places. While countless native residents watched from the outskirts, the Black Panther King led the way, with Kyle and Howard following behind as they strode down the broad avenue leading to the royal palace. On either side of the avenue, lines of native female warriors stood at attention, vibranium spears in hand, separating the honored guests from the assembled citizens. "Kyle, you really pulled it off. Look, they're nothing like the wild, arrogant crowd they were before," Howard whispered quietly. Kyle flashed a knowing smile and replied, "Forget about laws and rules. Strength is what really counts. Only with extraordinary power can you rise above such things. If it weren't so, there would be no exceptions. They would have been judged and punished just like any other outsider." The people lining the avenue still murmured among themselves, but the way they looked at Kyle had changed. Gone was the scorn and hostility once reserved for outsiders. Now, beneath a veil of fear, lingered a genuine respect. Only the strong are truly respected, a truth that holds even greater weight in Wakanda. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as a royal challenge for the throne. Kyle had just defeated the Black Panther King in single combat, and the formidable strength he had displayed left no room for doubt. Even if some of the natives felt uneasy about submitting, they could only bow their heads and acknowledge his power. These natives all seemed to bear the stubborn flaws of primitive savagery. Only that Prince Chaka felt like someone truly living in a civilized age. "Howard," said as he glanced around at the royal family, Then, with a note of surprise, he whispered, "All the royals are still here, but where has the prince gone?" Kyle replied matter-of-factly, "Most likely, he's gone to inherit the power of the Black Panther." "The Black Panther's power?" Howard echoed, confused. "It's a tradition here. Only the king may wield this inherited strength," Kyle explained calmly. "They have a special heart-shaped herb. After taking it, and undergoing a ritual to commune with their ancestors in a dream, they gain a physique akin to that of a super soldier." As Kyle spoke, his gaze was fixed on the Black Panther King before him, his expression thoughtful and contemplative. This old Black Panther King, Kyle realized, was far from the ignorant, hidebound man he seemed on the surface. Their duel might have been as much for Prince Chaka and the nation itself as for tradition. Outside the palace hall, the female guardians stood at attention while the Black Panther King led Kyle and Howard through the grand corridors into the resplendent royal council chamber. "I have matters to discuss with our two guests from afar. Would the royal family members of each tribe please retire to the side hall and wait for a moment?" The Black Panther King announced with dignified authority. The royals exchanged glances, but ultimately nodded in consent and withdrew to the adjacent chamber. The Black Panther King entered the great hall first and seated himself upon the throne at its center, his royal seat of power. With a wave of his hand, he called out, "Come in and take a seat, honored guests from distant lands." Kyle, never one for formalities, chose a chair in the hall and sat down without hesitation. Howard followed and took a seat beside him. The Black Panther King, seated on his throne, extended his clawed fingers and removed his panther-shaped helmet, revealing a weathered, dark-skinned face carved with age. His hair was streaked with white, a testament to his years, and fatigue still lingered in his expression. Clearly, he had not yet recovered from the fierce duel. Kyle Doff, war hero of America, the youngest retired general, known to the outside world as the symbol of peace, a legendary figure. The old king began with a faint smile, summing up Kyle's identity in a few words. Howard Stark, New Yorker, chief of scientific strategy during the war, founder of Stark Industries, and a top scientist. Having introduced them with a sense of gravity, the old king posed his question, "Both of you are prominent figures in the outside world. What brings men such as yourselves to this remote and independent nation?" Before Kyle could respond, Howard spoke up sincerely. "Your Majesty, you must know how irresistible advanced technology is to a scientist. Please forgive my earlier intrusion. I didn't mean to disrupt your son's challenge for the throne." Howard paused for a moment, then shot back with a question of his own. "But your country is so advanced and developed. Why not share it with the world? Why are you so wary and closed off to outsiders? The rest of the world only sees Wakanda as an independent, primitive, and undeveloped agricultural nation." "It's not that we don't want to open up," the old king replied, shaking his head. "But from ancient times, because of our vibranium resources and advanced technology, Wakanda has constantly suffered invasions from outsiders. They're willing to do anything, no matter how reckless, for vibranium, disturbing the peace of those who live here." He sighed with resignation. "We have never sought to use our vibranium or technology to invade or conquer other nations. Yet some outsiders, driven by unchecked ambition, have tried to test our defenses, sabotage our country, and plunder our resources." Kyle nodded in deep agreement. Even he couldn't help but feel envious of Wakanda's wealth. After all, those vibranium mines are practically inexhaustible. Compared to them, gems, gold, coal, and oil all seem insignificant, mere trifles. Were it not for the fact that he would soon be leaving Earth, Kyle suspected that, had things followed their original path, the Carl family's growing power would eventually have led to a plan to seize and rule Wakanda within a decade or so. But as for now, Wakanda had become, after the Ancient One's order, the second superpower that truly caught Kyle's interest. For these were forces, like the Carl family itself, that had already leapt beyond the mundane boundaries of Earth, able to look past the well's rim and gaze out toward the vast ocean and the stars beyond. "Your Majesty," Kyle said, smiling as he spoke his intentions plainly, "I've come here to propose a partnership with Wakanda." "A partnership?" The king was momentarily taken aback, then refused with his steady, resolute voice. "Wakanda will always remain a sovereign, an independent nation. We have no wish for excessive contact with the outside world, let alone to discuss any kind of partnership." "Is that truly how you feel?" Kyle's smile lingered. "If you had no interest in the world beyond your borders, how would you know about us, about our identities and backgrounds, and even send Prince Chaka to study abroad in America?" The king fell silent, considering this. Kyle pressed on. "If I'm not mistaken, Your Majesty, you've been gathering knowledge of the outside world, waiting for the right moment. A moment when Wakanda can stand on the world stage without fear. Perhaps, one day, Wakanda will reveal itself to the world, the king said, his gaze deep and far away. But that day is not today. Cal simply spread his hands, unruffled, which is exactly why I'm proposing cooperation, on the condition that both sides keep each other's information confidential. The goal is to pursue scientific truth and boost our productivity together. It was a simple logic. Whether Wakanda chose to reveal itself to the world was of no interest to Kyle whatsoever. He wished to speak with the king about a potential technological collaboration between the Carl family and Wakanda. The old king was a wise man, and he quickly grasped what Kyle meant. After a moment of silence, he spoke. So, this technological partnership is to be carried out without revealing any information about Wakanda to the outside world? Exactly. Kyle nodded, while Howard looked at the king with anticipation gleaming in his eyes. This was the gateway to technological advancement, a rare chance to gain the support of Wakanda's cutting-edge technology. Howard was convinced that with such backing, many black tech products that were still in the theoretical stage could see the light of day decades ahead of schedule. And what do you plan to offer Wakanda in exchange for this cooperation? The king's expression grew serious as he spoke slowly. Don't get me wrong, the new phone and computer products released by Stark Industries are the work of true genius, leaps ahead of their time. Stark Industries is a leading tech company in the outside world. But even so, that alone is not enough to qualify for collaboration with Wakanda's technology department. Kyle and Howard exchanged a glance, and both couldn't help but smile. Your Majesty, Stark Industries may not be on par with Wakanda in the scientific field right now, but what we have is a treasure trove of future technologies. We simply haven't had the capacity to develop and manufacture them yet. Howard's face lit up with a confident smile as he gave this honest reply. Even after witnessing the wonders of Wakandan technology, he still had faith in his own scientific prowess and in the new frontier technologies he had mastered with Kyle's help. Can you give me a hint? The king asked. Well, Howard hesitated, unsure of where to begin. Your Majesty, perhaps it would be best if Howard showed you in person, Kyle suggested, easing Howard's discomfort. In person, the king echoed, still uncertain. Before he could fully process the suggestion, Kyle rose from his seat. He slipped a ring onto the fingers of his left hand, and with his right he began to trace a circle in the air. Sparks of light appeared, swirling and spinning, until they formed a glowing portal in the center of the palace hall. In about 5 seconds, a stable gateway materialized. Through the dazzling, circular opening, the interior of Scientific Research Laboratory could be seen on the other side. Kyle smiled calmly. This is a portal to New York in the United States. If you trust us, Your Majesty, please step through with Howard and see for yourself the technologies we possess. Incredible. To traverse space in an instant. Is this one of your technologies? The king stood up in astonishment, approaching the portal to examine it for both sides. This isn't science. This is sorcery, Howard corrected him, already stepping forward to guide the way through the portal. Your Majesty, we possess scientific advancements that even Wakanda has yet to discover. If you walk through this portal, I will take you to the Stark Industries Research Lab for a proper introduction. The king agreed without hesitation, showing no concern that this might be a trap or a lie. He followed Howard as they both stepped through the portal, leaving the palace's grand hall behind. Kale, meanwhile, sustained the portal with his magic, settling back into his seat in the hall. He crossed his legs and waited patiently. Mutual understanding is a crucial foundation for any enduring partnership. Kale believed that the new element, powerful enough to replace infinite energy, along with the semi-artificial intelligence already equipped with every smart capability. These two technological breakthroughs were more than enough to persuade the king of Wakanda. 10 minutes passed. The king and Howard had yet to return when, suddenly, the sound of a female guard announcing, "Your Highness, Prince," echoed from outside the hall's doors. At that moment, the tightly closed grand doors swung open, and Prince Chaka entered, dressed in a formal black ceremonial suit. Kale looked up from his seat. Chaka had merely changed his attire, yet his presence now felt solid and commanding. His gaze was sharp and regal, every gesture radiating the aura of a king. At this moment, he possessed the same deep blue card as the king. Black Panther Legacy, the ancestral power passed down through generations of Black Panthers. Rare blue ability card. The royal family of Wakanda, upon inheriting the throne, receives the title of Black Panther, Guardian of the Nation. By consuming a heart-shaped herb, the Black Panther's senses and physical attributes become greatly enhanced, granting superhuman speed, acuity, strength, and endurance. There's also a potion that can strip away the Black Panther's powers. Current status cannot be extracted. So this is the effect of the heart-shaped herb. Kale marveled in admiration. The physical prowess bestowed by the Black Panther Legacy rivals that of a newly augmented super soldier. The only drawback is that this is not a complete mutation. It simply borrows the Black Panther's power through the heart-shaped herb, making further improvement through training impossible. Natural aging and lifespan remain unchanged from that of ordinary humans. Mr. Kale, why are you here alone? Where are my father and your friend? Chaka entered the hall, pausing in surprise when he saw only Kale present. They're in New York, Kale replied, gesturing toward the portal in the center of the hall as he briefly explained the situation. I see. Chaka breathed a sigh of relief, moving closer to Kale and taking a seat beside him. Kale looked at him with curiosity. You're not afraid of me? And you trust my words so easily? Of course. You're a legendary hero, a symbol of peace. Chaka nodded matter-of-factly, a smile appearing on his face. Besides, even my father trusts you now, so I know my judgment is right. Your father is a good king, Kale commented softly. Yes, he is. He's certainly a good king, and a good father, too. Chaka paused here, letting out a bitter smile. I know. Despite his age, my father challenged you to a duel, hoping that through this act, our people would recognize your strength and stop blindly following the old laws to oppose you. His voice grew even more somber. Today, he sacrificed his own unrivaled glory to lay down the final step for my succession to the throne, and, at the same time, he planted a seed within the hearts of Wakanda's people, a seed of yearning for the outside world, a hope that we might one day stop resisting outsiders. Chaka, you are wise and perceptive, Kyle replied with a gentle smile. Under your leadership, perhaps Wakanda will truly open itself to the world someday, revealing all that our nation has to offer. I hope that day comes soon, Chaka answered, drawing a deep breath, his eyes shining with ambition. Just then, Howard and the king returned to the main hall through the teleportation portal. Father, Chaka said, quickly rising to greet him. The king clasped Chaka's hand and turned to face Kyle. Since Chaka is here, I'll speak on behalf of Wakanda. We agree to initiate preliminary collaboration with Stark Industries in the field of technology. Tomorrow, when Chaka is officially crowned, he will take full charge of our partnership. Excellent, Kyle nodded. Though he had expected this outcome, hearing it from the king himself finally allowed him to relax. However, I have one condition that I hope you'll accept, the king said gravely. What is it? Please go ahead, Kyle replied, curious. I want you to serve as a mentor to Chaka. Teach him your combat skills when the time is right. The old king's expression was earnest and sincere. In the end, Kyle agreed to half of Black Panther's request. That half was this. He would teach Chaka his combat arts, but only for a period of 1 or 2 months. After 2 months, Logan, who had mastered hundreds of fighting techniques, would take over as Chaka's instructor. Both the king and Chaka were surprised by this and asked for an explanation. Kyle did not hide much, but candidly revealed that his super soldier body had been exposed to nuclear radiation, and as a result, his genes were beginning to mutate slowly. Upon hearing this, the king and Chaka immediately offered to use Wakanda's advanced medical technology to examine and treat Kyle. Kyle had intended to refuse, but finally relented under Howard's persuasion. Thus, in Wakanda's underground biomedical wing, he underwent a third genetic diagnosis. Wakanda's medical staff, equipped with technology centuries ahead of its time and already at a 21st century level, were nonetheless astonished by their findings after thoroughly examining Kyle. Nuclear radiation is not a natural phenomenon. It represents the most destructive weapon ever created by mankind, a force of indiscriminate devastation. And as for genetic mutation, humanity still cannot give it a simple or definitive explanation. The mutations in genetic DNA hold the boundless possibilities of life. At its highest potential, such changes might elevate humanity to the status of godlike beings. At its lowest, they could drag humans back to the primitive state of apes. Moreover, the gene mutation within Kyle's body is as uncontrollable as a cosmic explosion. Under the intense bombardment of nuclear radiation, his genes have been irreversibly reconstructed and transformed. If not for the constant suppression by his self-healing factor, his body, 10 times stronger and more perfect than that of any ordinary human, would have collapsed long ago under the strain. It's unbelievable. It's as if there's a tiny sun hidden within you, radiating energy. While this power may give you extraordinary abilities in the future, your body will not withstand it. It will ultimately destroy itself. We are powerless. Medical science still has a long way to go before we can stabilize the structure of human genes. The medical team in Wakanda could only shake their heads and deliver their verdict. Kyle's condition was beyond help. They even gave a precise timeline for his decline, 213 days left to live. That's about 7 months, almost identical to Howard's earlier prognosis. Faced with this devastating news, Howard's face was etched with sorrow, his lips pressed tightly together as if even words weighed too heavily. The joy from having just secured a preliminary technological partnership with Wakanda was utterly swept away. Above kings, yet beneath the gods, Howard murmured in regret. Kyle was only 24 years old. At this age, when most young men are just beginning to find their way, he had already retired as the hero who ended the world's wars, become a symbol of peace for a new era, and a living legend admired and loved by millions. But fate seemed determined to keep him within the shadow of war. The nuclear radiation from his final battle now urged him toward his end. No matter how great one's strength, a man is still only human, not a god, and some things simply cannot be escaped. The king and Chaka were deeply grieved by the news as well, lamenting again and again that even the brightest stars can fall too soon. Don't worry, at least you all will live longer. Who knows, maybe in another age, our paths will cross again, Kyle said with a smile. He himself faced the situation with surprising calm and optimism, never having expected Wakanda's medicine to hold the cure for his unique condition in this era. In the end, he knew he would have to embark on that distant and unknown journey among the stars. Having already made his choice and found his resolve, Kyle felt a blazing fire ignite within him, even as the symptoms grew more apparent each day. His fighting spirit and determination only grew stronger. He had overcome every battlefield and challenge. There was no reason to lose to himself now. For 2 more days, Kyle and Howard remained in Wakanda, witnessing King Chaka's coronation ceremony. On the day Chaka ascended the throne, he immediately announced that the nation's Department of Scientific Research would begin a preliminary collaboration in technology with Stark Industries, the Carl family. As the head of Stark Industries, Howard signed a partnership agreement with King Chaka, with Kyle and the Old King bearing witness to this historic moment. This marked the first time in thousands of years that Wakanda broke its long-standing isolation, taking the initiative to forge a cooperative relationship with the outside world. It laid a solid foundation for the nation to eventually open its doors to the world and integrate with the global community. During this period, Kyle took the opportunity to teach Chaka some combat techniques before he and Howard hurriedly returned to the United States. With the technological partnership established with Wakanda, both men found their responsibilities significantly increased. Howard set to work on his new element blueprint, using vibranium materials provided by Wakanda to attempt the construction of accelerated and solidified energy devices. Returning to the family estate, Kyle continued to mentor his trainees by bestowing them with super agent ability cards, while also working on the dedicated fixed teleportation gates for the Sorcerer Organization. By connecting the family base on the remote Dragon Turtle Island, the Star Tower in New York, and the Wakanda Nation in Africa with these fixed teleportation gates, Kyle was implementing a crucial part of the Carl family's long-term development plan. On ordinary days, Kyle also devoted himself to improving the Carl family's rules and regulations. Other than these duties, as if to avoid his family members noticing anything unusual about his health, he rarely left the second floor of the estate. The Carl family was finally on the right path, and the number of trainees grew steadily. Logan, Rain Pupil, and others were absorbed in their roles as instructors and supervisors, and thus failed to notice anything out of the ordinary with their patriarch, Kyle. In these tranquil days, 10 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Within the main building of the Carl family estate, the first-floor hall was quiet and still. Only 2 young maids could be seen, busily cleaning and ensuring every corner was spotless. In the center of the hall stood a new doorway, its frame forged entirely from pure metal, with a round control mechanism as its handle. Mystical light shimmered within the doorway, offering a faint glimpse of Stark Industries' underground laboratory on the other side. The soft click of approaching footsteps echoed through the hall as the maids quickly looked up, catching sight of a beautiful woman dressed as a modern professional, stepping confidently through the fixed teleportation gate in her high heels. She wore a tailored blazer over a pencil skirt, her blonde hair elegantly tied up. Every movement radiated both competence and grace. "Good morning, Lady Lucy." The 2 maids greeted her sweetly, hurrying to welcome her. "How many times have I told you? Don't call me lady," Lucy said, her fair cheeks tinged with a hint of pink as she placed her hands on her hips and shot the maids a mock glare. "Yes, Sister Lucy," the maids quickly corrected themselves, grinning. To them, among all the high-ranking members of the family, Lucy was by far the most approachable and easy to get along with. "Why is it so quiet today? Where is everyone else?" Lucy asked in surprise, her beautiful eyes scanning the room. Usually, the card apprentices' sparring sessions were far from quiet. The Wolf King, Red Eyes, and Black Widow took the card apprentices to Afghanistan. They said it was to give them some real-world training, the maid replied. "And what about the master?" Lucy asked expectantly. Over the past few days, she had been working at Stark Industries, managing finances and diligently preparing to take over the Carl family's future assets. All of this, of course, was for a certain someone. The master is in the conference room on the second floor. He hasn't left the manor at all these days, the maid answered respectfully. Hearing this, Lucy beamed, her lips playfully pouting as she said, "That war maniac didn't go out with Logan and the others for once. But that's perfect. Now we can finally have some time to ourselves." Eagerly, she started to head upstairs, but then paused, turning in place to show off her outfit and figure. She asked the maid, "How do I look today?" The two maids nodded quickly, showering her with compliments. Sensing what Lucy truly cared about, one added, "The master will definitely love it." "That's good to hear." Lucy gently patted her well-shaped chest, letting out a small, nervous sigh of relief. Her already exquisite features were now enhanced with a touch of makeup and a professional suit. She looked less girlish and more poised and mature. "I'm heading up to the second floor. Bring some red wine and snacks in a bit," Lucy instructed, and before the maids could respond, she lifted her skirt slightly and hurried upstairs. On the manor's second floor, in the master's conference room, Lucy knocked softly on the wooden door. From inside came a calm, magnetic male voice. "Come in." She quickly opened the door and stepped inside, her gaze following the light across the spacious room and landing on a blond young man in casual clothes. He stood with his back to the door at the edge of a vintage window. His tall, strong frame blocked most of the light, casting a striking, cool silhouette for anyone entering the room. "Kyle," Lucy murmured lovingly, hurrying over and wrapping her arms around his muscular waist, pressing her chest gently against his broad back. "Lucy, you're back," Kyle said quietly, reaching back to take her hands and hold them in his own. "Where else would I go if not here?" Lucy giggled, sticking out her pink tongue in a playful pout, and softly complained, "If you hadn't insisted I manage the Carl family's finances, I wouldn't have had to go to New York for those business management courses." "How are your studies going?" Kyle asked, his interest piqued for once. "It wasn't nearly as difficult as the medical courses I used to study," Lucy said softly. "And while I was working at Stark Industries, many colleagues looked after me and taught me the professional knowledge I needed." "There's still plenty of good people around," Kyle replied with a light chuckle, shrugging his shoulders. It would have been strange if no one had looked after her. After all, Howard, though he'd stepped back to focus on research, was still the public face of Stark Industries, and Lucy had been personally recommended for a position there by him. She was as well-connected as vibranium is strong. Stark Industries is able to operate independently now. The business stays self-sufficient, and since the Carl family hasn't expanded into other ventures. Yet, our financial income and expenses are both manageable. It's actually quite easy to oversee everything, Lucy said, brimming with confidence. "That's good to hear. Now I can rest easy." Kyle narrowed his eyes, gazing out at the bright scenery through the window. His words trailed off abruptly, and he didn't continue. "What's got you so relieved?" Lucy looked up at him, puzzled, and pressed further. "It's nothing," Kyle replied, as if eager to brush the subject aside. But the more he tried to hide it, the more sharply Lucy sensed something was off. "It's not nothing at all. You've been acting strange today." "Oh, Kyle, your hand!" Lucy exclaimed, startled. Her delicate fingers gripped his large hand, only then realizing how cold it felt, so unlike its usual warm, comforting touch. "Kyle, are you even trying to hide this from me? What on earth has happened to you?" Pressed by Lucy's anxious questions, Kyle let out a faint sigh. Bracing himself, he drew a deep breath, then turned to face her fully. "Your hair." Lucy's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She trembled, reaching out to touch Kyle's temples, where his once golden hair had turned silver white. Yes, the dazzling hair that once shone like sunlight itself had, at his temples, faded into silver, as though the vigor of youth had quietly slipped away. "Lucy, let's go to the sofa. I'll tell you everything," Kyle said calmly. That morning, when he'd woken to find his hair turned silver, he knew there was no way to keep this from the Carl family any longer, especially not from Lucy. Even though he could just about cover it up using Venom's disguise, his physical condition had worsened to the point where there was little purpose in pretending. It was time to tell the Carl family about the mutation in his genes and his plan to leave Earth behind. Gently, Kyle wiped the tears from the corners of Lucy's eyes. He held her trembling form and led her to sit together on the long sofa in the conference room. This all began back in Tokyo, under the Japanese sun. "Call it nothing now." He told Lucy, in detail, about the changes in his body's genes and his plans for the future, holding nothing back. "Genetic mutation poses a direct threat to my life. I have, at most, a little over 6 months left. But in truth, my time on Earth is much shorter than that. I estimate that in about a month, I will leave Earth and venture into the cosmos." As Kyle finished speaking, Lucy, nestled in his arms, was already in tears. Her sobs spilled over like strings of pearls, soaking through his clothes. Why would you keep something so important from us? Lucy's chest heaved with emotion, her words choked with anger and sorrow. Because I didn't want you to know that the family head, who always seemed invincible, has now become a terminal patient, ravaged by genetic disease. Kyle managed a faint smile as he spoke. Not long ago, if word had gotten out about the crisis in his health, the Carl family probably wouldn't have found its footing so quickly. Kyle's habit of weighing gain and loss was something he simply couldn't change. Lucy wiped the tears from her face, her reddened eyes fixed intently on Kyle as she asked with urgency, "If you leave Earth and go into space, do you actually have hope of finding a cure?" It's impossible to say. The universe is vast and full of dangers. This path I'm taking is filled with peril, perhaps a 9 in 10 chance of never returning. Kyle let out a bitter laugh, voicing his worries, but then clenched his fists, his eyes burning with resolve. "I'm terrified of dying, so I'll fight with everything I have, right up to the very last moment. I'm not going to give up that easily." Lucy couldn't help but smile through her tears. After a moment's thought, she asked again, "If you survive and manage to heal yourself, how long will it take before you can come back?" "I honestly don't know. Maybe 10 years, 50 years, or even 100. Seeing the light fade from Lucy's eyes, Kyle quickly added, "But no matter what, as long as I'm alive, I promise I'll return." "I believe you." Lucy nodded, her face more serious than he'd ever seen it. She looked at Kyle with a weighty determination. "Once you leave, I'll stay here and wait for you to come back. Whether it's 50 years or 100, I'll keep waiting, even if I have to wait my whole life." The girl's voice rang with unwavering resolve. After years of brutal warfare, the Second World War finally came to an end. The long, thunderous nights of gunfire gave way to the dawn. From the year 1945 in the Common Era, humanity began to lick its wounds and move forward again. People yearned for peace with all their hearts, like grass after a spring rain. The world's economies slowly revived and began to grow anew. Everyone seemed determined to erase the pain left by war, locking those unwanted memories deep inside, and turning instead to dreams of a brighter future. They threw themselves into the pursuit of happiness with renewed hope and effort. Statues symbolizing peace now stood in the central squares of American cities, in war memorials, and even in prominent corners of every street and alley. But the once mighty call for superheroes grew quieter by the day, fading from everyday conversation. History makes its heroes. The age of war heroes ended with the war itself. The very first generation of heroes finally stepped down, leaving the stage of history behind. Perhaps there are still parents who often tell their children the inspirational tale of a certain small man who became Captain America, the legendary hero who shone brightest among all of humanity during World War II. But for most people, what remains now is only nostalgia and wistful admiration. When Kyle first retired from the military, nearly tens of millions of people lamented his departure. Emotions ran high as petitions poured in, urging the authorities to keep him. But as the months passed, the calls from these grassroots groups gradually faded into silence. Now, in 1945, a brand new year on its very first day, a dozen renowned media outlets, including Time magazine, the New York Times, and Washington newspapers, all feature Kyle on their covers, dressed in his midnight black battle uniform, running stories about bidding farewell to war and longing for peace. Among these, one headline stood out, blunt and provoking heated public debate. "With conflict and enemies behind us, does the new era still need superheroes? Without war, what purpose do superhuman heroes serve? Do humans truly need a god who stands above all others?" Maybe when Major General Kyle chose to retire, disappearing from the public eye, it was simply the most natural and sensible decision. I don't mean to disrespect our heroes. Symbols of peace should serve as cultural icons, as statues living on in our hearts, not as living beings standing before us, forcing us to bow our heads. Shut up. We honor him. What's wrong with bowing our heads? That man is a legend, with achievements and honors that rival the gods themselves. The peace we enjoy today was won by his struggle and sacrifice. No matter how fiercely people argued, none of it could conceal one undeniable truth. Kyle, without question, represented an entire era. Now, as the age of blood and fire receded into collective oblivion, it became a chapter in the history books, sealed away like a world frozen in ice. Kyle, meanwhile, remained on the Carl family estate, quietly managing family affairs before his departure, paying little attention to the debates outside. Even if he had known, he would have likely just smiled faintly, never taking it to heart. After all, from the very beginning, he had lived for himself, whether in battle or in peace. As for the title of superhero, anyone who wants it can have it. After Kyle confided everything to Lucy, he felt as if a great weight had finally been lifted from his heart. With Lucy expressing her willingness to wait for him, the two spoke honestly of their feelings, and their bond deepened even further. This only made Kyle's resolve stronger, and his longing to leave the Earth and venture into the stars grew more intense by the day. That very day, Howard called with a piece of news that would prove crucial to Kyle. The fortress base on Dragon Turtle Island was finally complete. They hired a top-tier construction company, and 10 massive transport ships ferried equipment and building materials. Hundreds of workers toiled day and night, and after a month of relentless effort, a fortress base was finally erected on Dragon Turtle Island, deep within the Atlantic Ocean. By the time Kyle learned the news, the construction company had already handed over the completed project, and all the workers had withdrawn from Dragon Turtle Island. Fueled by anticipation, Kyle and Lucy picked up Howard, and the three of them stepped together through the portal to the island base. The ancient, colossal dragon turtle had remained in a deep slumber in the heart of the Atlantic since Kyle first summoned it, never stirring or waking. For an entire month, the construction crew built atop its back, yet no one ever realized the terrifying truth of what lay beneath their feet. Atop the dragon turtle's back, a pristine island now bore a strikingly modern, three-story Western-style building perched on its peak. Shaped like a disc, the structure radiated a sense of advanced technology, its silver metallic sheen gleaming beneath the sunlight. The ring-shaped portal, aglow with flashing sparks, hovered steadily outside the fortress gates. Lucy, her arm entwined with Kyle's, stepped through the portal with him. Kyle lifted his gaze, taking in the fortress before him, its distinctive features rivaling even the royal palace of Wakanda. He mused aloud. "Howard, how's the defense on this place? If you knew what materials I blended into the outer layer of the fortress, you wouldn't even need to ask," Howard replied with a light laugh as he stepped through the portal, impeccably dressed in his suit. "Don't tell me, it's vibranium, isn't it?" Kyle couldn't help but grin. "Exactly right," Howard replied with a smile. "After initial cooperation with Wakanda, King Chaka agreed to sell me raw vibranium. So, I added a layer of it to the exterior walls just as construction was wrapping up. With vibranium cladding, this place could withstand a barrage of missiles without breaking a sweat." "You really went all out," Kyle said, his voice full of admiration. For now, only 2 fixed portals had been rushed into existence, one connecting the manor to the Stark Industries underground lab, and the other linking Stark Industries to Wakanda. Even as he pushed the boundaries of science, Howard spared no effort in securing vibranium or from Wakanda and having it airlifted to Dragon Turtle Island for the fortress's completion, evidence of his meticulous dedication. "Why keep score between us? After all, this fortress will be my own safe haven one day," Howard said with a chuckle, striding toward the sealed metal doors of the fortress. "Don't rush. There's something even more astonishing I want to show you." At the entrance, Howard drew a deep breath and spoke to the door. "Jarvis, open up." Voice recognition activated. Verification successful. Access granted. Accompanied by the mechanical voice of a man, a camera extended from the wall above, conducting a secondary scan of Howard at the door. Only then did the metal door swiftly swing open. "Welcome back, Mr. Howard." Kyle watched this scene, blinking as he spoke. "You even moved your home supercomputer here?" As if recognizing Kyle's words, the speaker at the door chimed in once more. "Welcome back, Master Kyle." "How amusing," Lucy said, covering her mouth as she laughed. "Welcome back, Madam Lucy," Jarvis intoned. This smart system, Lucy bit her lip lightly, her cheeks flushed as she shyly lowered her head. "It seems Jarvis's performance has become even more human-like and intelligent," Kyle remarked. Howard sighed softly and continued. "It's simply a matter of fully integrating the voice system with the supercomputer. It still operates on preset instructions I programmed in advance. There's no real independent thought or judgment yet. It's not true artificial intelligence by any stretch." He went on, "Still, from managing the base fortress, it's perfectly capable of taking on the role of an intelligent housekeeper. From inside the fortress, through floor-to-ceiling windows of a unique material, one could gaze down at the island below and take in the sight of the sea beyond. The fortress's main security system is under Jarvis's real-time control, 24 hours a day. There are multiple surveillance nodes across the island, synced with external satellites. Should there be any intrusion attempt, the system will issue a warning before the intruder even sets foot on the island. Of course, with Wakanda's full camouflage projection technology, this island can disguise itself as a barren volcanic wasteland, a massive iceberg adrift at sea, or even a fully formed black tornado. And thanks to the dragon turtle's ability to move through the ocean, from the moment this fortress was completed, it has effectively vanished from the face of the earth. Howard spoke with confidence as he strode into the heart of the fortress, leading Kyle and Lucy inside. The interior was lined with gleaming, spotless floors. Overhead, daylight-bright lights flickered on one after another, while images danced across the projection screens, casting shifting shadows throughout the hall. Walking down the spacious, metallic corridor, Kyle felt as though he were strolling through a starship straight out of a sci-fi movie. The entire interior radiated a sense of cutting-edge technology, a clear testament to Howard's own handiwork as a mad genius of invention. The first floor of the fortress contains 50 individual rooms, all furnished to the highest hotel standards and meant for regular family members. Only after registering personal information with Jarvis can anyone gain access to these rooms. On the second floor, there are 5 suites for core members and 3 guest rooms, as well as the control room, housing the supercomputer, and a roundtable conference room for family meetings. The top floor is the sole master bedroom, and currently, only you have access to it, Howard said. He paused at this point, glancing at Lucy, who stood beside Kyle. Then upgrade Lucy's access level, Kyle replied calmly. Lucy, her face flushed with embarrassment, was utterly speechless. Every floor of the fortress, including each room, requires a sufficient level of clearance to enter. The 3 upper floors are for day-to-day living. There's nothing particularly special there. Let me show you the lower levels. Howard gave a mysterious smile and led the pair toward the elevator on the first floor. The elevator was positioned at the very center of the fortress, shaped like a cylinder and made to look as though it was crafted entirely from glass, so clear you could see right through it. Only a few subtle metal frames and cables marked its structure. Jarvis, slow the elevator down a bit. Let's take our time and have a good look at the underground levels, Howard instructed. The semi-artificial intelligence Butler system, while verifying user clearance, processed Howard's command through its internal protocols. Understood, sir. The elevator doors closed. With a faint, almost imperceptible tremor, it began its descent, carrying the 3 of them slowly downward. What is this? Kyle's eyes widened in astonishment. What came into view was a hollow darkness. The 3 stories above sat atop a cavernous void. No, to be precise, the fortress's island and mountain core had been hollowed out, creating an underground complex even more expansive in the upper floors. The elevator hovered in the center of this dark void, moving steadily downward. Suddenly, all the lights of the first basement level flickered on at once, encircling the elevator with a brilliant halo. The first basement is a training floor. It can hold over 100 people training at the same time. Inside, there's a fitness gym, a firearms range, a combat room. Before Howard could finish, Kyle interrupted excitedly. Is there a gravity chamber? A gravity chamber, now that the ultimate venue for superhuman physical training. Of course there's a gravity chamber, Howard replied, shrugging and stroking his mustache with pride. After my improvements, that chamber can accommodate up to 10 people, and the gravity can reach as high as 12 times normal. 12 times! Kyle was utterly amazed. Even he had yet to adapt to that level of gravity. Forget the newly minted super agents. Even Logan or Natasha would be forced to crawl inside. Howard nodded. We could push it to 15 times, actually, but 12 is already more than enough. For most people, 3 times is about the threshold for safe training. 15 times, that's deadly, Lucy exclaimed, clutching her chest in alarm. Kyle nodded in agreement. 15 times gravity was indeed a lethal zone for any ordinary person. The crushing pressure and gravity here could force a person to collapse onto the ground. Even if he didn't die immediately, your blood circulation would grind to a halt, making it nearly impossible to stand. Your brain would barely get enough blood or oxygen. The elevator kept descending, finally arriving at and passing through the second basement level. This must be the Scientific Strategy Research Lab, Kyle said with a smile. Through the transparent walls of the elevator, he could already catch glimpses, in the glow of several lit rooms, of various pieces of advanced scientific equipment. That's right. The second underground level is reserved for cutting-edge research. For now, it's my private workspace. After our partnership with Wakanda, the development and refinement of new element energy, artificial intelligence, and more will all take place here. With these words, Howard was, in a way, tying his future to the family's island estate. He knew well that, while Dragon Turtle Island sat in the distant open sea, the installation of fixed teleportation gates would make traveling to Stark Industries or the nation of Wakanda astonishingly easy. Safe, secluded, fully equipped, and convenient for travel. This was, for Howard, nothing short of a dream laboratory. Here, I can finally pursue the truths of science in peace, Howard said, rubbing his palms together, struggling to contain his excitement. He He wished he could rush in right now and continue his unfinished work on the accelerated new element experiments. Kyle had become his guide, opening door after door for him, each leading deeper into the mysteries of science. With Wakanda's abundant scientific resources, Kyle's futuristic technology and theoretical insights, the serene and stable research environment of Dragon Turtle Island, and even the extended lifespan offered by the infinity equation, Howard realized, with a start, that he had officially set foot on a path of unknown science, one that surpassed countless scientists before him. With such an ideal environment and these resources, even a pig, if given enough time, could perhaps glimpse the gateway to scientific truth. Let alone someone like Howard, a genius engineer who firmly believed he was the equal of any top scientist in history. Kyle, if you really do head to the stars, and the worst happens and you never return, I'll devote myself to the pursuit of scientific truth and do everything I can to use technology to save you. Howard looked at Kyle with gravity, his tone earnest and unwavering. Having witnessed the wonders of spatial magic, Howard had not abandoned science. On the contrary, he was now more passionate and obsessed than ever. He refused to believe that, at the farthest reaches of the universe, the power of science could not transcend space, or even reverse the flow of time. "All right, my friend, it's a promise," Kyle replied. He wrapped an arm around the sorrowful Lucy, gave Howard's shoulder a firm pat, and said sincerely, "The Carl family's future is in your hands." The road for the Carl family had been laid. Now it was time to cast aside all hesitation and embark on the path he was meant to walk. Another month slipped by. The Carl family, those who had reached the rank of cardmaster and above, quietly relocated one after another through the secret portal to the fortress base on Dragon Turtle Island. The original manor estate was kept as a covert stronghold for nurturing new family talents in the shadows. In a way, it also served as an indirect safeguard for the Winter Soldier, who lay frozen in deep slumber within the vault beneath the manor. During this period, Kale once again selected 10 card apprentices to cultivate with the Super Agent card. He made use of special materials to forge a third permanent portal connecting the island base with Stark Industries and the Kingdom of Wakanda, 3 places separated by vast distances. At the same time, Kale could no longer conceal his genetic mutation illness from the other members of the Carl family. Although his physique had yet to show obvious abnormalities, his once radiant golden hair had turned completely silver white, a clear sign of his deteriorating health. He had about 6 months left before his super soldier body would succumb to the irreversible nuclear radiation-induced genetic mutation, leading to the catastrophic collapse and disintegration of his own body, ending in functional death. Logan, Rain Eyes, and Natasha were all utterly shocked when they learned of this grave news. It took them a long time to gradually come to terms with such an earth-shattering reality. Kale, the head of the family to whom they had pledged their loyalty. He was recognized as the world's strongest man, a super soldier who had conquered countless battlefields, from rookie to major general, never losing a single battle, always victorious, without exception. With his strength alone, he could turn the tide of war, slay the Hydra organization, and force the warrior nation into surrender. Such a legendary figure, standing atop the world's pyramid and hailed as a godlike hero and symbol of peace. Now, after the end of World War II, when everyone longed for peace and happiness, he was left bearing the incurable scars of war in his own body. It was as if he had become an old man approaching the end of his years. As the final deadline drew near, the accelerated mutation of his genes meant that, for a brief period each day, even his superhuman abilities would falter and fade. Logan and Rain Eyes, upon being told the news by Lucy herself, immediately sought out Kale for confirmation. Then, with one voice, they insisted on accompanying him, leaving Earth together, embarking on a journey through the cosmic stars. Kale, however, refused them all. To him, the universe was filled with unknowns and perils. Whether he traveled alone or with companions would make little difference. Moreover, both Logan and Rain Eyes were the Carl family's most formidable defenders. If they left Earth with him, the family would truly be left vulnerable. "Don't worry. Watch over the family. I will come back alive," Kale promised them with utter seriousness. Though resigned to his decision, Logan and Rain Eyes knew there was no persuading Kale once his mind was set. So, within the island base, as the entire family fell into collective gloom, the days slipped by, and the countdown to Kale's planned departure from Earth had dwindled to just 3 days. In these final 3 days, Kyle set aside all family affairs, secluding himself in the gravity chamber to stay warmed up, practicing the more than 100 combat techniques he had mastered, and taking stock of the weapons and legacy cards he carried. All the item cards stored in his card space, gold and jewels, cannons and firearms, collectible odds and ends, were brought out in their physical forms and placed in the base's inventory to be managed by Lucy, the family's chief accountant. Kyle only kept for himself a supply of emergency rations, a laser pistol, and vehicles like planes and tanks that might prove useful. He was about to embark on a perilous journey, one that would either see him transformed and triumphant upon return, or left as a lonely heap of wreckage in some forgotten corner of the vast starry sky, buried in an alien land far from Earth. For once, even Kyle felt uncertain. On Marvel's Earth, he could still rely on the advantages of a traveler, armed with knowledge of dangers both known and unknown, and the threads of history. But once he left Earth, all his intelligence would be wiped clean. From that point on, he could only rely on his own wits and exploration. Dragon Turtle Base, second basement level, gravity chamber. Under the glaring focus lights, Kyle was alone, doing handstand push-ups on one arm. His silver-white hair was slick with sweat, dripping down in rivulets and pooling on the polished floor beneath him. 1023, 1024, 1025. His chest heaved with sharp breaths. Wearing only a pair of workout shorts, his perfectly proportioned, golden ratio frame was taut, the muscles on his abs and torso as solid as if forged from steel. 10 times the peak physicality of a super soldier, the healing factor. These are all a part of me, ingrained deep in my blood and bones, etched into my very genes. Even if genetic mutation suppresses them, it won't be so simple to strip away what's rightfully mine. Kyle's will was unshakable. He kept his body and mind brimming with fighting spirit, refusing to let the mutating genes rob him of his abilities and reduce him to an ordinary man. A sharp beeping sounded as the mechanical door to the gravity chamber slid open. Natasha, clad in a black, skin-tight suit, appeared. Upon spotting Kyle inside, she hurried in, clearly with urgent news to report. "Master, there's a message from the New York Manor. Nick Fury has." Before she could finish, Natasha crossed the threshold into the gravity field and let out a startled cry as she was pulled flat onto the floor, landing hard, her chest pressed uncomfortably beneath her zipped leather suit. "The gravity is set to the maximum, 12 times normal?" Her face flushed, Natasha pushed herself up with both hands, staring in awe at Kyle, who was still calmly doing one-handed push-ups. Her eyes shimmered with a mix of shock and admiration. With a superhuman physique like this, how could anyone believe his body was nearing decline or death? "Fury's already at the manor?" Kyle asked, pushing off with his wrist, flipping nimbly through the air and landing lightly on his feet. "Yes, I'm ready to. I'm open to taking any position at S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha replied, her breath strained. Even with her extraordinary super agent physique, every movement was sluggish and heavy under the pull of 12 times normal gravity. Kyle nodded, then turned to the voice-activated receiver in the room and said, "Jarvis, turn off the gravity and switch to cleaning mode." "Certainly, Master." Jarvis's voice responded, and following the program protocols, the gravity field in the room was quickly deactivated. Natasha finally let out a sigh of relief and stood up from the floor with ease. But just as she did, a sudden downpour of cold, clear water from overhead drenched her to the bone. The ceiling of the gravity chamber had opened up several shower heads, creating an indoor rainstorm. 10 seconds later, the sprinklers stopped, and warm, dry air began to blow from vents in the walls, quickly drying the room. Kyle had already finished a quick rinse to wash away the grime. He drew the Venom card and summoned his symbiote, which transformed into a hooded casual outfit. Slipping the floating ring onto his left hand, Kyle cast a spell, opening a swirling, radiant portal that led to the meeting room on the manor's second floor. He urged, "Let's go. I've arranged a bright path for you. What happens next will be up to your own fate." "Yes, sir," Natasha replied promptly, wringing the water from her hair with a quick twist of her hands. She hurried after Kyle, stepping into the dazzling, spinning portal.